Warning: the voices heard in this video are made synthetically using artificial intelligence. Nothing in this video reflects anything actually stated by the real-life individuals involved. This video is for entertainment purposes only, and serious political content will be avoided for that purpose. Enjoy.
POTUS has paved the path to a new page in Paragon history. Now we move on to the heroic and hilarious tale of Hawke. Welcome everyone to Presidents Play Dragon Age 2. Oh, okay, go off, Queen.
Joe, for the love of God, it's bad enough we have to play your favorite game, but can you calm your bardic tits down? I'm already medicated for the new year to even stand playing this game. Don't make me up the dose on the first episode.
Fine pissing my Cheerios, why don't you?
Donald, why do you need to be medicated? Dragon Age 2 isn't that bad.
It's one of the worst things I have ever experienced. Obama, the only thing keeping me going is Mommy Isabella and the viewers.
Okay, well, hopefully after a few dozen episodes and experiencing the DLCs, for the first time you'll form a new opinion.
I doubt it. Donald's just pissed that Morgan is nowhere to be found in this game. He doesn't have an actual complaint.
Is that true, Donald?
Just start the damn game already.
With pleasure, and with a new record vote for this channel with over 800 responses, I'm happy to say that Mage Hawke has won. It's time for the Mage Mains to rise up and eat good on this channel.
Playing a mage and our big bro Varric being dragged off right at the start? How can anyone like Dragon Age 2 when it starts with shit like this?
You're really going to milk this, Donald? Well, it will be interesting to see Joe leading the charge for once in terms of our build, since he has played DA2 the most and he is the mage main. It should make for some interesting content.
How did Varric even get captured in the first place, bro? Is the most streetwise companion in the series.
Honestly, I think Bro let himself be captured out of curiosity for what these dudes in weird armor wanted.
I honestly could see that, especially since he's here without even having Bianca on him.
I am Cassandra Pentecost, seeker
Oh,
of
hello,
the
Mommy.
Chantry.
Heavy pause.
Oh, she got the whole squad to pull up.
And just, what are you seeking?
The
Varric really is in his sassy man era with Cassandra.
She's really holding that book like in that one Boondock scene.
Oh, Mommy, please, just push that sword a little closer. Oh, yeah.
Wait, megapause what?
Joe, I actually forgot the Muscle Mommy was Barack's favorite romance. What's the play here?
Oh, God, quit edging me and just stab me already, Mommy.
Yeah, this isn't good. He's playing right now. We kind of need him to be more focused.
Joe, you are his vice president. How the hell do you normally snap him out of this?
Well, I'm afraid there's only one option, and it's the nuclear one, so bear with me. Hey, Donald, don't you think Dragon Age 2 combat is far superior to Origins?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe? Are you having a dementia episode or something?
Just play along and improv it, dumbass.
Why? Yes, Joe, I think the fast-paced combat of Dragon Age 2 is more satisfying and fun to play. I don't see a reason to ever go back to pause and play tactical combat.
Well, you two would just be fucking wrong, because this shit is basically Origins, but dumbed down and without any nuance. Yes, at higher level it makes you feel powerful because the enemies are no longer on equal ground with you, and instead are just hordes of HP pools with basic abilities, while your party are masters of their fields, all with unique abilities. But a fun part of Origins combat is enemies being on equal terms to you, and the fact that we left that behind in Origins is a true tragedy.
Welcome back, Barry. Do you think you can exert control over yourself? Because Cassandra will be back on screen 3 more times this episode alone.
I will do my best, no promises, though getting me to talk about gameplay mechanics helps as always. Like how this is one of the best openers in the Dragon Age series.
Yeah, because if you're a warrior or rogue, you get to see Bethany's massive rack in the exaggerated opener.
Big facts from the Big D.
No, goddamn it, you two, not that it's because this gives us a great overview of several different abilities we get throughout the game, so we can tell if we like the class or not, as well as showing the companion interrupt mechanic right at the start too. One of 2's best additions to the series. Also, in case you were wondering, no, you can't die in this section either, so go nuts.
I did notice that you are kind of not caring about your health or anything good shit, Barack.
Game Knowledge Clan Goomba going crazy, I can't lie.
What the hell did you just call me?
Sorry, I'm just excited to be playing this game.
I'm going to hold my tongue from the fact that Carver is here instead of Bethany until it becomes more relevant, but I know I'm in the loud majority that hate this guy.
A lot of the viewers shared your sentiment, but in my experience, Carver isn't that bad, and besides, Even if you hate him, there's only a small amount of content he even appears in.
Even a fraction of content is too much, but Ogre time, Barack, let's see your moves here.
The fact they didn't play the Ogre theme from the Tower of Ishel is a missed opportunity, BioWare. We're not in their bag during this fight.
I don't even know why they didn't. They recycle half of the music from Origins anyway. Also, goddamn Crushing Prism worked on an Ogre, a rare W for sure.
Another big change to 2 is that instead of in gameplay executions, we get a few class-specific executions done in cutscenes. The cinematics look great, and it's cool they made executions class exclusive, but can't lie, I miss our Origins Ogre kill animations.
I mostly miss POTUS's time dilation when it happened, but I know what you mean, sleepy. Also, hey mommy, Mythal, can you point me to where your daughter and a dwarf went? I'm trying to do something.
That was a cool transition. Our editor needs to step up his game.
Not going to lie, kind of a massive L from Cassandra here. I like Varric's version way better. Besides, if you didn't come here for lies, you probably should have rounded up Merril. Instead of Varric, he is quite literally the Grandmaster of Lies.
Well, there's a big reason only Varric can be the one telling this story, but let's not get into that just yet. My girl Cassandra is over here panicking because she can tell an Inquisition is about to form and POTUS is nowhere to be found. She's now going for the second best option. And honestly, the better choice Hawke, since he isn't a part of any established organization.
But she doesn't find Hawke either, so she just ends up wrangling some elf that survived the explosion thanks to the plot.
Put some more respect on the Inquisitor's name, Sleepy anyways. Here comes the part that always gets complicated. How are we making our champion?
Well, not complicated at all. Thanks to the Black Emporium, we can change our Hawke at will. So every episode, we can change him how we like. Granted, the design options aren't stellar, but we might add a few mods later to enhance our Hawke's appearance.
I still think we could have gone with female Hawke over male Hawke. The voice actress is better and far more underrated.
Joe, we have been over this. We are 2 middle-aged men and 1 decomposing corpse of a man. We are not going to play a girl. Maybe if you learn to control yourself, we can try again in Inquisition, but for now, get some help.
So boys, I've been cooking up something for the name. How about Jobadon Hawke? Barden Joe is already trademarked, and Jobadon, and at least kind of sounds like a name.
It has 1 extra letter of my name compared to you all, which means I'm the dominant fusion, so I am all for it.
You're such a child, Double D. Also, if there was ever any doubt, let me be the first to say this world state is officially the same as POTUS, unlike Veilguard. Do you want to go over a few of the changes that take effect in 2 while Varric narrates his first goated book sequence?
Yeah, sure thing, Joe. Also, viewers, just a real quick note. Make sure when you're importing an Awakening save that Nathaniel is in the party with you. Otherwise, him surviving will not export properly. This is especially important for the sibling choice later on. Besides Nathaniel being made and staying in the Grey Warden, some other choices that will have an effect on this run include the Urn of Sacred Ashes being discovered, Zevran being alive, meeting Isabella, and recruiting Shale.
Yeah, that's the boring shit. The more base takes include POTUS's brother King Balin being appointed to the throne, the big back werewolves wiping out the Dalish clan, and Amaranthine being saved.
Alistair and Honora are also ruling jointly. Loghain is alive and chilling in Orlais after his betrayal at Ostagar, and the Architect is dead, but not really because he definitely has the Cory hacks.
At least I can go this whole game without needing to be reminded that the basic bitch, Snake Loghain, who I respect now, apparently is alive. Also, goddamn, our siblings look scuffed as hell in this. Do they change with our own appearance look?
Yeah, Hawke and Mama Hawke look okay, but who the hell decided Carver and Bethany's haircuts? They look terrible. Honestly, maybe we should have just done default Hawke.
You can do default Hawke if you want Joe, but I'm sure the looks will grow on us over time. Besides, it's not like default Carver or Bethany's designs hit particularly hard.
At least we're alive. That's no small feat.
Yes, you're right.
We also have the Ultimate Edition, so all the DLC cheats and items will be available for now, though we just have our good boy.
First bit of real combat, let's see it, Barack. Does your game knowledge translate to 2 as well?
For the most part, I should be fine, though it's definitely been a few years since I've played Mage, so I'm going to need some guidance on Mage from you, Joe, and guidance from you, Donald, on the warrior builds. Also, just a disclaimer, the Loithering section is going to be pretty long viewers fighting enemies on Nightmare with absolutely no items or upgrades is a true test of your patience and party maintenance. I guess in that aspect it is similar to Origins, but still with far less nuance.
Sounds like a whole lot of skill issue, Barack, but don't worry, the Paladin Main Donald will guide you, my pupil. My first bit of advice, don't let our brother die in the first combat. That would just be sad.
Don't call me that, but no worries, he's not going anywhere. Just keeping the viewers and both of you on your toes. Well, we have our first level up coming up here. What stats should we be focusing on, and what ability should we pick, Joe?
All right, I'm going to give you a play-by-play here. The best strat to do is 1 point in magic, willpower, and con. But early on, you don't need willpower, so put that extra point in magic or con. As for the ability, since we are playing on Nightmare, you can just ignore the primal tree. Overall, the friendly fire makes fireball, and cone of cold not worth it. I would say get chain lightning, since some of the better spells aren't available till later, and there's no threat of friendly fire.
This feels weird. Joe is the one being tactical, and Barack is the bright-eyed new player who is willingly taking advice. Did I stumble too far in the President's verse or something?
New game and new series, Donald, nothing stays the same forever. Also, the way your mom suggests Kirkwall, you would think this is an original idea, but it's essentially the closest country to Ferelden that isn't their former overlord. I mean, for fuck's sake, apparently everyone fled to Kirkwall.
I'm surprised more people didn't try to flee to Orlais, but given Ferelden's opinion on Orlesians, I guess that does track.
Another common L for Dragon Age 2. This game starts with us literally retreating and running away from the Darkspawn POTUS. Would never.
Donald, after Ostagar POTUS, is literally traveling away from the Blight to gather the army. I get only one of them. Was trying to stop the Blight, but let's not act like POTUS was about to solo the Blight with a squad of 3.
What are you, Sten or something? Don't discredit my hating with facts and logic. Also look at this bitch-made Templar, yet another common L for the Ferelden-trained Templars.
We have a true girl boss in front of us with Aveline. That's my Viscount and party tank right there.
You will not have him.
Wesley over here is how us guys look when our girl confronts the waiter for getting your order wrong after we said it's fine.
Boxing a Herlock as a non-warden is a totally insane durability feat. I actually forgot Aveline is our first long-term companion in Dragon Age 2. I always think of Varric being our longest bro in the series, but she has a good year on him for Hawke's broship.
Well, as impressive as that Herlock boxing was, let's save our future party tank, shall we? While I do, let's go over some backstory on our favorite guardsman. Aveline was originally born in Ferelden to a former Chevalier, Benoit Duloc, who was disgraced from his station after his patron was assassinated. Benoit raised his daughter to become a true knight, and when she came of age, Benoit sold off his land and possessions to pay Aveline's way in King Calian's personal service. She served in the King's Guard as an officer, which is where she met her Templar husband, Wesley.
Wait, hold on, how the hell are Templars married? What about the whole vows plotline that the Desire Demon mentions when she enthralls a Templar in the Circle Tower?
Not necessarily. I can't find a single point of lore that outright forbids a Templar from marrying Templars, or only forbidden from marrying or procreating with mages for obvious reasons. It's heavily discouraged, but a Templar can marry someone provided that whoever they marry understands the Templar's first devotion is to the service of the Chantry and Maker. Templars also always travel, which makes any relationship difficult in fantasy, but not outright impossible, especially if they are a soldier who travels as well.
So that Templar in the Circle Tower just had a Riz issue. He wasn't forbidden from getting laid, then got it. Also, I will give Tiny here one thing, bro. Has some balls trying to square up with Hawke when he's leaking tomato juice from his gut. That's some dedication.
More like indoctrination, but bro has been whipped thanks to years of happy matrimony, so at least he will drop the smoke for now. Back to Aveline, since she was a part of Kaelin's Guard, I imagine she would be super pissed to find out we let Loghain survive and serve in the Grey Wardens. She takes Ostagar pretty hard from what I remember.
She's not the only one. I'm about to throw you and her in a cell room for that, Joe, and see what happens.
Please don't. That would be significantly more scary than being thrown in with the necromorphs well 15 minutes in, and you have a full party already let's go.
Don't jinx it, Joe. Well, boys, while we fight through the next few Darkspawn waves, I have a comment question for you all. So between the 4 mainline Dragon Age games, which game do you think has the best opener, either because of the hook, the quickness of the opening, or because of the gameplay dealer's choice here? As for me, well, it's no surprise Origins has the best opener, since you have so much control over your character's story. Not only choosing the origin, but choosing how the origin largely plays out leads you to have large impacts on the story. For sure, those impacts and hype are largely determined by which origin you choose, but that diversity still makes all the difference.
Sure, Human Noble is on top and the greatest revenge story in gaming, but the best opener has to be Inquisition. It sets you up with a hook and a mystery. Right at the start, it gives you a few choices in game mechanics. but it doesn't bog you down the way Origins mechanics have a habit of doing. All of this ending with an epic pride demon fight that takes a whole army to put down, and then an epic cutscene that forms the Inquisition.
All right, not a bad pick. What about you, Joe, going to continue the trend of Dragon Age 2 having the best opener?
Actually, Barry, I have to agree with Donald here. The best opener is easily Inquisition. I love the opening cutscene. The epic music and the overall design of Inquisition's opening really hooked me in. And like Donald, I think Inquisition does a better job at introducing its key mechanics and characters early. You can meet all three advisors right at the start if you play your cards right.
Joe, you just like Inquisition's opener because it has Liliana in it, don't you?
I plead the fifth.
For Jesus Christ, well, viewers, let us know your picks for your favorite opener in the Dragon Age series. Our editor will read every single one, as always, and his favorite will be featured next episode. And speaking of that, Donald Mind featuring our favorite comment from last episode.
With pleasure, our featured comment comes from Ole Lunin, who not only said their favorite was Origins because of how established and concise Origins' crafting system was, but also gave an overview of every single crafting system in 2, and Inquisition, which is incredibly based, and our editor loves reading these types of long-form comments. I think you hit the nail on the coffin with saying crafting was unmemorable, and Inquisitions, while being incredibly robust, can feel like busy work that can undercut the incredible moments in this game. Thank you for your comment and can't wait to hear your favorite Dragon Age opener. We also have a few super thanks, so Joe, you want to go ahead and start those off?
Sure thing, Donald. Starting off with episode 2 of the Dead Space series, we have 2 European monies from Dr. Strauss, and shout out to their favorite suit in Dead Space being the Elite Engineering suit. We also have $5 from Sith Morak in the Dead Space 1 episode 2. And 3, who is excited about the series but did have one critique, with the remake being how it automatically goes into the lore of. The marker established in the later titles, instead of keeping the mystery alive a little, which is an absolutely base take, sometimes you have to keep the mystery alive in your story. We appreciate all your comments and takes on the series, so thank you. Thank you both for your super thanks as well. They mean the world towards our editor and towards the production of these episodes.
Thank you, Joe. And next up, we have 2 donations from our Origins anniversary episode from Tidy Gamer and Gaming Mythology, who gave $5 and $10 respectively. So happy late New Year's to you both. And a special shout out to you, Gaming Mythology, for your base take of saying Human Noble is the best origin narratively. We appreciate this support, especially from men of culture such as yourselves, and we hope you enjoy Dragon Age 2 as well.
For good shit, Donald, and as always, we have 2 super thanks from Mr. Orjitbox from our Veilguard update video in episode 2 of Dead Space as well. We greatly appreciate this kind of support, and we appreciate your understanding for switching to Dragon Age 2, despite you enjoying the Veilguard content. And from all of our generous super thankers, we thank you. All right, now back to the gameplay. We hit another level up. Joe, any spell suggestions for the next level?
Why are you stroking off Joe's mage obsession this hard? This is some top-tier glaze, Barack.
Donald, some people wanted to see how we build our Mage Hawk, since the spell mechanics of 2 are different from Origins, and how you play on Nightmare is far different from the other difficulty.
See, if we went rogue, we wouldn't be having this problem. We just go right into the precision tree and archery skills.
Well, actually, Archers in 2 have a more complex build than you would think, Donald. Either way, we would be stuck with some difficulty, but go on, Joe, what were you saying?
So Barry, you're going to want to go Horror for the Ogre fight. Horror got a major buff in 2. It's hardly ever resisted now, and its stun time is far longer compared to Origins. Considering most fights have a mini-boss now, it also just helps to take out the potent threat, so you can easily clear all the ads without worry.
Well, let's see if you're cooking, Joe, or if you're pulling all of your game knowledge out of the same ass that writes your speeches.
Hey, my game knowledge was good enough for the tier list, it will be good enough here. Also, it wouldn't be an early BioWare game if we didn't lose one companion. Pretty crazy BioWare decided it should be our sibling, though that's some devious work.
Make her give me strength.
It sets the theme well that unlike the hero of Jobadon Hawke, doesn't really get a happy ending in this game. The most he can get is some friends and a waifu to share the struggle together. Besides that, this game is going to kick him in the nuts a lot.
I wonder how many people thought Aveline was going to be the temporary companion that gets killed before the tutorial ends. I imagine BioWare threw her in this early as a bait and switch. Holy shit though, is this the most bitch-made ogre the Darkspawn have ever spawned in? This thing hasn't grabbed a single opponent like a chew toy, and it only got one attack off before being perma-stunned.
Yeah, that's kind of the main strategy for most fights in the game. Usually there's one big threat and everything else is just to add to overwhelm you. This fight isn't over, though, when the ogre ends Barry, so focus up.
Don't worry, Joe, I know about the second wave, which is why I'm probably going to have our two warriors both drink potions so that we don't get overwhelmed. My best suggestions besides that is to kite the horde back and get them funneled into a corner, which is ironically a strategy I've only had applied to late-game Origins.
Looks like Nightmare in 2 has its own form of strategy to it, although it doesn't seem like it's strategic for the right reasons, more like, because the enemies are health sponges and a single friendly fire shot can cost the run.
Yep, you've hit the nail on the coffin here, Donald, which is why if we are going to play on Nightmare, we are going to take full advantage of all the DLC items and equipment that we can to even us out with the game. Dragon Age 2 on Nightmare is definitely the most difficult of the 4 games to play, and I imagine each of us is going to rack up a handful of deaths. Not in Episode 1, though, that would just be sad.
So are we playing for anything in this run? Because our romance is already set in this game, and I don't think our Veilguard choice should be affected by how we play in Dragon Age 2.
Yeah, no Veilguard's competition is on pause until we come back to it in the future, but the exciting part about a new game means a new competition, and I've been cooking up a few new changes we can bring into the new year. I propose for Dragon Age 2, we keep a death tracker since bosses in Dragon Age 2 are less obvious to tell compared to Origins, and this game is going to be overall harder than Origins in terms of deadlier encounters. The losers of this competition has to admit during the end of the series who the best romance in Dragon Age is. To all of our viewers, the winner obviously decides on who the best romance is.
Oh, I like that it makes it more personal, because it has to do with our waifus that should light a fire under our ass to clutch up.
Yeah, plus if Barack wins, he's gonna make us praise a sus choice like Zevran or Solace. So Joe, we have to work together here to make sure that doesn't happen.
Why would I do that? In fact, Barry, shouldn't Donald's 5 deaths in Origins count towards the competition?
I will literally throw you out the window next week, Joe.
Oh, well, that's announcement to Joe. In addition to the death competition in this game, we will have an overall Dragon Age death competition for all 3 games, and the winner will get to play the Trespasser DLC, which allows that president to close up several major decisions as well as they will. Make some of the few canon choices that make it into Veilguard.
Wait, how the hell is that fair? I want to punch the egg, and that means I'm already starting off at a -5 disadvantage here. This shit is rigged.
Well, then you better be a true gamer and clutch up like you always claim you do, Donald, because consider yourself fairly worn now. What's the last announcement, Barry?
The third one is relevant to all of us. At some point during the mid-season of our series, our editor is going to make a President's Death compilation of all the games we are currently playing. So now our failures will be shown for the posterity of our viewers, so you better focus up.
Jesus Christ, 2025 is not off to a great start. Even out of office, you 2 Democrats are screwing me. It doesn't matter though, because if Mommy Morrigan's honor is on the line, then I'm already destined to clutch this W. I'm calling it now for all of the viewers.
Well, that's the most difficult fight of the opening out of the way. I should be good for now.
Yeah, but Bethany got King Kalen it, unfortunately. And now I can officially be pissed that we have Carver instead of the much better sibling, which I know at least 50% of the player base is more destroyed about than Mama Hawke is.
You know, I get our mom is grieving, but Bethany died in a cutscene before we even had a chance to react. I don't see how this was really our fault. Feels like there could have been more done here to instill some guilt in us, because now I'm more annoyed at Mama Hawke blaming us than I am sad over her death.
Well, looks like we have one last stretch of combat to get through, but we just have to survive. We don't have to finish it, so let's take a page out of Mama Hawke's book and funnel them through this side passage here.
But that means they have the high ground, Obama. You're about to get cooked. Also, did Mama Hawke just shoulder check her way through the horde that's based as hell?
Don't underestimate my power. I've got them in my sights, Donald.
Okay, we should probably chill with the Star Wars references before we ruin the vibe. Also, look, the fight is already over. Although don't ask me what the hell triggers the end of the fight, because 30 playthroughs later I still don't know.
Wait a minute, what the hell? I already killed you in Origins. Why are you here, Grandma Mythol?
Nope, canonically the destruction of Loithering happens during the completion of the first main army recruitment quest. In our world, POTUS is probably taking a nap by the Fade Demon in the Circle Tower as this is going on.
So the sequence of events in our world by Flemma's perspective is she flies Hawke all the way to Guerin then. As soon as she gets back, POTUS pulls up and kills her. That's a rough week for Mythil. I feel kind of bad.
Now screw her. If I had to choose between her and Mommy Morrigan, the choice isn't even a choice. That being said, since Mommy Morrigan isn't here, I only have one word for her new look. Humana, 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 humana.
Well, what have we here?
Apparently all it takes for Donald to fold is for someone to make a Morrigan reference. Given what we know about the Darkspawn origins being tied to the elven gods, I wonder if Fleema saving POTUS and pulling up to save Hawke isn't a personal vendetta against the elven pantheon.
Well, saving POTUS probably was personal, but saving Hawke was more so just for insurance to save her own skin. The fact Hawke always honors this deal, though, shows no matter how you're playing Hawke, they have some honor in their word. It also shows that 2 is a bit of a railroad, but we can cover that later.
Looks like our Ferelden Templar has another skill issue that they should have been protected by. Just cast Cure Disease on yourself, bro. It's not that hard.
Donald, this is not Dungeons & Dragons. Just because Templars have Smite doesn't mean they get all the cleric spells too. Their fancy maker armor doesn't protect them from the blight.
Which is why it was a massively bad idea to try to use Templars to defeat the Darkspawn too. Just like the werewolves, they are all about to get tainted by the blight.
Only the terrible ones, the rest will be fine. It was survival of the fittest in the 5th blight, and the base Templar POTUS was at the top of the pecking order.
Well, at least that is one thing we can agree on also. Are you setting us up for a purple Hawk Run Barry, your kind of 80-20 on purple versus blue options so far?
I just like male Hawk's sarcastic lines being honest. I think the actor nailed sarcastic Hawke really well. I usually tend to mix up how I play depending on the roleplay reason, so I'm never set in just one way.
Good, because Red Renegade Hawke is the most efficient way to play. We don't have to deal with bullshit, and we get plenty of interrupts to easy, clear encounters.
Well, I guess our Hawk is just going to have to battle with all 3 voices in his head at once. Speaking of voices, Fleema's voice actor is one of the better talents, and 2, she doesn't shine as much in Origin since we had goddamn Simon Templeman, Claudia Black, and Tim Curry in the mix. But in 2, her voice actor stands out as one of the more professional ones.
Her voice actor would be Kate Mulgrew, most well known for her role as Captain Janeway in Star Trek Voyager, and she definitely stands out as one of the stronger voice talents in Dragon Age.
Imagine watching any Star Trek past the original or Next Generations. Couldn't be me.
If you haven't, you should. Star Trek was a solid show up until the early 2000s, though I hear good things about Below Deck. And if you like Dragon Age, chances are you like Mass Effect as well, and I can safely say Mass Effect took strong inspiration from Star Trek and helps you watch both series with a new lens. But let's get back to Dragon Age, shall we?
So the fact that she can't do this herself means she knows she's about to get got by POTUS. Does that mean Flemeth has some future sight or something?
If she does, that means POTUS outplayed her future sight with his own, because she definitely didn't know that I'm him.
It's more likely Flameth knows her own daughter and what she would do when she read the grimoire. I don't think it's a coincidence that she just happened to lose the grimoire to the Templars and then talk up a storm about it to Morrigan. More than likely, she planned all of this in order to make Morrigan stronger, even if it meant she would get temporarily game ended. Also looks like Flameth noticed Aveline didn't have enough recent trauma, so now we have to take out her husband.
Careful, Barry. If we take him out ourselves, people will claim we are taking away his right to choose and that we are immoral or some shit. Who cares if he's literally begging for it? He might be too delirious to answer.
Well, just like the Flameth situation, I'm sure someone in the comments will come for me about it, but we take out anyone dying from the blight that we can't immediately cure with the Grey Warden joining here. Everything from Ruck to Wesley has shown us that blight poisoning is a fate far worse than death. It's like the pain of cancer, mixed with the fact you can become a zombie that joins the horde eventually and harms others.
Yeah, which is why the architects plan to blight everyone in major cities so they are all dark spawn and there can be peace is goddamn insane. Everyone on Earth would either be dead or become a blighted cancer zombie.
I know we are sitting here debating this, but the fact is there isn't really much of a choice here. No matter what option we pick, Wesley is going to be put down before succumbing to the blight. Honestly, it feels like the writers are showing the only proper response to someone being blighted is to put them down.
That's a good point, but honestly, I think 2 has a problem with giving players choices as a whole. We had no choice over our siblings dying to the ogre, and now we only get to choose if Aveline puts him down, or we do it for her. Not much variety here, boys, as opposed to Origins, where we sometimes had binary choices, but we also had decisions that could lead to tens of different outcomes.
I've been adamant about this for years, but the sibling choice should have been left to the players instead of determined by class. I get it's a balancing choice to guarantee you have a mage in your party, but it wouldn't have been the worst thing since you can get Merril and Anders fairly early in Act 1 anyway. Carver leaving to join the Templars could have been explained by him, just being an asshole and wanting to one-up you if you didn't take him to the deep roads as well.
I never considered the sibling a full member of the squad anyway. They're more of a temporary companion and not nearly as fleshed out as everyone else. Carver here is barely affected by our sister's death either, and that's their whole twin.
Honestly, Carver here earns the award for most emotional male sibling to exist. We brothers could have their family annihilated, and we still are just here like the chill guy meme.
Still, despite saying that I will still let Aveline make the choice herself.
You can give your justification and I will give mine. I'm taking him out because him being alive is a disgrace to the strong Templar order, and as long as we let him in the club, the robes will think they can get away with blood magic and free will typical bullshit.
Jesus Christ, Donald Aveline is having an old Yeller moment. Can we put aside the mage hate for 5 minutes and press F in chat like proper men of culture?
Don't tell me what to do. That being said, fine, I will give the big girl her moment.
So Aveline is now a bad time to point out that you're single if you ever need someone to vent your frustration out on. I am more than willing, my dear.
Jesus Christ, I forgot how down horrendous you are when it comes to muscle women. Barack, don't make me get the hose.
You are the last one to be clowning me, Mr. Swedish. And besides, either you watch me ask Cassandra to crush me or ask Aveline to throw me around, but you can't have it both ways. I'm allowed to have my needs same as the rest of you. In fact, given everything I put up with in Origins with you two, I think I've earned it.
Well, it doesn't matter because we are locked into Merril in this playthrough anyway, boys.
My interactions with Aveline have no impact on your relationship with Merril, Joe. I can promise you that much.
Yes, same for my daily interactions with Isabella in the corner of the Hanged Man.
Guys, are we really about to pass our Hawke around like the town pump? I mean, that's probably appropriate for how chaotic our squad is about to be. But I still feel weird about it.
I really wouldn't worry about it, Sleepy. And speaking of romance, isn't Guerin your boyfriend Loghain's territory, Barack?
That it is, and this is essentially the last time I get to talk about it, so I might as well while Varric sets the scene. Guerin is directly east of Ostagar and is the land Merrick gave to Loghain for his service in the Orlesian War. This is also where he raised Enora with his wife. Guerin, unsurprisingly, doesn't do well after Loghain is either killed or shipped off to the Wardens. It became largely overwhelmed by darkspawn during Loghain's regency, and after the 5th Blight, the land could be handed over to the hero of Ferelden if they ask for a title with riches, or is left otherwise unmanned, likely falling to the leadership of the crown. The last thing we know about Guerin is sometime after the Landsmeet Loghain's home is raided by Ferelden citizens and completely looted, including the armor he fought in the Ferelden Rebellion in.
You know, I'm starting to think letting Loghain survive was the harder punishment, because now he has to live in Orlais, where he hates everyone while the country he served back home actively hates him back.
He still gets to live, and with a Grey Warden buff, that's a better life than the snake deserves. Not that we have to worry about that now, because now we are in the land of repeating maps and mage oppression, Kirkwall.
That's where their ship landed, with all the rest.
Whoever the Minister of Tourism for Kirkwall is needs to be fired immediately, because who the hell decided to keep the Tevener slave statues in the sea entrance of the city, and said city is quite literally called the City of Chains?
Well, we are about to not only clean up the city, but become its hero, too. They just have to let us in first.
I assure you, no matter how hard you try, Kirkwall is still practically the omega of the Dragon Age world. There's no cleaning it up. All we can do is thrive and look out for number one.
I'd say you're a pessimist, but Kirkwall is already showing how little it cares about anything other than itself. The Blights are about to swallow the world up, and all this guy cares about is finding the quickest way to kick everyone out.
Of course you'd see it that way, Sleepy. Just look at our own borders. Kirkwall would be swallowed whole if your ass was in the Viscount seat.
Careful, Donald, that's dangerously close to real-life political content. Moving on, this is also our first showing of how bad the Circle Tower is in Kirkwall, and how strict things have become under Knight Commander Meredith.
Oh, boo-hoo, a mean Templar man threatened me, so I better go blood sacrifice my 5-month-old baby so I can cast a bigger fireball at him. The mages in Kirkwall asked for it. Just look at what they are wearing.
Yeah, because a few mages do that. Let's just make them all tranquil, right? It's not like the Templars aren't also corrupt and do things like break their oath, abuse mages unnecessarily, and even try to take over the city.
I won't hear any of your mage propaganda. The Templars are just hard-working and respected soldiers. There's no conspiracy here.
Well, Donald, that just isn't true. There is far less separation of church and state than you would think. The Viscount and City Guard might appear to the common people as running the city, but the Templars outvote them in every regard and are the real people in charge here. The only other person the Templars answer to is the Grand Cleric, something she never once actually uses.
We might be getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but in short, Donald is wrong.
False in short, the Templars are right, and every mage is a blood mage until proven otherwise.
Are mages imprisoned here?
Well, no more than anywhere else. It's a circle of magi now. Magic is to serve man, not rule him.
I just realized they called him Captain, as in this guy is the captain of the guard right now. Isn't Jevon supposed to be the guard captain?
Yes, this dude is in the same position that Jevon and Aveline will one day fill. Apparently the captain of the guard in Kirkwall is just a heavily rotated position, and it's a miracle Aveline stays in that role as long as she does.
Tell me, how did your family escape Lothering? Almost everyone who hadn't fled.
My brother. If he wasn't with us, I don't think we'd be here.
Carver here already showing how much of an inferiority complex he has compared to us. Also, what the hell is with that one blonde guy bro's veins are popping out of his neck like that one meme dude?
I think those are tattoos, but the Switch graphics don't really do us any favors in figuring that out also. This whole scene reminds me of that Cake episode of Regular Show. These guys are really trying to Karen their way into Kirkwall.
Too bad Dragon Age doesn't have smartphones. This crash out would have really done numbers. Let's show them how a charmer gets things done north of Ferelden.
This scene is extra funny because all bro said was he would go get gambling for us, but he's so damn pissed all he thought was that we are getting in, and he isn't, and he thinks he's about to take over the city with his shitty pirate group too. This has to be one of the most pathetic enemies in the series.
Well, I don't know about that the starving peasants that jumped POTUS trying to claim his bounty might win that award Donald. Hell, I think there are several fights in Origins where peasants attack you wielding kitchen knives.
Well, I think it's about time we wrap up, boys.
Joe, what the hell do you mean? This is a Dragon Age video. We have plenty of time.
Oh, sorry, I got so used to being on Dead Space Time, I forgot how much longer these videos are.
Can't be too surprised he tried to dip out early. He did it all last year.
Eat a dick.
Ah, that was a skill issue on your part, Joe. But before these guys have a word with the manager, let's pull up and help out the guard captain as a retirement present.
They just got here. That's it.
Bro, come on, that was not at all what he said. He's just going to bring our uncle here.
Quick, whip out your smartphones. He's about to threaten to call the Better Business Bureau.
Oh, hell yeah, finally some unique Dragon Age 2 bangers. We've had so many OG Origins tracks, I'm happy for the change. You wouldn't know by listening to the game, but 2 actually has almost as many unique tracks as Origins. It's just they play the Origins themes far more.
Well, both of them are composed by Enon Zur, so the soundtrack fits either way. Also, this fight is about to be over quick. Unlike the ogre fight, there's no real boss here, and we have an immortal guard captain on our side. Also, I know you called these guys pirates earlier, Donald, but these are actually Ferelden deserters who likely fled Ostagar the same time we did, and that's why they are more confident in trying to cut their way into the city.
Was desertion a really big issue in the Fifth Flight? Because besides that Blackstone Irregulars quest, and that one dude in Ostagar, I don't remember it being this much of a problem. But here we have a whole squadron of guys who just dipped out of their duty.
Well, to be fair, that's a Ferelden army problem, and we were busy recruiting mostly non-Ferelden soldiers to fight the Blight. Most of Daenerys' soldiers got clapped up by the Blight anyway if they didn't die at Ostagar, so I don't think anyone is going to miss these guys if they aren't even able to handle Hawke at level 1.
I don't think most things can handle Hawke even at level 1, Donald. If Hawke had access to the same specializations as the Warden did, yeah, I'm pretty sure he could have leveled the city if he wanted to. I mean, what the hell would these guys do if Hawke could casually warp in and out of the Fade to avoid damage?
Arcane Warrior would have worked perfectly in this game since combat is so much more fast-paced and feels like it was made with melee in mind. Similarly, Inquisition would have worked for Arcane Warriors since it goes hand in hand with mastering the mark. Bro could have sent others into Fade while simultaneously warping in and out of the Fade himself. Anyways, good shit, finishing the fight Barry.
Yeah, I love putting on a show for dozens of bystanders who just watch 3 people murk like 24 soldiers. Thank God these soldiers had a Karen moment, though, because otherwise we would be sitting here for weeks before getting deported back to Ferelden anyway.
Well, that wouldn't have been the worst thing to happen. I imagine POTUS is halfway towards kicking the Blight in the nuts anyway. and we could use a few more abled hands.
Kind of crazy that there's thousands of Ferelden's who weren't able to get into Kirkwall to escape and probably spent 90% of the fifth blight just traveling from ship to ship. I wonder what happened to those guys anyway.
I don't know, but imagine telling your grandkids when they ask where you were during the fifth blight that you were just hiding away on ships the entire time. Also, I know it may not look like it, but it's 3 days later, and we are still waiting for the guard captain to find our uncle.
This game does some wacky things with time. It reminds me of that failed Feywild plot George put us through in our D&D campaign, when suddenly it's been a year later. Sometimes it works when it comes to our companions, but losing years of time with only casual suggestions as to what we were doing just doesn't do it for me.
And yet somehow, this is your favorite game in the series, Sleepy. Make it make sense. What the hell were we doing for food and water for 3 days since we are broke? I mean, did we start going Donner Party in here?
I know it's hard to imagine going 3 hours without McDonald's, but I promise you no one resorts to cannibalism that early. Besides, I'm sure we found something for food. We have a few coppers on us. Unlike our broke-ass Uncle Gamlin here.
I can't bring myself to hate Gamlin, our mother and siblings, certainly act like he's a terrible person, but I think he's just someone who shouldn't be trusted with money and is emotionally immature. While annoying, since video games are supposed to be an escape, his character is very realistic. If you're telling me you don't have someone in your family like Gamlin, you either have a very small family or you're lying. While we're on that topic, I always found it weird that our mother calls Gamlin set up slavery, but it's something Hawke volunteers to do to get his family safely in Kirkwall. Also, I'm fairly certain they pay us something for our work since we start off with a little bit of income and new equipment after the time skip.
As a businessman, I can assure you that whatever Hawke agreed to was more akin to indentured servitude than slavery. Besides, our bosses may be assholes that do shady shit, nothing about them gives me the impression they were horrible. Besides, the servitude beats what other Fereldans are doing.
Again, if they wanted us to think this setup was so horrible, they should have had the player play it sort of like a playable story where we can make some choices and get an idea of what our life is like before setting us off on the main quest, one might say our origins.
A playable origin story, Joe, that could be different depending on what we choose. Man, no one would want to play that. Please take your meds.
Let's find them and see what they have to say.
Evelyn, what was the point of you making a fuss over not letting other people incur debts on your behalf, but then you're going to let us do it for you anyway?
It's called common courtesy, Donald, and besides, I imagine Aveline, as a guard, helped us several times while we were on the take since both jobs had an illegal shade to them anyway. Either choice gets us what we want, and the only difference is one side quest in Act 1. So how about we have some fun with this and get the most gold possible?
You had me at most gold possible, Barack. I don't even care how nerdy and optimal this shit is about to be as long as more money is involved.
I promise you, though, Donald, most of that money is going to go towards health potions for us. I think I know what you're doing, Barack, but let the people at home in on it, will you?
You got it, Joe. So viewers, like I said, there's no story or gameplay difference between the smugglers or mercenaries besides one quest. So what we are going to do here is hit up the smugglers first and do things a certain way that causes us to fail the smugglers quest and be forced to work with the red, iron mercenaries instead.
You know, one reason the sibling is class dependent is because both the smugglers and mercenaries are interested in having an apostate on their side, and that's why they are willing to invest a lot of money towards bribes to get all of us in the city. That might be the best reason for why one mage needs to be here for the prologue. I can't see these guys investing all this money into 2 average soldiers.
Bullshit, Hawke is definitely not an average soldier, and Carver, as much as I hate him, is at least an Ostagar veteran. If he was just average, he wouldn't be on the squad. Besides, Gamlin over here is a professional liar. I'm sure he could come up with some kind of lie to talk us up and get us recruited.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Donald. There can always be a reason, especially if the purpose is to give players impact in their chosen playthroughs. I can think of a writing reason for almost any excuse we would need a mage to progress the story according to BioWare. But back to the story here, what we are going to do is ask this man for a bribe to leave him alone and not collect the full amount.
This situation feels kind of familiar for some reason. I can't put my finger on it, though.
It's almost identical to the situation in Loithering with that Tevinter merchant, except this time he's giving them bad pawn deals instead of price gouging on basic necessities.
Ah, yes, of course. The Sigma grind transcends borders. I like this guy. Do we have to screw him over? He's just trying to make it in this difficult economy. The elf said he's a friend of Templars too. Are we recruiting members of our squad?
Well, do you like him enough to not get a little money in our own pockets? Because that's what we are trying to do here.
Hang on, let's not go crazy now, we might be friends. But my biggest friend is my bag. And considering we're refugees, my friend definitely could use some uplifting. That being said, are we really able to take the bribe without repercussions? That seems too good to not be true.
The phrase is too good to be true, Donald, but to answer your question, absolutely not. The smugglers are going to ambush us for their get back in Hightown during Act 1. But that just means we get even more experience and money later on when we take them out. Best of all, that's not my problem anymore. That's either you or Joe's problem to deal with. I just did the setup.
Oh, so it's like that now. Barry, what happened to there not being any sides?
The only side I'm on is the content train, especially doing paths that some players might not have seen before. Besides, I got us more gold to spend on resources that you all are going to use. The least you can do is fight the Aftermath goons for me.
Well, Joe, let's see who gets ambushed by it. Obama has made it clear that it's every man for himself in Dragon Age 2, so it's time to nut up and lock in. This quest does remind me of the smuggling quest on Noveria in Mass Effect 1. You can either carry out the smuggling job as intended, or you can screw over your employer, which ends up with you getting jumped later for more bodies and loot. Classic BioWare quest design, if you ask me, that's what it's all about.
Never thought of it that way, but good point. BioWare really loves setting us up to get ganked when we don't do our job right. However, I prefer people jumping us to people asking us to do push-ups when we don't do what the writers want us to do. Also, the Red Irons basically bounce around harassing and killing different nobles in Ferelden, don't they? We are less amoral mercenaries and more so just political muscle.
Yeah, sadly, even in video games, we can't escape the political game, boys, but the Red Irons help showcase just how much Orlesian influence is still in Kirkwall's nobility system, as hiring mercenaries to take out rival families or nobles they disagree with is similar to how the game is played in Orlais. It's a detail showed more blatantly later, but early on it's more subtle in showing how much control and influence Orlais has over the free marches.
I mean, hell, even their ruler, the Viscount, is an Orlesian title. And more than half the nobles we meet are Orlesian. What the hell is with all the damn Orlesians in Kirkwall? The fantasy French have to pollute everything outside the great nation of Ferelden.
Well, Kirkwall, just like Ferelden, was under Orlesian occupation for some time, although it's not confirmed if the Orlesian occupation was as overbearing and contentious as it was in Ferelden. We don't have any records of the same incidents we see in Ferelden, like with the case of the Black Marsh. Orlais formally took over after a Chevalier freed Kirkwall from Cunari rule and was appointed as the first Viscount. The Orlesian Empire also established the city guard in the same style as Orlais city guard. Because Kirkwall is also a port city, so it's likely many noble trade families in Orlais moved to Kirkwall to oversee their businesses. Eventually, Kirkwall declared its independence, but it kept the title of Viscount and the city guard that was already established. Unlike Ferelden, it seems Kirkwall didn't exile Orlesian nobles either, which is why we see the game being played in the city even 100 years later in Dragon Age 2.
So Kirkwall, just like Ferelden, has only been independent for about 100 years, which isn't that much longer than Ferelden, if you think about it. Yet people look at the Ferelden refugees as if they are some backwater plague, which I guess they also get from their Orlesian roots. You would think they would be on the same side more often, though. Also, that fight was harder than the Ferelden deserters too so good shit clearing at Barry. And we got a level out of killing him, too.
Experience and a third level up are not too bad for your first moves, Barack. I see we are grabbing more non-damaging spells, another common mage L in the books, but at least you didn't ask Joe for help this time.
Well, I can figure a few things out on my own, Donald. Believe it or not, I have played this game on Nightmare a few times. Hex of Torment has the same general strategy as Horror. It takes a major threat out of the fight so you can focus on clearing the ads, which is the ideal strat. But with all that's said and done, we finished the prologue, and now we can once again enter the world of Dragon Age, boys, to put on the mantle of champion.
Yeah, and we are going in as an illegal robe and an asshole brother who is going to bitch at us constantly instead of a sweet sister and a badass warrior. But just like Hawke, I'm going to play with the hand that was dealt and make the most of it as every based human should.
Oh man, it took us almost 50 minutes for the human supremacy to start up by Donald. I wonder if that will be a trend.
Unless we really have to.
If only Bethany were here with us. And Wesley.
Well, we're off to a fantastic start. Let's see what else this city has in store.
Also, that line by Hawke was really cheesy, but I'm also excited to see what the city has in store for us.
Oh yes, sarcastic Hawke is really cheesy with the lines, but the voice actor delivers it with such joy. and it's overall just part of the charm of the character. Anyway, we have one more gorgeous book narration by Varric to take us into Act 1 proper. We are also about to get a full party of 4 again, too.
Getting a full party in Episode 1 is crazy. It took us till Episode 3 in Origins to get a full squad, and just as long in Veilguard 2. Something tells me Dragon Age 2 is going to be a lot more fast-paced.
It definitely is going to be quicker. They are showing that by rapid firing all these plot points at us about the Qunari and Meredith in one scene. I'm not sure how long this series will be, but definitely don't expect a 30-hour 3-part movie this time. Viewers, Inquisition, though, is a whole different ball game.
Jesus, I don't even want to think about how we are going to handle Inquisition's open world. We are either going to have a Hinterland special episode, or just start doing a supercut of the game, like in our other Origins video.
Most importantly, that's when I first met the champion.
Oh my God, there she is, boys, the most base Templar to ever exist, and who is not responsible for any scandals or deaths, as she did nothing wrong.
Oh boy, Double D, we are absolutely not dealing with this bullshit today. Let's just focus back on Varric and his brother, who absolutely cannot be related by blood to him, Bartrand.
Bartrand's an ass, but at least he is all about business. I can never fault a man for that unless they betray me. Having said that, fuck this guy. Wasn't there some tidbit of lore you have on Bartrand, though, Barack?
Yeah, it's too bad you missed my special episode with Golems of Amgrak to learn about it, asshole. But that being said, maybe there are some viewers who haven't seen my special episode, so for you, the viewers, I will happily dispense some more lore. So Bartrand was engaged to a lady Rella Dace, a member of the Dace family who we met in Origins. House Dace shortly after began an expedition to rediscover the lost Taig of Amgrak and the lost knowledge of Golems within. We explored and discovered the history of the Taig during the Golems of Amgrak DLC. This expedition was largely funded by Bartrand, likely due to his engagement with Lady Dace at the time, but the Taig was buried and nothing of value was recovered, which burnt a large hole in Bartrand's pocket. This is likely why Bartrand needs an investor to get this expedition off the ground, and why he has been pawning off everything of value he owns in order to fund it. Also, in case you were wondering, Lady Dace broke off the engagement with him because of his obsession with funding this expedition.
Bro lost his bag and his girl. I would be pissed off too. Valid crash out if you ask me. Bro is probably one drink away from making a dramatic social media story post.
I guess we should be thankful House Dace's expedition went south, otherwise Bartrand would have the knowledge to make flesh golems, or even worse, Hawke wouldn't be able to squeeze into the expedition and make his name on the world.
I don't think that's worse than Harvester's getting out Joe, but given the relevance of this expedition on the greater lore of the series, Hawke's involvement was absolutely pivotal towards making it happen.
What the hell? Who said this poor could touch me? Secret Service, assemble, your Lord Emperor needs you.
First of all, Donald, don't pull that shit yet. We still have one more week, and by God, we are using it. Secondly, here comes the man, and more importantly, the woman, who needs no introduction, Varric, Tethras, and Bianca.
Rest in peace, Bianca. No matter how you rank the Dragon Age games overall, we can all safely admit that Varric is in our top 10 companions, and we owe his involvement in the series largely to Dragon Age 2. Plus, this is the game he truly shines in even more than Inquisition.
Goddamn, Joe, you were cooking until you fumbled right at the end there. Inquisition. Varric is just as based, and we should be honored he is already scouting Hawke right now. My only question is, how come Varric is based and can see what Hawke brings to the table, and yet still is related to Bartrand, who doesn't have a loyal bone in his body?
Well, Varric and Bartrand have almost nothing in common besides James Bartrand was born in Orzammar to nobility before his father got them exiled, and Varric was born in the surface after the exile. To call them brothers would almost be inaccurate, since shortly after Varric was born, his father died, and Bartrand became the new head of the house on the surface when he was only a preteen. Varric grew up always having Bartrand in charge and keeping him out of trouble with the Carta and Merchants Guild, so it's easy to say they grew up in entirely different circles.
Varric's mom was also an alcoholic too, so it is really unsurprising that he fits right in with the rest of our squad. I'm pretty sure family issues are a prerequisite to join the squad. Also, if we need about 50 gold, then that means we need to find at least 2 large rocks of lyrium and sell them, and we will be set for life.
Looks like Bartrand was in the wrong dwarf industry. The lyrium smugglers are making millions while he's struggling to come up with 50 gold. Wait, come to think of it, Hawke is in the wrong industry too, considering how long it takes him to make 50 gold himself. We need to do like 5 or 6 quests to make that much money.
Despite the main quest being all about making money, the first act in Dragon Age is one of the strongest acts in the series as a whole. Every quest, whether it be a main quest or a side quest, blend together perfectly, This does, of course, lead to some quests feeling like an unnecessary railroad when you find out you have to complete them, but we will go over each of those when we get to them. For now, how about we recruit Aveline, pick up some free items from the Black Emporium in our home, and begin to wrap up for this episode?
That would be fair. We've already finished the entire prologue and got our full party of 4. That's a productive episode as far as I'm concerned. And you're about to equip us for Donald's episode 2.
Wait, hold on. I want to recruit Isabella in my episode. And isn't there some kind of prerequisite quest for that? I want Isabella to be the first thing the viewers lay eyes on next time. So go ahead and help a brother out, Obama.
First off, not your brother, and second, the requirement to recruit Isabella is recruiting Anders, so I would have to tackle that whole Templar fight, which is historically annoying as a mage Hawke.
Oh, what, you're not up to the challenge all of a sudden, Barack? You just want to have an easy episode and leave all the difficulty to Daddy Donald and Joe?
Honestly, I'm on board with Donald here. Not just because Isabella will be pure neuron activation for next episode, but Anders is a really useful companion to get as early as possible for Nightmare. The sooner we can get haste, the better anyway for all of us, Barry.
I'm going to tell you right now, I have no intention of using that healer robe if I don't have to. I just really want my pirate waifu with us as soon as possible. And since someone at BioWare fell asleep at the wheel and made her connected to Anders' quest, then that's the way it has to be.
I think they did it, so you have to talk to Varric the first time you come into the Hangman without getting distracted by tits. But yeah, Barry, might as well do the setup, otherwise we might forget later ourselves.
Fine, in the interest of proving you wrong, Donald, and being a good teammate, I will pick up Anders, but I'm going to need to fully equip the party first, and that includes my girl Aveline here, who's all grown up and in the guards.
Aveline.
Hello, Hawke.
Damn, after I dragged you out of the Darkspawn Horde and got you where you are, that's all I get?
Don't worry, Donald, my girl is about to give us some lucrative work.
Yeah, and she even has our first companion quest for us, which is one of the more important ones to do for the story since it makes her guard captain.
Despite this being important to the story, it isn't a main quest. If you don't take care of this with her, she will hire other mercenaries to investigate her captain and prove his corruption. It's one of the few side quests that has an alternative path if you don't do it, probably because Aveline being captain is essential to the story of Act 2.
I'll let one of you tackle her quest. I don't care enough about the big girl since I want to recruit the more base party members next time. The city guard seems to be a goddamn revolving door of corrupt captains. I wonder if the first captain got kicked out for taking bribes and letting in too many Ferelden refugees in.
They never say why they kicked him out, but given how much the nobles dislike Ferelden, I wouldn't be too surprised. Also, it makes sense you don't want to promote Aveline as captain of the guard Donald Ewald. And Jeevan were far easier to take bribes, and I imagine, given your situation, that's appealing to you.
Jevan would sniff out Donald as a little too close to a Ferelden and probably add on extra charges. Bro is corrupt, but he's also patriotic and a proud Kirkwaller.
Money is the universal language, Barack, and believe me, no matter the homeland, we will start speaking the same language.
It'd be interesting to see what vice Jevan would go towards first. Well, you might love Aveline Barry, and I appreciate her loyalty to Hawke, but that doesn't mean I don't have a few problems with her, mostly looking at the fact that here she is disobeying orders and going over her superiors to do some good, but then she says she doesn't trust Carver to be a guard for. The same damn reason.
If I can run some defense for Aveline here, I think that is less her being a hypocrite and more so her underestimating Carver's abilities as a soldier and as a person. That being said, as much as I love Aveline, it's a constant problem we will see with her either overly trusting her guards or not being confident enough in herself politically to take action and fire her guards.
That's fair. I guess doubting Carver is on brand for everyone in the squad. Still, it sucks that no matter what choice you make for Aveline, it ends up not having an impact on how she runs things as guard captain. Sure, you can decide if she stays the captain of the guard or if she leaves, but you can't help her make changes for better or worse.
Yeah, Aveline is one of the companions who has far less impact on how her story plays out, especially compared to, say, Merril or Isabella.
I would almost say Aveline becoming Viscount doesn't even make sense given what we see from her in this game.
Hang on, I wouldn't say that now. Let's not go crazy.
Jumping the broom, Sleepy, let's move on before this changes to Presidents over Analyzed Dragon Age 2. So what setup are you trying to do, Barack?
Well, we have to unlock all the crafters, which means talking to them around all 3 districts of Hightown, Lowtown, and Darktown, so that we can start crafting poisons, runes, and potions from our house. We have to travel to Lowtown and Darktown anyway for the Anders quest, so this is on the way for us anyway.
All the crafters apparently work with us? because we helped them out while we were working for the smugglers or Red Irons. We don't know what we did for them, but for side characters like them, it doesn't really matter. Considering this is how in-depth crafting became in 2, it's no wonder nobody listed it as their favorite system. There's barely any collectibles and there's no skills anymore either. It's just throw money at one thing and get another, which makes the crafting more of a shop.
I usually prefer less filler in gameplay systems, but 2 could have benefited from skills on some level. I mean, even Inquisition had skills with the war table upgrades, but 2's only separate system is the personality system, and companion interrupts, and those only come up occasionally.
Well, your class also has impact on the interrupt system as well, but still including some skills like trap making, combat tactics, stealing and improving them instead of outright removing them, is always the preferable options. This is likely something that was scrapped in the interest of time, since stealing and trap making weren't statistically very popular.
I just realized they got rid of traps as early as Inquisition, didn't they? I know they were in Origins in 2, but they were missing in Inquisition, and Veilguard was even less likely to have them. Also, what are these NPCs gathering for? This is going to crash the game.
360 consoles are already catching fire just looking at this many NPCs clumped together. What the hell is Mount Daverus Barak?
This is our first instance of a import quest in 2 that only appears if you allow Brother Genitivi to join you in the temple and allow the brother to reveal the ashes are real, and don't corrupt the ashes as well with the dragon blood.
You mean the Dragon Chug Jug?
Yes, thank you, Donald, the Dragon Chug Jug. You also need to kill the High Dragon for this quest to appear. Since otherwise the expedition doesn't go well, you also can get this quest by choosing the Martyr preset import. As for what Mount Daverus is, I honestly have no idea. There's no mention of that mountain in any codex, which means this guy likely has no idea that the ashes were found in the Frostback Mountains, since no surprise, this guy isn't selling the actual ashes of Andraste.
Using the lyrium miracle ashes as Viagra is crazy work. What the hell would you even do to get that to work?
I assume you apply it to the impacted area, but I would ask Bill to confirm that he would know.
Let's hit up the Hangman for the first time.
The Hangman has to be one of the most iconic fantasy taverns in gaming. It might be a dive bar, but it's our dive bar.
I feel like most people just like it because of the theme and the fact the 2 best characters in this game, Varric and Isabella, hang around here. Hell, even our big bro Alistair chooses this spot if he gets exiled from Ferelden.
The Hanged Man is obviously a reference to the Hangman Tarot card, which is a common theme as companions in Inquisition, and Veilguard also have tarot card art styles. The Hangman also has several references to the bar from Cheers, which is likely what the writers took inspiration from when designing the bar. One of the references is, if you order 30 or more drinks from the Hangman over the course of the game, the locals will greet you by shouting Hawke, which is a reference to how people greet one of the primary characters, Norman Cheers.
Dope show, but I doubt most of our viewers are old enough to know what the hell that is. Obama. Speaking of unlikely characters appearing in Ferelden, here we have Anders, who just happened to show up here for no reason. Still can't believe the writers chose Anders over Valana. We could have had Valana and Isabella in the same part, but no BioWare couldn't let us be great.
Okay, facts, but to run some defense for Anders being here, I do have an explanation. Anders had a relationship with someone before joining the Grey Wardens, and when he got sent to the Kirkwall Circle, he just meant to stop by here to save him and leave with him. In fact, apparently when he was captured by the Templars in Awakening, he was trying to book a ship in Amaranthine to Kirkwall to go see him, but became a Grey Warden instead thanks to POTUS.
I mean, I could see it, but that sounds like an afterthought that they rewrote later, since Anders also came to Amaranthine to destroy his phylactery, and because he just likes escaping. Plus, if he was that pressed to free his boyfriend, why stay in the Wardens?
Yeah, I'm with Donald. There's definitely some holes in his story, but Joe is right about what is written in canon. We will get into Anders shortly, I promise. For now, let's deal with the Carta, shall we? The plan for these guys is the same as most bandits. We cast horror on the boss, then take out all the ads while he's stunned. A good strategy to note about Carta dwarfs is that they are weak to every type of element damage, but especially weak to cold damage. Cold damage actually received a large buff since both dwarfs and Qunari are weak to that element, and those are very common enemy types. While I'm taking out the unnamed Carta dwarfs, though, we do have a special shout out we want to give to one of our talented fans in the Fox Discord server, Donald. It's about dwarfs. So this one is all you big dog.
Absolutely. So shout out once again to Tigar in our Discord, which if you haven't joined yet, viewers, what are you waiting for? Link in the description. But Tigar here made a canon-ending scene to POTUS's journey, After slaying the archdemon, where we have POTUS, his big bro, Gorham, and Alistair, and Uncle Ogren, all sharing a drink in Tapsters when POTUS returns, triumphant as a new paragon. This is the most perfect dwarven visage I could think of to honor our playthrough, and we greatly appreciate this kind of support. We honestly love this kind of love for the channel, even as much as super thanks. So just know, you all are the best community a Dragon Age channel could ask for. All right, with the sappy shit out of the way, and the fake dwarfs owned while the real dwarfs have been praised, let's move on to our final bit of prep.
Well, before the prep, we have one final announcement we do want to give. Just like in Origins we can name our dog, and in light of recent news we can think of no greater honor than to name our faithful dog companion Carter after the fallen 39th president who passed away just a few weeks ago. He was an honorable friend to us presidents, and we know Carter will serve well as our best boy to Hawke as well.
Press F for Jimmy Carter. Yeah, can't say I blame him. 2024 was a wash on memes, with Hawke Tuah being apparently the biggest one. Plus, bro reached 100, which means he can't play with Legos anymore. I would have left too. But now with the last announcement given, we can get to the cheating. Since we have the Ultimate Edition installed, viewers, we have every single pack available, which means we can have tons of items that level with us, and will easily become the best weapons available with just a few exceptions. Honestly, I'm morally against using this much of a skill boost, but if this game is rigged, then I'm willing to use it.
If we were playing on normal or hard difficulty, I would feel differently about using all of these, but because we are playing on Nightmare, I'm more on board, since even if our Hawke is more powerful now, because of friendly fire, that power can be a double-edged sword if we are not careful. Even if we are on normal, I would still use the companion jewelry, since unlike Origins, almost all jewelry is mid, besides a few special items typically reserved for late game. We also get a few tombs to increase our attributes, and we have to stop at the Black Emporium to get our free items too.
Crazy that of all the lore points that have been forgotten over time, the Black Emporium is the one that stayed the longest, especially since in this game it's just a DLC shop that came with the pre-order of the game.
Yeah, but this shop is necessary since it has some of the coolest items in the game, and it gives you something to spend your money on, since there's only a few other shops that have good unique items, especially in the late game.
I'm surprised at the nuanced take, especially coming from someone who quite literally would swim in a pile of gold like Scrooge McDuck. If he was given the opportunity, I still remember you telling me you'd want to do that at the White House Christmas party, Donald.
Oh, what a man can't have hobbies.
Well, now that we got our 1 gold fee for killing dwarves, let's go track down our party healer.
Oh God, let's put on a face mask first. I don't want to catch poor...
The only time Donald will wear a mask is if there is possible poor people within a 1-mile radius of him.
Okay, calm down, ladies. Larian here has a bit of cut content to go through, as she is a relatively more well-off merchant who fled Ferelden during the Blight. Irene at one point had a quest tie-in to aid the Ferelden miners in finding work during Act 1 if you refuse to help Hobart get them back to work. It's also likely Lyrene had her own quest arc similar to the Mages Collective for helping refugees. It's also easy to miss, but she is a merchant in all 3 acts of the game, even having an armor upgrade for Anders in Act 2, and you can donate to her in Act 1 for extra experience, although it's very negligible.
Just like in real life, if the charity isn't enough of a tax write-off, there's no point in giving the handout. Also, Carver, I hear that mage comment. Are you calling me soft? Because I will break the soft part of your head so fucking fast.
I would be more on Carver's side. Having to duck from Templars when it's not his problem would get annoying. But then you realize Hawke does the same thing for Bethany with far less sass. Also, there's no way Anders would use a lantern instead of signaling his hideout with a bunch of cats or something.
Anders would do something goofy like that, but as we will see, this is not our Anders. Here comes one of our first companion interrupts. Although having diplomacy come from Carver is a surprising touch, bro acts like he only knows how to pick fights.
I'm amazed too. I always have Bethany here to do this scene for me, and her seeking a fellow mage as well as her wallflower attitude always made more sense for why this guy would back off. Either way, hell yeah, man, praise King Alistair, as it should be good to see some respect on our big bro's name.
Not seeing Alistair's impact as king after we spent almost a third of the first game traveling with him, and building him up has to be one of the biggest fumbles in the franchise. A 5-minute conversation with him in Act 3 was not at all enough. That, however, is a discussion that deserves its own video. For now, here's our last crafter, Tom Wise, who can make poisons and grenades for us. Once we get later into Act 2, these consumables will become essential to our survival, and thankfully, unlike Oblivion, we don't have a limit on how many consumables we can have active at once.
The potions and poisons last almost 30 minutes in real time, which means we only need about 2 of these per episode and we are golden. There's also a bomb in Act 2 that lets us instantly revive party members if Anders goes down in the fight. The only downside is right now all of these poisons are expensive as hell, and we need to save our coins for the expedition and some essential gear. But speaking of essentials, let's go meet our healer finally over an hour later.
Bro's magic looks like that decontamination wave in Mass Effect 1.
Stand by shore party decontamination in progress.
The healing magic is a lot more shiny in Kirkwall, thanks new engine.
Congrats, little Timmy, that Lego you swallowed was completely dislodged.
We will have you back on the street begging by Tuesday. Also, here's a bill for 5 million gold in administrative costs. Good luck, little guy.
Calm down, Anders Clinic is not run in America.
Bro is sensing our aura.
I have made this place a sanctum of healing and salvation.
Hello to you two, Anders. We have come to Parley Cats for maps. Press 1 for yes and pound for more options.
And here's example 1 that this is not our Anders from Awakening. Even if we were all wearing Templar armor and had handcuffs, Anders would have cracked some jokes and tried to act dumb.
Send you to bring me back. I'm not going. Those bastards made me get rid of my cat.
Who the fuck made you get rid of Sir Pounce-a-Lot? POTUS would like to have a word. We rescued that little guy from the rain, and he was an honorary member of his squad. POTUS would sooner give away vigilance than a squad mate.
That was definitely not POTUS. Remember, the epilogue confusingly says POTUS doesn't remain with the Wardens long, he just remains with the Wardens long enough. So that the Awakening squad all gets roles they are happy about, with the exception of Justice, who got gamed ended in the Vigils keep battle. Or so we thought. POTUS then goes off to find Morrigan something that is either happening right now in canon or has already happened. The first Warden must have heard about their Warden commander leaving his post to go find a goth girl and sent a New Orlesian detachment, which likely included a man named Stroud, who we will meet later.
The biggest benefit to sparing Loghain is we don't have to deal with that wet blanket Stroud outside of 2, since he won't even exist in Inquisition now.
Yeah, sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, Joe. He still is a goddamn traitor. Why does Anders sound different, by the way? Not just in what he is saying, but how he is saying it.
Well, in addition to Anders' personality and writer changing between the games, his voice actor also changes. In Awakening, he is voiced by Greg Ellis, who most notably voiced Cullen, and in this game, he is voiced by Adam Howden, who voiced Constable Aiden in Amaranthine and Silas from the Liana song. It's unknown why the voice actor changed, since it's clear Greg was very available to do voice work for Cullen in 2 and Inquisition, but I have a theory it may have been more of an, how do you say, moral objection.
Oh wait, are you talking about the great crash out of 2020, Barry?
Wait, what crash out? I wasn't paying attention. I sort of had an election to win, and I didn't think of rigging it like Sleepy did.
That's crazy cause Bro is a huge fan of you, apparently.
Well, I don't want to get too deep into it, but Greg Ellis was called out for many racist and homophobic posts and reposts he made, which is not uncommon in today's world, and even reposting a lot of your posts to Donald before you got deleted off Twitter. When he was called out about this, he handled it in about the most cringe way possible. He made a video where he pretended to be Cullen, and in his Cullen voice defended his actions and called everyone who disagreed with him woke bigots. He also loudly and publicly denounced BioWare and many of the staff members he had worked with during his time in Dragon Age. Because of all this and his loud opposition to LGBT content, it's possible he claimed a moral objection to playing Anders in 2, who has a very clear gay romance path, although that is just a theory.
Playing a Templar and reposting anything I said is based as hell, but role-playing a character to address criticism, I think Bro may have gotten too lost in the sauce. Granted, all his crash-out cost him is a spot in Veilguard, so doesn't seem like he was missing out on much.
Well, that's all we will get into about it now, but if you want to discuss it more, our Discord server is always open. Anyway, here's example 2 of how Anders is a different person. Not only did he not react to our joke there, but he casually mentions killing Templars and even asking for Knight Commander Meredith's head on a pike, rather casually, for something our Anders wouldn't do without at least 3 jokes in between.
Bro lost his cat and immediately became an edgelord. I'm sure some of us can relate. Also, getting sent off to Kirkwall after passing your harrowing has got to be the worst trade deal in the history of ever. I would take my chances fighting Darkspawn and the Wardens over that. Who the hell approved him going there? because I know it wasn't Irving.
Well, to be fair, it's implied that the Kirkwall Circle only became the worst place on Earth shortly after the Fifth Blight started Meredith's descent. It was a long affair, so when Carl was transferred, it's unlikely Kirkwall's reputation was as bad as it is by the time of 2.
Hanging with POTUS did not make Anders more observant. If Carl stopped sending letters back, how did you send word to him? And don't you think him not sending letters is a sign something more devious is going on?
To be fair, he spent a few months with POTUS, who cleared through everything in Awakening. Without issue, maybe Bro just thinks he is too big to fail. I mean, he survived the Battle of Vigil's Keep 2. I would think I'm goddamn immortal after that, too.
For now, there's a small codex entry in the center of the room that we can only grab here. Got to get that free lore and XP when we can.
I would be so pissed as Anders if I was planning a serious rescue mission. And the first thing my accomplice did is start rummaging through the books and back rooms for spare loot. Bro probably Googled the average Templar response time in Kirkwall just for us to dilly-dally anyway.
Well, no harm since, as we will see, Carl isn't going anywhere. Bro has something on his mind, or rather not on his mind.
That's fucked up, but not an inaccurate statement, unfortunately, despite passing his harrowing Carl here. Was made tranquil by everyone's most hated Templar in the series, Sir Otto, after he was caught with the letters Anders sent him.
And nothing of value was lost. You gotta make sure the robes don't get any smart ideas.
Donald, ain't no way you don't feel a little bad about this, ignoring the fact it's dishonorable as hell of the Templars to break the rules about tranquility that was Anders' man. What if it was Morgan on the other side of that lobotomy?
That's funny, as if any Templar besides POTUS could take my girl down also. Hello, my fellow Templar brothers. I'm your man on the inside, here to inform you I have captured this abomination to my left here, and he's... Oh shit, he's crashing out.
Are you working for these plate-armored murderers, you orange bitch? I think it's about time you learn some justice, starting with your 34 felony counts. So how about, for starters, I break a bone for each count you committed, fat ass?
Hey, is that one of the mods or something? Why did he say that?
To say what Donald, that's just justice's normal line before the combat starts. There is nothing weird about it.
Yeah, Donald, you seem scared or something. What's wrong? You look like me when a blighted dragon appears.
What the fuck is this, bro? You picked the wrong line. Sleepy Joe is 2 heads down. I'm not the one to deal with voices.
Nah, I picked the right number, bitch. Try any Templar bullshit in this playthrough, and you're going to wish I was just a blighted voice. Consider this your only warning, and next time you play Awakening, you make damn sure to give me and my boy Anders more screen time.
Donald, are you still role-playing or something? Who the hell were you talking to?
You know what? Nothing. I think I just had some indigestion caused by us fighting some hard-working Templars. Don't worry about it.
Well, the mix of pure crowd control and debuff on the 2 leaders still. Also, Anders, why did you put away your weapon?
Bro said you got this right. I need to take a small walk to clear my head.
This scene is what turned me into a full-blooded mage supporter. Tranquility has to be terrible if the second you are cured of it, you beg for death. So how does tranquility really work? Because it looks like just having a spirit nearby can reverse it, at least temporarily.
The process of tranquility is not entirely known, other than the fact that a lyrium brand is used on the head. It's likely this brand suppresses emotions and the connection to the fate of a mage. This does not make them technically immune to possession, but rather being made tranquil is the equivalent of bug spray to demons and spirits. Since demons desire humans and mages because of their emotions and experience. A tranquil mage is like an inanimate object to them, like a tree but worse, because at least trees don't resist being possessed. The cure to tranquility is to have a spirit touch the mind of the tranquil, which restores their connection to the Fade and likely repairs the brain damage the lyrium brand causes. This is why Carl is temporarily cured of tranquility, because Anders has a part of the Fade with him at all times. Like I said, those spirits and demons avoid tranquil and don't naturally go near them, so the only way to cure them is to have a medium or a spirit-sensitive mage, like Wynn actively convince the spirit to help the tranquil. The Seekers also have their own version of temporary tranquility, so they can gain the powers of being spirit-touched, but we will go over that much later.
So could we cure the tranquil by sending them into the Fade too?
Well, temporarily, yes, but this would be a terrible idea, unless your soul as the Fade is not a place you want to live. And once you leave, you go right back to tranquility. Back to the game here. The choice here doesn't matter, as Anders will kill Carl anyway, not wanting him to live like this.
Why do you look at me like that?
What a waste. That was valuable Circle property. You're taking out Anders. Who the fuck is going to enchant the Templar's weapon if you keep stabbing all the tranquils?
Donald, do you really feel nothing for this guy? He is living in a personal hell begging for death.
If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
You're not winning this argument. Joe Donald has sampled not only the Kool-Aid, but the whole 5-course meal. Let's just put Carl out of his misery here and keep it moving. Rest in peace, Carl. If only you could have held out a few more years, we could have permanently cured you.
I still think we should have taken out the abomination as well as the tranquil. One of these is a far bigger threat than the other.
Donald Anders was one of POTUS's squad mates. What would POTUS say?
POTUS wouldn't recognize this dude either, and understand what would need to be done as a proud Templar himself.
Well, honestly, Donald, you're not wrong. Now is the point where we should get into the real core of Anders' character here. The real reason Anders is no longer himself isn't just because of his new experiences in the Wardens or his new writer and voice actor. Anders fused with the spirit of justice that we met in Awakening. When he did that is unclear, as it's likely justice visited him after his death at Vigil's Keep, and Anders found a ritual to pull him from the Fade and fuse with him, so that he could not only have justice continue to live in the mortal world, the place he had grown fond of, but also to help Anders bring justice to the Circle and Templars who mistreat mages. This, however, caused Anders and Justice's minds to fuse, creating a being that is both Anders and Justice. This isn't a split personality issue. The default Anders is now a pure mixture of both their personalities. Sometimes Anders slips through the cracks, and when he gets especially angry, Justice slips out too. Because of this, calling this guy Anders is almost the same as calling Varric Bartrand. Just because they have similarities doesn't mean they are the same person. Therefore, as far as I'm concerned, this guy is Vengeance, and that's what I'm personally calling him from now on.
Kind of base, but I'm just going to call him Abomination or Healer Robe.
Well, I will just call him Anders. I still see a hint of old Anders in there. We just have to get him a cat again.
I can fix him ass mentality, Joe.
Well, with Vengeance recruited in the party, you are free to recruit Isabella at the start of next episode, Donald. But that's going to call it for my maiden voyage in Dragon Age 2.
Given the length of this episode, Dragon Age 2 episodes are probably going to be on the longer end, which I'm all for. This game deserves it.
Yeah, I'm sure you would say that. Well, viewers, next time I will head to the Hanged Man to recruit our pirate waifu and the rest of the squad as well, so get hype.
So, Joe, do you feel better now that we have moved away from the Veilguard voices and into 2?
Yeah, I haven't had a dark whisper in my head all episode, and that calling in my brain urging me towards 2 feels better than ever.
Well, that's good to hear, man. You deserve the break. I don't know what was going on with Donald earlier, but as long as it stays to one of you at a time, it's more manageable. Anyways, come on, man, let's go get some ice cream from the White House kitchen one last time for old time's sake.
Wait a moment, what be? A skill issue?
Peace among worlds viewers. It's your proper and precise appointed President Trump here to peruse the pirate waifus.
Well, before the gooning begins, if you're wondering why Aveline and Carver have different armor equipped, it's thanks to the armor diversification mod. Varric also has the Isaac's DLC armor, but that doesn't show up on him properly.
This does give us slightly better stats, so Donald should have an easier time, but we think it's worth it to showcase more of the cool armors in this game.
Oh boy, it's time, boys. I can smell it already.
Now you're speaking my language, Bill.
Wait, Bill, why are you here?
You know exactly why I'm here, Barack.
Shut up, Estimro. Oh my God. Jag tyckte mig höra den gamle mannen säga, lämna henne, Johnny, lämna henne.
Well, at least we got one episode before this started.
That dude is the same as me for real. If Isabella looked at me like that, she could get a full course combo finisher on me, if you know what I mean.
No, Bill, I'm pretty sure no one here knows what you mean. Also, I can't lie, this is a crazy feat from Isabella Girl didn't even need to use a weapon until the end.
Dragon Age 2 definitely fills in the role of girl bosses, just as well as Origins. Isabella does what she wants and looks good doing it, and we all love that for her.
Big facts from the former president over here. I see the leave of office has really opened your third eye.
Oh my God, boys, I don't think I've ever been more in love in all my years. Joe, do you still have your dog collar on you? I am about to do a stage walk across this bar.
Right here, go nuts. I won't need to borrow it until my episode, because I already know you're going to recruit everyone but Merril this episode.
You know me so well, I'm only focusing on the base companions in this episode, so that includes my pirate wife and my mage-hating edgelord Fenris.
Don't you even think about adding the final fantasy reject to your playthrough. I still have my bone-breaking stick.
Fuck you, I do what I want.
Donald, are you good? You kind of had a mile-long stare going on for a few seconds.
Yeah, I just ate something bad, and I'm not caught up on sleep from running the country as all hop off.
He's been doing that all day, especially when mentioning anything about mages or Fenris, but don't bother getting a straight answer out of him.
Yeah, because it's not any of your damn business. It's an active presidential-elect issue only. You know what, this might be controversial, but thank God Mage actually won, because now we can bring my girl Isabella with us without our party literally being a rogue orgy.
Donald finding actual value in playing a mage was not on my bingo card for 2025, but I will take it.
A rogue orgy with Anders at the helm is a more viable strat than you would think, albeit it takes insane party management. Anyways, a few fun facts about Isabella here. Her introduction is different depending on whether you chose male or female Hawke. Her introduction is also different if she slept with the hero of Ferelden, but since we just won in a game of Wicked Grace, she doesn't really mention it.
Wait, you guys didn't have POTUS bang the queen of the pirates? Who the hell decided that?
Yeah, you can thank Barry for that one. He chose to play a card game with the hot tavern wench instead of docking in her port town.
Wait, I almost forgot about that. Fuck you for that, Obama. POTUS could have canonically banged the two hottest waifus in the series, viewers. I hope you all still unsubscribed because of this goddamn nerd.
Well, now you get a second chance in two. Fuck me, I guess, for choosing the road less traveled and showing some different content for the viewers. Anyway, as I was saying, Isabella, like Anders, had a voice actor change from her original Origins encounter. In Origins, she was voiced by Mika Simmons, who voices Enora, but in 2, Inquisition, and Veilguard, she is voiced by Victoria Kruger. Unlike Anders, though, since Isabella wasn't a major character in Origins, it is much less noticeable, and she also keeps the same accent from Origins, unlike Anders.
That's crazy. I can barely notice a difference in her voice. Victoria did a crazy good job. She deserves more credit for that than she gets, but I imagine Isabella's writer stayed the same in both games, so that helps too.
Yeah, congrats to Victoria, because this voice makes her sound way hotter and brings a new meaning to standing at attention, boys.
Loving the wordplay, this was definitely the right episode to backseat on. Also, it's too bad George isn't here for this base dwarven fact. But the portrait behind Isabella's favorite seat in the bar is actually the concept art of Oberyn from Origins.
Even when he's not in a game, Oberyn still haunts the taverns of Thetis with his aura. That's the definition of based. And speaking of based dwarfs, let's go visit our new best friend, Varric.
My boy has a private room for just me and him. This is the kind of treatment I'm talking about. Me and Varric are already on the same page.
Varric wrote the book on being a true homie and a true bro. It's too bad POTUS didn't meet him so he could add him to the base dwarf squad. That being said, Varric also uses new wealth to extend his contact reach, as well as pay for mass publication of his books in a world where printing presses are rare.
I actually forget that Varric and Hawke split the loot 50-50, and he should be just as rich as Hawke is, but he doesn't live like Hawke does. He just stays in Low Town. Bro is probably single-handedly keeping the Hanged Man in business. Also, Donald, you're being way too edgy. Varric is not on board with the renegade edgelord life.
Look, Varric just isn't on my level of grind yet. I have to increase my renegade aura if I'm going to pull the pirate waifu this playthrough and also get those sweet renegade interrupts.
I've spent my whole life in Kirkwall. Dangerous enough most days, but it doesn't compare to the deep roads. So, this will be, let's just call it an adventure.
Anyways, boys, with the rogues appeased, let's head into Hightown and test out our squad's new gear.
Looks like you have your first gang random encounter on the streets of Kirkwall. Most of these are just padding to extend the game time, since Dragon Age 2 was massively underdeveloped in terms of plot points, but a few of them, like the Carta Dwarves, have a small bit of lore to them.
Yeah, well, so far, it looks like I'm immune to being jumped by the smugglers, so these guys picked the wrong goddamn target to mess with. Seriously, these guards have worse threat detection than Skyrim bandits. What the hell is their plan here, even?
The guard impersonators are simply pretending to be official guards in order to jump people and likely scam nobles by acting like official guards, carrying out city business. These gang encounters are part of rotating gangs that plague Hightown, Lowtown, and Docktown, and change between all 3 acts. Defeating all 9 gang leaders gives us some extra lore and a bonus reward, so in the interest of time we will show our fight with each gang the first time. Then, at the end of the act, we will clear all 3 bosses. Hopefully that evens out, so we can all take out the same amount of bosses, but who knows.
Well, let's go help our favorite pirate out with her nighttime duel that definitely will have no funny business.
Fun fact, this quest here was part of the Dragon Age 2 demo, along with the ogre battle in Lothering from the last episode. I imagine they did this to show some hype for a returning character from Origins being a possible companion. They also likely did this so there's less chance to miss this quest, because Isabella and Fenris are technically optional recruitment members in this game. Isabella is especially easy to miss, because you need to go to the Hanged Man after finishing Anders' quest, and there isn't an official reason to go back to the Hanged Man besides side quests.
Well, I would never refuse going out of my way to look for Isabella. I mean, just look at the assets she brings. That being said, viewers, let us know if you missed either of these companions your first time around. Also, I hope these pirates are getting paid well, because this is going to cost them more than the dumbasses bargained for.
So Donald, now that you've taken it out for a spin, how do you like Mage so far?
Well, it's not as broken as magic in Dark Souls or Origins, but it's still stupidly safe, and my inner warrior main feels dirty using it. But if I have to fight for Mommy Morrigan's honor, then I will, and I'm already calling it now. I'm going to do this episode deathless, boys.
Big talk, Donald. Let's see if you can put your money where your mouth is. Also ignoring the fact that the pirates were dumb enough to have a letter on them where their boss is, you boys already went to the Chantry last episode for the Anders quest. It's literally the second quest in Kirkwall, and the maps have already started repeating.
Oh shit, so that's why you have to do Anders' quest before doing Isabella's, otherwise I imagine the quest would overlap and bug out. Damn, that's far less interesting than what I thought the reason was.
Yeah, Act 1 is not as guilty of doing this as the later titles, since most of the maps you will have seen for the first time, however. By Act 2, the repeating maps will become way more overwhelming and will become burned in our brains, so everyone remember to take their migraine medication. Maybe we should install a counter that covers how many times we see the same map in this playthrough, so we know which one is the most egregious.
Yeah, let's definitely do that and start listing them out at the finale or something. We won't count the Kirkwall outside maps, just the interior dungeons. Viewers, every time you notice a repeating map at home, take a shot starting now.
Please, for the love of God, don't do that. You are going to shut down the livers of a few hundred Dragon Age fans.
You're assuming that the viewers aren't already loaded when they start watching Yes Donald, which is a fairly big ask considering how much nonsense 40 hours of this content is, but drunk or sober, we still love you.
Hey, all post-movie editing presidents here. We have set up the drinking competition for the movie for all of the lovely viewers' enjoyment. But we wanted to set up 2 rules real quick for you. The first rule is simple: please drink responsibly. This competition is just for fun. Don't feel like you have to drink more than you have to. And water shots or other alternatives are fine too.
All right, now that the legal shit is covered, let's get into the one actual rule. How we determined when to take a shot is simple. Any repeat dungeon map you see, take a shot. Areas like the overworld districts of Kirkwall or named areas that we revisit like Hawks or Fenris Manor don't count, since realistically, those areas wouldn't change too much, but a mansion that resembles Fenris Manor is fair game. Good luck, viewers. Now back to the movie.
Speaking of love, here's everyone's most lovable people, the Andavans, known for their honor and honesty.
Between Zevran and these guys, it looks like Andavans just send men to kill you for every small slight against them, or to just say hi at this point. Also, this dude is talking a lot of big game for someone who has normal Tier 3 chainmail.
Also saying slaves scurried away like rats is devious work, acting like those aren't real people.
Wait, hold up, 100 gold ahead. Jesus Christ, every day in Kirkwall we learn that adventuring is the wrong line of work to be in. We could have been bankrolling an empire if we got into slavery or lyrium smuggling. Let's have a business meeting with Bartran about expanding our assets into new horizons.
Donald, I feel personally targeted at this conversation topic, so I'm going to kindly ask you say psych right now.
Oh, calm down, Barack. I'm just doing it to get our bag up. Besides, I won't do something wrong like make it racist. I will just target mages specifically. That way everybody wins and we have all the money we could ever need.
I will fucking end you, fat ass!
Your threats end here.
That was really impressive considering that chick was wearing chainmail.
Oh, right. That's the one she takes out during the shaboinking scene that she keeps directly in her vagina.
Okay, nope, we cannot say that on YouTube, Donald. We are going to change the subject. So this is the first boss we have faced since the ogre fight in Lothering. But between the 6 squad mates, including Isabella and Carter here, this shouldn't be a difficult battle. Also, raiders are weak to lightning damage, along with elves, so we have a massive advantage in this fight with our chain lightning.
You're no fun, Barry. But that being said, is there a lore reason for these weaknesses? Some of these seem like random gameplay decisions.
Well, raiders are shipmen, right? Which means they are on the sea a lot. I guess you could apply Pokemon logic that water is weak to electricity, but that would make more sense if we were fighting these guys in Docktown.
Yeah, it's definitely just a gameplay reason. No other explanation is needed. One other thing about this guy is that he has a sword in Inquisition that can be a random drop. I even looked it up on the wiki and it's confirmed his. What a random ass boss to give a rare weapon to.
Not going to lie, I think the developers picked that out of a hat, like they did Jarvia's weapons being in 2. Anyway, should we talk about the elephant in the room here, boys? And it's that Isabella, like many of 2 squad mates, keeps a big secret from you and has their own betrayal moment too.
Mommy Isabella's grind is above the law. She is just trying to make it in this cold and difficult city.
Again, Donald, we know you have drank the pirate Kool-Aid. You don't have to make it more apparent. I honestly love this plot point, especially since this does stick with Isabella in the long run. While it's fitting for her character, since she is someone who has been used all her life and she assumed Hawke at the start was going to use her too, and her realizing Hawke is a true friend or partner and coming back is touching. Although having said all that, I have two massive problems with it. One, it's too goddamn obvious as soon as the Arishock says why he is here, that Isabella is responsible. Secondly, it's a string of betrayals that Dragon Age 2 throws at Hawke, and it gets to a point that we just become numb to it.
Okay, but I think you will find Isabella has two massive counterpoints to your argument, Barack.
Oh yes, old reliable from you. If you're hot, you're not responsible for your crimes.
Big facts, Barack, but besides that, she also is going through a lot right now, losing her former crewmates, and also she had a rough childhood. So hop off.
Nice display of empathy, Donald. But if we could double back to that slavery topic from earlier. I'm pretty sure the Templars and Chantry, who are the original slaver owners to the mages, will want to have a few words about that. So like every member of our party, including the two you are recruiting right now.
I mean, Hell Fenris will probably just one-tap him.
All right. It has a few kinks I need to work out. We will double back to it later.
Evelyn and Isabella beefing from her recruitment quest is peak. They go from one of the biggest catfights and rivals in gaming to legitimately the best friendship in the series who have a deep respect for each other.
Maybe one day you and Donald can put aside your egos and become rival friends too, Joe.
Fuck no!
Really reaching for the stars with that one Barack, but I can kind of respect the optimism. Anyways, now that Isabella's double entendre have sufficiently inspired me, I'm going to have a new Make It sex session now. Good luck, boys.
Oh, fuck, boys. She invited me to her room already. We are so goddamn going for a test drive later. Carver, get the fuck out of this party immediately. The real star is here.
Oh, Isabella is a star, all right, but a star that starts with a rhyme of corn. Anyway, I guess we are immediately shifting from Isabella's recruitment to Fenris's recruitment.
I mean, it's already canonically nighttime, so might as well capitalize on it and get the other base nighttime companion.
Damn, our Hawke is going to have a long-ass night, bro. Is about to be up for 24 hours straight today. Truly a fate worse than death. Oh, and of course we have our 5th Dragon Age 2 mandated ambush of the night, as is tradition.
These are the Sharps, and they are little more than normal bandits, although there's a small lore point to cover about their leader Ignacio Strand, since he shares a similar name and profession to Ignacio from the Ennevon Crow's questline and Origins. I've seen a few fan theories that they are the same character, but their model looks distinctly different from Origins, and Ignacio Strand appears even if you killed Ignacio in Origins. So it is safe to say they are different characters, although you can never really know.
Do these guys share the same water Pokemon weakness as the Raiders, because I'm kind of destroying them left and right?
No, the Sharps share the same model as coterie thugs, who have no elemental weakness, but in turn have low armor and health. Since you have 3 physical attackers, this should be no problem for you.
Good job recasting Heroic Aura on yourself, Donald. The damage and defense buff doesn't retransfer to the part when you switch members, so you have to constantly recast it and upkeep it.
Why the hell did you make me grab this spell anyway? You kept stroking it off till I gave in.
Heavy pause.
And so far, I'm not seeing any massive returns on investment. Isabella, my wife, no, she's going down, boys.
Damn, that's probably a common occurrence. For her serves you right for talking a big game about Isabella when she's squishy as hell at the moment and needs a lot more management. The reason I made you grab the spell is mostly for the defense buff that is party-wide, which, as you can see, we desperately need, but also because once we hit level 7, we need to grab haste as quickly as possible, since we can stack it with Anders' haste to be beyond broken.
My God, this is already worse than Origins, and Veilguard, you two are double teaming me, so we have permanent brain-dead optimization.
Moving on, though, let's go hit up another dwarf to start our quest.
This guy seems really jumpy. Have you gotten into Hunter's nightstand, buddy? Let me check your pupils.
Joe, you're not supposed to self-burn yourself. It takes all the fun out of our arrangement here. That being said, bro, is the most jumpy dwarf imaginable. You are insulting POTUS and the other non-living paragons with your cowardice, so speak up.
Considering bro hasn't been on the surface long, that insult holds true, however. He's just jumpy because he is an independent lyrium smuggler in a city with 2 well-established lyrium operations between the Merchants Guild and the coterie dwarves. Bro probably half expected just to get shanked. But hey, Donald, you said you wanted to get in on the lyrium smuggling trade, so now's your chance, I guess.
Well, independent work would be far more profitable compared to trying to work for an established market where they have a hierarchy and unpaid interns, so this would be easy goddamn money if he was actually offering a partnership with us. But sadly, this is all a ruse.
So is Bro actually a lyrium smuggler, or is he some random surface dwarf Fenris paid to help him out?
He definitely is doing something illegal, given that mom comment, and most surface dwarfs either become merchants or smugglers, and Anso seems certainly a member of the former. Although there is no confirmation one way or another, he could just have anxiety. Seems like a common affliction in Kirkwall.
Wouldn't be the first ball of anxiety we take pity on, so let's get this non-lucrative bread, boys. Also, we keep building up Aveline's rivalry every episode. This is not going to turn out well.
The gentlemen conduct their business at night in a little hovel within the alienage. If you have to kill them, then I guess it can't.
No, she will be fine. I will build it back up during my next episode. Also, Isabella's reference to going where everyone knows your name is the second Cheers reference associated with the bar. Although I'm sure, like everything she says, she had a double meaning with that statement.
You know, it's crazy how Gamlen's house is 10 feet from the Hanged Man, but we never actually see him at the bar ever in the game. Like, why even get prime real estate towards the best fantasy dive bar if you're not going to ever go in yourself?
Bro prefers the Blooming Rose for the company, plus like every other strip club and brothel, I'm sure the wings are way better there than the Hanged Man.
Also, don't forget to grab the first Enigma of Kirkwall in the Elven Alienage at night. We will go over every location during our series, not only for the lore, but for the achievement as well. These are a collection of studies about the city of Kirkwall from the Seekers of Truth, and go over much of the relevant history, anthropology, and sociology of Kirkwall. This study was to determine the cause of the massive amount of blood magic that seems to plague Kirkwall more so than other places. The two main theories are that it is tied to the four forbidden ones existing here. One of them we met in Origins, Gax Kang, and another we will meet in Act 2, whereas Legacy will expand upon Corypheus, also has influence among mages in the city, albeit more passively.
Don't give those mages any excuses. They did this shit on their own. These Chantry Seekers need to stick to following Cassandra instead of trying to run defense for the mages.
I've always been more on the Forgotten Ones being involved. There's a lot of lore supporting it, and they are the goddamn founders of blood magic in the world. That being said, Corypheus would explain the Tevinter influence, so it's something we should debate about during this series, boys. Although we have plenty of time for that.
Chat, let us know your opinion when you get a break from the Mage-Templar debate, please. That being said, how many goddamn coterie thugs are we going to fight in this section? We have spent the last 5 minutes killing the same looking dudes in the same red and brown armor. Was there some kind of clearance sale or something?
These guys are not making it into Fashion Week. Unlike our squad mates, whose drip is all semi-finalists. Speaking of bad drip, though, look at these bozos.
Who is that?
Damn, for someone who wrangles slaves, you think you guys could afford something other than basic iron armor. With dumb masks, love yourself for Sandel's sake.
Oh, buddy, this is not going to end well for you, I promise. Weird that Hawke has some telepathic knowledge that these are Tevinter slaves. It kind of spoils the reveal later, but I guess that's what the game gets for not changing names around. Anyways, this is our first fight with Tevinter slavers, and unlike Origins, these are going to be almost as common as Darkspawn to fight. Apparently, even though Tevinter has been kicked out centuries ago, they still roam around Kirkwall like they own the place.
It's even more ironic since they are operating in a land called the Free Marches. You would think with that kind of branding, Kirkwall would do more to prevent this.
I mean, you can't be too surprised. It's a free market area, and slaves go for 100 sovereigns a head. Those are some good ROI, boys.
Calm down, business school. Also, hey, it's our first enemy mage fun.
It's like he was waiting for me to curb stomp him. That being said, fuck enemy mages in this game. Their entire range on tactics is just to teleport into different corners and put up a fuck you stasis shield where they can't be damaged. And there's no counter for it other than to wait with our thumbs in our ass.
I thought about installing a mod that puts the shield on a long cooldown, making it only usable once per fight for enemies. But I thought it would ruin the design and make the game too easy, so I decided against it. As annoying as the tactic might be, it's not a very good one. The mage can't do anything while he is in his safety bubble, and we can just simply demolish his friends and dogpile him when his cooldown pops.
It's like waiting on a Zhanyas in League of Legends, that someone popped at the end of a fight to stall the pentakill.
Now that the ambush inside of another ambush is finished, let's go watch the scene, boys.
But I have no idea what this bullcut plans on doing here after we just clapped up all his dudes.
Lieutenant, I want everyone in the clearing, now!
Looks like those reinforcements got delayed. It's so hard to find good help these days.
Captain!
Bro killed a bunch of dudes without looking at them. That's the definition of base. Get this man on the squad immediately.
More like the definition of edgelord, but looks like Bro couldn't put his money where his mouth is and got folded Kali Ma style. Anyways, everyone welcome the eye candy for the girls in this game, Fenris the Edgelord of Tevinter.
Also known as the edgy Templar cosplayer who picks a fight if you even say good morning to a mage. It's no wonder Donald likes him.
He has a good reason. He was tortured and forced into slavery from birth, and was given a ritual so painful that he lost all his memories, and has been otherwise treated as a tool all his life. This was all done by mages, mind you. I don't think most people would be willing to trust or spend time with mages after that. Although all that being said, Fenris is a bit of a victim of that 2010s marketing edge where every character has to be dark and gritty to be seen as interesting. I mean, what the hell is he even wearing?
It's purely tactical armor meant to instill fear in both Tevinter and robes alike. It's just like the Spartan armor from 300. You might not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like.
That armor was just as unrealistic as Fenris's armor is. Heavier armor is always better, unless you're a Roman gladiator. I get the tattoos will show up regardless of what he wears, but good God, does it just look goofy.
At least Bro's voice acting is top-notch. You might also recognize his voice as being every single Imperial soldier from Skyrim Gideon Emery. Really just lived in my computer during the early 2010s, man, is really him.
Goated voice actor, goated opener, and goated goals. You two are just haters corrupted by BioWare's pro-mage agenda. Fenris is one of the few saving graces of the other side of the Mage-Templar debate and offers a unique viewpoint. Besides, Bro's powers are cool as hell. He can basically phase walk.
Stop the edgelord meat riding fat ass.
Also out of game, Fenris would rank very highly on the companion strength tier list. It would take something really crazy to beat a dude who can phase inside you and rip out your organs.
Is Fenris the strongest companion in Dragon Age 2 lore-wise? Gameplay-wise, he's decent, but I think in lore the only people who might have a chance is straight-up Hawke, Aveline, and maybe Anders.
Bro, the healer robe would get one shot. Sleepy, stay the hell away from Hunter's stash. What the hell could he possibly do against Fenris?
Honestly, Joe's list is probably on point. Hawke is a Dragon Age protagonist. He's straight up winning here. Aveline is less raw damage, but she probably has him on durability. And she definitely has far more combat experience, so it would be interesting to see. Vengeance could get one shot, but remember he still has the Grey Warden buff and a spirit inside of him, both of which increase his power significantly. If his spirit came out, Bro might actually have a chance.
I've had enough of this Fenris slander. Go ahead and get your bag ready for me so you can pay me when I put this Magister's head on a pike.
Bro keeps choosing the renegade options that piss Aveline off in favor of Isabella approval. I can see what side Donald is taking when the catfights break out. Also, why the hell does everything always go down in Hightown? This is the third quest in a row where our path takes us there. You would think the place the guards patrol the most would be far better protected and have less of this nonsense.
Well, the first event was a Templar sting operation, and as we have already covered, the Templars overrule the guard, so that was sanctioned. The second event was some rich Antivin raiders who likely just bribed the guard to be there, and the third event is a Tevinter Magister technically just living in his residence, so we are actually the criminals in this case.
Don't say that I have enough legal trouble as is. Robes don't have rights anyway in Kirkwall, so this is all above board.
I can't wait to read you your rights in the prison shower, Orange Man.
Nothing to worry about then.
Varric makes a good point. It's actually crazy we are about to attack established Tevinter Magister. Wouldn't this cause an incident between Tevinter and Kirkwall if the established politician got killed in his own home here?
Well, I mean, spoiler warning, we end up killing him anyway in Act 3, and there's absolutely no repercussion. There's rarely ever diplomatic immunity in Dragon Age. That all being said, you're going to want to prepare. Accordingly, Donald, this is one of the more difficult fights in the series since Fenris doesn't start properly equipped, and there's quite a bit of enemies that can easily overwhelm you, so watch your corners.
Oh, look, demons, it's been a while since we've gone back to Veilguard gameplay and finally some goddamn variety that isn't just dudes with swords. That being said, Barack, when it comes to a warrior's grind set, I can promise you I am always operating at maximum capacity.
Yeah, just like the White House elevator.
Very funny, Sleepy. Why didn't you pardon another criminal who will actually laugh at your mid-jokes? But as for preparations, I gave my boy Fenris here a full set of DLC armor, and the sword Carver himself wielded, but now he never will, because the weapons fits our Final Fantasy elf perfectly, and it deals bonus damage against demons. So between that Aveline and our good boy Carter, no mid-ass shade is going to take us out or get through our gorgeous and strong warrior wall. Holy shit, that's a lot of demons. Get Bill's saxophone back in here because we have a Gangbang Part 3 editor. Do your thing.
Yeah, replacing the images doesn't make the meme any less dead. Donald, please stop bribing our editor to do these. We'll leave it to Donald to bring out the wall tactics in any game he plays that is our Magneto and Captain America player in Marvel Rivals comp. That being said, it's a perfectly valid strategy, but I would have grabbed Varric instead of Isabella for the range safety. Of course, I imagine that's like asking a dude 10 beers in to not grab his car keys.
Well, while Donald flails around and tries to out-tank the demon horde, what is the Pokemon weakness of these guys, Barry? I want to have a few notes before my first episode.
Demons are weak to nature damage, except for rage demons because they are on fire. Meaning Merril is always a good choice for demons. Shades are also weak to lightning, which will probably save Donald from being overwhelmed. Rage demons, on the other hand, are only weak to cold damage, which means Anders would have been fairly beneficial here. Every demon essentially has two weaknesses, but they make up for this with high damage and high numbers that can easily overwhelm. Well, we still have plenty of demon combat to go, so while we clear through the mansion, Donald, do you have a comment question prepped for us?
I absolutely do. It came to me after watching Fenris absolutely annihilate a whole squad of T-Vinter assholes. So viewers' companions are obviously a big part of what makes the Dragon Age series great. I mean, just look at the sequel. The companions are the only saving grace of this cluster. That being said, how they are introduced is varied, but usually very cinematic. So with that being said, what is your favorite companion introduction in the series, or the most memorable dealer's choice on that one? While Fenris and Isabella are very strong contenders in the cool factor, there is really only one clear winner here. Well, what have we here? Mommy Morrigan is not only alluring, causing even the most iron-willed man to become a Duolingo master, but she also sets up a mystery about her that is unmatched. You can't tell what side she is on yet, but she clearly is getting off the entire time at toying with your party. She also gets right into berating and roasting Alistair, which is an incredible setup to the beautiful chaos that is their dynamic. Yes, I might be biased for my undying love of her, but meeting Morrigan is the one part of Ostagar besides the Grey Warden joining and the battle scene that is peak.
I guess the viewers shouldn't expect anything less from you. As for me, I have to give it to the far superior Mage Merril. It's cool to have some more expanded time and lore on characters who were relegated to Origin exclusive NPCs, so already recognizing these NPCs is enough to hook you in, especially since her clan is so unkind to her off the bat. However, combine that with her dropping the fact Merril is casually a blood mage was a plot twist to say the least. The use of blood magic, after seeing how much damage it's done in Origins, really helps set the theme that this is going to be a different story. And then her going from a lore nerd and blood mage to being this naive, low wisdom girl makes her whole plot a full 360 rotation about what's going to happen. Next, and hooked me into finding out what makes this girl tick.
Not a bad pick, Joe. Her using blood magic for the first time did give me heart problems when I saw it too. As for me, maybe it's the book reader in me, but I love the trope of a former enemy becoming your ally, and while Zevran was the first example of that, I think Nathaniel Howe did it best, or at least the most impactful. Not only was he the son of the most hated character in the series, Howe, and he came here to kill us and was an overall asshole at the start. But if you look past all of that and show him mercy by letting him go, he does one of the biggest plot twists in the series and asks to become a Grey Warden on his own. He is one of only two companions who, even if you reject him, he comes back and asks to be recruited anyway. Or it's something that sticks with me as goated even 3 games later, and is easily my favorite introduction of a companion, despite how flashy some other companions are introduced.
Well, good work being different and not just picking your favorite romance Barak, but viewers, let us know what your favorite companion introduction in the Dragon Age series is. Our editor will read every single one, and our editor's favorite will be featured next episode. But with that being said, Barak Mine featuring our favorite comment from last episode.
With pleasure, Donald, our featured comment comes from Shy Guy 6026, and shout out to his Fenris appreciation since we are recruiting him right now for that double engagement. Shy Guy's favorite Dragon Age opener is Origins, so we share a brain cell clearly, but the roleplay diversity and immersion are what really sold him on Origins, which is based, since Origins' silent protagonist really helps expand your roleplay elements. They also gave a shout out to Inquisition being a close second, so both our picks were fairly featured. Thank you for your comment and can't wait to hear your favorite companion interaction. We also have a few super thanks from the last episode, so Joe, would you mind getting those started?
Sure thing, Barry. Well, we have another big dono of $20 here from Joe Million, who I'm going to assume is a wealthier version of me at this point. So whenever you want to cash in on $20 being $20, let us know. But shout out to your favorite opener being City Elf from Origins, because killing Vaughn almost ties with killing Howe in terms of satisfaction. We also have 10 Canadian monies from Nate Saunders, who gave a cultured take saying Dragon Age 2 is their favorite opener. So I'm glad you got to see us play it last episode. Thank you both for your super thanks. It goes an incredibly long way towards the support of this channel. And it's what inspires our editor to never take a day off in video editing.
Yeah, so like and subscribe for more demon and Biden abuse, but now back to the game. I'm already getting tired of this dude's demon home defense system. The demons just know that I'm him and are giving me a wide berth. Same for any spirits who think they can start a mage revolution or some other stupid nonsense. Ow! Fuck!
Yeah, that was one bone. Since I gave you 3 warnings, keep up the talk with your big mouth. And it will be far worse for you. I'm always here when you're recording, fat ass.
Hey Donald, why is your pinky finger poking out like that? Are you okay?
Yes. I was just doing a victory stretch is all. Nothing to worry about, Sleepy. I am perfectly in control of this situation, and no threats could ever stop me from delivering the based takes the people need.
Ominous, but whatever you say, Double D, good work clearing out the mansion. Too bad Fenris lost out on spinning the block on his master, though. Bro looks more sad than a kid on Christmas when he only gets socks.
At least Fenris is going to let us loot uninterrupted theirs. A really strong mage cowl. It gives decent mana and crit chance, although like all mage helmets, it looks goofy as hell. There's also a standard locked chest, but we don't have the cunning to open that yet.
Well, everything here is about to be ripped down and sold for scrap to fund our deep road stocks. But why the hell can't we open the chests yet? That's your department, Barack. We should be better equipped.
Well, I can't equip Isabella to do that. She hasn't even gotten a level up yet. I will make sure to build Varric properly before we enter the deep road so he can get everything not nailed down. Also, here comes that scene with Fenris, which is our first bit of unique interaction if we are a mage ourselves.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a negative interaction since Bro is acting like he's about to call us a mage slur. At least we get an introduction to his music theme, which is an absolute banger.
Bro is speaking facts here, especially in Kirkwall and Tevender. He's really not wrong that all mages can fall prey to desperation. Although I'm just gonna tell him, don't judge me by my class. I'm not like other robes, I promise you.
So Donald, when it impacts you, it's suddenly not all mages got it. Too bad we didn't bring Carver here. There is actually a touching scene where Carver is protective of his sibling and tells Fenris to back off. One of the few times Carver is actually a decent sibling and shows care and protection for us.
A broken clock is right twice. Just because Bro has a moment doesn't excuse the 50 other times he is an asshole to us.
Well, speaking of assholes, Donald, unfortunately, no matter what option you pick, because we are a mage, we will always get some rivalry from Fenris because he is naturally on guard with us now. The path to get the least rivalry possible is to pick the option I'm seeking nothing, and then choose the Paragon options for every other dialogue point. Although the rivalry path isn't a bad way to go with Fenris, too.
We should probably go over the rivalry system for the people at home unfamiliar with it. Unlike Origins or Inquisition, where we have to build up positive approval in order to grow our relationship with the squad in 2, we can still do things that they disapprove of, but we end up still being best friends as a rival who respects us rather than a close confidant. This changes the companion's loyalty perk as well as the overall story the companion tells.
It's nice that it lets us play our way, but not all rivalry paths are built the same. From what I've seen on YouTube, Fenris is barely different between the two, while Isabella can have 2 different stories told as a result.
Well, that's likely due to the writing constraints, but we will be sure to point out the different paths when they become relevant to the story well, with Fenris recruited and 2 more gold in our pocket. What's the play now, Donald?
It would make the most sense to recruit Merril given the theme of this episode, but I know Donald is going to ignore her still.
While seeing Mommy Mythol is tempting, I don't want anything to do with that blood mage or your strange obsession, Joe, so I guess I will go help Carver out with the Hawke family side quest, then find a nice mage Templar mission to do to get the ball rolling on the main plot.
Bro would actively choose doing the only Carver mission over getting my waifu in the squad.
To be fair, this mission does pay surprisingly well, and it should be a main quest, because how else do we buy the mansion in Act 2 as our home base without stealing the will? Also, Mom, stop tripping. We are 2 grown men. We can voice our own displeasure about the servitude if we want to, but so far this week it's been paying off getting us Varric and Fenris in the squad solely because of our clout as a mercenary.
Now you know boy Mom's Barry Mama Hawke is ready to square up at any little slight against her kids.
I don't know if I would call her a boy mom, Joe. She's affectionate to both her son and daughters equally, although now technically she is a boy mom.
Gamlin really is a shitty liar. Ignoring the fact Bro spent the entire inheritance on blackjack and hookers. Who the hell doesn't keep the will on them unless there was something in the will you didn't personally want to see or have come to light?
Fun fact about estate laws for the viewers, and I promise this is relevant to the story here. Most estate lawyers, when you are preparing the will, recommend you mention each of your children and living close family members in the will, even if you don't plan on giving them something. This is because if, say, in the case Gamlin is describing that Leandra was not even mentioned in the will, then the child could petition the court that they were left out unintentionally or that there was interference from another family member, since why would a parent leave their child nothing? Often these cases do hold up because a state court has a smaller degree of proof than criminal. So to prevent this, estate planners recommend mentioning every close family member and leaving them something non-valuable like a stamp collection, or just leaving them $1 that way it can almost never be contested.
I'm having a hard time hating him. Playing caretaker for
Getting
someone
left
else's
$1
life.
by your rich uncle who worked at Nintendo is devious work, but it's just as sad how many family members come out of the woodwork only when there's money to be made.
Sounds like Carver's thinking the same thing you are, Barack. I guess both of you know how to get your money up sometime, but I doubt our mom is thinking that lucratively. She just wants closure, or some other nonsense that won't pay your bills or get your bag up. And for some reason, our brother is backing out of the deal, too.
Yet Carver is the biggest pessimist in the Dragon Age squad with the exception of maybe Sten. I do find it weird that he's more concerned about the Templars than Hawke is, but I suppose that is his form of sibling concern coming through once again.
What have you heard?
Uncle's a chatty drunk. He was up to his neck and signed everything over. That's who has the estate.
I usually do this quest first. It's probably the easiest quest in Act 1 to do. And it gives you an upgrade for your sibling too, but with the mods we have upgrading companion armor isn't as important now.
Well, I don't give a shit about Carver, but this has us killing more Tevinters and hurting their bag, so I'm down. Besides, it brings us one step closer to human nobility, and we all know how much I love human superiority. I mean, just look at this massive wine cellar our grandfather knew how to get down.
So who would like to hear some lore on the Amell family while we curb stomp more Tevinters?
Oh boy, yap incoming.
It's all background killing noise to me, so go off, Queen.
The Amells have been nobility in the free marches since the Fourth Blight, which means well over 400 years. Magic has always been prominent in the Amells, as we see with Hawke and the human circle mage in Origins, who is Hawke's second cousin, who was also born in Kirkwall, but was captured by the Templars and shipped off to the Ferelden Circle. The Mage Warden also had 4 brothers and sisters, who all turned out to be mages and sent to various circles, but we don't know anything else about them. The Amells during Leandra and Gamlin's childhood were one of the most prominent noble families, with our grandfather even obtaining the title of Viscount at one point. However, between the rumors of magic, with the Amells' extended family and their daughter running away with an apostate to Ferelden, rumors spread like wildfire, and our grandfather was forced to step down in favor of Dumar, the current Viscount. After this, things just kept getting worse for the Amells. Leandra and Gamlin's cousin Damien was revealed to be a prominent smuggler, and our grandfather took out loans from a Tevinter merchant group in order to pay for Damien's defense. However, he was arrested anyway. Our grandparents soon after fell ill, with only Gamlin to care for them for about 3 years before dying of wastings. With the heads of the house dead and the extended family torn apart by magic and petty crime, Gamlin was the only one left holding the family's fortune, and we all know how well that went.
First off, I had no idea the Circle Mage Warden had siblings in the world. I hope they didn't get involved in the Venatori nonsense in Inquisition. Secondly, the fact that half of the family's troubles were simply from society's poor view of magic really tells us everything we need to know about how bad this system is.
Or it just shows the type of agenda that BioWare wants to promote, which is feeling bad for mages, while not giving a clear enough picture of what happens when mages are left to their own devices.
Now, free my boy Aristride and Bethan Amell. They deserved better.
I mean, to be fair, we got a very pro-Circle outlook in Origins. The only time we even got to fully question the Circle's necessity is in Awakening with Anders' conversations, and even those were more centrist in viewpoint. We will be getting a broader viewpoint of the issue, something Dragon Age 2 does do well, but 2 does still have the flaw of giving us a more pro-mage outlook when compared to a pro-Templar outlook. The points that do become pro-Templar feel a little too forced and usually end up not being the right call in the long run.
Well, speaking of pro-mage agenda, we have a small little side quest for Carver that's easy to miss, where we find some documents leading to a Templar who helped our father escape the Circle to marry our mother. It's not the biggest pro-mage example, but it does show that if the Circle rules were not bent a little, we wouldn't even be here.
Just because something good came out of it doesn't mean it was the right thing to do. If everyone left the Circle, we would have a dozen or more Red Cliffs on our hands. Anyway, it's time to clap up the slaver leader and get our bag up. Looks like he even knows who sent us.
Thank God this mage doesn't have the barrier ability, so this fight should be over quickly. Also, it's crazy that we got a key to the cellar that still works when the manor was sold almost a decade ago. You would think they would change the goddamn locks after buying the house, especially since they are doing illegal activities inside at this break-in. Is entirely on them.
Kind of crazy that we have this whole wine cellar that we never explore or come back to again. It would have been cool if you could decorate the whole house more to your liking, using gold and other resources, just something to have more money sinks in this game. I didn't find any mods, sadly, that do this, which is a massive L.
Well, thankfully, Inquisition will fix that problem for us anyway. Let's get our bag up, and is that a goddamn ogre head?
That it is. I guess Hawke isn't the only one in the Amell family who is him that's a sick-ass trophy.
Yeah, I need to get one for the White House office too anyways. 9 goddamn gold and the will. Let's go prove who the real fraud in the family is now, boys.
Oh boy, here comes our mother on some bullshit again. This situation reads like a goddamn am I the asshole post.
Advantage of my hospitality. It's only fair if you make something of a monthly contribution.
Reddit, am I the asshole for charging my older sister and her 2 adult children rent for living in my home for over a year? Bro would be valid for asking for this if he didn't steal everything from under his sister's nose.
Gamlin pulled off one of the biggest cases of inheritance fraud in the history of Thetis and still ended up fumbling it. This is the biggest example of a skill issue in the history of Dragon Age.
This is why all my homies hate Uncle Gamlin.
I do feel bad about Gamlin getting only a stipend after he was the one who took care of his family. That's a raw deal when you were the one that was with them when they died.
I wouldn't feel too bad about that. You and Gamlin got the wrong idea from that will by thinking about it too emotionally. Logically, as we see, the grandparents had the right idea. Gamlin was ill-equipped to handle the family's estate and deferred it to Leandra, who would have responsibly managed it and made sure Gamlin was well taken care of. Hell, Leandra might have even given Gamlin most of the wealth. If he was honest about the will, she doesn't seem like someone who wants nobility. She probably would have taken enough for her kids to be comfortable and given the rest to Gamlin anyway.
Thank God she didn't do that, because now we can buy our way back into human nobility, baby. Honestly, I don't even care what the reason was. The fact that Gamlin is bad with money is all the reason I need to hate this guy. But as long as our expedition stocks skyrocket, we can buy our way back and be right on top again.
Well, I don't know about again, but while Mama Hawke begins her Karen process to petition the Viscount, looks like Carver is going to start his edgelord arc early and blame us for all his trouble.
As annoying as Carver is, this conversation is one of the reasons I prefer him to Bethany. This conversation gives Carver an actual goal, which will start an arc towards actual growth depending on the path we set him on. Carver, being a non-mage, didn't get the same attention from his father, and since he had a family of apostates, he felt like he couldn't stand out on his own for fear of attracting too much attention to his apostate family. It also doesn't help that Carver is Jobadon Hawke's sibling, since Hawke is in fact the main character. Carver finally realizes that without having to look after his twin sister anymore, he needs to step away from the shadow of Hawke that he mostly created in his head and go his own way. The gift we are about to give him can set him up one of these paths, whereas Bethany's gift just has us give her a portrait of our mother and comforts her on losing Carver and overcome her feeling of being a burden on Hawke because she is a mage.
Yeah, but Bethany is still the superior sibling, Barack. And 5 conversations with Carver, with 3 of them being arguments, are not doing any favors towards making me like them more.
I mean, sibling relationships are hard to get right, especially if the writer isn't too familiar with them. I think Carver and Bethany each have their strong points in that regard. Hell, this whole quest is about a look at what sibling rivalries can lead to.
This whole damn quest is sibling related. You're telling me they couldn't make sure to consult someone who had a damn brother and sister to get the characters right?
That's a surprisingly good point. Joe Gamlin and Carver do have one big similarity, and that's their frustration over not being the head of house and living in their older sibling's shadow. Only difference is Carver is a fighter and does shit about it, while Gamlin would rather sit back and complain. The sibling relationships are hard to write for. That's why I'm struggling with it in my book currently.
Oh shit, I forgot about the book.
Hey Barack, I'm still interested in borrowing your book sometime so I can...
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm not letting you insult my fantasy novel, but I will let you take a sneak peek about my other book, Ben.
Ben? What the hell is that about?
Well, it's the story of how. This stick is going to bend in your mouth, asshole.
Damn get fucked orange man.
Be sure you're ready to take it. Well, good talk.
Just like Carver, I am left speechless. Barack using Ligma is a scary Uno reverse card.
Well, back to Carver. I mean, he's an asshole, but looks like he at least regrets being one bro, would rather be a soldier than a noble in a position of power. Given what I've seen the last 4 years, I can't really blame him.
Yeah, that's why I'm sticking to my passion and letting non-burnt-out souls lead the charge now. Carver is doing the same thing, just less aggressively.
Well, with the asshole taken care of for now, let's move on to some important business I want to correct. I assure a few of you commenters that I am still a deacon in high standing with the Church of Sandel, and I did not forsake greeting him in favor of my lust for Isabella, but rather because I wanted to be the one to personally greet him with the honor he deserves. Praise be enchantment.
Praise be enchantment. As we mentioned 2 months ago in our witch hunt special, there is a little bit of a lore inconsistency with Sandel being here, since he was also seen in the Circle Tower in Witch Hunt, which happens at the same time as the first act of Dragon Age 2, which is a year after the Blight.
Yeah, and we already covered that lore break. As a certified Sandel believer, I can tell you that Sandel simply has the power of instant transmission. He was at the Circle Tower to wish POTUS well on his final journey in the series before locking on our Jobadon Hawke's energy and teleporting here to guide us safely in our journey as champion.
It still doesn't explain why Bodan was said to be seen trading at Redcliffe at the same time as Sandel was in the Circle Tower. I mean, sure, Sandel has Goku-level powers, but his dad is just some dude who adopted him.
Oh, well, Goku could teleport others with his power too, so that isn't a nail in Donald's theory, but we all know the real reason why they are here is because they are probably the most recognizable NPCs from Origins, with the exception of maybe Eamon Plus. The only way we are still going to interact with enchantment as players is to stick Sandel here, otherwise we would have to talk to a random circle mage.
That was the biggest fumble of awakening. If you ask me, who the hell wants a random square to enchant your weapons and armor? Anyways, I'm trying to do a Templar quest. What the hell is this cutscene? I don't remember this.
Oh right, I almost forgot you haven't played any of the DLCs. This is our last companion, who's a noble from Starkhaven, but otherwise a complete wet blanket of a character. The only good part of this DLC is the Act 3 quest, and that has nothing to do with Sebastian.
BioWare really said, let's make a DLC squad mate completely detached from the plot, besides one scene, and make him Day 1 DLC too. Although content good and bad is content, so we will be doing this side quest as we go along. It's not too long and we can take care of it as we go about the main quests.
Dude seems kind of base to me. That was a cold-ass shot.
I mean, yeah, first impressions matter, Donald, and his is decent. But don't make your expectations too high. What we see here will not be indicative of what we get out of the actual companion in this game.
Wait, hold on. Bro is a member of the ruling family too. That basically makes him a based human noble, but Scottish, let's fucking go, lads. And it's a kill quest too that's on brand. The Scots are natural enemies of the world, just like me.
The Scots sure are contentious people.
You just made an enemy for life?
Okay, let's not force the Simpsons reference now. We will go over that later. For now, let's focus on some main quest activities finally this episode.
Well, wait, hold on. As happy as I am to look for another base Templar, if this kill quest recruits Sebastian, shouldn't we handle that now? It goes way better with the companion quest theme in this episode.
You would be half right, but this quest doesn't recruit Sebastian, it's just a prerequisite. Sebastian doesn't officially join the party until Act 2, so like I said, it makes more sense to passively complete it as we go through the main quest.
Wait, that's so dumb we have to pay for this guy and we don't get him until about halfway through the game?
It is very dumb, and it's even worse when you realize he is an archer. So if you don't have Hawke as a rogue archer, longbows have no purpose in Act 1, or at all, if you don't have the DLC since Vera can't use them. But we can cover that later. Let's focus back on an actually cool quest, boys.
This quest is one of our two main showings of the Templars in Kirkwall, and how despite how strict and politically powerful they are in the city, they still have their fair share of logistical problems and internal conflicts. This is also why this quest highlights Cullen and Meredith and their leadership dynamic.
We got the current two biggest haters of the robes in the office at once. It's truly beautiful. Meredith must have had the first pick in the Templar draft this season, picking up Cullen. This is a strong contender for the Templar Bowl this year. Don't worry, ma'am, we are going to get your brother back on the lineup. Paladin Trump is on the case.
You better let Kieran's bitch ass stay suspended in Mage Astro World if you don't want a second broken finger, bitch.
That being said, have you heard of the hit game Among Us?
You need to vent. I know it would be hard for you to be sus, but I know you can do it, Gregory.
Don't call me Gregory, you dementia-ridden dick. Let's go to the happiest place on earth, the gallows. It feels like just yesterday we were here, and yet the oppression is still fresh.
Oh boy, guys, it's time for Fenrir's favorite activity, making clickbait. Takes against the oppressed mages like he's click farming. It hasn't even been a full 24 hours since grilling us, and Bro is back on it.
It's not lost on anyone that the man who has spent all his life in slavery is also incredibly pro-Circle Tower, to the point that he views mages as deserving different rights from non-mages.
Yeah, because how many non-mages wipe out an entire town or tear open holes in the veil because they were having a bad day? Bro is speaking facts. We need to keep the mages as far away from the button as possible.
What the hell does that even mean, what button?
Don't have another dementia episode. Sleepy like Fenris here is saying we need to keep the free marches as far away from becoming the Imperium again as possible. And the first step to that is making enough mages bite the curb so they stop getting any funny ideas.
Tevinter did nothing wrong.
I can't tell which one of you is sniffing harder on that coat.
Look, all I'm saying is the Circle should still exist, but the mages should be allowed to govern it, with the Templars being there for emergencies but not being prison guards. This is exactly what Lyanna and Alistair promote when they are in charge.
And you say I can't read Sleepy? That is exactly what Fenris is trying to prevent from happening, and you are here rolling the red carpet out for them. Lyanna and Alistair are just blinded by how cool a mage warden can be and how hot Morrigan is to think rationally. They are creating the Imperium 2 electric boogaloo, just you wait.
Well, if centrist Obama could get a word in here, Donald, you and Fenris have a point. As cool as Tevinter is for the drones and other important technologies, they are still a very morally degraded and a shitty place to live if you aren't a mage on the top of the pecking order. However, what Fenris misses here is that the key distinction with Tevinter society as opposed to everywhere else is that in Tevinter the ruling class are all mages, and you can't even have political power if you aren't a mage. However, in places like Ferelden and many other countries, mages are not even able to hold positions of power, and no other country has a mage as the ruler. Sure, a mage warden can become RL and Hawke can become Viscount, but only with Templar or the Crown's specific approval.
Classism is alive and well in the Dragon Age world. That's the reason Redcliffe even happened. If Connor was a farm boy when he showed signs, Bro would have never been in Redcliffe long enough to cause problems.
Oh, here we fucking go. Not only are the poor simping over mages, but now they are blaming the elite and the well-off for their misfortunes. Rich or poor, if you're a mage, you're a problem and a threat.
Well, either way, it's a problem that no country has fully solved successfully, which means that the real solution is somewhere in the middle. Also, we could have brought vengeance here for a little more back and forth on the other side of the mage coin.
I don't want to bring the robe, and trust me, I already have a great sense of what his opinion is going on in my mind right now.
Just to point out, it took us like 20 minutes to start talking about mages again this episode.
Well, let's go have a crew meeting to discuss whether anyone has found a body in electrical.
If they all start saying that they were in security when Kieran went missing, we know they are fucking lying.
Nah, it's okay. Me and Ruvina were doing a scan and medical together. We are both safe. Personally, I would look at Mustache Manfred over here. Usually the villain always has a weird mustache.
Well, I'm glad we can be on the same brain cell sometimes. Also, this interaction here brings up an interesting critique over how Meredith is running the Order. These recruits believe Meredith is such a dictator that she would kill recruits who show signs of disobeying orders. No job alive is worth catching a knife in your kidneys by your own boss. Stay safe, boys.
They make an excellent counterpoint, though. We don't want weak Templars in the Order who won't do what's necessary, like slam dunking a mage baby in the dumpster. Weeding out the weaklings is a better way to have the results you want and also not have a bunch of level 1 crooks becoming mage fodder.
Again, Donald, you're practically praising indoctrination, and for people who hold the highest amount of power in the city, too. It's better if Templars make the judgment themselves, sometimes rather than become smite bots.
Only you and your robe-loving kind would be afraid of smite bots, Sleepy. The good upstanding citizens and the robes who follow the rules have nothing to fear.
Archer and Donald, that's why you made our Hawke look like an obese Alistair. We have Mall Cop Alistair role-playing as a Templar before GTA 6. That's crazy.
You know, I wasn't going to say anything, but I've been silently playing the scenario in my head that Trump's Hawke is Alistair's weird redemption arc if he became a drunk instead of the king of Ferelden.
Oh, eat a dick. Just because my big bro is based and Templar pilled doesn't mean that's what I was going for. I modeled it after the Dragon Age version of myself, and you all just respected me enough to compare me to the king of Ferelden.
Yeah, the same way you respected that 40-count nugget in the White House bathroom, you fat ass.
I swear to God I will find a way to deport you.
Well, Donald is talking to himself again, so let's cut back to the next part of this quest.
Oh, hey guys, looks like Cullen is trying to add assault to his rap sheet now, must be trying to build more street cred.
First off, Joe, your pasty ass should never mention the word street cred again. Secondly, we really opened Pandora's box talking about Greg's past cringe moments because not just a week later he decided he had to one-up the receipts we had on him. I don't want to judge a supporter of mine, but if one of you two Democrats wants to talk about it, I won't stop you.
Yeah, no worries, I will take up the torch since I'm the one that started this discussion in the first place. So viewers, literally, a day after we posted our first episode and had the discussion about what Cullen did in 2020, he decided that this drama wasn't recent enough to his liking and got himself arrested for blackmail and revenge porn on a woman who was his ex. Apparently when she broke up with him, instead of seeking closure or moving on like a well-adjusted adult, Bro threatened to leak her nudes and a sex tape so she would keep dating him. So far the case is still ongoing, but apparently he also has a civil court case involving domestic violence of another ex. So unlike the character he loves to portray in his defense, it looks like the real Greg Ellis has trouble pulling.
Given his track record, I imagine Bro is going to take the stand pretending to be Cullen as a character witness. Either way, we are still going to clown him in the hopes he crashes out further, since it will be great for the content. Maybe he would agree to an interview with us during an episode for the added spice.
Yeah, sure, I will get right on the famous voice actor agreeing to do an interview with a YouTube channel that has under 4,000 subs. I'm sure that will do numbers for his defense. I mean, look how well it went for me.
I mean, given the standings of where you're at, Donald, I imagine it went very well for you. In hindsight, you're here now. And with the TikTok ban, I imagine everyone forgot about the number 34.
You have a point. Soon all people will remember about that number as the rule. 34 Morgans, sweet delicious.
Okay, and just like that, the moment is ruined.
This is the most unimpressive demon showing to date. The Abomination somehow got less threatening between Origins and 2. An Abomination being a force to be reckoned with is a line that will haunt Gregor's fraud allegations for the rest of his years.
With the fodder wiped out, though, we can come to one of the biggest lore stains in the series. Cullen here mentions that usually we only worry about mages falling to possession, but there are a few rare cases where a spirit takes on another form. However, this is proven wrong in almost every other instance. Demons can, of course, possess inanimate objects such as trees at will, and as we will see in this quest, as long as a mage is involved in the abomination process, anyone can be possessed.
Oh God, Obama's nerd out strikes again. It's not a big deal. Cullen is a knight captain, not a lore master nerd. Bama.
Whatever I think, this dialogue just irks me more than usual, because this is where the Lucanus plotline, formed about it being weird he is an abomination, came to light, and I had to deal with that lore clusterfuck for an hour and 20 minutes with every squad mate repeating it.
Don't insult my man, you bitch.
Well, we don't have to worry about that lore break anytime soon, Barry. We are Dragon Age 2-pilled now. So a weird fact about Cullen here, since we've only been talking about his voice actor. In Origins, there is a possible ending you can get that is retconned in 2, even if you import a warden with that world state. If you are a Circle mage warden who sided with the mages and then gave the Circle its independence by asking for that boon from Alistair or Anor Cullen, has a crash out that rivals his voice actor and kills several mages in the tower, thinking that demons are still in the Circle. He then escapes capture and becomes a Dexter-level serial killer hunting any and all mages.
Oh my God, that's so based. What a missed opportunity. Can you imagine a mage serial killer plotline where you could actually side with him, hunting rogue mages who escape the Circle and could only be sided with if you are not a mage yourself?
Siding with a mage serial killer is absolutely feral. No one would do that. Speaking of, it's time to hit up the Blooming Rose.
Oh, hell yeah, now we are talking, boys. A high-class gentleman's club that gives Templar discounts. This is easy goddamn money, boys. Don't worry, Cullen, my Riz will have them give it up real quick. Oh, and I guess we will find out where Kieran is, too.
It's not surprising Varric and Isabella have the most to say about the Blooming Rose, given their roles and occupations. Also, hold up, isn't that our old boss?
Joe, that's not even the most surprising. Our goddamn uncle is blowing the rest of the rent money on a quick one.
Nah, Bro is definitely just here for the wings. He would never engage in such shenanigans.
It's statistically always true that gentlemen's clubs have the best wings in town. That being said, given how broke gambling is, I have a feeling all Bro is about to get is someone to spit on him.
We'll see now if the monogamous marriage between Aveline and Wesley raises some eyebrows. It should be noted that Vivica is not even joking about the fact they serve a lot of Templars. Every named Templar in the game, with the exception of Cullen, Sir Otto, and Meredith, can be seen as a potential NPC customer waiting for service, which includes Thrask, Emmerich, and even Samson, the former Templar. There's a few other notable characters that can be seen purchasing services, which we will cover, the least surprising of which is Isabella.
Came in here a lot. You sure he had time to be a Templar?
I'm telling you, this place is great. I bet they give discounts for how big your holy smite is. Anyways, girl, after you're done admiring my over 5 million power, tell me about your favorite position with Wilmod and where he was taken.
I see Isabella being in your party has the hidden mechanic of improved innuendos.
Do your clients like this charade? It must get dreadfully tiresome.
Whatever do you mean?
Also, goddamn, her head is like a lush rose garden and smells like Liana after a bath. Boys, I've never been more in love.
Joe, you good? Because the fact Varric is here cheating on Bianca in front of her tells us everything we need to know about how much of a trap this is.
Real fun.
Yes, Iduna, I would love to have some real fun.
Oh, goddamn it, you two, Donald. We are about to get game ended in a cutscene. You all have the willpower of a goldfish.
We will happily answer any question you have, my bardic princess. I want to take you away from all of this.
I'm here to investigate.
Answer one of my questions first. Who told you about little old me?
Yes, Mage Mommy. I would be happy to share the fact that Vivica gave me the information about how many holy and base Templars like myself you bring pleasure to. She also mentioned your favorite position and that you are a Darktown tramp.
Jesus, half of that information wasn't even what was asked. This blood magic here is working overtime.
Little sewer rat. She will be dealt with.
Yes,
Iduna, we will happily give our lives and our launch codes to you, my exotic wonder of the East. This sacrifice is but a small price to pay for.
Up here comes the game over screen. It's been real, you all. Thank you for the magical year. I'm sorry it has been ended the same way it started, gooning.
Wake the fuck up, fat ass. You're not getting won over by tits.
Hair.
Wait. Oh shit, Donald, use the renegade interrupt quick.
Way ahead of you, Sleepy. I'm a Templar main, and there is only one mage to bring me to my knees, and you aren't her hoe.
Wait, what the hell happened? You two shot back up faster than Hunter after hitting his White House stash.
Unnecessary stray there, Barry, but we are not only men of principle, but men devoted to a select few of waifus, and no amount of blood magic and massive knockers could ever change that.
While I wouldn't call you a man, Sleepy, you are otherwise speaking total facts. We would never fall to the temptations of boobs and blood magic. I mean desire and boob magic. No, wait. Magic boobs and blood boobs.
Close enough. So is there any difference in the choice between killing her and sending her to the Templars? I usually always just kill her because she tried to kill us.
The only difference is if you spare her, she will write you a letter in Act 2 saying that she has found the light of the Maker and is seeking absolution. She will then direct you to the first tomb for the Forbidden Knowledge side quest. I already know where all the tombs are, so her being alive is not overly important. The letter does tie the leader Tyrone to these tombs, however, and more importantly, ties Tyrone's plan as well as her magical knowledge to one of the forbidden ones.
Well, then that's not good for her, since I already know killing her gives me a little boost to Mommy Isabella's friendship, and she's a mage who tried to kill me. Thanks for revealing your dumb robe hideout's defenses, though it makes each of them biting the curb that much easier.
I understand, Donald, but let me just get one last look in.
Against us if we stand up and fight.
Okay, you got your look. Now it's time to die, boob mage.
You have to die.
No.
I guess you are a renegade for life, Donald. At least you keep your word. On to the final dungeon of the episode now, boys.
Yeah, and looks like despite me holding her life in my hands, she lied about the damn traps being able to be turned off by a switch. I looked all around the entrance and around this room, and I didn't find shit. Next time I will just kill her at the start. It wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Bloodthirsty today, are we? I'm positive the switch is here, though I just think we need a certain amount of cunning to find it. Maybe if we brought Varric instead of the pirate, we could have found it.
Don't diss my girl. She's doing her best. Besides, I would have brought Varric and Fenris over Anders and Carver, but Barack over here wouldn't let me something about extra content. So here we are fighting demons sub-optimally.
Well, the reason is both of them have unique dialogue during the final encounter of this dungeon. Anders is needed to get the best outcome with the quest, and Carver has some unique dialogue with Hawke after seeing abominations and blood mages for the first time. It helps build up some extra approval as well as some solid dialogue enrichment. But we will cover that in a minute. For now, don't forget to loot around this room. We have a codex, our first sample of Deathroot, and
the Frost Warding Rune. I already received a vision from Sandal about it, so keep your panties on Barack. Aren't most of these codex entries the same as the ones from Origins anyway?
A lot of them are repeating, but that doesn't make them any less relevant. And besides, even if you don't care about the lore, the experience you get from collecting these things shouldn't be ignored.
I'm more so just excited to begin our Deathroot collection. Also, damn, the undead are back. We finally have some more variety in this episode. For the most part, it's just been demons and bandits.
God, I miss Topsider's honor. I really hope it's doing well with POTUS and staying safe. The only small comfort is that the undead are nowhere near as numerous in 2 as opposed to Origins. That is also why Cold Iron runes stopped existing, although I think there's a mod that adds them back.
Well, that was easy goddamn money, and now we found whatever the hell this is, some kind of weird blood mage fetish, I guess.
This girl has stronger veins than The deserter from the prologue, I already know we have some tweakers among us.
Quick, get Hunter in here. Maybe he can talk them down since these are his people.
Eat a dick Donald Hunter is nowhere near as hardcore as whatever this girl is on. That white lipstick alone is more horrifying than anything the marker could ever create.
So what do we think about Tyrone's plan here? It seems like a lot of work to accomplish nothing but pissing Meredith off.
I appreciate the effort they put into a good meme, but would replacing enough people to cause chaos really work? I think eventually what would happen is mages start getting put down left and right, and all this achieved was a lot of death. I mean, there's no way this handful of dudes were going to take over the city.
I think the robes didn't think this through, and now just like the working girl blood mage, I'm about to make more of their kind bite the curb.
That's a good point, but I think this was the Forbidden One's plan in order to create as much chaos as possible. It's easy to forget that demons' goals are much harder to understand when compared to mortals. As long as chaos, death, and demons get to live inside mortals, they might be satisfied with just that. If you remember in Origins, most demons just want to see the world and be left alone once they have what they want. The Forbidden One who taught Tyrone her blood magic may have darker intentions, wanting to make the mages in Kirkwall as desperate as possible, so more and more turn to blood magic over time, either to expand their influence or for a darker purpose, as we aren't quite sure what the Forbidden One's end goal is besides amassing more power.
That's an interesting idea, but you might be reading more into it, Barak, than the writers intended. I doubt the writers thought that far ahead for a singular main quest, especially when the end result just was a brief cameo in Act 3 and a setup for the Templars being a little disorganized because they aren't locked in enough.
Oh, Mommy Desired Demon, how I missed you.
Bask in it now, boys, because this is the last game that we will ever see our beautiful, stupid, sexy demons. They get completely nerfed in Inquisition, only being referenced, and in Veilguard, they might as well have never existed. Hashtag bring back sexy demons, boys.
That's a movement I'm strongly in favor of. What are these fine demons weak against Barry?
Desired demons, like most other forms of demons, are weak against electricity and nature damage. So like many of these fights, Merril is always the correct option, being one of the only reliable sources of nature damage. Unfortunately, we won't have her until next episode, but it's something to keep in mind.
No offense, but at this rate, we really don't need the Pokemon type chart, Barak. The only thing that made me sweat is the Hightown Mansion, and now I am fully immortal, boys. This playthrough is about to be a breeze with this brain-dead easy class.
Careful, Donald, you're getting way too cocky. Just by going deathless one episode, the curve for Dragon Age 2 is higher than you think. And we won't always get top-tier type matchups like we have here, unless we reset our Hawk every other encounter later on to give them spells that work with the current enemy.
I mean, you can do that if you want, but other than maybe the Deep Roads and Arishock fight, I think we will be fine if we build and equip the team properly well with the Saturday cartoon Blood Mages. Defeated, we have successfully freed the real Kieran from his Astro World suspension.
Hang on, my Templar brother, before we let you continue your march with the Holy Paladins. We are going to need to watch you scan in medical real quick for us, so we can find out who is the imposter among us.
Nah, no worries, it was me. I am the one who is sus.
Wrong channel, Joe. The reason I wanted to bring Carver here is since this is his first experience seeing abominations firsthand, he begins to see the Mage-Templar debate from a new light, and it's a rather interesting perspective to place yourself in. It's far easier to remember the good in people, especially when there's several beloved companions who are mages. But when you witness the other side and realize that even your loved ones could become monsters of unspeakable horrors, it's easy to see why even a sibling of a mage could support the Templars and want to keep the mages in circles.
Damn, Barry, you're really going off today with the analysis. I guess that's another point towards Carver being a fleshed-out companion. Does Bethany have a similar interaction? I don't normally play non-mage Hawk.
No, Bethany just has a unique interaction that mentions she has always been afraid of demons, and as such has a very limited knowledge of them.
Yeah, cool. Stop trying to sell me on Carver. No one wants to have this guy over Bethany. Anyways, is that companion interrupt the reason you wanted me to bring the healer robe with us?
You know me so well, Donald. The other nice touch of this quest is that only Merril and Anders can detect if Kieran is truly demon, free mage Hawke, and Bethany can't, which helps separate the other two mage companions as more specialized.
My girl pulls a level 20 druid and tastes the ground to see if it smells like demon, which is wild work. Anders, on the other hand, is, well, let's just say more direct.
Okay, I can't lie, that was probably the second most base thing DA2 Anders does in this game. Bro casts testicular torsion on him to see if the demon jumps out or not. Definitely the most effective method. I can't think of a better way, honestly.
You better not be a goddamn snitch. We don't need the Templars going Peter Postal on the Templars just trying to make a bag. Wait, why did I just say that right now? Oh God, I can hear your inner thoughts, and they taste greasy as hell.
Hey, Anders, we definitely want to stir the pot and let Cullen know there's imposters around every corner of the gallows. That would be awful.
Any ounce of appreciation you guys have been building for Carver has gone out the damn window. This dude is trying to bag mommy Isabella like he is the main character.
To be fair, it's working also. If banging Isabella establishes you as the main character, then this story has more main characters than Fairy Tale.
Barack, get out of your sassy man era and stop insulting my girl. She has done nothing wrong.
Not saying she's done something wrong, but if the ball is in the court, it's fair play. All right, Hawke, for the love of God, act natural here.
What? What is it? Good news. Karen is safe.
Hawke, Anders just had this conversation with you. Do you want to start a crusade? Because this is how you get a crusade.
I already know Anders is screaming internally right now.
Hey, Cullen, I know the base take here is to drown all the demons at birth, but we actually can confirm this dude is good, so feel free to put him back on the payroll. Someone has to mop the robe bloodstains off the gallows.
So this choice doesn't have any major ramifications in the main story, but it does change what side quest becomes available in Act 2. If we reinstate Kieran, we get the quest, How to Frame a Templar. If we tell them Kieran needs to be expelled from the Order, then his family ends up going into debt, and we receive the quest to debt in the family instead. One gives a weapon while another gives gold.
Obama, this degree of yapping is what caused all my supporters to boo you on Monday, just so you know. The nerdy optimization on everything is the culprit, nothing else. Anyways, dude, enjoy your Templar gig and kick a mage in the kidneys for me, will you?
Damn, Donald, you're going to do Barry dirty like that after you two were giggling like schoolgirls at the funeral a few weeks ago. That's a total switch-up. You didn't even do me dirty like that.
Yeah, because I have respect for the dead and dying, and I know your ass is not making it to 2026.
I have to make it to 2026. I need to start my Switch 2 grind now that it's official that shit looks so sleek.
Enjoy being on a ventilator for your Nintendo cash grab, then sleepy with exactly one Mario game and probably a rehashed Pokemon concept. May you get exactly what you all deserve.
Careful, Donald, there's no laws about the Pokemon or what their fans will do to your mailbox. Anyways, now that the main quest is done, we can take care of one more plot point with Carver before we likely slot him on the back burner for an episode or two. We can take the Tobrius documents that we found in the Amel cellar to the mage himself, one of the few mages who is even allowed to walk around the gallows unsupervised by the way.
The music here does not match the scene going on. The DJ definitely fell asleep at the wheel. As based as our father was for escaping the circle to raise us, it is a skill issue that he needed a Templar's help, while Anders has escaped 7 times with nothing but his chaotic energy.
That's like comparing escaping from an American prison with escaping from a Swiss prison where guards don't even lock the cell doors. The Kirkwall Templars actually care about mage oppression here, while the Ferelden Templars can't even finish off a mage, right?
Phrasing, please.
I mean, Mama Hawke met Malcolm at a noble party, where he was providing magical entertainment to the guests, and they had multiple dates after that, resulting in her getting pregnant. I don't think that screams high security prison.
Well, remember, Meredith didn't take power until a few years before the Fifth Blight, so before Meredith, I imagine the Templars were not nearly as strict and things were run as a regular circle, which meant mages that passed the harrowing had freedoms and could even work outside the tower, as is the case with Malcolm. The fact he proved himself is likely what led the Templar to help Malcolm escape.
Well, I'm glad I came to Kirkwall after Meredith was put in charge then. Also pretty on point of our dad to name a shitty Templar after the bigger shitter in front of us, Carver.
Even fewer like the Templar. Rest well at the Maker's side, Sir Morivard Carver.
This Templar was far nicer than our Carver ever was. At least Bro knows his dad did in fact consider him, and probably liked Carver more, considering we learned Malcolm didn't even want to have mage children.
Hey Carver, I respect your character arc, but can you not be an asshole right now? We are trying to give you some closure on your daddy issues, something no other companion in Dragon Age 2 gets, even though they all have them.
Even when we are nice to this guy, he is a great flaming asshole.
Well, with the only nice action we will give Carver until the end of the series done, we should start to wrap up for this episode. Next time, it's Joe's maiden voyage into Dragon Age 2, so we can see how the mage main gets things done.
Yeah, next time, viewers, we will get the best companion in the game, Merril, and I'll also tackle some of the more difficult main quests, so that the fans can eat good.
Can't wait to see if Sleepy has actual gameplay skills instead of just rambling game knowledge. But viewers, thank you all for watching. Don't forget to leave a comment question on your favorite companion introduction in the Dragon Age series, as well as leave a like to thumb Joe's ass.
Fellow FemElf fans, it's your freaky friend Fiden finally freeing you with a final flash.
Joe, you can't just change your first initial to make the opener work. As your president, I demand you do a redo.
With pleasure, Darth Dalen Donald's Dumber Den Dick.
Secret Service, curb stomp his balls immediately.
Okay, both of you are pretty now. Calm the hell down. I do not have the patience to deal with this for another hour 20. That being said, welcome back, viewer. We are getting right into it today with the Dalish Elf quest line, hopefully less bloody this time around. We will also be taking care of the duty quest line while on the way to more quests.
Hey, bro said duty.
They hate you both.
Blog about it, Barack, but do we have any lore on the White Flint mercenaries while we are here?
That's the neat part, we don't. The only fact about them is Hawke kills all their guys in the actual sense since they go extinct after this quest.
All right, the lame factor is not going away anytime soon. Speaking of extinction, though, my urge to kill is rising. The elves have such kickable faces in this game.
First off, are you still going to sit and say the Dalish decision in Origins wasn't racially motivated? Secondly, you better leave my girls' clan alone.
Yeah, and that goes double for the Dalish Elf Warden's clan, too. I'm not headcanoning my warden as getting the human noble treatment. That being said, thankfully there's only a few quests that take Hawke here so we can control how little Donald interacts with the Dalish elves.
Guess I got lucky Donald avoided doing Merril's quest after all.
The vegan elves will soon feel the wrath of my Skyrim racism axe, just you wait. I mean, just look at them and their weird little boba pearl eyes. I feel like they are half demons with their head shaped too.
Well, it isn't the best design, but I see their intention. They wanted to further distinguish the elves from humans, since in Origins elves were just shorter humans with pointy ears. Although Inquisition definitely had the best designed elves in terms of compromise for a different looking race, but not outright looking like demons, especially with the Vlassine design changes.
Now, Frostbite Engine is great for background designs, but character designs look weird as hell. The elves aren't bulky enough and just all look like skinny tree huggers. Origins had the best elf design easily, both with Vlassine and facial structure.
Well, you're wrong, Donald, Sarah, and Solus look great, and so does Lavaline, so Frostbite Engine stays on top when it comes to good-looking elves, at least. Although not all the elves look weird, my cutie patootie Merril looks great, and Fenris's design makes him look pretty good too.
You're objectively wrong, Merril. Looks like those fish people from Baldur's Gate 3, but Fenris, on the other hand, that's a total smash.
Shut your Templar-loving sizzass up, you conservative cucumber.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Did you set the dementia in your brain to marinate today, Sleepy?
Calm down, Joe. Don't pull out the ice cream. See, look, the Keeper is letting Hawke take Merril along for the journey ahead.
Oh, fuck yes. That's gonna be our wife.
As long as I get to smash Isabella, that's fine. Although usually when a tribe offers you a free wife, you shouldn't take it because it's obviously gonna be a trap.
Well, let's just avoid talking to Merril about the nation's secrets or our credit card information just in case. Wait, where did Joe go?
So here's where our country's nuke button is, and my credit card is right here. The 3 funky numbers are my favorite ice cream order numbers at Ben & Jerry's.
For Joe, for the love of God. Get over here.
How the hell did you do that, Barry? Did you just scorpion hook me? Okay, my apologies, Barry.
Since when did the two of you start speaking Japanese?
Well, me and Joe are fully caught up on One Piece, so now we have to read the scans when they come out before they get translated with 17 grammatical errors.
Wow, very impressive, you goddamn weebs. Since you like bullshit anime power-ups so much, here's some future sight for you. I can guarantee to you, Joe, that this episode is not going to go the way you think it will, and I'm going to laugh.
Wow, sounds like a lot of heavy foreshadowing. Too bad you're going to be flat out wrong. Donald, me, and Anders are about to hit level 7, so it's about to be all Joe over now. Let's go get our waifu boys.
She has chosen a new path. Please, guide her safely from here.
Well, before you do a small little Obama obscure observation, all of the elves here are not random NPCs, but are very recognizable from the Dalish elf origin, including Finral Varathorn and Pol the City Elf, who just joined during the 5th Blight. Well, he's the one we see wandering around, trying his best to still fit in. The girl talking to the human is also Marin, who was the Hala Keeper from Origins as well.
Who the hell is this girl? I don't remember seeing this scene before.
Oh, hell yeah, this is the quest to help the big back werewolves from getting a little sick with the curse. It's far better than the goofy revenge plot line if you kill off or cure the doggos, boys.
Okay, but why is this girl going here to ask for help when the werewolves are literally the ones who killed the whole Dalish clan? Not only are these guys far away from Ferelden, but they literally killed elves. Why would the Saber clan give you guys anything?
Well, remember that some of the werewolves are former members of Zatharine's clan, since that's how we built up an army to combat the Darkspawn by infecting many of the fallen elven hunters. It's also possible the curse spread to nearby villages as well, although not confirmed, since that would make the choice genuinely evil instead of subjectively evil. This girl is hoping that the Dalish still see the werewolves are part of their people in order to help them. That, or she's trying to make the Dalish see that they are somewhat responsible for this issue and take responsibility. Either way, the main takeaway of this quest is that siding with the werewolves had really bad consequences, since the curse is spreading to a point where even the Lady of the Forest is becoming a threat, which is one of the few epilogue slides from Origins that holds true.
Hey, the werewolves were the true beef that the Blight Army needed, even if they were a little goofy in game when we used them in the alienage. They still did what we needed them to do. I have no regrets. As for the epilogue, you don't have to remind me I read it. The werewolves lived like kings until a few humans had a skill issue, when the disease spread and the werewolves became more feral. Then when the soldiers came to drive them away, they found the camp completely empty, but true gooners like myself are still looking for the ultimate forest waifu.
Please. Help me find
Well, in honor of the forest waifu, I will help them find a cure, and apparently one of the ingredients is right across from her. So this should be easy money to find.
Oh, buddy, please try to use your pea shooters on us. The last elves said the same thing to us, and if you want to ask what happened to them, go and ask the human girl.
Hawke isn't on POTUS level yet, but I doubt he would need to be to curb stomp them back to the Dales. Thankfully, the Saber clan is friendly to everyone except our last squad mate over here. Everyone welcome the lean, mean social anxiety Queen Merril.
She looks like she's trying to get in touch with the Mothership or the Blood Mage Corporation, knowing her.
Oh my God, there she is. Well, she's here. Rough, bark, bark.
I didn't hear. You must be the one that people told me about.
God damn it, Joe, I thought I confiscated all your dog collars. How did you get that one past security?
I tucked away this one in Donald's McDonald's bag, since I know his self-conscious ass doesn't let the Secret Service search those.
It's been 2 weeks and you're already abusing my powers. I only made that rule because Mark sneaks a goddamn fry every time.
I hope everyone who has been edged and deprived of Merril are fully satisfied now, because my God, the wait was worth it. She might not sing, but she definitely makes my pipe carry a tune, if you know what I mean, boys.
Dragon Age acoustics and elf gang rise up. That being said, let's cover some lore on our favorite first, and yes, I am looking Delana directly in the eye when I say that.
Sassy Barak strikes again, rest in peace, elf mommy.
Merril was born to a different clan, the Illyrian clan, that resided in the hills of Navarra. However, since she was the third mage born in the clan, she was traded to the Saber clan during the meeting of the clans at just 4 years old. Merril has always been a very quick study and has absorbed the lore of the ancients like a sponge, rivaling the Keeper now in knowledge, which is of course similar to Valana. So Merril of course traveled with the Dalish Warden and Fenriel looking for Tamlin, but found no sight of him, and instead found the Alluvian. Her curiosity about elven lore has gotten the better of her, and now the mirror, being the first mystery she has yet to solve, has challenged her to completely change her outlook on what it means to be Dalish and help her people.
Also, her voice actor is different, just like Isabella, to help fit the Welsh and Irish accents that they gave the Dalish in this game. In the original, she is voiced by Erin Matthews, who voices Dr. Elizabeth on Pharaohs, but in this game, she is voiced by Eve Miles. I think we can all say which voice actor I am more favorable towards.
You know, replaying this game after Inquisition and Veilguard, they really did give a lot of signs towards what the hell Flameth really is. The fact we say an elven prayer for the dead on top of a shrine, where the ancient elves existed, all roads point towards Dragon Grandma being an elf.
It's even crazier that this isn't the only time Mythal has done this. It's her go-to whenever shit starts going down or she's about to get confronted. Also, that Ferelden isn't that brown comment is a reference to a critique about how same-looking most maps were in Origins, as well as the comment many Orlesians state that say Ferelden smells like wet dirt.
Never really got the brown thing, but Origins graphics have stopped holding up nowadays.
Hanging from the trees, Tintop. Getting there is the tricky part. Our hunters haven't been able to reach the summit.
Well, with the lore dispensed, let's start making our way up the mountain. This might be one of the few quests that has longer cutscenes compared to gameplay.
Oh, hey, more undead boys, and here we are, still without Topsider's honor. We have an immortal elf waifu on our side, but what are the stats on these guys? Bury any Pokemon weaknesses?
Well, there's quite a few stat changes from how undead functions statistically in this game. They are immune to nature damage and cold damage like in Origins, but now have electricity and spirit damage weaknesses, which once again brings value to our chain lightning stocks. Interestingly, it's like the game designers heard about my critiques as well as Max Brooks' critiques about using fire against undead and took it to heart, as fire just does neutral damage against the undead.
Well, despite shifting the type matchups more than Gen 6, the undead are still easy goddamn money. That was quick as hell. Hawke is really uninformed about Dalish culture. I could smell her as a mage the moment I met her. Massive skill issue on Hawke's part.
My girl is the strongest mage in the game, don't you dare say otherwise. Hawke just got too lost in her eyes to notice the magic aura around her, or the giant mage stick on her back for that matter.
Merril's line about it being a keeper's job to remember and restore what we can summarize as her entire motivation. Excellent foreshadowing from BioWare here.
At least Merril has an ounce of subtlety about her companion quest at the start, and we don't learn it all right off the bat. One of Veilguard's biggest problems is how in your face some of the companions' quest arcs were telling you everything you needed to know off the bat, not saying I'm interested in her lame-ass Morrigan Mirror recycled storyline.
Given your taste in women, I figured you would have liked sloppy seconds, Donald.
Yeah, what did you say last time you saw her on looking ass? 3 strikes, right? Let's just say this is your first one this time around. I'm giving you a chance because you helped me out last video.
Barry's doing it again.
Just ignore it, Joe, and fill the viewers in on your new build, now that we have finally reached level 7.
Right, so viewers, we have haste now, which is the strongest spell in 2 no contests since the 50% attack speed buff can be stacked. Also, for our specialization, we will be going Force Mage. I know it's not as strong as Blood Mage or Spirit Healer, but it's my personal favorite, and the debuffs the Gravity Ring gives go hard trust.
Yes.
Then finish your task quickly, human. We cannot be rid of this one.
Also, what's this guy's problem? Don't talk about my girl like that, you knife ear.
Oh, hold up, Joe. You definitely can't say that.
It's okay, I will just get the pass from Merril, and besides I have elf friends. Just look at Valana.
Yeah, that's not a real thing, Joe, and I'm pretty sure the soulless mancers in our comment section are getting ready to cancel you now.
It's fine, Joe. Don't be afraid of their inefficient grind. Besides, I'm sure the Cerberus human supremacists will be on your side and cancel it out in the comments below.
They can cancel me. I am now unburdened and immune to caring. I got my waifu and my mage class. Speaking of from one mage to another, my love, you can share anything with me. I know this isn't Veilguard, but please fall in love with me already. I'm ready to settle down.
He only has a few weeks to live. He is trying to make the most of it, I guess. Also, second big back werewolf ingredient, I really thought this quest was going to be more involved, but this is basically how every Inquisition quest goes. I'm half expecting a war asset bar to pop up every time we pick one up.
Merril really is the video game equivalent of failing every insight roll with a nat 1, but then every history roll is a nat 20. Granted, the joke gets old eventually, but it's still endearing.
Don't insult my girl, you muscle mommy sub-bottom.
Jesus Christ, is this how I am with Mommy Morrigan?
Yes.
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 Okay, fine, fuck you all, by the way. Also, wait a minute, this area looks familiar, Joe. I think you might need to focus up here if I'm not mistaken.
Oh
shit, the arachnophobia, Joe. Do you need me to take the wheel while you get some ice cream?
You'll never take me live. I'm faster, burster, and you're harder, tighter.
Phrasing, please.
If anyone was ever wondering what happens when we cut out the spider battles, it's essentially this, except sometimes it sounds like a 90-year-old drunken donkey giving birth. Joe, for the love of God, either hand Daddy Barack the controller or shoot a damn spell. Stop running away. The spiders are not going to let you retreat just because you ran far enough away. You are losing aura in front of the elf wife right now.
Merril is immortal, she will be fine, but I am not looking directly at any of these things. Besides, I can just have Anders and myself cast haste and aura and have them auto-farm.
This would be the perfect time for a Raid Shadow Legends sponsor, if we had one, because Joe, you're not even playing the video game, now you're just watching the squad play it. The crazy thing is because of the haste buff, this is still working in your favor. It shows how absolutely broken that spell really is.
Yeah, who needs bravery when you have game knowledge, right, boys? Anyways, Barry, can you give us a lore distraction or something I could really use it to take my mind off the impending doom?
My God, Inquisition is going to be even more hilarious when the spiders are supposed to be scary, not just Biden-level scary.
Please don't start theory crafting issues before they come to light, Donald. That being said, I do have one yap off the top of my head to talk about. It's about the unique armor sets in every single act. Depending on your class, there is a definitive strongest armor for every act to collect, especially because the set bonus is beyond broken. For Mage Hawke, we have the set of the Spiral Eye, which was owned by a mage who operated in Kirkwall during the Storm Age and hunted Templars and priests. who abused mages because of their position. The mage became known as the Watcher of the Spiral Eye because of the spiral marking they would mark on their victims. The armor set gives plus 76 mana, plus 118 attack, and plus 1 magic. However, we won't get the last piece until the end of Act 1 in the Deep Roads. And so far we have the gloves from this chest and the hood from Tyrone last episode.
That's disgusting. They really made an armor about some mage serial killer who hunts the holy and righteous, and we are supposed to praise them and wear their armor? This is more propaganda by BioWare to support the mages. I will not stand for this.
Donald, this is coming from you. Of all people, when just last episode you were hoping for a whole storyline where Cullen was a secret mage serial killer and you could side with him. But when it's Templars being hunted for being bad, suddenly it's going too far.
I'm not going to sit here and take this level of sass from someone who won't even right-click a few crawly boys. I'm based, and that means making difficult decisions sleepy.
A man can only take so much, Donald. Besides passive Dragon Age 2 run boys, this is free as hell. I can see it already.
Anyways, Joe, up ahead, we should have enemies you can actually fight. There's some undead, including our first Shadow Warrior, which even though it's a shade, it takes the form of an elf, which is the same type of magic as the ancient elven guardians during the Light of Arlathan quest and witch hunt. Although these shades primarily appear in Sundermont, likely because of all the elven history that went down before the fall of Arlathan.
Oh, right, wasn't there like a war or something bad that happened here? I remember that the arcane warriors fought here since it was relevant to the Origins lore, but that's about it.
It was mages versus mages with pointy ears, Joe. It is entirely unimportant to the lore. We need more elf nonsense, like we need a hole in the veil.
Oh, well, apparently BioWare's direction was we need both of those things, Donald. But as for the history, Joe, you and Donald basically summarized it perfectly. During Arlathan's fall, it's believed the ancient elves made their last stand here against the Tevener Imperium. The arcane warriors were the last of the elite soldiers to survive, as they were also the caretakers of the ancient ones, who were in the long sleep on in Euthenera. This combat was long and bloody, as each arcane warrior could fell dozens of Tevener soldiers, but eventually Tevener won with greater numbers, and the last of the ancient elves fell. This bloody war is what likely caused the massive amount of demons and spirits to flood into the mountain today, including the demon Merril is talking to right now to open the door.
I can open the way forward. One moment.
Wait, babe, you don't have to do this. Let me help you. I'm a mage, Maine. I can dispel a door, no problem for you.
Burn the witch at the stake.
Wait, hold on. Did we just goddamn agree on something?
Huh, I guess we did. I still kind of hate being in this grease pool of a head, though.
Same.
All right, guys, I know this looks bad in her defense. She was just in a silly, goofy mood, plus she is autistic, so she didn't know how bad blood magic is, so she can't be held responsible.
Oh, but when my boy Elon uses the same excuse, suddenly you all won't hop off him or his feed.
Jesus Christ, Donald, we are not going to compare Merril to whatever the hell that shit was on Monday, and we are just going to move on. Merril here has a much different viewpoint on blood magic than Anders does, because of the teachings of the ancient elves that she discovered, and truthfully, Merril is the best example of a good blood mage, since she doesn't do anything harmful with her magic, and even helps us repel demons in several scenarios.
I have my holy smite ready if the waifu steps out of bounds.
Also, wait, what word did you just say, my love? Oh shit, here we go, boys.
But they don't sleep peacefully.
Oh, goddammit, Joe, we can't keep recycling these jokes. Don't these scripts go through a screening process or something?
Just mute his damn mic or something. This man has become completely unhinged since leaving office. He's probably going to keep singing until we put a spider or something on his desk.
Wait, hold on, that's not a terrible idea, editor. Do your thing.
Holy Maker's magnificent, Shaft. That's a big bug.
Welcome back, Joe. Now, please focus up on the fight. Vengeance is about to go down if you don't position him right.
Wait, hold on. How did that editing joke even work? Isn't that added in post or something? How did a spider jump on the screen while we are playing?
Show wow. Anyways, Barry, I know I should probably focus up on my positioning, but also this fight is perfectly showing the power of the double haste crack speed buff. So even if Anders does go down, he already did his task with haste, and half the enemies are clapped up, so this is free eats. Eveline and Isabella make a damn good team dealing with the major threats who needs Anders when the waifu squad is on the job.
This might be the first time in the series that all three waifus are equally represented on a squad of ours, and it is also not lost on me that Eveline and Isabella might become the new Lyanna and Morrigan stars of the squad. They have amazing synergy in the front line, the same as Morrigan and. Lyanna had amazing backline synergy.
All right, let's not get crazy now. It's only been like 2 missions together that sample size needs a far bigger pool. Second wave of the fight. Now, Joe, don't get complacent.
No worries, the wifers are still all here. I am big chilling right now.
Well, after this fight, there's an ingredient for the werewolf curse further up, and there's also a rune design at the very top of the mountain, so we have a few more fights to get through. With all this combat going on now, seems like the perfect time to ask if you have a comment question. Prep Joe.
I do with the game-changing haste crack buff acquired. It got me thinking about other powerful or game-breaking spells in the Dragon Age series. So viewers, what spell across the Dragon Age series do you find yourself grabbing in every playthrough? I'm talking if you had to only go into a Dragon Age game with one spell, what would it be? For me, I have to give it to Walking Bomb. It's not the outright strongest spell in the game, but it is one of the few spells to make it in all 3 games across the original trilogy, and it's an abundantly fun spell that pays homage to the Bloody Mess perk from Fallout. It took us a while to get it in our playthrough, but it's some of the most fun I've had using it in POTUS Journey, and I plan on using it later in this series as well.
Not a bad pick, Joe. Let's see if I can keep the train rolling. Like a walking bomb, a good explosion is a massive gamer move and a feeling unlike any other. All that being said, imagine an explosion but rained down from the sky, and you've got an energy barrage from Inquisition. This range is absolutely insane, and you can combo several buffs beforehand to auto-drone any enemy encamped in the open world or hell, even in close quarters. It's absolutely beautiful, and that's not because of any real-world military invention equivalent. Okay, I just like how it looks, and I can't wait to bring my man Dorian with us to smite some dragons with it.
Viewers, in case you were wondering, Barack just salivated all over the Oval Office. However, besides that, I love the based Inquisition pick, my boy. As for me, I think it goes without saying that Holy Smite in 2 and Origins is the best damn spell across the series, and it's a massive fumble that Inquisition removed the ability in favor of a weaker ability that only affects demons, not spellcasters. No other ability besides Mana Clash can affect the robes, as specifically as Holy Smite, and sticking it on a warrior who can follow up with a massive combo is goddamn glorious. If they allowed me to pump more spell slots into it like in Baldur's Gate or D&D, this shit would be orgasmic. But because it's a ranged smite, I think it's just as perfect.
This was probably one of the least surprising answers we have all given boys, but viewers, let us know what your ride or die favorite spell, as I imagine a lot of you are going to pick haste in either 2 or Origins, which is completely valid, but I'm curious what some of you pick. Our editor will read everyone, and his favorite will be featured next episode. This is normally where we would do the super thanks and featured comment from last episode, but given Mythal is about to appear back on screen, we are going to hold that for another fight scene.
For smart move, Joe, we have a lot of lore to get through. Speaking of, does this line from Merril sound familiar to you?
Oh shit, that's the first line of Liliana's camp song, so in Euthanera is just the default hymn for all elf stuff. Even funeral rites, that does make sense, though Liliana says her song is supposed to bring hope to the grieving.
Humna, 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 humna. Oh, my God, if I knew Grandmommy Mythal was in that crystal, I would have charged it a few more times for her, if you know what I mean.
Unfortunately, that was so much not on the nose that everyone did know what you mean, you goddamn gooner. Anyways, boys, Flemeth's dialogue here is not only some of the most lore-heavy in the series, but it varies heavily depending on what squad mates you bring. Although she primarily focuses on Fenris, Isabella, and Anders, although she will only acknowledge Anders if you don't bring Fenris. She essentially soul reads all of them and sizes them up perfectly. This implies she might have some sort of Star Trek empath readings going on.
So massive spoiler warning here for Veilguard, but I have a feeling it is because Mythal is a spirit. She can probably read people in a similar sense to how Cold does in Inquisition, although way stronger since Mythal is way stronger on the spirit hierarchy.
It could also be magic. I'm not sure if the spirit thing was fully decided yet, although I guess Mythal is technically a spirit anyway, so you might be right. Also, we have a cat fight between Isabella and Flemeth. This is hot as hell.
It's probably obvious who Flemeth is referring to when talking to Isabella. They both grew up with very distant mothers and were taught that life is all about survival from the start. They also have a very casual slew of friendships and relationships too, although they were not written by the same person. I would say her name, but I don't want to trigger someone.
Hey Flemeth, we only kept our word so we could recruit the hot elf girl, and because the game would never let us progress without doing this, which is often called a railroad in some circles, but glaze us up if you want, we will still take it.
Oh my God, Morrigan. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Between Mythal's assets in front of me and that name in my head, I'm about to have a stimulation overload right now, boys.
If you're about to erupt like a pyro, please go to another room and do that. We don't need the microphone picking up this kind of nonsense. Also, to add on to Flemeth being clairvoyant through spirit powers here, she is clearly able to tell exactly what Anders is. Hell, she probably sees Vengeance's aura all around him.
You know, I just realized Mythal and Anders are basically the same thing in a way. Both of them were once mortal mages that fused with a spirit to further their own goals, and ended up becoming something completely new from the two original beings.
This is the Dragon Age game you've supposedly played the most, and you're just now realizing that's sleepy?
Hop off I don't often play with all this narrative analyzing going on around me. I usually just spam Chain Lightning and Walking Bomb while turning my brain off to Lyanna songs and looking at Merril.
It's understandable this is the only scene they are ever seen together in, but yes, Flemeth and Anders have more or less the exact situation going on, where the binding of mortal and spirit created something new. The two key differences are Flemeth likely had much more selfish intentions than Anders did, and obviously Flemeth is way more goddamn powerful.
You know, with all this Morrigan praise and foreshadowing from Mommy Mythal, I'm amazed Morrigan just didn't make a whole appearance in the second game. I mean, this is literally the only Dragon Age she doesn't appear in.
I mean, to be fair, her and POTUS are having their honeymoon right now. By this point, plus they do have a kid they should be raising.
I wonder if POTUS pays child support to Gorm, the kid you two Gooners made with Marty in episode 1.
Holy shit, I forgot about that kid. I mean, bro's probably the heir to House Edgecombe too, so he's doing fine. Plus, I imagine POTUS gave them a nest egg before retiring.
On to your second point, though, Donald, I remember the online forums were ablaze back in 2011 about why Morrigan didn't appear in 2, especially since Alistair and Liliana both had minor cameos. There may have been some plans to include her in the plot of Exalted March, this game's cut version of Awakening, but Gator never fully confirmed it. Laidlaw did address in an interview post-Dragon Age 2 release, however, that Morrigan's story was far from done, so I imagine the plan was always to include her in Inquisition, following an extensive time skip.
So I never really got Flemus warning here, other than it's another obvious Morrigan reference. Is she talking about the Circle Revolution, Corypheus getting out, or Solace waking up and tearing the veil?
I mean, when you put it that way, all three of those are fucking terrible. However, I would side more with the oppressed elves and robes revolting rather than some old dude cosplaying as a god with a respawn hack. Also, because it's Joe playing, I can almost understand her underestimating us, but even if we aren't as based as POTUS, we are still the goddamn protagonist and can kick ass with the best of them.
Hawke can throw down as well as the other heroes. It is more so he isn't as politically powerful or relevant as the Inquisitor or hero of Ferelden. Also, this scene is always really sad, and we don't even know narratively how important Marithari is to Merril yet. It's like they perfectly captured that moment of sending your oldest child off to college.
Given what we learn about the Keeper and First relationships from B'Elanna, while the Keeper is like a parent to the entire clan, the First comes under their private tutelage from a young age, and is the closest thing to a parent they likely ever know. To make things worse, it's likely Merril made a deal with a Pride demon right in front of Marithari, since a short story reveals that they found the demon sealed in Sundermont together, where the Keeper tells Merril to destroy the demon. But as we learn in Act 3, that demon is very much still alive.
Damn, that level of disappointment is like shooting up right in front of your parents. Speaking of shooting up, looks like we have wandered into Joe's neighborhood of Wilmington, Delaware.
Wait, Joe, I thought Hunter sold that place to pay for legal fees?
Well, he did, but it turns out a Facebook Marketplace sale isn't legally binding when you don't own the house. Some Pokemon card scalper was living there, but after evicting over 40 body pillows, we are so barack. Which is good, because I don't think I was going to be able to convince Jill to live in Ireland.
Oh shit, well, when are we going back? I have to check on how Barack Obama Plaza is doing.
You have a plaza in Ireland named after you?
You look it up, there's nothing as Irish as Barack Obama.
Damn boys we are so in, we're already invited to her place. Here's a pro-Joe Biden dating tip: buy her a place, that way you always have a key for nighttime visits.
I mean, that's what I always do, actual solid advice from Joe over here. Aren't we supposed to be saving up our coins, though, for this expedition? How did we get her a whole house that is slightly nicer than our own house at Gamlen's?
It's a house in the alien age, so only elves can even live there, I imagine. That knocks the price down a lot. And it's already a house in an area labeled as the Poor District. While it's possible there was just an open house available, I like to think Varric pulled some strings with the coterie to get her a house here. If he has private hangman room money, he likely has elven alienage money.
Varric and Isabella start up the trend of Dragon Age mom and dad squad mates to Merril, something Varric picks back up with Solace when it comes to Cole and Inquisition. Unlike Cole, though, I'm about to become Merril's daddy.
Joe, please, for the love of God, we can only take so much cringe per episode. I mean, hell, Merril wasn't even sure what you were trying to do there. That's how negative your Riz is.
Hey, if I can pull Liliana in Origins, I can bag the cute nerd, especially once I love bomb her with mage content she approves of.
Oh fuck, pro mage quests, that's the shit I like. Why couldn't I be in his head instead of Renegade McDonald's Knight Commander-in-Chief over here?
It was booked to capacity, and consider that shit strike two, you robe-loving ghost.
Well, while Donald has his moment. Merril, I just want to reassure you that compared to Zathrane, you would have made a very good keeper. It's not really on you that you didn't make many friends in the Dalish, considering what we see from B'Elanna being secluded is just the norm when you have to spend most of your time learning elven lore and magic. It's like raising a son super strict, so he focuses only on becoming a doctor, making no friends and partners, then getting mad when he's 30, and he can't pull someone to give you grandkids.
Hey, I don't care how socially awkward she is. She can pull Hawke, so that's all that matters. Anyway, don't I have to go all the way back to Sundermount to turn in the werewolf quest?
Looks like we have a small ambush to trigger another main quest too, so let's pick that up while we're at it. This will start Black Powder Promise, and just like recruiting Anders unlocks enemies among us and recruiting Isabella, we have to finish Long Way Home and recruit Merril to unlock this encounter. Also, sorry in advance for this, Joe.
Fuck. Spy Sputter says us.
This is goddamn hilarious. Joe's favorite game in the series has spiders every other encounter.
We can't even skip this one too. We have to complete it for the main quest. Well, while Joe stays in the background for his exposure therapy, Donald mind featuring our favorite comment from last episode.
Sure thing, Barack. Our featured comment comes from Linkster362, who says their favorite companion is our big girl Shale from Origins. They say that they love the switch up of expectations, since we think we are getting an obedient, mindless killing machine, but instead we got a sassy, thick girl with base takes. They also love the lore enrichment Shale offers the Orzammar quest line, which is based because that was easily the peak of our run until we reached the Landsmeet section. Thank you for your comment, and can't wait to hear what your favorite spell is in the Dragon Age series.
We also have 2 super chats from the last episode. We have 5 European monies from Anti-Juatazniemi. So we greatly thank you for your support. It means a crazy amount towards the growth and frequent uploads to this channel. We also have $10 from Nightbringer 325, who made a request to romance Solas for the story in Inquisition. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the support, and this super helped us come up with a new idea we have towards how your super thanks can give you a voice in the channel's future. Donald is the businessman you want to go over this one.
Sure thing. I love that money grind, and I especially love having people invest their money into something worthwhile, in this case, waifus. So viewers, this $10 is now going to be the first official super, thanks to influence our romance decision in Inquisition. Since Barack wasn't savvy enough to lock in Cassandra in the deal for Inquisition, our romance is up in the air. So our editor has made a Google sheet with every romance option besides Cullen for obvious out-of-game reasons, and your super thanks can become a drive for your chosen waifu. The romance option that gets the most donations will be our winner, which means those super thankers also get to choose our gender in some cases. You guys have until the release of the first Inquisition episode to determine the romance, and every donation will be put into a public Google sheet that you can view in Fox Discord. So make sure to add what romance you want in the super thanks or super chat in question, and if you forget, our editor will just ask you in the comments if you want that super to go towards a romance option. If you want to be Switzerland about it, that's fine too. Our editor might find other rewards for channel backers in the future, but we love having you guys have a voice in our series, and this is just one more way to do that.
Well, back to the game, we'll take on the Qunari camp, but only for the viewers, and so we can each do one Qunari quest in our next episode.
Sounds good. If you take care of that quest, then I can do the Shepherding Wolves quest next time, and then Donald can take care of the Sheamus quest. We are doing a dead, even split on main quests at this rate, boys.
Thanks for volunteering me, Barack, but that quest is just killing a bunch of dudes anyway. Now that we are helping the C-tier businessmen, let's go back to helping the big backs that won the 5th flight.
Oh, come on. Man, at this point, just send me an oiled up for the necromorphs. I apologize for my hurtful and possible anti-short people rants that I said under duress.
Joe, our editor, cut ahead. We can only have you break the mic quality so many times this episode.
Oh, thank God.
I'm amazed to say, Joe even taught me a few new words there. You learn something new every day. Anyway, here's a Templar that belongs back in Ferelden, and not in the based order of Kirkwall Thrask. This dude might as well give the robes free housing outside the circle, the way he lets them escape and feels sorry for them.
Thrask definitely does not belong in the Templar order, despite being given to the Chantry at the age of 4, but we can cover that more in a minute. For now, we should talk about Finriel and the Dalish. I can see this is what you mean by continuing the elf content. Joe, nice work, sticking to a theme.
I mean, Donald stuck to the recruitment theme and you started with the prologue theme, so it only makes sense I keep the ball rolling. Besides, this quest only opens up after doing Merril's quest, so it's the perfect opportunity.
Wait, so are you supposed to recruit Anders and Merril first? It seems like no other quest is available until you do at least one of those two?
Yeah, basically, since the only thing you can do before recruiting one of them is side quests, and even those are limited until you progress the main quest. Back to Finriel, though, this quest is probably the worst public relations interaction for the Dalish in the entire series. Mariana's clan forced her to choose between giving her own son away or leaving the clan forever, since her son is only a half-elf. Obviously, she chose her son, but at the cost of having to leave the only family she ever knew for a life in the alienage.
Between this and the Dalish hunting mages, when there's a surplus in the camp, the only Dalish clan that isn't terrible is Merril's and maybe Llewellyn. Hell, even Zathrain's clan kind of sucked, since their leader was a immortal blood mage who would rather hate the ancestors of his enemies than protect his clan.
Common Elf L. This is why I stayed with the based werewolves. They target all enemies equally and are easily won over with nug nuggets. Reject racism, embrace dogs.
Raising for the love of God. Donald, I don't like the implications of that sentence. I ask you to kindly go over it a few times in your head. Not every elf clan is terrible, though Ariana's clan seemed nice, and the part of Valana's clan that didn't leave with her seemed nice too, and admonished Valana for her view on humans. I think the Dalish have a 50-50 chance of being a welcoming family, with the Saber clan being the pinnacle of altruism among the Dalish. Also, one of the biggest oddities about this quest is how much it brushes to the side Finriel being a dreamer. The dialogue is only brought up in passing with his mother, and we aren't even able to ask him about the nightmares himself if we bring Aveline along when we meet him, because of a certain chain of dialogues. This is a problem because him being a dreamer or having nightmares should be a major deciding factor if he should go to the Circle or not, because Finriel is anything but a normal kid who has magic.
That's a good goddamn point. Baroque Templar decisions deserve that consideration. But unfortunately, we have Paragon Bleeding Heart Sleepy here, so any Templar decision goes out the goddamn window.
I'm fiending for that Merrill approval. I want that peak romance as early as possible, but anyway, let's go confront a deadbeat dad, and to help me do so, I brought in a local expert on the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Maury Povich.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my special guest, Joe Biden.
Maury already introduced you to the audience. You didn't have to introduce me.
I know, but you don't have the sweet TV announcer voice, so stick to being a nap and spell expert, Joey, and leave the announcing to the professionals.
Damn, welcome in, Maury. If I knew you were coming to my house, I would have laid out some proper snacks.
No worries, Donnie. Polishing my special M entrance to the White House was all the welcoming I need. We can do some rounds on the field after you guys find 2 dragons or whatever this game is about.
And hey, Maury, after the game, I wanted to show you my latest Warhammer model, if you're interested.
I'll let you know if I have the time, former President Obama.
God damn it, well, at least we can show the unique mage interaction to get the dad to spill where his son is. We only get this if we are a mage, or we bring Bethany here to show the dad his son's situation isn't too different from ours.
Which brings us to why you're here, Maury. This guy abandoned his son after he got the kid's mom pregnant because of his race and all, while he had a wife at home. Now he's denying the kid and only helped him out of guilt.
Oh, Joe, this is a treat. I know just how to handle this guy, trust me, because viewers, let me assure you, I have the DNA results right here. In the case of 16-year-old Finriel, Vincento, you are the father.
Damn, that shit never gets old. You even convinced him to give up the local drug addict at nighttime.
I mean, it was literally the mage interrupt that let us get the information, but you know what good shit, Maury. If you fail talking to Vincento by not using the interrupt immediately, you just have to go to Thrask, and he will eventually give in and tell you what he knows, which also leads to Samson.
Common Thrask L, but let's go get some base Templar juice. I'm running low on my supply anyway.
Wait, so that's what you keep pouring over your McNuggets? I thought that shit was syrup. That explains the Fey dreams.
Oh shit, so this dude is a plug and a drug addict. This is more of Jerry's department, honestly, boys. Let me go get a Ouija board and hit him up.
Damn, too soon, rest in peace, Jerry. It's crazy, though, how this random former Templar who appears in 2 quests can become the second to Corypheus in Inquisition. It's crazy what the random 7-Eleven tweaker can do when he finds the right high.
This dude is all red lyrium armor and no substance. Isn't he another weak-ass Ferelden Templar that was fired for feeling bad for the robes? Bro should stay in the blooming rose-cucked chair with Thrask. It's where he belongs.
Right again, Donald Samson is a more lenient Templar who soared through the ranks of the Templar Order under the previous Knight Commander, But once Meredith took control, she had a tighter leash on her Templars and found out he was passing letters to other mages. He was quickly fired for this, and now struggling with lyrium withdrawal, he spends every ounce of money he gets on his fix, which is why he is only helping mages who can give him money. He also has a small arc in this game where he completely shifts his perspective on mages in essentially the opposite direction as to how Cullen views mages, but we can get to that later.
Something sounds really bad about him only helping young kids, but then also sending them to a pirate captain in the same breath. I can't be the only one who thinks that this is a little sketchy.
Yeah, especially in a town where every other person is either a Carta member or a slave or Poe. This guy is just an addict. He doesn't really care about the people he's helping. Speaking of helping, though, here's our old boss asking for help not 1 week after we quit.
Bro is the definition of a manager who panicked and fired an employee only to realize that guy was the only one doing actual work for the company. That being said, this dude is a real asshole for someone trying to convince us to do work.
This dude is the definition of lower management. He even has the balding head of hair like you do, Donnie.
Yo, Poe, what the fuck did I do?
This quest is the only consequence of siding with the mercenaries. If we sided with the smugglers, we get a quest to recover some goods from the coterie and learn that the smuggler started using child labor to transport her goods in the city. We can either let the children have the goods or take them back. As it is, we just have to kill another noble that the other nobles don't like, which is, again, just playing more into the Orlesian game politics of Kirkwall.
You want to handle this quest, Barry? You're the one who picked the mercenaries anyway, so it's only fair.
Yeah, that's fine. My next episode is going to handle a lot of the side content like Aveline and the Bone Pit anyway. Someone asked why our episodes are longer all of a sudden, and the main reason is just so we can progress the story to a decent place every episode, since every quest in Dragon Age 2, with only a few exceptions, is much shorter than Origins, which would normally take 2 episodes to finish the main quest proper.
Also looks like you found the last nighttime ambush group sleepy, so you lucked out on an enemy type you can fight again.
Redwater Raiders, are these like communist pirates or something, boys? Because that's some hardcore alliteration on the branding.
No, Poe, they are just called Redwater Raiders because their leader is a blood mage who captures people and other sailors to fuel his power more. I mean, with a name like Leech, I guess it was bound to happen. These guys have a Pokemon weakness to lightning, though, like half of the enemies in this game. So this is easy goddamn money.
Oh, damn good shit. Dispensing Lord Joe didn't know you had it like that. And this will also be the last time we show any ambushes until we fight the gang bosses at the end of each act. Just because the game pads down content doesn't mean that we have to.
Well, I'll give these gang attacks one thing they are good for: venting out frustration, since they are so goddamn easy to kill. It's like some reverse GTA scene going on with how easy it is to kill these guys.
Oh, you like venting frustration, Maury? Well, I was looking into rage rooms in DC. Wanted to know if you wanted to check one out with me.
That's what golf is for Barack Obama. Besides, I don't want to wear those goofy white overalls.
Oh, okay, well, I also was looking into renting out a bowling alley next week and have some professional catering. Would you like a invite? It should be fun and low-key.
Yeah, okay, I will think about it, but I think my cat left my oven on, so I should go check on that. It's been fun, you all. Good luck finding out the age of the dragon a second time.
Barack, why the hell did you do that? You scared him off? Are you trying to date Maury or something? Because if you want to do that, can you not scare away my friend when you do it?
Well, you all said to get some interest to make Maury like me, so I looked up some fun things to do so we can have a thing like Joe's Book Club or Donald's golf outings. I'm goddamn trying here. I just want to be chill and not be called former President Barack Obama.
Barack, I can't believe I have to tell a grown-ass man this, but you're coming on way too strong, and it's obvious you just pulled advice from Reddit or something. Just find something not Dragon Age related that you're genuinely interested in, and bring it up with Maury. If you sell the pitch, he will want to try it himself, and there you go. But for the love of God, get an interest for yourself first.
All right, fine. I guess I can be flexible and try a few things. Thank you, Donald. Sorry I came off desperate there.
All good, Barry. It's not like we don't get desperate the second a elf mage or a swamp witch appear on screen. We all have chinks in our armor.
You know, I'm always really confused with how quickly mages can turn into abominations. I mean, go back in time at the scene after she called for help was less than 10 seconds, and she's a full-fledged abomination. Even the process with Yildred in the Circle Tower was longer.
I guess demons just have a 10 gigabyte connection to distressed mages in Kirkwall. The Forbidden Ones are working overtime to get as many mages hooked as possible. Anyway, while we fight another brain-dead, easy abomination, why don't we talk the tea about Thrask?
For good bars, and sure thing, Joe. Well, as we mentioned last episode, Thrask, like many Templars, frequent the working girls at the Blooming Rose. What we didn't mention is that he actually frequents one working girl exclusively, and just like in Fable Bro, never opted to use protection. He had a child with her who he named Olivia. She showed signs of magic at a young age, and Thrask, knowing how bad the Circle under Meredith's firsthand, spent great expense and risk to keep her hidden from the Templars. Eventually, as Olivia grew up, she realized how much Thrask was risking to protect her and tried to go her own way. Unfortunately, since she didn't have money to get the quality help of Samson, this is how it turned out.
Another day, another emotional fallacy by BioWare to side with the poor oppressed mages. Thrask could have just sent her to a different circle, and if he did, she wouldn't have been auto-possessed as quickly, and his daughter would still be alive. Her death is partially on him.
Yeah, but if he sent her away, Thrask and her mother would have never seen her again. At least she got to know her mom and her father, and that they loved her. That's something most mages don't get.
I would rather they be alive and not summon foreign demons out of the ass to take away jobs and lives from the hard-working people on the other side of the veil. If Hawke wasn't here to stop her, these demons could have broken out and caused another mini Redcliffe. I mean, the undead are already here for further proof.
This wasn't all Thrask's fault, though Olivia made a decision on her own, and I believe she was old enough to think for herself. It's hard to look at every mage dead in the eye and say you don't deserve to make any choices for yourself as an adult, because a demon might possess you at some point.
Sounds like you just don't have enough renegade points to make the hard decision, Barack.
Well, as far as this discussion is concerned, the decision comes down to if we want to blackmail Thrask about protecting his mage daughter or not. Literally every squad mate in the game, besides Fenris, disapproves of this decision, and it's one of the few very evil choices in this game.
Fenris is so based, holy shit, I didn't think he would be one of the few companions trying to secure a bag.
It's not even much of a bag, Donald, it's like 2 gold. It's honestly weird Fenris approves of this decision. It's not like he is a greedy person. So the only reason I can think of is he just wants to punish someone who supported a mage being free. Viewers, let us know if you have a roleplay reason for blackmailing Thrask in the comments, though.
While Thrask doesn't deserve the Fenris smoke, I can think of a few people who do, so let's go destroy our third slaver operation in Kirkwall, shall we, boys?
Also, this shitlord mage really walked up to us and said, yeah, we can enslave these guys easily. Fenris, kindly show this man what happens to robes who don't know their place.
How that McDonald's sprite at 2 a.m. be hitting.
Andraste's great flaming ass. How did you do that?
See, I appreciate you cooperating with me, and if you hadn't tried to enslave me or my girl Merril 10 seconds ago, I would have let you pass with a warning. But as it stands, I'm about to show you all what happens when you mess with a mage who can fight back.
If you're playing Renegade Hawke, you get a top-tier edgy scene where they stab the shit out of this robe before starting the fight. As it is, though, I guess he bled out internally from whatever Fenris did to him.
Yeah, I think Fenris either took out one of his lungs or messed with his aorta given where he reached in. Bro definitely is bleeding internally, and that's in a world without a good understanding of anatomy. Anyways, we didn't go over the weakness of the slavers, so we might as well now. Slavers are weak to fire and resist cold because Tevinter is more mountainous and colder, as well as they have heavier armor, which protects against cold. Finny is perfect for dealing with them, as they are one of the 2 enemies weak to fire damage.
Well, our overpowered DLC staff works just fine here too, so this will be easy goddamn money, especially because we started getting some of our specialization abilities. On Varric and Fenris.
I'm still jealous of Varric's and Sebastian's specializations for rogue archers. In this game, it's more useful to get them than the actual archery talents.
Oh God, here comes another mage who's gonna try to use the 24-hour barrier to goon off while we kill all his dudes. This type of shit makes me want to mod in Holy Smite as a spell as quickly as goddamn possible.
That would mean wanting to give base Templar spells to mages, though, Donald. Isn't that heresy or something?
It's called a Holy Sorcerer, Joe. Look it up, you goddamn casual.
Well, looks like we don't have to add more mods just yet, because that mage got tossed around like a salad and didn't even get a chance to try and fight back. Let's go head to the beach to finish 2 main quests, boys.
You're not like a lot of other...
Goddamn it, Carver, stop trying to put the moves on all the wifus. You are literally not him at all. Stay in your lane before I accidentally send you into deep roads without Anders.
Now, let's not just talk about it. Let's make it happen, Sleepy. This prick has had it coming.
For threatening to kill your brother with blight. Just because they flirted with your girl is actually crazy work. Besides, this is more so just wholesome flirting as opposed to Isabella, who might follow through with it knowing her.
Yeah, but banging Isabella is just a rite of passage in life, let's be real.
Don't insult my pirate queen like that, Joe. I get enough of it from Barack and his sassy man era. Just dispense some lore on the beach map while we kill the last shitty mercenary company.
Well, there's not really much lore on the area itself. It's simply the coastline of the Free Marches, and it was named as such as a reference to the Sword Coast from the Baldur's Gate and D&D franchise. Merril makes a reference to this as well, talking about how was the wound on the coast made by a sword. The Wounded Coast has a surprising amount of cameos from Origins, as well likely because they are right across the sea from Ferelden. If we sided with the Dalish either curing or killing Witherfang, the daughter of Athras, and Daniela, we'll be looking for revenge on the werewolves who infected her mother. It can either be a werewolf turned human or a random human not knowing what's going on if the curse wasn't lifted. The ghoul Sophia Dryden can also appear here from Warden's Keep if we sided with her, and we will have to kill her and some enthralled bandits and blood mages. She apparently infests the entire coast with her small army. Finally, Avernus also has a side quest here if we let him live. He begins coordinating with the Grey Wardens outside of Ferelden and will have a shipment in the Wounded Coast that will be intercepted by bandits. We can recover it and drink Avernus's draft that gives +2 skill points, as well as 2 gold and a letter thanking us from the Wardens in the Free Marches.
So we had 3 options to make the Wounded Coast more interesting, and you and Donald basically killed all of them?
Hey, POTUS's journey was long, bloody, and based. Nothing we can do about that.
So I switched out our fire staff for Malcolm's Honor, which does spirit damage, which at least deals normal damage. I still hate that I'm the one who has to fight the Kunari first, when Barak just had to fight Darkspawn mainly.
You know, you have a point. Barak here is always doing the first episode and leaving the first difficult battles to me and you.
First of all, we all agreed on the turn order, and secondly, I still had to go through the prologue with no DLC items and base gear.
Yeah, but with my build suggestions, Barry, the point is you are definitely on fraud watch, just like this slaver mage is about to be. So you better step up your game next episode with some challenging fights. Because my God, between the demon haunted house and the Kunari beefcakes, me and Donald's backs are really heavy right now.
Just one more enemy to go. Joe, let's see your moves here.
If you are a rogue hawk, you get a special kill animation where you can snipe the slaver leader with a single murder knife. It's one of the most anime scenes in the game.
Varric used talk no jutsu on him.
If I were you, I wouldn't be threatening the Viscount's son.
What? Oh, I suppose you just got a tip from a slaver that he was selling mage flesh cheap.
Varric really is the dictionary definition of a natural 20 on the persuasion check, and this is just a common occurrence with him and the party. You can auto-skip several encounters with Varric just by bringing him along, which is just one of the reasons he is a fan-favorite companion.
I respect grabbing the extra 2 gold, but are we really going to just let slavers walk free? These guys are just going to do this again. Although I respect their grind taking it out on mages, though these guys have good ideas on proper targets.
Well, unlike the last slavers, these guys actually tried to talk us down, plus they paid us to let us go, and most importantly, Varric worked hard on the bullshit story, so I figured I'd let them off with a warning.
By the way, fat ass, I looked over your business plan for the Robe Emporium, and in addition to being absolutely disgusting and more brain-dead than Fenris, I also saw 33 accounting errors in cost and ROI. This shit is more sideways than your McDonald's NFTs.
Did you just give me financial advice on my mage roundup plan? Isn't that like what you're fighting against or something?
Look, it gets boring watching your ass sign executive orders all day without even reading them. And going to McDonald's golf trip combos and... wait a minute, why did I do that?
Fenrir's a nice kid, and this choice seems difficult at first, but can we talk about how this decision really doesn't matter? Sending him to the Dalish or the Circle isn't a permanent solution to his nightmare problem, and the real decision doesn't come until Act 2.
Wait, hold on, Sleepy. If it doesn't matter what option you pick, why not just send him to the Circle for that sweet Templar karma? Would it kill you to at least attempt to expand your morality and gameplay decisions?
Donald, you're just saying that because the side quest in Act 2 for sending Fenrir to the Circle is hunting some elven blood mages, and that's like a 2-for-1 special to you. Besides, I'm fiending for that Merril approval, and this gives plus 15 approval if we send him to the Dalish.
Total lies. I'm just trying to get you to expand your morality palette, Sleepy. I have no ulterior motives or disparaging views on the elves.
Yeah, I can smell your bullshit and taste your lies. Orange man, it flows through your sweat pores and sinks in your bones more than sweet and sour. If you don't let half-elf Elvis here and those fine blood elf mages go on an all-expense-paid trip to Tevinter, I swear to God you're going to have your golf hand broken this time. I don't care how many strikes you can give me, you can't escape justice.
All right, strike 3, say hi to Solace for me, asshole.
What the fuck is a Solace? Wait, what is that thing? Is that a Call of Duty ray gun?
Donald, did you just summon your persona or something? Why did you shoot yourself in the head with a ray gun?
What the fuck is this thing? It's cold and dark like a hag raven's tit. Get me out of here.
What the hell is that, Justice?
Don't worry about what it is, it's going into the Trump briefcase with Solace and all the other dumb ideas spawned out of this playthrough. You two both love mages and the Fade, so enjoy the Goon Cave together.
Oh, so that's who you were talking to every episode I was here thinking the presidency had already gotten the best of you, Donald, or you found another synthetic Grey Warden joining. I'm kind of glad it was spirit nonsense.
Hey, Donald, do you think I could borrow that ray gun?
First of all, it's Elon's, so you can get your own, and secondly, even if I did let you have a go at it, this could never fully repair the chaotic corn husk of your mind.
Well, with Donald's brain repaired and Finreal off to the Dalish that we just met yesterday, let's go to the real skill test of the episode, the Tal Vashoth.
Well, before that, we have to talk to the Qunari who betrayed the betrayers, who left the Qunari, and is also the voice of every dark elf in Skyrim.
Joe, how is that what you recognize him from? That is literally Joshua Graham.
It is? If he's not reciting Bible verses, I literally can't recognize him as Joshua.
His voice actor is Keith Sarabajika, who also voices Bartrand in this game, and BioWare fans will also recognize him as Harbinger from the Mass Effect series.
Oh shit, that's not good, bro. Is about to assume direct control of the Oxmen and give them fire-bending biotics.
This guy really voiced Joshua and Harbinger, two of the most quotable video game characters in 2010's gaming, that easily puts him on Steve Blum levels of goated. They should have gotten this guy to voice Corypheus.
I do not want Corypheus to start quoting the Mormon Bible, and if they did get him to voice Cory, you know BioWare would have put in an assuming direct control joke in Inquisition.
Still would be better than half of the jokes in later BioWare titles, Barack also. If you two weren't so hard for making our Hawk a purple hawk, we could have convinced this guy to fight for us with a renegade dialogue check.
My sword means nothing. I will sell it and myself as mercenary. Qunari would say I am worse.
This guy is an interesting look at the Qunari doctrine. He left his people with the other Tal Vash, likely unsatisfied from simply waiting in Kirkwall, to find the tomb of Khoslan. But when the Qunari resorted to banditry, as all they knew was fighting, he wasn't satisfied with that either, and became a mercenary, which he describes as being worse than the Tal Vash bandits.
In what world is making a bag as a mercenary being worse than being a literal cave-dwelling bandit attacking and looting caravans?
Well, that's because Qunari society focuses very strongly on the good of all, not the personal gain of one. At least these Tal Vash stick together and have a ranking officer to lead them still. This guy is going off on his own weakening the Tal Vash and now only benefiting himself by working for coin. It's less about what they are doing and the reason they are doing it, since, as we learned from Sten Humanity's morality, isn't really applicable to the Qunar's viewpoint.
Well, we are about to show them what the good of the whole gets them when they start cosplaying as Fallout Raiders. It all being said, the world development for the Qunari in 2 is insane. We get way more out of them in this game than we do in any other entry in the series, but despite all that, we don't get a Qunari companion in 2, besides Felicia Day, of course. Also, by the way, I called dibs on Mark of the Assassin.
Joe, you can't just call dibs on the DLC. We aren't even a third of the way through the series yet.
It doesn't matter, the entire DLC is about a cute red-headed elf waifu. If you don't let me play this, all my fans are going to riot berry. Besides, it has Felicia Day in it, and I love Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. More than life itself, either you let me play it or I'm boycotting the rest of the series.
Jesus Christ, I have never seen someone more locked into playing a Dragon Age 2 DLC in all my years. You are literally fiending over the most mid DLC that has ever graced the EA Store's Sleepy.
Well, I hope you feel differently about Legacy, because you're going to play that one yourself, Donald.
Wait, what the hell, why?
Because you haven't played any of the DLCs, and this DLC is not only one of the best in the series, but it also sets up Inquisition, which is your favorite game in the series, so it just makes sense.
Doesn't that kind of screw you over, Barack? Not only do you not get to play a DLC in 2 if that's the case, but you miss out on playing your favorite in the series, if I remember correctly.
It does, but that's fine if it means you can experience a goated DLC for the first time, and maybe it will help you form a new opinion on Dragon Age 2.
It won't, but fine. Since you are glazing up the DLCs so much, I will give them a try.
Well, since we already have seen me handle the regular guys, now let's cut ahead to the final battle boys.
Well, we got our first raw lyrium deposit, which we need to start crafting runes, and between the main quests we have done, we not only have enough to fund the expedition, but we can now start crafting up some runes for some solid builds for the fight ahead. In some cases, like Joe said, we may have to swap our spells out, but in most cases, just swapping weapon and rune element damage for the right type matchups is enough to secure the win.
Bro here thinking we are Ben Hasrath or demons trying to kill him? Who the hell are Bro's ops?
Dudes are talking on social media like they have enemies this big because their homeroom teacher took their vape one time in the school bathroom. Time to put down the Qunari who chose banditry over military imperialism as any cultured champion should. It's crazy how we already have enough gold for the expedition and we are only halfway through the main quests at the moment. Maybe we optimized too hard, but that seems out of whack when it's the primary goal of Act 1.
Well, the main quests give a grand total of 52 gold, assuming you never spend any gold on yourself, and doing side quests like the Amel will are also insanely profitable for extra income. The fact we did Isabella, Fenris, and the Amel will plus the gold from the prologue and DLC means we are richer than expected. This does, of course, get into how many of these main quests we actually should have to do, since the only real plot we have at the moment is fund the expedition, which we can talk about now, since after this quest we only have 2 more main quests to go in Act 1.
Bro, the Qunari mage spawned out of thin air and just juked the shit out of you sleepy.
This must be how Nightcrawler is going to feel playing against in Marvel Rivals. Also, why the hell was Merril upstairs? I thought I made sure everyone should be grouped together.
You actually never controlled Merril during the starting section, and I think her tactics are set to aggressive by default. Anyway, as I was saying, let's go over the main quests we have done so far. Tranquility outright makes the most sense to be a main quest. We need the Deep Roads maps to go through the expedition, and the only trade Anders accepts is helping Carl. What do we think about the other 3, though, boys? I think they are more arguable.
Well, Merril's quest also makes sense, ignoring how amazing Merril is as a companion. It wouldn't really make sense for Hawke to betray Flemeth after she helped him, especially since Flemeth has already proven to be insanely powerful. Double-crossing her doesn't seem like a good idea.
Well, I can attest that the 2 robe quests shouldn't really be main quests on their own, but this quest makes a little more sense since the only way Act 2 works is if we have met the Arishock already, since he knows we are the only competent person in Kirkwall. That's, however, a metagaming reason. There's no actual plot reason to take out these Qunari bandits.
Just like the Qunari reason, the 3 mage main quests are here to introduce the key players in the Templar versus mage debate, and to show how feared Meredith and the Kirkwall Circle are. Though granted, we could have learned that message with just one of those quests, maybe 2, if we needed that extra reinforcement. Like make the dwarf Jarves blackmail us to take out the Qunari, or have a few Templars possessed by Taron attack us on the street until we stop her plot.
Those are solid points, but Joe, are you good? Merril is already down and you are spread a bit too thin here.
Yeah, I'll be fine, Barry. I'm going to have Varric take out the mage while me and Carver take out the leader, and the ad's on their own to draw the heat away from him. Oh my god, this dude has more potions than an Elite 4 champion. Why the hell did they get rid of the Curse of Mortality after teaching every elite unit to heal themselves?
Also, Joe Varric just got 1 tapped.
Massive skill issue. You killed your waifu and the dwarven waifu in under a minute, and that mage still has more Sith lightning left to pull out of his ass. This is already over. It's complete karma that the mage main of all people is getting taken out by another mage.
Oh god damn it, what low cooldown bullshit is this?
Yeah, your cooked first death in Dragon Age 2 on the board.
Oh my god, this is rich. It's your favorite game in the series and you still have the first death. Better watch out for mages, Sleepy. You don't want to have a skill issue, right? Do you want some advice from the Templar main on how to handle this fight?
Shut the fuck up, Donald. I'm locked in now. And I'm not going to let myself die more than 1 time this episode.
For to be fair, Joe, we have given Donald a lot of shit for the mage hideout almost a year ago. I think you dying to a Qunari mage is fair game at this point.
Wow, so that's how it is, Barry. No worries though, because I have the perfect way to manipulate the AI here. All I have to do is make sure my entire party stays in the back for the first wave, and then when the second wave comes out, but before the mage spawns, I need to get everyone to the back to drop aggro from some of the horned guys. That way when the mage spawns, we can dump everything on him immediately. That's why I'm going to save haste this time too. What's up, asshole? Taste this stun lock. I hope it hurts almost as much as shaving your horns and sewing your mouth shut. When I say all mages deserve rights, I don't mean you.
Damn, you get killed by 1 mage and suddenly Joe's heart bleeds a little less for the mages. Maybe I should stick some of the mage supporters in the comments to play this mission on Nightmare so they get a better opinion.
Most people don't base their entire personality off of one annoying fight, Donald, but then again, I suppose you did, so what do I know? Also, I would suggest it would be more beneficial to have switched Carver with Aveline and Varric with Anders. Aveline's tank stats could have drawn more adds onto her, and Anders' Winter's Grasp and Haste buff could have cleared these dudes a lot faster. But still, you killed the mage this time, so good work, Joe.
Bro got the Horror, Haste, and Hex Torment Wumbo combo. He didn't even have a chance. And that, viewers, is how you manipulate the positioning and take care of threats.
Good party management and spell use, Joe. You really did lock in. Let's go clear our inventory and turn in the main quests. Now we still have 1 more quest to tackle after this too.
Oh, good, more chances for you to die. Also, does this chick seriously just give us a ring for all our efforts? We killed like 3 dozen dudes to free her son.
mean, she's a single mom that lives in the alien age. I don't think we were going to get a treasure chest of gold. That being said, the ring is decent, and the Keeper can pay us 1 gold for bringing Fenriel to the clan, so we do get a little something.
Isabella, baby, don't go. I'm not done looking at you yet. If the horned dudes give you trouble, I promise I will just smite them for you.
You know Isabella is bullshitting here because she's normally a much better liar than this. Girl is genuinely scared of the Qunari, and this is more than just because she stole their artifact.
So did they actually see her when she stole the artifact, or is she just worried they might recognize her because they have really good spies?
Well, thankfully there's no spies among these Qunari. This is simply a military unit, but Isabella was attacked by the Qunari dreadnought, and they got close when they did attack her to try to retrieve the artifact, so they got very close. Close enough that they both got shipwrecked by the fight and because of the storm.
I have to give Isabella some credit. She held her own against the strongest military in the setting.
Bro is really built like he's him, but just like me, he got clapped up by the pirate waifu. Maybe stand a little less tall there, buddy.
Height complex issues, Donald?
Nah, not at all. Just because this dude has a few inches on me doesn't make him all that.
Yo Fenris care to translate what you just yapped there.
The official translation was peace, Arishock. There's nothing to struggle against. Victory is in the Qunari.
So you know Hawke speak as well as lore now, Barak?
It's called Quinlet, and it's a secondary effect of my stand Rambling Man. That being said, it only comes up a few times in this game. The Qunari are very respectful about sticking to common. Good squad mate choices for this scene, Joe. Isabella and Fenris are the perfect combination for the scene enrichment.
You mean when he wants to say anything at all, bro, normally keeps his mouth shut or speaks in one word, answers like the big ball of anxiety from Origins. No wonder they gave him his old job, bro, is just him, but with a horn disability.
Seeing the Qunari like this and in the Inquisition makes me miss the chunkier models. I mean, Veilguard's models still look better than Sten, but they were far less beefy than what most people really wanted.
Even the Arishock's mannerisms and presence as a villain make me feel like Dragon Age really fumbled the bag on the threat they were creating with the Qunari. The Qunari really went from a major threat that you could understand and still fear to being just a large military with spies and Inquisition, and then finally to just being bandits who join the Elven Gods for no goddamn reason. Part of that is because of Mary Kirby leaving from BioWare post-Inquisition, but I believe the Qunari's last hurrah was really in Mark of the Assassin.
Yeah, looking back at some of our hopes for a Qunari Tevinter war back in the Origins run, really feels like a kick in the teeth now. The only 2 compliments I can give these guys are they have good respect for the warrior mains out there, and that they know when to start flexing on the lesser races, especially when the bag is threatened.
Bro got really pressed the second his pockets were threatened.
A real base dwarf would have tanked the spear throws instead of emptying his pockets. No wonder this dude is a surface dwarf.
A good choice on the dialogue, Joe. If you tell Jarvaeus to leave, you don't get anything, and if you choose the bottom option, you only get 3 gold instead of 4.
Sleepy actually getting his bag up? I guess snow must be falling in hell also. I guess we are back on the elf train helping a dude in tights arrest some elf serial killer.
Bro is really a buzzkill. Even the half-undead Congress members would have given a dry chuckle at Purple Hawk. I like how everything about this quest from the start is a red flag. He doesn't tell us what the dude's crime was. He doesn't want the guards to handle it except for a select few, and he would rather pay for outsiders' help rather than just let the beasts in the ruins handle him.
Yeah, this quest is really sus the second time you play it, but considering right now we are looking for all kinds of extra work, we don't think much about it. We are willing to just put the fries in the bag. Also, Joe, I should warn you that the monsters in the ruins he is talking about are...
What he means is after the Qunari battle, the monsters in the ruin are already dead, right, Barak?
All right, Donald, I see what you are doing. Kind of fucked up, but I guess that's on brand for you.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Also, why does this dude's face look like that? He looks like Donald if he was a discount mall cop.
Screw you, Sleepy. You're overusing that mall cop joke for some reason. And not only is it not funny, but it's dying faster than you. Also, you're talking about the guard looking weird, but this elf isn't much better. Why is his nose shaped like that?
You can't just ask why someone's nose is pointy, Donald. Also, I'm pretty sure we are just in the Kirkwall equivalent of the Deep South, and that's why everyone looks like that and has a pretty thick accent. Also, I'm surprised Aveline doesn't have more to say about the guards being too cowardly to even attempt to go into the ruins.
Does Aveline have any special dialogue if she's captain already? Like, wouldn't that make her their boss?
No, for some reason, while she does have extra dialogue, there's no enrichment if she is already the captain. I imagine these guys might be from a different barrack from Aveline's detachment, since we never see any of them again.
These guys are probably some kind of country guard, and that's why they are cowards. If the magistrate sent one Templar in, he would have already killed this serial killer wannabe and been home in time for dinner. But since you're on the case, Joe, I imagine you're going to spare him and give him a warm blanket and milk.
I'm going to see what's going on first. I can't really say with certainty Hawke would switch gears immediately. He'd want more information first. I mean, bro wasn't even sure why the killer would only target elf children.
It's not at the point where disapproval happens, and I like the role-play reason, Joe, we need to get back into that we started slowing down since we finished our Origin series.
Oh, for fuck's sake, why does God send these asshole arachnids around every corner?
This is karma for something dealer's choice on what it is. What's your bet, Barack? 2 more deaths in the spider cavern.
I'll guess only one. I think he's going to get clapped up once ahead and lock in after. You underestimate Joe's emotional amps when he goes off. Joe, do you want to get in on this action?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you now, I am going to die 0 times in this dungeon. I can still kill the spiders without looking at them. I don't need to watch them to take them out. Also, look, Raiders, now this is something that I can take out while the rest of my crew takes out my fears for me. And they are weak to lightning damage. This is easy goddamn money.
What the hell were these guys even doing here? They aren't the criminal we were looking for, and they are trapped in this one room with guards on the outside. This is a terrible play.
I imagine they were doing a scavenger run and then got trapped in this room after they found the undead and spiders. And now, even though their asses are trapped, they probably found a score they are trying to protect by attacking us.
Well, either way, we have double chain lightning and they have jack shit. I think I might have found my team, and ironically, it has a waifu DPS rogue, a waifu DPS mage, and a sword and board warrior as mainstays. I think I have heard this song before.
I swear to God, if Solace, Sarah, and Blackwall are our core Inquisition squad, I might have to start thinking we are just the most basic dragon boys to play this game. Also, Joe, I smell a death in your future here. This room is about to skill check you. You son of a bitch, my pirate queen already died. That's it, I'm deporting your ass.
Bro, where did her health go? I didn't even get a chance to heal her. I know she likes going down, but this is just a meme at this point.
My only saving grace of karma left is that Merril is going to go down shortly after Isabella does, because your ass is taking away half our damage by not attacking.
Merril's in trouble? Haka haka? Haka haka?
Joe, are you constipated, locking in, or having an orgasm? Which is it here?
Donald, I don't know what's happening right now, but I think you may have just triggered Joe here. He just switched off Hawke and is kiting with Merril, and my God, he might actually have our Hawke attack a spider now. This is actual Dragon Age character growth.
No one brings my girl down but me. I will fight for all of us, my love. I'm going to spam as much debuffs as I can, and if shit gets dicey, I have a backup consumable to use.
Well, despite your yapping and running around, Merril is about to go down, so what's the play here, Sleepy, or are you back to crashing out again?
All right, now that it's down to 2, I need to wait for my Mabari summon to come back up, so I'm going to pop this rock salve we bought at the start of episode 2 from the Black Emporium and keep debuffing the spiders while Aveline face tanks them.
Wait, we had this for 2 whole episodes. Joe, you could have used it during the Canary fight where you almost died. Why the hell didn't you?
Yeah, truthfully, I forgot I had it, but as soon as Merril was in danger, I noticed it. That's called locked in.
Joe, that's not being locked in. I think that's just you spacing out, although I will say your debuff strategy never fails as long as you can manage your party while doing it, so let's see it. Some fun facts about this fight while you face your fears is that it drops the first herbalist item, which is a list of 3 items in the first 2 acts that we can collect for gold, and a unique item in Act 3 when we collect the High Dragon Land. The other 2 items are the Dragon Fang in the Bone Pit and some iron bark that we can get in Sundermont. I'll collect the other 2 while side questing next episode, and the extra gold will be good once we start building for the Deep Roads expedition. Anyways, Joe, good work. Killing the spider mini-boss. Looks like the spider meme is well and truly dead.
What is dead, sorry, I blacked out in a blood rage over my waifu falling in battle. I stopped paying attention to what was happening on screen.
Jesus Christ, well maybe this arcane horror will clap you up. It's about time for another mage to give you problems.
Normally these arcane horrors are bigger threats, but between the horror spam and the chain lightning, these guys are barely able to get off a single spell. I wonder what happened to that special ability they gave arcane horrors in the Elven Ruin that would have been an interesting mechanic to give the higher level horrors in this game, and the Tempest ability does exist already.
Please don't give the horrors any more crowd control abilities between the Spirit Bomb and the Darkness Fart Cloud. It doesn't need any more abilities. I'm just glad this is the last one we fight in Act 1, and we won't see any more until Act 2.
Joe, what kind of sniff index do you have that allows you to remember exactly how many of what enemy spawns?
I mean, it's simply counting to 3, Donald. That's not really that expansive of knowledge. Plus, they are more memorable bosses to Joe's credit.
Now, I don't need the defense, Barry. I'm just built different Donald anyway, with the only real threat taken care of. Let's go check on the survivor, shall we?
I give that chain lightning 5 booms.
Don't get any weird ideas now, Sleepy.
Donald, for the love of God, I would never do anything to this poor girl other than give her a blanket and hot cocoa.
It's interesting that Merril calls her Dale, and that's Elven for little one, and is the same thing that the Keeper calls Merril herself. Moving on from the Elvish word of the day, this girl is the definition of a Stockholm Syndrome survivor. It's crazy to think about how many things kids can forgive because they don't understand pure evil or ulterior motives.
Not to mention she's starving, injured, and probably doesn't have a good grasp that adults can lie. Still want to spare him and let the justice system sort him out, Sleepy?
Not anymore. Seeing Leah makes me want to make this dude bite the curb in a very primal sense. I don't care what nonsense mental issue he has, the fact he's targeting elf children and seeing them in a state like Leia. This dude deserves to be buried with the spiders.
This question brings up the easy-to-overlook facet of fantasy settings. In a world without medication or mental health, what the hell are you supposed to do with the mentally ill, especially when they are dangerous? Do you lock them up like normal criminals or put them down? Because unlike criminals, there's no cure or reasoning with them.
You're forgetting about option C. You give them tranquility and make them healthy, productive members of society.
According to Carl, tranquility is worse than death. I'd rather just put them down or throw them in jail if they become violent. I would probably feel more sorry for this guy if he wasn't doing this shit to children, but since we are all dads, there's only one true solution here.
Facts.
The entrance. You'll find your father there.
I knew my father would eventually send someone.
Of course, none of that empathy really matters because this situation gets worse. The reason everything felt off and why the magistrate was so hell-bent on getting this guy back isn't because of some sense of justice, but because Bro is the magistrate's son. Not only is he likely given a nice cushy cell with nice accommodations, but Bro probably was given minimal security detail, and it's why he was able to escape in the first place. It's why there's only a few guards to capture him. They are probably on his payroll. I bet he is even eligible for parole at some point. The choice in this situation is so clear-cut that every companion approves if you kill him and disapproves if you just arrest him.
I wonder if this would be a difficult moral decision if this dude wasn't the magistrate's son. I imagine at least some of the good-natured companions like Aveline and Varric would disapprove of killing him. As is all we have to think about is how poor the mental health system is in Dragon Age and what the best way to kill this guy is.
My brother in Christ, you live in Kirkwall with Cullen and Knight Commander Meredith at the helm. If you so much as did street magic, they would have locked your ass up and flogged you daily. You're a freak, but you are not a robe.
Now I'm just imagining Meredith crashing a kid's birthday party and arresting the birthday magician when he cuts his assistant in half. Anyway, are we sure this dude is mentally ill and not just using the demon excuse so he doesn't have to own up to what he's done like Isabella is implying?
Bro is begging for death. There are easier ways to get us to kill him than trying to blame something else, plus he doesn't seem like he's lying here. He looks genuinely believes demons are telling him to do it. Also, a fun fact, if you bring Fenris here, he offers to kill him for us and we get a special death animation, but weirdly enough, the approval gains for everyone or less if we let Fenris do it then, if we do it ourselves.
Our companions want to see us renegades work besides who doesn't like a good murder knife?
All right, well, to play the opposite of devil's advocate, isn't it possible Bro is just dealing with his own demons internally and wants to blame demons for his own perversions? I mean, a demon made me do it is one of the oldest legal defenses out there.
Well, that's true. Demons have a long history in the early years of our court system with the witch trials and other early European court systems. But they even have a place in our modern court system as well. There's a case in Connecticut from the 1980s, the trial of Arne Johnson, where a man stabbed his landlord and claimed the devil made him do it. It is the first court case in modern U.S. history to claim defense on the claim of demonic possession. And it actually worked since he only got 5 years. There's a Netflix documentary on it. If you like that sort of thing, viewers. That being said, I doubt there is any real-life inspiration for this in-game situation. And unlike Johnson, we aren't buying that defense either.
Yeah, this isn't Connecticut, buddy. We are in Kirkwall. Only defense you're getting is murder knife.
And nothing of value is lost.
And look, a happy ending for all. See what happens when you do a renegade option for once, Sleepy?
I really don't think killing him was a renegade decision. Every single person approved of it, and the alternative meant bringing him back to his father with no justice done.
I'm still counting it as a blemish on your Paragon record.
I'm with Joe on this one, but either way, the only long-term consequence for killing or sparing him is Leah and her father's fate. If we spared Kelder, the father says he is taking Leah out of the city and likely out of the free marches. However, since he is dead, he is going to stay, and we can see her again in Act 3.
Well, let's go get chewed out by a corrupt politician. That's a pretty normal Tuesday for all three of us.
Yeah, you can do all the blocks on me. You want I have no regrets being renegade?
Oh no, I'm so scared. I hope he doesn't call me a mean name.
Yeah, the magistrate can lick my ancient nuts.
Sometimes. How precious. Little Aveline running around the village with her flaming orange pigtails streaming behind her. And little boys all scattering and screaming for mercy as she approached.
Well, looks like the rivalry between Aveline and Isabella is already developing nicely.
So despite the guard and the magistrate warning us that we have made an enemy today, there is no future consequence for killing his son. He is never seen or heard from again, so the only real consequence is the amount of gold we get. Companion approval and Lias' fate in Act 3. With that all being said, I think it's about time we turn in the White Flint Mercenaries quest to Sebastian and begin to wrap up. I will start off the rotation next time with a lot of side quests before we begin our final preparations for the Deep Roads expedition. However, next episode will be Joe back in Dead Space.
Viewers, whatever happens, just remember that it wasn't me who got clapped up first in Dragon Age 2. It was the mage main Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, all right, fuck off, Donald. Want a cookie?
Time for a new Dragon Age cycle. Hold the Reapers. I'm here with the Presidential Boys, who are honestly all keepers. Welcome back, viewers.
Big Bar's Barry over here.
Well, it's a Barack episode today, so you already know to expect plenty of filler content, and for every NPC to find inner peace and clear bowels.
Normally I'd say you're exaggerating, but today's episode is going to be on the long side, so strap in, viewers. We are getting right into it today by love bombing Bartran, with the 50 gold and the Grey Warden maps all at once.
We definitely did some hyperbolic time chamber training since we last saw him because our fit, aura, and pockets are far different than when we last met.
A good game would give us the ability to hop right into the Deep Roads expedition, but if you think Dragon Age 2 is a good game, you're in for an unfortunate surprise because welcome to the railroad, choo-choo.
Damn, it's been a while since you've pulled that one out of the vault, Donald. But now that we have Bartran's word, he will give us a fair share, I see. No reason not to invest in his crypto Deep Road scheme.
Dwarves have historically always been open and honest with us. I can't think of a time in Thetis where they stabbed us in the back.
These might be just what we need.
What's this? 3, 4 entrances into the Deep Roads, all in the free marches? Where'd you get these?
A wizard did it.
All right, I hate the healer robe, but that was a decent dad joke from him, I can't lie.
That line was clearly written by Gator because that was the most Awakening Anders line I can think of out of Vengeance's mouth.
I guess Bartran has to spend all the money we just gave him while we handle a little bit more plot. I might not be a businessman, but should we be getting a business plan on what our investment goes towards? 50 gold is a lot of money.
Maybe to you two poors, but 50 gold is just equipment costs. It's not even enough to hire one robe slave from the Robe Emporium. Anyways, what's on the agenda now that the main quest is already taken care of?
Well, as Hawke's talking to himself here shows, we still have 2 main quests to take care of, being shepherding wolves and Act of Mercy. So I will take both of those on at some point, but first we have to take care of a few side quests that honestly should be main quests for how story relevant they are. That includes The Way It Should Be, The Bone Pit, and The First Sacrifice. But for now, let's focus on owning a business for ourselves, boys.
Hubert is a far better businessman than Bartrand is. He sees us as a worthy dude with a Sigma grind set and gives us a sweet deal. All that being said, though, I wish owning the mine actually had some gameplay impacts, like we could invest money to improve the output or design of the mine or actually decide how the business should be run. We have the technology. If we can create a business empire in Fable, why can't we do the same in Dragon Age 2 with some passive income?
I feel like if this game had passive income, it could easily crash the economy in this game, and then all the unique items like the Fallen Star Ring would be meaningless. Although if they just gave us enough things to spend our money on, maybe that wouldn't be as big of a problem.
Well, this is the last game where gold will even matter, since Inquisition is all about resources and crafting, so we might as well make bank while we can. That being said, I'm kind of with Joe on this one. A game's economy either needs to be decently balanced or off the rails. Both can work as long as the economy is made to function that way, but the stores in 2 only work with a limited income, so that's what we get. Otherwise, we run into the Oblivion problem where money means nothing.
Whatever you all can stay allergic to collecting a bag and kill your dragons for scraps. Do we have any lore on our business partner, Barack?
Well, do you want to hear about his foot fetish?
Wait, what? No.
Then I don't know what to tell you, bro, as an Orlesian businessman who, like many Orlesians, doesn't really like Fereldans.
Well, time to leave Kirkwall and start clapping up cheeks across the Vinmark Mountains. Starting off with some raiders as a warm-up, this is easy money with the chain lightning on both Hawke and Anders.
I see you've been practicing up on the tight matchup chart, Sleepy. You starting to get pressed in this game now that you're on Fraud Watch?
Just been practicing my memory exercises. I'm getting a little better since leaving the office. That being said, don't think either of you has won the romance competition for best waifu. I'm still in this game.
No one doubts you, Joe. It's still anyone's game at the moment. That being said, I'm going to be challenging about every type of enemy in this game besides 2 of them. So we have plenty of tests ahead to determine where our build thrives and where it struggles, so both of you might want to pay attention.
Yeah, whatever. Just focus on helping your muscle mommy, Barack. I don't need to take notes because I already know that our build thrives anytime President Trump controls Hawke.
Jesus Christ, Donald, let's just say I'm really looking forward to how you handle the deep road section in this game. Also, we should probably adjust our tactics. Varric and Anders are running away more than attacking right now, and they just wasted our double crack speed buff.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and adjust it now to aggressive at the risk of the squad getting more clapped up. 1 or 2 viewers said they were curious about our tactics setups between the squad and each president, and it's something we are willing to show when we get around to fully setting them up ourselves.
We all tend to use different team members anyway, so it makes sense we can each show a different build in action. Also, goddamn Aveline came rushing forward like a damn linebacker. That's some scary shit for the bandits. She even tanked the trip mine trap.
Haste-boosted Aveline is like giving a Krogan jet, it seems. Also, Aveline, you're saying they were well equipped for bandits, but we kind of slaughtered them before they could even reach us. What exactly is an unequipped bandit, in your opinion?
Probably a tweaker charging us with a spoon or something, but Aveline, we will go back for our possible payday later. For now, let's hit up the Bone Pit for our next side quest. Also, for the observant viewer, we swapped out Hawke's and Anders' staff for a different element going forward since fire is going to stop being useful in a moment.
Yeah, but looks like you were still warming up with some level 1 looters first. Barack, isn't this one of the first quests available or something? This should be easy goddamn money for you.
It's available early, but on Nightmare, it's really best to do this quest. When you're more equipped, it definitely has one of the higher difficulty spikes. If you're playing on normal, though, I recommend going here after recruiting Aveline since it's the earliest source of raw lyrium, which you need to start crafting runes. There's also some elf fruit and a second enigma of Kirkwall in the far corner here, which we can grab in a minute.
Hawke is definitely the least elf fruit addicted out of all the protagonists. POTUS and the Inquisitor by now would already have like 100 bundles. Meanwhile, we are sitting at like 5 bundles at the moment. Also, Aveline saying that the mines and slavery were a necessity towards founding Kirkwall is an interesting take. It kind of sounds like she has been spending too much time on some Tevener forums.
My girl is perfectly fine, Joe. She just has a practical view of things. Why don't you just focus on your morally gray blood mage?
The glaze is insane, but looks like we are about to level up here. What ability are we thinking, boys?
Well, we went with Force Mage, and now that we have haste, we can start dipping into our specialization here. I'm thinking we go with Fist of the Maker. Here, it's a decent spell that gives some damage and really good crowd control. I think now that our front line is more built, we can worry less about friendly fire, too.
Hell yes, Force Mage spells my beloved First the line gun. Now this Biden is finally eating good in this series.
It's crazy that we are goddamn almost halfway through the levels, and we are just now getting a second goddamn offensive spell in this game.
It's my Dragon Age game, and I get to decide how we build the mage. Also, hey boys, looks like we have a lizard outbreak in the mines.
You know I like to take Varric's line here to heart, and that's why the dragons in this game are slightly bigger and more numerous than the ones in Origins. And here's why we switched off fire weapons. These goddamn lizards are going to hit like a truck and take twice as much damage as one too. But thankfully, dragons are mostly relegated to very specific areas like in Origins, because my god, can these things be a problem.
Sounds like a skill issue to me. Just channel your voice in a dragon wren shout and be done with it already. Didn't you kill a gigantic dragon mommy in the Frostback Mountains?
I killed one too, and the dragon bone wastes randomly.
Yeah, see, even Joe killed one of these things. You're fine, Obama.
Yeah, but that was with POTUS and his squad in the 20s or higher. We are in the first section of the game. Rocking standard gear this shit is actually a problem. I mean, this one regular dragon is taking more damage than anything we have faced in this game yet, and it's still not the strongest dragon in the dungeon.
Yeah, but no one made you do the dungeon bear. You literally chose this mission slog and all. As long as you keep debuffing the big guy, he will eventually get clapped up.
Yup, like always, the overpowered mage class saves you here. What is it with dragons and living in tight and cramped caves and ruins instead of mountains or volcanoes?
Well, here's where another raw lyrium deposit is. Viewers, don't forget to grab this so you can start buffing your squad. Also, goddammit, Carter, what are you doing? Don't bring more lizards home with you.
Don't insult our good boy. He is trying to stay ready for the smoke just like Bo before him.
You know, I would be willing to wait later for our Mabari companion if it meant that we get a confirmed descendant of Bo from the Denerim kennels. That would have been an amazing trend to keep in the future titles if every Mabari companion descended from the hero of Ferelden's. Also, where the hell did our health go?
Not going to lie, I couldn't even see what happened, but it sounds like a skill issue on Obama's part.
The dragon used a goddamn rendability on me or something since it somehow got past my wall, goddammit. This is what I was talking about when I say these things are a problem.
Well, while we take out the rest of these dragons that got a Zenkai boost somehow, why don't we dive into some lore about the Bone Pit? I feel like we have been talking about it since Origins, and now is the perfect time to do it.
Right, good moves, Joe. So viewers, the Bone Pit was the original reason Tevinter settled in Kirkwall, as the slaves housed in the city worked in the mines to funnel resources to the Empire. The Bone Pit, however, like the Dragon Bone Waste, is a place sacred to dragons as a resting place where elder dragons go to die. Tevinter, on the other side of the coin, believed the dragon bones held power and did several blood magic rituals in the Bone Pit to increase the Magister's power. This many blood sacrifices, combined with the number of slaves killed in the Bone Pit in gruesome ways like feeding them to dragons, has led to a very thin veil in the Bone Pit, something we will see later on in the quest line. Despite the thin veil, however, dragons still feel called to this place.
You know, as a businessman, I respect all forms of fracking and getting your bag up, but it sounds like Tevinter controlled the mine far more effectively than Hubert did, since they actually controlled the dragons instead of letting them run rampant.
Well, I mean, Tevinter has an army of mages on its side. Hubert is just some cheap Orlesian merchant trying to make a quick buck. The only defense he has is Hawke, which would normally be all he needs, but we kind of have a city to save. We don't have time to play security guard to the miners.
Yeah, who does he think we are, the world's best security guard or something? Also, is this guy saying the damn dragons came out of the ground? How does that work? They have wings. Why would they be underground?
Clearly you have never shouted the bell in Blackreach, Donald, but that being said, he's not saying that. He just worded it the wrong way. They were mining a tunnel and a wall collapsed from the sky, leaving the miners exposed to the dragons flooding into the cave. One of the few times the environment actually aids the storytelling here, since you can see the sun cracking out of the cave. Well, we have to fight the boss now, so time to lock in here, boys.
Yeah, okay, Varric definitely made this thing bigger. There's no way this thing is on the same level as the dragon in the Elven Ruins. Bro is built different.
And he is starting out with some crowd control that hits everyone, bro. Has goddamn priority targeting here, it looks like. I'm actually amazed, but I smell a death in the near future here. This guy smells your backline.
All right, it targeted Varric. First, bro knows that the dwarves are the biggest threat to his kind. Looks like I'm going to have to manage Anders here. I think him having his healing spirit active is generating a shit ton of threat to the dragon.
Yeah, I would have run the other way here. Barry Anders is pinned against the wall here harder than he was against the Lava Golem in Cal Hurl.
And now the healers down Barak, your ass must be clenched right now.
I don't even know how I was supposed to keep Anders alive there, bro. Just kept getting knocked down. It's not over yet, though. Me and my girl can solo this shit with a little help from Carter. We know Carter wants all the lizard smoke anyway, so it's time he finally pulls his weight over in the squad.
Hey, can you leave some health potions for the rest of us? I kind of need that healing for the Deep Roads expedition, Obama.
Now, Donald, I thought your build thrives anytime you take control of the squad, since you're the president now. I'm sure you will be fine, Barry. Here, we'll leave you one.
Relax, Donald. I will leave you a few, and we will end this side quest grind with almost 50 gold again, so we can spend a good amount of money on runes and potions for the squad. I will even do that for you to make up for it, because I already know these fights are going to get harder, not easier.
I'll believe it when I see it, because all I see right now is you putting Aveline on life support while you barely do any damage to this big-ass girl. I think I will do you a solid and take care of the High Dragon fight later this game. Seems like you need a real professional who killed the Queen of the Black Marsh on your side to handle these guys.
All right, calm down, Donald. If you're handling the Deep Roads expedition, you're going to handle your own mature dragon fight, so we can compare performances when we get there first. As messy as it is, I think Barry might have this fight in the bag. The dragon is completely invested in our tank. While we slowly kill this thing, Barry, why don't you go over the Pokemon weaknesses of the dragons?
Thanks, Joe. I could use a little distraction right now. Well, dragons are one of the few creatures that keep the same weaknesses from Origins. They are immune to fire, obviously, while being weak to cold because they are reptiles. Unfortunately, the first act doesn't really have many good ice staffs or ice weapons, so we have to use a more neutral element for now. Anders was here for ice damage later on, but that plan already fell out the window.
No worries, though, because as soon as Act 2 starts and we get that massive gold boost, I'm heading straight for the Wounded Coast to grab Cold-Blooded for a massive power boost to Hawke and Merril.
Joe, goddammit, that's going to be our entire money supply if you do that. I get that the mages are overpowered and their weapons are too, but you need to take those kinds of decisions through the team.
I'm actually with Joe here. A overpowered ice damage staff is going to really help us clear through the second act. The only thing that resists ice damage is undead and Teviners, and those are few and far between. 80% of the enemies in Act 2 have an ice weakness.
Boom, get fucked, double D.
Fine, Sleepy, go ahead and blow all our money on your mage stick. I won't be a part of this.
Speaking of, after I clap up this adult dragon, I can grab the dragon's fang off its body and take it to the herbalist. That combines with the spider sack Joe got last episode, and the iron bark is a free 3 gold, in addition to the 3 gold Hubert gives us. Anyways, I clapped up the high dragon boys, so I think I've earned this one after so long.
Boom, easy money. Donald, you didn't say it with me.
That's because it wasn't easy money. I will say it when there is a no difficulty fight, not before.
Damn Donald over here being as sassy as Barry has become. When is it time for the sassy Biden era at this point?
One of the miners told me you rescued him from dragons. I cuffed him for lying.
Well, he wasn't. Go there and see the corpses for yourself.
Also, why the hell did Hubert think dragons are still extinct? It's been the dragon age for over 30 years, which means dragons have been sighted over 30 years ago. How old even is he that made him think they were extinct?
Considering most people view 50 as ancient, Hubert has to be somewhere in his early 40s, so I imagine he was taught in school that dragons are extinct and refused to believe otherwise. The same way Jerry Smith still believes Pluto is a planet in Rick and Morty.
Now, Jerry is valid for that. If Pluto is still a planet in the Mass Effect universe, then it's still a planet here. I don't care what a nerd in a lab coat says.
Donald talking about his environmental plan be like.
Shut up, Joe. We are supposed to avoid talking about political content, remember?
Oh, so now you care about avoiding political content. Got it. Well, Hubert might not know anything about the current ecologic environment, but he does know how to respect Hawke's aura and offer us a mine right at the start.
True. Just a casual W for Hawke. Fun fact, though, accepting or refusing the mine doesn't have an impact on the following quests. In Act 2 and 3, the game still treats you as a partial owner of the mine, as long as you complete the first quest here. Also, asking to be paid up front doesn't increase the amount of gold you get. You always get 3. So the only impact the dialogue responses have is companion approval.
Bro knows business, but 3 gold for that dragon fight doesn't really seem worth it for what we went through. What's the game plan now, Barack? Recruiting some drunks in Lowtown to frack out more minerals?
Well, yes, but first, since we are already at the markets, let's pick up our third side quest and help a totally not terrible dude find his wife.
Oh God, this guy, it's like they dragged the average husband from the 1950s and made him French.
Add some unemployment to that, bro. Clearly states that his wife is the breadwinner in the house, and he just wants to find her so her family doesn't cut him off or make him pay.
Bro, how are you broke and maidenless? Pick a struggle, my guy, and get your bag up instead of sitting here bitching. This is just sad.
Bro is the prime example of the most likable Orlesian.
Most every companion agrees with you, Donald, especially Isabella, likely because this guy is clearly abusive and is only with his wife for his own benefit, and not because he actually cares for her, which parallels Isabella's marriage that we can learn about later if we do the romance scene with her. Not surprising if you have Isabella in your party, she will vocally oppose to helping this guy, and you will earn rivalry points.
Thank God you didn't bring Isabella, but what the hell do you mean if we see her romance scene? We are absolutely watching that romance scene. It starts right at the beginning of Act 2, and we are absolutely getting a uncensored version up in here.
No, we are not. We were barely saved from not being demonetized with the Brood Mothers. We are getting the PG-13 romance scenes, and we will learn to cope with it.
I just realized I should have agreed to hook up with Liliana in exchange for romancing Morgan. Can't believe I fumbled that.
Too late, no take back, Sleepy. You need to learn the art of the deal before you try to barter with me. Anyway, even if my pirate queen disapproves of helping this guy, I already know this quest is insanely plot relevant. So I guess we are locked into helping him.
Still sucks that this plot relevant quest starts by helping this clearly terrible dude. And because of that, it's easy for players to miss this quest and important lore about the serial killer in America 2.
You're on the nose with that one, Joe, especially since this quest doesn't unlock until after completing Anders' quest 2. So just like Isabella, it's easy to miss. Although unlike Isabella, this quest is right in the market that you do have to come back to several times for the main quest, so it's far easier to not miss. Anyway, we will take care of this quest after helping Hubert get his workers back to the mine and helping my girl become captain.
Damn, these dudes would get along great with Uncle Ogre, and they all have the same corny, drunk sense of humor.
Where is South Reach again, Barry? I remember hearing about it during the Lands meet, but that's about it.
South Reach is just above Loithering, and before the Brazilian forest entrance, as this guy implies. Just like Loithering, it's mostly all farmland. The RL there is Bryland, who is the only RL in the Lands meet who is default on our side, and no matter what we do, we don't lose his vote.
Shout out to Southreach, you're a real one, and I'm sorry you wasted your vote just to spare the snake who sided with Howe.
Bro will absolutely by no means ever let that go, it seems.
Well, back to this quest, the only outcome that matters is what solution you choose to get the miners back to work. If you offer them a raise, Isabella gains rivalry, while Varric gains approval. If you offer to protect them, there is no boost one way or the other, and it's less on our pockets. So that's the path we are choosing.
Saving money, that's the way I like it.
These guys deserve the extra pay, but it shouldn't come from us.
The last thing I can say about the Ferelden miners here I already mentioned before, but there was cut content involving Hubert's workers in the Ferelden Refugee Center that would involve this quest. It's unknown whether this would have you working against Hubert or be a prerequisite to get the workers back to the mine, however.
Well, now that we have drunk miners working for us again, let's go back to helping Aveline. Surely being insubordinate and going over her boss's head will have no problems in a military-like environment.
Realistically, this doesn't seem like a problem yet, bro. Might just be a hard ass trying to keep people in line. Even a good cop might not like breaking rank.
Yeah, but that means we did all this for nothing. And I know damn well that you want to get paid for killing bandits more than I do.
That sounds like a skill issue between Aveline's and Hawke's negotiation skills. They should have set up a contract with guaranteed pay before going on this side quest.
Not surprising Donald is over here supporting keeping the captain, who is bribable and corrupt in power.
Oh, please, like the both of your hands are clean on this front. Don't lecture me on the text. I've been there when it was written.
Not how the line goes, Donald, but Aveline has a gut feeling about this, so we are going to take a risk and trust Hawke's oldest friend at the moment. Besides, we all know what really went down here.
Yeah, bro sent one of his guards to face an entire horde of bandits. Quick side note, though, these bandits really should have just turned around and ignored the squad if they were expecting a lone guard with a package of gold and administrative information. Why did they go all Skyrim bandits on us?
I guess they either thought we had the information or we were easy money. Side note, Guardsman Brennan is kind of bad, I can't lie.
She has the Liana hairstyle, definitely a smash for me.
Well, you all will have to wait in line because Brennan is head over heels in love with the bartender and the hanged man Corf. She apparently reads him poetry that is so terrible that Aveline has to threaten to collar her for assault, so she will stop. Her romantic side has inspired Varric, though giving her a prominent role in his bestseller Hard in Hightown.
Damn well you can't blame a girl for trying the heart wants what the heart wants. Also, I know Donnic is a trigger berry, so why don't we practice some deep breathing first?
Don't mention that goddamn name in my presence. I will save him, but only because my girl wants to. If it was up to me, I suddenly would be stricken with blindness.
Bro has beef with an actual NPC who flirts with his girl. You know they aren't real, right, Barack?
Yes, but my smoke with him is very real, and that's all that matters to me anyway. We will go save the fraud, but first, while we are here, let's pick up one of our main quests for the episode and help out this lost Chantry sister.
Barry, you're sure you're not intentionally delaying helping Donnic for your own purposes?
No, Joe, I would never do that. I'm just trying to be optimal, and this quest is on its way to our current one anyway, so it saves us time in the long run, and more importantly, editing time for our editor.
Barack, never before in this playthrough have you cared about saving time for our editor. Also, I just know while this is going on, there's some dude in the background yelling, ow, and there's some distant kicking in the background.
It's also low town, so that sound is probably muffled by some dude getting a sad hand job by a lady of the night.
You know, seeing all of this, I'm starting to get the impression that Kirkwall isn't a very nice place to live.
What, of course not. A place that mugs Chantry priests is exactly the kind of place I want to be. It's not like there's roving gangs of cosplay bandits around every corner of the city.
Kirkwall is at least safer than Philadelphia was last week. I'd rather deal with the cosplay bandits than roving Eagles fans stealing poles and street signs.
Again, we apologize to our Philadelphia fans. We love you and hope you stayed safe this week. Congrats on the Super Bowl win. Anyway, did Patrice here really trust her guard that much it looks like girl was about to get mugged and stabbed a few times before her Templar showed up?
Why the hell is bro here? Shouldn't he be back at the circle kicking a mage in the nuts or throwing a mage baby in a blender under Meredith's orders?
I mean, not every Templar is a mage prison guard. Some of them are appointed to chantries, right? That's what we see in Denerim and Luthering.
It's rare, but not all Templars serve in a circle, although this is rare, because all of their training is meant to fight mages and demons, not be bodyguards. Realistically, Seekers should do this, but they are few and far between, so Templars pick up the slack.
Well, no matter why they are here, once again, we are forced to contribute in a quest where something is clearly off about this whole thing, but we still have to go along with it, since there's not really an alternative. This one is probably the most blatant because the only reason to do this quest is to learn who Petrus and Varnell are.
I love all of Dragon Age's lore and story, but some of these Act 1 main quests are forced and show your choice doesn't matter. You can say the game was rushed, but that doesn't make this any less tragic.
Ooh, damn. Are we already getting into the game? Was Rush topic? I'm ready for a sequel to the turret rant.
No, the rushed aspect doesn't really poke its ugly head until slightly in Act 2 and largely in Act 3. No point talking about it until it shows up this is going to be a large series, and I'd like the topics to be ever-changing instead of the boys kicking the same dead horse.
Also, watch out, Joe. You're in the splash zone here.
Joe, quickly, hand me my drone controller.
Barry, I'm not the president anymore. I don't know where Donald put it.
God fucking damn it.
Damn, I guess Joe's dementia is rubbing off on you finally, Obama.
Why the fuck does Walmart Steve Rogers got you smiling like that Aveline?
This is a real-life crash out over ones and zeros. Secret Service, fetch me my popcorn.
Donald, you are definitely the last person who gets to call someone out about that. We have all of our origins as evidence of your devotion to Morrigan. And I already know if we went back into the implications of who Alistair hooked up with in Darkspawn Chronicles, we would both crash out.
Okay, fine. I will hold back some of my thoughts.
Aveline, please, this guy was getting beaten up by level 1 crooks, as opposed to me, who has killed ogres and dragons in front of you. Plus, I've known you longer, so if anyone deserves to get crushed by you, it's me, E-T-E-D-E. Please, I need this.
All right, I thought it might get this bad, Barry. I brought a Kindle and have a Dragon Age visual novel. Load it up, go nuts.
Oh, those who speak, that's one of my favorites.
Damn, Joe, good save. Usually it's the other way around here. This is weird. Anyway, even if our yapper isn't here, we should still talk about the fact that this dude's plan is terribly scuffed.
This seems like a lose-lose situation when you could have just paid a poor person a few silver to deliver your package.
Well, either way, there goes the second guard captain to be fired this year. Meredith does good work keeping the guards on their toes.
Oh my God, my glorious King Bran II, only 2 Tegan in my heart.
When 2 doors close for Barry, another sus window opens up, it seems. Bran is incredibly competent, though, like Tegan, and he is already showing it by giving our squad mate the guard captain role. We already have connections in the cities 1 year in.
I'd still prefer a guard captain that I can bribe and respects money, but I guess a guard captain who is our friend also is easy money. Speaking of, do we finally get paid for killing all of those coterie bandits thanks to the change in management?
Sadly, no, I think Bran and Aveline just kind of forget about it. And Aveline isn't in a position to issue payment yet. She's just elected to the position. She's not actually captain yet. We are just going to have to take the experience gain.
God damn it, Hawke, stop fumbling the bag. Every other companion quest so far gave us something. Even Fenris, who was a slave, gave us some gold for our demon slaying.
Well, Isabella didn't actually pay us either. She just offered her time in the squad.
That's fine, just like those pizza delivery videos in my homework folder. If she doesn't have the money, I'm sure she can think of some other way to pay us.
God damn it, I walked right into that one.
Well, we might not have gotten paid for this, but we are getting paid for every other quest we are doing today. And this quest has tons of relevance towards Act 2 and 3. You can't even get the best ending from Aveline's quest line if you don't do all 3 quests.
Sounds like that was the only motivator to do them, since her quests don't pay or give rewards. Easy B-tier companion Mommy Morrigan and Fenris would never.
Not everything needs to be a constant dopamine rush of rewards to be fun, Donald. You're right on the money. Joe Aveline's quest line in 2 is one of the most expansive because each quest has a different state due to your previous choices, including giving world state options for not doing the quest, something 2 normally doesn't do by forcing you to do the quest. Also, say what you will about Aveline, she is a realist about the Maker, and she is loyal both to Hawke and her dead husband.
Her loyalty is solid. I just wish the girl was a little more flexible in the guard and the lawful good department. Sometimes we need to go above the law to get things done. I mean, just look at Batman.
Bro, you are not Batman.
My girl might not be Batman, but she can arrest and interrogate me anytime she wants.
It's dope she balances fighting with the champion with her guard captain role. I imagine making Aveline guard captain was a gameplay compromise. So we can keep her as a companion, but still have her in the guard. Now she can just set her schedule as busting down doors with Hawke.
True, and that's not the only thing that will be busting time to check out my Riz 2 boys.
Again, we are committed to Merril.
It's good that you can stay with me. I need you, Aveline.
You've been grand through all of this. A true friend.
Oh, goddamn the friend zone, you hate to see it, but that's just the average L for the Rizless liberal presidents.
It's okay, I'm patient, but let's go hit up a few other companions. Hopefully none of them piss me off, though I'm a little sensitive right now.
Starting off with the healer robe, to have a calm conversation is definitely an interesting choice. Obama, at least he's starting off right by bringing up POTUS.
Look, Anders, if you're going to bring up POTUS, at least use his name and give him some more credit for even giving you the idea to save justice by making him love the mortal world in the first place.
I mean, vengeance, I'm going to be real with you. I respect you on the squad, but using the Patera earrings with justice was a bad idea. You literally had no concept about what would happen, and so far all it does is cause you to crash out.
I'm surprised to hear you say that usually all your hearts bleed when it comes to the robes and their decisions.
My compassion ends around the point that you not only corrupt both individuals, but you become probably a threat to other people for no other reason than their job.
Barry, I know you got friend zoned, but this conversation is making me and Anders incredibly uncomfortable. Sure, bro made a bad decision, but he was just trying to help justice, and he wanted to do something to improve the lives of mages.
Mages don't need quality of life buffs until they nerf their demon spawn times. Bro does have one point, though. The Templars have Delirium, the Holy Smite, and Lord Sandel on our side, so you robes better stay in your lane until you can handle the true definition of based.
Again and again and again.
Did you guys hear something?
Presidential business, just ignore it.
Bro definitely just crashed out. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I thought him going spirit mode only happened during scripted sections.
Nope, if you don't agree with Anders' point of view, justice does come out and respond with violence like the average person on the internet when they start to lose an argument. We also got a large amount of rivalry for that too, so I'm going to take note of that and move on to the next companion.
I have no time to argue with you.
Oh, hell yes. Mommy, I missed you so much.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but the Blood Mage is somehow the far less dangerous of the two mage squad mates we are dealing with right now. The acoustic elf is really only a danger to herself and Varric's pockets when he tried to protect her.
They both have their issues, but only one of them is getting violent. At the moment, it's true. This highlights something rather important about being an apostate. The first thing you need to learn is how to blend in with the rest of the world and contain your magic. This is something Merril mentions here and that we see with Connor and Redcliffe too, with Jowan's training. It's easy to forget how lucky Hawke and Bethany are that he was trained by his circle mage father on how to use and control their magic.
Hawke kind of fumbles that as soon as danger happens, though, like when we got discovered by Fenris. Thankfully, Hawke's aura is too intimidating to be threatened by some average Templars, so it's not really a problem.
Found you, have they?
I've been careful, even among the Dalish. Keepers never work magic.
I'm pro-Templar, but Meredith ordering Templars to arrest Hawke is like the Navy sending one ship to arrest my Hawk when Bro is confirmed close to Yonko level.
Well, no approval changes from this conversation, but it does go over more into Merril's feelings on leaving her clan. Let's get back on the side quest grind by dealing with the loose ends quest given by Mirren. We have to take out some city guards to save the new hire Mirren sent. Then we can find our target.
We really have to kill some guards after we just helped the guards and appointed a new captain. Our morality is all over the place, boys.
Aveline, can't you just ask these guys to stand down? You are their boss now anyway?
Well, Aveline isn't the captain yet, but it does feel weird that there's no option other than killing the guards. These guys are not even on the take or anything. They were appointed to protect the noble Lord Harriman, and are just doing their job interrogating the mercenary that was trying to kill him.
We kind of stopped fighting guards after Act 1, but are there any Pokemon weaknesses to these guys, Barry?
The same as Tevener soldiers, Joe. They are weak to fire and immune to cold likely, because they are farther north, although you don't hear about Kirkwall being colder than Ferelden, though it might be environmentally similar.
So I respect this dude for not giving in to torture, but he still got folded by a few guards. But he should find a different line of work, looks like.
I mean, Hawke's contract expired. That's like losing your 5-star quarterback in college football to a 2-star freshman who can't throw farther than 5 feet. Mirren is going to have to start shelling out big money to get Hawke numbers from someone else.
Especially as a mage, I don't even know the rarity of trained apostates in Kirkwall that won't also blood sacrifice your other squad mates for a bigger fireball.
Harriman, doesn't this dude come back up later in the game? That name sounds familiar.
Harriman's kids and grandkids are the organizers of the plot against Sebastian's family. They were the ones who hired the White Flint Company, as we will learn in Act 2. However, Lord Harriman here had nothing to do with that. Also, he mentions Lady Reinhardt as the potential noble who hired the Red Irons to kill him. Our mother, however, mentions that the Reinhardt are close family friends to the Amels. Either the generation after our grandfather raised nothing but terrible nobles, or Bro is just guessing at who did it.
What have you done that so many people want you dead?
You sound Ferelden.
You sound Ferelden is a wild statement, Bro. Looks like he's about to call us a slur.
Just hear him out, Donald.
Many of my fellow noblemen resent that. They want me dead before he sends the money so they can reclaim...
Wait, shit, this dude sent money to POTUS and our big bro Alistair? Never mind, we are not killing this guy Ferelden for life.
Donald actually not wanting to go through with a renegade decision, a decision that gives you more money too? I must be dreaming.
It's technically my choice here, but I have the same opinion, honestly, bro is a good guy. Even if his future isn't looking too bright, with both his neighbors and children being snakes, bro deserves to live as much of a life as he can. And to make this easier, we can easily lie to our old boss and still get some money anyway, as well as Varric approval.
I can do the Paragon choice guilt-free as long as money is still involved. Go and prosper. You're one of like 10 people in this city that is based, my guy.
Well, while we are in the docks, we can tackle one more side quest right across the street for some extra lore and gold.
Wait, hold on. Does that name say Harrowmont? What the hell is he doing here?
All right, I forgot you. Always side with the Paragon do-nothing Harrowmont instead of the grind setter Balin. You see, his grind doesn't stop in Origins. He makes sure to take out any possible Harrowmont that could threaten his grind in Orzammar, and that includes his nephew. Bro even has the Carta in line working for him.
That's fucked up. His nephew wasn't even a factor in this election.
Yeah, well, we don't need to rub salt in the wound, so we are going to help him out here, but this is a momentous end to an arc for our channel since the king election in Orzammar was the first ever community vote we did, and now we can see the final repercussions of the viewers' vote. With that being said, while we wipe out the Carta, I do have a comment question for you all. If you could pick any decision you made in Origins to have an impact in Dragon Age 2 in the form of a quest or an NPC appearance, what would it be? For me, I would have liked to see the impacts of the conspiracy quest or one of the day in court decisions from Awakening. I feel like Awakening had POTUS make several important political decisions, but the only one that has impacts in the future games is sparing Amaranthine. These decisions were some of the most memorable, and seeing political ramifications would have made me consider these choices in the future even more closely. Hawke and Anders could have reacted to the decision since they may have been there themselves.
Not a bad pick, Barry. As for me, I would have loved to see the impacts of giving the Green Blade back to Bevan, since the ending slide said if you give them the blade, he uses it to become a famed adventurer inspired by the hero of Ferelden. Since Act 3 takes place 9 years after Origins, assuming Bro was at least 9 at the time of Redcliffe, he could already be starting out his journey and reminiscing about how we remember POTUS based on his morality or his interactions with Bevan. Maybe he would be more Paragon or Renegade if we persuaded or threatened him. Maybe we could even go on a small hunt with him on the Wounded Coast. Anything to see POTUS's impact on the future generations.
Not bad, Joe. That was during my episode, so I clearly made an impact on the youth. As for me, though, I would have loved a quest in Act 3 where we kill an anti-Van Crow or a sword collector turned bandit, and on his body we find POTUS's ultimate blade vigilance. That sword is ingrained in the minds of most Dragon Age fans as the ultimate weapon, even 4 games later, and there's a massive reason for that because of what you go through to get it, and the sheer aura of the blade itself. Apparently there was some cut content to place the sword in the game since the model exists, but we can never match the power that the blade brought in Origins.
Goddamn boys, that was some fire fan fiction theories all around in viewers. Let us know what decision in Origins you wanted to see covered in Dragon Age 2. Feel free to get creative. We love to hear your thoughts, and we will feature our favorite comment next episode. But with that all being said, Joe, mind featuring our favorite comment from the last episode?
Sure thing, Barry. First of all, shout out to all the Ice Spell love. We all share a brain cell. Clearly, our featured comment comes from CF Kusef, who said their favorite spell is Fade Step, not only for the utility and positioning power, but also for the roleplay reasons, so they can move around while still listening to the peak companion dialogue. Extra movement is always versatile with proper game knowledge, so this is an excellent pick. Thank you for your comment, and can't wait to hear what decision you would have liked to see in Dragon Age 2.
All right, this would normally be the section where we shout out super thanks, but we legit had so many last episode that we are going to have to break this down into sections, so bear with me, please. For now, it looks like I have to eat my own words. I thought Joe or Donald would run into this encounter during their almost 3 hours of playing, but looks like I'm destined to pay the price for stealing from this girl in the prologue.
My God, actual karma and justice, this is a rare sighting in today's world.
If Barry gets his first death to these guys, I would be willing to end this series and move right on to Inquisition.
Well, it's not going to happen, these guys are easy goddamn money. Only Athenril is a partial threat, being a boss-level assassin with some high crit chance.
This whole episode is just a montage of curb stomping these level 1 crooks into oblivion. Well, while we are just taking care of business as usual, Joe, you want to start the first round of super thanks?
Sure thing, Donald. First off, we are going to start with the Soulless Mancers, who, as of the time of publishing this video, are in the lead in the competition. We have $10 from Robert Wadsworth and Vampire Wolf 373, as well as $50 from Tidy Gamer 21, who has been one of our OG viewers. So special. Shout out to you, and thank you all for continued support of the channel. We are happy to see how excited you all are for Inquisition, and how passionate you all are for Dragon Age's top 8. Your support helps the channel in more ways than you know, so stay tuned and keep watching the competition since it's going to be close.
I'm incredibly tempted to vote for anyone but the egg with my own bank account, but we will see what happens. Domestic Violence 2025 is alive and well for the egg. Here's some of the underdog romance options. We have $15 from Chill Sports Fanatic, whose romance choice is Josephine, but also gave a whole character analysis of several different waifus throughout the series. FYI, if Morrigan has red flags, I must be colorblind, but thank you for your support, none the same. We also have 2 donations from Sidamarek, one for going the maidenless route in this game, which is Elden Ring approved, and another $5 from our latest Dead Space episode, recommending us to do the side games, which we might do at some point, and $10 from Quilby for maidenless. Our editor recognizes you as an active Discord member too, so shout out to that.
Last one here before we get back to the story, we have $15 from Kat with a sniper rifle, who gave $15 for their waifu Dorian, which is a based mage choice. He also said, I have excellent taste, which thank you for noticing, but clearly you're the one with excellent taste for donating. I see you are a student, and our editor knows firsthand that money can get tight in that time, so thank you, especially for your support, even if it's never required to bring you entertainment. Now let's get back to Barry talking to an elf twink.
Yeah, I have noticed you've been breathing through your mouth the entire time when talking to this guy, Obama.
I have no idea what you mean, Donald. I'm just locked into this investigation. It's interesting how a Templar was investigating Ninette's disappearance, but somehow she's not a mage. You would think with how many nobles are hidden mages it would be a safe bet.
I mean, we just learned earlier how many Templars visit the Blooming Rose Bro. Probably just went here to mix business and pleasure.
You're on the money. Joe Emmerich is another frequent Templar visitor of the Blooming Rose. Unlike Thrast, though, he doesn't have a go-to person. He mostly sits in the corner, watching, so I guess he just likes to watch.
A Templar sitting in the cuck chair was not on my 2025 bucket list for Dragon Age 2. This is a disgrace to the order. Bro needs to step up, say his prayers, and get laid.
You know, you have a point, Donald. We need to seize the moment. There's some things I want to do for the content, starting now and taking risks. You had a point about Isabella in Origins, Donald. Now it's time to correct that.
I'm glad you're finally seeing reason. Wait, why are we talking to the elf twink again? And why did you change the squad?
Wait, Barry, why are you slowly zooming into him there? I've never seen this look before.
Remember, boys, content first. It's time to give the people what they want.
What the fuck? I have never been more uncomfortable in all my days. Why the hell do you moan like a mourning dove when you goon?
Oh, please like Swedish and dog barks are any better. You have been dogging me since episode 2 about not hooking up with Isabella, so I thought I would stand on business.
Sleeping with the elf twink does not equate to banging the queen of the pirates, Obama.
I'm just pissed that now I'm the only one in this playthrough that hasn't scored yet. I'm feeling so unfulfilled now.
That's entirely a skill issue on your part, Sleepy. If you made a better deal, you could have hooked up with the bard in Origins. Also, is this Templar really being bullied by some level 1 crooks? Stand up and smite them, you bum.
I believe the phrase is he is too old for this shit, but while we deal with our 20th daily thug ambush fight, let's go on to the last few super thanks we have. Starting off with the big wallets, here we have $50 from Joe Million, breaking and tying a donation record once again for the second time in the history of this channel, and it is for my mommy Cassandra. So for me personally, we thank you for this absolutely base take. We are also thankful to have a longtime fan who donates to this channel, and with support like this, the content train doesn't ever plan to stop, so from all of us here, thank you. We also have 50 European monies from Anti-Jutas Niemi, who made a big money donation, just for the love of this channel, as he specified he didn't, and is starting a donation streak as many other of our cultured viewers have already. Thank you all for this incredible support. We are in disbelief at what a great community we have built from our super thankers to just our regular viewers. We never dreamed of numbers like this, and here's to keep growing more and more.
Well, back to the game we have Stick in the Mud Emmerich here, finally realizing that Bro is in fact too old to become a Templar private investigation practice. One thing I never got is about the girl who started this investigation, the Mage Moran. Emmerich says that she is an older and loyal mage, so there's no reason for her to suddenly vanish. But Meredith has been a relatively new knight commander, and her rule has been getting stricter as time goes on. Wouldn't a previously loyal mage try to leave if a new knight commander started making a bunch of new rules?
It's true, mages are as skittish as sheep. They are quick to hide in caves and start doing blood magic.
Wait, did we just agree on something again?
I believe we did, my good man.
Hey Joe, don't forget Donald is ahead of you in the death competition. Let's not get too comfortable here. I can't handle another Winding Woods incident. That being said, that's always been my thought too, but that might be the point they are trying to make that Emmerich is out of his element and isn't exactly an expert investigator. The game almost gives a bait and switch moment where you start believing these disappearances are not suspicious, and rather a situation where people are blowing normal behaviors out of proportion. However, as we know, somehow this dude got the luckiest guess of his life.
I mean, to be fair, hunting a serial killer is far more interesting than a girl who ran off to bang a bunch of dudes. Don't fix what ain't broken for plot hooks.
I don't know, sometimes subverting expectations is more memorable. There is a quest in Skyrim, for example, where a dude asks us to save his wife from bandits, only for you to find out the wife is the bandit chief and escape her boring farm life to living a life being a bandit king. We could have had something similar, maybe thinking women are being kidnapped, but instead there's an underground railroad of some sort for mages and women to escape their situations when needed, and we can either disrupt it or help them conceal it. Might have been more memorable, but instead we have to stop another crazy blood mage in Kirkwall.
Even worse is the notes he gives us here. Not only does he give them up to us, easily saying this is hopeless, but reading the notes in the codex flat out says his notes are incoherent, rambling, and a mess. But somehow his one guess of the Foundry is completely correct.
All right, Hawke was definitely looking right at the killer here and saw where he ran. Why the hell didn't we even try to look for him?
Welcome to the railroad, Donald Choo Choo.
Stop stealing my phrases, Sleepy. They are trademarked.
Unfortunately, the plot demands we can't search for him yet, despite this not being that big of a Foundry, and Hawke clearly figuring out a blood mage is at work because of the demons. Speaking of, we have some demons right here, which is why I brought Fenris and Merril to this fight, since they are the two best demon killers we have thanks to their damage specialties. Merril is also going to be important in the next quest we do after this for her nature damage, so she is getting plenty of screen time this episode.
Oh, hell yeah, Barry, that's what I like to see. That's an elf that you should be putting your time and pumping content into.
Obama, your health is getting a little low. This is getting a little bit beyond just tension for the viewers. This is a messy-ass fight.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm still getting used to the friendly fire severity, and the Fist of the Maker spell did more damage to Varric and Merril than it did to the demons. I didn't even move them up there, but because I set their tactics to aggressive, it forces them to run up that close to them. The AI in this fight is just all over the place.
Sounds like a skill issue to me. Barry, you can move them away before you launch the spell.
Hold on, Joe, you're speaking to me a little too tall there, buddy. I have 1 inch and 1 less depth than you do. Let's bring it down to a softer tone.
Damn, Joe has a point. You really are getting sassy or baroque. Maybe the muscle mommies and elf twinks are going to your head. Also, are my eyes bugging, or are the demons beefing with themselves up above?
Yeah, I would like to say that it was because of a spell or a party placement, but honestly, it's just the AI glitching and fighting each other. Looks like the AI is just going to be put on fraud watch on all sides today. This is sad because the AI in this game is far more polished than Origins overall, especially with tactics both on our side and enemy's side.
I hate to sound like an OG fan, but I don't remember Origins enemies ever fighting each other unless we wanted them to. Although since this is Dragon Age 2, I'm going to give them some unwanted glaze and just say it's in a demon's nature to fight for dominance, and they both just wanted to control Hawke.
Either that or it was Abomination versus Shade in some kind of demon race war scenario. Either way, looks like whoever took out Ninety forgot to give her a hand, boys.
That's fucked up Donald. That was someone's wife and daughter.
That never stopped him before Joe. Well, we can inform a few people about Ninette. We can obviously tell Jocelyn and get the initial gold reward, as well as the elven prostitute who was dating Ninette, although we don't get a reward for that. Finally, to end the quest, we have to tell Emmerich in the gallows and get 3 gold from him. But let's turn in that quest for Mirren first. We not only get paid for saving the bowl cut, but we can even squeeze out some extra gold by lying to him.
Hell yeah, now we are making moves on the grind, boys.
Is there any consequence for lying to our old boss, like with the smugglers, Barry?
None, I guess, because we have been such a good employee before now, he just takes us at our word and doesn't look into it further. The bowl cut never turns on Hawke either since we saved his life.
Forget the bounty, but here's a bit for bringing Gustav back.
Also, despite saying he might have more work for us in the future, we never see any of them again.
It's a really big fumble that we never see them again. The Red Irons or smugglers could have had a role in the later acts.
Well, with the side quests wrapped up, we are going to wrap up by completing the final 2 main quests, so we can go in the gallows at the end of the episode. For now, let's finally do our tasks.
Why was bro standing like the biggest NPC guard in the business, like at least charge up your holy smite first?
It's his first day as a bouncer. He's trying to be intimidating.
Wonder who he was expecting anyway. We came the next night, and I doubt people just break into random low town houses expecting a score.
Bro is probably a bodyguard because he's a few prayers short of a smite, if you know what I mean.
Who is going where?
My name is Sister Patrice. I have assumed a burden of charity.
Oh no, Joe, look out, it's your archenemy.
Eat a dick, Donald Ketojan is not on the same level as the Tal Vaishoth assholes. That being said, I may need to hit up my therapist to work through my unrepressed anger.
I just realized it's almost an hour into the episode and we are finally doing something for the plot. That being said, this is probably the least relevant main mission on the list. Did we really have to help this roided out mage just to meet this B-tier priest?
I would have thought you'd enjoy watching a mage get bound and torture Donald the Kunari are practically on the same page with you here.
This is probably the only thing the Kunari do right. I'm not on board with this communism and equality bullshit they preach, but the fact they keep the mages under wraps while still keeping them useful fireball bots for the military.
Wait, is it why they do all this BDSM shit? I thought they just believed torturing mages is better and more fun than outright killing them.
No, Joe, they do this because they are at constant war with Tevinter, whose army relies entirely on mages, and because mages are the #1 military resource in all of Thetis. I mean, in-game mages are overpowered, but out of the game a mage can be a nearly unlimited source of destruction and healing. The Kunari know this, and it's why they don't outright kill mages, but instead chain them, shackle them, sew their mouths, and put them under constant guard. They train them in destruction magic and nothing else, and for some reason, Kunari mages often have more raw power than even human and elves. Possibly because of the intense training their keepers put them through, or because they get an emotional amp from being tortured all the time.
All I know is if the Sarabus all act like that one unbound one in Trespasser, the Kunari are goddamn horrifying to deal with, and I'm glad most of them are locked up.
I wonder if the dragon's blood make Kunari more powerful destruction mages? Like if you have some relationship to fire, you should be able to deal stronger fire magic. Although if that were true, you would think the player character mages would get some kind of special buff.
That just means it's either the emotional amp, or it's their keepers pushing them to be stronger through torture and training. It makes sense if you taught someone to repress themselves and take the pain all their life, then finally give them an encouragement to go all out, they are going to take it. It's sort of like a kid with strict parents when they go off to college and find out they can drink, and their parents won't find out.
Yeah, except instead of alcohol poisoning, bro, just commits war crimes with fireballs.
It's a good thing you're escorting this guy Barry, because Donald would find a way to improve the Kunari's bindings and get recruited by the Arishock, and I probably would be too tempted to hand this guy over after what his brother did last episode.
Joe, you are that mad over one death that you would write off all Kunari mages from now on.
I wouldn't be as mad about them if you didn't bring it back up a minute ago. Well timed to trust another person who clearly isn't telling us the whole story, but we just have to go along with it for the plot. The only saving grace here is my elven cutie Patootie Merril feels sorry for him, so I guess he gets a pass.
They really made this dude's BDSM chains as detailed as possible, and even gave him the mask for that extra detail. I wonder if this was the designer fetish, or if this is Varric's fetish.
Oh shit, I forgot Varric is actually narrating all this while we are playing. Cassandra must be sitting here uncomfortable at the chained Kunari description with a sewn mouth.
Just realized that means my girl Cassandra has been listening close to 5 hours now, and we are not even halfway done.
Wonder if they have to take bathroom breaks while he is telling this story theirs. A lot of downtime and side quest yapping during this whole tale.
Speaking of downtime, let's go explore the sewers.
Good luck.
Damn, we should have had Joe play this Kunari quest instead of the Fenril one, bro. Could have crashed out a 6th time over spiders.
Now I'm good now, Donald. I've channeled my fear of spiders into my love and gooning of Maryland hatred of Kunari mages. As long as those two things exist, I can build up a tolerance.
So what's going to happen in Inquisition then, Joe, when neither of those things exists aside from one scene at the end of the game?
Well, what's going to happen is we are not going to talk about that until it comes up out of respect for my mental state.
When have we ever once respected that? Sounds like it would be a bummer for the content. Speaking of respect, though, I do have to respect this new team comp you switched to now, Obama. You got my D1 hater Fenris and my pirate queen Isabella on the squad.
Damn right.
Absolutely beyond cringe behavior, Sleepy. Also, what the hell do these dudes expect to do to us? We have 3 mages, one of them looking like a goddamn Hellraiser. An elf with lyrium tattoos and a sword bigger than him, and a hot pirate. Meanwhile, y'all are sewer dwellers with kitchen knives.
These guys apparently had the insight to tell we are Ferldans just by looking at us, but not enough insight that the amount of bodies we are about to catch is not worth the gold you might get from killing us.
Hawke is the only one here from Ferld, and Isabella is Ravani. Fenris is Tevinter, and Merril is Dalish. We are a true multicultural squad, and yet somehow we are still getting profiled here. How can you even say Ferldans are taking jobs when the only person hiring them is Hubert, and bro's work gets you killed more than it pays?
Ferldans really aren't the problem here. Bro would be living in the sewers eventually. If the fifth blight happened or not, he just wants a scapegoat. Let's be real here.
Bro, I respect always wanting smoke, but if you crank your neck all the way up to the person you want to stab, maybe it's time to pack up your purse and go home, Pookie.
Damn guys, our dude blew him away so hard we don't even have a body left on the ground. Dude's force magic evaporated him.
I like to think that's what happens when Lance orders his Dragonite to hyper-beam that dude in Mahogany Town.
Well, looks like Bro has one shot in the tank, and that's all like a hammer of dawn, but way less impressive. At this point, we have taken out so many thugs that the gangs in Kirkwall might need 3 years, not just to recover, but replenish their numbers. I'm starting to see the need for the long-time skips now.
You know, we are close to the end of Act 1, and Sith Lightning is still a goated damn ability. Double casting it left everyone here immobilized and gave an easy cleanup.
Those dudes spawning out of thin air perfectly summarizes this game's wave combat, no notes needed. Bro, how the fuck do we turn this Kunari off? He's about to be burnt on one end.
Wow, you do care, Donald.
Now, I just like my mage marshmallows a healthy brown color instead of overcooked.
Well, looks like all we needed to do was be forceful enough, and he listens. It's not too different from training a dog as fucked up of a comparison as that is.
Speaking from personal experience there, Fenris, something tells me you had to carry out a lot of fucked up orders.
That's putting it lightly, Joe. Our Final Fantasy elf had to go Itachi on the only friends he ever knew, just because his master ordered him to.
Fenris getting a Sharingan does not fill me with a lot of confidence here, boys.
Part of the reason I brought Fenris here, even if he doesn't have any empathy for mages, Fenris has a baseline understanding as to what this guy is going through.
Oh, fuck, Mommy. Give me the belly rubs first. Bark. Bark, bark. Gares, gares, gares.
Okay, we are going to let the Swedish dog have his moment here while we loot around the room. We can grab the third spiral eye armor piece from the chest before the exit, which is the last piece we get before the Deep Roads expedition. But after that, we should be back to the surface and away from the Fallout sewers.
The sewer map was a repeat of the Blood Mage hideout from episode 2, and this is a repeat of the Wounded Coast map, just smaller. So that's 2 shots for those of you keeping track at home.
We are not doing the goddamn drinking game, but hold on that. There's a lot of horned dudes. Are they the bandit ones, or the slightly friendlier zealot ones?
They work for the Arishock, but given who we are with it, might as well not make a goddamn difference right now, other than these ones are going to yap to us first.
You will hold Basra Vashidan.
Wait, hold on. What the hell did he call us? I know Vashidan means shit. Barak, translate.
My God, I feel like we are back in Origins talking to Sten again. Basra is a demeaning term for non-Kunari in Vashdan, does mean shit or trash. So he just called us an unenlightened shit or non-Kunari trash, take your pick.
All right, we might have similar views on mages, but you don't talk to your human betters like that, you horned bitch. I'm not gonna get back talk from someone who would cry piss and shit themselves if I hid your sword from you while you were busy yapping.
You know, if this was the Elder Scrolls, where we still had pickpocketing ability, stealing a Kunara sword might be a valid strategy towards getting them to crash out and kill each other.
Yet another victim of removing skills from the game.
Cerebos, show that your will remains bound to the Cume.
Wait, hold on. If these are the Arishock's Kunari, shouldn't they be recognizing Isabella here and start trying to arrest her? You just said the last episode they got close.
I don't think every Kunari recognizes her. I think only the Arishock and a select few do, since remember the gate guard never notices her. Also, even if they did, Kunari would literally have the mentality that it's not his job. He is here for mages, not pirate thieves stealing important relics.
They really are the kings of minding their own business. If they didn't want to actively conquer the world and be at war with everyone, they would be chill. Also, Bro sat down quicker than Immortal did when Invincible showed up in Season 3. Where's your Kunari pride?
Joe, that season is still ongoing. Don't spoil shit. That's what our Discord is for, after all. Bro really said gray ones all hard like that, the same way I say robes. I sense a like-minded unit among these commies, boys.
Donald, you would fold in the Kunari the second they don't give you the Arishock position upon joining. They would definitely stick your ass in the Ben Hassrath with the other non-horned Kunari.
Donald really is over here inviting celebrities and now random Kunari Templars into the White House cabinet. Also, these guys are talking mad shit for someone who could be clapped up by a single walking bomb. I know the type matchups, you guys aren't immune.
A Joe at this distance that walking bomb would kill us as quickly as it kills the Kunari.
We would take another Kunari mage out with us too. That's a win-win in my eyes.
Damn, if only the rest of the mages could take themselves out as easily, we wouldn't need all these fancy chains and communist poetry. We could get right back to impressing the waifus by the size of our holy smite.
You know, calling the Arishock an ally here is really optimistic. We have met the dude once and mildly impressed him with our combat ability. I don't even know why this dialogue option exists, and it's probably why they call us a child for even trying to use this diplomatically.
To be fair, with the way Fenris was going on last time, I'm sure the Arishock almost did consider him an ally, although now he is unusually quiet about this situation.
My boy Fenris knows the Grey Mage is cooked here. He's being smart and staying out of it.
I guess we are about to pull the Dragon Age version of Na on these guys.
He'll choose his own path.
He wants what the Q demands. He is nothing else. You, Basra, your kind have no sense. The opportunity.
Also, we have the option here to tell them we are a mage or that Merril is a mage for one of the biggest crash outs in the entire Dragon Age series. But I think given how they are talking, I'm just going to say no to them.
I don't think they like hearing no Barry. Also, I guess those BDSM chains aren't just for show. They actually clamp down and restrain him at a moment's notice. Wonder what happens if they drop that shit mid-fight. Do they just get unbound?
As someone who would trade in a robe for a half-eaten hot dog, I can say that giving this guy to the Kunari does not prevent them from fighting you. Bro kills Katojan here and then says he respects us before attacking us ourselves, since we were colluding with the mage already. I'm all for hating the robes, but my hate ends at curb stopping those being among robes. Also, how the hell are the waifus already going down? What the hell is going on in the kitchen, Barack?
Merril knew.
It was goddamn Fenris. He decided to spirit pulse right at the start of the fight and chunk down Isabella's and Merril's health to almost nothing. Now I'm stuck with the two-hander elf trying to tank like 7 shirtless dudes while our dog lies down dead with the waifus.
Barry, I don't want to jinx anything, but are you cooked here? Fenris is the only thing standing between you and death.
Oh wow, that's goddamn fair. Enter. Bashevne Asala less de friends damn.
Well, after Barry's first death in the series, we all did some deep breathing, and we are cutting back for round 2. Let's get it.
My deep breathing included a lot of goddamn laughing. The lore master, the original Dragon Age president, now has the same deaths as Sleepy Joe. Viewers, you better start investing in Trump stocks while you can. That value is about to skyrocket next episode.
Yeah, sure thing, Donald. Have your moment. I hope it keeps you warm at night, along with your McDonald's and your wife sleeping 6 rooms away.
Ha! Joke's on you, my Morgan body pillow stays with me at all times.
Jesus Christ, end me now. Well, I only ended up dying here, so we can witness the crash outs of all crash outs with these guys instead.
Sure, whatever you want to tell yourself, Barack.
Well, it's a good thing they remained calm and didn't panic all right now. Instead of Fenris blowing his spirit pulse at the start of the fight, let's get Merril and Hawke to some high ground before he gives the Kunari a +10 assist to the squad wipe.
And yet he still did it anyway. Fenris is really out here acting like our editor does, when he plays Jeff and ults the enemy team and his own team killing everyone at once, so there's no witnesses.
That's a personal joke he threw in there to see if any of his friends watch this late into the video. But yes, if you see our editor playing Jeff in Rivals for some reason, run for your goddamn lives if you're his ally. What's your plan here, Barack? Or are you planning to get an even amount of deaths with help from my boy Fenris? Because my girl is going down right now, so I can't help but feel that's personal, you goddamn rat.
Completely unintentional here, Donald. Unfortunately, melee units really struggle here, as not even Aveline can fully out-tank the Kunari. They just have too much bulk. They are only enhanced by the fact there's another officer here buffing their healing and damage in the background.
I was going to ask about why did their main leader not pull up to the front line with everyone else was default dancing next to the range units, just inspiring them instead of something optimal.
Barack clearly rigged the AI to his advantage again and caused them to glitch out to save your ass getting a second death.
No, if he casts his rally ability, he will stay in whatever location he cast it on and tends not to move past that location. It's why funneling every melee unit around away from the firing squad is the best strategy. Also, casting Horror on the officer disables his aura early when he crashes out. I also gave Merril an ice staff which pairs with her Wrath of the Elven to significantly chunk down these guys far easier.
Well, looks like there is a second wave, so your first fight was doomed from the start. Barack, even without Fenris assisting the horned guys. Hell, you might still get a death here. Isabella is down, and your health is getting low.
It's getting a little dicey, but we still have health potions and the officer buff is taken care of now. So these are just regular dudes that's far more manageable with our high damage squad. Again, these reinforcements would be a bigger problem to a melee heavy squad, not our ranged squad.
And my girl is pulling a Obi-Wan with the high ground. She is absolutely clearing these mage-hating zealots. I've never been prouder or more turned on in my life.
Heavy pause.
Mega pause. What the hell, Sleepy? Also, can you not down all the health potions? I'm doing the goddamn Deep Roads expedition, which is a long dungeon. I'm gonna need a few of those.
Oh, I'm sorry, Donald. I thought you were far and beyond us now in terms of skill with your 0 deaths. Surely you don't need healing too.
I do not have time for this level of sass, Obama. Yes, I'm better, but I still need resources.
Well, no worries. I will add some health potions to our inventory after the episode ends. Also, we finally freed our boy after a second grueling battle.
Can you stand?
What the hell even is the golden stick that the Kunari Templar uses to control him? Like, I know it triggers the BDSM chains, but how does it do that, and how did we free him?
The chains are triggered through a collar, but how the switch activates it is unknown. I imagine lyrium is involved, but the Kunari have figured out engineering without the need of lyrium. Before, so it's up to the fans to fill in the gaps. I imagine that scroll is more like a switch that turns on and off at will, and that's how we turned it off.
Well, we finally gave this dude the ability to yap, and all he wants to talk about is self-expiring now. I respect it because he's a mage, but goddamn was this a massive waste of time from Hawke's part.
There's really no way to save this guy, is there? No matter what path we choose, he chooses the route to take himself out.
Nope, it's clear indoctrination. No matter what way you look at it, the QE states that a mage has to live like this for the betterment of all, and that they can only find certainty in life by following the CUNY. This is why he is willing to be treated as a dangerous threat and chained like a pet. The Kunari have a strange outlook on this as they pity, but honor the Sarbias at the same time, since they see the Sarbia striving under constant threat from demons and choosing to live in pain, and vigil is truly selfless, the highest virtue of the CUNY, which is why we can go to the Arishock and tell him about this after this quest is finished for some approval points.
Bro doesn't even care about killing all his guys as long as the mage is dead and follows the coon, he's good. Bro isn't him, but he is definitely aura farming.
Again, Donald, your height complex is showing here, but I still feel bad for Ketogen. Even if it's his choice to end his life, Bro is not in the right mindset to truly make choices like this when he has been a literal tool on a leash all his life. I'm genuinely surprised Fenris doesn't have more lines to say about this guy. I get he has beef with mages, but the parallels between him and this guy are hard to ignore.
Again, my boy Fenris is probably feeling conflicted on the righteous Templar path. On one hand, you have to curb stomp all mages, but on the other hand, when they make it too easy that they do it to themselves, you start feeling a little bad. The hardest choices, however, require the strongest wills, in my opinion.
Okay, calm down, Thanos. This scene here really does highlight how dark of a game Dragon Age 2 can be even without some of the topics like broodmothers. There's no way to save this guy regardless of our choice. If this was Inquisition or Veilguard, we would have had a dialogue interrupt or something to make Ketogen an ally, or hell, even a companion. But in 2, there's no happy ending here for most characters, just characters playing a role in the tragedy of this world.
That was surprisingly beautiful, Joe. Very insightful take on this game. I'm proud of you.
Now what the hell, is there a hidden teleprompter or something here? How the hell did you say all of that without stuttering?
You'd be surprised how many words you get from the heart when you leave Office Donald.
You are closer to the Kunari than you admit. Your role would change little if you accepted the Kun.
At least we get a pretty strong necklace for helping him, considering this quest ends the same way no matter what. You might as well help him for the strong Act 1 amulet. Also, burning yourself alive is like the most painful way to do it. Bro is insane. He could have just cast a walking bomb on himself.
Joe, this is not goddamn Vermeer. We don't need our ally to go out in a nuclear explosion. Anyway, let's go catch up with our priest who led the Kunari with a trail of bodies to our location.
Look at them. They are even doing the cliche leave no trace. We were here. If we had come 5 minutes later, they would have already lit this house on fire.
My helpful associate from the streets. You took the Kunari from the city? Without incident?
Without bloody incident? You know better.
Hey, jackass Templar, or no talk to my pirate queen like that again, and I will throw you through the goddamn wall.
The confrontation here has different voice lines for every character, all of them being some kind of slur. He calls Anders Aveline and your siblings Ferelden, Isabella as woman and Merril, Fenris and Varric simply by their race.
Bro is a max level 4chan user. He hates all minorities equally and is just channeling the Qunari hatred, because his girl also hates the horned guys.
It saddens me that fellow mage haters can't get along because of a small thing like race. You can't control how you were born, but you can control being a non-tranquil rogue. Apply your hatred where it matters, boys.
That was the first time I've seen understanding mixed with pure bigotry in the same sentence. I don't know whether to be impressed or tell you to eat a dick.
Why not both? All that being said, has anyone ever had a reason to side with Patrice? She just sent you off to our possible death because you are a poor nobody whose death could mean more than your life if it causes racial tensions.
I mean, she might be an asshole, but at least she pays us for our trouble. 7 goddamn gold and 1 less robe, too. That's worth the trouble of killing the horned guys.
I imagine she took that shit from the poor box to pay us like in Liliana's song. I already know the chantry in Kirkwall doesn't do a damn thing for all the refugees and natives. If the refugees have to go to an independent shelter and the natives are already taking up to living in the sewers. Also, we can talk to Elthina about our encounter with Patrice, but she just says it's bad how many people among her flock hate the Qunari and that we need to pray.
Girl already showing Act 1 that she is the most useless character in the series.
I'd say it's too early to hate her, but it's always a good time to start hating on useless priest grandma. I will hit her up along with the Arishock during my episode right before we head into the deep roads.
Well, with us purely set on the road of being Patrice's enemy and an Elthina hater, let's take care of one more errand before we tackle the last quest for the episode. We can turn in the ring for another one gold and to glean a little more insight into this guy and his relationship with his now ex-wife.
I'm not sure if Bro is sad because he cared about her or sad because his meal ticket is gone. It's better than he deserved, but I guess he cared about her in some regards, so the marriage wasn't a complete farce, at least.
Bro gave a very realistic reaction to finding out his wife died and got her hand chopped off. I'm surprised he didn't puke in front of us.
If I was a cop, I'd probably rule him out as a suspect that fear and disgust over how his wife died was genuine as hell. The last thing I can say about this guy is he has a small fourth wall break when we first meet him to accept the quest. If we don't talk to him and just stay there long enough, he will start asking, "Can't anyone see this exclamation point over my head?"
You know a lot about fourth wall breaks, Barry. Speaking of peep, this transition to the last main quest.
Crazy how it used to take us 2 episodes to finish one main quest line, or 5 whole episodes in the case of the base dwarfs. But now we are finishing up multiple main quest lines per episode, and we are close to the end of the first Act 4 episodes in. Also, I think Thrask is lost. The Blooming Rose is about 20 miles back in town, buddy.
Bro is just having his 20th daily realization that he is not cut out to be a Templar in Kirkwall under Meredith. Also, fun fact, if we had bribed Thrask earlier during the Fenrir quest line, we can taunt him asking if he wanted to meet here to pay his next bribe in person, but causing some massive Varric rivalry.
I wonder if anyone has actually gone down the rivalry path with Varric. It has to be genuinely hard to do, and it doesn't have any consequence in future games, because the game designers don't even expect you to do it. Also, this guy wants us to be nice to mages because he can't be publicly nice to mages himself. Bro is practically the Tsundere of the Templar Order.
I think if Thrask saw how we handled the last escort quest, and what happened to the mage we were supposed to protect, he would be reconsidering hiring us.
That's not a fair comparison. The dude was indoctrinated. Anyways, I want to retract a statement that we have made frequently in this channel about phylacteries. I've always been prominent that the change in writing from Origins to 2, with Heplar taking control of the Circle lore, left subjects like fraternities and phylacteries almost non-existent, and that's what can explain plot holes like Anders and the Mage Warden's phylacteries simply not existing in this game. But this is the second time now this episode that phylacteries have been mentioned so clearly. Heplar did. Remember these points, they were just certain holes missing from the equation. My bad.
Fumbling lore in battles. This is not your day today, Obama.
It's been a long day, okay, at least I'm present enough to admit when I made a mistake, instead of saying mages rigged things for me.
Like to see this become a massacre.
What the hell was that smile back there? We agreed to help the mages not pay for Anders' meal.
Nothing gets Anders going like helping mage oppression, it seems anyways. Let's try to diplomatically solve things, shall we? I'm sure this won't immediately turn into a violent dungeon crawl like everything else has been so far.
Oh look, our first mage. Hello fellow spellcaster, would you like to help us make a spell tier list sequel? Oh okay, never mind, I guess you're just an average Oblivion necromancer.
Jokes on this bum mercy was never an option for the robes. Every mage is an assumed corrupted blood mage necromancer, unless proven otherwise or proven to be Morrigan.
So this is where I start pointing out problems with this quest. It was clearly set up as a diplomatic mission to try to talk and negotiate with the mages, and before we can even utter a word, this dude summons Redcliffe II in this cave. They couldn't even give a small cutscene to show that this guy is feral or something. They just went right into battle. Someone must have misunderstood what this quest objective was when designing the enemies for the dungeon. This is a blatant example of miscommunication.
True, but even the people we do talk to are mostly uncooperative, so I just think we should ignore Thrask's perspective on this, where he should have debriefed us from the start that some of them are already lost to demons and desperation.
Leave it to Anders to feel sympathy for blood mages who just tried to kill us, bro. Might be an abomination, but he does not have that built-in survival instinct that he says all other demons have.
Well, to wrap up the variety of enemies on our hit list today, we have the undead mages to add to our kill counter today. It sucks we still don't have the Silverite runes to easily clap these things, but with our double chain lightning stocks, these things are easy money.
It feels like no matter what episode we are on, these left 4 dead skeletons are always here to add a little more variety to our gameplay. Enemy variety is on point in this episode. I think we have covered almost every weakness now, so our viewers have a guide.
Well, the enemy variety is better than the map variety because this is the same Quinari cave that Joe fought in during Black Powder Courtesy, which means this is the 3rd repeated map of the episode. And like the 5th repeated map overall, this Dragon Age 2 movie is about to be lit, boys.
Donald using lit is almost as old as me also. Hey, look, we found a mage who is willing to hold a conversation instead of summoning undead as a form of communication.
Bro wants to go back to the circle where he belongs. Maybe there is hope for this one yet. Might need a minor curb stomping, but he will come around.
Given his fear and his need to want to see his parents, I'm fairly certain Elaine is no older than 16, maybe even younger. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why he just surrenders to the Templars. No matter what we say to him here, bro just wants an adult to tell him things are going to be all right.
I know Elaine is pretty young and just wants safety, but I'm pretty sure things don't go well for him even after he surrenders to the Templars.
Elaine here isn't aware of how strict the Circle is in Kirkwall. We can talk to him after this quest, and he will reveal that the Circle doesn't let him write or keep the letters to his parents. He also reports witnessing Templars physically beat mages for talking back to them.
If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Donald, he's talking about wanting to see his parents. He's clearly a kid. Him being a teenager explains why, despite being loyal here, he eventually starts to have doubts over Meredith's and the Circle's leadership 9 years later.
See, he's a rat. Just like all the other robes, we should double chain lightning his ass now while we have the chance.
Yeah, we won't be doing that anyways. He mentioned Decimus here is deep in the Blood Mage Kool-Aid, so let's go deal with that.
Bro looks practically homeless. I don't know whether to fight him or give him a 5 after he washes my car.
The robe is tweaking how the hell are 2 robes with giant mage sticks and the dwarf Templars. Hell, the only one that looks like a Templar is maybe Aveline, but she's not wearing the armor. I respect wanting the smoke, but at least be correct on who you're blowing smoke to.
Final boss against the homeless man for the episode. Let's see it, Barry.
Well, we got more undead and blood mages. So this is practically the first fight on steroids. Might as well go over some strategies on how to take out blood mages in this game while I cook.
Oh, hell yes, that's the hottest sentence. You've said all episode Obama.
Phrasing, please. Well, blood mages like to spam the same ability we get if we use blood magic ourselves, that being hemorrhage, basically this game's version of blood wound, but way weaker. Hemorrhage deals physical damage in area that has a brief paralyze, but also reduces the enemy's armor and resistance to 0 while in the hemorrhage range. This means even sword and shield tanks aren't safe here. The best strategy is to spread your party out and keep tabs on them, since the hemorrhage visual is hard to see. Mages themselves are weak to physical damage and immune to spirit damage, but have no elemental weaknesses, so they are probably the most simple enemies to counter. The spirit damage is far more rare.
Spamming horror works great on Bro too. But Barry, if mages are immune to spirit damage, why the hell are you using a spirit staff on Hawke right now?
You know, I really didn't notice I was using it honestly until you brought it up, Joe. That's a skill issue on my part. This episode has gone on too long, I think.
Damn, Obama, you get 1 death and suddenly you forget your type matchups. We might need to run some tests on you. Can you tell us who is the president right now?
Yeah, nice try, Donald. Not happening.
Girl really said, I know what you are. That's why your boyfriend doesn't know what a shower or a razor are.
Girl really is allergic to taking responsibility and acting like blood mages are an oppressed class. Let me sign an executive order real quick.
I told him once he marked himself.
You don't have a truck? You maybe have a Honda Civic with the demons then?
For Joe, that's not what truck means. It's an Old English word, meaning having something to do with. This was used often in the 1800s, though, so it's weird to hear in a setting like this.
You are definitely older than the 1800s, Sleepy. How do you not know that?
Bro's going to be 80 next year and somehow still wants to call me old.
Ladies, please, that's enough. Well, the decision here is very similar to the Fenrir decision on both factors. Handing them to the Templars or letting them escape ends up not resolving anything for Grace, as she will end up in the circle, regardless with a massive vendetta against us. The actual consequence of this decision decides what Act 2 side quest becomes available to you. If you hand them over to the Templars, you get the quest Bounty Hunter, where you can hunt down escaped mages for the Templars. If you kill the Templar Karis, you will get a letter in Act 2, which triggers Midnight Meeting, where Templars will spin the block on you in Hightown for killing their fellow Templar. Finally, if you go the Varric or Purple Hawk route and trick the Templars into leaving, you get access to the Underground Railroad quest line.
That's all well and good, but are we really about to turn these mages into the Templars right in front of Anders, no less?
Look, I'm against the Kirkwall circle as much as the next guy, but my mercy ends once you start giving him energy for his blood magic spirit bomb in front of us, and then threatening to turn us in after killing us failed. Plus, Grace is no good, as we will see later on in this series. But that is only a small reason why I did this.
I'm still not down for this girl. Maybe deserves regular imprisonment in a normal circle, but not Kirkwall's circle, especially with Sir Ulrich running around unchecked.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem. I'm definitely not giving her a pass after she just threatened me she wants to go stew and plot revenge. So I'm giving her all the appropriate fuel to do that.
I know you're soft on the robes.
I like the way this guy thinks. Are you interested in a job in politics? I have an opening now after a horned guy fumbled the bag earlier in this episode.
I'm not surprised you want him as a yes man. This dude is just Donald with real hair and sideburns. We are really going to trust a group of mages to a dude who doesn't even know how to shave, let alone think critically.
I don't know what you mean, Sleepy. This guy seems like a fine, upstanding individual who has a healthy disdain for robes. Maybe you're just intimidated by his holy aura and willingness to get shit done.
Don't get me wrong, Karis is a complete asshole and likes to make people think he's the mustache-twirling villain of this story. If you keep him alive and talk to Elaine, he will mention Karis barged into his room, took his stuff, and threatened to make him tranquil, but he is all bark and no bite. He doesn't end up doing anything to Grace or Elaine because he's nothing more than a puppet who wants Meredith's approval. Honestly, him and Grace are both needlessly hostile. They deserve each other.
Bro said just make them tranquil. Why waste government money on a trial? Why the hell did Meredith promote Cullen and not this guy? He's got some big ideas.
All right, Donald is just lost in the sauce. I'm still suspicious of this Barry. Something tells me you did all this just for some Aveline approval.
I have no idea what you mean. I'm just role-playing my hawk that matches energy and has a little bit of justice to them. See, I even asked him to give them a trial. Well, with the last quest taken care of, all we have to do now is hand in the quest to Emmerich so he can start his Karen rampage of the guards.
Well, but first, of course, you have to grab just a little bit more lore to pad out the video.
And hey, it's about the Seekers. Of course, I got to shout out my girl Cassandra. Besides, it's hidden deep in this corner. There's probably plenty of viewers who would miss it.
Barack, why would our viewers even care about that?
Because the lore of the Seekers go hard and it's good prep for Inquisition. Good experience, too. Also, we really just carried around some bones for the last couple of days. While we waited for a chance to hand them to Emmerich, I know that Pouch was smelly as hell.
Bro still can't take a joke, though. This feels like some surreal purgatory for Purple Hawks. Every small joke we make is met with him scolding us like he's our dad.
It's like the game is trying to teach you when it is and isn't okay to tell a joke to someone.
What's the outcome if we don't bother doing this quest in Act 2, Barack? If we didn't tell Emmerich his theory is right, wouldn't he just leave it be?
No, he essentially pulls a Aveline and does it himself. He simply acts far more formal with us, and we miss out on a few dialogue lines when we enter the foundry and recognizing the lilies.
So really, we could have just skipped this, and we went through all that extra demon nonsense and Barack railing an elf twink just for the dialogue enrichment.
That sounds like damn near half our content at this point, boys.
Yeah, well, when you hit your episode next time, you can feel free to enjoy all the gold and extra experience I earned and not interact with people as much as you like Donald. Before we wrap up, we've now grabbed 2 out of 3 of the herbalist tasks, so let's turn them in and get the quest to grab the iron bark, which you can grab next episode, Donald.
Wait, that means he has to go to the Dalish camp. I don't like that idea, after he just talked about going round 2 over there.
Nah, it's fine. We have to go to the Dalish camp anyway to grab the extra gold from the Keeper since you handed Fenrir off to the elves. Next episode, I will take care of the last amount of busy work so we can finally start the plot rolling on the Deep Roads expedition. So get ready to eat good next time, viewers, with the end of Act 1, and unlike the Democrats burning down your kitchen, I'm gonna do it deathless.
Well, if there's true justice out there, you will run into a skill check next episode to tie this death counter up.
Welcome back, viewers. What can I get you? Maybe a tall glass of a long dragon age. 2-episode death list played by your favorite president, Donald Trump.
It sounds like a tall order, Donald, but if you can provide it, then lay it on me.
Phrasing, please.
I wonder how many people realized you can go behind the counter of the Hanged Man, and that there is straight-up items behind the bar you could loot too. Also, Donald, I will believe it when I see it.
Well, by the end of the episode, I'm going to name you Naruto because you will believe it. Anyways, we are starting off good with hitting up Isabella, finally. And by the end of the episode, she is going to be hitting us up too. My future predictions are unmatched today, boys.
To be fair, Donald, I don't think you need future sight or a crystal ball to figure that the horny pirate will hit you up once you get a mansion. She was honestly just waiting for you to get your own bed away from Carver.
Honestly, though, she would definitely want Carver there. For that, I'm surprised she waited 3 years. That seems pretty tame for her.
All right, first of all, I never share, so that conversation ends right here, boys. And secondly, both of you liberals need to hop off my pirate queen. She is a true grind setter, and unlike Aveline, she's about to hook us up with some paid work.
That's true, a massive W on her part. You can give her that. It's unfortunate she's easy to miss in the recruitment department, because not only is this next quest one of the best designed quests in Act 1, but it also unlocks a really good poison shop, where we can buy poisons and bombs for cheaper than it costs us to make them, which on Nightmare is incredibly useful, especially in Act 2 for a fight we will talk about later.
Oh God, let's not talk about that fight until we need the poison. On the other hand, this is a massive W. I already know our rogue main is gooning to it more than you were to that elf twink last episode.
Big facts, I will give you that one.
All right, both of you calm your liberal tits. I honestly could care less about poisons or good game design. I'm just trying to raise my pockets and my Isabella approval. That's all I really care about. Also, this dude always reminded me of Zaid from the Mass Effect series in both his voice and his origin.
Bro is not voiced by Robin Sachs, probably because of the health issues he started having after 2010. Rest in peace. But everything else is very Zaid coded.
His origin is very similar. He is a veteran raider who at one point was a first mate of a raider crew. When a new leader took charge of his ship and started demanding his crew start murdering and kidnapping people to sell into slavery instead of petty destruction and thievery, when Martin wasn't on board, with that the captain ordered his men to hold him down while he slit his throat and threw him, and physically out of the ship. Just like Zaid surviving getting shot in the head, Martin also survived this and turned himself around to become a more legitimate operation.
Pretty based for an old man. I can't blame the new captain for wanting to get into the slave trade. 100 gold ahead is too goddamn tempting to pass up.
Donald learning that figure was probably the most detrimental thing that could have happened to our series. The economy of that price doesn't even make sense. We would even have hundreds of gold to buy slaves besides the 1% of nobles.
Oh, please tell me more about your economic knowledge, Sleepy. You've proven so knowledgeable in real life so far.
Calm down, ladies. Well, we can go ahead and grab his cargo for him. It's easy money and a great quest. Fun fact, accepting his quest is one of the few decisions that give both Aveline and Isabella approval. It's too bad you didn't bring my girl with you for this scene, Donald.
It's not my job to please your muscle mommy Obama. Besides, we already had all of last episode for that. We can get back to her scenes during your episode. She's not on the agenda today. Also, before you say anything, I'm already aware of the last import quest we can tackle in Act 1, involving this girl at the Hanged Man at night. I saved the city for the glory, but I'm willing to reap the rewards of my decisions still. Fun fact for you bag chasers out there, this quest offers more than the other quest you get for saving Vigil's Keep instead.
Yeah, you see, it's not really about the morality of the decisions that matter to the presidential squad. It's how much money each quest really gives us that is most important.
To be fair, that has been the most important factor so far in our decision-making in this series. It's right above our wife's opinion and our viewers' decision. Both these quests are in the docs anyway, so way to be optimal, Donald.
Yeah, the curse of having to play after you do Barack is the amount of nerdy optimization I deal with on the regular. Anyway, speaking of the docs, I figure I will be a man of the people and talk with our antagonist for most of this series. I imagine you two are scared to do it since the Canary clapped both your cheeks in your episodes and didn't bother to call you back.
Pride cometh before fall, Donald.
Oh, please, I'm not scared of this guy. In fact, I will be the one to take him out. during my episode if my math lines up correctly of our current pace.
I doubt it. I've seen you try to do math when you order McDonald's. You end up just short-circuiting and needing Obama to pay for you. Also, I really hope you're not the one to take out the Arishock. Otherwise, we are going to be here for almost 3 hours while you get knocked down and penetrated.
Phrasing, please.
Oh, don't give me that. I may have only played this game once, but I know those are the actual technical descriptions of his moves, Obama. We've all seen them hundreds of times when trying to duel him.
All right, you played as a warrior that must have been hell trying to out-tank the biggest potion chugger in the game. At least with Mage, we get the cold-blooded staff and plenty of crowd control to deal with him.
All right, boys, let's talk about the battle tactics when we get there. For now, let's talk about the obvious foreshadowing he gives here, not only by blatantly saying, can we leave Kirkwall like this when we first approached him, but just in his pure disgust of the city and how we live.
I was trying to ignore the obvious aura farming, but I have to admit it's kind of based that Bro is open about his disgust of the city. But he says it in a way that sparks debate, not outright hatred. Bro might be thick, but he isn't some meathead. He makes a few good points in his yapping, just like Thanos.
Bro is basically the original Thanos given the original appearance dates of both characters. Also, did we just lose some approval from the Arishock with Donald saying he enjoys Kirkwall the way it is?
No, you can disagree with him. All you like, the only time it affects his approval is during the encounter with Aveline at the end of Act 2. He only disproves or approves there because his tensions are clearly high-strung by that point, and he's having a particularly bad day. For those of you not aware of what we are talking about, there's a system in this game where you can earn the Arishock's approval depending on your actions. Most of these don't involve specific dialogue choices like with companion approval, but instead rely on you checking in with the Arishock during and after certain main quests. The 3 approval points you can earn in Act 1 include bringing Fenris during the initial meeting, telling him Jarvius promised him profits, and telling him you killed the Kunari squad after shepherding wolves. This affects how he addresses you in the end of Act 2, as well as special dialogue during Mark of the Assassin.
Which I'm about to do here since I'm not afraid of any bloody Oxmen in this series. All I have to do is sign an executive order banning the Antam from carrying their weapons, and boom, I defeated the entire army in 1 day.
Why would the Kunari honor that deal, Donald? As Sten says in Origins, they signed a piece of paper, they don't have to honor it. Also, I'm surprised the Arishock doesn't take note of the Chantry being involved in their soldier's death, considering about 150 years ago, the Kunari lost control of Kirkwall due to the Orlesians' army's invasion of the city, combined with the might of the Chantry during an exalted march.
Wait, this isn't the first time Kirkwall had Kunari occupation?
Nope, it's the second time, Joe. The first time was during the Storm Age, and it lasted 4 years. The Kunari enslaved most of the city and put them into work camps, converting most of the city, which is why the Chantry eventually stepped in to help Orleas. And it's why there is so much Orlesian influence in Kirkwall. This also explains why everyone is so nervous about the big guys being here.
Well, this time we don't need the French or their false religion army. We have a hawk and a pirate queen. We will do just fine.
You know, hearing him say he would expect this out of any member of the Kuhn reminds me of something that our viewers brought up during last episode. If we revealed we are a mage to Arveirad, and he was successful in killing us, do you think they would have killed each other after to prevent themselves from being infected by demons? They were clearly scared out of their minds when we told them we were unleashed mage.
I imagine they have some kind of quarantine in place when they get exposed like that, however, given how little they think of the lives of the Antam, since the need of the whole is all that is important in their society. I imagine it could be just as likely they do ritual suicide. This is why we do premieres like this. By the way, these kinds of ideas are good think pieces.
Bro really pulled a Sten and just flat out told us, no, when will the writers give us a Kunari that will explain shit to us?
That comes in Inquisition with the Iron Bull, but he's speaking Kunari words again, Barak translate.
He's just listing the 3 roles of the Triumvirate, the Arishock we know already as the leader of the military, the Arikun, as the later half of the word implies, is the leader of the priesthood, and the Ben Hasreth and the Arigena is the female leader of the workers, like merchants and craftsmen.
Well, now that we learned our daily dose of Kunari for the day, let's go bully this dock worker into getting what we need for Mommy Isabella's friend.
That dude is the biggest example of a middle manager in the wild. As soon as anything that required legwork was involved, they ran for their life to go take their 2-hour lunch break.
That's too bad, Bro missed out on possibly fattening his purse with a bribe, and now his assistant is going to reap the rewards.
Barak, do you really think I would waste my gold bribing this guy that costs 2 whole gold? which is already the baseline reward of this quest, which means I would make no profit. I would threaten and stab this guy instead, but since you two Democrats went Purple Hawk, it's not going to work since this guy doesn't believe we are a true renegade for life.
That's fair, but because we are a Purple Hawk, we do get a special dialogue for the next scene, so it evens out.
That's a good point. I need to adjust my squad with that in mind.
There is actually a way to use both personality interrupts in a single playthrough, however, it requires you to carefully play aggressive Hawk until you unlock this quest. Then after you pass the aggressive check, play several other missions, choosing the purple dialogue only. This is a very unnatural way to play, though, so I wouldn't recommend it, especially when there's so many ways to solve this quest.
And my girl Isabella already gives us another option to come here at night. So make sure you bring my pirate queen with you for the alternative route. We are going to pick that up and cover the secret rendezvous quest while we are there for that extra efficiency.
But now here's Donald trying his best to pass a stealth check for extra money.
Anything for the grind. Looks like some more level 1 crooks are beefing with POTUS's land Amaranthine. Even though his conkers Haki could handle these guys, we are going to let him retire with Morrigan and handle this ourselves.
This quest ties in perfectly with the quest we did last episode with Mirren trying to kill Lord Harriman for sending relief to Ferelden. It looks like there's active hatred of not only the Fereldans living in Kirkwall itself, but the entire country, likely for fear that Ferelden will soon take all of Kirkwall's trade. Ybor is good for an economy, and Alistair and POTUS did a little too good of a job helping the country that now it's ready to rival the other small fish in the free marches. Also, a small tip for the stealth portion of this quest: it's a good idea to wipe out most of the Redwater Raiders in this area before tackling the quest, since if you get attacked by the roving gangs, it will break your stealth.
Well, we didn't need the Raiders. The Lone Guard's observation Haki was enough to notice us, although they would have been safer to not notice us when we have the damage squad to end all damage. Mommy, Isabella, no!
Yeah, I was expecting that this quest can be decently difficult to tackle at earlier levels because of the two ship captains being boss-level warriors and rogues. One of them can use Rally to buff the extras, while the rogue captain can one-shot your backline. We are tackling this quest at level 10, though, so this is still easy money.
Yeah, despite taking out my pirate queen, that's an easy 3 gold for me. Now let's go get discount Zaid's poison. Watch closely, Sleepy. I'm about to put the blood mage on fraud watch.
Fun fact about this personality interrupt here: their interaction is almost word for word identical to that of Erlena's distraction during the quest Rescue the Queen in Origins, where we killed Hal. Just replace fire with Darkspawn.
Shit! A fire could destroy the loot. We have to check.
But there's not really a fire, is there?
No, Merril.
Merril, sweetie, I appreciate the compliment, but did you have to sell us out like that?
Looks like I'm going to have to retract my statement about the blood mage being less dangerous to us. Her Nat 1 on the inside is getting us ganked.
Anything for that waifu approval, though, that +5 will go a long way.
Well, we skipped ahead since these fights are just more raiders that we have already clapped up several times previously.
Also, they are in a warehouse map, so make that 6 repeating maps so far in Act 1 alone. Anyways, my love, I will sneak some poison for you later. For now, Daddy needs to make some bank.
I never understood the moral decision here. Is it really so bad for him to sell poison to adults of able mind to use it? Not like he's personally poisoning people, he's just selling stuff he can make cheaply. Is it even illegal in our own life to sell poison?
Despite what they might tell you in school, it's perfectly legal to make your own poison and sell it in the United States, as long as you clearly label what kind of poison it is and put all the other danger symbols they put on poison in stores. Scientifically speaking, the poison you make at home is less lethal than the bleach you buy in grocery stores. Honestly, I don't see the problem here, but I'm sure people could make some argument that has the same thinking as gun control laws.
Well, this is America. We aren't in the business of that. So give me my money and Isabella approval, and I will happily let you commit war crimes in peace.
You might want to, but a few things from him: the combustion grenades he sells are especially useful both in the deep roads and after. Even if certain enemies resist fire damage, they still take the stun, and it's one of the longest stuns in the game series.
For a fair point, the stock is about to reset anyway, so it's not a terrible idea. Well, while we wrap up the miscellaneous quest, we might as well get into one that we didn't have available because of our Awakening choices. If we saved Vigil's Keep and not Amaranthine at the end of Awakening, we received the quest The Conspirators, where 4 Ferelden nobles have fled Kirkwall after failing a plot to take down the Warden commander. Interestingly, the Amaranthine sergeant has a different opinion on the Wardens depending on what area we chose to protect. She will refer to him as a local hero if we protect the farmlands and everywhere, and state the wardens have deep pockets if they protected trade or the city.
Yeah, but like I said, that quest only gives 2 gold, and the one we did gives 3. If you spy on the conversation, so the choice is clear. Wrapping up the last side content here, I'm going to visit the Dalish camp so they can pay me a gold for not curb stomping the half-elf mage. Then I will grab some iron bark while I'm here too.
It's interesting, Fenriel was worried his whole life that people would recognize him as half-elf when bro just looks like a normal dude. Hell, in lore, half-elves are just normal dudes. I mean, look at Alistair.
I think he was more so worried because of how he was raised rather than his looks. He did grow up in an alien age with an elven mother. He probably thinks he looks more elven than he is because of his conditioning. Meanwhile, Alistair was raised by humans and had no idea his mom is an elf, so he had no inkling that he looked elven. Talking to them again is also one of the only ways to become aware that something is wrong with Fenriel that alludes to the Act 2 quest, because of the dialogue bug during Wayward Son that we covered previously.
Well, I guess either you or Sleepy Joe will go on a mini Fade adventure, because I've had enough Fade hijinks after Awakening. Anyways, watch me sweet-talk this guy into giving us the iron bark we need like the master businessman I am.
I'm surprised you are sweet-talking this guy. Though, Donald, I would have thought your normal approach is pick him up by his shoes and start shaking him upside down until some iron bark falls out.
Normally I would, but if he's going to give it up with a single ounce of sarcastic flattery, why waste the effort? Anyway, I already know this map is a repeat of the beach map we killed the Canary in, and it's just Darkspawn, which we are going to fight plenty of in a moment, so let's skip ahead to some actual plot, shall we?
We apologize for skipping more than usual, but we know the Deep Roads is going to be a long dungeon, and we want to focus on the plot content first and foremost.
Yeah, and this quest has my name in it, so it's already a massive W.
Joe, you dumbass, it's unbidden, not Biden, for the love of God. Put your old person readers on.
Jill says I only need to wear those for menus, so I didn't bring them.
Joe, let's start packing them just in case, buddy. Anyways, this quest is usually the last one you will start in a normal playthrough, since it only unlocks after completing Black Powder Promise and about 4 other main quests in any order. Just like a lot of the side quests we completed last episode, this should almost be a main quest, since it introduces us to Seamus and the Viscount, 2 important characters for the Act 2 plot line.
It's an important quest, but it's like everyone involved in this quest got hit by a stupid beam, the Viscount. Instead of hiring a professional mercenary band, just put up a wanted posted so every homeless person can try to rescue his son instead of ordering the guard to do it. This mercenary band are basically just bandits that talk to people first before killing them and fuck up an easy job. And the son decided a relaxing walk on a beach named the Wounded Coast is a good idea. Only person who might be competent is Bran here.
Good thing you added that disclaimer at the end. I was about to go off from you insulting. Oh, my daddy?
Okay, calm down, Barry. Don't make me break out the Kindle. And as for you, Donald, you are definitely on point with the Winters being bandits, but I'm going to run a little bit of defense for the Doomars. The Viscount is in a political bind and doesn't want to cause panic in the streets by sending the guard to save his son. And the kid, I believe, isn't even an adult yet. I think the Codex puts him somewhere around 16 or 17 years old.
All right, that means Seamus gets a slight pass. But Viscount Dumar is acting like a do-nothing politician who just sits on his ass while a fire is burning his city. Actually, now that I describe it like that, it's no wonder you like him. He is basically you and Harrowmont, all wrapped up in one sad package.
Needlessly political unsubscribed. Also, even if you think I lead the same way, I wouldn't sit around if my son was captured by horned dudes.
Well, Doomer slander is going to have to come later. For now, we have to take out the Winters, which is actually our first run-in with anyone from Navarra, unless you count Merril, really. That being said, they don't have anything Navarran about them. I think Navarra was still in the oven cooking until Inquisition launched with Cassandra. Also, I know I sound like a broken record, but Aveline gives some good insight into this part of the quest if we bring her, here pressing Bran a little further, as to why the guards aren't investigating this abduction.
You killed him.
All right, but I feel like Aveline has beef with anyone that looks like they are taking her job on the surface. That's like half of her unique dialogue in Act 1 and 2. It's like she's more of a Union rep than a guard captain.
Aveline does have a black and white viewpoint of things, especially when it comes to the Mage versus Templar debate. She views Templars as all honorable and making a difficult choice because of her now ex-husband's former position. And that's the stance she always sides with.
And that's just another casual W for the warrior class. All of them are Templar pilled. Anyways, with the Aveline character dive finished, with "Let's get back to the quest and stop the most scuffed rescue operation in the history of Thetis." I respect being renegade, but you guys are fumbling the bag. The Viscount isn't going to pay you for torturing his son before returning him. Fathers prefer to let their own mom do the torture firsthand, speaking from personal experience.
Well, unfortunately, his mom is dead, and the Viscount is too busy playing politics to discipline his son, so it's not too much of a surprise that he spends his time exploring and looking for purpose on his own.
Okay, damn, now I feel kind of bad, bro. Is just lonely, and it's why he discovered hot, young, shirtless Kunari in his area.
I can see why Brand leaked these guys' locations. It wasn't just because of his hatred of Navaran mercenaries. These guys are genuinely stupid and dangerous. But it looks like Seamus isn't just with the Kunari because he's a rebellious teen then. He genuinely wants to find a place where he belongs, and the Kunari at least don't view him as a Viscount's son, but as a whatever they would make him in the Kunari language.
Probably Ben Asarath hits where most non-horned converts go because non-horned Kunari are the best at blending in. However, his interest in the Kunari goes deeper than that. He took interest in them at a young age thanks to Brother Genitiva's published works on their society and philosophy. Genitivi was actually his original inspiration, and he began leaving Kirkwall to gather research in hopes of publishing his own study like Genitivi. He actually left the beach to study plants, but while doing so he met a Kunari scout that inspired him instead to focus on the Kunari. All that being said, he would either be a spy or a Q1 philosopher, both of which are part of the priesthood branch.
All right, my pity for this guy is dropping by the second. He is basically you, Obama, but with a stronger love for the Kunari. I think I liked it better when he was just a neglected kid who got offered conversion like it was a sketchy drug on the streets.
Either way, I'm starting to feel worse for Seamus, and I'm starting to look at the Viscount sideways for not just paying attention to his son and supporting his hobbies instead of letting a shirtless dude teach him the facts of life. Something tells me if he had a more attentive father bro would have kept writing in peace, and the political drama later on wouldn't happen.
Man, it's a good thing Kunari don't understand what daddy issues are. If they realize the untapped market of conversion they could exploit, they might start rivaling the Chantry in terms of overall power, and the zealots in the Chantry might start having some valid complaints.
Let them beef with each other needlessly. It keeps the true religion of Sandal open to those who truly see the light of the runes. Anyways, how many goddamn mercenaries are we going to fight here? Did y'all really need this many troops to bring back one guy from a Kunari? And I know y'all are fodder, but how does this even make sense? From an economic standpoint, the reward is like 5 gold. We kill over 35 mercenaries. This battle, if they were all gonna get paid, that's like 14 silver per person. Is that really worth fighting Hawke? 14 silver probably barely pays rent on a place in Low Town.
That's probably the rent Gamlin was going to charge Mama Hawke before we jumped in with the save. This fight has a lot of officers, though I can see why it's pressing you so hard, Donald.
I'm not pressed, I'm doing just fine. They just keep killing my pirate queen to give me an emotional amp every time. I kinda wish I brought Aveline instead of Carver here, I think. Bro is too busy gooning over our waifus to be actually useful in a fight.
Carver and Fenris were actually a good idea, Donald. The easiest way to beat enemies getting the rally buff is to outdamage them with two-hander warriors and rogues while you stun-lock the officer casting rally. It's another reason I brought Fenris to the Kunari fight, despite Aveline being a better tank. The biggest tip I can give is to spam your debuffs on the commanders more and focus more on clearing all the ads instead of killing the commander first. Also, for future reference, normal mercenaries, like these are resistant to ice damage and weak to nature damage.
New Pokemon weakness unlocked, I suppose.
The stat chart is about to be much more important going into the deep roads and onward. Enemy types are going to be more varied, and we might have to start switching elemental weapons in the middle of missions rather than after missions.
My Final Fantasy Elf and Pirate Queen are the true MVPs. They bring the damage that Joe's support build is sorely lacking from our side.
Who needs high damage when haste buff and force magic are all we need?
Carver is getting his cheeks clapped from every angle still, though honestly the debuff strategy works. But I think we need enough damage to compensate from the lack of Hawke damage until we get a much better weapon in Act 2 or 3.
I still stand behind Carver being a useless little bitch. Bro is getting down while Fenris is picking up the slack by getting pounded.
This shit is getting really dicey, Donald. You're in danger here. You can't blame Carver for your own poor positioning and party management.
Oh yeah, watch this. I sense something clutch.
Oh, goddamn, that health potion timing was really good, Donald. You just saved Fenris enough from not getting clapped up here.
My future sight still comes in clutch. It saved me in IRL assassination attempts, and it saves the D1 hater Fenris.
You're all alone now, Donald. This is smelling like the first death of the series for you here.
You would love that, wouldn't you? Sleepy, I'm not losing to some normal goddamn ads, though. This is an easy clear. My Sith lightning stick and chain lightning, this is an easy clear. I might be a mage, but it's gonna take more than weak-ass mercenaries to take down Hawke.
Well, that was probably the bloodiest non-death fight in our Dragon Age 2 series, but you often have those anime overcome moments with POTUS and Origins, so I shouldn't be too surprised, Donald. So anyways, that calls it a wrap for the Winters now that we have killed all their guys, and we can finally hear from Seamus himself now that the heat has died down.
Just like us dropping a bunch of level 1 bandits gets this guy yapping too. If the lore master position wasn't already filled, Seamus wouldn't be a horrible member to add to the squad.
I wouldn't get too crazy with that idea. Besides, a 16-year-old joining our squad of middle-aged men and a corpse would not do numbers against the allegations.
We're still on with that same joke almost 40 episodes later. You're more stuck on that joke than Seamus is to his friend's death.
It's interesting that the Qunari as a society have no concern over the bodies of their dead, as their purpose is their role in society, not the physical body. However, they still have prayers and funeral rites, as well as the concept that the Fade is the land of the dead.
To be fair with how often we see people get sent to the Fade for centuries while their body wastes away and dies, it might as well be the land of the dead when the dead fill up the land.
Damn, what a way to look at it. Strange they are supposed to not care about the dead, but the big ball of anxiety in Origins has a prayer for the dead and has a Fade dream where he misses his squad mates that got ganked by the Darkspawn.
Well, we finished the quest, but don't forget, before we bring Seamus home to loot the bodies, and grab the fire resistance rune in one of the containers, Donald.
Yap, no worries, Obama, I'm on top of it, so you calm the optimization down. Let's cut ahead and bring this kid back to his father.
Over a year later, and we finally meet the bald-headed dude in charge of the city face to face.
I don't know what you mean, Joe. We haven't met Meredith yet.
Okay, calm down, Barry. I know the Templars are big in this city, but you're beginning to sound like Donald now.
It wasn't my intention, Joe. It's the truth. Meredith decides who holds the title of Viscount. She fired the last Viscount before Dumar here, and then appointed him. During his coronation ceremony, she gifted Dumar a ivory box, with the last Viscount's hand inside with a note, "Don't let his fate be yours," to remind him who is in charge.
Jesus Christ, that's both cold and hot as hell. She really is the best knight commander in the business. She really appointed a goddamn wimp to be Viscount, though, because what do you mean there wasn't a way to avoid incident? Would you prefer I let your son's tongue be cut out by the bandits, or should I have stepped in, jackass?
Bro just doesn't want to deal with the bad publicity that he paid someone to catch bodies all over the wounded coast. The bodies are Neverend, though not Kirkwallers, so I guarantee none of his people will care.
Damn, Joe, that's pretty dark. I think you've been in Kirkwall a little too long now.
But I'm not saying I think that way, but half of the Kirkwallers in this city seem to not give a shit about foreigners to the point they are down to harm and kill them for overcrowding the city.
There's a pretty common theme of aggressive patriotism that I can respect, even if they are supporting the wrong side. Who I don't support, though, is these two bickering over political correctness when they are both flat out wrong. I see enough of this on the internet. I don't need it here, and I'm going to call it out.
I like how Brand panics and ushers you out like you're about to strip down nude and show everyone your real Hawke. Well, before we leave the keep, we might as well grab the last enigma of Kirkwall. It's hidden in this portrait on the opposite room from the Viscount's office. We showed you where the fourth and final one in the gallows is at the end of the third episode for those of you who might still need the achievement. Well, before we clear out the nighttime gangs, let's go hit up our last companion.
Intimidated them, he said.
We could have talked to him any time after recruiting him, but we haven't had a lot of downtime, and Barry wanted to save it for Donald's episode.
Now, I know what some of you might be thinking, since you may have a few receipts of my Fenris glaze in the last couple of episodes. But let me assure you, unlike Barry, I am not going to rail the elf twink.
Damn, what a wasteful ass throw.
I just have a strong appreciation for his views, nothing more.
Thanks for the stray there, but you wouldn't be able to pull that with Fenris if you wanted to. You already got your romance and origins. And you even got a whole DLC to celebrate it. It's time for the other presidents to eat good.
But Barry, is that why you have people shelling out their bank accounts for Cassandra? There's a really strong muscle mommy movement in our community.
I'm not about to go band for band with Donald or you, Joe. Our viewers did that on their own, and we thank them for their support.
Trust me, if I started caring about the romance wars, I would write our editor a blank government check and ask him how much would he need to add Cullen back in the competition. I just wanted to give the best elf in the series some proper respect.
Best elf in the series is a bold statement when you have Merrill lovers and soulless mancers right here. I'll give him credit like Varric. He at least asked Hawke what he wants and his goals. Not enough companions in the later titles really let you expand on your player character like this.
That was a major problem with the transition from Origins to Awakening and now Origins to 2. It comes down to the fact that Origins had so much focus on, well, your origin story, and you were able to build a lot of your character around what you experienced. The paths to build your Hawke are few and far between. It's all about personality now.
Asking if Hawke wants to return to Ferelden doesn't even have any future lore implications or gameplay differences. Even at the end of Trespasser, if Hawke is alive, he returns to Kirkwall to chill with Varric, and he travels with his romance interest. Still, it's nice to at least give our Hawke some thoughts of his own. Also, saying you whine too much to Fenris is a insane line, bro. Has been tortured. And you can just tell him to quit your yapping.
You know, we really haven't talked about Fenris himself much here. That's our bad buddy. Bro really does just want smoke with his master, and that summarizes his character up pretty well.
Sort of a simple way to describe him. But not incorrect, a lot of these conversations with Fenris involve what his master did to him or the effects of his time in slavery.
That's a pretty hard line from Fenris there, bro. Stands on business. If you want trauma dumping, go to the healer robe, and if you want lore stories, go to the blood mage. Fenris is edgy and a D1 hater, and we all love him for it.
That's probably because he has a good voice actor. Also, it's so ironic bro spends this whole game beefing with mages, but yet he still falls to his knees for a mage Hawke the second they give him a little attention.
Oh man, someone who constantly beefs with mages unless they are hot. Why does that sound so familiar?
Can both of you liberals stop staring at me for no reason? You're making me uncomfortable. Anyways, we are going to let Fenris fiend for us while we take care of one last errand before the Deep Roads expedition.
What time to put an end to the cosplay bandits run of Kirkwall. These guys are probably the weakest of the bunch. They are just coterie thugs who are archers with one boss assassin.
God damn, he just one-shot Anders, though I respect the smoke all the same. Anybody that stabs a mage's kidneys is worthy of acknowledgement before we clap him up.
Donald, please don't forget that Anders is an ally. Back to the fight, though, I mentioned how Ignacio had the possibility of being the same Ignacio from Origins who was our contact for the Antivan Crow missions. I think I can safely file that away now is incorrect. Just looking at his model, it looks nothing like the Ignacio we meet. Too bad, because it was an interesting theory. We should also be transparent how we are going to handle these fights, too. They can be a bit tedious, as it's rare the fight ends once you kill the boss, as there's side rooms with additional enemies. I think we will show us killing the gang bosses at the end of each act, then cut ahead to the next, just to keep the content at a good pace.
They really have me clearing out the side rooms when I've already taken care of Dollar General version of the Anti-Van Crows. This is disrespectful to me and Hawke's time. Just come out and die for me.
In fact, get rid of any other groups like that, and I'll be at the Hanged Man with some toys as reward.
Well, now we've met the friend of Red Jenny, we can move on to the next boss. You should guard your cheeks with this one. Donald, it's a blood mage, your mortal enemy.
Oh wow, a blood mage in Kirkwall. What a unique and original idea that we haven't seen before. Don't try to intimidate me, Joe. Just because the Denerim blood mages cheated doesn't mean the ones in Kirkwall will. Everyone but the mage gets dropped by lightning, and I have my lightning stick as well as chain lightning. Besides, I am not dying to a elven blood mage of all things. I can't let the egg smell any weakness. Inquisition is right around the corner.
Well, your pirate queen got dropped by pirates. Definitely seems like that happens a lot. This fight has a very easy cheese tactic that you can exploit if you wanted to, if you open the door to trigger the fight, but then close the door and go back to the entrance. The AI will leave their defensible position and start funneling through the door, where they can be easily picked apart, however out damaging the raiders with their weakness. And then using crowd control before he can get off the hemorrhage is also a valid strategy. Good work, Donald.
It's way more satisfying to curb stomp the mage right on its throat than shepherd them like the sheep they are. Anyway, I'm guessing the raiders hide in corners like the other gangs, so let's move on to the last one. Or not. Joe did something when he hit record, and the footage corrupted during the cosplay guard fight, so here we are ready to tackle the Deep Roads.
Donald, it's your episode. You're supposed to be the one responsible for recording the content. Anyway, as much as I'd like to say Donald got clapped up by the fake guard captain, but the fight itself was pretty uninteresting. Now it's time to separate the frauds from the real gamers with this expedition. The longest dungeon in the base game of 2 is here before you double D.
Don't call me that sleepy, and as promised, I am not going to go down by any darkspawn or rock ghost. This will be the easiest bag I ever received.
Rock wraiths, Donald, not ghosts. And I'm curious how you're going to handle this too. A lot of different enemies here, including some new ones with new type matchups.
Also, hi Mom, you caught us at an awkward time. We were just about to do a dungeon raid. Can we do our chores later, maybe?
Well, here comes one of our first really big decisions of the series. Donald, I have an inkling, given the squad you've built, but what's your choice with bringing Carver to this expedition?
As much as I really want to leave the healer robe at home when I bring Carver with us, after he has been flirting with my pirate queen nonstop, I'm taking Carver and Anders into the deep roads with us. I think compared to the Templars or the Wardens, Carver's experience and personality really fit with the Wardens far better. And even though I love my Templar brothers, the Wardens get the cooler armor in my opinion, in this game especially.
Carver really just wants to fight and get paid for it, even after the side quest. Showing his namesake is from a Templar, the Wardens seem like a natural fit for him. I also think he would resent Hawke more not being able to go to the deep roads than going into the deep roads and suffering the consequences. Meanwhile, Bethany I always keep in the circle. Warden Bethany is the biggest dictionary definition of depression I can think of. I really can't do that to her.
Well, Anders is probably the most thematic companion to bring into the deep roads anyway. He has more experience than anyone here, and he's a warden immune to the blight. Most companions don't have much dialogue or special interactions except for one scene we can show later.
Hey Bartrand, do me a solid. If you see some pale white ghosts try to tell you something while you're down there, could you just ignore them?
Well, 5 hours and 50 gold later, it's time to get our bag up. Say it with me, boys.
The deep roads await.
My God, Mommy Cassandra, I always had a dream to get crushed by a muscular lady's thighs. Can you bring me a dream tonight?
Dan Barry, I can see why you like to write. That was pure art.
Cassandra really thinks Hawke is some kind of light Yagami villain, planning every step ahead, guaranteeing we will be victorious. Bro is just trying to make money and deal with the constant bullshit of situations caused by everyone else being violent and incompetent.
Well, I mean, right now, Cassandra only knows about the Act 3 Anders incident, so it would stand to reason girl thinks we are a terrorist. I do wonder how she could possibly think we knew about the idol, though, that shit was buried there sometime around the first blight 1,000 years ago, and there's no record of it. Besides some scattered texts in the Shaperate, as the Shaperate as a whole wanted to contain the primeval Type 4, the fear of the threat it could pose on the world.
It sounds really ominous, but also there's money involved, so let's get it.
No. None of us knew. If we had, he wouldn't have let his brother step foot into that blighted hole.
Varric, I assure you, I know what's down here, and I'm sending my brother with us to build some character out of this sassy asshole.
Well, we entered the deep roads as planned, but we didn't get very far.
Odd-based Dwarven expedition time. Let's get it, boys.
Oh, hey, George, we were wondering, when you were going to make an appearance in this series, you came at probably the most impactful time for this play through the Deep Roads expedition.
I know it's the most impactful time. My Dwarven senses were tingling, and I rushed over to witness it firsthand. And look at this, all these base dwarves lined up. It's a beautiful sight.
That was really beautiful, George, but don't you remember me texting you this morning that we were doing a really important dungeon involving dwarves?
Joe Jesus Christ, I remember that, but I was trying to keep my all-knowing image to the viewers on Dwarven opinions. Thanks for ruining it, though, asshole.
Welcome to the club. George, have a seat. We are about to kill some spawn again for old time's sake. This time with no tentacles getting in the way.
Oh, hell yes, no tentacles. That means this game is finally playable. I had to have my grandkids mod out the tentacles in Veilguard to make it bearable.
Well, I'm glad you're here, George, because I was just about to ask a comment question for the viewers, and we would love your input, too.
Nice, I rarely get to yap about comment questions with you all. Lay it on me. I'm more knowledgeable after joining in so much and playing through Veilguard.
Sure, let's get the question rolling, Obama, while I kill my first few darkspawn and find the Lord Sandel himself before he collapses the whole tunnel on top of us.
Sounds good. So viewers, the Deep Roads are some of the longest but also the most memorable sections in the game, although I know that memorability is often mixed because of the slog and difficulty spike of some of the sections. So in your mind, viewers, out of all the games, what is your favorite Deep Roads section in the series? As for mine, I have to give it to the Deep Roads expedition in this very game. Not only does discovering the primeval Thig have major story relevance in the later titles, as we will get to, but the Thig also has some of the biggest enemy variety in the entire game, from darkspawn to golems to demons and dragons. And most of all, the rock wraiths, which we only ever meet in this game. Out of the whole series, there's a lot of memorable moments in this dungeon, and I think it holds a candle to some of the best dungeons in Origins and Inquisition, and certainly holds a candle to the other Deep Road sections.
Not a bad choice. Obama, here's mine. While Origins and 2 Deep Road sections offer plenty of battles, there's no true comparison to the final Darkspawn battle in the Descent DLC, fighting an endless wave of darkspawn until you find and kill a darkspawn emissary that rivals Corypheus and the Architect in terms of raw power. The music blaring during the fight, too, is the most raw definition of hype. The Darkspawn aren't the only hype battle in that DLC, though. The final battle against the Titan Guardian and learning how powerful Titans really are is one of the best Dwarven lore moments in the series, and easily makes it the longest and best Deep Road section.
Not bad takes, boys. Let's see if I can go 3 for 3. Even if Dragon Age 2 is my favorite game, I have to give the best Deep Road section to the original for one main reason, that being the Dead Trenches. Not only is it the first meeting with Themi, and we have to fight the largest assortment of Darkspawn we have faced to this point, but to truly define how horrifying the Deep Roads is, we have to face the Brood Mother. From the moment we meet Hespeth, we realize how evil the Darkspawn truly are and why they need to be stopped. From that moment on, they aren't just different-looking orcs, but truly evil creatures that need to be stopped, and it's a scene in this game series I will never forget.
Nearly threw up in my mouth when you mentioned those things again, Joe, but that was a fire observation all the same. As for me, maybe it's because I'm not as well versed as you all, but my favorite Deep Roads map is actually from the Golems of Amgarak. Not only is it a story where the base dwarves are front and center, but that map has a horror theme to it that is only rivaled by the original Deep Road scene with the Brood Mothers. You are constantly stalked by this creature known as the Harvester, but you have no idea what it is. You only slowly learn about it through a few scattered journal entries, and when you do discover, my God, is that one ugly son of a bitch that was worth the build-up. Plus, between the Harvester fight and that Golem gang bang room, there's plenty of challenging fights that would probably rival that Descent DLC you were talking about, Donald.
You know, not the popular choice, George, but I respect it. Viewers, let us know your favorite Deep Roads map in the Dragon Age series, and why our editor reads every comment, and his favorite will be featured in the next episode. But with that all being said, Donald, mind featuring our favorite comment from last episode.
Sure thing, Barack. Our featured comment comes from High Lord Laughter, who is also our resident Discord human supremacist. So shout out to that, who said they would have liked to see Anders have special dialogue to choosing the Blood Mage specialization in Awakening, which I agree, it could have been interesting to have a unique conversation in the game to talk about his views on blood magic then versus his likely harsher views now that he's merged with Justice. It also could have been possible if you made him a blood mage. In Awakening, he would be far less harsh on Merril during banter and conversations, since he would be in a much different place to judge. Just wanted to add to your idea, my man. Thank you for your comment, and can't wait to hear your favorite Deep Roads map.
Well, just like last episode, we are going to handle the super thanks and shifts because there have been so many since the start of the Waifu Wars.
That is a goddamn huge amount of spiders, Joe. I'm surprised you are still watching this without panicking and throwing up right now.
Yeah, I've come up with a new system where I just think of my cutie patootie Merril and squeeze this stress ball shaped like a Kunari mage when I see a Sige, and bark, barkri, run try, breguzen.
Yep, there it is. He fainted. I figured it was coming. Donald, are you good here, though? That bug does a deceptive amount of damage, even though it's a spider.
Yeah, I'm fine. I can just activate the healer robe's healing aura if things get dicey. A free group heal and revive is easy. Goddamn money.
So are we in the base Dwarves land or Australia? Because that is a massive goddamn spider. How the hell did that thing get so big?
It ate a lot of dark spawn. If you want the practical answer, George, this wouldn't be the first time we see spiders become the apex predators in the Deep Roads. We see it in Orton Tide too. I have a feeling, though, that this thing is a spider matriarch, though albeit a much larger one than what we met in Origins.
That's a fair point, but isn't this game narrated by Varric, who is a notorious liar, or something? Couldn't he be making this thing way bigger than it should be?
That's also a possibility. It's true also, you were right, Donald. Spirit Healer saved the day, albeit everyone but Hawke got downed once.
Joe, wake up, the big bad spider is dead now.
Oh goddamn, what the hell did you hit me with?
My Texas paddle, now focus up, looks like there is plot about to happen.
You're goddamn right about that, George, because before us we have witnessed a miracle. The young Lord of Enchantment laid waste to these spawn and has cleansed their kind in a manner that not even POTUS could fully achieve. Let us bow our heads in prayer.
Say what you will about Carver, but he respects Sandal's aura. I'll give him that.
All right, I would ask how the hell this one guy did all this, but previous experience has already told me the explanation is enchantment.
The rune Sandal gives us is a normal frost rune, which probably explains how he took out the ogre also. If we had refused to look for Sandal, we would have found Bodan attacked by Darkspawn earlier in the cave, although he just gets roughed up a little.
All right, I hear what you're saying, Barry, but looking at that ogre, I'm convinced Sandal has the same petrify powers as Solas gets in Trespasser. That big-ass dude is frozen in carbonite frost runes. Do not do that.
I'm pretty sure we have no idea what runes can do. After witnessing this, I don't even trust our lore master on what's right.
I like that implication since it shows the egg's days are numbered, and he needs to start speaking to us a little softer by the time we wrap up Inquisition. Anyways, with our Lord demonstrating merely 1% of his power, let's move on and kill more darkspawn in this dungeon.
Well, while Donald ganks the goblins, maybe we can finally get into those super thanks. Looks like the perfect time. These fights are on the longer side. I hear we had a bit of a war going on last episode.
Oh, damn if George heard about it all the way in Texas. That's how you know it's serious. But yes, we had a large war go down, primarily between Solas and Cassandra, and a lot of our viewers made it rain in the comments for their chosen waifu. We are of the opinion that may the best romance win, but as always, we are excited to see our viewers passionate over the waifus.
Yeah, I'm not let's crack the egg, boys.
Thank you, Donald. Well, the best way to go through this is to cover them by chosen waifu. So I will take Cass and Joe. Why don't you take the Solas Mancers? First off, here's someone who deserves their own personal shout out with a new record for the channel, Joe Million, dropping $75 for my muscle mommy Cassandra herself. This doesn't just deserve me saying thank you. Come on, boys, everyone break out for this one.
Thank you, Joe.
That's better, boys, but seriously, Joe Million, thank you for this kind of support. It means the world to us. And your take on comparing Bevan to MacCready is incredibly based and would have been a cool concept for a companion in 2 or even Inquisition. Glad we could show off a new lore fact about Dragon Age to you, man. All right, next up we have a $50 and $10 donation from Austin for Cassandra, who is a resident Ilithid in our Discord server. So thank you so much for your donation and being an active Discord member. We also have 2 $20 donations from Toxic Passion 9827 for Cass, so thank you for your support and being active in the Discord as well. We also have $10 from Private Penguin for Cassandra, so thank you for your support and for being a long-time viewer. And finally, $25 from Slinky J for Cassandra, who we know has been a long-time viewer and even stops in on our editor's stream, so we thank you for that.
Shout out to the Cassandra lovers and their confirmed massive schlongs now. For the Solas Mancers among our viewers. First off, we have 2 $50 donations from Robert Wadsworth for their favorite egg, and he was very classy here saying, may the best romance win, so thank you for that and for being respectful. We promise Solas isn't out of this race yet, and that the content will be hot regardless. Thank you for these back-to-back donations. It is a crazy amount of support for the channel. We also have $25 from Tidy Gamer for Solas starting another donation streak for our elf boy and 10 European monies from Awoken, who is another active Discord member, who appears to be in their sassy era, along with Barry. Finally, I have to shout out my man Cat with a sniper rifle, who is my boy with the based romance takes for Dorian. Good luck again with your studies. I'm glad we can give you some much needed entertainment during this time. Thank you all for your donations. It means the world to this channel and helps us push through to make content for you all at a faster rate. We know we say that a lot, but it's true.
All right, finally, we have some third-party donations here. Starting off with this 3rd donation streak in a row, we have another 50 European monies from Aniti Juotaznyemi, who again doesn't donate to a waifu, but simply donates for the love of the channel, which is insanely goated, so we thank you. We also have $20 for Maiden Less from Sith Morak. We thank you for keeping the meme alive, follow your dreams, man, and also for having a continued donation streak for several episodes, so thank you for all your comments and donations, man. We also have $20 here from George Gale, an OG viewer of the channel, who donated during our editor's Oblivion stream for Josephine, who is comfortably in 3rd place, which from my understanding of her character is really wholesome to see. Finally, we have $10 from Corey Radcliffe, who didn't name a waifu yet, but we thank you for the donation all the same. And if you ever want that $10 to go towards one, you can shoot us a comment down below, my guy. Thank you for your support.
All right, thank you all from me again, viewers. You all have massive hearts and massive packages for donating to this channel. Yes, I even mean the ladies here. Back to the game, though. Are you guys seeing me clap up this dragon here? We are getting Skyrim up in here, the way I'm kiting this big-ass lizard.
Yeah, I might not know shit about this game, but half the party is making death saves. You better heal those bitches up.
Oh, please, I'm fine. You all saw me come back from fights all day today with just Hawke and Varric. As long as I have those 2 on my side, I am carrying this fight, no healing needed.
Well, you might want to unpause and lock in, because that big thing has plenty of health left, and a second wave of dragonlings come out too at some point.
We still have a base dwarf on our side.
And just like that, Varric's down. What's the plan now?
Hop off, all of you, and let me breathe. I got this hockey can solo this big girl easily.
Donald, I don't know if my Texas eyes are having trouble seeing shit that your Yankee eyes can perceive, but that lizard's health bar is not going down. I think you're cooked.
God damn it.
Yep, you're cooked.
Damn, Donald, don't worry. I speak for all of us when I say you don't have to worry about the high dragon fight me, and Joe can take care of that for you. I know you don't want to struggle too hard.
Oh, damn Obama llama that might be too sassy even for this playthrough. Let the man catch his breath.
Trust me, George, if you saw how Donald was yapping last episode, you would know that this shit talk has been more than deserved.
Yeah, keep laughing. It's one goddamn death, which means I'm still tied with all of you. Leave it to the Democrats to start boasting about one death, when so far we have all goddamn done it in this series. This damn dragon was just cheating by not taking damage.
All right, well, in the interest of you not getting too clapped up here, you realize that your Hawke had a fire staff last fight, and that dragons are immune to fire.
Wait, I did?
Jesus, and you call me demented.
Yes, that entire last fight you were trying to damage a dragon with fire damage when they are immune. While you were having your crash out, I switched out your Hawke's damage from a fire staff to spirit damage, so you should be able to chunk this guy down easier. I guess you weren't paying attention to my type chart last episode.
To be honest, I was just watching the fight and hoping you would get clapped up. I wasn't really paying attention. Maybe there's some value to it, but for now, I would rather win this game on my own skill, so consider it noted. And nothing more. Thanks for the assist. I guess I'm glad you can do more than cheat.
Donald, I respect the roleplay elements and not wanting to metagame, but if you have a whole competition between these guys and the viewers, wouldn't it be beneficial to everyone to lock in?
I'll be fine. I will take it when I need it. And right now is just a minor slip-up. I don't need it. This goddamn lizard, on the other hand, is pissing me off. Why the hell is it even down here in the deep roads? What is it with dragons and living in tight and cramped caves and ruins instead of mountains or volcanoes? I swear only Inquisition remembers that these things can fly around.
Origins remembers they can fly too. That's why we have that annoying mechanic where they fly in the air and become invincible to damage. I'd rather they forget and just stay on the ground where we can actually hit them.
I mean, this dragon fight here isn't weirder than the dragon that was caged in the Orzammar throne room in Origins. It's implied plenty of dragons fly into the deep roads cracks and live here because of the unoccupied space and being attracted to the lava heat as well.
And like always, the overpowered mage class saves me here. I am safe again from Fraud Watch. A dragon will never catch me lacking again. Trump is back in control.
And just like that, we have made it to the halfway point, and we can progress to the most important area in this game.
Yeah, but first we have to do a massive time skip to lead our expedition group over here.
Oh, hey, that dwarf that Bartran slugged got back up. I was thinking bro would be out for the rest of the expedition.
That's just that base dwarven resilience in action. Bro took the right hook like his ancestors were watching. Damn, that's a lot of red glowy stuff.
It's blighted lyrium, George, and we should probably be getting the hell out of here since this stuff can make you crazy or give you special blight poisoning.
It also probably makes the dwarves hear the dead titans call, given what we see in this game, and Veilguard, although I already know plenty of people are going to beef about that continuity. What is 100% in canon, however, is the importance of finding this tag alone. This is one of the few areas where red lyrium appears in abundance, almost as a natural occurrence, although it's more likely dwarves were experimenting with it. Corypheus learns the location of this tag and uses it as his personal red lyrium supply to empower his templars and army.
Hey, speaking of this place being bad and how weird this cave is, has anyone been hearing whispering and a loud scratch at the back of their minds since we entered the deep roads?
Nope, not at all. You should probably get checked out by the Area 51 doctors. I imagine this has to do with you drinking synthetic fluids.
So what makes this place different from the regular dwarven cities, it's underground and made of stone that seems pretty dwarfy to me.
You literally walked in after Barak's yap about it, George. But to put it simply, these dwarves didn't worship the ancestors or paragons like most other dwarves did, but likely worshiped the red lyrium that they worked on and forged in this thig. Either because the red lyrium made them crazy, or because the dead titans began to speak to them.
Lore implications go pretty hard, but unfortunately no one here is like a lore scholar. We are all here to make a bag, speaking of let's go check on Bodan.
I'm glad Bodan is serious about repaying debts to protagonists, but I really wish there was an opportunity for Hawke to tell him he didn't need saving. Bro just sort of saved himself.
Yeah, but then we couldn't chill with these guys another 6 years, and that wouldn't be as fun for the content.
I will never turn down experiencing enchantment firsthand or the young lord blessing Hawke with his presence. Sandal is the only thing making Hawke's manor worth it since it's holy ground now.
Okay, I can't lie that red lyrium looks clearly evil and foreboding. It looks like we are about to awaken the big bad going through that door.
Not going to lie, George, we kind of are.
It's crazy how Varric is the only one correctly getting danger flags in this area, but walking up to Solus when he's entered God mode and holding a mini lightsaber seemed like the perfect idea with no flaws.
To be fair, Joe, that last one involved him using his talk no jutsu, which has almost never failed, whereas everyone here can tell that no matter what is through that door, we can't talk our way out of.
And looks like we are rewarded with our first golem fight. There's a bit of a lore point to this golem being here. This Tig is supposed to have been sealed far before the first blight. However, there are golems here which were created by Karen during the end of the first blight. It's possible this area just wasn't sealed before the first blight, but it's still a weird situation.
Yeah, I'm going to start using the George excuse, but not as big a pass. The dragon golems are cool, but they aren't exactly an end of dungeon boss. I think they just put them here to make the place more dwarfy.
They already shot themselves in the foot with not allowing Paragon statues in the Thag, so I guess golems and lyrium was the next best thing. On that topic, it's a massive L that we never get to see a Paragon statue of our boy POTUS in the later games. That would have been top 3 on our bucket list for the later titles.
We do get a loot item in Inquisition called the Paragon Adokan statue, but this item exists regardless of the Warden's origin that you imported, so it's likely just POTUS ancestor.
Even if it's the little guy's ancestors, you all should collect and store as many of the items as you can find out of respect for the OG protagonist. I am getting some massive Indiana Jones vibes from this altar as a giant boulder going to come out of the wall after we grab this thing.
No, trust me, George, we won't need a boulder to be crushed in a moment.
Phrasing, please, Joe, that could have been worded far better. Also, I like how Vengeance warns us about this thing, but Hawke and Varric firmly grasp it in their hands anyway.
Why the hell would we listen to the healer robe about dangerous actions, bro? Took a whole other person inside him, changing him forever, even though every textbook alive would say it's a dumb idea.
Guys, I don't know what's happening, but that statue is starting to make me feel like a being is busting out of me right now. Almost like a whole second dude is about to come out of me.
Can we stop being sus for at least a minute? I feel like some major plot points are about to happen. That evil-looking statue feels incredibly sus.
Bartrand, please don't let the voices win.
Oh, how nice of him to close the doors behind him. Wait, why is everyone panicking?
We've been tricked, we've been backstabbed, and we've been quite possibly bamboozled.
Goddamn, can we go one game without a trusted character turning his back on his word and double-crossing us? No wonder most Dragon Age fans have daddy issues and trust issues.
And hitting way too close to home with that one, Joe.
Wait, hang on, that Bartrand guy is Varric's brother, and he is still leaving him to die in these ruins. This can't be happening. Dwarves are supposed to be base. They are supposed to lay down their lives for family because there's nothing more important than family.
George was that Lady Gaga or something. I don't think I've seen you crash out once in over 10 years of our friendship. Besides, I hate to tell you, but besides like Tug and POTUS, most dwarves really don't care about family. Even Ogren nearly dipped on his kid before POTUS asked him not to do that.
Let's not give him too hard of a reality now. Donald Bro really does need to ease into stuff like this. We will spin the block on Bartrand and why he did this next episode, but for now Donald needs to be skill checked here.
Oh, please, it's just demons. I already proved in the Fenris Mansion that this is easy goddamn money.
Well, let's see if you can put your money where your mouth is, Donald. Also, in case you were wondering why Hawke's eyes keep glowing blue between cutscenes, it's not a glitch, it's a intentional feature of the elixir of purity that Donald drank when we first entered the Deep Roads. The glowing eye effect is the same effect that the Warden has in the original Origins trailer when fighting Darkspawn, and it's an elixir that deals bonus damage to Darkspawn. So it's a very intentional effect.
Oh, that's good. I was starting to think your dude was possessed or something, Donald. Looks like we got some more demons to kill. I guess Bartrand locked us in the dwarven equivalent of the cellar.
In the meantime, Barack, do you want to go over the tactics menu discussion we had earlier in regards to this game?
Yeah, sure thing, Donald. I think we somewhat mentioned this earlier, but viewers, we know some of you want a detailed look at our tactics for each companion for advice on how to better clear Nightmare difficulty. We have dipped into the tactics screen, but we haven't fully set it up optimally yet since we need to determine what we need first. We have already, though, determined a really good setup for Anders now that we have seen him in action. So do you want to go over that, Joe?
Oh boy, yap incoming.
Sure thing, Barry. So viewers, ideal setup for Anders in this order is to make him a support and go. Panacea first, and should be set to activate ability Panacea when 2 allies are less than 50% health. Then immediately under that, use ability group heal 2 allies more than 50% health. Then under that, use ability regroup when ally dead. Set these to the top of your list. Then set your heal to when ally HP falls at or below 50%, and buy his unique tree passive ability to lower activation spell time costs, and he's pretty effective. And as his very last tactic slot, set it to deactivate ability Panacea when ally HP is greater than 90%, so you don't generate threat unnecessarily.
Holy shit, that may have been the most nerd optimization we have done to date on this channel. And that's including 2-tier lists.
Yeah, I hope our editor put some visuals on the screen because I didn't get any of that, but what are these rock shambly boys? They look like golems, but smaller and more glowy.
Hold on, why does his voice sound kind of familiar?
Well, he voiced a few characters in this game, including the Magistrate, but we know him best as the voice of a certain main villain in the Legacy DLC and Inquisition.
All right, I don't feel so good. The itch is getting louder.
Oh God, he's gooning out.
Foolish presidents you debate over petty politics and wifus has gotten you nowhere. Lore, views, romance, these are trivial desires of an unevolved race. I've seen what worshipping false beings gets you. I see now this world and beyond hold little difference. Both require guidance, both require a symbol, both require.
The Elder One.
Joe, what the absolute fuck was that?
What that itch was so loud I think I passed out a second. Oh hey, a talking rock.
Boys, I've seen a lot of weird shit in this office, but that almost felt personal.
Joe, did you somehow trick Area 51 into giving you a double dose of the joining juice or something?
What, no, absolutely not. It's been like over a year since I took it.
All right, we are going to the doctor later to check you out, but for now, let's focus back on the rock wraiths. The hunger demon here clearly implies that the profane are something different from the spirits and demons that we currently know, since the hunger demon controls a large portion of them. Profane might be a unique form of wisps where they are the remaining essence of a spirit or demon, but no longer whole. Either that or they are very weak demons. Also, for those of you who haven't attempted his deal, it's a very shitty turnout for you. You don't gain anything because the key will be made apparent to you anyway, and siding with him just determines what kind of fight you face, as well as companion dialogue changing slightly.
Yeah, hell no, I wouldn't take this dude's deal. Even if we had something to gain, bro, does not know the art of the deal. The only demon who really knew how to reward players is the Redcliffe Desire demon. The others are selfish assholes who screw you, and that goes double for their blood mage ilk.
Yeah, Dragon Age is fairly consistent in it being a bad idea to trust to deal demons make even Connor's demon, while beneficial was a blatantly evil idea.
I know you two horny bastards only think the Redcliffe demon is beneficial because you can bang it.
Why the hell would you want to stick your dick into this thing, or shade you all are goddamn next-tier gooners?
Trust me, George, the one we are talking about, doesn't look like that. Also, my cutie patootie Merril has a special interaction with this guy. She can pull out the magic strap and attack this guy early to start the fight. Normally, she disapproves of not siding with the demon, but if she gets some personal smoke, it results in no friendship loss. Well, we killed Daddy, one of the rock wraiths, so now let's move on to Daddy 2 and the real final boss. George, you're going to want to see this in action. Trust me, it's peak.
Oh, goddamn, that is a rock wraith that crawled right out of the Texas borders, boys. Why is he so goddamn massive?
You know the opponent is about to go hard when even Varric starts getting nervous looking at that boss.
Well, don't worry about it, George, because the bigger they are, the harder they fall. This is gonna be an easy clear. Just watch me, boys.
Donald, this is one of the most difficult battles in the series, bro. Has a shit ton of different moves with crowd control. Goddamn invulnerability frames and several little guys for reinforcements. This is not going to go the way you think it is.
Sandel, willing Donald gets humbled at least once by this big guy after everything that's happened the last 2 episodes.
Don't bring our young lord's name into this argument. I know you are all praying for my downfall, so you don't have another head in this competition. But I can feel the curse and rigged nature of Origins already leaving my body.
Yeah, sure thing, Donald. You should probably get to running, bro. Has been old farming all the time you've been yapping.
Yap. I already know to use the pillars. Stop talking to me like I haven't played this game before. I beat it once on Nightmare as a warrior hawk, and I was perfectly fine.
Okay, 1 minute into this fight in between the Death Ray. The look and the overall mechanics, I can tell BioWare were straight up in their bag with this fight. Bro even has a weakened stage after his ultimate where he slowly reforms himself while the henchmen dog pile on us. That's some animation gold right there.
Oh, hell yes. George, preach harder. You're right. On the money, this might be the best designed fight in the series. Definitely not the hardest, though. The laser move is so telegraphed the game. Might as well just highlight the pillars when it happens. And despite having really high health as our first elite boss in the game, this big guy has several weaknesses too. During the time he is regenerating, he loses all his armor too, so it's the best time to try to get as much damage off as possible. Even if this fight is easy at times, all that doesn't really matter though, because the giant rock fight is cool and has cool abilities.
This really is both the goofiest fight and the hypest fight in this game. On one hand, our dog was just face tanking the Dragon Ball Death Beam, and this giant rock dude is making a flail out of his little rock arms. But he also has the sickest animations and mechanics out of any other enemy in the game, including the DLC bosses.
I don't forget the sonic ball attack. That bitch slaps everyone and hits like a truck. That shit has already took down our base dwarf and the blonde healer man.
Damn, when George notices the kitchen is on fire, that's how you know you're screwing this encounter up. Donald, you are in the danger zone.
Shut up, Sleepy. I swear to God, one critical sonic ball and all of a sudden you guys think we have a Kunari situation again. I am fine. We have the two Hawke siblings. We can solo a hunk of rocks easily, even if I have to down a few potions.
Oh, so now popping health potions like you have free health care is acceptable. Also relying on Carver to help carry you is not only insane, but a massive switch up from you, Donald.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it 100 with you, Donald. This is not looking good for you. I know I said the rock has low armor and a lot of resistances, but that doesn't mean two party members on Nightmare can take out this fight on its own, especially one of them being Carver. Bro doesn't have a specialization yet, and his build is much better for taking out ads than taking out the ancient rock wraith itself. You need both Vengeance and Hawke to make this battle salvageable.
Yeah, you spent all that time killing the henchman that you didn't get to spend time damaging the big dude while he was regenerating and more vulnerable. Looks like Hammer Dude isn't the best tank either. Not surprising since Bro is wearing a fantasy wife beater instead of actual armor.
Damn, Bro just backhanded you.
Yeah, Donald's health bar isn't moving its time to hang up the towel.
Shut up. I didn't hear no Bell Hawke can totally solo this rock fuck. I didn't quit when I had Charmander with Brock, and I won't quit now. Oh! Fuck tour! This is rigged! Rigged, I say!
A second death on the board, and we're cutting back on attempt 2. In Donald's defense, he did get the rock wraith lower health-wise, but he's still getting gangbangs, so let's all mark that as 3 deaths.
God damn it, all right, Barack, I give up. What is the stupid type matchup for the cheating rock?
And just like that, 3 deaths Donald has made a return on the channel, boys. The natural order of Dragon Age is restored, and me and Barack are once again tied for first place.
Shut up, Joe. You got clapped up by a random, unnamed Kunari mage, and you've spent more hours playing this game than you had hours worked as president. This is a minor setback. I'm going to get my revenge for Mommy Morrigan.
You know what makes this funnier is this is episode 5 of Dragon Age 2 and episode 5 of Origins, is where Donald got his original 3 deaths as well. If it was against blood mages, we could have been flagged for reusing content, honestly.
I would say you are going to hard on the big man here, boys, but honestly, Donald, I think this humble pie is what you needed to reflect and come back to reality instead of roasting the boys here at any opportunity.
That's a good point, George. I have one small counter, though. Why don't you lick my nuts and watch me cook? I don't know how I am going to recover from this setback, but my God, am I going to find a way, and a goddamn storm is approaching, boys, trust me.
All right, 3 deaths, feel your feelings. Just know that Act 2 is going to go harder than Act 1. And you and me still have the DLCs to play as well, which go harder than anything in the base game.
Wait a minute, hold on me, and you are playing a DLC, but Barack gets to scoot by without playing one that doesn't seem fair. How are you gonna stack the 2 hardest missions on us, but then expect the death competition to be even?
Actually, hold on, that is a good point. In Origins, you each had a DLC, but here that isn't the case, Obama. Also, I call dibs on whatever DLC gets you back into the deep roads. This place is fun, and as dwarves.
Okay, George, we will talk about that when it comes up, but that is a good point, boys. The DLCs are a large difficulty spike compared to the base game, but part of that is because of the hidden bosses in both. So how about this? I will play each of the hidden bosses to make up for not playing a DLC that gives me chances to either aid deaths or prove I could have gone deathless in this whole DLC.
I guess if the viewers are cool with it, that's fine. We don't want any contention like how you played us in Origins, calling Emgarak and getting an extra 10 bosses.
I'm fine watching you die to whatever secret boss the DLCs have. I already proved myself with the secret boss in Awakening. I don't need to do that twice.
I love it when you all can come together for once, but if we could get back to the game for a moment, can someone explain why Donald was struggling earlier and died twice, but now Bro has almost beat the rock guy with his entire party being perfectly fine?
It's like a Zenkai boost, George. I just come back stronger every time.
Donald, please, but sure thing, George. This time I had Donald equip Anders and Hawke with spirit staffs instead of fire staffs. The reason being is profane are especially weak to cold and spirit damage, so now our damage is almost doubled for this fight. That's also why Sandal gives us a free frost rune before this fight. Bro knew what we were about to face and gave us a buff.
Just another casual W for mages. Boys, the best thing you can do to buff yourself for this fight is to have plenty of ranged attackers that have spirit or cold damage. Melee DPS like Fenris, Isabella, and Carver just don't do enough and end up being used as aggro farm.
All right, enough Mage Glaze, Sleepy. It's an overpowered class, and you all should feel bad for using it. Anyways, I don't know why I was bothering killing the ads. As soon as I kill the big guy, the fight ends. Watch me clap up this big guy and get a unique class kill animation.
Let me show you what the Force can do, young Padawan.
That was kind of underwhelming. Watch how a real class gets it done. King Crimson!
Donald, using your stand to switch characters and killing the boss is not a responsible use of your power.
Good work, Donald, but did you remember to save before switching files?
Oh, God damn it!
Damn, Obama, that was pretty impressive how you perfectly remembered the moves and key inputs to defeat the boss the same way Donald did the first time.
Bro activated his domain expansion for a Dragon Age boss.
It was well needed. We already spent 10 minutes on this guy, and the episode isn't over yet. Besides, Donald still played the boss, so it's all good.
Yeah, thanks, but I definitely could have done that again on my own if I wanted to. Either way, we got the 25 gold and the key. So the Deep Roads dungeon and Act 1 is finally done with. So say it with me, boys.
Boom, easy money.
Obama, you sassy bitch, you didn't say it with him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was supposed to only do that when it was a victory at 0 difficulty. My bad. The rules keep changing. It's hard to keep up.
Damn, the sassy Obama era continues. Bro needs a muscle mommy as soon as possible. One thing I do like about this scene is how this is one of the few times where we don't just grab 1 or 2 things from the dungeon pile, but it's implied we grab the whole damn thing to sell off, and it's how we bought our house back in 2.
I like to imagine the blonde dude and our base dwarf shoved a bunch of statues, gems, and gold in their cloaks, and they are actively walking around sounding like a lot of clinking metal with every step.
All right, I thought we were done with the Deep Roads, but I almost forgot about this last scene where Carver gets a little too unwell with some blight poisoning.
Hey, Mod, I'm no doctor, but maybe when we select helmets off in cutscenes, we mean that for everyone, not just Hawke.
The mod is nearly 10 years old itself. I don't think the modder ever recently updated it either. Looks like it's fine, though the helmet was taken off between cutting back to Anders. I guess the companion helmets do respect the same flags, and that was more of a BioWare issue.
Hey, you goddamn coding nerds, this is a fascinating game conversation, but our brother looks like he's about to cough up a lung, and we need to look after our family here.
You're right, George, my bad. I forgot you don't know what's happening in the game here. Because we brought the healer robe with us, who is a Grey Warden like POTUS was. We have an option to make our brother a Grey Warden and join the based order that POTUS and George the Qunari are a part of.
If we didn't bring vengeance here with us, our sibling would die. And if we didn't bring our sibling at all, they would either be captured into the Kirkwall Mage Tower or join the Templars, respectively.
Damn, so no matter what we do, we lose out on our sibling for the future of this game. This game is tragic as hell.
I like how Anders won't even tell Hawke how the joining works even after all they have done for them so far. I like to think that's out of respect for his friendship with POTUS.
If we can find them in time.
I don't see any better options.
Also, this is an interesting lore point here. Apparently, Grey Wardens can sense each other, as well as Darkspawn, which creates 2 really big plot holes now that we know about it.
Oh God, here comes the plot hole. Yep, go ahead and go off, Queen, while I kill my last horde of spawn for the episode.
So if Grey Wardens can sense each other, this brings up a massive plot hole when it comes to Blackwall meeting the Warden contact in Inquisition. The fact being a Warden allows you to tell if someone was faking being a Warden by not sensing another blighted individual being near. The other is a little more obscure. If we can sense if a Warden is near, how did POTUS not figure out Kristoff wasn't already dead when he entered the Black Marsh?
I mean, Anders just says here he can't really tell the difference between Darkspawn and Wardens, or there's such a minor difference in the sense that it's impossible for us to tell the difference. Maybe we sensed Darkspawn and assumed Kristoff was in the mix, or we detected the awakened Darkspawn and they feel similar to a Warden's presence.
That's what I'm thinking the Grey Warden sense must be more like a general sense of tainted creatures, so you can detect Grey Wardens, but it must also be easy to mistake Grey Wardens for Darkspawn. That solves the awakening issue, but we can all agree that the Blackwall scene meeting the Warden contact is simply for the plot.
Agreed.
Can you hear, Stroud?
Oh God, a fantasy Frenchman, boys, kill it like the rest. I don't want any of those dwarf-killing assholes on my screen.
Unfortunately, George, we have to deal with this one since he is our Grey Warden contact for this game. Given the fact he knows Anders, it's also safe to say that this dude came to POTUS's keep and told Anders he had to give away his cat too.
Of course.
Isn't Stroud supposed to represent the Orlesian Warden Commander that you play in Awakening if you don't import a save? I mean, he is clearly a senior Warden, and from Orlais, who knows Anders?
It can be inferred, but I doubt that's the case. Stroud has a far more established backstory than the Orlesian Warden Commander, and Bro is not as sassy as the Warden Commander tends to be. It's still a massive L that Stroud is here instead of a placeholder for the Wardens we recruit in Awakening like Nathaniel, Sigrun, Ogren, or Valana.
Holy fuck, can you imagine the pure chaos of this scene scene if Uncle Ogren was here, bro, would probably be like, "You are a sneaky little mage, aren't you?" and get drunk with everyone first.
That would be a peak meme, but Arwen would not take Carver dying seriously enough and Bro would end up a ghoul or something. I definitely would trust Nathaniel as the only one who would handle this the right way.
You know, I might not like the character shift of Vengeance, but he is making a compelling case for recruiting Carver here. Bro is spitting straight facts in this scene.
This Frenchman is being really difficult about recruiting him. We just killed a giant rock monster. He can kill more goblins for you.
Bro definitely picked up a few persuasion points from POTUS here. Also, good luck, Carver. Enjoy your Grey Warden buff, and don't worry, we will take real good care of Merril and Isabella for you while you're gone. Every encounter with them, we will think of you.
Heavy pause.
Mega pause. I definitely did not sign up for that. You need to reword that immediately, Donald.
I'm not rewording shit. I have a plan, and it involves some very clear get back for all the failed Riz attempts at our waifus.
Well, there goes our brother off to fulfill his destiny and drink a joining chug jug. Is this like the last time we will ever see him?
Despite the sad music blaring here, no, it's nowhere near the last time we will see Carver. We will see him at the end of Act 2 and 3, and we can bring him along with us during both DLCs. While I don't think his interaction in Mark of the Assassin, his meaningful legacy, is absolutely crucial to bring him into, especially as a Grey Warden. We also get a few letters from him too.
Well, with our brother safe and sound, and given a new purpose in Darkspawn Extinction, we can now focus all our attention on to Bartrand's bitch ass. That's definitely going to be the first matter of business in my next episode. Hawke needs some blowback for losing his brother over this.
Well, with the base Dwarven expedition concluded, my interest is already gone, so good luck breaking the news to your mom, but I'm going to head out. Peace, boys.
Well, don't cry for Mama Hawke, viewers. Her other son might be a tainted warrior, but she still has the far better son in her life, and she's about to be rich as hell.
I don't know.
Bad news is always taken easier when enough money is involved.
Girl is trying to go for that Emmy with the way she collapsed while crying.
Oh my God. Mommy Cassandra, please crush my goddamn throat.
Calm down, Obama. We haven't confirmed a romance with her yet, although she is in the lead currently.
It's been a long episode for most of us. I can't blame Barry for a small amount of gooning here and there. I like how Cassandra grasps at literal straws here no matter what your sibling's fate is. If they died, she assumed Hawke was motivated by grief to do what they did. And if they joined the Circle or Templars, Cassandra thinks we had someone on the inside.
I like how she adds extra disdain on the healer robe too. That's a nice bit of foreshadowing from the game.
Oh, sorry about that, boys. Cassandra kind of blindsided me that time. Barrick really sounds like he wants one of these aforementioned bathroom breaks we mentioned, because we got through all of Act 1, and Cassandra doesn't even have half the story yet. Time for one more Dragon Age 2 book sequence to take us into the Qunari invasion arc.
Dragon Age 2 would make a killer 12 to 24 episode anime series. Half of the cast already fit right in with some anime edge anyways.
Chill your weeb ass out, Joe. They already tried giving Cassandra her own anime origin story, and that tanked horribly.
That was because the animation style was pretty terrible, even if it covered a dope character. Dragon Age Absolution, on the other hand, was a wonderful mini-series on Netflix that any Dragon Age fan should check out if they want more content. Kind of crazy nothing from that series made it into Veilguard, though.
3 years later, the Qunari still haven't left. The Qunari insisted they were waiting for their ship, but some of us...
So is now the right time to talk about the fact 3 years flew by in about 1 minute of game time.
POTUS is well into retirement now, just watching his kid do math and spell. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mommy Morrigan is in that comfortable stage where they wear sweatpants and high-five each other after smashing.
That sounds oddly specific, but yes, it is now 3 years later, and no one has aged, and many of our companions haven't even moved an inch in the 3 years since the time skip. The only character that feels like it's been 3 years for them is maybe Aveline, since she's established in her career by this point. Varric and Sebastian spent 3 years trying to track down one guy. Isabella has only hints about the relic location and hasn't been attacked by Castian. Fenris has been chilling in the mansion, just brooding. Anders' mental state got worse in Merril as well. She got the mirror from Ferelden to Kirkwall, I guess, but she should have made more progress in 3 years than she has.
Damn, Barry really put all our companions on fraud watch in under a minute. It might have had a little bit of a gap here, but you don't have to go at them like they are incompetent.
It wasn't my intention to call them incompetent. If anything, I'm trying to say they aren't incompetent normally, but the 3 year time skip, where they have nothing to show for it until Hawke gets here, does make them seem incompetent by comparison. We can get more into that later. For now, we should probably cover Doomer being slow right now. and spending more time having anxiety over political blowback rather than addressing the political issues at hand.
I mean, look at him and then look at the Arishock bro could sit on Damar here and take over Kirkwall immediately. I get he has to turn over to Mommy Meredith first before acting, but 3 years, just letting the horned guys sit here and stew in their communist angst sounds like a bad idea. A competent leader would have found a way to either satisfy them or kick their ass out.
I'm surprised the Qunari waited almost 4 years before resorting to violence on their end, too. I guess everyone is trusting in that treaty they signed like it's the Holy Bible. Realistically, though, I would have called in some favors with the other Free March countries and gathered a force to escort them out or use a task force in the Guard to find the relic.
I think Dumar is too scared to publicly help him and appearing weak to his people, especially the fanatics, and for the same reason he's not going to other countries for help dealing with the Qunari, since asking for help is another sign of weakness. Remember, this is the guy who was cool with trusting his son's life to anyone who wanted money enough, rather than use the Guard to deal with the situation. We are going to see how well this all goes for him later on in this series.
Bro doesn't deserve what happens to him, but he definitely doesn't deserve to be in power. Even if the Guard couldn't fully handle the Qunari problem, they could have been an invaluable resource in helping the situation.
The glaze of Aveline is insane, but even she could run this shit better than Baldy's basics over here. Only thing both the horned guys and Dumar get right, though, is telling Hawke about the pressing issues.
I guess now that we have bought our way into nobility, it only makes sense we spend a little time getting back into adventuring. Our girl Aveline is going to have a similar idea in a moment, because Dragon Age 2 is very good about setting up its main plot right at the start.
We really did just buy our way into nobility. I kind of forgot about that. Hawke really does know money moves. What's the plan for the rest of the episode, though, Donald?
Well, I'm going to make sure I get as much money out of Dumar as possible, because even if we are rich now, it doesn't mean we do shit for free. We have to make sure the rich stay richer. After that, I'll head to Hawke's Manor and set up the last set of plot stuff to get everything set up so Sleepy Joe can fumble his way through Act 2 properly. Once that's all done, I need to hit up Isabella for a special scene, since we have edged the viewers long enough in this series.
Serve your city, and then we will talk about what you are due.
Well, before we head to our house, let's hit up Seamus to see how he has been doing in 3 years.
Bro might be too into the horned guys, but at least unlike his father, he knows how to have opinions and stand his ground on business.
He could have been a pretty good Viscount if he had the chance. Bro's educated, outspoken, but looks like he has a leveled head. I definitely think the future could have been bright for him if things were different.
Seamus's character definitely seems undercooked. This is the last conversation we could have with him. And if we didn't rescue him in a side quest in Act 1, we would have no reason to care about his fate in Act 2. I wonder if anyone saw that quest later on in Act 2 and was wondering, wait, who is this?
Well, some people try very hard to be offended. There are other ways to see the world. The Qunari have shown me that.
Bodan really came running at us like a linebacker just to tell us all humans look alike.
Of course he's based. Just look at his son. I can see Hawke put his Deep Roads expedition goods into someone with business sense, since Bro is about to give us a massive gold boost in addition to the gold we already found.
Bodan here gave us 50 gold, which yes is a reference to the 50 gold we gave Bartran for the expedition, which means the minimum amount you should have at the end of the expedition is 75 gold, not including any additional gold you might have earned during Act 1. I suppose this is a good time to go over the mechanics of this if you failed to earn enough gold to give to Bartrand.
Wait, you can fail giving money to Bartrand?
Even though the main quests give you 52 gold exactly, there is nothing stopping you from spending too much money and not having enough to give to Bartrand for the expedition. If you complete all the main quests in Act 1 with less than 50 gold in your inventory, and without giving Bartrand the money first, a quest called Friends in Low Places will start, where a Carta dwarf named Dougal will offer to give Bartrand the 50 gold to fund the expedition in exchange for a cut of the profits. This is because obviously gold in Act 1 is finite, and it wanted to prevent soft locking.
I doubt most people have found this out unless they were speed running or allergic to side questing. What is the difference between the lone outcome?
Well, you can't get the achievement for funding the expedition this way, but the only gameplay difference is this scene here and the next scene when you first enter the Hawke Manor. Bodan will say the last items were sold, but the profits were used to pay back Dougal, which means we don't get our 50 gold refund back then when we enter the mansion for the first time. Dougal will be there with some other Carta dwarves threatening Hawke and his mother. Dougal then tries to extort Hawke for an additional 100 sovereigns. We can either pay this ridiculous amount or get ambushed by him later, where we are forced to kill him.
Trying to shake Hawke down for gold is an insane way to get a curb stomp to the throat.
If bro is asking for 100 gold, he better have 2 high dragons, a AK with a switch, and an elder god on him, otherwise his organs are getting sold on the black market when I'm done with him. Also, check out the view, boys. Now, this is what it means to live. I'm sure this is a new experience for you two poors.
Donald, this is a 2-story, 2-bedroom house with a admittedly large foyer and larger library. The average upper middle class American can understand what it's like to live in a house like this. Also, did Hawke just make a Fort Minor reference?
I think it was Bro forgot to add the 15% concentrated power of will. This is the one time the diversified armor mod kind of takes AL here, since we don't get to see Aveline's captain armor for the first time. While we're grabbing the ice staff, we should take some time to grab a few upgrades and gifts from the merchants for the squad. Some of the changed armors look really good.
Bro, we gave Emmerich the location of the murderer's hideout, and all he has done is found one suspect and complained to the guards to do more work. We really need to start picking who we help better. That all being said, I call dibs on doing this quest. It involves stacking up mage bodies, so let Detective Donald on the case, boys.
Detective Donald sounds like you already decided the title of your next episode. That being said, we should definitely do this quest later because of the personal issues it brings up for Hawke. Also, Aveline offers to pay us here, but to my knowledge, neither her nor Emmerich actually do give us money here.
Yeah, I can't defend my girl this time. She is definitely in a place where she could offer compensation if she wanted to. So this is an example where she did just forget about it, and we just needed an initial motivator for the plot. All that being said, you should definitely bring Aveline for this quest, Donald. She has tons of unique interactions with America and the manner we look around in.
Thanks, Hawke. I appreciate it.
Anyways, let's cut ahead here because it's time for the moment you have all been waiting for. Oh my God, look at those goddamn hips. Humna, 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 humna.
We're supposed to talk to Isabella before this scene triggers. I think we missed a step or two in the process, Donald.
Quiet nerd Bama Donald needs to focus here. We need redemption for the Origins fumble, and my God, are we going to get it?
Joe, if I didn't know any better, I would think you're starting to turn into Team Isabella now. It's never too late to come to the right side.
I like Isabella and those hips don't lie, but she is not cute like Merril is. So I am only interested in a one-time hookup. Besides, once we do this, there's literally nothing stopping us from locking in the Merril romance.
Nothing stopping us unless I lock in that little hard option at the end of this romance here.
Donald, I know you're not going to do that because Joe honored his deal in Origins for the most part, and you don't want to be streamed showing you're not a man of your word. Besides, after the deep roads, don't you want to have at least one thing on Joe in being able to reject their waifu?
You know, I can tell you're screwing with me, but I know you're right anyway, so fine, we will end this episode on a low note. Oh my God, do I feel it coming over me now, boys? And it's swelling harder than with Morrigan.
Well, I hope you too and the viewers are satisfied now that we have banged the Queen of the Pirates. Please don't start looking at me when our Hawke starts complaining about a rash down south.
Didn't you sleep with the elf twink that works at the Blooming Rose last episode?
He has a point, Barry. Technically, I'm the only one who hasn't passed Hawke around yet.
Shut up, 3 deaths, Donald, you go down, even more than Isabella does.
Excellent counterpoint.
Sure, keep laughing, both of you. Let's see who has the last laugh with what I have in store.
Poor red flag.
You know, it's really appropriate that the only way you can learn most of Isabella's backstory is after sleeping with her. It's reverse of the BioWare romance formula, where normally you have to learn about their trauma first, then jump into bed with them. But here you jump into bed first, then learn about their trauma.
As much shade as I give Isabella, her backstory is a strong contender for the best backstory of the Dragon Age 2 squad. It's a trauma train starting from her mother, an intervention involving everyone's favorite elven assassin, and then her taking charge of her own life and becoming a renowned duelist and captain.
Damn, I am loving the Isabella glaze. She is a true girl boss. She is a self-starter like myself and a badass girl with a body that doesn't quit. I'm surprised you are complimenting her, Obama. You have been negative and sassy to my girl this whole series so far.
That's because until now all she has offered is sexual innuendos and lies. Even now she is technically lying about her origin story, but at least this is more substance for us to talk about. Isabella admits two big things from her story here. The first is the reason her mother sold her into marriage is because her mother fully converted into the QAnon and Isabella refused to join as well. Her mother slowly converting and changing throughout her childhood has led to her building an outright fear of the Qunari, and it's why she leads a carefree lifestyle. The other lie she is telling here is her involvement in her husband's death. Her husband, right before his death, openly admitted that he was tired of her and was going to sell her off as a sex slave to his friends. She told Zevran this since she was involved with him during her marriage, and Zevran took it upon himself to kill him.
It's a really fascinating backstory, and it explains a lot of her personality. Still, her personality isn't the only thing that captivates people.
Damn right. Awooga.
Well, Donald, now it's time to prove you're a man of the people and a man of your word. It's the end of the episode, and you've had your fun.
God damn it, fine, Isabella. I will never forget our night together, but my heart was taken by another, and I made a deal. I have to uphold goodbye, my love.
Thank you, Donald.
Yeah, that was really big of you.
Thank you, boys. Do you want to go to McDonald's after the outro? I don't want to be alone right now.
Well, we would, but you see, there is actually a 1 death maximum at the restaurant we are going to, and rules are rules.
Yeah, outings are earned Donald viewers. Next time, let's see if I can earn your trust back by tackling some Qunari and Bartran business. Good luck, Double D. Try not to get a 4th death on your way out.
Okay, wow, fuck you both. No, absolutely not. I cannot let the Democrats cheat another competition in this series. Sleepy Joe drinks the joining juice, and Obama is running on pure acoustic knowledge. It's time for Donald to get a leg up in this series. All right, asshole, let's have a chat.
It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing. Coasts are wounded. On days like today, viewers, like you should be watching Presidents play Dragon Age 2. Welcome back, viewers.
All right, nice reference, Joe.
I give it a 7 out of 10. I have had far better openers, but looks like we are starting good with the content today, with Joe getting clapped up by another Qunari mage. Viewers, the death counter is about to go crazy.
Oh, fuck, gabagork, bark.
Okay, calm down, Joe. It's time for you to face your Qunari demons today. Your powers have doubled since you last met a Cerebus.
I think you mean your Qunari demons as well. Obama, last I checked, you also got clapped up by one of these horned dudes during your last episode.
Bury my cutie patootie Merril is down. That's like half my damage. I can't handle this.
Joe, you have to spin the block for Merril, remember? Don't let your waifu go down for nothing now that we banged Isabella. It's time for you to impress her this episode. There's nothing left to stop you from finally winning some waifu affection, but you have to lock in here for Merril and the viewers.
This is the most cringe shit I have ever seen in all my years. I can't believe I am somehow in 3rd place with you two, but not for long. My get back will be good and swift. Some might even call it...
Oh shit, I just remembered I had the bombs this whole time. Never mind, boys, we stay winning. I can stun the officer while we dump everything else we have onto this mage asshole. This is easy goddamn money. We are so Barack now. Thanks for the motivation, Barry. I am locked in now.
Happy to help, buddy. We have a content-filled episode ahead of us with plenty of Qunari business. It would be embarrassing to lose in the first battle of the episode. Besides, I want to fight you both at your best, not when you're struggling over basic fights. But also, Donald, were you saying something?
It's nothing, don't worry about it. All will be revealed in time, Obama. So why are we fighting these horned dudes, or are you just here to spin the block on the same enemy set up as Black Powder Promise?
No, we're at the Wounded Coast for 2 really important reasons. As promised, now that we have the Deep Roads Expedition funds, we are going to get cold-blooded for it. A massive stat buff in our Hawks damage. Then after that, we are going to do the side quest raiders on the cliff to get some new end. Powerful drip for Hawke as well.
Thank God, because these robes are both in lore disgusting to wear and ugly as hell to wear. We are experiencing a drip emergency right now.
Well, there goes 100 gold, but it was well worth it.
Damn, bro, got sniped quicker than my ranked teammates. These raiders must be Grandmaster Hawkeye players.
Joe, I have played rivals with you. You are the ranked teammates in question also. I like how Aveline is using this dangerous ass moment to catch up with one of her guardsmen. Girl is chill when it comes to her co-workers.
My girl has adjusted to her guard captain role incredibly well. We can get more into that during my next episode. Isabella also has special dialogue during this mission. She recognizes Yvette's marauders as a very dangerous group of pirates and likely had some run-ins with them before being shipwrecked.
Well, as dangerous as they might be, they have really goofy names. Sounds like the gamer tags we would make when we were 10 years old and just got access to Halo.
Joe, you were pushing 60 when Xbox first came online. You have absolutely no clue what you are talking about. Also, where the hell was Hawke 2 years ago when the Marauders were storming the keep to break out another pirate? I get focusing on the money grind. But you think given how we have played Hawke, he might have stepped in once or twice.
Maybe Aveline yelled at Hawke to not worry about it and let her handle it since she didn't want Hawke taking more work from the guards now that she's in charge. She is the union rep of the city guard after all.
Aveline realistically could handle these guys, but since we just so happen to be in the area, we might as well group up to gank them. We would have a few more options to rally the guards if we were a diplomatic or renegade Hawke, gaining extra Aveline friendship if we are diplomatic in rivalry, if we are aggressive, but since we are a purple Hawke, we just have to take what we can get. Also, fun fact, Hawke's diplomatic speech is almost identical to a speech delivered by the Sith warrior class in Star Wars Old Republic. Since that was also made by BioWare, it's a clear nod to the other title.
It looks like the guards have to file their wills and taxes before they join us in the fight, but we got our allies on our side, so let's get it. We have Varric, our master disarm expert, so all I have to do is let his little legs lead the way. And this is easy money.
If we plan on doing Varric's Companion Quest 2 this episode, that's going to be a common theme since Bartrand's Manor is filled from head to toe with traps that can one-shot us if we run Dick first into danger.
Wait a minute, weren't we supposed to do Varric's mission first this episode, doesn't it? Make the most sense to pull up to Bartrand's house and get our payback before we do random side quests or Qunari missions.
That was Joe's plan, but he forgot that you have to finish one main quest before most companion quests unlock in Act 2. The only two companion quests you can do at the very start of Act 2 is Fenris and Sebastian. Speaking of, you might as well recruit Sebastian. When we are done here, he actually has some good dialogue with the other Qunari quest, if you plan on doing both, Joe.
Oh, right, the choir boy. Yeah, I can pick him up once we're done here. I guess it wouldn't be terrible for the content to show his unique dialogue, although I know there were a few people in the Discord requesting that we don't even recruit him because of how dry he is.
If I was doing my personal run, I would ignore his Act 2 quest and bringing him in the party in general. But the point of this series is to maximize the content, so good or bad, that's what we plan on doing. Also, you might want to focus up here, this fight is getting close.
Ooh, there's another blood mage among the mercenaries, a perfect chance for you to get clapped up here. Sleepy, let me grab the popcorn.
The blood mage isn't even the problem in this fight, Donald. I'm not you. I know the mage is stuck to the floor, and if I just keep my backline behind that border, all he can hit is Aveline. The bigger problem is this goddamn assassin who goes into stealth every 10 seconds and can two-shot our mages.
Well, luckily for you, we have a Aveline who is immune and can tank his nonsense, so Varric can easily snipe him.
Damn, the thick girl is almost as overpowered as the mage class at this point. I should have brought her along last episode instead of Carver.
Everything is overpowered with you, Donald. Why the hell does every blood mage go into the pirate group in Kirkwall? Though first we had Leech in Act 1, and now this Fable mustache guy in Act 2. For being a strong Templar group, there sure is a lot of blood mages running the seas.
Well, it's not like the Templars have a navy if Fel Orden just stays out of Kirkwall. There's not too much they can really do to respond to blood mage pirates. Plus, I imagine mages who can control the weather are incredibly effective in naval combat since they can summon storms and shit, even if that might be second fiddle to the Qunari black powder bombs.
All right, enough of the mage glaze now that we killed the two pirate bosses. What was the reason we did this quest? I can already tell we don't get Aveline approval from this.
Well, the less interesting things we get are 3 gold back at the keep and an additional boss encounter in Act 3, but the more interesting rewards are looting Fel Orden. We get the robe of the Notorious Pirate, which is a massive stat upgrade to the robes of the Spiral Eye. It looks far cooler too. Because of the diversified armor mod, we get a wholly unique armor. With a chroma change for Aveline, we are going to go through a few of these armors today, viewers, but we will cover that more as we pick them up.
Well, with the armor picked up and the guards glazing Hawke, let's go pick up our last companion, calling it now. I am not doing Sebastian's companion quest in this series.
Yeah, I call not it on that too. I certainly don't want to do it.
Well, I guess that just leaves me, you liberal rats. Why do I not want to do this dude's quest anyway?
Just focus on this peak Varric fourth wall break here.
Hawke said sarcastically.
You know I hate it when you do that.
Hawke muttered in an angry aside to the dwarf.
So that is almost certainly what Cassandra is hearing for over 20 hours of gameplay, right, boys?
Not the only meta joke of the episode, but this is just one big reason why you really can't hate Varric and enjoy Dragon Age 2. At the same time, this game is the Varric show. No matter how you slice it, bro, is the duty rag miss in 2 that Alistair was in Origins.
Do you mean Deuteragonist Donald? I legit taught you that word in Origins.
Yeah, that whatever. I'm a businessman, not a speller. I stay in my lane. Back to the Scottish man here. Doesn't it feel kind of late in the game to add another party member? We are about 12 hours in game-wise, and Act 3 has like no content. So we are practically more than halfway through the game now.
It's a bit later than we would like. I would rather have a companion halfway through the game than at the ass end of the game like Legion in Mass Effect 2 or Justice in our Awakening series. BioWare has an issue introducing companions early enough in the game, despite companions being the main appeal of their games.
I think that's the one thing Inquisition has over many other BioWare titles. They release all the companions at the start, and early enough that you don't miss out on much in terms of unique interactions.
Hell yeah, lay that Inquisition glaze on me. Obama also, what the hell happened to Lord Harriman? That dude deserved a long life for being a based Ferelden supporter.
You know, now that you mention it, it's entirely possible that this dude's kids hired Marin and in turn Hawke to kill Lord Harriman, and Bro just mistook his Ferelden supporting actions as the reason for the hit.
Maybe, but we had plenty of other quests. Show how much beef Kirkwall has with Ferelden, so that seems pretty set in stone as a fact rather than a theory. Anyways, I will run the block on Harriman's kids, making sure each and every one of them will taste. Oh, what's the word?
Well, you can figure it out while we check to see how our goat Varric is doing 3 years and one betrayal later.
This conversation proves how much of a bro Varric really is, since it's one of the few conversations where we can give Hawke some roleplay elements now that he has moved up in status in Kirkwall. We mentioned last episode how only Varric and Fenris really ask Hawke enough questions about his own views, not just the companions' views.
This is one of the few L's Varric takes, though, because if we try telling him about any money moves we want to make, like owning a business or getting a title, it earns rivalry from him. You would think someone with a based grind set like Varric here would respect trying to make your money talk, but I guess Bro is still in his early stages of based takes.
I think I can shed a little more light as to why he disapproves there. He doesn't want his friendship with Hawke to end up the same way as his relationship with Bartrand.
Well, I'm just going to have Hawke say he's trying to look after his mom, not only for the friendship boost, but for some tragic flavoring later on, boys. Also, we bought our first companion gift in Lowtown while we were buying upgrades for our companions, so we might as well give it to Varric while we are here.
You can buy his signet ring in the Trinkets Emporium in Lowtown to add on to how much Bartrand's relationship deteriorated with Varric even before the betrayal Bartrand pawned their father's ring to fund the expedition, despite the ring being one of the few things his father left him before he died when Varric was only 5. Also, we should go over how gifts work differently in this game compared to Origins. There is only 1 or 2 gifts for companions in Act 2 and 3, and the approval it gives you depends on what factor is higher for you at that moment of talking to them. If you have more friendship, you gain friendship points, and with more rivalry, you gain rivalry points.
Oh my God, Mommy, notice me, please.
I kind of just put it together that unlike the Origins, Waifu Wars, Merril and Isabella are actually best friends and tell each other intimate details. I think once we lock in Merril's romance, that would safely lock us down as a homie hopper but for girls.
My response to that is Anders' response, you can't get jealous of someone sleeping with Isabella. She's like a side dish. She comes with the meal, but Merril is our prime rib, and she won't mind, I think.
All right, you sleepy fuck, you already won the romance competition. There's no need to rub it in my face, too. Keep talking like that, and I'll evict you.
Damn, why are you so aggressive today, Donald? Anyways, this is another difference between the friendship or rivalry system. Once you gain 75% friendship, with rivalry you unlock a quest called Questioning Beliefs, where the companion will either beef with you or show their appreciation. Donald has been glazing and flirting with Isabella nonstop, so obviously we have the friendship route. If we had the rivalry path, Isabella will complain about Hawke being no fun, and that not everything in the world is Hawke's problem.
That's ironic since almost everything in Kirkwall ends up being Hawke's problem anyway. Also, calling us all right and saying we're not afraid to get our hands dirty is somewhat ironic after what Donald did with her last episode.
Man, reminding me of that night almost made me forget that we have to deal with the communist Oxmen already. Thank God I'm not playing, because seeing Isabella is not leaving my head in the right mindset.
I'm sure the blood flow will return eventually, Double D. Anyway, sorry we are late, Arishock. We had to bang a pirate and do a small beach episode first before we deal with whatever life-ending situation Kirkwall has going on this week.
What's fine, Bro, is just busy sitting in the most uncomfortable chair imaginable and losing more and more men by the day to Chantry and demon ganks. I'm sure he was perfectly fine waiting.
Damn, the Arishock has really been sitting on a chair with no back support for over 4 years. This dude's spine is either made of pure metal or he has critical 5 back pain right now. Either way, he is really God's strongest soldier right now.
Guys be like, rate my gaming chair, and it's just a hunk of wood that he found outside that he thought looked cool.
Seems like it's working for him, Bro. is farming maximum respect out of the elves and the viewers maybe. I need to grab a giant hunk of wood when I game and meet with foreign leaders. It can't go worse than what I'm doing currently.
Yeah, we're not going to cover that one. Looks like we have to find Joe Vs again, since Bro is the only person in 3 years that stood out as a suspect in his eyes.
Quick, Varric, you're a dwarf. Please give us intimate knowledge on where another dwarf is in this vast multicultural city.
Merchant territories and such. They don't do that unless someone left in a hurry. I'd have figured he'd root some noble. He's sure not a burglar.
And somehow that worked too, as George would say, the base dwarven senses strike again.
Bro is really having a going out of business sale of his stolen goods. Guess we have to hit up Darktown, and while we are there, we might as well hit up the only other reason to go to Darktown.
Well, that's ironic. Looks like Isabella is getting a little bit of herbalist treatment for her docking port.
I'm no doctor, but if we just hooked up with her last night and she's already going to the Kirkwall free clinic, I wonder what that means for Hawke and his Lil Hawke.
Hey, Anders, do you have any more of that ointment you gave Isabella? I'm asking for a friend here.
Bro even referred to Vengeance by his real name and not Healer Robe. That's how you know he is pressed here.
You know, Anders, you might want to stay quiet a little more here, considering all the Blood Mage pirates. It's only a matter of time before the Templars all flood into the docks anyway. Maybe changing your outfit could help a little more too. You kind of scream enemy stand user with the feather robe.
Now we have to make the robe look as obvious as possible. Even the armor mod we have doesn't change the looks of the armor properly.
It's interesting that Vengeance cites Justice here as the reason he can't sit still, but Justice has been living in the mortal world going on 4 years. Now you would think he's at least somewhat adjusted to the mortal world, even if some things seem strange.
Sounds like a retcon the fact POTUS taught Justice the beauty of the mortal world, despite making it different. With that being mentioned, though, I'm going to call Anders out on it, how much he's changed Justice.
And I can't say I have any greater patience.
Whoa, Joe, did you just pick a renegade option for Hawke? What's come over you?
Look, I can already tell we are going to do the rivalry path for Anders here, and while I'm not as immersed as you two are in changing his whole name, I'm not going to run interference in the path you've chosen. I don't care enough about Anders to fight it. As long as Merril gets the friendship path, I will be happy.
All right, I can respect it, and Anders' rivalry path is really thematic for the ending, so we appreciate the assist. That all being said, now that we have locked in the Anders rivalry enough for his quest, we can go back to him next episode for his personal quest. Now we have to go hit up the coterie.
Bro might have terrible negotiation skills with the black powder issue, but fleeing the city before the loan sharks can reach you is a very valid money move. Game recognizes game here.
Normally that would be something I would say to you to get a rise out of you. I guess you're practicing a new self-burn strategy, though. I'm surprised the coterie is willing to work with Hawke. Don't we have beef with them after killing a few of their guys and for going into business with Hubert?
Well, they aren't working with as so much as screwing over Jarvey by giving us information. It's more like they hate the dwarf more than they hate us. The coterie doesn't have beef with us as a whole yet. They are broken into different branches, and one branch doesn't keep much tabs on the other. We may have killed off one branch, but that doesn't mean the other branch knows anything about it.
They should just mind their business and focus on getting more money. Well, time to go cave diving, and while I think this map is different from the Bone Pit mines, remember how this place looks. Viewers, I promise we are going back here a few times before this act is done.
Yeah, we get it, Donald and viewers. Hopefully our soothing voice and even more soothing yaps can distract you from the mental burnout of seeing the same map 12 different times. Also, I know for a fact we have advantage at first with fighting dwarfs in this cave, but the rest of the mission we start fighting regular Kirkwall mercenaries who are immune to cold, so our new staff is going to have to take a backline soon.
Sounds like a planning error to me, Sleepy.
I'm pretty sure planning error is trademark Donald just stick to skill issue. Also, this map tries to be somewhat unique by having a strategy to it, but whoever designed the map didn't understand the gameplay mechanics. We could have taken a path to our left and activated a continuous fire trap to damage the enemies here from a safe space, but the dwarfs don't have a weakness to fire, and on hard or nightmare, this doesn't deal enough damage on its own to be an effective way to deal with enemies. On normal or easy, this might be effective, and it's not like you need to take a safe route on normal. Or easy, you could just no-diff the enemies the old-fashioned way. I appreciate the tactical change, but the tactics are useless.
That's definitely a map designer not communicating with the game design team, and so we have this mismatched strategy. Either way, it doesn't matter, our ice staff makes these dwarfs easy money.
Joe, did you just kill Varric with force magic?
Yeah, that was my bad. He kind of blended in with all the other little guys. It doesn't matter, though. Me and Merril have an easy cleanup while Eveline distracts them.
My girl and the dwarfs were having a little bit of a tank off up ahead there, until Hawke cleaned up. Anyways, the mercenaries up ahead have a cold resistance, but a nature weakness, which means Merril is the best choice here, so good pick Joe.
Also, for the observant viewer at home, take a shot because this is the same repeating map that Obama fought the Qunari Templar on, and it's a mini-sized version of the Wounded Coast. Also, Obama, let's be real, Joe is not bringing Merril because of the type matchups, he's bringing her for the gooning factor.
Yeah, just like you're bringing Morrigan everywhere, even when she's using cold damage on enemies that are immune to it. Anyways, while I clear out these tanky assholes, do you want to go over the upgraded armors that the mods add, Barry? I'm sure the viewers physically watching have noticed the design changes.
Sure thing, Joe. So viewers, if you've been curious about why Merril and Aveline's armor looks different here, it's from the diversified armor mod. Anytime we unlock or buy a squad-made armor upgrade, we get a newly designed companion armor that we can equip on them. This helps show the upgraded armors more progressively in the game, as well as being able to showcase other armors in the game. Aveline's we got from Fel Orden, like we mentioned earlier, and Merril's we got from the Hightown robe shops. The mod is linked in the description, as always.
Yeah, the armor was also part of these two Democrats' wasteful spending plan. Just know I wanted no part of it when we don't have enough money for healing potions and bombs.
Donald, we will be fine. Stop being so negative, I guarantee. When we unlock unique armor designs for Isabella, you are going to be looking at the mod differently.
Oh, Mommy Isabella, yes, please make her fabulous.
See, my future site is upgrading. Also, holy shit, how many mercenaries did this guy hire? They had a whole squad of reinforcements to flank us better than Loghain did at Ostagar.
Yeah, I was about to say you need to lock in here. This fight is getting dicey. Also, even if there's a lot of enemies in this fight, we are hurting his pockets after he sort of hurt our pockets, so that seems like a fair trade-off to me. I wonder if there is a survivor group of mercs that lost all their friends to a random hawk stumbling through their team.
This is looking like a death situation. Joe the Assassin is harvesting Merril's and Varric's kidneys, and Hawke is next on the hit list.
It's fine as long as we have Aveline and Hawke. This is easy goddamn money. See, the assassin is dead since he came out too early and killed my girl. Now we just have to clear more ads and we are in the clear. Also, where the hell did our Mabari go? I swear he was here 1 minute and then he just ran off.
I think one of the archers got him, but it doesn't matter. Time to pick up this dwarf by his ankles and shake him out for his money in Kunari black powder.
You know, normally I would be pissed that we wasted time going after the wrong guy, but costing this dude a bag is oddly satisfying.
So we do have the option of killing him, which in my mind is one of the few evil, for evil's sake, decisions in this game, since this guy really had nothing to do with the poison gas plot.
That's fair. The most this dude did to Hawke is try to cheat us out of a bag.
Yeah, Hawke says something like, "You're too annoying to live before murder," knifing him. It's pretty based, can't lie.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure everyone will disapprove of that, so it's not really worth the murder knife.
Three morally good companions being Sebastian, Aveline, and Varric disapproves, while no one does approve of this decision.
I knew he was no burglar. We're not climbers.
Look, I'm minding business, same old. Then out of the blue,
If we don't kill him, we get some special dialogue after, which is better for the content.
Okay, but counterpoint, have we ever murder knifed anyone in a cutscene yet in this series?
I'm sure the viewers can remember them better than three middle-aged men. But I remember murder knifing Jalen and the magistrate's son, and Barry pushed that one dude into lava.
Joan doesn't count. You were trying to save him. If that's really all we've done in this series, we really need to up our kill count soon.
Bro killed a whole camp and still wants more death in his Dragon Age run.
Joe can't remember he was the president, but remembers shit that happened 7 months ago.
Well, Donald, you can feel free to start increasing that. During your episode, no one's stopping you, but for now, let's watch Jarvis here loot the mercs he just hired to recover his losses. Also, that long breath from a short shaft line is a reference from the Codex in Dragon Age Origins, where the same line is said by one of the cross-cut drifters in Caradin's Cross.
What a mess of mud and blood. No resale value at all. Hire cheap guards, Hawke kills them. Hire good guards, Hawke kills them. Upside, I don't have to pay them.
Damn, imagine being a mercenary hired by a dwarf to escort him out of the city, then a dude named Hawke shows up, kills all your guys. The last thing you hear is the dwarf saying, "Damn, I better take this dude's Jordans."
Half a locket. The hidden story of love.
I respect the grind waste nothing if it can make you a bag, and my dude is going straight for the boots.
Nice fourth wall break at the end. I like how this game balances goofy and serious themes.
It's nice the developers can roast themselves a little about the fact the enemy types are not diverse enough and they all look alike.
Oh, look, another one of Aveline's co-workers that we won't see again after this.
What's going on, Mason?
God, Captain. I can't even describe.
My girl immediately took charge. You love to see a companion who can be competent and get shit done. If we didn't bring Aveline here, this scene goes a little differently. The guard tries to stop Hawke from going in. You have to convince him, similar to the plague guards in Mass Effect 2. Also, if you pick the aggressive dialogue here, you wait out the poison a little at the cost of some Aveline rivalry, but it does make the encounter slightly easier.
Sounds like yet another casual W for the true renegade mains.
Ferret's again a nice gameplay mechanic, but the poison gas really isn't a major problem in this fight. Sort of another example of gameplay decisions that don't match the game mechanics that we were talking about earlier. The real reason this fight is a problem is the 3 or 4 officers we have to kill every wave.
Sounds like a skill issue. Just adapt, otherwise you're going to be skill checked by a elf and unnamed mercenaries Sleepy.
Donald, you don't really have a leg to stand on as far as skill checks are concerned. You got bent over backwards by rocks in Act 1. Now we are in Act 2, so try to keep up also what the hell even happened here. I know we were originally looking for blasting powder that was stolen, but the powder they stole was poison gas and they unleashed it anyway, despite it clearly not being explosive.
Yeah, the Kunari kept a decoy formula for poison gas that only affects non-Kunari, and even placed guards there to make people think they were stealing black powder. This is so even if they stole something, it's not a threat to them, but others outside of their people. As for why they made it anyway, I doubt the people who used it knew the difference between explosive powder and poison powder, a clear example of how a little bit of knowledge is more dangerous than no knowledge.
If only more people in real life could know that. I'd ask why they wanted to feature on the cover of Kirkwall's Terrorist Weekly article. But I don't really care, and I'm sure they are going to monologue it later when we get there anyway.
Yeah, we will get to that, but first we have to deal with the unending mercenary wave first. Why are these guys even here? Aren't they slowly getting lung cancer in these poison fart clouds, same as us?
I think the companions mentioned something about how the mercenaries are actually just random people who are affected by the gas and going feral like some kind of zombie situation. Although if that was the case, they could have thrown more random citizens in the mix, so I think it's more likely these guys were the ones that set up the barrels and then got caught in the blast. Although it's just as likely they are doing all of this for a bag. Viewers, let us know what you think. Also, Joe, I noticed you swapped out Varric for Fenris here. Not a bad pick, but any particular reason why you did that?
Because my Final Fantasy elf is based and is about to slam dunk these mercenaries into trash cans like he did against the winners.
You're like 20% right. As always, Donald, I did notice Carver and Fenris were the most effective against the mercenary commanders. They deal more damage. Most importantly, they can tank and take care of the adds that these mercenaries summon. So it's not like we needed a lockpicker, so I would rather have some more beef for these large-scale fights.
A rare W from you, Sleepy, picking up on my tactics. The double warrior strat is all you really need, not robes or lockpickers.
Not a bad idea at all, but we do need plenty of damage. Even if we take care of the adds, the commanders are still here with the ability to heal as well as drink potions. They are buffing the adds that Hawke and Merril are trying to take care of.
Holy shit, I am not doing any damage to this goddamn guy. It's been like almost 2 minutes, and he's healing more than I am damaging him. This is some of the most tedious shit I have ever faced. I knew I should have just gotten Dispel to stop his rally healing.
For Dispel might have been a good idea, but just stunning him with horror and other crowd control abilities works just as well too. If you get too pressed by all the enemies, you can funnel them to the stairwell. That way they have to come to you, and it's easier to damage all of them with your Fist of the Maker and Chain Lightning.
Didn't even know Dispel magic could be used on based warrior abilities. Chalk that up to another BioWare mage favoritism moment, yet somehow, some way people will say mage is a hard class to play and learn.
Donald, I'm so annoyed about this fight. Right now I don't even have time to address it, but all this tedious fighting did have me come up with a comment question for you all if you are ready for it. Out of all the Dragon Age series, what, in your opinion, is the most tedious or disliked fight in the series? Like what fight do you just sign and groan when playing, or lower the difficulty to casual just to clear through it easier? For me, I have to give it to the Arishock fight, but not the duel, even though that has its own problems. I have to give it to the group fight if you refuse to duel him or don't get the opportunity to duel him. The amount of Kunari and Kunari mages this guy throws at you, in addition to being like top 3 tankiest bosses in Dragon Age 2, is absolutely appalling. Plus, Bro has a massive amount of healing potions and invulnerability frames to make the fight last longer. I've seen videos on YouTube where the non-duel lasts over 20 minutes, which is insane for one boss.
Perfectly valid, Joe. I'm glad you can look at the game's faults as well as its positives. As for me, I have to give it to the Titan Guardian. At the end of the Descent DLC, that fight highlights so many problems with the party management system. Almost all of the difficulties seem to come from the fact that you can only make one character run around at one time. You can try to out-tank the fight, but the most common strategy is to just run around and use one ranged unit while dodging her attacks. The Guardian is too tanky and his moves are too annoying to deal with, that you have to create a unique strategy just to fight this thing, and it's not interesting for anyone in my opinion.
Not a bad take, Barry Donald. You don't have to say yours. We already know it's the mage hideout in Origins.
Eat a dick, Joe. That shows how little you really know. My least favorite fight in the Dragon Age series is the Envy Demon in Inquisition during the Templar quest line, specifically on Nightmare. That goddamn thing was the multiplayer boss fight cranked up to be 10 times more difficult, and it has multiple phases, each needing their own strategy, and one of them just being invincible and summoning a whole ad army where you have to fight the wave combat to end all wave combat. Then he repeats his first phase to finish it up, all while we have the little ghost boy who we don't have equipment for to help us if that fight wasn't bad enough on its own. I think I speak for everyone when I say fuck the Envy Demon boys.
All right, it's better than another blind shot at mages, so I will give that to you. All right, viewers, let us know your least favorite or most tedious fight in the Dragon Age series. Our editor will read everyone. His favorite will be featured next episode, but with that being said, bear in mind, showing our favorite comment from last episode.
Yeah, sure thing, Joe. Our featured comment comes from Optigoku2611, who sided with my choice of the deep roads and 2 being the best section in the game, which is a very cultured decision. Rest in peace to losing Bethany the first time. That's really the bad ending, but I'm sure it helped you ingrain that map in your mind and helped you learn the other outcomes of the mission. Also, you said you were young, so you grew up playing Dragon Age, which is one of the most based actions you can have. Thank you for your comment, and can't wait to hear what your least favorite fight in the Dragon Age series is.
Well, we cut ahead since the fights started repeating themselves for waves 3 and 4, so you already saw how these fights are going to go.
You know that dialogue implied that this girl killed her own child, which is both sad and scary as fuck. I don't know why people think Dragon Age 2 isn't dark. This is some Dead Space level shit right here.
She was surprisingly tanky for a random elf woman wielding a kitchen knife. Speaking of tanky elves, though, we have one more fight for this main quest, Joe. Let's see your moves here.
Jesus Christ, I just realized we are still only on the first mission. Don't we have 3 goddamn more quests to go? Strap in, viewers. This is gonna be a long one. Also, what the hell is with this girl's veins? They are worse than the tweakers that got off the boat in the prologue.
I think she's also starting to be affected by the gas, but not to the same extent as the baby killer. I always wondered if this girl is supposed to be Dalish or a city elf. She talks about her people losing her culture twice by being Qunari converts, but that's usually a Dalish perspective, not a city elf perspective. I'm also surprised my cutie patootie Merril doesn't have more to say about this girl's plan. They both seem to want to help their people and go to intense measures to do it, even if this chick is doing it by killing people.
It seems like a definite oversight. Merril is usually very vocal about elven issues, and it's why she spends time after the events of 2 helping the elves of Kirkwall rebuild to get to safety. Fenris normally doesn't care unless slaves are involved, so I'm not surprised he doesn't have anything more to say on it. Also, she is one of the few units in this game that has a unique set of resistances. She is immune to frost and nature, but vulnerable to spirit, so the staff you get at the Deep Roads or Malcolm's Honor are your best bet for the mages.
Yeah, but I'm not going to have Hawke switch halfway through the fight, especially when Merril already has one equipped and the boss is getting absolutely rammed by our squad. While we clear through the ads, let's get through our first round of super thanks from last episode. Obama, you want to go first?
Sure, we will start with the Cassandra and Josephine donations first to give the humans romance at the top for no apparent bias reason. First off, we have $10 from Austin, who agreed with Joe's take on the Dead Trenches being the best Deep Road segment and also supporting Cass as always. Thank you for being an active donator and active in the Discord. We thank you. We also had a few Josephine romances rise up last episode. First off, tying another donation record, we have 100 European monies for Anti-Ijuo Tasniemi, who has finally locked in a waifu being Josephine. Thank you for having the longest donation streak every episode, man. We really appreciate all your support as a top donator and based romance choice. We also have another $10 from a longtime viewer, George Gale, who also sided with the base takes of the Origins Deep Roads map being the best. Thank you for being an OG viewer and a longtime supporter. As always, Josephine is comfortably in 3rd place as of right now and is not out of this competition yet.
Well, looks like we will have to take the super thanks donations in shifts as always, but does anyone find it ironic that the 2 party members going down in this fight are the elves after this girl was willing to be a terrorist to fight for the elven people?
To be fair, she probably sees an elf fighting with a human noble as the ultimate form of betrayal. This won't be the last we hear about elves converting to the Queen. It becomes a pretty strong theme throughout this game, which is a natural progression of the elven racial issues that slowly became scrapped as an idea over time in Inquisition and Veilguard.
Something content warning about triggering topics, or people just didn't want racism in their video games, even if it's fantasy racism. It does make decisions like the Qunarian solos far less interesting, though, when you look at it that way. Well, with the crazy mercenaries cleared out over 10 minutes later, let's finally report back to the Arishock what happened to his stolen gas plants.
Bro does not take being wrong very well, especially since people keep poking and literally gaslighting them, hoping for a reaction. There's probably some real-life equivalent to this, but challenging the people who spend the most time in Thetis building up their military soldiers in inventions of war doesn't seem smart.
Now the humans could take the Ox Boys. We just need to sneak in at night and take their swords first. Then we create clinics that help them cope with anxiety and make a fortune.
Is that your new business plan what happened to the Robe Emporium? I thought the 100 gold ahead was all you needed. You even had some viewers siding with you.
Let's just say I had a change of perspective. The robes deserve swift and clean curb stomps, nothing more or less. Kunari, on the other hand, are hilarious when they crash out, and if they want to step to us, we might as well work smarter, not harder.
You know, Donald, you have an interesting way to look at this, but unfortunately when the Kunari crash out, they don't always just take out only themselves. I seem to remember when this happened to Sten, he killed the women and children too in a farm community while he was still alive.
You know, learning about the Kunari's history in Kirkwall, I have to think Sten felt extra bad about how he reacted, since the Kunari are probably more aware of how they look to outsiders when they already tried to conquer lands before. That line with the Guardian during the Ashes quest line hits a little harder now.
Hold the yaps, the Arishock is about to submit his application for the Crash Out Finals to compete with the first.
That is why this elf and her shadows are unimportant. That is why I do not simply walk from this pustule of a city. Fixing your mess is not the demand of the Qun, and you should all be grateful!
And see.
Joe, I will give you $20 to actually say that in front of him after he says that, just to see what happens.
Oh, hell no, I won't be telling him shit until we reach the Arishock duel if I said that IRL in front of him, bro, is definitely impaling me, drinking his Kunari juice out of my skull.
Pussy. A real president isn't afraid to get in the face of any foreign leader, no matter how much height they have on them.
All right, Donald, sounds good. Why don't you walk up to him right now and see what happens?
Well, you see, I would, but my leg isn't feeling the best, and it's not my episode. Anyway, so I wouldn't want to step on any toes here.
Sure thing, Donald. Well, back at the keep, we turned in the Raiders' quest to get a free 3 gold, and as soon as we tell the Viscount we finished the task for him, and if stopped a terrorist attack, he is back at it with another problem that only we can solve.
You know, we mentioned this earlier, but now that we know the Kunari are looking for a specific item stolen by a thief, and we know Isabella is looking for a relic, won't ever go to the Kunari compound with us. Some of the pieces are beginning to tie together before our eyes, and someone playing a more observant Hawke should be able to approach Isabella with a few more questions about what she is looking for now.
Why would we ever not take our pirate queen at her word? She's done so much for us, and as a wise woman once said, those hips don't lie.
I think you mean she's done so much to us, Donald. The only thing she has really done for Hawke personally was give us a quest to start selling poison to people and help us kill dudes, which is what everyone else in the squad has done for us too.
Yeah, but counterpoint, she's hot. She is already doing all she needs to do.
Could have seen that coming from a mile away, so. I wonder why the Arishock sent a envoy to talk to the Viscount. Did he think Hawke was going to fail even though he sees us as a competent one? Like, what was his goal, or was he just being cautious to prevent an incident?
I think this is one of the few things Doomer got right. The Arishock has built up enough respect in Hawke as an individual base that he is willing to put his trust into other humans in Kirkwall in the case of the poison gas spreading. I wonder if that might have explained the guard response time in containing the situation. Oh my God, my glorious King Bran.
Oh God damn it, Joe, get the Kindle.
No, don't worry, I'm fine.
I think that guy just drew the unlucky straw with his patrol route today. If the Viscount actually responded to the incident, he probably would have asked Bran to do it. By extension, Bran would have hit up Aveline, since that seems to be who he defaults to when shit needs to get done.
You know, now that I think about it, Aveline is basically the Robin to Hawke's Batman. It's like when Batman is too busy dealing with something very important, Robin comes in to take care of the lesser issue.
That's an interesting point, but if Aveline was going to be a Robin, she would definitely be Nightwing, but less renegade. Or she wouldn't relegate herself to being a sidekick, and she would rather be a partner or go off on her own. Also some consistent lore here being carried over between the games that Donald keeps joking about the Kunari emissaries were Arishock or foot soldiers. However, just like Sten, they are given weapons that they consider their soul and are unable to part with it no matter what. Bran rightfully knew this being competent and offered a compromise to tie their swords to their waists so they still had them but couldn't use them in case they tried to run the fade on the Viscount.
See, like, I get that, and that's reasonable, but it sounds like they were grabbed right outside the keep. I mean, I doubt they would be able to jump the Kunari in the keep without anyone noticing, so it must have happened in Hightown or somewhere else. Why didn't they untie their swords after they left left the Viscount's throne or office. They clearly walked to the keep without killing people. What, did they expect them to be tied up until they got back to Docktown?
That's a admittedly weird plot hole, although I always figured Bran sent a few guards to show them the door. One of those guards was the corrupt guard who let the abduction happen. Still, it is weird and there's no explanation, so this might just be one of those plot moments we are not supposed to think too hard about.
Welcome to the railroad, choo-choo.
Well, Bran might be stumped on where we can find our guy, but let's see what our companions have to say.
Although where you find a swordsman so eager to sell his honor and duty, I'm sure I don't know.
The Hanged Man.
Hanged Man.
Even I know that.
You know, it's obvious when even Sebastian knows where to start looking when he has been sheltered all his life. Well, before we go look for a corrupt guard, let's see if Bran was right about the Arishock killing the messenger of his men going missing.
Damn bro is starting to be affected by the sassy men apocalypse, and he's not even a man.
Looks like he's not the only one. The reason we went back to the Arishock here is this main quest gives us several opportunities to earn the Arishock's respect. We get 1 point telling him his delegates went missing before confronting the Zealots, and we get another point for a decision we make at the end of the quest. Considering the path we went on during Donald's last episode, we should have earned the Arishock's respect by the end of this quest.
Yeah, it's honestly pretty easy. You just have to know when to talk to him. We are really the new achievement hunter boys. Also looks like Bran was right.
Damn right, he's my all-seeing daddy.
Well, now that we have tattled to Father Ox over here, let's go search the crime capital of Thetis for any obvious corrupt officials. You know, besides the dozen we killed already in Act 1.
Have worked. If this is not resolved, I can fulfill my duty to the Qun with far less annoyance by sifting through rubble.
Well, there's this dude who couldn't wait to spend his bribe money on drinks and paying for everyone's tab. I wish we brought Varric here, since it took us 3 years and buying his family's ring to be added to Varric's tab, but this guy started doing it in under 3 minutes.
Well, maybe that's not the brightest idea when someone else might be looking for someone who recently came into a lot of money, like maybe Hawke, for example.
Normally I am on board with curb stomping some Kunari, but you are doing it for religious reasons. Whereas I do it because they are commies. We aren't the same.
Aveline, your guardsman is bullying me. Can you talk to them, please?
That awkward moment when you called in sick, but your boss catches you at the club and makes you bite the curb for insubordination.
Who bought you? Who bought the honor of a proud guard of Kirkwall and made him a drunken Mabari bitch?
I don't know.
One of the best companion interrupts right here. We are eating good today, boys.
He had the seal of the Grand Cleric and everything.
My God, wish that was me. Just pin me against the wall, step on me, and throw my body all around the Hanged Man to finish me off.
Jesus Christ, I think I might prefer Joe's barking or ominous threats at this rate.
I know you love Aveline Barry, and that scene showed she is a hard-ass drill sergeant, but I have to point out that this dude definitely just committed treason and captured foreign ambassadors that could have incited a war. I think jail time is more appropriate than putting him on the wall, whatever that means.
I think he is supposed to be stationed on the wall, which is either actually sitting on a wall in the literal sense or just an incredibly boring post. Definitely too forgiving for what he did, but Aveline is a good person at the end of the day and is loyal to her friends and her guardsmen. Also, if we didn't use Aveline's interrupt, we would have to fight him here, but since we didn't have Isabella or Varric in the party with us, they would have joined in the fight, and or some of that dude's allies would have refused to fight because they were outnumbered. It's a nice touch.
It's a nice touch that the Hanged Man regulars know how goddamn dangerous Aveline. Varric and Isabella are speaking of Varric. Let's go grab one of the 2 companion quests we are going to cover this episode.
Well, looks like Varric finally found out where his asshole brother is 3 years later. Varric here really made it sound like bro is chilling out on a beach in Ravane, but he actually has spent all this time going crazier and crazier till he decided that coming back to Kirkwall and getting his goon idol back was worth risking the Varric and Hawke pull-up.
Any lore you have on what the hell Bartrand was doing for 3 years in Ravane before he came back here?
Nothing at all, although it probably wasn't long before the idol started affecting him. We didn't cover it much last episode because of the whole Veilguard voices joke, but it's clear that red lyrium affects dwarves differently. Although whether that's because of the Titan influence or just because they have a natural immunity to blight poisoning is anyone's guess. It is clear, though, that the first stage is an amplification of emotions already present. In someone in Bartrand's case, it amplifies greed, and in Varric's case, it's clear it amplifies his anger to an extent, as we will see later.
Well, we can get our revenge after we deal with the ox napping. For now, looks like we have some DLC companion unique banter. I take it this is why you swapped out Fenris for Human Noble 2.0 over here.
Keep an open mind, Hawke. Elthina isn't behind this.
Yeah, even if me and Barry have beef with this guy, we might as well showcase the few scenes he has that offer lore enrichment.
He is glazing Elfina too hard here like my guy. We already know Elfina isn't productive enough to incite a race riot on her own, but someone in the Chantry is, and she's clearly blind to it.
Hey, I still like him more than the mages. He earns a lot of points being a human noble. Just don't push it by simping too hard for a fake religion. We get enough of that during our Dead Space series.
Well, speaking of insufferable cult villains here, is Mother Petrus here somehow not curb stomped 3 years later? I know some people mention siding with her just to see what happens, but honestly, we like to have roleplay reasons for most of our decisions. Even if we are roleplaying someone who hated the Qunari, I can't find a reason to side with a girl who is manipulative and has tried to kill us.
Yeah, we would honestly rather just tell you what happens when you side with her, since it would be a weird gray area on our Hawke story. Also, since we can't realistically show you every single outcome in person, when we are only running on one save file here, we thought it would be a good idea to start doing a few shorts to showcase alternative scenes we didn't get in our main playthrough. Hopefully this might show you guys some hidden mechanics and scenes that you haven't seen before, but not being pressured to always do the road less traveled in the case where we can't justify a roleplay reason for it.
Oh, so now you assholes want to focus on more roleplay heavy reasons. But screwing over our big bro for a dude who tried to kill us was such an in-lore decision for POTUS to do, right?
Honestly, Donald, if POTUS could forgive and work with his own brother who tried to kill him and killed Trine, I'm pretty sure POTUS would forgive if only to use Loghain to stop the Blight. Hell, POTUS might actually use Petrus here to try to deal with the Qunari problem with some political manipulation, which would be really cool if it was a successful outcome in this game.
But Hawke isn't as strong of a political figure as the Warden or the Inquisitor. They do have influence in the chaotic realm of Kirkwall, so outcomes like that aren't really realistic for Hawke's character. The most we get in terms of a political maneuvering is earning the Arishock's respect, in solving the Qunari invasion semi-peacefully.
Yeah, which we sure as hell are not doing. Don't even think about having peace with the Ox Boys. I would rather rack up the death counter personally doing that group fight than risk my pirate queen.
As hilarious as trading in Isabella would be, or to have you do the Arishock fight, believe me, Donald, you are the last one we expect to tackle that. Just stick Qunari free for the sanctity of this death competition. Speaking of that, though, pray for me, boys, because I have a feeling this fight is about to be longer than the poison gas fight, and that's for one singular reason only.
Normally I would be bricked up at watching this Templar curve stomp mage Hawke and Merril, but this asshole insulted our pirate queen's side piece, and for that he has chosen death. Let's drag him to hell and bring him to judgment before the real god of this world, Sandel.
For big bars, Donald. Yet, Joe, this might be in the top 10 hardest fights in this game, simply for the sheer number of enemies that come at you all being buffed by a tanky Templar with Rally. The alternative outcome of this quest, where we kill the Qunari, is actually easier, as we only have 2 waves of enemies instead of 4, and we also get the Templar to fight with us in this outcome, who can stun lock a few enemies. We've already said how little roleplay sense that makes for our Hawke, though, so we are going to fight them the old-fashioned way. Good luck, Joe.
Bro, she really gaslit the crowd into fighting us and then ran off like a 10-year-old who just put a spoon in the microwave. These guys are really some major pussies for slitting the Qunar's throats when they can't fight back time to show them how a real fighter gets things done. I got walking bomb on my cutie patootie, and all these civilians are easy explosive fodder. I'm calling this the 2009 Barack special.
Needless spray there, but I can't lie, the results are simply gorgeous. That's the perfect amount of destruction. But I was going to ask what your strategy for this fight is, but looks like you are going scorched earth, just double area of effect spells on the weak enemies, while Aveline solos the Templar. You have 2 mages and an archer, so makes sense you would want to take out the numbers first. If you went Fenris and Isabella instead, it would be more beneficial to focus everything on Varnell instead.
Wait, hang on. Sebastian can make a shadow clone of himself that takes aggro but doesn't take damage. That seems really broken, especially since we already have a dog that can do that. What else can his specialization do? This seems cracked, maybe even more so than Varric's tree.
Whatever he is doing is putting in massive work, and one-shotting the adds in this fight bro's damage is actually pretty solid.
Sebastian's Tree Royal Archer shares a lot of similarities to the Shadow Tree that Hawke uses. The only difference is more focus on archery damage and survivability rather than just pure stealth. The Shadow clone Sebastian creates a copy of himself that shares half of his total health points and auto puts him into invisibility. Since the Shadow clone goes off total health points and he has built-in damage resistance too, going off tank Sebastian might be a good idea if we use him in the party more. The other 2 abilities we have is Arrow of Judgment, which is a damage over time with his basic attacks that can cause his arrows to have knockdown as well as wounding arrow, which is an arrow that debuffs the damage resistance of the target we hit, so go ahead and slap that on Varnell whenever you get a chance to try and put a dent in his overall tankiness.
The rogue main strikes again with the optimization. You know, if we went rogue archer, I might have installed the mod that gave us access to the companion trees for what our own hawkish tree, while not crazy inspirational, is really solid for the archer playstyle.
It wouldn't have been a terrible idea. Most of the specializations in 2 for archer seem kind of ass. Just looking at them on my phone, the best is Shadow, but even that one is all utility. Inquisition's specializations with Tempest and Artificer go way harder for the tactical gameplay and the powers.
Don't sleep on Assassin for archers either. In Inquisition, the damage combos that the specialization offers do more than you think. I guess we can decide it as a group for now. You might want to lock in here, Joe. The health bars are getting kind of low here, and we only have 3 health potions at the moment.
Yeah, I just realized I forgot to buy more health potions before this quest. It should be fine. Though we have a few elf root potions, we got our dog back up for some extra tank possibilities.
Total skill issue on your part, Sleepy. I'm really hoping these peasants clap you up twice to tie us over at the half.
If Joe hasn't died yet, he probably isn't going to. He is about to be on the 3rd round of ads, and they get smaller on the 4th and final round. Still, this fight is going to be longer than the last one, so we might as well cover the last bit of super thanks while we do. Joe, you want to shout out the super thankers for solas while we are just slugging away.
Sure thing, and viewers, to keep you updated at the time of this video, posting solas is currently well in the lead, so plan your donations well ahead of time. Now for the donations, first off, starting another donation streak for his favorite egg, we have a $150 donation from Robert Wadsworth, who is supporting solas harder than a Diamond Jeff Main for the favorite egg. Shout out to your favorite Deep Roads map, being Kyle Hirrell. That was one we didn't mention in our comment question, but the map design is still peak. The final boss is easily the most memorable boss in Awakening. Thank you again for this kind of support, man. Even if it's never required, it is absolutely insane to see how much hype we have for Inquisition. We also have 50 European monies from Uber Super Sloth, who is an OG viewer who has thrown his hat in for solas for the love of the lore, which is what we call being berry-pilled in this business. That being said, man, thank you for the donation and for your constant support and analysis in the comments. It really helps the channel and our own perspective. Remember, the romance drive isn't over until we reach the first episode of Inquisition, so we have plenty of content to get through first.
Well, we shouted out all the super thankers, and I guess this is the last wave of enemies, but the Templar's health bar still hasn't moved yet, and we are running low on all our resources to add on to the stress. Also, Merril is about to go down sleepy.
No reason to panic yet, though Joe's sure we are down 1 damage dealer. He also doesn't have any more reinforcements after these guys, so as long as you can take them out without losing anyone else, this should be easy goddamn money for you.
You know, watching all these peasants die for the last 5 goddamn minutes of game time, a thought just occurred. Maybe siding with the Qunari would have been more appealing for players if the Zealots actually changed the outcome of Act 2. Like maybe we could have rallied these guys and bowl-cut Templar asshole to our aid when fighting the massive battle royal against the Qunari. As it stands, the only real difference is who you fight in this quest, and Mother Patrice surviving Act 2, which feels more like one of those telltale decisions that doesn't matter in the long run.
Giving us alternative endings is always the best way to feel like our choices matter. I would be down for siding with these guys, honestly. If it meant ending the fight already, this shit is bonkers. I mean, I have a newfound respect for Sebastian Bro is getting the MVP highlight reel with the absolutely insane kill counter, but I am ready to be done. This dude is just not taking damage.
Well, now we just have to kill him. All the ads are dead. Trust me, this would all be worse if Templars had any immunities. I think we are at the point where we can skip ahead here, viewers. You can see he's not going to do damage to us. We aren't doing damage to him, so let's cut ahead now. The viewers get the point.
Well, it's been another 2 minutes for us, but for you, the viewers, I'm sure you've noticed our health bars barely moved. Bro put every stat into health, none into damage. He is the true darkness of the Dragon Age setting.
I doubt that guy was really a Templar instead of Holy Smite, bro. Just chucked bombs at us. He was clearly some discount fighter disguised as a holy mage stomping paladin.
Well, now we have the second choice in Act 2 that can lead to massive Arishock approval. We can either deliver the bodies to the Arishock and let him know exactly what happened here, or we can burn them and try to cover it up. I like how the right answer here is learned, not only from our interactions with the Arishock, where he references lurking in shadows, but also the lore points we learned from Seamus about the bodies of Qunari dead holding no special value or honor once they die. The Arishock here won't care about the state of the bodies, but will instead be annoyed at not being informed, and Hawke instead trying to hide the truth from him.
The Viscount here, unsurprisingly, is the one that pitches this idea, since Bro is scared shitless of the Horn guys, and that should be a gameplay clue on its own to not hide the bodies if Baldy's Basics over here suggests something do the opposite of it.
Unless it's to kneel down and be stepped on daily by Mommy Meredith. That's always sound personal advice.
And we focus away from Isabella for 1 episode. And this is the shit that comes out of Donald's mouth.
Lots of dead bodies. You have to break the tension somehow, you know? To get someone else gooning after we are done with the Viscount, we can pick up Aveline's companion gift, the Shield of the Night, herself in a nearby crate on this map.
Oh, hell yes. Give my mommy a stronger shield?
Well, I will save it for you to give to her next episode yourself, since now that the Arishock's respect is earned, we can start a long streak of companion quests. Now, after just one more conversation with Father Ox.
We really don't have to explain shit to you, big guy, but we have Paragon Sleepy Joe playing right now, so I guess you get this info for free.
If we attempted to hide the bodies, he will have already found out the next time we talk to him what happened to them. This obviously makes tensions worse, as he notes that the only reason we would have hidden them from the Arishock is because we are just as scared of him as the Viscount.
I wonder how many people hid the bodies from him for just that reason during their first playthrough, bro. Has a scary aura, I wouldn't blame them.
Well, it's time to grow a pair sleepy, since we have to spin the block on Bartrand for stealing our idol and mildly inconveniencing Hawke and his family when he locked us down there.
Donald Carver almost died.
Exactly. That's why I said mildly inconvenienced. Now it's time for one of the coolest sections in the series, Varric simply displaying 1% of the true power of dwarves.
Now you're sounding like George. But that all being said, this scene goes hard as hell even if it is just normal mercenaries. I wonder how many people fell for the trap of this scene the first time around.
Varric is really over here, starting out this mission like it's a Red Dead Redemption duel mixed with a little bit of Scarface for good measure. I'm surprised he doesn't use the line, "Say hello to my little friend" at this point.
I'm surprised Varric doesn't just drop a title card during his lines, or a baby dragon companion for a little bit of balance to the story here.
Damn, you know, after spending nearly 20 minutes this episode slowly killing these guys, it feels satisfying to two-shot all of them. Have them explode in a bloody mess like we are playing Fallout. Thank God they kept these guys easy even on Nightmare.
If Varric pulled out his narrator stand more often, we would already be on Act 3 and Deathless by this point. If you can't tell viewers gameplay-wise, during this scene, Varric constantly regenerates health like in the bullshit opening, and our cooldowns are practically non-existent. The enemies here are also boasting 0 armor, regardless of difficulty, despite having the same health pool. Just a massive gameplay. A story W here. If Dragon Age 2 did more of these, it would be a true work of art.
I mean, it would be one of the greatest memes in gaming, but I don't think this alone is saving the repeating maps. Oh, speaking of repeating maps, viewers, take a shot because this is the same map as Fenris's mansion, and we are going to see it again momentarily.
I will have to remember to have our editor put the drink counter in the Dragon Age 2 movie. In fact, to balance it out, take a water shot for every death we have. Between Donald's 3 deaths per episode, it should almost balance out.
Not anymore. Democrats, just you wait for what I have in store.
Okay, that was ominous as hell. Donald, please refrain from doing whatever the hell that was. When Varric here is really putting in work. When he uses his plot powers, he probably heard us glazing his competition in Sebastian's tree.
Yeah, I don't know what we're thinking. Sebastian's shiny armor must have blinded us to the truth. There is only one true archer, and their names are Varric and Bianca. I mean, just look at that attack speed buff bro is on crack. This is the kind of smoke Varric needed when he pulled up on Solus.
Solus would have cried and threw up if he was facing this Varric. I don't think the domain expansion is saving him. Also witnessed the least impressive Varric trick shot.
He probably would have done the same pose as Bartrand here too.
Please forgive me, my brother. I was just jealous of you. How could I ever compete with you for Mother's love?
You're strong and handsome, and so very smart. What?
Again, Cassandra is taking a massive L here. I definitely preferred Varric's version here to how all of this actually went down. The gameplay was way more fun and interesting, less sad too. We wouldn't have to deal with our wife's betraying and getting downed if we had this version.
Don't hand my girl any else. She is just interested in getting into the true lore as to what happened. That's a woman after my own heart.
Is the lore here really that important? Why does she need to know what really happened? I mean, is Varric's exaggerated story any more crazy than Hawke destroying a massive rock monster that shoots lasers, or recruiting one of POTUS's former friends with a completely different British voice?
Well, this helps follow the trail of the Red Lyrium statue, which is a main plot point in the game, as we know who eventually comes into possession of it. Red Lyrium also becomes a major plot point in Inquisition. So all that being said, I'm surprised Varric's companion quest isn't just a main quest at this point, although why someone wouldn't do Varric's companion quest, I don't rightly know.
If you're not playing every companion quest that you have available in this game, then you are not playing Dragon Age 2, right? Unlike Origins, where you might be able to understand the character without their quest in 2, you won't get anything but scraps if you don't play their respective 2 or 3 missions. Oh hey, Orzam our dwarf. Feels like it's been forever since we have seen one that doesn't just act like a normal surface dwarf.
I call that Varric dwarf erasure syndrome. Once we got Varric and his popularity skyrocketed, the writers felt like they hit peak and didn't need to go any further with dwarves. Well, that and the fact we just stopped going to Orzammer after Origins, so we don't get much opportunity outside of Descent to talk to Orzammer dwarves.
Hey, I appreciate the dwarf gooning, but we should probably focus on the fact Bartrand went goddamn insane and was even cutting off pieces of his servants while they were still alive and feeding it to other servants. What the hell kind of little shop of horrors went on here?
Bro's been watching too many of those bodybuilder podcasts, encouraging him to protein max.
Remember, viewers, your dog and cat have over 100 grams of protein to them if you are ever short on protein powder.
What's like the timeline here? Did he go insane immediately after getting the idol to the surface? Or did it only get this bad after he sold the idol and tried to leave the city for Ravane?
I imagine this violent insanity was relatively new. If it wasn't, I can't believe this guy would be untouched by the lyrium insanity, or at least the guards would have started killing each other more out of paranoia. Plus, his steward here says things got worse after he sold the idol, so I imagine before he sold it, he was just dealing with minor lyrium poisoning and dead Titan chance. Also, the wardens were able to approach Bartrand for the location of the tag, likely for profit, so he couldn't have been that feral for all of the last 3 years.
So wait, I never got that. Is red lyrium still tied to the Titans or not? I know the dead Titans have their own nonsense, thanks to Veilguard.
So this is mostly speculation, but considering this is our only example of a dwarf being impacted by red lyrium, considering what happens to Harding when she touches the purified idol in Veilguard, we might as well talk about it now. If you have a problem with the boys talking about Veilguard lore or spoilers, well, sorry, but also lick my nuts, it's part of the canon, so we will discuss it.
Hey, that's my line.
And so considering this idol specifically has relevance to the Titans, the song I imagine whatever happened to Bartrand was a corrupted version of the Titans, which is why it seems to impact Bartrand extremely and why he complains about hearing a song, although this could be linked to normal blight. Meredith, however, doesn't complain about hearing a song at all, so it seems like she just has the normal emotional amplification. That's either because she had the sword relatively a short time or because it affects humans less severely.
Damn bro is even a pussy in gameplay. He launched stealth the second we entered his room. Also, Barry, that is fascinating, but I always thought this was just normal blight poisoning considering the tie-in to Inquisition. The fact there is a song when you're infected, according to the mother, Ruck and myself.
That's true, however. What happens to Bartrand appears different from normal blight poisoning. If he was simply infected, I don't see why Anders wouldn't mention it since he is a Grey Warden. Even Meredith acts different around the idol compared to the average blighted person. We won't get into it here, but for those of you who know about Titans and Blight connection, that may also be an indicator. Plus, the Harding scene is the final nail in the coffin that the idol is tied to the Titans in some way. Maybe when it's infected by Blight, you hear dead Titans, and when it was cleansed, you hear a live Titan.
Wait, how the hell did the egg even cleanse that idol in the first place? Did he cast a Blight Begone spell?
I'm almost positive I mentioned this before, but if I didn't, I won't mention that now. That seems like a perfectly fine topic to cover in Veilguard when we get back to it a year from now or more.
Oh shit, I forgot we are still playing Veilguard at some point in the future. My brain is already doing loops.
Joe, he said a year or more. I highly doubt it will matter as far as you're concerned.
Given the assassination attempts, I could say the same thing to you too, Double D. I imagine that's why Barry brought George and Bill on standby.
Yes, at some point we will be returning to Veilguard once you complete your mental training arc, and yes, we will continue the tale of George the First Kunari Grey Warden. But for now, focus up here. Joe, you are kind of burning the kitchen right now, and you have no health potions to put that fire out.
We went from the pit of talking about Veilguard to the peak of Joe about to get an even amount of deaths. This is absolute cinema.
It's not over yet. Besides, Aveline is still up too. She can still tank the bullshit. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, you are absolutely cooked. A few quick notes. This entire mission, you forgot your heroic aura was turned off because of Varric's exaggerated story. You forgot to summon Carter to tank extra aggro, and you were honestly in a shitty defensible position with all sides able to surround you.
Damn, someone getting scolded by Barack and it not being me for once. I didn't think you had it in you to go off on your boy like that.
Well, my scolding goes to all parties, including my own mess-ups. If we are going to have a death competition with a couple thousand viewers watching, I need you all on your best. So Joe, you get a pass this once now. Lock in and don't die a second time to this boss.
Yes, sir, Papa Barry. I already have a plan in place. You're right, the stairwell wasn't the best place. I was getting rammed from the front and back. I'm going to pull a Joestar family secret technique.
I like how the steward was just walking casually out of the room trying to ignore the dozen or so feral guards. And Bartrand, I give him +1 for having a set of stones on him.
Probably the best way to survive getting jumped by a crazy person. Either act like you're supposed to be there with extreme confidence, or pretend to just be a figment of their imagination so they start tripping out more and leave you alone.
Well, good work taking my advice and repositioning. They are now too clustered and all focused on Aveline, so they can't really get past the door unless they phase walk through. You also have all of them in Fist of the Maker range, which is perfect for our crowd control spells.
It's a good thing none of them have a brain cell activation moment and think to just go around the long way, screwing over this strategy with a pincer formation.
Please don't give the tweakers tactical advice, Donald. Also, I just realized both Tethris brothers are rogues, but have different rogue specializations to match their personalities. Varric is a quick-thinking loudmouth with high charisma and higher accuracy archer. Bartrand, on the other hand, is a quiet and efficient dual-wielding assassin who focuses on single-target high damage and stealth.
Not a bad observation, Joe, but I wonder if you might be thinking a little too much into both their characters, and they just went with rogue for Bartrand, because they were related.
I hate to say this, but I actually like Sleepy Joe's evaluation better here, even if the game was rushed. A lot of the writing and small details still exist in this game, and this is definitely one of them.
Well, here comes one of the first decisions in 2 that has some impact on Inquisition's story, and considering we have vengeance with us, I have a feeling which choice you are going to take, Joe.
I feel like taking Anders with us should almost be mandatory. Without him, we really don't get a clear idea what's going on or any amount of closure for Varric on what happened to Bartrand besides him going crazy.
Who needs to hear anything this guy has to say? Just give him the murder knife Bianca special and be done with it. We need to get our get back in blood.
We already did that. We beat the crazy right out of him. Bro doesn't even remember who beat him.
It's not enough. I need more blood for the get back to be truly glorious.
Okay, Edgelord, calm down. Also, the fact Anders says this feels wrong. He was poisoned by something powerful should be all we need to see that this isn't normal lyrium effects or blight. He would have said so. If that was the case, he is very familiar with both.
Poisoned by something powerful.
I wonder what Anders did to make Bartrand uncrazy. If it was normal healing magic, Hawke should have been able to help him with the spirit specialization, and Merril isn't any help either. He must have done some kind of fade magic like he did with Carl.
What have I done?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Make it stop, little brother. Don't let me.
Well, now that Anders gave him a brief moment of sanity, he wants to keep him alive and treat him, although they will never make him as whole as Anders does briefly.
Also, without that moment of post-lyrium clarity where he begs for Varric to help him, there's really no reason to keep him alive, since he just seems like a violent asshole.
Bullshit, I just wanted to watch him die, and now he gets to stay in a nice Maker insane asylum and do art and shit.
Hey, Varric, I know you want to get him some help, and that is great. I'm proud of you for keeping to your Paragon roots, but maybe we shouldn't leave the crazy dude who just tried to kill us twice alone in the mansion. Maybe we should have Aveline fetch the guards to escort him out. I mean, for all we know, Bro might hurt himself or sneak out of the manor and hurt others.
I'm sure we removed all the nearby sharp objects, so he is no threat to anyone anymore. Besides, he just got beat up by all 4 of us. He is not going anywhere. He probably has a few broken ribs. Also, we got a unique armor upgrade for Varric that he can equip at level 17, which means at the end of the second act, he will get a massive buff.
I'm still not down for this, and neither is your muscle mommy Aveline. She gave some rivalry points at this decision, once again proving that warrior companions are the true based ones among the group.
I wonder if that's more an oversight or a factor of her morality and idea of justice. Sebastian also approves if you spare him and disapproves if you kill him regardless of Anders' influence. Or not, so I imagine it's just showing their different morality in action.
Well, Varric, you did good work sparing your brother, and now all the loose ends from the expedition are fully closed, and nothing was left over that Hawke didn't address to not become a problem later or in future titles.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Varric and Hawke fumbled hard when trying to find the relic anyways. Are we done with the episode now? It's already past an hour.
Not yet. We still have one more very important scene and mission that we need to cover for the viewers. Some might say the most important scene and quest we will ever embark on. Hawke, mirror me, mirror, on my honk.
Oh, hey, it's time to strap in for the Dalish Elf and Alluvian Yaps, because we are about to cover more into the Dalish Elf origin that I briefly touched on in our Origins anniversary special.
Girls spent 3 years trying to restore the Morrigan Mirror. Meanwhile, POTUS's true mommy did it within the span of one DLC quest, massive skill issues.
Okay, but to be fair, that one wasn't shattered and blighted. It may have been intact or just deactivated with all the pieces in place. My girl is doing her best and was able to remove the blight from the mirror with blood magic. Now she just has to figure out how to reactivate it.
Joe, I respect your waifu choice, but fixing things with blood magic historically doesn't work. It usually makes things worse or gets people killed. Although some of that is people's own misconceptions on what blood magic means, it doesn't always lead to mind control and summoning demons.
Wow.
I can at least
Welcome
recover
to a
this
wholly
one
original
small
part of the
part
President's Play script. The Democrats are making excuses for the mages and blood
what made
magic.
you keep
It's
it.
goddamn
Goddamn
disgusting.
I bury my 80-year-old ears may have trouble hearing things sometimes, but Donald sounded different there, didn't he?
Hey, Donald, did something happen between the 2 weeks since last gaming session?
Nothing at all. I am just practicing my vocal ranges. Thought a intimidating war shout might up my game next episode.
Sure thing, Barry. Remind me to roll out the Area 51 orb that has 35 AI lie detecting programs installed to figure out what's going on next time.
And that seems like a total waste of time of our resources and taxpayer dollars, plus the last time you wheeled that thing in there, Jeffrey broke his hip. Anyways, this conversation with Merril is one of several that changes slightly depending on if you import a Dalish elf warden or choose the martyr preset origin. Merril will mention that Tamlin died and the other survivor went with a Grey Warden named Duncan, and that they don't need her help anymore, either being killed in the Blight or because they became the hero of Ferelden. There's also unique companion dialogue between Merril and Anders. If you import a Dalish elf warden that can have 3 different variants, she will ask Anders if they ever met her former clanmate, and depending on your choices, an awakening his line will change. If the warden recruited Anders, he will recognize that Merril is part of his friend's clan and speak fondly of him. If the hero died, he will say the warden passed before his joining sadly. If the warden never recruited Anders, he will say that the warden was an Amaranthian, but they left before he joined.
I can see why you glazed this origin. It probably has the biggest export relevance in Dragon Age 2. No other origin gets more than a slight nod, but this one impacts a whole character's motives to an extent. Still, I have no regrets about anything we did in Origins or the character we played except for one choice that I won't reiterate further. I just wish a dwarf noble romancing Morrigan had more influence in this game.
Well, this scene here has some definite holes in it in terms of her overall plan to restore the mirror, which we can cover in a little bit, but before that, Joe, looks like you have to face the consequences of your other main quest choice last episode.
Templars shaking down some vegan elves over something a mage did. I think I've heard this song before, and I loved the ending. I hope these guys get a holy smite back to the Vale with their other gods.
Looks like elf slurs are the go-to method in every timeline for the Templars to try to get what they want. I don't even know why they are so pressed about Finreal. They have blood mages becoming pirate kings and going on mass killing sprees, but they are concerned about some half-elf dude minding his own business in the middle of the mountains. You can't even say it's the Dreamer thing, because this quest only happens before you do Night Terrors. Only the Keeper knows about the Dreamer status.
They really do just want Finreal because they are pissed that they lost custody of him 3 years ago and their ego is hurt. That and this girl seems like another Karis who just wants to glaze Meredith in hopes of getting a promotion and a head pat from her.
I mean, who wouldn't want that from the original hater of mages? And the only person who contains their kind properly while not being a communist horned guy.
I think only you and the other people with the unhealthy mage hater boners want that. As for this chick here, I'm just going to assume she doesn't really have the energy to fight the Dalish and convince her that they don't pay her enough for this. Reminding people that they don't get paid enough to risk their life for a bag is your civil duty. Everyone remember that.
Never mind, I take back my glaze. A true Templar main. Always would want to run the smoke that was truly pathetic. Now let's see if you and the acoustic blood mage can convince the Keeper to part with a wood carving knife.
To be fair, it's a very old wood carving knife that makes it a classic. Man, it feels like just yesterday I was asking the Keeper to take the Flemeth charm. Now I'm over here asking for a knife hawk really is that one nosy neighbor that visits every day.
To be fair, we came here last episode, and your last episode also started with you visiting the clan, so it was practically just yesterday, even if it's been almost 3 years in lore. Hell, I'm surprised everyone here even remembers Hawke's name, although maybe Finreal is a constant reminder of what Hawke did. But well, before we embark on this quest for the Dalish, we should probably talk about the plot hole in the room. Merril is here trying to borrow an ancient wood carving knife that is as old as Arlathan itself, and has been entrusted by her clan since before the fall of Arlathan. However, how the hell is a wood carving knife supposed to restore a mirror? The only connection is they are both ancient elves, and that June, the god of crafts in the elven pantheon, likely is associated with both since he created the Alluvians, as well as confirmed by Solus.
Oh hell yes, all my homies love Daddy June.
Wait, Themey, why the hell are you back and why do you care about June?
Because that's my dude and my guy. He is simply the best. Also, you can never fully get rid of me, bitch. Just like your half-human bastard raised by the goth, mommy. A fragment of me will always be with you.
Hey, Barry, hypothetically, why would theme you like June?
Well, it's because Merril is June's thrall. If we go off the lore of Veilguard, why do you ask, though?
No reason, something just came to me.
Hey, don't ignore me, you little bitch.
I already know what that lead paint stare is, Joe. However, elf yaps from both sides notwithstanding, looks like if you want to bag your elf waifu, you are going to have to kill the Vartarol, aka the EA Market-sponsored boss for this act. I clapped that big-ass Star Wars monster easily, but let's see if it will skill check you, Mage Main.
Don't worry, Donald, I'm locked in. I know this big guy's weakness is electricity, so I equipped some runes on Isabella and Aveline to take him out easily. Besides, all that is keeping me from hooking up with my first waifu in the series, is this overgrown bug monster.
Sounds good, Joe. Glad you have done some prep work. For once, I should warn you, though, this mission does feature an enemy type that may be problematic for.
Fucking spin spiders, ho-ho. Ho-ho, oh. Just kidding, if this boss spider isn't going to stop me in these level 1 dungeon mobs, sure as hell won't stop me. I'm in therapy now, bitch.
Damn unafraid Joe is boring for the content. I'm going to have to start mixing his pills before this shit becomes too much of a snooze fest.
Donald, please don't nerf Joe unnecessarily. Dragon Age 2 is curb stopping us enough already. Also, here we have the Keeper's big mistake number 1. She sent 4 hunters to retrieve elven artifacts before the Vartarol got more aggressive, thinking that it wouldn't attack the Dalish since they are elves and the creatures were built to protect them. However, as we saw in Witch Hunt, the Vartarol really doesn't ignore elves like the Dalish often believe. Whether that's because they don't view Dalish as people they need to protect, or the magic of nearby alluvians causes them to be more aggressive, but either way it's a massive fumble on the Keeper's part that got 3 of her men killed.
I always figured magic items that are tied to the ancients are what attract these things to any given area. Maybe this thing can sense the alluvian is nearby, and that's what's pissing it off and making it more violent now.
Let's hope not. As funny as it would be to see this bug thing resource guard Kirkwall, we kind of need to live there and not have 1/3 of the population get impaled. Even if this thing is an animal, I doubt it knows the Morrigan Mirror is in Kirkwall, especially since it's not linked to the crossroads.
Yeah, there's more evidence to support the Keeper, as well as Merril are just flat out wrong about the Vartarol being safe. I mean, they think a wood carving knife will restore a mirror. There's some kind of disconnect, maybe a piece of lore we are missing in this storyline.
Disconnect or no, there is one clear connection. And that's the fact we need to take another shot, because this map is the same map we fought at the beginning of the episode when looking for Jarveus. Oh hey, it's the dude who was walking in circles all of Act 1 practicing his Duolingo Dalish dialect.
Donald, that's Pole, the city elf warden's former friend who joined the clan the same time the Dalish elf warden died or left.
I think I vaguely remember Bill and Obama yapping about this guy, but I can't really be bothered to care. Bro is wrong on both accounts as to what god to praise. He should really be reading his daily enchantment scriptures.
So here comes even more evidence of the Keeper screwing up her clan and getting her people killed. Fenris or Anders can try to blame this on Merril all they want, but Merril is actively not a threat to anyone but herself. If they are afraid of her, it's because the Keeper is over-exaggerating what she is doing.
Bro, how could you ever be scared of my girl Merril? Look at that cute little nose and emerald eyes. Just makes the heart melt and stop beating.
Joe, that's not love. That's your heart failing for the love of God. Mind your cholesterol levels and lock in here. It won't be fun if you die of heart failure before you can die to the Vartarol.
Okay, I don't care if you think Merril is a super abomination. You have a better chance running towards her than you do the giant spider snake. This is just survival of the fittest at this point. Good luck, buddy.
Bro decided between fight and flight he would just freeze and let the Vartarol blow his back out or something off screen.
All right, Joe POTUS killed this thing in exactly 2 minutes during Witch Hunt, so that's the high score you have to shoot for here. Plus he took out like 4 dragons alongside it too.
Double D, I am not comparing max level endgame POTUS to Hawke, who is only halfway through his journey at the moment. I am just going to spam the crowd control debuffs and hope for the best. What's the Pokemon weakness of this thing, Barry?
So despite this thing being spider-like, shooting webs and having spider minions that it summons frequently, it actually doesn't share the same weaknesses as spiders. The Vartarol is immune to fire and weak to cold damage, which is why it was such a good idea to get the cold-blooded staff as early as possible. Electricity damage actually does normal damage to the Vartarol, not extra damage, but considering the spider waves that flood in during this fight, it's not a bad idea to have a little bit of extra electricity damage. The Vartarol also has no resistance to nature damage, unlike spiders, so at least Merril can hit this thing.
Well, I'm glad your waifu can stay safe and hit this thing, because you just got mine goddamn killed, Sleepy, you unskilled asshole.
Donald, she literally has no constitution. I would have had to micromanage her. For the entire first section of the fight, I gave her a health potion and was about to heal her. It still wasn't enough to save her life, so there really wasn't much I can do here. Besides, all we really need in fights is Aveline and Hawke 1 for damage and stuns and the other to tank. Everyone else is just gravy on our team, being honest.
I think it's a good idea to give Isabella some Constitution points next level up, just like how you have been dumping a good amount of points into Merril Constitution. Since she has to be in the front lines, it would help to give her more survivability, since dexterity defense points got nerfed and transferred into cunning for rogues, so giving extra con on dual-wield rogues is essential. Also good call turning off the wrath of the elves. At this point, Joe, the spider minions are about to spawn, and it's a good idea to have the mages deal with them.
Yep, like clockwork, there they are, I guess. I shouldn't be surprised that even your demented brain can remember when the scary spiders appear sleepy. By the way, the last time we fought this thing, I can't remember, did we settle on this thing being, was it a prototype archdemon because it's immortal? Or was it the elf version of a construct, and that's why it can regenerate and respawn?
No, I distinctly remember we settled on this thing being the elf version of a pit bull.
No, Joe, only you said that and no one agreed with you. We never settled on what these things are. Bill gave the theory they are early archdemons since they respawn and were made by elves, but I think they are just really powerful elven constructs. Since they aren't fully alive, they can always come back. These guys here were created by Dirthman, the elven god of knowledge. He created it out of Arlathan trees to fight dragons attacking the elven people. Its body is made of heartwood, which is plentiful in the Arlathan forest, so I imagine it was cheap to produce. It has many legs and spits poison like a spider, and has a snake head with the ability to feel vibrations in the ground, like a snake. They are also immortal as long as they are given a task, although unlike the witch hunt Bardarell, we don't know what this one's task is, although Merril mentioned elven artifacts being in this cave, so I suppose it is just guarding random relics.
I'm just gonna go with this thing as a creature that was made through experimentation, so it's somewhere in the middle. I don't want to equate something the base dwarfs made with a tree spider snake that stims to cause avalanches like the progressive asshole he is.
Okay, needlessly political, but feel your feelings, big dog. One thing that kind of bugs me, no pun intended, is that most other companion missions in the game feature enemies that your companion is strong against. Anders deals a lot of cold and spirit damage and fights templars and dwarfs in his first quests. But Merril's mission here has her facing spiders and undead, which are all immune to her nature damage passive that you should usually always have up. It just feels like an unnecessary skill check on my girl's part.
Although not every companion follows that logic. Varric and Aveline, for example, have you fighting normal dudes and they don't deal extra damage to them, although usually coterie thugs have extra weakness to physical damage. Also, the health bars are getting a little low here, Joe. Focus back up.
And also, what the hell, why did I just see part 2 of JoJo flash before my eyes?
Caesar!
Joe, you really couldn't move back to the corner you were in. You would have been perfectly out of the avalanche range.
I didn't think the rocks would have goddamn auto-tracking, though that's so broken.
As funny as it is to watch Hawke and Merril get the part 2 special, you're cooked here, you just have one guy.
Wait, hang on, maybe Aveline can do this, boys, I believe.
Well, viewers, we cut ahead since Aveline could in fact not do this, and looks like my girl is going out the same way as her boy Hawke did.
God damn it all!
Ha 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 ha! Yes, vengeance is mine. Let it be known that with this death it means Sleepy and me are tied in the death competition once again, despite playing the same amount of episodes. So before you write me on Fraud Watch, you better put Joe's name right next to mine on the death note.
Please do not put my name on any death notes. That being said, enjoy your fun while you can, Donald. I am calling it now. Next episode, I should be dueling the Arishock and I am going deathless. In that run, believe it. I have to have my deathless episode to prove I am a mage main after having to go last when the fights get harder.
Sounds like a lot of cope in the Oval Office today. You might think you have some kind of higher wisdom in the presidential squad, but you and me are on the same goddamn level, except you're afraid to make the big dick plays and I'm not. That hesitation is going to be your downfall.
Not when I tap into the blight buff and the power of my stand to manipulate the AI. It won't, Donald. I am locked in now.
Well, Joe, I kind of wish you activated your stand earlier so we didn't have to repeat a second boss fight. We have already reached our usual episode length in a moment. We are still fighting the same boss, not exactly the type of content I would prefer for our longest episode in the series, but I guess that those are the breaks. I would start scolding you and giving you some more tactical advice to lock in, but seeing you use Isabella and keeping her alive for the first spider wave is really good to see. So this attempt is already looking better on paper.
I love that Mommy Isabella's getting some time to shine between that and Sleepy Joe reaching 3 deaths in his favorite game. This might just be my second favorite episode in the series.
Let me guess, your favorite one is last episode when you plowed Isabella?
Oh, you know me so well, Sleepy Joe.
Unfortunately, we have almost 2 days of content together by this point and through this past year, so I have had a lot of time to learn your wants. Also, yeah, Barry, I figured out that the quicker I kill the spiders, the quicker I can get to damaging the big guy uninterrupted. Considering Isabella gets killed by a flick, I figured I would control her to kill all the ads, but also not die.
Not a bad idea at all, Joe. Looks like it is paying off. You've already reached the point of his health bar where you died last time, but everyone is still alive, so you're in a much better position. I think we were in our bag when we said our main squad in this game is the waifu squad. Not surprising, given our waifu pair of Liliana and Morrigan carried the party through most of the game in Origins. And now Isabella, Merril, and Aveline not only represent each president perfectly, but they provide the most balanced mix of what we need out of our squad, especially with damage, since we once again didn't build our player character with a damage first mindset.
Oh wow, you were right. There is a second wave of spiders. There was no goddamn way you were surviving. This boss with just Aveline Joe, you didn't even reach this point last time.
Yeah, I underestimated the rocks, but never again I have to respect the high ground. No worries though, like Barry said, the waifu squad will see us through. Only together can we eliminate this giant bug threat.
Sounds good, Joe. I think you have this fight in the bag now with the last of the extra spiders taken care of. Why don't we dip our toes into another companion tactical setup while you clear up your final fight of the episode, Joe?
Sure thing, Barry. Let's go over my cutie patootie Merril's tactics, this time keeping up with the mage train. So starting off with her unique perks, when surrounded by 3 or more enemies, have her cast ensnare since it's friendly fireproof unlike other spells. Then when an enemy is elite or higher, have her activate Wrath of the Elven to prevent the issue of her using it with weak undead or spiders. After that, set a tactic for the enemy with the highest health to have Hex, Torment, and Horror applied, since it's always good to debuff the strongest enemy. After that, have her use Chain Lightning when 3 enemies are clustered together, then use Stone Fist when the enemy is disoriented for the extra damage, then have Walking Bomb cast on the lowest health enemy to make the best use of its ability, then have Misdirection Hex cast on the nearest visible rogue first on priority, then have it set to a elite or higher enemy, so it focuses on rogues first if there's one available, since Misdirection cripples their damage.
Goddamn good work, Joe. That was an impressive yap spree and an impressive defeat of the Varderol too. Also, fun fact, this is one of the few instances where our specialization matters in dialogue. Merril will ask Hawke to heal Paul. If they are a spirit healer, she will also ask Anders if he is in the party, since he is a healer as well.
So what the hell even killed Paul here? Did he die of a heart attack? Or did the Vartaral stab him off screen because his body doesn't look bloody or mangled?
I think he did get stabbed, but the animation forgot to show the normal blood pool or bloodied look, although I guess it's possible he died of fright. Bro was still an inexperienced hunter, not to mention Varderol's are big as hell.
Well, all I know is you should absolutely not ask Merril why he ran, since Hawke asked it in a way that accuses Merril of something and earns massive rivalry points. I would never want to offend you, my love.
Or do that if you want to go down the rivalry path. With Merril, both paths offer very distinct endings. Plus, like Aveline's 2 paths, it's one of the more diverse outcomes in the series.
I imagine Joe has never seen it, but you do get her to smash that broken-ass Morrigan mirror if you go down that way, and it's satisfying as hell to watch. Best thing about this Blood Mage's character, in my opinion.
Yeah, just like Isabella, supporting my girl is one of the few base things about her character, too, that isn't just gooning-based.
Merril's quest line is the one that gets the most unique banter out of the other squad mates. Isabella tries to comfort her, but Fenris and Anders will admonish her and call her a blood mage and a monster. Isabella will fight back with both of them if she is in the party as well.
Damn, I hate to side against my pirate queen, but for once my boy Fenris and the healer robe are speaking straight facts.
Don't blame yourself, kitten. Sometimes men do senseless things.
The way everyone looked at me in the camp when we arrived. What have they been saying about me? They must think I'm worse than the blind.
Kinda crazy that Fenris and Isabella butt heads over Merril, who she cares about like a big sister. But she still ends up banging him for 3 years in Act 3 and beyond.
To be fair, I don't think you have to agree with Isabella's viewpoint to bang her. She will hook up with Hawke regardless of approval rating. She builds up quite a body count in Kirkwall over the years. Also, it's time for my girl to get her 1,000-year-old knife, not to be confused with the 1,000-degree knife.
We also get to roast the Keeper here, although not in-game, unfortunately. I really wish we could outright confront her that spreading fear against Merril got one of your clan members killed, and that's your fault, not Merril's.
Damn, I was wondering when Sassy Obama was going to make an appearance here, but it's only her fault if she said something outlandish. If all she said was Merril is a blood mage and worked with a demon, then that's just her being honest with her people. It's never wrong to tell the truth.
Please don't lecture us or the viewers on telling the truth, Donald, but given Pole's reaction, the Keeper definitely said something more intense than just, oh, she used blood magic to fix the mirror, and she made a deal with the demon to learn it. Cole was definitely acting like she straight up was a demon already. So either she explained it terribly or she embellished the story.
I have a small theory about that. However, I can cover that in my next episode when we reach the top of the mountain to explore some side content that's rather in-depth. It might explain why the Keeper is much more hostile to Merril in the second act than in the first act, where she is more so just sad that Merril left. That's for next episode, though. For now, we can just cover how petty she is for handing the tool that we all fought for to Hawke instead, in hopes of Hawke changing his mind last minute.
I mean, we are always complaining about modern games not giving us enough choices, or our choices not mattering. And here, Dragon Age 2 is trying to maximize how much decisions we do get to make. How hilarious would it be if we just said, nah, JK, you don't get your fancy knife?
I would rather be elected 4 more years with 6 voices in my head than sell the bag that hard double D.
It would go very poorly. Refusing to give her the knife isn't a set level of rivalry points like most decisions, but it will give you rivalry points equal to your current friendship points, so that you only have a total of plus 15 friendship. So if you have almost 100 points, this decision will give you 85 rivalry points. This is all gameplay mechanics to ensure that denying her sets her on the rivalry path. Meanwhile, giving it to her just gives her plus 15 friendship. But also, if you deny her at first, then give in at the second chance, Anders will switch from rivalry to approval, I guess, because she makes a compelling case for helping her people.
If you refuse her, she straight up calls you a Shemlin, which is pretty based for the Blood Mage, I have to say. Too bad we can't see it. Well, the Blood Mage gets her fancy knife, and Aveline gets a little more rivalry. I swear her approval and Fenris are the two most varied in the game so far. Act 3 is not going to go well at this point.
It's fine. Between the gift we can give Aveline next episode and her companion quest next episode, we should have all the approval we need.
I could have used that, but I didn't. I used what I had.
Whenever you use this knife, my love, I hope you think of me well. We just have to check back in with my girl for a few more approval boosts and a gift we bought her at the camp. Then we get to have a bedroom mage beam clash, if you catch my meaning, boys.
Absolutely cringe, Joe. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows what you mean. Well, now you get the glaze from the Blood Mage that you so desperately want, but if we were doing the rivalry path, we would get a mini crash out from her where she accuses us of being a thief.
She will then be completely unresponsive to Hawke, assuming he is just going to lecture her about the dangers of the mirror again. Her rivalry is interesting, as it does a great job of what rivalry means as opposed to disapproval. So Hawke will say that they just wanted to make sure that Merril and everyone in Kirkwall will stay safe, which shows Hawke does care about her, which is why a romance can still take place.
Yeah, but that romance has much less flustered moments that make Merril who she is and what we all love. Plus, you are basically doubting and lecturing her, which is the same thing Mama Keeper does to her, which when I think about it, it's kind of weird to want a partner who doesn't let you make decisions for yourself.
Girl probably just has daddy issues like everyone else in our squad and finds it hot to be told what to do.
Probably not too far off, although the rivalry romance might be very physical attraction based too. Or is either way, while I like how Merril's rivalry path highlights the rivalry system, I have to admit it's weird to not let Merril take risks for herself that she is willing to take. She may be young, but she is not an idiot, and she can handle dangerous magic situations just the same as everyone else in the squad can.
Okay, but we are talking about a girl who needs a ball of twine to get to her house and doesn't understand what a trick is and gets us jumped.
She's also a girl who understands more about elf lore than most Dalish do, and was able to make a deal with the Pride Demon, where she got blood magic and a knowledge to restore the mirror, while the demon still remained trapped in the mountain.
Well, we don't know if she tricked the demon, or if he still got anything out of the deal.
Given Act 3, I have my doubts. Girl was desperate and about to get worked over.
Well, before she gets worked over, we are going to have her work us over now that her approval is maxed. Now we just have to give her a gift for the first time in her life.
Hey, Joe, did you remember to get my Pirate Queen her unique gift for this Act 2?
Yeah, I grabbed it in the mines before we confronted Jarvez. You can give it to her during her next episode, Big Dog.
No one has ever given me a present before. Useful things. Tools or clothes.
That parallels a lot with Valana never receiving a gift or having friends, which confirms that while being the first in a clan is better than living in the Kirkwall circle, it's a very lonely and isolating life that kind of sucks.
Yeah, true, but what doesn't suck is this next scene here. It's time for Biden to win big in the bedroom.
The acting in this scene makes me think of those old 50s romance scenes. Girl is a shy, out-of-town country girl, and Hawke is a wealthy Kirkwall businessman.
That sounds like book talk smut rather than 50s romance movies, being honest. Is there something you want to share with the class, Donald?
I don't need book smut. I'm not a goddamn nerd like you, Obama. Melania just has them laying around the White House bathroom, and sometimes I need the distraction in the bathroom.
I prefer manga myself in the bathroom.
Okay, can both of you shut the fuck up and stop ruining this peak scene talking about the bathroom? The only thing that could make this scene more peak is if Hawke could have been an elf to share that part of her culture, and so she wouldn't be so hesitant to hook up with us.
I've definitely seen a few people sharing that sentiment. Her sheer focus on her people is the staple of her character, so much so that her falling in love with a human can be seen as going against that. However, every companion is player sexual first, so that ends up not mattering. But if we were in Inquisition, Merril definitely would have been an elf-only romance.
True, but there's nothing better than a forbidden romance. I'll take from BioWare to not include that as a line, by the way.
I'm supposed to preserve who we are, and if I... There are reasons that it's bad to... Is it warm in here? Elgonon.
Yeah, well, we can humiliate the writers later. For now, I feel something swelling deep inside me that has never before been released.
Joe, what are you planning on doing here, buddy? I know this might be new to you, but this is your first time. Maybe you should take it slow and try what makes sense instead of what feels good.
Do I even need to say phrasing here? I'm pretty sure this seems sus to everyone involved.
I have no idea what you mean, Barry. I am a humble man in love and not responsible for my actions.
I'm just saying I think the viewers have gotten a good taste of what usually happens here, and maybe we don't take the obvious route here and try something different.
Oh, screw it. It's coming over me now, boys.
Estou na cidade
Viewers, mark this day on your calendars as the day Joe lost his V-card in our series.
I can't believe both of you liberals lost your game virginity in 2 of all games.
Well, not true. I did bang Marty in episode 1 since you two wouldn't shut up about it.
Technically true, but it's funnier for everyone if you lost it to the elf twink.
I love you.
Boys, you so look so goddamn good. I can't handle this. Please move in with me, Mommy.
Well, I guess if we had to pick a romance, it's good to pick one that moves in with us for that extra roleplay immersion. I always found it weird Fenris, Isabella, and Sebastian would rather stay in their random areas instead of a fully furnished mansion with Hawke.
In Isabella's defense, we don't become official until the end of Act 3. Although even after that, we don't move in, so still weird.
Marvenon, you really are crazy, aren't you? If you're not afraid, then neither am I.
Just more proof that Merril and Anders' romance absolutely clears anyways. Let's see what Mama Hawke thinks to wrap up the episode.
Kind of a wild statement to make before switching the topic, but we will roll with it. Anyone else feel weird that this conversation never changes regardless of your other sibling's fate? Carver is not dead, Mom. He can definitely still date people and write to you.
Besides, even if he was, your older, cooler Hawke is rich and lets you chill in your childhood mansion. If that doesn't cushion the blow, I don't know what will.
Money doesn't unkill your daughter and husband Donald.
He wouldn't know that his wife is still buried in his golf field.
Hey, I love golf. It should be considered a huge honor to be buried there.
Jesus Christ. Well, Mom, do us a favor and don't rush into a suitor too quick now. There is some real freak shows out there.
That will have to wait until my episode, though, but we should wrap up for now, boys. The episode length has already been shattered, and it's time we let Joe sit in his goon pile.
Yeah, we have already broke another episode length record that seems like a fair idea, plus we have already blown through a lot of main story content. So, the next episode I will cover Night Terrors and the Turon Tombs and a few other companion quests.
Sounds good, Barry. I wonder which ones you will do.
The mountain held the town as in a shadow. I saw so much before I slept there once. I noticed that I missed stars in the west, where its black body cut into the sky. Near me it seemed, I felt it like a wall, behind which I was sheltered from a wind. And yet between the town and it I found, welcome back viewers.
Holy yapaholic, what the hell was all that nerd-bama?
It's a poem called The Mountain by Robert Frost. I thought it was appropriate given that this is one of the few times we can sit back and admire that Kirkwall is a city encased in the Vinmark Mountains.
I appreciate the Kirkwall glaze, Barry. It's about time we give the little details of Kirkwall some much-needed glaze. Even if graphically the mountains are the same from the loithering landscape, they still help tell a story in this city. That's easy to forget.
All right, you Glazers, after you're done cleaning this game off, what's the game plan today? I already know the base rogues, Varric and Isabella, aren't getting much attention, so what else is there to do in this game?
Well, first order of business is to handle the best side quest in Two Night Terrors. The viewers waited long enough, so it's about time we tackle it. And show some peak companion moments, too.
Bold statement right at the start of the episode, but I can't even argue with you. Night Terrors took the terrible Fade sequence in Origins, and instead of dumbing it down, they improved every aspect of it and made it shorter, but somehow more content-filled. It has multiple endings, and best of all, it highlights the companions, which is the best part of Dragon Age 2.
The Fade is still the Fade, though, and this quest makes you fight Mommy Isabella. I wouldn't even rank it on my top 10 side quests, being honest.
D1 hater Donald over here. Why do I feel like your top 10 side quests would be Morrigan's companion quest, and then a bunch of Inquisition fetch quests like grabbing those shards?
Wrong, you have to add the Human Noble side quest where you bang the elf girl, and the Dalish camp quest where you also bang the elf girl, then it's perfect. Also, don't diss the shards. They are a good grind set for power.
Well, when we reach Inquisition soon, you can be the senior shard strategist on our team, Donald. Also, no worries about Isabella betraying us. Our party is going to be Anders. Fenris and Aveline, all of them, have very important interactions we are going to show for the content.
No rogues from the road main is crazy, but I have a feeling we are going to see 2 crash outs from the both of you shortly if my game knowledge map is right. Also, the Keeper is about to make a grand entrance. I guess she likes to be fashionably late.
Realistically, we just saw her yesterday to get her wood carving knife. We could have just escorted her back with us, but I guess she wanted to impress all the poor low-class elves first with her slow, dramatic entrance.
Nah, we had to bang her daughter first. If Mama Keeper was in town, Merril would be too nervous to hook up with us. And then this whole alien age would have been aired out if I don't get my wife home.
How everyone expects people to react when they bring their shopping cart back to the cart rack.
A little bit of nerd music trivia. This song is Rogue Knight's the last song in the original Dragon Age 2 album. This song doesn't play too often in the main game, though I think we only hear it 2 other times, one being on the main screen if you idle out long enough. Although why a rogue theme is playing for the Keeper instead of one of the Origins elf themes, I will never know.
Thanks, Basic Bard 2.0. I just noticed that the elves in this cutscene have slightly more elaborate drip than the basic gray robes they have by default.
I like how Hawke has just been standing here watching her do all of this. And from his perspective, there's no music, so this would seem really, really awkward. Anyway, time to get down to business and help Fenrir.
I already helped him twice keeping the Templars and slavers away, bro. Just can't stay out of trouble, it seems.
Well, that's mostly cause he's a dreamer who can freely travel through the Fade fully aware of his surroundings. And he's able to shape his own dream and the dreams of others. The Fade getting exposed to this kind of magic, especially to someone who isn't fully in control of it yet, is bound to cause some issues.
I smell a massive lore drop about to unfold, but before we get to that, can I point out that the game is already showing our choices don't matter. If we sent him to the Circle Thrask and his mom will still write to the Keeper, asking her to help, and we get the same result in this quest regardless of our previous choice.
That is admittedly pretty lame. Would it have been so hard to maybe switch the Keeper for Orsino if we went the Circle route and just swap some of the dialogue? This is definitely just the first victim of the rushed development time.
For one of the 2 hiccups in an otherwise peak side quest, good point, Donald. And back to the lore, though, Murithari here says that Fenrir is the first dreamer in over 200 years to survive, but there is actually 2 dreamers currently alive today besides Fenrir. One of them is Solus, although he technically is still asleep until the end of Act 3. When he wakes up, the other is Magister Aurelian Titus from the visual novel Silent Grove. He is the one who kidnapped King Merric to power a Fade artifact capable of extending his dream powers using the dragon blood in Merric and Alistair.
So wait, are dreamers tied to the Tevinter bloodline or elf bloodline? Because the Keeper here talks about it like it's Tevinter magic, but the egg definitely predates the Imperium.
It's the ancient elven pantheon magic Tevinter, just rediscovered it and repurposed it for their own uses. And Fenrir, for example, is Antivan, and Dalish, he has no ties to the Tevinter Imperium. Interestingly, though, it appears there's some tie-in to how the magic of dreamers became linked to the Imperium and what we learn in Veilguard about the old gods and the ancient elves. The Imperium claims they reached out to Dumat and struck a deal with him to teach them blood magic and powers of being a dreamer. From Dumat, as we know, is the first archdemon to be awakened and caused the first blight, but we learn in Veilguard that Dumat's thrall is Durthman, the god of secrets and knowledge. We can follow then that it's likely Durthman invented this magic and taught it to the Imperium in hopes of them exploring the Fade and unleashing the blight and the ancient elves from their prison.
That does make sense, and it's a pretty crazy tie-in too. Although if Tevinter used to have a lot of these dreamers, what happened to them seems like a major ability to lose.
The first blight basically wiped them out. Only a few Tevinter Magisters still have this power, likely from the fact that some Tevinters keep track of breeding and made eugenics so closely, which means the only hope for Dreamers now is someone in the elf bloodline randomly unlocking that power.
Sounds like we need to hook up more Tevinter mages with Dalish elves. Not because I want more Dreamer robes running around, but simply because I want the egg to feel much less special. Damn, is the Fade supposed to feel like drinking a McDonald's Sprite? Unlike last time we were here in Awakening, I suddenly feel far more energetic and tingly.
That's not supposed to happen, but I always feel the same way when we meet Archdemon. On an unrelated note, welcome back, Justice. It's been a while since we had you in the squad. I guess you are getting your screen time in after all.
One of the only times I am okay with Vengeance coming out, since instead of the weird combo we see by default with Vengeance, for the murderous spirit form that also comes out, this is just normal Justice from Awakening, and we get plenty of dialogue enrichment.
Well, for the most part, but it doesn't look like Justice paid attention to anything we said in that renegade dialogue.
Anyways, before we deal with said 3 demons, we might as well do some puzzles for extra stats.
This first one isn't really a puzzle, it's just pausing your game at the right moment to click on the book.
If you are on console, this book is a little bit harder to grab since you don't have a free camera. I recommend telling your party to wait by the entrance and placing Hawke on one of the 4 points, so the book naturally rotates to you and you can quickly grab it.
The barrel puzzles, on the other hand, give me a migraine.
Well, now we are on to the barrel puzzle. Hopefully you have a guide for these, or you can talk us through them, Barry.
I'm just going to put a graph on the side of the screen that you can follow with a video. Vocally talking through these is a little bit tedious, if I'm being honest. I remember these solutions by heart, though, so we are good, but for those of you playing for the first time, you need to move all the barrels so the little barrels are on top. And the big barrels are at the bottom, and you need to do this in a certain amount of moves or the puzzle fails, and you can't retry it, so make sure you save just in case.
If there's one positive I can say about the Fade, it's the fact they always make sure to skill buff our character at every opportunity. But while you take care of the puzzles, Obama, you said you had a game plan for this episode. Care to share it with the rest of us here?
Yeah, sure, Donald. I think what I will do is rotate side quests with companion quests for this episode, so I will do Anders' quest after Night Terrors, then the Tyrone Tombs, and then, actually, I guess that will wrap it up for the episode.
Wait, why not do another companion quest instead of edging the pattern?
Well, there's no other companion quest to do. I don't want to do Sebastian's Isabella's isn't until the end of Act 2. Then I know Donald wants to do Fenris's So. That leaves me with nothing.
Oh, damn, really? I could have sworn we had someone else to do.
Barak, you can fool your demented best friend here, but you can't fool me. I know you're trying to intentionally skip Aveline's side quest, you degenerates.
I have no idea what you mean I would never.
Barry, are you really going to try and skip her quest? Weren't you the one that said all 3 of her quests are tied to her best ending?
Okay, fine. But counterpoint, if I play that quest, I'm going to be powerless and cucked the entire time I'm playing it. I think I would rather do another 4-year term raw with no drones.
Damn, that's crazy.
Let me put this into Gunnar terms that you can now understand, Barak. Either you do the quest and earn that Aveline kiss, or I do it, and you will never see any of the flirty dialogue in this playthrough.
Oh, God damn it, all right, fine. I will sit in the cuck chair and do her quest.
Damn, Donald, I'm surprised you would go out of your way to do Aveline's filler quest. I guess she is growing on you.
I may not agree with the big girl a lot, but she hates mages and has been a reliable tank, so if I can pay it forward by getting her laid, I will be a wingman and do it.
Well, she's about to be a bad wingman in a minute, but before we get to that point, looks like we have to deal with another sloth demon. Thank God this sloth demon is far more nerfed than the one in Origins who could genjutsu the party in 10 seconds. So to play Demon's Advocate here, not that I would make this choice, but what do we get if we side with this guy and let him make a abomination out of Finreal?
So Torpor is one of the few demons and blood mages who actually does give you a pretty good deal. Do you have a choice between power, knowledge, or magic? Power gives you 6 attribute points, which means you could walk out of the Fade with a free 10-point attribute boost to Hawke if you do the puzzles. Knowledge gives you 2 skill points to spend on power, as this is really only useful to Mage Hawks. And magic gives you 2 Torpor runes, which are unique armor runes that give magic resistance, definitely the worst of the 3 options.
That's actually a really good deal. Hold up, we can get Anders' Rivalry and 10 attribute points to make our Hawk tanky. Honestly, I'm torn on what we should do.
I feel like this choice should have been the requirement or one of the requirements to teach the blood magic specialization. But that would have meant the blood mage specialization needs to be more powerful like Origins. Also, if we are doing the rivalry path for Anders, shouldn't we have taken this dude's deal?
Well, that would have been the optimal path, but I want Anders alive for a dialogue choice later, plus siding with this guy creates a abomination dreamer, which in lore seems like a terrible choice.
At least we got to curb stomp another sloth demon. All of their kind deserve the curb for creating the Origins Fade sequence.
Glad you came to your senses, Donald. I was about to tear up your Templar card if you kept folding that hard. Now it's time for the real meat of this quest to begin with some Fade hijinks.
Also, for some reason, we can summon our dog here to fight with us in the Fade. Don't ask us how that works.
Carter is such a good boy that he fell asleep on command and found us all the way in the Fade.
You know, all things considered, Fenrir's dreams are really tame, bro. Just wants family time and a little bit of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, my dreams are always failing school or being taught game lore by disembodied heads of former great leaders.
That explains so much. You goddamn nerd, all of my dreams involve the ice cream machine at McDonald's, working or becoming the king of the presidents and being elected paragon of America.
Never took you for an active dreamer, Double D. My dreams usually just involve me Liliana and Merril naked in a lake as I serenade them with my guitar, or a trip to Cold Stone, depends on the mood. As for Fenrir's dreams here, looks like all we have to do here is remind him that dads are not real, and it should do the trick.
Joe, all three of us are active fathers. What do you mean dads aren't real?
Yeah, but we are presidents. That's a random anomaly. Just look at the BioWare squad mates. Daddy issues and absent fathers are abundant, and that's not saying anything about the fans that play the games.
All right, Joe, you are getting way too real with this one. I think it's time to tone it down. Fenrir is trying to submit his application to the squad mate role with the shitty father situation. It's just too bad, bro. Filled out his application too late in the series.
Fenrir mastering his powers, though, would have been a strong contender for a future squad mate along with Bevan, Connor, and Gorham Jr.
And except for Connor, they all have absent father issues, too. It's perfect.
Who are you?
Don't question.
Oh, hello there.
God damn it, just when I thought we were free from the cutscene desire demon gooning the Fade pulls us right back into it.
Also, Barry, I'm not complaining since I get to see Caress over here, but I'm surprised you went to this door first, given what's about to happen here.
Wait, her name is Caress, too. Holy shit, that means this is her specialty. We are really in the wrong timeline. This desire demon should have taken notes from the Redcliffe one.
On God, we all believe, in desire demon supremacy, boys. Only thing better is bards and elven apostates.
God damn it, between you two gooning over the boob demon and my girl Aveline gooning over a literal corpse right now, I don't know which situation is worse. The last thing I wanted to see today was this dude who wasn't even Herlock level but still somehow pulled. Please, Mommy, don't do this. Oh my God, I'm on my knees like a good boy. Don't listen.
I think we can definitely tell which one is worse, being honest. Also, Aveline being Hawke's oldest friend in the series, but still folding over a desired demon offering her some kind of Shrek time rewind contract has got to be somewhere high in the anime betrayals list.
Not as surprising as my girl Isabella betraying Hawke over a new ship and some desired demonacy. Actually, wait, I can't even finish that sentence because I would have folded over that. I might bend the truth a little, but I do need to try to tell more convincing ones. You two are right.
How did Donald just admit we are right about something? Between this and Aveline getting folded by Wesley, everybody is being affected. The only one not being affected is you, Joe, somehow.
Joe?
God damn it, we called attention to it, and now it came true. I'm already hating the fact we started with this mission.
Ha! Now don't worry, boys, I'm just joking, trying to lighten the mood from the fact you are actively being betrayed by your girl. Did you at least remember to unequip her before going into this room? On Nightmare, that's always the safe bet.
You see, normally I would do that for the Betrayal Order squad mates, but that would mean intentionally nerfing my girl, and I could never do that, so I just kept her as is. It doesn't really matter, though, since besides your squad mate, the demons don't have anything powerful about them, just normal fodder.
I don't know what level of gooning you have reached, Obama, but I can at least respect your game. Also, I'm amazed Fenris stood his ground against the big girl. I guess our nerd crafting, who would be stronger out of game, was right. Fenris can handle Aveline.
Well, now it's time for a small plot hole, because how the hell do we know who the first enchanter is? Hawke has never met this person before. Hell, we as the players may have never met this person before. To add on to the confusion, depending on our choices, Fenrir has either met the Keeper or the first enchanter, but not both. And there's almost no way he has met the other, but he acts here like he knows both of them.
It makes a little more sense, since when we look at all of this through Fenrir's mind and we are playing characters based on the perspective of how Fenrir sees them. and we are just an actor in his dream script. However, the game shows we can decide how Orsino and his mother talk, so that doesn't exactly line up either. I think to keep everything more smooth, we should have been able to play Thrask here, since that is someone we have met in the story, as well as his mother, for the other scene to stay consistent.
The most unrealistic part of all of this is showing the Keeper and Orsino as well-spoken and not the passive, cowardly robes they actually are.
Magic was outlawed for a reason. Even the Dalish don't practice it anymore.
Could the elves trust you with the power to
That was a pretty hard line from the fake first enchanter, I can't lie, but now it's time for the second betrayal. The squad mates here affected by the Pride Demon are Merril, Fenris, and Varric in that order. Also, you may have noticed we never mentioned Sebastian in this list at all. And that's because this guy is so boring he refuses to go into the Fade with us, and therefore doesn't get the option to betray us.
Okay, the acoustic blood mage makes sense, but Fenris and Varric make absolutely no sense. One of them is a D1 bro and the other is a D1 mage hater.
Well, we have to look at this the same way we look at the Origins Fade sequence with the companions. The Fade has a way to alter your memories and lower inhibitions unless you're incredibly strong-willed or have the right Fade training. Most of the squad mates admit that the demon helped seduce them, but the final decision was still their own.
So canonically, the only squad mates so far that are immune to the tricks of the Fade are Sten, Morrigan, and Anders. It would have been interesting to see who in the Inquisition squad could resist Fade tricks if we had a proper Fade sequence in that game.
Well, I know the Egg and the Hat Ghost straight up have hacks that make them immune. Other than that, the others might be cooked.
The Hat Ghost is still a weird way to refer to Cole but go off Queen. Viewers, not our comment question, but let us know what Awakening or Inquisition squad mate could resist Fade tricks. Also, if you guys are wondering, unlike Aveline, I did remove all of Fenris's gear, since we have no tank now that the Pride Demons seduced him. And on Nightmare against two mages, Fenris could one-shot us if he was fully equipped.
Far worse than you. And he is so free to condemn others for the same sin.
Wait, I thought Justice was in control of Anders this whole time. That was Anders' voice just now, though.
Anders' sass levels are so strong that he broke free of the Justice possession just to roast Fenris. I have to respect the game also. Barry couldn't help but notice how much more aggressive you were to Fenris betraying you compared to Aveline doing the same thing.
I have no idea what you mean, Joe. I am role-playing Hawke appropriately. Also, that's why I brought Fenris here, because I'm not sure how many people have seen that scene before.
I still think Fenris and Varric betraying Hawke here is some bullshit Rider Mage propaganda placed in the game to make what the Blood Mage Merril does seem not as bad. There's no way either of the best bros would do this to us.
Put your tinfoil hat away, Donald. We just covered how consistent it is for people to fall into the Fade trap. Only a select few are immune, including our protagonist, since Hawke and POTUS are built different.
Actually, if Hawke betrays Fenriel and works with Torpor, one of the dialogue responses can imply Hawke was also tricked by the demon like his companions were. While we are on that topic, and since Fenriel's fate is confirmed unless we personally attack him, now why don't we cover the other two outcomes of this quest?
I will only agree to this yap spree if we cover the true Templar ending to this quest first. We can mentally weaken the mage by picking the bottom and middle options with the Desire Demon and Pride Demon to go along with their tricks and make him scared at how easy he is to be tricked by demons. He ultimately comes to us paranoid and begs for escape, which we can offer him tranquility, where he gets a nice little sun tattoo for his trouble and won't be a problem again.
And somehow vengeance won't attack you for making this decision despite justice being in control at the moment. This fate is too much for Fenriel's mom to take, however, and we can learn from Thrask that she drank poison to take her own life, regretting what magic did to her son.
Got any jokes, Templar main?
No, that's just sad, but sometimes the right choice requires sacrifice.
This outcome is the only one that doesn't lead to any future impacts if we side with the demon, however. We need to break Fenriel's mind the same way to make him tranquil, but also keep Torpor alive. We then get one of the rewards we talked about previously. But in Act 3, we can see the Torpor abomination has been driving people in Kirkwall insane. And we get attacked by demons and restless dreamers at night, so obviously he lied about leaving Kirkwall alone.
Well, that calls it for the so-called best quest in this game. And all we got out of it was mage simping, a strong new T-Vinner asset which certainly won't bite us in the ass in the two later games, and two betrayals. I hope it was worth it, boys.
Not true. Now we get corresponding companion approval for Fenris and Aveline, and also an elf book that we can sell for our trouble.
Oh shit, the Vegan elves actually pay us for our trouble? Not bad. How much does the book sell for Barack?
Unfortunately, I wouldn't hype up the book we got too much. It's really only worth about 1 gold and it's placed as junk in our inventory. The book really should have been additional skill points to fit the Fade theme, but be weaker than Torpor's reward for obvious reasons. Also, Aveline, don't feel too bad. It was the Fade, not you.
Fenris, my boy, it's not your fault. It was the writers and their blood mage bias that drafted you into this situation.
Anders seems pretty proud of himself for having justice fused with him for what's good for him.
Well, with the Fenrir situation resolved for good, we should move on to the companion apologies, and I use that term loosely with both companions we are about to talk to.
Oh God, after the Fade, seeing Mommy Isabella again feels like heaven. She's helping him dodge taxes too, with my second favorite character too. This is truly peak. Remember, boys, tax evasion is the most American art to exist.
Not surprised you're in favor of that, but I wonder what exactly Isabella did to get the tax collectors away from his mansion.
Probably the same thing she wants to do to Fenris now too, with the way she is looking at him like a prime rib. The eventual DLC hookup we talked about last episode is already forming.
So it's interesting to note here that Fenris says the mansion actually doesn't belong to Daenerys, but rather a Tevinter merchant. However, how do we know from Fenris that Daenerys used to live here and host parties here? This means that Daenerys either killed him or stole it from him, both of which makes sense in Tevinter society since the merchant is a non-mage. And since in Tevinter society non-mages are treated as second-class citizens, so a magister would easily be able to steal or kill a non-mage merchant for his property, especially since Daenerys is part of the Venatori.
Let's save the Venatori yops for Inquisition. It's a whole can of worms even I'm not prepared to defend.
All my homies hate the Venatori. Let's instead focus on more peak Fenris writing, asking our Hawke his opinion on what we would do if we were in his situation. Another peak moment over here, boys.
I know we have glazed Geider a lot in the past, but I think we can thank him for Fenris being committed to giving us roleplay elements, since he did write for Fenris in Dragon Age 2. For in fact, unlike Origins, where he wrote 3 different companions and 2 Fenris, is the only companion Gator wrote for. Fenris might be Gator's second personal favorite after Alistair 2, given the fact he wanted to write a whole book about Fenris before his departure from BioWare and all the tweets he has of Fenris.
That does tie in nicely with Zevra and Alistair and Morrigan always being committed to the roleplay reasons, along with Fenris. BioWare really lost peak without Gator.
Don't forget my boy Nathaniel Too Sleepy. Also telling Fenris his problems aren't Hawke's problem is goddamn crazy work, Barack, and that's coming from a fellow renegade.
All right, I'm definitely not going crazy, Barry. You are being far more renegade to Fenris here than everyone else. What's going on here, Barry?
I guess the cat is out of the bag. I saw a lot of comments saying that they noticed we were doing the friendship path too much with the companions. So I decided that we are going to do the rivalry path with Fenris as well as Anders. Also, since we are a mage, it makes organic sense, since rivalry is pushed narratively being a mage ourselves.
Of course, you would take my other companion down the rivalry path. Why am I not surprised? It's fine, though. It just means our boy Fenris can become a tougher edgelord than he already is, so I will set him straight next episode too.
Also, at least Fenris gives an apology for betraying us in the Fade. That's more than I thought he would do. Looks like Aveline here isn't doing much better from her Fade trip girl is shook.
No worries, Aveline is simply the best it's going to take. 100 desire demons to stop her from doing her tasks. This is, however, her first experience with demons besides fighting them, so she is going to need a moment.
Incredibly based, Aveline. This is the real reason I was cool with doing your quest during my episode. Both the warriors in this game have a healthy urge to curb stomp the robes and are the only voices of reason for the Templars, besides maybe the human noble 2.0.
She's just spouting the same overgeneralizations that the Templars do. It's crazy how we just covered that she's over her husband's death, but still spouts the same Templar nonsense he does. I mean, even if she's right about Anders and my cutie patootie, they do not represent the average mage in the gallows at all.
Well, Aveline does give an interesting perspective, that being what the average person thinks of mages. She's not a noble or has much experience knowing mages before Hawke, so to her, they almost seem non-human, which aligns with how the common person views them in large part, because of how the Chantry does dehumanize mages for the safety of all. It's why so many parents willingly surrender their children to the circle they view their magic as inhuman.
It is inhuman unless your kid is the main character like Hawke or Mommy Morrigan. Other than that, they are a threat to everyone, not just themselves.
Thank you, Donald, for reaching your quota of curb stomping mages, but why don't we slot that to the side until we do Anders' quest later on? I hope the Aveline lovers are ready to eat good, because we have several conversations to get through with my girl, as well as her companion quest to tackle.
You're so slick, Barry. You don't have to hide your feelings anymore. You already admitted how you feel. Just admit that you are bricked up for that Aveline content.
Damn straight?
Well, at least you are finally being honest, you liberal rat. Also, Aveline, don't hate Hawke because his grind shook everyone in Kirkwall. Our pockets may be thick, but our grind is even thicker.
To be fair, between Hawke being one of the more powerful nobles now, and Aveline being the captain of the guard, is it really popular to be anti-Ferelden anymore? Pretty sure being a Ferelden is now acceptable or even more popular.
Yeah, I was about to say that Aveline isn't helping the anti-Ferelden influence either, but honestly, it does stop being a plot point after Act 1, except for her Act 3 quest, and that's only by Jevon. I think between Ferelden's finally integrating in Kirkwall society, as well as all the good Hawke and Aveline has done.
Also, that guard, the guardsman line, confirms that she is the Union rep, and she makes sure each of them is looked after. I can see why coddling rumors surface in Act 3 girl really is like a helicopter parent keeping guards safe.
Doesn't sound like the coddling is for nothing having injuries is impressive for any military organization, and it doesn't hurt anyone to care about human lives.
I wonder how many of those injuries were actually prevented by Hawke doing hero shit instead. Also, Aveline, I don't know what you mean you haven't had as much time to follow us around since becoming captain. You just helped us deal with all the Qunari stuff. Curb stomp Bartrand in a Varderol, and go into the Fade with us, all of that being this week alone.
Saying that makes me realize how often we do take Aveline with us in this game. But she really is just that useful on Nightmare. Considering this conversation is available at the start of Act 2, though we probably should have visited her at least once at the start of the act, so that line made more sense.
The one we pulled from an ambush.
The event that
well, now it's time for the moment Barry's been dreading its time to help get Aveline late.
Damn, I was really hoping to give her the shield before the start of her quest. The turn order is rigged against me, it seems.
Now you're sounding like me, Barack. Well, it's time to ignore all of those workplace meetings and have Aveline shack up with her co-worker like a true BioWare companion.
Hey boys, my alarm went off, which could only mean one thing. Someone is about to use some riz on a subordinate, which is my specialty.
Hey Bill, you're just in time to see Obama get cucked.
Don't sound too let down about it or anything, boys. But welcome in Bill, as forced of a segue as this seems, I guess, misery loves company, so have a seat. We are about to do Aveline's Act 2 companion quest.
Oh hell yes, Dragon Age. And co-workers banging the only thing that could have made this better is if Aveline or Donnic were married at the time for that extra bit of plot twist. I tried telling Lucas Christiansen, Aveline's writer at the time, that making Donnic married Ulrich would have been the perfect drama to season over this quest. I thought after we co-wrote Liliana's song together, he would respect my input, but bro chickened out at the last minute. That's when I stormed out of the writing room and lost my writing credits for this game.
Well, I'm thankful that the writer for the Arishock's character had more sense than to create needless drama in a game already filled with it. Although maybe if he did that, I could have a better time flirting with Aveline and convincing her this is a bad idea.
Damn, you wasted no time with the flirting options. Even though we locked in Merril, you are bold as hell, Obama.
That's my man Barry. Just because you have a waifu at home doesn't mean you can't sample a little from time to time. Remember, boys, if you cheat on your girl.
Once a month for a year, that's still a 97% yes. Bill, you already made this joke in Origins. Don't kick the horse too much.
Says the dude who uses my gangbang joke every other episode, but I'm going to learn from Monica, who I did not have relations with, and turn the other cheek.
Jesus Christ. I am regretting all of this more by the minute. Can we focus back on the game, please? Like, how about the fact that this dialogue changes depending on whether you kept Wesley's shield from the prologue or not? If the shield is in your inventory, she will complain that you pass it around and don't let her have it. And if you sold it, she will complain that Hawke values utility over sentiment.
That's a really nice touch. I used to always sell the shield like every other piece of equipment. And I like how the game gave me shit for it. Looks like your girl doesn't like the gift that I killed dozens of civilians to get time to lay on a little bit of that presidential charm on her.
Looks like Obama's pulling the trauma dump card on her, a classic maneuver to score. Really, I'm sure we've all done it.
How bad could your dad be, big girl?
Her dad wasn't bad at all as far as fathers are. He's a strong contender for best dad in the series. And it's probably why Aveline has some of the healthiest relationships in the series and doesn't fall into the daddy issues trope. A little extra lore about her father's original last name. The title Dulac is French for of the lake and may be a reference to Lancelot Dulac of Arthurian legend.
It really helps fit the night theme the big girl is going on that her father gave her, even if she doesn't want to see herself as a knight, just a strong and good person.
Speaking of good men, let's finally start her quest and give Donnic his little gift.
We were just fighting demons, curb stomping insane drug addicts who betrayed us, and dealing with the political ramifications of communist Oxman, and now we are passing notes to our squad mates' crush like we are in middle school.
That's the beauty of Dragon Age 2 Double D. You get a little bit of something for everyone in this slice-of-life role-playing game.
TikTok game journalists would use this quest to roast the shit out of the game, calling it a narrative derailment or something, when really it's just the designers having a little bit of fun.
Why is bro looking at us like we were the ones who made it for him? Don't shoot the messenger man.
Well, if you're a girl Hawke, there's a plot line during this quest that Donnic thinks you are into him and rejects you pretty hard as a result. He's probably the only dude in this game besides Varric who rejects Hawke.
Passing up on female Hawke is a massive fumble, almost as much of a fumble as Caden passing up on a threesome with Femme Shepherd and Liara.
Some people just like what they like and have preferences, despite what social media tells you about dudes. There's banter in this game that confirms people violently reject Isabella's advances all the time, as stunning as that is to believe. Also, Aveline, he rejected your gift. I'm sorry, my dear. He's clearly not worthy of your attention. Maybe there's someone closer you've overlooked.
Looks like the big girl is completely oblivious to everything you are trying to say, too. Normally, I would look at that as a sign that the dialogue doesn't change much compared to your wheel choice. But here, it's actually more entertaining to think Obama and Hawke just don't know how to pull Aveline.
Yeah, I think our pull game only works on Elfs and Isabella. And honestly, I don't think we pulled Isabella. I think Isabella just decided one day to add us to her roster.
I'm committed to close this deal, otherwise I will not be satisfied with this playthrough.
So I know I've been quiet about this for most of the episode, but everyone here is in agreement that we are locked into Merril's romance, right? I know I didn't make the official deal with you specifically, Barry, but you never spoke up either. I don't want my cutie patootie romance to be in danger.
Trust me, Joe. I promise whatever happens between me and Aveline will have no effect on you and Merril's relationship. She is still going to be the end game. I'm just shooting my shot for closure.
Wait, hold on. Did he say he is working on a Skinner case across town? There's Skinners in Kirkwall now, too?
Yeah, most people think that has to do with the prime suspect quest line, which we're going to cover next episode. And if you already completed the serial killer main quest, he will refer to smugglers in the docks, which likely has something to do with Anthrill's group, who we could have joined instead of the Mercs.
Imagine complaining about getting an easier job. Donnic is the type of guy who would suggest additional homework to the teacher to up the workload for everyone else.
I think bro just wants to prove himself and curb stomp a possible mage serial killer. I can respect the grind. Also, you brought Isabella here. Barack, good work. This next scene is a mandatory watch in every playthrough. I already pre-ordered some popcorn if either of you two want any.
You sharing food is a rarity, Donald. I definitely won't miss the chance for a snack. Also, dowry traditions are supposed to be for the bride. I thought, isn't it in the description of the word?
I guess in Thetis the bride gives a dowry, although the better question is who was expected to pay for the goats, because I damn well am not pulling out my checkbook. So another dude's family gets goats from my girl.
Yeah, that's right, Barry. You draw your line at how much you will simp for her. Like a real man, we love a king with boundaries.
I'm absolutely not buying anyone other than Morrigan goats. In this economy, I think not.
Donald, you are literally a billionaire. You could buy a whole breeding center for the goats. Also is now the time to address the elephant in the room here. Aveline says he isn't even the most attractive guard in the barracks. And she can't even quantify what she likes about Donnic other than he is a hard worker like her. So what do you think her interest in him is?
Yeah, it's probably because life is unfair and they wanted to nerf the obvious and best choice in the game in the muscle mommy. And of course, oldest friend of Hawke for the more girly, conventionally attractive women.
Honestly, I feel like it's a approachability thing. Like maybe she thinks Hawke is too commanding to approach, or there's some kind of age gap that makes her uncomfortable. I mean, how old is Hawke compared to Aveline?
Varric is the oldest, as he was born in the first year of the Dragon Age. Everyone else is supposed to be mid-20s at the start of Act 1 and reaching 30s by Act 3. Aveline and Hawke are about the same age. Maybe Aveline is a year or two older just because she has a longer military service record than even Hawke.
If you guys want to hear from the Master after observing all of their dynamics, as well as her former husband's occupation and personality, I can safely say that Barack and Donald, you are both correct. Aveline is a muscle mommy who has a clear type. She likes men who are in occupations of natural physical strength like guard and templar, but have a obedient personality and can fold quickly. Like how Wesley cowered behind Aveline in the prologue, and Donnic being beat up by random coterie thugs in Act 1, and now being her subordinate. Hawke is therefore too dominant and wouldn't fold as quickly as she would like in the bedroom.
That, makes way too much sense. Holy shit, Bill. You need to host a reality show with Maury or something.
That was impressive as hell, Bill, but put a quick pause on the yaps. We have a catfight to watch, and Donald has plenty of popcorn.
Many people have their lives because of me.
But poor you. No life of your own.
We both place others above ourselves. I happen to do it clothed.
You're splitting hairs, but wishing someone would split yours.
I've had enough of your loose lips. Like many, I'm sure.
Oh, touché. Prig.
Slattern!
If I might put this back
I don't really know who won that one, but my girl Aveline definitely got some deep cuts in.
Nah, it's like Eminem and 8 Mile. Everything Aveline roasted Isabella on, she boasts about proudly. You can't win a gunfight with rounds already fired on the opposing side. My girl took the crown.
Well, Hawke broke it up before a grand winner could be declared. I was about to collab with Bill again and lay down a sick beat to go with this roast session.
It would have been epic, but unfortunately Hawke violated a major rule of the bro code: never break up a catfight between two lovely ladies. This is probably the biggest L Hawke has taken so far.
I mean, thankfully, neither of them are mages, so the keep is spared from imminent explosions, but a duel between Aveline. And Isabella would have been legendary. Aveline is one of the tankiest characters in the series, probably only behind Cassandra, and Alistair in terms of raw tank stats because of their genetics. Isabella, on the other hand, has almost never lost a duel, and is one of the most dangerous characters to fight in 1 versus 1. Aveline is in full plate armor, though, so I'm not sure what Isabella could do to answer that.
It's time for all of us to get drunk and live it up in a night at the Hanged Man.
If Dragon Age 2 was a 90s or early 2000s sitcom, Aveline and Donick would have gotten wasted and went to the Thetis equivalent of Las Vegas to get hitched. Meanwhile, Hawke would have gotten drunk and ended the night in bed with Varric and Bianca or something.
Well, I am going to need a drink before any of this to calm my nerves. And while we are here, avoiding my cuck demons, let's cycle through a few bartender rumors in this game. I'm sure there's plenty that our viewers have never seen before.
The craziest thing, apparently, the pigeon population has taken a nosedive in Ferrell.
Wait a minute, hold on, I don't care about the Kirkwall news, but was that first rumor about my thick girl Shale?
Indeed, it was that one plays as long as you import a save where you awaken Shale and she is alive. He also referenced my endeavors in the Frostback Mountains with POTUS to cure our Eamon. The other two rumors that are impacted by your choices in Origins concern who you appointed in the Landsmeet. If your warden married Anora but are in a relationship with Zevran, he will comment how the hero of Ferelden has an elven lover and what a scandal it is. He will say the same thing if you're a female elven warden in a relationship with Alistair, but convinced him to marry Anora.
Apparently Bro has beef with nobles taking elven lovers. I imagine he is going to eat good with the rumor mill once word gets around that we moved Merril into Hightown. His other rumors seem to be more about random pieces of game knowledge, like the Wounded Coast having pirate problems or the dock worker being corrupt.
I know in Act 3 this guy has a lot more to say about Meredith going crazy too, just in case you didn't hear enough of that from everyone else in Act 3. I wish the rumor about us liking elves got around faster, because this is the most awkward night of drinks I have ever seen in my life. The sexual tension in the air could be cut up with a spoon.
Bros can sit around silent like this for 40 years, not saying or learning anything, and then speak at their funeral or wedding, saying he is the best guy I know.
Well, this bitch here must not be a true bro because he is looking at me like he wants a drone strike sent to his house. Stop judging me. Let me stare at my glorious muscle mommy.
Put the drone switch away, Barry. No reason to pop off yet. Despite him judging you and not passing the bro test, Donick is still an ally. He plays cards with Varric, Fenris, Anders, and Isabella. We have to respect the process.
Donick kind of read you like a book to Barry. He can tell you're into Aveline. I have to side with Bill. Bro might not be a good fighter, but he just gave solid advice.
I mean, we have tried to be direct with Aveline, and it just deflects off her like an electric attack on a ground type. At this point, we might have to try the nuclear option of putting our package in a gift box and handing it to her.
President's cover of dick in a box would go so hard I can't lie.
I'm glad you are all enjoying yourselves because I am in Spain without the S.
You are in Spin?
Joe, you dyslexic dick. That's not what he said. That joke doesn't work. Just stick with you and Bill planning another liberal duet. Obama, your heart is broken. Your wallet is about to be broker. We had all those drinks, and Donick left us with the bill. It's time to either use the dick in the box method or lock Aveline and Donick in a room together until they confess, since that's the only sitcom plot line we haven't tried yet.
Well, not a room, but we are going to clear the Wounded Coast for her to take a romantic patrol walk. That means a little bit of combat for this episode because a companion quest in Dragon Age 2 with no combat must have scared the shit out of the game designers. Gone are the Origins quest lines that could be resolved fully without combat.
Well, for once, the big girl can't be brought with us, and with Carver drinking the joining juice that leaves our D1 hater Fenris with more screen time to shine.
Wait, hang on, since when does Dragon Age 2 have random encounters?
Oh shit, I completely forgot about this quest. Bro being charming against Tevinners worked in Veilguard. Let's see if it works here too.
Oh shoot, looks like Fenris spoke too soon about it being 3 years and no one coming for him. Tivinner is nothing if not petty and ready to fact check you. It's always when you notice something is off that bad shit starts to happen.
So I believe I mentioned earlier that there are only 2 companion quests you can start before doing any main story quest. In Act 2, one of them is Sebastian, and the other is Fenris. His quest is easy to miss, however, since the only way to trigger it is to travel out of Kirkwall with Fenris in the party. If you don't have Fenris in the party often, or don't leave Kirkwall, since no main quest actually takes you out of Kirkwall, you can completely miss out on his storyline.
Wait, hang on. Does this start his companion quest? I wanted to be the one to do that during my episode. We all agreed on 2 companion quests per episode, and I am not touching the healer robes side quest either.
Thankfully, no, not yet. You can tell Fenris that we don't have time for this, and while he will be pissed and earn rivalry, it will not start the quest further. If you travel out of Kirkwall 2 more times with him, another ambush will occur, and if you don't immediately start his quest after this ambush, he will leave the party.
I guess the rivalry points work with how we are building Fenris anyway, but sounds like the solution is simple: don't travel with Fenris anymore this episode until it's Donald's turn.
I wasn't planning on it. As soon as I get Aveline back her slot, is getting right back on varsity Fenris is just keeping her spot warm for her.
Sounds like my first stop next episode is helping my boy Fenris kill some T-Vinters, including a dirty mage. This is gonna be fun.
You're also doing the serial killer quest line and Sebastian's quest. Let's just say mages are pretty abundant everywhere next episode.
Oh God, this is going to be fun. The rogue blood will flow faster than McDonald's fountain drinks.
Yeah, I am not even going to begin to ask what the hell that was about, but Barry, you should switch your weapon choice here. The Tevinter soldiers are immune to the ice staff damage and weak to fire. It's time to switch weapons.
Oh shoot, you're right. The ambush really threw me off my game. A quick cut, viewer, since I had to find a better staff on me and I didn't want to show you a minute of me flipping through the inventory, but we are back and locked in. Now the head start these guys got is officially over. It's time for this mage to watch me kill all of his guys while he stays in his little safety bubble.
It's like every time we bring Fenris, he starts off the fight by killing Merril or Anders with his Fade Burst, and then he focuses on the actual enemy. But yeah, Barry, this fight is looking pretty over now, I can't lie. You're down to Fenris, who is more of a danger to Mage Hawke than a resource in Hawke, who cannot win versus 12 of the Tevinter army.
First off, don't underestimate the power of Hawk Joe, and secondly, boys, we are fine. You all should both know that as long as we have a mage and a warrior, no fight is truly over. Fenris can tank enough damage so that Hawke can clean up. Also, Tevinter mages are the easiest to take out, since all of them spend more time hiding in the corner with a force field than doing actual damage spells like blood magic or gravity fields. The regular Tevinter soldiers don't do enough damage on their own, making them a non-threat.
Wow, thanks for the game knowledge, Nerdbama, with yaps like that. It's a wonder most of your party got wiped out in the first place. Honestly, you boys really need to go into the tactics of every companion and do a hard sweep to remove abilities like Fade Burst from play to prevent Fenris from living up to his D1 hater dreams.
We are slowly doing that. Before every episode, now we go into the tactics of one of the companions and fully deck them out with an optimal build.
Bro is asking the wrong person for mercy. Fenris, go ahead and dunk this nerd in the toilet and slam dunk him in a trash can.
Yeah, mercy only goes for those that give mercy back. If this dude wants to sneak attack us to try to enslave a squad mate, you get what you goddamn deserve, my guy.
Go. I beg you. I swear
You chose the wrong master.
Damn, that looked like it was more of a spinal adjustment than a fatal neck break. Joe, quick, get behind and do me like that.
Heavy pause.
I can get back to you in a little bit, Bill. Right now I have my hands full with the boys, as is, and Fenris is dumping plenty more into our hands at the moment, too.
Okay, mega pause, both of you. I'm going to need you to restate that phrase in your mind a few times until you realize where you went wrong. Also, Hadriana sounds like the average starter kit for a real-life politician. Just have to add a few bribes from corporations and she is set.
Well, Fenris, you are asking the wrong president for help right now. You are going to have to wait a week or so for Donald's episode. Besides, we are on an important quest for Aveline at the moment. Wait your turn.
Damn, imagine you're scared for your life about your former master sending hitmen every day against you. Then instead of your best friend agreeing to help you, he tells you he has to help get his other friend laid first.
Fenris, we already covered this. Sure, your life is in danger, but Aveline hasn't gotten laid in 4 years. And we need to watch Obama get cucked first. So just wait your turn for now.
Goddamn, our rivalry stocks are going to skyrocket with him. We went from neutral morality to him picking the starter we are weak against in the span of one episode. Also, Fenris, don't worry about Hadriana escaping. You just said it yourself. She's doing this to please your master. Why would she come back home empty-handed? This is a pointless expiration date to add to the quest.
True, it's an unnecessary timer to give the quest some urgency, I suppose, but unlike other times, BioWare does this. There is consequences for not rushing to do this quest as soon as possible. Also, the date is already going terribly. Boys, you love to see it. Maybe I'm not cooked after all.
No, Barry, you are almost as cooked as Aveline is, although Hal, the scriptwriter for this quest, got actual conversations of our editor talking to women I will never fully know. They really got some boots to the ground field research with that one.
Damn, I hope Bro has burned heel for that one, but now that the random strays have hit all parties, and we are fully engrossed in the Dragon Age 2 combat train, it looks like a good time to do a comment question. Do you have one prepped for us, Barry?
Sure thing, Joe. So viewers, at the end of this video, we are going to do the Forbidden Knowledge quest, which is as close to a hidden boss as the base game of Dragon Age 2 gets. So for viewers, what is your favorite hidden boss or hidden secret in the Dragon Age series, either because of how memorable the fight was or how wacky the whole scene is overall? As for me, I have to give it to Malvernus, which is the hidden boss in the Legacy DLC in this game. Not only is it an obscure fight that is easy to miss since there's no direct hint as to what you are supposed to do, but it also is one of the best examples of what dueling a powerful mage in this setting should feel like. The dude's first wave is an endless undead horde before he shifts into his second stage, which is a ghost dragon, now that is a good goddamn raid boss.
All right, I have no frame of reference for that fight, but I guess I will see what you are talking about when I play Legacy. As for me, since we are on the topic of dragons, I still have to give the best hidden fight to the Queen of the Black Marsh in Awakening. I might be extra biased since I did that fight on screen for our series, but I still think that is one of the best dragon fights in the series since it took all the weaknesses of the first two high dragon fights in the base game and cranked up the difficulty and the AI interface and threw in a healing mechanic too for good measure. Plus, it involves collecting dragon bones, which on your first run of Awakening will probably catch you off guard when a ghost dragon spawns from them.
Yeah, I legit thought the dragon was just going to spawn and give us some treasure for freeing it or something, I can't lie. As for mine, boys, it's not a boss, but I have to give it to the King of the Nugs in the Descent DLC. I really think the King of the Nugs should have been a meme boss or something, but I think he was too powerful for even the Inquisitor to handle that thing as a sandal-level threat. The fact that you go down a hidden passageway with a ghost bridge just to meet the Lord himself is just peak.
All right, boys, all of those are peak, I can't lie, but as for my choice, I'm going with a more classical approach with the secret dragon fight in the Orzammar throne room. Not only is it a random theory craft as to why there is even a dragon underground in the throne room, but it also requires a small puzzle to solve. Finally, it is time, since you can only summon this dragon before completing the Orzammar questline. Also, the sword it drops ageless is one of the best weapons in the game, as your weapons tier list showed so a overall classic hidden enemy in this series.
All right, good picks, boys. And viewers, let us know what your favorite secret encounter or boss is in the Dragon Age series. Our editor reads everyone, and his favorite will be featured in the next episode. But with that being said, Donald, mind featuring our favorite comment from last episode?
Sure thing, Barack. I have a special one in mind since finally someone who isn't a liberal sees my point of view. Our featured comment comes from Lysanx, who gave a very cultured take, saying, "The mage hideout in Origins is the perfect storm of bullshit for their party to manage. Having to use key members of your party as sacrificial bait just because some filthy robes are entrenched is annoying and disgusting, and I'm glad someone agrees with me even if that wasn't my personal choice. Thank you as always for your comment, and can't wait to hear what your favorite secret encounter is."
All right, good work, Donald, and somehow we are still ass-deep in combat since the day Eveline takes off is apparently when all the slavery and baby mauling pit bulls populate the beach. But that's okay, since in an effort to distract from my ass-clenching gameplay, why don't we cover a round of Super Thanks Boys?
All right, but if you die, we're going to stop and point and laugh at you, Barry. Starting off with the Soulless donation, since we have done the human romances first. For a few episodes, we have another amazing donation from Soulless's #1 fan, Robert Wadsworth, with the $20 donation. Soulless is still well in the lead, so plan the donations accordingly, but Cassandra and Josephine are not too far behind. Thank you, as always, for being one of our 3 biggest donators in this series. My guy, it means the world to us that we have such consistent support. And best of luck, as always, in the waifu wars.
All right, absolutely cringe egg love, but I do have to respect the big wallets, and with that in mind, let's get on to the next big donations. While Barack's waifu Cassandra didn't get any donations this week, the other based human romance, Josephine, did. First off, as consistent as the sun rising each day, we have another 50 European monies from Antijotas Niemi, who is fully engrossed in the love of his waifu, now which I can respect, since it's not the egg. You are right in that big top 3 donators, my guy. And this kind of support is never required, but greatly appreciated, and means the world to us and our editor. We also have $20 from Chill Sports Fanatic, who sided with Joe's fight as well as recommended us doing a party banter tier list at some point, which we might do when we run out of abilities, weapons, and armors to rank. And another $10 from Josephine from George Gale, one of the OG viewers of the series, who sided with Barrick's choice, which means all three of us were on the money with our choices last episode. Thank you all for your support of this channel and your waifu. Every little bit does help and go back into video creation.
Finally, boys, we have a donator who always makes a point to start a donation streak every episode, so we are going to have to shout out all of them at once. Thank you, Mr. Sidbox, for your donation support on both Dragon Age and Dead Space, and for always answering the comment question with the donation as well. That's some real dedication, which our editor greatly appreciates. Our editor tries to make sure to answer all your questions in the comments, but rest assured we are going to split your donations towards both Solas and Cassandra per your request. Thank you for being such a big supporter of the channel, my guy.
Well, we finished the super thanks just in time for the confrontation with Aveline, and my last chance to try to riz her up, boys. I'm not holding anything back. Bill, lay down that beat. Oh, Aveline, your red hair lights my spirit on fire. Your freckles are like constellations on the night sky. Your battle spirit inspires me to fight a high dragon with no armor and only one iron dagger. And your kindness makes this old war criminal's heart melt. I would do anything for you if only you would notice me.
Damn, Barry, you even took a page out of my book with this one, but sadly, I don't think she noticed King.
Yeah, you tried your best, King, but it wasn't enough. She's not worth it, man. You deserve someone who will accept and cherish your nerdy-ass riz.
Oh, no, please, Mommy. Your muscles are strong enough to break my goddamn back out, and your hips are wider than my will to live. Please.
Oh, goddammit, get the Kindle out, Joe. Looks like my boy needs a distraction right now. And you're not you when you're down bad, Barry.
Damn, my girl Isabella is just like me, for real. She is direct with her advice, too. But this big girl is really giving us attitude right now. We did all of this to help get you fought through like 3 dozen enemies for free. And still, somehow, we are just friends, and you're pissed at us for trying to help you all this time?
No good deed goes unpunished, Donald. Some people can never get the help they really need from their friends and take it out on others. We come out of this deal hurt and not better for it, but we got something far more important for Evelina life.
It's true, and I'm sure our lore nerd can yap about it when he is in a better mental place. But for now, we should talk about how Barry has fully changed the outcome of this quest by endlessly simping for Aveline here. It's over, but I'm still here unlocks a slightly different ending to this quest in regards to Hawke's attitude.
What are you talking about? Are you?
Well, please, Donna, get the fuck out of here. Mommy, Aveline, please. We could have been great together. Just give me one more chance. I will do anything. I will let you throw me out a window while I'm tied up.
It's all over now, Barry. It's time for you and Hawke to go into the acceptance portion of grief and let Donnic and Aveline be happy. We can now be happy with Merril, too. We aren't coming out empty-handed.
Mad respect for Aveline for doing it under her own work desk. We have more in common than I first realized. Also, Hawke listening in to the whole Smash session is a little weird, but mad respect all the same for acting out your kinks in broad daylight.
Barack might be a cuck, but I don't think this is Hawke's kink, bro. Looks genuinely annoyed listening to all this. Even though bro has gotten the second most tail out of the squad so far this playthrough, I think we can all safely assume who is the gold medalist on our squad for that competition.
Damn the self-waifu burn, I wasn't expecting that. Also, Aveline, with all the rocking and giggling we heard in the last 2 minutes behind those office doors, I am sure Donnic has 0 complaints now.
Damn 2 minutes, my dude, is a marathon runner over here. No wonder Aveline fell for him. Welcome to the Work Desk Club. Big girl, we will send out your free cap and t-shirt later on in the week.
Humma. They did it, boys. We got the kiss.
In front of Merril, too, is crazy, but I'm glad you got a little action with your waifu, Barry. Hopefully that offers some bit of closure.
Are you kidding? I feel like I just took a 4 Loico mixed with Adderall. I have so much energy for lore yaps and game mechanics, boys. I am back in the game.
Well, Barry, I'm glad you got your groove back finally, but with the office hookup secured, I'm going to take my leave. Good luck, boys.
Later, Bill. Well, since you're back now, Barry, do you want to explain what exactly happened here in this quest and what makes Hawke so salty instead of the regular end to this quest, where Hawke is just happy that his friend is happy?
Sure thing, Joe. So, viewers, if you picked every single flirt option during this quest, but especially the flirt dialogue right at the end of the Wounded Coast and back at her office, afterwards, then Hawke will show annoyance at her hooking up with Donnic, which shows actual jealousy, and interest in her, unlike the flirt dialogue with Varric, which is just 2 buddies joking around. Also, if you pick every single flirt option available, you get a much longer kiss, which we got here as opposed to a small peck.
Literally have never seen that dialogue before, but I guess Aveline enjoyers are a different breed of degenerate. Also, Barack, I've noticed Bran is on the screen, but you aren't simping or spinning. Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. In fact, I feel like I'm on cloud 9, and nothing can bring me down or distract me anymore. Bran is being his usual politically minded, cool self, while my girl Aveline wants to be the union rep for the Guard for practical uniforms, a pretty fair debate.
Damn, looks like the sus Obama era is on hiatus now that he got a little waifu action. So this is the high friendship conversation where Aveline lectures us a little about doing more good. Has anyone ever seen the rivalry version of Aveline's questioning beliefs dialogue?
If you have high rivalry, Aveline will admonish you for being a less than moral citizen and start having some less than lawful good debates about bringing more order in Kirkwall through stricter fines and penalties for criminal behaviors, caging potential criminals, like the Templars cage the mages before they actually do magic. It's a bit dark, but she doesn't seem genuinely serious about doing it, as both conversations seem to feed more into the Templar and mage debate. Speaking of, it's time to do the companion quest I know a few people were excited about.
Oh, God damn it. We went from helping a fellow Templar supporter getting laid to helping the healer robe protest robe rights. I'm about to leave with Bill, and you can get George in here or some shit. Wait, what's that? I have to stay because your second favorite scene is coming up? All right, fine, but you owe me...
Talking to yourself, Donald, we have so much in common, although I prefer to be a little more ominous when I do it.
Both of you should probably be in therapy instead of hosting with me. But you did hold the line while I was going through one of the toughest personal battles with Aveline, so I'm going to ignore the two 80-year-olds talking to themselves and focus on gaslighting my boy Vengeance on his Tranquil Solution worries.
Tranquil Solution is definitely a reference to the Final Solution, written by a certain failed Austrian painter.
Wait, hold on. I never bothered doing Anders' side quest the one time I played this game. What the hell is the Tranquil Solution?
The Tranquil Solution is a view created by Sir Ulrich and shared with a few other Meredith simps in the Templar Order that every mage should be made tranquil, regardless of passing the harrowing, or not to prevent all mages from demonic possession and rebellion. Although Ulrich himself does it for far more perverted reasons than any actual altruistic purpose.
We are going to go pretty heavy into some dark, almost brood mother level themes in a moment, so trigger warning if you need it.
Tranquil Solution sounds perfectly reasonable. I suggested the same shit in Origins, and I'm still on board with it. Unless the mage is a loyalist or has strong willpower, like Mommy Morrigan, it's better to make them tranquil so they stop trying to summon demons and create mage hideouts. Besides, tranquils can still enchant, which makes money for the Circle. It's a perfect solution. This Ulrich dude sounds kind of familiar too. Is he from the Origins grind like Cullen?
It's about the reaction I thought you would have, but I was still holding on to hope that I can still moderate you one day. Also, Anders is about to tell us that Ulrich was the one that gave tranquility to Carl, and we can learn from the note that he sent the Templars after us to capture Anders in the trap as well. Speaking of notes, if we had sent Carver or Bethany to the Circle by not bringing them into the deep roads, we would get a letter at the start of Act 2 referencing the Tranquil Solution, and to keep our guard up even before Anders discusses it with us here.
If you have Bethany as a Circle mage, this quest is mandatory to speedrun as soon as possible because of Sir Ulrich and Donald, you're a jackass for siding with this guy. I really suggest you remove your stocks in him before we reach the end of this quest.
Oh, please, Anders hates Templars more than LeBron Glazers hate their girlfriends for not being LeBron. I'm just amazed that Anders gave some respect on Mommy Meredith. I guess even the biggest haters have some form of respect for the originals.
If you glaze yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a loss, so says Sun Tzu in The Art of War.
You know, I wonder if there's a channel that puts Sun Tzu Art of War into Gen Z brain rot lingo. If it comes out after this, make sure to credit us on the idea. For now, Anders, I'm going to agree to help you out. Just to prove you wrong, I could gain extra rivalry by saying no, just like Fenris. But I'm fairly confident we are already set on the rivalry path as is, especially after doing his quest now and giving him his Act 2 gift next episode.
Seeing how much Anders hates all Templars, I wish we had a full-on Templar companion in the party, not just the pseudo-Templars of Aveline and Fenris. The crash-outs and party banter would have been legendary.
We already have plenty of crash-outs and hate boners between Fenris and Anders. Adding a Templar into that mix would be overkill. Besides, if we really wanted that, we could have just brought Carter into the Templars and had him and Anders bicker during the DLCs.
True, but Donald sent him away to the Wardens for the content, which I am completely on board for. And anyway, it's time to explore more underground mines in Darktown that are somehow different from the mines we went into last episode for the Black Powder quest.
Oh shit, good point, Barack. Editor, go ahead and add this map to the drink counter, and something tells me that counter is gonna go off the charts in a few, so go ahead and grab the bottle of Jack or the beer cooler, viewers, you are going to need it. And looks like the enemies are the same as last time too, being the Carta smugglers and mercenaries. Well done, game designers.
Donald, as always, you are a D1 hater. We shouldn't even be complaining about facing dwarves. Here they are weak to our ice staff. And Anders cold damage, so for once we have a statistical advantage going into this quest.
It's not just the dwarves, 2 Templars also have a cold and spirit damage weakness, which is perfect for both the staff's Hawke. And Anders has equipped, which is why they mixed in some normal Kirkwall mercenaries who have an immunity to ice damage. Just so we don't have too easy of a time, that being said, I am going to equip a fire staff on Anders for that extra mix of damage going through the dungeon.
So wait, I just realized if these guys are lyrium smugglers and miners, and we are traveling a path to get into the gallows, that seems way more efficient than the Ferelden Circle having to smuggle in a few rocks from Orzammar every couple of weeks.
The Templars in Kirkwall are definitely smoking on that deep dank blue every day. I'm surprised they have so much time to hunt mages in the mountains. I imagine Cullen was addicted before being transferred, but maybe going to Kirkwall and having such easy access to the stuff didn't help matters. Also, speaking of subtle foreshadowing, here is the exact opposite of that up ahead.
This dude has done more damage to the Templar public relations than Meredith and the Envy Demon combined.
Hang on, what did this dude just say? I know we hate the robes, but we are supposed to just curb stomp them. What is this?
Well, you see, Donald Ulrich's persecution of mages goes to a very specific extent, that being most of the mages he goes after happen to be young women.
And despite him using the gallows as his own personal hunting grounds, according to his armor, he made it to Knight Lieutenant, which is just under Cullen's rank. Kind of makes you think what kind of system would let this guy excel as high as he has.
Bro, you have been watching far too many poorly directed homework movies. Get your goddamn brain off Gooner mode and shape up, you bastard. All mages deserve to be killed, not touched.
Barry's doing the voice again. My giblets are officially rustled. Make him stop.
Donald, one of these days you are going to have to explain to me what exactly is going on and why you have 2 distinct voices saying different things. Well, it's time to show this dude what 2 mages can do that aren't chained and whipped, and these guys all clumped together in one line are the perfect test subjects for some force magic as well.
I told you all I'm just practicing my voice acting for a more commanding presence during my speeches. It's nothing for any of you liberals to be concerned about. Also, Barack, kill this dude quickly so we have no more Templars besmirching the hard-working and holy work of a Templar.
Oh, wow, Donald, I'm surprised you don't have any quips or jokes at the ready to come to this guy's defense. He is a Templar, and everything he is doing to the robes, as you call them.
No jokes could salvage this situation. This is just flat out messed up, Joe. And besides, as much as I want to tranquil them to keep their economic output high and curb stomp them to lower demon and fade spawn times, doesn't mean I would do that. A Templar needs to have standards, and this bald asshole has none. I am not like Aveline, blindly supporting every Templar like I am a union rep. They have to earn their place on the side of Meredith and Sandel.
It's a miracle Donald finally found a degree of standards against mage hate. Also, it's time to lock in here no spirit. For our first final boss of the episode, the key to this fight is how much crowd control I can place on Alric here so that he can't rally buff the rest of the Templars, which if you have been paying attention is the same strategy as most other officer boss fights, with the only caveat being how small the room is in retrospect to how many enemies there are.
That was a lot of words, Barry, but the end result was still Anders getting 1 shot in the first minute of the fight from 1 assassin attack. So this is still looking kind of scuffed.
Yeah, unfortunately double haste buff is like crack. I was so focused on dealing as much damage as possible, I forgot to pull back the whole team to the other room and let my girl block the entrance. Plus, I was relying way too heavily on stone armor to protect him. Also, if these assassins stopped going invisible every 5 seconds here, I could slap on a misdirection hex to take at least one of them out of the fight.
All right, that's a valid strategy, Barack, but why don't you just do that now then? I mean, you still have Hawke and Varric to protect unless you have some kind of fetish for letting dudes stab you in the back.
You missed the perfect opportunity to say blow your back out, by the way, Donald.
All right, sit down, the both of you.
And just like the bowl cut Varnell to add to the fraud allegations, instead of the based holy smite spell, this dude throws around little smoke bombs like he is a side character in Naruto. A real Templar uses his own concentrated hatred of mages to take them out, not cheap little ninja tools.
I guess you really are not a blind supporter of every Templar. Anyways, Barry, while you take out the rest of these bums, why don't we go over another tactical setup for a companion? I've already done the mages, so why don't you take a shot this time, Barry?
Sure thing, Joe Editor, do your thing here. So these tactics obviously work for any tank character, but we do strongly suggest making Aveline your primary tank. So for the first 2 tactics, make sure you have shield defense and bravery activated at the start of every fight. Then have 3 tactics set up for each of your mages being attacked for Aveline to attack that target so aggro is dropped from the mage to her. For the order should go Mage Hawke, then Anders, then Merril in terms of priority. After that, you're going to want to set up when you trigger taunt in the order of allies being attacked by ranged or magic attacks, then surrounded by 3 enemies. Then if the target is boss rank or higher. Then if your health is less than 50%, activate Stonewall. Then to close it up, we need to go over when to use your offensive abilities. First, set Shield Bash to a target rank elite or higher than Pommel Strike and attack to the same settings. Then set Shield Bash to any visible mage to disrupt their spell casting. And finally, if an enemy has health greater than 50%, activate Pommel Strike. Or then just place an enemy attacking you, just so you don't get a situation where she isn't attacking.
Good shit, Barak. You really made the warrior mains proud with that yap, and with the main boss done, despite the messy fight and losing half your party, you cleared it through deathless.
Thanks, Donald. Now here's where the quest gets interesting, and why we have been gaslighting Vengeance so hard here towards the rivalry path. See, Vengeance is still being controlled by the justice side of himself, and is about to crash out on anyone in the circle. The only way to stop him from straight up killing this girl after we spent so much time saving her is if we have 50% already in friendship or rivalry.
Yes, do it. The robes will know pain and only pain.
Wait, hang on, actually, that's a little too much even for me, although I respect the spirit smoke, but it should be saved for better targets, like Tevinters and Dalish elves.
Jesus Christ, Donald, seek therapy there as being a Templar supporter. And then there's this. I've never actually seen this girl's death, but this part here is where Anders in one. Just to start to lose me here, because despite being beat up over her death, I don't think her death necessarily changes how Anders views himself or his end goal.
That's the problem with this whole fusion. It doesn't really change him in the slightest. Because no matter how we change the human part of Vengeance, there's still the spirit part of him that can't change. And we can't even talk to that asshole for 90% of the game, either to change him if we wanted to. A lot of it is because Anders needs to have a for the plot moment. But some of it is because as soon as spirits hit the mortal world, they need to make big moves out of the gate to change things how they want them.
I just kind of realized justice is basically the experimental version of the egg. They are both spirits who come into the world not fully of their own choice, and try to change the world to how they want it through terrorism.
Also, don't forget to grab this enigma of Kirkwall before leaving. This is the only one in Act 2 that is time dependent on a quest. The rest are just placed around the city.
How the Black City remained not exploded or unburned after all this time is beyond me. You would think that's the first place the spirits would hit with their terrorism grind.
Well, congrats, you saved the Femme Mage, and I bet we don't even get a legendary sex scene out of the deal. So good work finishing an overall pointless quest with a boring Paragon action.
Yeah, I would feel kind of gross getting something out of this girl. After she just barely survived Ulrich, I'm just going to let her be on her way, but she does have a decently robust set of endings in Act 3. If you tell her to stay in the circle, she will mention how not even the Templars missed Ulrich and that dangerous days are ahead of you. If your sister is also in the circle, she will mention it. Makes sense you're related to Bethany since Bethany has been helping her too. If you asked her to leave the circle, she will thank you for her freedom. While she won't tell you where she is, she will mention she is still hearing rumors about how bad Kirkwall is and that she hopes we stay safe.
This game is a railroad, a very fun railroad, but one all the same. Speaking of sweeping things under the rug, looks like Vengeance is trying to flee the city here. We did say that killing Ella didn't have much effect on Anders' personality, but it does change the dialogue here, especially if Ella died and you have Fenris in the party. Fenris will surprisingly be empathetic with Vengeance for once and tell him he has to understand his limitations, instead of calling him a monster. Vengeance will then try to leave the city entirely afraid that he might hurt someone more with his powers. And if you tell him to leave, he will leave the party until we see him at the end of Act 3. However, the spirit inside him will still push him to do what he does at the end of the game anyway, even if he leaves the city here. Since we saved her, though, he is far less beat up about the situation, so we are going to go with that and move on to the questioning beliefs quest.
It's like there is a glimmer of hope for Anders and his character until you realize what game you are actually playing right now. And then it hits that there is no hope for characters to have a happy ending.
I like to think the reason the healer robe crashed out in Act 3 is he tried to talk to Althena here and realized she is too goddamn useless to keep alive. Really, he was doomed the moment he tried to have a conversation with her in the first place.
Well, we can have our own conversation with Althena in a moment, but first we have to get lectured by Anders. And his Reddit argument points about why mages and not gamers are the most oppressed class.
Hey, now we just had the Steam Summer Sale. If that isn't the one time gamers aren't oppressed, I don't know what is. Also, does the healer robe really think that a Reddit essay is going to convince us to not bully the robes, and more importantly, him?
Honestly, he made some good points about Andraste, though. If you compare Andraste to Fenris, it's not too far off, it's easy to think, when you're oppressed by a group all your life, that every part of that group is evil, but doing that ultimately ends up dehumanizing the group that you want to control by assuming that group is all the same.
I highly doubt Andraste meant to create circles. When she said all that stuff about magic, it's likely she just wanted to beef with Tevinter and say that all men deserve the same rights, not just mages. The fact we never really get any insight into Andraste besides a little bit in Origins is criminal, though we really have no base point.
My biggest complaint about Templars and the Chantry is they hide behind their petty religion as a reason to hate mages when there are so many real-life reasons to hate the robes. Between the demons, constant whining, and poor drip, why even resort to the Maker? That's why I like my boy Fenris. He has valid beef with the mages.
Actually, Donald Fenris is a Maker believer. It's just unlike most people who follow the Maker, he doesn't really make a big deal about it. I believe his faith stems from wanting to oppose the Magisters further, as well as just something he can latch onto for a small bit of hope. We can cover that more later, though it's time to hunt some demons down in the Chantry.
Wait, hold on. I don't think I have ever seen this cutscene before you can confront Patrice after the offered and lost quest.
You can, and I wouldn't be surprised if not too many people know this. You have to visit the Chantry after offered and lost, but before the following, the Queen quest activates. The only reason to return to the Chantry is Sebastian, or doing the Evil Tombs quest, one of which is an unmarked quest, and the other is the least popular companion, and a DLC companion as well. Even if you like Sebastian, it's possible to finish up all of his Act 2 quests before even finishing offered and lost. Patrice actually has a lot of hidden content, something we will talk about in this series and hopefully show some in our short series down the line.
Yeah, feel free to suck off the game designers on your own time, Barack, but you are telling me the game designers gave us a fourth goddamn chance to kill this chick before the end of Act 2, and Hawke still doesn't take advantage of this golden opportunity.
This is broad daylight in front of dozens of witnesses. Hawke may be a noble, but going against the Chantry is an easy way to get clapped up. We had a better chance of taking her out in her low townhouse or at the anti-Qunari rally.
Unfortunately, just like Anders, we have to keep Patrice alive so she can move the plot along at the end of Act 2. If she wasn't here, the Qunari could have probably been patient enough to just grab the relic from Isabella, been moved on far more peacefully. But that's boring for the content, so welcome to the Railroad Choo-Choo.
Speaking of boring content, I guess we are going to talk to Grand Cleric Elthina for the first time. Can we finally let the roast session begin? Because her own mother just flat out said a offense against the Maker must not go unchallenged, which is the Chantry equivalent of the quiet kid telling us don't come to school tomorrow, and yet this girl is going to sit down and say taking sides and leaving the Chantry is scary. And not my job, I am going to do nothing since nothing here will affect me after all.
You know, I wasn't going to start roasting her. Here I was going to go into some background information, but while we are on the topic, screw it, never a wrong time to hate this girl. Her own seal is being used to start a war between her followers and the Qunari, and even her own priests are sowing seeds that will bring bloodshed into the streets of Kirkwall. Not that she would know any of this, since she doesn't leave her church, to quote John Mill, not Edmund Burke. You can fact check it. Bad men need nothing more to compass their ends than good men looking on and doing nothing.
This chick is in just as powerful of a political position as the Viscount or Knight Commander, and she doesn't use that at all to help things. She could have told the Chantry to stand down or get excommunicated, or hell sat down and talked to the horned communist and ease his high anxiety. I think even if you are pro-Templar or pro-Mage, you can agree that Elthina goddamn sucks ass.
Even if that earned a little bit of Aveline rivalry that was satisfying as hell to do boys' good work, well, after a small distraction, it's time to do what we actually came here for, and that's kill demons. So viewers, a few starting facts about forbidden knowledge. If you spared Idunna the girl who charmed Donald and Joe during the enemies among quests, you automatically can get quest markers for all of the tombs locations, and you can start anywhere. In our case, however, we have to start in the Chantry or in the Viscount's Keep. We are going to show you where all the tombs are, but in the interest of time, we will just show you 2 of the fights so you get an idea what you are facing. Now it's important when you find the tombs to destroy them. Anyone know why?
Because all magic deserves to be crushed by our mighty presidential boots.
Oh, me pick me, I know this one.
All right, go off, Joe, what you got?
So the only way to get the best reward for this quest is to destroy all 5 books. That way you can get access to the final boss. The Fell Grimoire, which gives one of the best staffs in the game, as well as 2 ability points to spend on spells for Hawke. This route gives the most experience too. Also, we waited until Merril's friendship was maxed out so she can deal major damage to the demons, while not going on a rivalry streak.
The other outcomes of this quest is 5 skill points or 5 gold for collecting all the tombs and selling them, which isn't bad, but for the amount of effort you have to put into finishing this quest, it just isn't worth it.
Yeah, big facts again, Donald. I'm pretty sure this quest follows the trend of accepting the deal's demons. Blood mages give always ends up biting you in the ass, which means our conversation with Torpor came around full circle. Also, the next book is right in the Viscount's throne room. You just have to blow past the double doors.
Wow, what a grand and massive room. Surely they won't host one of the biggest and most tedious fights in the whole series here. That would be crazy. Like, can you imagine spending hours of your life running around in circles fighting one-horned guy who drinks health potions like they're a white girl at Starbucks?
Very subtle, Joe, but as we mentioned before, we are only going to show this last fight, then we are just going to show where the other three are, since you should get the gist of how these fights go. You either fight a arcane horror and abominations, or a sexy desire demon, and abominations, not much to say here.
The biggest tips I can give if you need some advice for demon fights this deep in the game is to focus and stun lock the arcane horror or desire demon that spawns, and take them out as quickly as possible. Normal abominations have very low defense and are really just here in all of these fights to distract you from the real problem.
Also, avoid the dank clouds the horrors can summon, because that shit will get you higher than a White House Christmas party. Anyways, next stop is the Bone Pit, which we now own and can do a few side quests. Later on, do we want to maybe do any of those boys?
The quests help us earn our bag in lore and keep the mind flowing. I don't see why we wouldn't do them to further our grind.
They are mostly terrible for the content. Maybe we will show the first one, and then the Pickaxes quest, but cut ahead for the rest, since it really is just fighting hordes of random enemies like some kind of Borderlands Slaughterdome. And the Pickaxe quest at least has some interesting dialogue, but viewers, you can let us know if you want to see the Mines quest or not, although we will obviously do the Coterie quest, since that is story relevant.
Of course, you have no interest in the first two quests to improve our miners' efficiency, but the second spending money is involved. You guys get a lore hard on anyways. Where the hell is this book tomb? There's like 12 caves.
As little sense as it makes to write cave is the one that isn't directly marked on the map and instead just says cave. Also, it's always good to come to the Bone Pit, if not for quests, then just the massive amount of free crafting resources we get here. In fact, forbidden knowledge is one of the only ways to get access to lyrium in Act 2, since the caves only open after you activate at least one other tomb. Or receive the letter from Idunna.
Yep, thank you, Joe. Plenty of reasons to do this quest. It's probably the most rewarding grind overall. With the third book down, let's move on to the fourth one, back in the Wounded Coast.
Damn, this is our third time here now. At this point, the entire population of this beach is going to be extinct. Also looks like the cucking isn't done. Barack Isabella is back with some girl talk to remind you who she is hooking up with.
Fuck you, Donald. Yeah, well, before Donald reminded me of something I wanted to forget, I was going to say that this particular party banter is unique because Isabella can have about 20 different innuendos that she can use, and it's random which one will be said. So it's likely every playthrough she will say something different. My personal favorite is her asking, did he RL your Eamon?
I'm partial to Shank Your Jory's super nice reference to Duncan one-shotting Jory in Ostagar.
Me personally, I would give it to Pamper Your Paragon. But looks like we all agree the Origins innuendos are simply peak. Also, Barack, I'm surprised your nerdy ass didn't do this cave while we were doing Aveline's quest. You're usually always hard about hyper-optimization when it comes to backtracking like this.
Well, normally I would be, but Aveline's quest kind of jumped at me earlier than I thought, since I wanted to do the Fade apologies while they were fresh in our minds. Plus, we couldn't do these quests earlier, unless we didn't bring Merril, since Joe just got her approval maxed out at the end of last episode, which is what I was waiting on.
Also, is this map unique? I don't think we have seen anything like it before. It's rare to see a unique map so late in the game.
Technically, this map is unique as it's only really used for the 2 demon quests and one other time in the game, which I'm sure Donald will point out when we get there. But for now, it's time we add to our obvious counter as to why is there a dragon spawned deep in this cave instead of in a mountain.
I think it's all but confirmed by this point. Dragons love ruins even more than they love mountains. And if there's weird magic shit in the area they are guarding, then that is even better.
Well, on to the last one since the dragon fight and demon fight we have seen before. And this one is probably the most interesting location from a lore perspective, as a new cave opened up in Sundermount that apparently goes as far as a small Deep Roads passage.
And just like every other Deep Roads segment, if you go far enough in, there's an assload of demons. Are we going to leave this fight and bury?
We are, for the specific reason this fight isn't a book fight and is actually a decently scaled fight in terms of difficulty, but also because we can talk about this area a bit.
Yeah, like how this area is the same area we killed that elf serial killer in Act 1. Viewers, you already know to take another shot here.
Yes, thank you, Donald. As always, the viewers can trust you to enable them to get blackout drunk when they binge this series. But this area is one of the biggest mysteries in the series simply because of how much content is packed into this area that extends from Origins, and even beyond. See in this room, viewers, after we fight about 5 waves of demons, we can meet the Nexus Golem, who is clearly far more intelligent than the average golem, as he is able to speak common and buy and sell goods. This whole area is called a abandoned teg, although when it was abandoned is hard to say. But more than likely it was sometime after Caridin's disappearance towards the end of the first Blight, as this golem somehow knows the events of Amgarak Taeg and the blood magic that went into the creation of the Harvester.
Well, Amgarak did make special golems like that golem companion that uses magic, since it was supposed to recreate Caridin's research, so maybe this golem originally came from Amgarak but was sent away or was taken away when shit started getting bad at the Taeg.
Joe, how the hell do you know about Amgarak lore? I thought you were too scared to even play the DLC.
I watched Barry's special after our series concluded. Turns out the DLC isn't as scary as Dead Space. I just wasn't trusting any of you after what you made me play for Halloween. Some interesting Codex lore to that DLC, even if the DLC doesn't really show that in the best way.
Donald, you definitely don't have room to talk. You weren't at my special episode either, asshole. But while I am slogging away at the endless demon waves that would make the Inquisitor sweat, why don't we go over one of the Nexus Golem lines and do a little bit of a deep dive, shall we?
Sure thing, go off. Queen, looks like we are barely halfway through the fight. We might as well find things to talk about.
I actually already know this one Barry, since this golem here just has connections to all of the Origins DLCs. So one of the lines this guy says is the stone lies beneath our lays. And then some Dwarven words, but the first line is engraved in Tug's axe as well in the Liliana's song DLC. So I wonder if it was put there as a reference to a second DLC, or if it's a lore hint at something greater going on.
The Dwarven phrase, he says, roughly translates to, at my side, find your way in the dark, which is very similar to the line Caridin says before he jumps in the lava. Fairly certain his line there was just a reference to the DLC, since the Titan concept wasn't fully fleshed out until Inquisition. But we did just cover how the Lyrium idol affecting Bartrand might have been a tie-in, so maybe there is an alive Titan that still lives under Orlais, as if that is the case, it's a topic they didn't get to explore in Veilguard. We do know the Titans are not fully dead, and Orlais does have a massive exportation of lyrium, so maybe things tie together more than we realize.
I wouldn't give the Veilguard writers too much credit, Barak. I will give you the idol plot line, since that was consistent with the idol from 2, but this doesn't have any official connection, other than an Origins item saying the same thing. Maybe if Inquisition had a third connection to Orlais, I would consider it. But given all the writing changes, I doubt people forgot this rock even existed.
That's fair. I guess it was a little bit of a pipe dream, but part of this series is making connections that are possible based on the evidence, not just all but confirmed. One last mystery about this Nexus Golem that is confirmed is he has some odd connection with the Architect from Awakening. If we had sided with the Architect in Act 3, we can find 2 unique items in his inventory that were owned by the Architect. This only works by importing a save. For the Architect and the Warden made an alliance. The 2 items are the Architect's staff, which is a clear Magister's staff in design in the Father's hand, which is a Darkspawn shield, and is a reference to what the Mother calls the Architect in Awakening.
So wait, that means somehow the Architect or awakened Darkspawn met this golem and gave it some of its goods for money? Thought they were being more reclusive with society?
I mean, Nathaniel mentions working with the Architect, so maybe the Grey Wardens were the ones selling his goods, since they were exploring the deep roads in Kirkwall anyway. I could see my boy Nathaniel trying to use the Architect to make a bag. He was a student of POTUS, after all. Otherwise, that means the Architect has some secret grind selling artifacts that we don't know about, and that would slowly change my whole perspective on him being honest. Because if there's one thing that can help me overlook a Tivan or Darkspawn, it's the fact he has a business grind.
Barry, this lore has been a great pastime, but 2 of the 3 waifus are down in Merril, is in the Revenant site now. Are we good?
Oh, wow, how kind of you to even out the death score at the end of the episode, Obama.
No, Donald, I am still going to keep my crown this episode, and I am not going to die at the ass end of this fight that would be embarrassing. If I was really trying to curb stomp these fights, I should have swapped Isabella for Fenris that way. Both Merril and Fenris could easily clear through demons with their specializations. That's what I would recommend anyone bring on Nightmare, and then either Aveline or Anders. But I wanted to keep the waifu squad for thematic purposes, so I'm just going to have to play it safe and do some classic Origins kiting.
Damn, looks like he lucked out Donald that Revenant got perma-stun locked, since stuns are just that powerful in this game. Well, now we can finally look at our Thick Boys shop and take out the last evil tomb, too.
Looks like this dude thinks everyone he meets is a shape rape. Kinda reminds me of Glyph from the Shadow Broker DLC, thinking everyone he meets is the Shadow Broker.
Of course, we had to get one more BioWare DLC reference out of our system. Well, I'm going to buy a new axe for Eveline that deals lightning damage that should help with all the demons we are about to fight. And now it's time to cut ahead to Darktown for our last fight of the episode.
Damn, this shit is so ominous. It's too bad it's the exact same map as the tide we were just in, so unfortunately, viewers, you're going to have to take another shot if you are following Donald's rules. Should we talk about the ethics of accepting a demon's deal, though? Boys, this seems like an odd morality choice for Hawke. Like one of those evil for evil's sake decisions we talked about earlier.
I mean, Hawke can straight up be a blood mage in the town where blood mages are as common as pigeons. It shouldn't be too surprising that he can make a few deals with demons throughout his career. Plus, given who you chose to romance, we probably got a contact demon high just by hooking up with the blood mage.
To be fair, this is a pretty good deal. The book just offers you power as long as you leave the grimoire alone to be found again by someone else. You could look at it as Hawke flexing his power to guarantee the best deal possible with no real downside to him. Considering we are romancing Merril, that seems like the most appropriate outcome, since she also tries to get the best deal when dealing with demons. I suppose if you are playing your Hawke as an exceptionally moral hero, you should destroy the book. You don't get the best reward, but you do still get a massive amount of experience. And you get the veracity staff from the desired demon here, which still makes all of these fights worthwhile since it is a late game staff.
Maybe it's because my eyes have aim assist whenever a desired demon appears on screen, but isn't the name of this particular beauty relevant in lore? I think we brought her up when we were talking about the enigmas, right, Barack?
We did talk about this earlier, but yes, this demon here is one of the 4 entities that brought blood magic into the world of Bidens. I believe you called them the CEOs of blood magic. The connection with the enigma of Kirkwall is Seekers wrote these excerpts to determine the cause of the massive amount of blood magic that seems to plague Kirkwall more so than other places. The 2 main theories being it is either tied to one of the 4 forbidden ones existing here which we are fighting now. This is the most prominent theory since this desired demon influenced Tyrone to capture Templars to turn into abominations, as well as placing her tombs around Kirkwall, in the hopes of influencing another mage to do the same. The other theory, the Enigmas cover we see in Legacy, which implies that Corypheus also has influence among mages in the city, albeit more passively.
Oh, right, I remember this now, and I'm just as pissed off as when I heard about it last time. These Seekers need to focus on not getting clapped up by the mages and an envy demon than running defense on mages and giving them more excuses to keep doing blood magic like it's the Olympic sport.
We get a double D or a D1 hater. But I think this quest here confirms that it's probably this girl's fault, since we actually have a tie-in with the main story as well as this quest. Plus, as we keep saying, they are the goddamn founders of blood magic into the world.
I'm still not sold one way or the other. Maybe it was more so DLC hype, but Corypheus would explain the Tevener influence that never leaves Kirkwall, and would explain how his call is able to reach Carta Dwarves and other Grey Wardens. Plus, it would be one more crime we could add to the Tevener as obviously evil checklist, and that just seems far more appropriate for the theme of the original trilogy.
I feel like the Magisters get far more glaze than they really deserve, though. I mean, they were just dudes that ultimately got tricked by the old gods to unleash the Blight, and then they all came out deformed and barely able to form current or past memories, except for Corypheus. I mean, sure, maybe he influences Kirkwall a little, and he has the same hacks as the old gods do, with jumping between blighted individuals, but the Architect and Corypheus are the only 2 that have even done anything since releasing the Blight, and both of them still get stomped by POTUS and the Inquisitor.
That's actually an interesting point. The 4 Forbidden definitely have seniority over the Magister Sidereal.
The Codex says that her and her ilk cannot be trusted since they abandoned the people in their time of need. Although the Codex says the people are only safe with the Evanera, so all of that might just be propaganda used to justify the elven gods enslaving and mistreating the elves. She is, however, the only one that doesn't appear to shapeshift, hide, or barter to avoid fighting, so she might either be the most dangerous or the strongest of the 4 forbidden ones.
And that might explain why the Blood Mage in Act 1 was so confident that her plan to piss off the Templars was somehow going to lead to her taking over the entire city. Maybe she figured if she got enough people to sacrifice or become demons, that this CEO of demons was going to come back and take over the world like Dagon in Oblivion or some shit.
I doubt she put together that detailed of a plan. It was more like step 1, summon demons. Step 2, seduce Templars. Step 3, hanka blood magic ? Step 4, profit. Also, Barry, what the hell is going on? Hawke just straight up died, and there's like 50 demons left in this room to gangbang the party with.
Holy shit. I got so engrossed in the lore, I didn't even realize Obama was about to get a second death here. I thought after the last Revenant orgy, his liberal hacks would win the day, but bro, looks actually cooked here. It's a Christmas miracle.
It just turned April yesterday. Donald, eat a dick.
You're cooked.
Oh, no, goddamn it, not yet. I still have Anders to kid around while I fuck me. Why are there so goddamn many demons? All right, Aveline, my love, Shirley. You can pull through for me after I helped you? And oh god damn it, why?
Oh my god, this is great. Just one more death and we are all tied up, and we can show the viewers once and for all that Origins is rigged against me, and the presidents are equal in skill with no crater in between us.
Barry, I hate to be that guy, but I'm pretty sure we only got halfway through the fight last time. And all of the team was upgraded, so how the hell are you going to get through the fight this time?
Donald, first of all, keep dreaming. This is going to be my last death in the series. Until we get to the DLC secret bosses, I can promise you all that. So just prepare to lock in for your next episode and try not to die again. As for your answer, Joe is always the best plan when a fight doesn't go your way in 2 or Origins is to fall back into a doorway. I should have done that last time, but honestly, the first half of the fight was going so well I got overconfident and didn't realize the second wave would be even stronger. Also, I cut this out, but I went to the Black Emporium and bought 4 more health potions for the squad, so we have a little more survivability to make room for mistakes. Now, this is the run, boys. I can feel it in my bones.
Damn, Obama. I know you are pressed and want some advice from the Templar main, but I absolutely do not want to feel your bone right now. I don't like you that way. An acting president should not be getting sus with his gamer friends.
That's not what I said, and you know it, Donald, and if we threw you into this fight with just 1 blood mage, you would be cooked easily.
He would probably rack up double digits. 1 hemorrhage is cooking him here, and he couldn't even respond with the literal wall of demons.
You all think you're so funny, but just wait for my scorched earth gameplay, you mage-loving cocks.
All right, seriously, Donald, we get it. You are a professional voice actor, very impressive. But Barry, do you want to go over some of the other preparations you made during this fight? So the viewers have a better guide. I get that the door strategy is your biggest asset, but I know you had plenty others.
For thing, Joe, so viewers, the 2 biggest buffs we have during this fight is we are finally taking advantage of several poisons and potions. We grab the offense potion, which we can grab in Act 2 at Sundermount in the area where Merril first dispelled the barrier with blood magic. In Act 1, we also crafted 3 arcane poisons which lower enemy magic resistance, and we equipped 3 of those to Hawke, Anders, and Merril. Also, I'm going to cut ahead here since the strategy is working, and this fight goes a little quicker since you can tell how the first wave is going to turn out by this point.
All right, it's been an extra 2 minutes, but Barry is now on the second wave. Hawke goddamn died, and the demons finally broke through the Aveline gates.
There are basically so many demons that they started glitching through the wall like they are a Minecraft moderator.
Yeah, as promised viewers, we were going to cut back when the fight was over or more interesting, and I think this qualifies, but no worries, boys, we still have a free revive. So this fight is far from over, just going to retreat back to the second hallway and kit away as much of the demons as we can to spread out the demon horde.
I think this is about the same spot as you were in Last Death, except this time the Revenant is already dead. I think you have a chance right now, Barry. But it is going to be very close. Also, speaking of Sundermount, I know you did that section when me and Donald were grabbing some snacks for the long battle. But wasn't there some lore point about the Keeper you wanted to cover in Sundermount?
Oh, god damn it, you're right. I completely forgot about that. I had this whole section of index cards I was going to cover and everything.
That just confirms that Joe's dementia is 100% contagious also. Again, by index cards, he means a wiki tab in his phone and a few bullet points on the Notes app.
Thank you for breaking immersion again, Donald. But the thing is, I would need to switch the screen since I need physical receipts for this theory to make sense, so I think I will cover it when we cover Merril's Act 3 quest and build up a little bit of anticipation for a lore theory for once. That way we cover the topic when it's more relevant anyway, and not during a episode where she only played a minor role at the start.
Wow, Obama is over here sparing us yaps and racking up deaths. That is some horizontal character growth right there. I'm impressed.
Who the fuck taught you about horizontal character growth? I know damn well. I didn't teach you that. Are you cheating on me with another lore nerd?
That's definitely something Ben or Elon would teach him, I'd say. Check his phone for his current group chats.
Neither of you nerds can check my phones. I signed the executive order banning you from said group chats. Just focus up on this fight, Obama, instead of worrying about who is expanding my vocabulary. You need to focus on not tying the death competition up, or do it's really all the same to me.
Oh, relax, it's a 2 versus 2 now. And we have the elemental advantage with our cold staff, so this should be easy goddamn money. I still have bombs and Carter too, in case we get into a tight situation so we have backups if anything goes wrong.
Well, it wasn't easy money, but you did finish probably the biggest battle royale in this game. So far, so good work, Barry, you cooked today.
Well, congrats on still being ahead in the death competition, but I promise you next episode I am about to catch up to you on the death competition, even if you did use all our potions and poisons like the wasteful spender you are. How am I going to clear the rest of the companion quests and main missions with so little resources?
Relax, Donald, we got an extra 5 gold from this quest. And we have a lot of items to sell. I will restock your supply for your next episode.
It's a brand new day and the sun is high. All the birds are singing that the mages will die. First, I hesitated, but now I wonder why it's a brand new day. Welcome back, viewers.
Is that Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog?
Yeah, I've been rewatching it last couple of weeks. Shit still slaps. Anyways, viewers, we have a lot of mages to introduce to the curb. But first, we have to give Mommy Isabella her ship and do Varric's questioning beliefs quest.
You know, Donald, between the drinking competition with the repeating maps and starting all your episodes in The Hanged Man, I'm starting to think your entire purpose in this series is promoting drinking to the viewers.
I have no idea what you mean, Barack, my buddy. And speaking of Bud, whenever I want to hook up with a pirate queen in a bar, I offer her a cold, refreshing Budweiser. It never fails, boys. Please drink responsibly.
Oh, damn, did we actually get a beer sponsor that would be so sick?
Joe, I'm fairly certain we are too down bad for YouTube to offer a sponsorship, Donald, though I can see being free game. Also, Donald looks like Isabella heard about us hooking up with Merril.
Donald, why the hell did you pick the flirt option there? We are locked into the elf waifu asshole.
Yeah, well, just like you didn't stop flirting with Liliana every episode, I don't have to stop flirting with my pirate queen. Fair game is fair game, Sleepy. I may have honored my deal, but I still have my regrets. I mean, just look at those hips.
I literally helped you get gifts for both your wifus in both the games, and you're practically using it as ammunition against me. I am about to use my stand and remove every keystroke I ever did in this game, and you can enjoy your waifu going ungifted in this series.
It's fine, Joe. Like I said earlier, Donald already didn't pick the critical flirt option, so Hawke's romance with Isabella is in permanent limbo, no matter what option he picks here. Her romance with Merril is completely safe now, since unlike Origins, once the right dialogue option is picked, there's no way to end the romance. And other possible romances simply can't be activated now. And yes, Joe, that includes who I know you are thinking about.
Why specifically me? You two are just as down bad as me in both your previous episodes.
Because we know exactly what DLC on the list you want to do, Joe, and we know exactly why you chose that specific one.
Damn, you guys are reading me too well, and speaking of reading, looks like Varric is here spinning the beta test for his book to a couple of drunks at the Hanged Man.
The fact we never get to read Varric's version of Hawke's story in either the Codex entries or a physically published novel is one of the biggest L's in the BioWare series. Hell, I would even take a small story published by Dark Horse Comics like in the Mass Effect series.
So this is another questioning beliefs quest, right, Obama? You are our resident lore master. What happens to this conversation during the rivalry path?
Holy shit, I honestly forgot you can even get a rivalry path with Varric. No matter what, we owe him a lot, and he is still our best buddy.
It's honestly nothing that's special because, like you said, Joe, Varric is our #1 buddy. And there is no Hawke without Varric. The only way to get rivalry with Varric maxed out is to do plenty of evil and violent decisions, so Varric will naturally be here spreading rumors about Hawke working with pirates to burn down chantries, although he will deny being the one to start that rumor. This is obviously not that different from the story he tells on the Friendship Path, except Hawke is a hero in this version. At the end of the game, Varric will admit Hawke can be a bastard that he doesn't agree with. But he has helped both Varric and the city, and at the end of the day, that's what matters most. Regardless of approval rating, Varric is the only one who will never leave the party at any time.
You've got your hero.
Honestly, while I love the renegade lifestyle in all 3 games, I could never bring myself to be mean to Varric. Even when I did his companion quest to kill Bartrand, I just didn't bring the healer robe with me to take him out without issue from Varric. Hearing that he is the only companion who always stays with you, no matter your decision-making, is also peak. Well, with our #1 Dwarven brother hyping us up a little, let's get right into the content today. I have a hit list of mages that have had it too good for too long, and at the top of my list is a wannabe politician of Tevinter named Hadriana.
Even though I know you're just doing this quest first, so you don't lose your favorite edgelord, this quest does thematically make the most sense to do first. Since the threat to Fenris is very real, as cool as I played it off, that was just me fiending for a kiss from my girl Eveline. If I really thought about it, we should have tackled this quest first for narrative reasons. Also, I see you're using Veracity, the new staff we got from the final fight last episode. Way to use your new resources.
Well, if you're going to wage war with the mage capital of the world, it's important to remember their weakness. And apparently the key to their downfall was looting one ancient forbidden one. This fire destruction staff is a fireball addict's wet dream. And it probably explains why one Desire Demon was able to take out a whole group of Seekers.
I also just realized we got 2 new Force Magic spells last episode, and we never really covered either of them. Shows just how much yaps we had to get through last episode. Joe, you want to go over them as our resident mage expert.
Sure thing, Barry. The first spell we got was Telekinetic Burst, which is pretty uninteresting compared to the other spells on the Force Mage list. It just sets up a Force Mine in an area and propels all enemies away from the center for some easy crowd control. The more interesting of the two spells is Gravatic Ring, which you saw us use in the final fight last episode and is the overall best spell for the specialization. The ring increases gravity around the blue area, slowing down anyone caught up in the field. If they are directly in the center, they are practically stunned. But if they are on the outside, they are just slowed a little. This is the strongest crowd control spell in the game. If you trap an enemy in the center, then you have practically taken out a ton of enemies out of the fight for 20 seconds, which is stronger than a damn Morgana Q.
Unfortunately, Fenris is also being affected by the ring, but considering all the enemies are locked into the core, distracting 6 enemies for 1 squad mate is a peak trade deal. If the enemies aren't attacking the squishy mages and the tank is still alive, then it's safe to say he did his job.
The only real downside to this spell is enemies that can hover that have different walking cycles that cause a really massive audio glitch, which I'm sure you are going to hear a few times when we fight demons later on. That being said, this spell alone played a huge part in my victory. Last episode, my hallway tactic wouldn't have been nearly as strong without a way to slow all the enemies at once.
Got to put that disclaimer so the headphone users can plan accordingly. That shit gives me anxiety after hours of playing Bethesda games, since the sound effect is the same as when New Vegas crashes. Also, the only longer wait than a new Elder Scrolls release is waiting for Tevinter Mage's force field to end.
Yeah, I'm gonna just cut ahead here. We have plenty of mages to kill today, and I can't be bothered to waste time on some no-name Tevinter henchman when we have named enemies to kill.
They were designed to protect against raids.
Interesting bit of world building from Fenris here. When the Tevinter Imperium stretched across the whole empire, there was far more infighting among magisters for slaves and resources.
Might be a good way to take out the Venatori without lifting a finger. Just tell one group of Venatori that another group has dozens of slaves up for. Grabs they are probably chaotic, stupid enough to trick too.
They are cartoon villains. After all, I'm sure playing hot potato with slaves would take out at least a few hundred of the dumb cultists before they catch on. Also, to stay consistent, take another shot, viewers, because this is the same cave where we found the Nexus Golem and found the Fell Grimoire last episode. Also, it's time to add to the list of things Tevinter has done that are obviously evil here, because they are already starting off good with the human sacrifices.
Of course, they always start with the elf slaves first. This table poses, giving Season 1 Dexter vibes for all Tevinters right now. I'm glad you didn't bring Merril here, because he goes off on her by claiming she would do the same thing Hadriana did here, which is fucked.
Keep in mind that this is a male elf model on the table here. It will come up later in the dungeon. Well, between our demon-infused fire staff and upgraded force magic, it's time to clear our way through some no-name slavers, definitely one of Hawke's more satisfying enemies to clear through. Also, apparently haste can work as a pretty decent counter to the friendly fire of the gravity ring, since double haste buff makes them attack slightly faster than normal speed, while the other enemies can't even move.
That's a pretty big band-aid to the intended cost of the spell, but I guess that's why haste will always be a double S-tier spell in every game. Realistically, I think the strategy behind this spell is to have a team of 3 ranged units, and then stick your tank in the center so all enemies go towards them instead. I'm just glad the enemy AI is too dumb to recognize the gravity chambers are actually a threat and try to leave them. Hell, they even just walked across it to get to Hawke. This is easy money.
This shit is honestly too easy, and it's not just because of the mage class. These guys are just bad, and we are doing them a favor by taking them out quickly.
The common fodder might be easy, but the actual mages here at least had some strategy and prep time in this dungeon. If you notice around these corner rooms, there are pressure plates that spawn fire traps. The mages will teleport around the corners to a more defensible position and even pop barriers while on the traps to deal damage without moving a finger.
Well, that was a nice strategy in theory, but I stun-locked him before he could do any Nightcrawler antics, so sucks to suck. Well, looks like we found a lone elf girl. Joe, don't get any ideas now.
It's a demon at work.
Donald, I like elves, but she is clearly young and scared. I have my limits. Besides, weren't you the one last episode who referenced 2 of your favorite quests being literally about banging elf girls?
I was, and you didn't disagree with me, so you're not breaking any allegations. Anyways, don't worry, I may be horny. But after the whole Alric situation, I have my limits, and Mommy Isabella is right behind me, keeping me in line.
So she mentions her father was cut and that they bled him. I'd like to remind you of who we saw when we came in.
Goddamn, Barry, you really had us pay attention to that just for it to be about something really sad. And no matter what we choose with her here, she's going to have to run back to the exit and see her father dead and bleed out on the table.
I imagine Fenris sees himself in Arana here at one point. Fenris probably thought everything with Daenerys was fine and cared about him to some degree, and just like her, Fenris was born into slavery along with his mom and sister.
The only solace Fenris gets out of that is the fact he has no early memories, which is likely why he is far more hostile to Daenerys than Arana here. Anyway, there's a lot of different outcomes to her fate here. But for the most content and for the Fenris rivalry boost, I say we take her into our home and pretend she is going to be our slave.
Hey, I'm giving her plenty of work experience, and I'm not a dirty blood mage. I don't see the problem with this. It's not slavery, it's just a work internship. Mama Hawke and Bowden could always use the executive assistant anyway. I'll meet you at my house. Our daily prayers to enchantment begin every day at 5 p.m.
If you send Arana away money or no money, Fenris summarizes she will be robbed or taken advantage of. This turns out to be likely true as she ends up in the Blooming Rose, although we don't know as a waitress or something worse.
She's an innocent and vulnerable elf girl. I think we can safely assume what happens there, unfortunately.
What the hell did Fenris call us here?
He didn't call us anything. He actually used a Tevener swear, which translates to shit on my tongue. My man Dorian also uses this line in the Trespasser DLC. Also, don't forget to loot the Tevener Chantry amulet in this room, which is Anders' Act 2 gift, which we can give him to fully cement our rivalry with him.
Yeah, it will piss him off, so I guess I will humor him. But it's time for the main attraction, our first named mage of the episode to kill here. And by God, after all the mage glazing, I already know we are going to make her suffer with Fenris here.
Girl really said all of that to Fenris just to pop a shield and hide away. It's the equivalent of someone talking shit over a COD lobby and then disconnecting when they tried to clap back.
This is going to be a really easy fight, and that's actually an intentional design by the developers. Notice how the other Magisters had some strategy and tactics to them, but this girl just talks shit and throws random ads at us. So Hadriana is in lore weaker, magically, and more unskilled than the average Tevener Magister. And she was actually bullied by that by the other Magisters, which caused her to be more violent and edgy. According to Fenris, that's why she was especially cruel to the other slaves, and why she would torture Fenris just to please her master Daenerys. Hadriana feels like the only way she can make it in the world is to kiss ass and take out her problems on those weaker than her.
That's incredibly pathetic. She is literally the Dragon Age equivalent of that one grown-up kid who makes being bullied in high school their whole personality.
Damn, I talk about wanting to dunk mages in the toilet, but if I did that to her, it would be like treading old ground. Still, now that I know she's a loser, kicking her ass is going to be extra satisfying. How the hell did she even get in charge of anything if she sucks this much? I mean, coming from a business owner's perspective, Tevener mages have to be one of the worst managers in the series. Every single one of these mage assholes have been spending the whole fight hiding in their safety bubbles, while a bunch of Tevener soldiers get thrown into the Hawke and Fenris meat grinder. Working as a non-mage in this society has to be tough if the best job you can get is random fodder.
Non-mages are barely citizens in society, and military work is the most well-paid, although I'm not sure if these guys are official military or mercenaries. Also, the most this girl can do is summon a few skeletons. And Shades, that's some level 1 blood magic right here. Arana's dad and her friends really died just for her to summon some basic fodder. Throw out a hemorrhage or something like a real mage.
Shut up, Joe. The blood mages don't need any sort of tactical advice from the mage main. Just keep letting her hide in her bubble while I kill all her dudes without opposition. I'm glad all the Tevener mages adopt the same boring strategy as the matriarch in Mass Effect 1.
You know, I wonder if that's what they were going for. I know the design teams of the two games is mostly different, but the similarities are pretty apparent. The only difference is at least the matriarch had some off-screen aura about her. Hadriana is just noted as a evil asshole who listens to whatever Daenerys says like a good dog.
You can definitely just say, bitch Barry she tortured and tried to kill a squad mate. It's very appropriate in this case.
Between the high level and all the Fade buffs we got right now. And the fact this mission is supposed to be one of the first you complete, as important as this was for Fenris, this really only ends up being a little warm-up for Hawke. I don't want to jinx any of us yet, but I think we have reached the point where our team is going to struggle far less because of our stats and equipment.
You say that just as Anders got one-shot Barry.
Good, it's a 2-for-1 special. We killed 2 abominations with one fight. Look at this nerd reaching for her stick like she wouldn't just cast a 10th goddamn barrier in this game.
Now she is trying to talk no jutsu Fenris here like this dude isn't constantly listening to Slipknot and Machine Head on repeat.
I just realized this is the only companion quest where we really don't get any morality choices besides Arana. There's no end game decision choice here that impacts anything. Fenris just has a goal here and nothing stops him.
My Girl of Alien's quest doesn't have any options besides the flirt outcome getting a kiss, and Sebastian doesn't have much either, but overall you are correct. that probably just speaks to how adamant he is and how ingrained Fenris's trauma really is by this point.
So I take it from all of your yapping that none of these dialogue options really matter in the end?
None except saying she can't be trusted earns rivalry from Fenris, and deferring to him earns some friendship from him and Isabella, interestingly enough. Probably because Isabella still wants to bang him.
I don't even know why that earns rivalry, saying she can't be trusted. Isn't being a dick, it's the objective fact to never trust any mage from Teventer and bash their head in like POTUS did to that one dude who worked for low gain.
All right, I know I'm looked at as the trusting paragon in the group. But even I wouldn't take the edgy elf wielding a sword bigger than him with spikes on his arms at his word. I would ask them to at least back away first.
She fumbled that deal hard, but goddamn, she tore that robe up. That's how you work the art of the deal, Fenris. I am so proud of you.
Unfortunately, Fenris is so consumed by his anger he is not really prepared to display any other emotion besides anger. I mean, hell, we are just trying to have a calm conversation about how we might be able to get you in touch with your sister. But bro just wants to yell in our face instead.
Honestly, dude deserves a little bit of hate going off on all mages because he was tortured by 2 specific mages.
That's not very different from how prejudice works in real life. It's not like the average racist has met every single person of that race. A few bad interactions is all it takes. Although now Fenris is doing another Reddit argument that's the opposite of Anders' pro-mage argument.
Those two could really get along if they didn't make their entire personality about hating. Where loving mages, they actually have a ton in common, including a newfound edgelord love of killing mages.
Hey, that's only the justice side of him. The rest of the healer robe just complains about oppression and writes letters instead. So unless you want to stick my boy Fenris and Anders in a room together, this is not going to work. Also, Obama, I think you are greatly under-exaggerating the emotions Fenris is feeling right now. Bro just found out a piece of his past and killed one of his torturers. I think that would leave anyone conflicted.
I suppose that is fair. Fenris' whole stick is about being so obsessed with revenge and breaking away from his master that despite being physically freed, he can't escape his mental chain until he pulls a dead money and learns to let go. Varric says it best in his Act 3 quest, no matter how much he wants revenge, it won't really help matters.
So did Bodan or Mom let Fenris in, or did he just kind of wander in and sit down here?
I mean, regardless of who let him in or not, it's not like any of them would do anything except our young Lord Sandal, and he would respect Fenris's mage curb stomps too much to do that, despite him worshipping the false idol of Andraste.
So just like every other companion confrontation, when they show up at your house, that's a sign that a possible sex scene can occur. And Fenris's is no different. If we wanted to pursue his romance, the key flirt dialogue is right here at the end of this conversation.
Hey, I love my mage curb stomper, but he is a little too spiky for my taste. I like mental issues, but not that many mental issues. Now, the mage killer in Veilguard, however, is an entirely different story.
Thank you for explaining your romantic, somewhat cis preferences, Donald. Fenris might have been the best for the girls' romance we could have picked right behind Alistair. But Fenris hooking up with a mage hawk is all kinds of poetic irony that I will not bring up here.
Fenris can hook up with a mage hawk, and Anders can hook up with a Templar warrior hawk. Everyone holds on to their morals until a hawk shows up and trigger their player's sexual needs. Except, of course, Sebastian, the one straight man in all of Kirkwall, literally.
Now, I'm pretty sure Varric is straight too, although he is more crossbow sexual than anything else. Also, Fenris, I respect the mage smoke, but at the rate you're going, you are going to need a hobby to pass the time. We only have one more T-Vinter to kill together, and after that, you might need to find a side gig. I hear the Dalish are prime real estate this time of the year.
Jesus Christ, Donald. I asked earlier who let Fenris in, but Boden here let Arana in, so I imagine he just lets anyone in here who asks for Hawke. Well, let's go check to see how Arana is fitting into her new home. I'm glad she didn't get mugged on her way here like Fenris thought she would.
Well, it's probably because she was asking around for Hawke Manor, and the name drop of Hawke scared the shit out of the coterie. And Carta, after how much damage he's done to them in the last 4 years.
Also considering Merril lives here too now, and we had this young elf girl ask which house is Hawke's Manor. I'm pretty sure Hawke is a renowned elf lover among the nobles of Kirkwall. The bartender in the Hanged Man is going to have a field day.
So wait, because we told Fenris we are going to keep her as a slave, now we have to play along. We can't change our mind later or anything. What kind of crazy that this is the one choice that you can't double back on.
I'm fine with things as is. She gets work experience and stays away from the Blooming Rose. Sounds like a win-win.
How are you feeling?
Unfortunately, because we are going the slave route, there is a bug that will be apparent in Act 3 that will cause her to disappear. This doesn't happen. If you offer to pay her as a servant, however, although this might not be a bug, maybe she isn't entirely happy as a slave and tries to run away on her own, in which case, well, my bad.
My bad, keeping an actual slave is crazy work.
Well, speaking of our unpaid interns, let's go check on Fenris one more time for this episode, and hell, probably the last time for this act, and he is starting it off good by drinking instead of brooding.
Hey Fenris, I know you may be inclined to vent your trauma to us now that you're drunk, but have you considered doing some good old-fashioned gambling? It gives you more of a rush. Might help give you the hobby you need.
Fenris already is a part of Varric's Diamondback group in Act 3, along with Isabella, Donick, and Vengeance. Apparently Fenris is the usual winner of the games, which is impressive, considering how much of a cheater Isabella is, as we learn in Origins. For now, though, he has a really interesting story to tell us, and by God does it tie with Isabella on the drama scale.
I'm down to hear some more drama, even if I know this is going to be a long one, but the least Fenris can do is offer us a little bit of that wine, if he is going to tell us his life story.
Well, everyone settle in with a blanket, tea, and snack, because like every Gator backstory, this is going to be a long one.
Damn, Fenris really made some friends for the first time in his life, just to backstab them. That is not being a true homie.
To be fair, slavery often breaks down the wills of the slave through physical punishment and dependence. Fenris really did believe that there was no choice but to give up.
What's crazy is the Fog Warriors still injured Denarius despite having to fight him and Fenris turning on them, so these guys put in some good work. Fenris probably could have won if he sided with them instead of folding.
So wait, the Fog Warriors taught Fenris the Qun and are rebels in Qunari lands, but they fight both Tevinter and Qunari, so are they humans or Qunari racially?
Well, Fog Warriors are natives to Searon. And while Searon has been occupied by the Qunari for over 200 years, the original natives of the island would be humans and elves. Searon has been contested for almost as long as the Qunari occupied it, by both Tevinter and the Chantry, and now the island is divided with one side being Qunari, and the other being Tevinter, with the Fog Warriors occupying the jungles in the middle. To answer your question, though, the Fog Warriors are humans who know the Qunari religion and language as a byproduct of the occupation, but don't adhere to the Qun.
They also have some weird fog-bending magic, too, which I guess they didn't bother to use against Denarius. For some reason, sounds like these guys got nerfed by cutscene hacks.
Maybe Fenris killed the mage who was supposed to cast the fog magic. He did get the drop on him after all. Also, Iron Bull thinks the fog magic is alchemy, and Tevinter thinks it's a unique form of blood magic, but the consensus is no one knows what the hell it is. Given the trend of forgotten or unknown magic, it's likely the ancient elves invented it, and then it was lost to everyone but a select few of people in Searon who rediscovered it thanks to demons.
Seharon's just a weird place that makes a bunch of weird people. Isn't the original Ball of Anxiety from Seharon too?
Sten is from Searon as well as Fenris, in fact. We actually get one companion from everyone in the original trilogy that is from Seharon, as Iron Bull served almost 10 years in Searon before forming the Chargers.
So the fact that Denarius found Fenris in the middle of the jungle with the Fog Warriors and then tracked him down everywhere he ran to in the free marches, including Kirkwall, sort of confirms that he can somehow track him with the lyrium markings.
It's possible he is tracking with the lyrium markings, although the more obvious answer is Denarius made a phylactery of Fenris during the lyrium surgery, since he is so valuable. We do see that non-mages can have phylacteries made, which is the case with Lucanus in Veilguard. The fact it takes him so long to act in this game, whereas Fenris was fleeing every other week from him originally, is either bad writing, or Denarius having to hesitate now that Hawke is in the picture. Take your pick.
Hawke should make anyone hesitant, and we've given this game enough shit in my opinion, so I'm going with option 2.
Yeah, you would, Sleepy. Well, looks like we have earned Fenris's drunken respect. And with all the rivalry points racked up now in the last 20 minutes, it's safe to say we have maxed out his approval points now. Speaking of, let's go max out another companion's rivalry by giving him his Act 2 gift.
To the fallen.
Well, between the 30 conversations we have had with Fenris, and all but one of the gifts given all of our companions' approval is going to be maxed out now, with the exception of Sebastian, Anders, and Aveline. All of them should be maxed out in the next couple of episodes, though. Except for maybe Sebastian, but his approval being maxed out isn't as important as his loyalty to the squad is determined by something else.
That's going to come down to a key decision later, which is ultimately going to come down to who's playing the final mission. Also, Anders being interested in Tevinter always felt like devious work, especially in 2, where everyone from Tevinter is a blood mage slaver who attacks on sight.
Makes perfect sense. The healer robe would love a place where mages do the oppression instead of the other way around. Not to worry, though, soon they will all be put in their place.
Ominous, but yeah, this is another shift at Vengeance slowly altering his personality, because in Awakening Anders has issues with the Imperium, but here he sees it as a goal to work towards. Really the best bet we had for seeing the other side of Tevinter, as Dorian and Gallus, before them everyone in Tevinter, was a assumed cartoon villain.
Enough about the mage capital. There will be time to kill them later. For now, I smell another mage to be killed, and we are going to do it Kuzlan style with the Scottish human noble.
Perhaps one day I can return one as meaningful.
Well, we were bound to cover Sebastian at some point, so I guess now is a good enough time to talk about why we dislike Sebastian and not just because he is boring. Let's get into some cut content, boys.
All right, but if we are going to talk about how peak this quest could have been, I'm going to need some of this Flora wine right here.
Drinking so much that you are yelling at the fridge that there's no more beer left. Now this is peak.
Pretty sure that is just alcoholism, but moving on to the cut content of the Exiled Prince DLC. Sebastian's entire storyline was originally intended to focus around Nathaniel Howe instead of Sebastian Vale, but the concept was changed due to the possibility of Nathaniel's execution or death during the events of Awakening. This would have set up Awakening as a perfect prequel to Dragon Age 2, with both Anders, Nathaniel, and Justice all being main story companions. This is why Nathaniel already has a model and a quest in this game. He was supposed to be a full-fledged companion. The story around Nathaniel would have involved him stepping away from the Wardens to take out some noble connections that his father made in Kirkwall to repay his debt for his father's crimes, as well as establish his sister and nephew to safely settle in the city.
Wait, we could have had the peak of Nathaniel back and killing more enemies of Howe? Why the hell didn't we do that? I mean, Anders can die in Awakening too, and they just retconned that death away. That punch was for High Lord, by the way.
I think it's because they gave Anders out in his death scene by saying a pillar collapsed on him, and they never found a body. Nathaniel, on the other hand, can be hanged in front of the Warden Commander. That's much harder to retcon that death away. The revenge story seems pretty similar now to Sebastian's story, but what would the friendship and rivalry path be with Nathaniel?
Or not too dissimilar to Sebastian's either. The rivalry and friendship path of Nathaniel would have involved him joining back with the Wardens or fulfilling his original goal of becoming a Chevalier in the free marches, since he has been doing so much good traveling with Hawke anyway. I believe just like Sebastian, friendship would have been to stay in the Wardens, and rivalry would have had him become a Chevalier.
That means most people would have gone the friendship route, since as players we worked hard to build Nathaniel into the Wardens. I don't see why we wouldn't want him to stay there. What is it with these backstabbing nobles working with Tevinter slavers? And how the hell did this girl sneak dozens of slaves into her house anyway?
Probably the same way we did with Arana, just have them wander into the manor one at a time.
Bro is so lost in the goon sauce, he is actively doing all of this shit in front of an audience. I don't know whether to be disturbed or impressed like my girl Isabella is.
Well, to make things worse, this is Johann Harriman's husband doing all of this. So his own wife sold his soul to a desire demon so he can goon to elves in peace.
If a desire demon was involved, I doubt she had to force him. Bro is suffering from success right now. It's like watching a man drown in water while we are dying of thirst.
Yeah, that's great until you die slowly of starvation and losing your essence from the demon eating you away, like that one Templar in the Circle Tower.
Death by demon snoo is a lot better than blight poisoning. Or getting burned alive by a dragon. That's a pretty top-tier way to go in my eyes.
Damn, Bro wants to bring her brother in this mess. Sounds like he got some ideas from that one brothel in Baldur's Gate 3.
I wonder if that's the same elf that Sebastian sucker punched downstairs. If so, I doubt he's ready to join in. Don't forget to grab the Starkhaven bow on your right, Donald.
Yes, someone has to get the human noble's approval up, and I guess you two defaulted that task to me. Also, are they really going to try to pull a you shall not pass on me? Y'all were just gooning to elves and drinking 10 seconds ago. Just stick to that, and let me enact my vice of making a mage bite the curb.
Looks like they are practicing non-violent resistance against Hawke. Probably a good idea at this point to avoid a force wedgie.
They really had to pan to the torch like they were summoning some unimaginable horror, just for it to be the same shades. And Desire Demon that we fought 20 times last episode alone. Also, really good team for this mission. Donald Isabella still has the lightning runes that Joe equipped during his episode. And Aveline has the lightning axe from the Nexus Golem that I gave her 2 perfect demon slaying team.
Any team with Mommy Isabella is peak Barak, and I'm committed to killing every mage today with 0 difficulty, and that means killing their demon summons too.
Sounds like some heavy foreshadowing, Donald. Let's see if you can deliver.
Like I said earlier, we have fully hit our squad's mid-game power spike, so we should have less issues going forward. The Arishock fight and the DLC encounters might be a different story as always, but this episode might be a victory tour for you, Donald.
Just watch me cook Joe. Unlike Obama here, I am going to have 0 difficulty with any of these demons also. I already am ahead of the game here. This is the same map where we fought the dragon in the Wounded Coast last episode. Take another shot. Viewers.
I guess nothing is safe from you, Donald. This map is much more rare than other repeating maps, though it's really only shared by the Wounded Coast Cave. But this dungeon is far more longer than even that one. Still a repeating map, but definitely the most innocent of that group of maps.
Kind of crazy Donald is tackling the 2 easiest companion quests last when we have all these skill buffs. but I'm going to hold my reservation since he did get to pick last in the turn order here. I'm not about to pull another Awakening series situation on you once is triggering enough.
Only Joe Biden would harp on something that happened 6 months ago, but editor put that Awakening episode up above here so the viewers know what we are talking about. Anyways, while I keep killing these demons, is there any lore reason why the hell there is a goddamn full demon ruin underneath Kirkwall?
I imagine this was a Tevener ruin used for blood magic. And communicating with demons, it was controlled by ancient Tevener originally when they were at their prime blood magic, was as common as oxygen. The Desire demon that Lady Harriman found was a complete accident. She was apparently trying to renovate her home, and just stumbled into her, as we can read about in a few of the journal entries.
Girl didn't even try to argue with the demon to get a good deal. She immediately leaped at the first opportunity of power and got taken for a ride. Classic rookie mistake. I bet she didn't even bother trying to intimidate the demon for some snoo-snoo. Pathetic.
Most mages can't be like my cutie patootie Merril in learning ancient magic able to cleanse the blight while not giving the demon almost anything in return, although I guess Merril has some special keeper knowledge where she is able to bargain better with demons than the average mage.
Yeah, but she's still a blood mage that can cause a basement demon orgy like the Harrimans. If she isn't careful, all blood magic attracts demons. It's just a fact. It's like saying you can take crack recreationally.
A very colorful description, but not a crazy one either. Donald blood magic is described as so powerful that once you start doing it, it's harder for mages to stop. Same thing with dealing with demons. It starts out small, but then you end up giving them everything. There's an interesting story about demons we can find further in this dungeon. It might be a repeat from Origins, but it's an important lesson about how deals with demons will always end up backfiring in the end.
Well, you're talking about the magic mirror that grants wishes, right? The summary of that story, viewers, is that an old woman was given a magic mirror that could grant 3 wishes. She wished to be young, then her husband got mad that she didn't wish him young too, so he wished for her to not be stupid. She then became smart enough to realize he never loved her. And the final wish was to get what they both deserved, which reverted her back to how she originally was, but now aware of how poor their relationship was. That one always stands out as more so folklore than a historic text, which is a nice mix-up to change how they present the codexes. It's one of Veilguard's less noticeable features that they mixed in more unprofessional codex entries like this folklore story in addition to pure lore. It gives a little something for everyone and helps make the world feel more lived in. The Elder Scrolls does this great too with the books.
Okay, thank you book nerds for your input. If it wasn't for either of you, I'm sure no one watching would even know what any codex entry says, because who the hell has time for that? The viewers are here to watch me bully elves, mages, and the occasional demon like this arcane horror who is pulling a necromorph moment of spawning in after we just killed all of his friends.
Oh, hello there.
On Jesus, we really can't go one episode without Desire Demon gooning. At least this one won't turn into the corpse of Aveline's husband, or worse, turn into Donic this time.
Look, Barry, we only get a few more Desire Demons in this series to look at. Just let us enjoy them and get it all out now.
Heavy pause. I am not letting either of you get something out. Keep that to yourselves.
Some people will never understand us, Joe, and that's really on them. But Nerdbama, speaking of caress from last episode, doesn't this Desire Demon have a few references to the Night Terror's quest if you do that one first?
Donald, how could you possibly know that? You have never played any of the DLCs for this game on your own admission. Also, you somehow remember the name of the Night Terror Desire Demon. Did you look up the goddamn wiki for Desire Demons?
Of course not, Barack. I just happen to have a healthy appreciation for Allure here. And I've picked up she might be more perceptive than the average demon. From my experience with Kitty, Veraville, Yavena, Redcliffe Demon 108, Caress, and Zebenkek.
All right, you just listed all the named Desire Demons we have met in our series. So far, I don't even know their names by heart. I'm just going to move on to your original question. Well, yes, this Desire Demon can know about the events of the Night Terror quest line as if you refuse her. An accepted Torpor's deal, she will taunt you saying, why accept one deal from us and not another? If we refuse and say we would never betray our friends, she will similarly taunt, how loyal were your friends to you? Everyone has a price. Also, if you try to bargain with her and have Isabella in the party, and only if she was the one who got worked over by the Desire Demon in Night Terror, she will say, just make sure whatever it is doesn't disappear this time. Bloody demons with their promises and their stupid imaginary boats.
Donald, did you just try to bargain with the Desire Demon while Barry was dispensing game knowledge? What happened to being a Templar main?
Shut up, Joe. I was trying to see if this one would offer a hidden sex scene or something.
Donald, our squad mates were right in front of us. What did you think was going to happen?
Oh, like they're in any position to judge me, Isabella would have immediately joined in. We just helped Aveline get laid after she gooned over a corpse last episode, and Sebastian isn't a real human noble if he wouldn't be down for it.
Also looks like you're putting Sebastian on the rivalry path right now, Donald, so I guess that means we have an almost even split of rivalry and friendship squad mates now.
Wait, it's rivalry just to encourage him to be the prince he was born to be?
It's rivalry because it's not really what he wants to do. He would prefer to leave comfortably in the Chantry the same way Isabella would prefer to live comfortably being a pirate, and an outlaw instead of a lawful hero. Although honestly, the path where he takes over Starkhaven is much more interesting than the Chantry path, since at least this gives us some more impact in the world. Plus, it's the canon decision, no matter what path you set Sebastian on, he will take over Starkhaven and be mentioned ruling well into the time of Veilguard.
Crazy how Sebastian joins Aveline, and Isabella as being the longest surviving cast of Dragon Age 2, depending on your actions. Bro probably has survived this long because of his overpowered specialization, although it looks like that's not helping you here since Isabella is already down.
Holy shit, what is going on with these health bars right now? Isabella just got one shot, and even the thick girl Aveline is barely hanging on. Who the hell is responsible for this? Oh, I didn't realize the Blood Mage was right behind Hawke all this time. I thought she just kind of disappeared.
This is a boss fight, and she is a boss. Why in the hell would she just disappear, Donald?
Even though it's a new series, my future sight is still unmatched. I literally said last episode that if you went against a demon horde like Obama did, but add one Blood Mage with hemorrhage, it would cook you, and here we already are.
No, god damn it, this is not over yet. I will not lose to another Blood Mage. This was going to be my moment. As long as I have the main character and this overpowered class. Oh shit, no.
You're cooked.
You're goddamn right he is. That was goddamn pathetic. Your first episode back and already needing help. Just sit in the corner and eat your McDonald's apple slice while I cook.
Barry, he is doing it again, my giblets.
Okay, I've been patient enough. This is not voice acting, and judging by how you are playing right now, you are not Donald. What is going on here?
Very perceptive nerd bummer. But I'm surprised you don't recognize me given all your yaps about me before now. I am the blind response to wrongdoing. I am moral equality. And I'm the last goddamn party member you recruited at the ass end of your series. I am justice.
Wait, I thought we removed you during my first episode. Did you break out and take over Donald? Because I can get Elon here to make another ray gun.
How adorable the tainted bard has concern for his friend. But I'm afraid your toys will no longer work on me. See, just like your Grey Warden joining what me and the President have, is completely consensual. Now that the poor and illegal immigrant demons are taken care of and the filthy Blood Mage is all alone, allow me to elaborate. See, after you two left Donald to his own devices during his Deep Roads failure.
All right, let's see if you were all talk you fade-loving ghosts.
Ha ha ha! Fuck you humans! I'm free again!
Oh shit, I forgot he was in there too. Well, that can't be good.
God damn it, he said he was going to take me with him, that lying egg bitch.
Yeah, he is known to do that.
Well, why the hell did you open your little box prison? Did you mistake it for the snack pantry, fat ass?
Yeah, keep talking like that and I will lock you back in here and give you to Baron. You know how much that little bastard loves suitcases. You will never see the light of day again. I have 2 questions to ask you and that will determine what happens next. 1, I remember you actually freed me from the Boob Mage's spell in episode 2, even though I was perfectly fine, by the way. So why do that? And 2, I remember Barack saying something about you giving the healer robe a strength buff. When you two fused, can you actually do that?
Well, one, don't flatter yourself, but while I occupied your body, it just felt gross to be controlled by a demon. So I removed that out of pure comfort on my own end.
Geez, and people call me a tsundere.
Secondly, yes, I could enhance your perception quite a bit. 2 heads are better than 1, and I have intimate knowledge on the enemy's seeing as how I was once a part of the game code too. But why would that matter? I have no need to be used and tossed aside by you, or live in that grease-filled head again. I don't get anything out of this hypothetical idea.
Well, I know that's not true. You have always wanted to live in the mortal world, and you get to do that through the eyes of a billionaire president, so you can literally experience whatever you want.
Not good enough. I'm not some cheap desire demon that just wants to live around and feed off some human. I want to make an impact, Why do you even want to fuse with me, Templar Main?
Because Joe and Barack have had it too good with their cheats for too long, and I am not losing my chance to punch the egg or let down my wife, Morrigan, for the best romance.
All this for a waifu, how noble. Well, I will agree to fuse back together with you, and you can call me in for the assist anytime you want. But in exchange, I want something else.
I don't like how that sounds. You better not do anything to Morrigan or Isabella.
That's what you care about? No, nothing so mundane. Donald, let's just say one day I'm gonna call in a favor you have to agree to as well. Trust me, what it is, I'm sure you won't mind.
All right, well then what is it?
I won't say anymore. Now Joe might be fooled, but eventually Barack is going to want the exposition, and I don't trust you to keep a secret until it comes up. So do you accept this deal?
Unlimited favors for exactly one in return? If it gets me my props in the series, you have yourself a deal.
And so there you have it. Now that the boss is dead, and the pathetic blood mage spawn have been freed, I'm going to take my leave. Good luck on this death competition now, you liberal cocks.
My goddamn head, but hey boys, I beat the boss in under a minute. Easy money, right?
Donald, you didn't beat shit. We all saw how you willingly implanted a terrorist Fade spirit into your brain just to keep yourself ahead in a Dragon Age death competition.
Hey, if Joe gets to waste taxpayer dollars with a synthetic Grey Warden joining, I get to do the same, making a deal with a harmless blue spirit that cost our country $0 of our viewers' taxes or donations.
Well, better make room for another seat in our future playthrough, because between Themi and his two siblings making a Veilguard appearance, and now Donald's edgelord spirit, we are going to be here a while. Also, going back to the quest, finally, do you boys think Flora and the rest of her family were victims, or they willingly still went with all the demons?
If a robe breathes, they lie. It's as easy as that. However, that girl's husband was completely valid for folding to desired demon gooning, and this girl here does have a massive chest, so maybe there is hope for her yet.
Thanks, Donald. Sebastian gets pretty philosophical here about the demon not being able to create desires that weren't there. But the mom who started all this implied she gave the souls of her children to allure, so I doubt it was their fault, despite maybe being weak-willed. Well, in the interest of being fair, we do have a few Sebastian dialogues to get through, including the gift dialogue, so we might as well take this opportunity to evaluate his character, cover his background.
Fair enough, Barry. Donald, this is your raw, unedited first impression of him. You already can tell how me and Barry think about him, but what are your thoughts?
Honestly, I like this guy overall. His quest is a nice reference to the human noble from Origins. He has a strong specialization tree. He is a contentious Scotsman, and while he is fumbling his leadership grind, I'm going to do everything I can to get him to lock in. I see someone who is just being weighed down by his fake religion. If he just let that weight go, bro, would be a top-tier companion. Overall, I'd rate him somewhere in the B tier.
And does that ranking go any lower if you realize he is a DLC companion, so despite being not a unique take like Jobadon Shale and you yourself admitting he is only mid-tier, we still had to shell out money for him, unlike most other companions.
Well, I didn't even have to pay for him since we are on your account. But even if I did, I'm not poor, and I respect EA having a money grind. Like, if they're trying to maximize their bag on games, who am I to stop them? We are all in this world to grind and make money at the end of the day.
I guess we can't expect Donald to be outraged at money grabs. Truthfully, I wouldn't mind Sebastian too much if he just wasn't an Elthena Glazer. And he wasn't the only companion who could use bows, which means if you didn't shell out $10 or get the pre-ordered deluxe edition bows, were straight up useless in this game unless you trained your Hawke to be an archer.
Well, I think I mostly share Joe's opinion with a few extra opinions that I think I've made clear throughout the series. But this has been enough of a roast of Sebastian for my taste. I'm thankful you covered his side quest, and that at least one Dragon Age gamer enjoys this guy. It's like that one obscure Pokemon that is still someone's favorite.
This is yours.
Yeah, you kind of forced it on me, so I didn't have much of a choice. Yes, I will be doing his quest in Act 3 too, I imagine, since I know you two don't see the potential in this guy.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, hell no. I will tackle it. I can call absolute dibs on that quest, and if I don't get it, I will exit this playthrough.
Wait, you guys spent this whole mission complaining about this guy, and you dumped his Act 2 quest on me, but now all of a sudden Joe wants to do his Act 3 quest. What gives?
Trust me, Donald, we don't want to get into that right now, but let's just say there's a very specific reason Joe wants to handle that quest, and it will make more sense when we get to that. probably will be whatever episode Joe tackles Mark of the Assassin for that same reason now that I think about it.
Well, we got through a whole character analysis of this guy in the DLC, and we are still halfway through his conversations. Do we have any interesting lore on this guy? Barack, I feel like we have barely talked about him as a person.
Well, unfortunately, the most interesting thing about him is how he acted in his past, something Isabella comments on as Like Me, Isabella summarizes that she would have preferred to meet Sebastian during his younger, wilder days. As the story about the Starkhaven longbow suggests, Sebastian had a much closer relationship with his grandfather than he did either of his parents. His parents focused on his older siblings more because they were the approved heirs to the throne, but Sebastian's grandfather favored Sebastian for his kindness and skill with a longbow. However, when his grandfather died when he was a teenager, he began acting up, drinking, whoring, and bounty hunting. He would often hunt down criminals or Tevener slavers operating in the free marches, then take the gold, and spend it in a tavern to find a new girl for the night, all of this when he was still only 16.
So his parents didn't like the image of him being a slutty mercenary, so they sent him away to the Chantry?
They sent him away to the Chantry largely because of political reasons, not because they actually cared about him doing bad shit. They were worried that him banging tavern wenches would one day sire a bastard that would have a rightful claim to the Starkhaven throne, and possibly challenge his siblings, and they imagined that having a child in the Chantry would look great for the family's publicity, and give them political connections like, say, Grand Cleric Elthina in the future.
Speaking about Elthina, here she is complaining about Sebastian being too productive and leaving the Chantry with Hawke too much. Maybe Hawke encourages people to be heroic because the city is actively being occupied by a military force, a serial killer, and Templars are tranquil mages so they can commit SA on them. Kirkwall is a shitty place in praying, while never leaving the Chantry doesn't do shit to help that.
Oh damn, Joe, I thought you were the maker believer among us. I'm surprised you're not more on Sebastian's side when it comes to his and Elthina's beliefs.
Barry, I mostly just like the Maker because of my beautiful bard Liana, and because I think there should be more magic in the world besides the ancient elves, doing literally everything that includes the Paragons too, mind you. Elthina, though, gets no pass from me no matter how much Sebastian likes her.
I guess if we are being completely fair to all sides, there is one bit of praise we can say about Elthina. When Sebastian was given to the Chantry, it was Elthina who not only made his stay there tolerable, but even gave him money to leave the Chantry since she believed no one can be forced to serve the Maker. Giving him freedom while his family was forcing him down a singular path is what ultimately led him to the Chantry in the end, because she was the first person besides his grandfather that gave him the option to choose.
You're telling me the only reason this dude isn't more based and willing to take up the throne grind like Palin is because of Elthina? That is not endearing her to me at all.
Can't blame you, and because of her influence, Sebastian is not at all willing to take up the throne at the moment, which means the kingdom of Starkhaven is still contested. It's not like we had an earlier game that showed how dangerous and bloody civil wars can get in this world if there isn't a decisive decision to place a rightful ruler on the throne. I'm sure Starkhaven will be fine. It's not like there's any oppressed class that is locked away in towers that plan on rebellion soon.
Well, after 3 hours of side quests, it's time we finally tackle some plot again. Let's put on my detective hat and fulfill my destiny as Detective Donald. But first, Barack wanted to talk to Meredith's #1 mage hater, Cullen. Here, have any more controversy you'd like to share with us to slander his good name, or is he added back to the Inquisition waifu wars?
No, he's not added back. And no, there's no Greg Ellis updates. Either the news has been radio silent since his arrest in January. I wanted to talk to him here to get an update on the Templar situation, and also because he has unique dialogue after Anders' side quest about the Tranquil Solution. You know, we have a mandate to show all the hidden dialogue points in this game.
This conversation is also where he references knowing another Amel once a long time ago. If you were a female mage warden, he will say that she was very special.
Once you meet a main character, you can't ever fully get over her. It seems he does the same gooning in Inquisition during war table banter.
You can't blame him. Some of the flirty dialogue with Cullen in Origins is pretty intense, like that one freaky girl you met at college. This dialogue here is harder to miss since the gallows is still a main quest area we go to a few times in Act 2. For Ho, their vengeance, I know Cullen is paranoid, but that's a huge leap to compare him to Sir Raquel. Even his voice actor hasn't reached that level yet, and he has actual charges.
Is no better than death. They want no controls on them at all.
Cullen actually is just a Templar who has a healthy level of racism. For the robes, comparing the two is actively crazy, and a reminder I shouldn't take this healer robe too seriously. What's that? No, I'm not going to give him credit just because you're friends with him. We are business associates. Stay in your lane.
It's hard to keep recruitment up enough to maintain.
You know, playing back the last few episodes in my head, stuff like this seems more obvious now, however. Are you really still trying to do more Templar work after we cleared out their quest log last act?
Curb stomping mages doesn't take a vacation, Sleepy, and neither do I. Besides, we could always fatten our pockets a little more. Looks like it was pointless, bro. Is closing ranks after the Blooming Rose incident.
There is a side quest bounty hunter that we get because we sent Grace to the Circle. But honestly, there's no story or interesting lore to this quest. It's just a kill quest that doesn't have a map marker. Only thing interesting is a single longsword with the messy kills stat that is slightly worse than the axe Aveline has equipped now. But it does have a more unique design than a regular blade.
I don't need a reward. Killing mages is payment enough. Just point the way to where I start the quest, because Cullen is sure keeping quiet about it. He won't even let me meet Mommy Meredith.
Also, America's still being the fun police. Every joke we make bounces off him like he has a magic cylinder on his field.
To be fair, we are talking to him after he got chewed out by Meredith for trying to stop a serial killer that we know also exists. I wouldn't be in the best mood either, especially since he spent 3 years investigating murders only to find one suspect that was a dead end.
All right, I know our companions have been pretty inactive these last 3 years, so maybe we don't have too much room to talk, but we gave this dude bones, a connection, and a goddamn location being the Foundry, and somehow this dude took 3 years to find one suspect who, spoiler warning, is only somewhat involved in the disappearances. I know we can assume he is inept, but given he is a non-Cullen Templar in Kirkwall, I think it's safe to say bro just spent far too much time in the Blooming Rose to be productive.
You would think if my guy was getting lucky at the Blooming Rose, he would be a bit more friendly to Hawke and able to take a joke.
Just like a Aveline lover in this game, Merrick doesn't get lucky at all, despite his attempts. Merrick usually sits in the corner alone. I guess he is too nervous to talk to anyone.
Little bit of a self-burn there, but that does track with everything else going on. I still don't know how they haven't raided that Foundry from top to bottom in 3 years. I mean, Aveline knew about the Foundry, and if it's abandoned, you would think searching that place would be far more beneficial than some random Orlesian's apartment.
I think this is a clear for the plot moment we are supposed to forget, that the Foundry existed, otherwise the story just doesn't work. And we don't get the dramatic ending that the game is going for.
So Merrick here says there's no way to connect the bones to the person who has died, but the Morn Watch definitely still exists, including one mage operating there who has completed his training already. We could have had an expert shipped out to solve this crime.
Joe, that sounds expensive as hell. The Templar Order doesn't even want to bother searching a noble's house correctly. Do you think they want to pay the travel and expert fees of some non-circle mage from Navarra? Besides, Kirkwall, of all places, definitely doesn't need any new weird undead magic being brought to the Blood Mage's attention. We have enough corpses running around.
That was still a nice tie-in to Veilguard Joe, but yeah, there's no way that type of magic was even thought about by the writers, let alone available to a random Templar in Kirkwall.
If I'm wrong, then I'm
time to hit up a Hightown mansion for the 5th time and take another shot, because I am sure we have been to this type of mansion before, boys.
Goddamn, not only does this guy have the same interior designer as the Harrimans, but he has the same demon home defense system as Daenerys did. I imagine Shade Alert is a really affordable system in Kirkwall, thanks to the CEOs of Blood Magic being so close.
Well, make that was so close. That girl got sent to the Shadow Realm for a few decades at least. But I never got this kind of plot line. He just has demons on standby to attack anyone who comes in at night, but not knowing who is there first. It seems like such a dick move. And that implies the demons are triggered by some kind of proximity system. So what's the logistics here?
Yeah, thanks, Nerd Bama. I can take it from here. Something demon gangbang orgy part 2. Editor, do your thing and make a new meme.
Damn, you know we have spent the last 2 episodes each being over an hour long. Just fighting the same goddamn demons, and these next 2 quests aren't about to change anytime soon.
Yeah, that's a definite problem with Act 2 and 3 specifically. There is really strong unit diversity in this game, only slightly less enemy types than Origins. But because of the rushed development time, it was probably easier to make more enemies just be demons for both writing than animation asset management. Also, good choice of party members for this quest. Donald, all great dialogue, and Anders has plenty of magic yaps to talk about it first.
I don't think the guards raiding the estate met that particular reception.
Yeah, I know Varric is peak here, and I'm done with Sebastian after his quest. Also, he is a confirmed blood mage. That's all I need to know. Time to find his head in a nearby toilet. They are due for a meetup.
I guess Aveline's guards don't know what blood magic vials look like. You think they would cover that in Kirkwall Guard basic training?
They probably don't teach it to protect Templar jobs. Also, we have an apology from Meredith Gascard. Must have connections even higher than the Viscount.
You know, I'm honestly amazed that Mommy Meredith took the time to apologize to this Orlesian dude. She is the most powerful person in Kirkwall that doesn't answer to anyone, and she still took the time to punish Emmerich and have her tranquil servants write an apology.
Emmerich is lucky he doesn't work for Chick-fil-A. Meredith's apology would have been to publicly flog him in front of Gascard, and then dip his balls in the fry cooker for good measure.
Very graphic, thank you, Joe. But looks like Varric agrees with you two. There's no way Meredith would have sent an apology unless Gascard knows someone.
Yet another reason to dislike the fantasy French, but considering this dude is a blood mage, I doubt the Chantry is going to miss him when he's a stain in his house.
Well, I guess the pretense is over. Donald sees a unchained mage that isn't hot, and all he sees is red.
Well, I feel like this is a pointless plea, but we get more dialogue enrichment if we keep him alive. And Gascard has a lot of different endings depending on our choices, including one where he turns good and renounces blood magic.
Wow, good for him. He has remorse. I could honestly care less. Not only is he related to the serial killer, but he is fascinated by his disgusting experiments for his own gain and can turn on us later. Even not using meta reasons for our decisions, we know for a fact he is a blood mage who summons demons and kidnapped a scared woman who fits the bill for the killer's victim. His story about his sister feels like bullshit too.
All right, fair enough. I'm not going to stop you from making a choice that honestly doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Also, Varric's line here saying it wasn't me, it was the one-armed man. There's a reference to the TV series The Fugitive, which aired in the 60s, but also had its own movie in 1993.
Also between Gascard, Darius, and Harriman there. Sure are a lot of blood mage residents in Hightown, and that's not even talking about the other mage nobles like Hawke, his 5 mage cousins, one of which being the human mage warden, or the Dew Lunset boy in Act 3. At this point, it would be easier to find a noble in Hightown that wasn't a mage. The Templars must really not have much authority over the nobility here.
That's why when my Templar Hawke became Viscount, in my playthrough, my first order of business was to start up stop and frisk Templar searches in Hightown to increase mage catching by 200%.
Incredibly made-up roleplay numbers there. Anyways, if we trusted Gascard here, the quest will go on to the final stage. But since Donald is going to fight him here, we are going to have to engage in a Scooby-Doo-like chase around the mansion, fighting more of his demon security system.
This time I have the OG squad with me and 2 mages for that overpowered crack speed buff. I'm confident this is going to be easy goddamn money now. I have to lock in so Joe can surpass me in Death's next episode during the Arishock fight. But Joe getting clapped up aside, I have a comment question prepped for us while I rack up Inquisition levels of demon kills. Due to no particular relevance to this questline, viewers, in your opinion, what is the saddest moment in the Dragon Age series to you personally? For me, I have to give it to the breakup conversation that Morrigan gives you in Base Origins during the final battle of Denerim. Especially when she says that your relationship meant nothing to her and that she is going to leave and you will never find her again. The fact that this was true until Witch Hunt and I had to wait over a year to get a proper happy ending nearly broke me as a person. Hell, even during the Ultimate Edition, the fact we have to play through Awakening first before even seeing Mommy Morrigan was too much of a wait, and I couldn't stop thinking about the pain in her voice when she said this meant nothing to her. It's goddamn heartbreaking.
All right, Donald, I respect the devotion to your waifu at the end of the day. And I can't even fault you, Donald, breaking up with Liliana during our playthrough. Nearly broke me. I almost dropped out of the 2020 election. Because of that one.
Joe, you did drop out of the 2020 election, though.
Yes, but it was so I could make the spell tier list, not because of Liliana trying to keep up Barry. As for my saddest moment in the series, I have to give it to Varric's conversation with the Inquisitor. If you sacrificed Hawke in the Fade. Bro starts out with his normal bullshit Hawke stories, but he breaks down crying halfway through the story. And you can see the moment of realization that his best friend is dead and not coming back. That's a type of raw pain that this game rarely shows as fresh as with Varric. And then hearing say he has to write to Hawke's partner telling him what happened breaks you even more, because you realize they don't even know that their second half is gone. I've only ever seen this scene on YouTube. I could never bring myself to actually kill Hawke in Inquisition, but it's still a top-tier sad scene.
All right, good picks, boys. I have to give my saddest moment to listening to Donick Bangaveline on her desk last episode. I have never felt pain like that before. My heart nearly spilled out on the Oval Office.
Yeah, I'm not with you on that, Barack. That shit was funny as hell.
Barry, you can't pick that one. You have to choose something different. We just saw that last episode. And honestly, I'm with you, Donald. Laughing about it is still my go-to.
You guys are terrible friends, but whatever, if I can't pick her Act 2 quest, then I will go with the Darkspawn Camp Ambush in Origins if you are a female Dalish Elf Warden. The first time playing it, you think this is just an average ambush. Easy money, but then you see out of the corner of the screen Tamlin. One you long since assumed had died, and this late in the playthrough you may have even forgotten about. You certainly never expected to solve his disappearance here or find out how terrible his fate has really been all this time. Just seeing your friend like this or your implied lover and having to put them down is a punch in the gut. And one of the hardest kills I've had to do in the series since you have to kill him yourself.
All right, good picks, boys and viewers. Let us know your saddest moment in the Dragon Age series. In the comments below, our editor reads every single one, and his favorite will be featured in the next episode. But with all that being said, Barack Mine, featuring our favorite comment from last episode.
For sure thing, Donald, our featured comment comes from one of our biggest supporters, once again, answering the comment question with his super thanks, Mr. Zipbox, who said the most memorable secret boss was the Asunder questline for the admittedly shitty reward it gives if you fight the Pride Demon. I admit it's pretty lame that you collect all these parts around the deep roads just for the money reward to be tied to a clearly evil decision. But it's one of the few bosses in Origins that doesn't have a unique reward, so that makes it stand out more based on that alone. Thank you for your comment and super thanks as well. Can't wait to hear what your saddest moment is in Dragon Age.
Speaking of goated comments and super thankers, since we are still just blowing through demons, let's go through a few more donations for the romance competition, starting with our resident egg lover, Robert Wadsworth, who gave 2 $10 donations to Solus. Once again, your consistent support is always greatly appreciated, man. We don't know where we would be without this constant support. And as always, you are helping keep production on a fast pace towards Inquisition. Thank you for all the egg and elf love.
Next up, we have a big wallet donation from another big supporter, Antti Jotasniemi, with the 100 European monies, who is keeping the Josephine romance dreams alive and making the egg lovers among our viewers sweat by having both the human romances catch up. I respect your grind and deeply respect your wallet, more man. Thank you for this insane level of support. As always, we never expect it, but your consistency helps keep our consistency up.
Next up, we have a few based Cassandra romance donations. First off, we have a third big wallet donator in Joe Million, who donated $70 for my girl. You also sided with the OG High Dragon being the best boss, so I have to respect it. We also have $20 from Corey going towards Cassandra as per your request. From all of us and the editor, I greatly appreciate all your support in these videos and your efforts to make sure I don't sit in the cuck chair in Inquisition. And your consistent dedication is something we could never imagine. No matter what romance you picked, we thank you all for your support.
Wow, I'm actually amazed you cleared a blood mage without at least 3 deaths. I'm not sure if that's luck or if your spirit buff makes you genuinely better.
It's not that surprising Joe the first fight in the bedroom is honestly the only skill check in this mission, because you can't exit the room until you deal enough damage on Gascard. But Donald and his mage hating rage focused on him right at the start.
Thank you for the glaze, Barack, but now this hot Templar here said Emmerich wanted to meet me in Lowtown for my reward. So let's get on that and take another shot, because this is the same map where Joe dealt with the poison gas problem in episode 6.
Honestly, given the crime rate and the fact this area is pretty abandoned, I wouldn't be too surprised if it was the exact same alley. Also looks like America's sleeping boy's bro needed a power nap from all that not investigating he was doing.
Joe, he's not sleeping, that man is dead.
Damn dude must have been one of those few fake Templars in the gallows who throw smoke balls instead of holy smites. Bro finally tried to do some investigation just to get ganked by shades.
Looks like there was a desired demon in the mix, given his attraction to the blooming rose that may have been what did him in.
Oh, never mind totally understandable death.
I don't know why I even bother pointing out the little details anymore. But something about this quest that always gives me a oh shit moment is that the killer not only knows about Emmerich, but he wrote our name on the letter too, which means he knows who we are too.
Sounds like some bad foreshadowing there, but that is something that can dawn on the player far faster than it can dawn on Hawke. We don't even get that as a possible dialogue option.
Well, we should probably cover some of the other outcomes of this quest if we had let Gascard go. Laura the Templar, who gave us the note, follows us to the meeting and will confront us on who could have killed Emmerich, her first thought being that it's Gascard. We obviously know it's not Gascard, but roleplay-wise, Hawke can assume it is him, and that this trap was a double cross. If we tell Mora it was him, and then reveal that he told us to meet him in Darktown, he will be executed off screen, and the next quest will play as if we had killed him ourselves.
Seems kind of pointless unless you're speedrunning this game, I guess. You miss out on the experience fighting him as well as the loot, and you don't get the dialogue enrichment to keep him alive.
Yeah, it's one of the few flat-out wrong decisions, but it's a nice touch because my first thought when I played, unspared this guy, was he had double-crossed me, so I guess it's the game's way of seeing if you fall for the trick. We don't tell Mora it's him, or we lie and say we don't know where he went, then we can meet Gascard in Darktown at the start of the next quest and get a shortcut towards finding the killer, since he will use the blood he drew from Alessa to track her back down to the Foundry.
Wait, who the hell is Alessa?
The girl you just saved from Gascard that ran off while we did the comment question.
Oh, we never got her name. I was kind of confused. I just wanted smoke with the blood mage saving her was just collateral.
Some mage sent that thing here to kill him. Why would anyone... Oh, Maker. The murders. Emmerich was right. He was getting too close. He suspected a man...
Well, Emmerich died, but at least everyone at work knows he wasn't a crazy old man. He actually had some good theories. Even if he was a shitty investigator, I guess this girl is going to take up his job and spend every night at the Blooming Rose gathering evidence.
Enchantment! No, Leandra. Leandra.
Gamlin, you better wipe your feet and kneel down properly before you ask anything from the young Lord Sandal.
Really pretty rude of Gamlin, even if he doesn't believe in a god, because he had a hard life to not adhere to the religious customs of the Hawke household. I guess Sandel is in a good mood, or else Gamlin would have become a glass statue in our manor.
God does look after drunks and fools. I guess Gamlin qualifies for both of those categories. I almost would have forgotten about Gamlin if it wasn't for this quest. We really haven't heard anything about him since the Will quest at the start of the game.
Well, we will have one more quest in Act 3 that covers Gamlin, which I will probably tackle in my next episode, so we can cover his full backstory then. But for now, we should focus on our mom receiving white lilies in the mail.
Oh, shit!
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Wait, what's wrong with white lilies?
Joe, goddammit, we learned that both Ninette in Act 1 and Alessa in the last quest both got white lilies before disappearing.
Oh, right, sorry, the Fade Demons must be making me a little tired. We better go hit up that foundry.
Joe a little tired is like saying Arizona and Florida are a little hot. I will give Gamlin two things, bro. Respects. The ancient sport of gambling, and dude does show up when it comes to his sister. Somehow this is the bum's second contribution to the main story of Dragon Age.
It's why I can't really bring myself to hate Gamlin. Dude does help when it counts, even if he did kind of screw us over with the inheritance. It's hard to be mad about that now that Hawke ended up buying it all back anyway. Also, we get some Merril dialogue. Let's go, boys. Who?
If I may say so, I don't think Mistress Merril is exactly, comfortable staying in the estate.
She's pretty.
She still goes to the alienage often, usually when you're not home. Something draws her there.
Before we head to the foundry, we should hit up Mora again. She has some more unique dialogue about our mother disappearing, along with Aveline.
I'm only doing this because she's nice to look at, and I trust the holy aura of a Templar more so than the Guard Union.
You know, asking if she has any leads is crazy considering Emmerich died last night. I'm amazed they even looked at the body yet.
That's sort of by design of this quest. All that remains is the second to last main quest in Act 2, since you have to finish Prime Suspect and Offered and Lost on the Qunari side in order for this one to unlock. However, the usual order is doing Black Powder and Offered and Lost, since those are the first quests we get and they flow nicely back to back. I believe for the kidnapping to be more paced out the order of quests, the designer intended was Black Powder, First Suspect, Offered and Lost than this one, so there's a natural delay between Emmerich's death and your mother's kidnapping.
Yeah, but I don't give a rat's ass about being optimal even if I had that choice, but I guess if there's some YouTuber who wants to do a video about playing Dragon Age 2 as the developers intended, then you're welcome for the Act 2 roadmap.
Did Gamlin punch that small child?
Pretty sure he did, and just when we were about to give him some credit for being not that bad too. Maybe it's a good thing bro never had to be a father to a young child.
That's just what happens when you don't bring your dad more beer. Anyway, I don't have much time to barter with this kid, and Hawke wipes his ass with 5 silver, so go ahead and tell me what you know.
Damn, we really said you need some new Jordans while you're at it, little guy.
The major change again, if we had Gascard alive, is we could visit him in Darktown and automatically teleport to the foundry from there, which doesn't really save more than a few seconds of time. We can also visit the entrance to the foundry if we did the first sacrifice quest. And Hawke will remark about last seeing the killer there, but we would need more evidence before searching there, so we can't actually skip this Gamlin cutscene without Gascard.
Welcome to the railroad, choo-choo. I hope you didn't care about your mom or anything, players.
I have to admit, even though we are kind of shitting on this quest, I do always feel locked into the stakes. We as the players might not feel too endeared to Leandra. She doesn't do much in the story, after all. But we know how important family is to Hawke, and we can share his tension and fear in this moment.
It's one of the few times the voice protagonist in Dragon Age 2 works. Even if female Hawke's voice actor hits harder, both voice actors do a great job of conveying the anxiety and fear that's going through their heads right now.
Gamlin really said, "All right, Hawke, you go follow the blood trail towards the torture dungeon. I think I left my stove on at home or something. I'll check in later." Well, we have him cornered now. It's time to solve this murder mystery once and for all.
It's probably obvious, but the entire theme of this quest line is the writer's Dragon Age variant of the murder mystery subgenre. Even the title of this quest is a reference to the novel All That Remains by Patricia Cornwell, which also involves the hunt for a serial killer.
I'm not sure how successful they were. The whole point of this quest is just the stress of Hawke losing his mom. I never really got invested in who the killer is, since I just figured it's some random mage. A murder mystery only works when the killer turns out to be someone we knew. Like, can you imagine if the killer turned out to be Cullen or Thrask? And we could put the pieces together of missing mages through other quest lines to tie into this one. The Templar twist would also explain why Emmerich could never find clues and was reprimanded, because the killer was a superior officer. This quest could have the Dragon Age version of the Black Dahlia killer from L.A. Noire.
That was a fire argument until you started bashing Templars sleepy. Making the killer a mage helps balance out the mage versus Templar argument, and gives even a mage Hawke a genuine reason to side with the Templars.
And with both of you, the killer being a seemingly innocent character would be a crazy tie-in. But them being a mage makes sense for the later plot of Act 3 to give Hawke some stakes, even though this quest kind of shoves the mage-Templar debate down your throat.
I may not approve of your Templar glazing, but I do like your team choices for this quest. You've done a good job showcasing all the different companions this episode. And now we're finding Hawke's mom with his 2 oldest friends and his girlfriend that's Peak.
Yeah, I figured since we are killing more demons, I might as well make the Blood Mage and her nature damage more useful and clear them out for my last challenge of the episode. Besides, this quest has more blood magic slander than any other quest in Dragon Age 2. If there was one quest that might give the elf pause, it's this one here.
Merril might do some questionable spells from time to time, and she talks to a demon once or twice. But she is nowhere near this far gone or would ever get to this point. The second her magic even slightly harmed someone other than her, she would cry and give up blood magic full stop.
I like the inclusion of Aveline too. Not only did she set us up on this path by asking us to talk to Emmerich, but she has known Leandra the longest and would naturally be the one who cares about her well-being second, only to Hawke.
Damn, the quest isn't even gonna try to make me miss this cutscene. I guess the game designers said Hawke really needs to check in on this old lady's corpse.
I'm starting to buy your quest order, Barry, otherwise this killer got really busy in 24 hours, since that means he kidnapped her last night, killed her, and did what he needed to do with her for the ritual, then the next morning kidnapped Mama Hawke. And did the same thing. Bro must be huffing that Templar lyrium to be up that late. I mean, just reading his notes creeps me the hell out. I read them like he is talking like Sidious every sentence.
Any difference in this scene if Gascard is still alive, Barack?
Nope, Gascard is pretty quiet throughout this dungeon. Until the very end, likely, so he doesn't give away his true intention of why he's there. Hell, he doesn't even fight with Hawke throughout the dungeon, I guess, because he's saving his energy for the final fight.
Speaking of final fight, before we get to that, do we want to cover another tactical setup while we are just killing the same demons we have seen over a dozen times?
Sure thing. Since we did Aveline's last episode, it only makes sense to do our boy Fenris next. Editor, do your thing here. So we struggled with his settings the most since we started by just putting everything in his tree. But we settled that managing thread is key, regardless of whether you are a two-hander warrior or a tank. And also we couldn't find a useful time to use Spirit Pulse, since it ends up killing our own mages instead of the enemies, which I'm all in favor for, except we are also a mage, so we had to work a bit smarter here. So first, like Aveline, you want to get your setup active ability first, that being control first for that extra damage buff. Then you're going to want to have Taunt activate to try to pull more aggro to Fenris and less aggro to your mages and rogues. After that, you're going to want Stonewall to activate when surrounded to increase your survivability. Then have Lyrium Ghost activated to further that survivability. Then use Pommel Strike on an enemy with 75% or more health, so you use it offensively first. Then have Bolster activated when your stamina is less than 50%, so you can keep abilities up when you need the then activate rally for the same reason, but for your entire party. Finally, you're going to want to use Taunt again for ranged attacks to guarantee more threat generation is taken off your non-warrior squad mates, and then Pommel Strike on elite or higher so Fenris can focus on the large-scale threats first. Finally, while Might Blow doesn't have too many applications for tactics on Nightmare, since there is friendly fire for that ability on Nightmare, but for enemy mages, it's useful for the added stun for spell interruption, same as Shield Bash.
Good work, Donald, and with that, we have almost covered every single squad mate in Dragon Age 2. We only have Varric, and Isabella left, both of which we can cover in Joe's and my episodes next. I suppose we could do Carver and Talus during the DLC episodes, but that would be more niche, so viewers, you can let us know if you would be interested in seeing that. Also, don't forget to grab the ML Shield. and the gloves of the Overseer in this room after this cutscene. Both of them are mostly in lore items, but still are good for our collection.
Okay, I really don't want to sound racist or anything, but it's not like I can be canceled now that election season is over. That is a white lady in the picture. Our mom is black. In what way does that picture look like, Leandra?
To be fair, if we didn't edit Hawke as much during the start, that picture does look like default Leandra in the skin tone. Also, here's where we can find our first evidence of Orsino being a rat bastard. There's a letter in the middle of the pile saying the killer has a contact in the circle that has been giving him supplies, including tombs of forbidden knowledge. His name in the letter is O, and he speaks of his research with high praise. Needless to say, he has also been helping him hide from the Templars, too.
Depending on what side we choose at the end of the game, we can press Orsino more harshly on his involvement with Quentin. But that's a yap for another episode. For now, we can cover a little background on our unknown killer. Despite being a blood mage, he actually used to be a well-respected scholar of the Starkhaven Circle, which is where he met Orsino. But he left long before it was burned down by Grace and her boyfriend. He first fled the circle to marry a noble woman, which can anyone tell me if that sounds familiar?
Wait, hold on, you're telling me this guy's the evil version of Hawke's dad?
Basically, yes. He married a noble and devoted his life to forbidden research until his wife died suddenly of illness.
That's great. I love hearing about my victims before they eat shit. But I noticed you still haven't mentioned the Frenchman I killed in your lore yaps yet.
Yeah, we might as well get all the details so we and all the commenters can roast this creepy fuck as we destroy his life's work.
Right, so after Quentin escaped the circle, he took on an apprentice of another Orlesian noble named Gascard. He taught him blood magic, but after his wife died, he became reclusive and stopped teaching his pupil. One day, Gascard saw Quentin's research on performing a necromancy ritual to revive his wife, and instead of being disgusted, Gascard was impressed and wanted to learn more. Quentin, however, disappeared with his research when Gascard showed interest in his ritual, which led Gascard to seek revenge so he can obtain the research that he felt denied to by his master.
Of course, when we come here with Gascard, Quentin reveals all of this immediately. And Gascard ends up turning on us, unless we are a diplomatic or aggressive Hawke that can pass an optional speech check to get him to walk away from necromancy and blood magic for good. Also, if you're wondering what happened to our mom, well, brace yourself, because I sure as hell am not ready for this either.
I'm a Hawke.
No. Hawke has faced ancient rock giants, dragons, and an ogre killing his sister, and this is the first shock of horror we have seen on his face all game.
Donald, I don't even care about the death competition right now. I want you to kill this guy on the first try and make him suffer.
Not to worry. Looks like this dude graduated from the T-Venter Magister Manager's School for Excellent Bitches, as he's just going to hide behind a barrier while I kill all of his guys. Question though, can Dispel Magic take down this barrier and speedrun this fight?
No, unfortunately not. His barrier is unique, and is the only one besides Denarius, which cannot be immediately dispelled, probably because the developers wanted you to destroy each of the Desire Demons that are the possessions of his previous victims, except for Mirren the Circle Mage, who Emmerich was originally looking for. She isn't here for some reason. These possessions are sort of our main reward for completing the optional first sacrifice quest, since there is really only 2 dialogue changes throughout this entire quest line, and no other unique outcomes. Knowing the full context of this guy's crimes and the full story of their victims is the payoff, and honestly, that's what matters.
Wrong, Barack. What matters is we killed 4 whole blood mages today. That's the important part. If I was less base, though, what would be the end result of Gascard surviving this quest line? I've never seen that or bothered to look it up.
So if you persuade him to side against Quentin, here you can meet him one last time in Darktown. He will be surprised to see you as he was trying to flee the city. You can interrogate him if he would have helped us save our mother if we hadn't come to him first, or if he was also responsible for this, and if you have Aveline. Or Fenris and the party, they can interrogate him to get him to admit all he wanted was the necromancy secrets that he tried to learn them on their own by experimenting on others. And if he had the opportunity to confront Quentin alone, he would have done that. Aveline just manhandles him to get the confession, but Fenris uses his lyrium markings to phase inside him, nearly killing him. After that, you have the choice to murder knife him or let him go.
Murder knifing him here isn't really that satisfying. You don't even get to see Hawke stabbing him. The camera just cuts to him falling. If you let him go, he will write you in Act 3 saying that he is giving up magic for good and give you a magical artifact from his old stash, but we never hear from him again, so it's hard to tell if he is being genuine.
If the game doesn't show him becoming a social worker on Omega or joining the Chantry, I'm not inclined to believe him. Bro lies to us at every opportunity. I feel good about killing him here now.
There's one final outcome of this quest if Varric is a part of our squads, and Gascard confronts Quentin here. Varric, being the most streetwise companion, will make his own interrupt before Hawke can speech check Quentin, trying to spare him. This scene is better to show rather than tell Donald, if you would.
Yeah, sure thing, King Crimson.
You'll let me be part of this? You'll teach me the secrets of necromancy.
Varric is based as hell for that. If only he had that kind of smoke and Veilguard too, the game would have been far less sad if we still had Prime Streetwise Varric.
That's true, I guess. Sitting on the Viscount's throne for a few years really dulled his threat detection and his draw speed too.
Varric has been dulled by the Paragon side of Hawke and the Inquisitor for far too long. My guy used to run these streets.
You know, describing Gascard like this, the dude really sounds like the Fist of the Dragon Age universe. You can keep him alive. But a popular squad mate will automatically execute him. And he's also just a bastard, so most players want him dead.
Plus, if I'm role-playing an aggressive Hawke, why wouldn't I just kill him in his mansion when he was acting sus?
Look, I think Bro is a terrible person, but that doesn't mean he can't course correct. Sometimes you just have to follow the golden rule, boys.
Yeah, well, my golden rule is do unto mages what they truly deserve, and now that this little bitch has lost of all his boob demons and his shield is over, I can make him suffer as slow as possible.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Let's see how you like a little blood magic, you old fuck. That's right, you little bitch. Stay down and die like the corpse lover you are. I'm sure all those old ladies will be ready to jump you in hell faster than if you had the Wild Wasteland perk in Freeside.
Damn, thank God this asshole is finally dead. Good work finishing the fight, Donald. Also, why are we throwing knives at skeletons like we are not a mage using goddamn chain lightning hawk?
I mean, did you not see our mana pool? That knife may have been all we had left in the tank.
Shit, Mom, are you okay? Can I get you like some water or the healer robe?
His magic was the only thing keeping her
It's just like Merril says, even if vengeance is here, the spell was keeping her alive. Unfortunately, our mom is just a walking corpse right now. A controlled abomination.
Who the fuck is cutting onions in the Oval Office?
Don't move, Mother. We'll find a way to...
Shh. Don't fret, darling. That man would have kept me trapped in here. Now, I'm free. I get to see Bethany again. And your father. But you'll be here.
All right, I know we say this a lot, but when I say I want F's in the chat and in the comments, I mean I want F's in the chat to pay respect to the best goddamn mom in the Dragon Age series.
Press F.
I love you. You've always made me so proud.
All right, now that the moment of silence is over, I have to get something out of the way. The writing in this scene pisses me off.
Barry, we just lost our mom. This is the saddest moment in the entire Dragon Age series so far, and we have to go through a rant.
Like, yes, I know this is a sad time, but this is some of the most forced writing I have ever seen in the series. We just lost our mom, and the very next topic that we have to talk about is about the Mage-Templar debate. Like we get it, writers, you want Hawke to take a side because Act 3 is coming up. But can you try to make it a little bit organic instead of forcing us to take a side here? Makes me feel like Mama Hawke's death was just put in there so Hawke has a valid reason to support the Templars.
Well, that's only because you two liberals need reasons to kill the robes, since their sheer existence and threat aren't reason enough to start curb stomping. It might seem heavy-handed, but sometimes that's the only thing the mage-loving sheep will respond to.
It would have been better if they just let Hawke have a conversation with Merril. Or Anders, after this quest to debate the Templar and Mage debate, that way it comes from Hawke's own mind, rather, than Gamlen here forcing the conversation on us while our mom's corpse is still warm like it's a political debate at Thanksgiving.
Hey, he's known as Uncle Gamlen for a reason, and my God, I have never respected this broke-ass dude more in my entire life. Want to go to the gallows and kick a mage in the kidneys together? It will definitely make us feel better.
All right, well, Donald, and Gamlen recreate a male bonding summer camp bully experience. Maybe we should get back to the game. Joe, I agree with you. I'm amazed we can't debate our mother's death with Anders or Merril, but we can talk about our siblings' death in the deep roads with Merril if we didn't induct them in the Grey Wardens instead. But definitely a massive oversight.
Oh, believe me, the robe got a taste of his own medicine. Hell, people are already reporting me for elderly abuse.
How does Gamlen know how to reach Carver and the Wardens? What the hell kind of connections does he have to get that?
I'm just going to assume the Wardens have a P.O. box or something, and that they handle their own mail. Otherwise, Cassandra should have grabbed Gamlen instead of Varric to find Hawke.
I'm still amazed in a world where magic is so powerful, a spell like sending, where you magically send a message directly to someone's brain, just doesn't exist in any format.
Oh my God, Mommy, please hug me.
Joe, I know you said you wanted a conversation with Merril or Anders, but if we romance them, we do get that dialogue. Surprisingly, Fenris shuts up. about his mage hate for this one scene. And Isabella has nothing to say about mages either, but actually has some really sweet dialogue to help with the grief. If you don't romance anyone by this point, Aveline will comfort you, and despite Sebastian being a romance, he doesn't have a comfort scene here.
I'm role-playing my Hawke is really hurt, so I'm about to pop off on the blood mage a little here. It's only fair.
Donald, we already lost our mother. Don't make Hawke lose his wife too, you bastard. Merril would never do something this messed up. Blood magic is just a tool.
That's the same bullshit the egg says, and it doesn't stop him from using those tools to fuck us in Veilguard.
Well, we get a little extra dialogue from Miranda. And Bodan about our mother's death, thankfully we didn't get a glitch where Bodan says a random line of dialogue instead of the grieving dialogue. And will at this moment say, "Welcome home, sir, your mom just got back home a few minutes prior."
Damn, that's both funny and really fucked.
Well, that's about to call it for this episode, but before I go, I know there's at least one companion that's going to acknowledge our mother's death. Time to hit up the thick girl herself.
Eveline does make sense to be the one to console us. She knew Mama Hawke longer than anyone else in the squad. And unlike almost everyone else in the squad, she at least had a parent who was worth a damn.
Yeah, Aveline's father gave up every bit of gold he ever earned as a Orlesian knight directly to King Callian so his girl could become an officer in his service. Besides surrogate parents like Althena to Sebastian or the keeper to Merril, Aveline is the only character who had an active good parent in the squad.
We're going to let this story play out. There's just so many scenes in this game that deserve a moment of silence just to let the feelings sink in.
It's not because we are crying too honest.
I wouldn't turn a page until I reached over and took his hand. That big man made every step of the story my choice. I loved that. He died of the wasting in a Denerim ward. Those last weeks, I read to him. I had to take his hand to turn the pages, and I couldn't tell if he was too weak, or if it was the old game. He smiled at that, at his big girl.
I mean, silver lining, Aveline, your dad died before the Darkspawn stormed the Denerim gates and lit everything on fire.
Drink.
I know that's probably not what you want to hear, but at least he missed out on how shitty things got in Ferelden with the Civil War and Fifth Blight.
It's good that he missed that shitty year, but he also missed out on the golden age of Ferelden during Lystairs and Anora's rule. And I'm sure Aveline would have preferred to still have her dad around.
Whether the dead just go to the Fade, the Maker's side, or just go into nothing, I'm sure Mama Hawke and Father Dulac are proud of how badass both their kids turned out. So here's a toast to the two best BioWare parents in the Dragon Age series.
Well, we tried to end on a positive note, but this has probably been the saddest episode in our Dragon Age run so far.
True, we have really hit rock bottom in terms of tragedy now. But we are about to reach the peak of Dragon Age 2 with the Qunari conflict next episode, so get ready for Hawke to be on a non-stop wind train very soon.
Speaking of, I'm about to pick up the next Qunari quest. Looks like, now that Hawke is sufficiently traumatized, the Qunari have decided to make their next move and capitalize on how appealing their religion is to people with daddy issues.
Where the Viscount is talking, you would think there's some shifty Qunari offering their religion to inner-city teens like it's crack. The Qunari here are military, not priests. They aren't trying to advertise convergence, dude. It was definitely your son's own choice.
Still not a good time. The kid is only like 19 in Act 2. He has his whole life to join the Qunari. Maybe he should try doing that when they aren't actively occupying Kirkwall and causing zealots to want an exalted march. That's all your problem to tackle next episode, Joe, as well as some final few quests around town.
I guess it's my turn to finish up Act Strong, and I'm going to call it now. I'm going to finish next episode, Deathless Viewers. I still need to get my Deathless episode in Act 2.
No way in hell are you tackling the hardest base game boss, Deathless. I won't be wearing the crown for most deaths very long. Viewers, stay tuned.
It's time to pour a brew. Me and my boys are stuck together like glue, and we are all locked in for the end of Act 2. Welcome back, viewers.
Joe, that might have been fire, but every day I question your sanity more and more, like Varric here.
So fun fact with this conversation here, Varric will comment on every romance. Hawke is locked in to accept Isabella and Sebastian, since I guess he views those two as healthy for Hawke. Hawke's dialogue, regardless of choice, will never change, though.
Don't you have to join the Chantry to marry Sebastian? You would think Varric would be a little more concerned on that aspect alone. Joining the Chantry is a big life-altering change.
Yeah, but you also can become Queen of Starkhaven, so that sounds like a really easy trade deal.
Varric, I love you, but never question my love of my cutie patootie ever again. She could blood sacrifice me, and I would simply thank her. Well, now that Varric is done questioning our preferences, we can start the episode proper, boys.
That sounds good. What's the game plan for this episode, Joe?
Well, I know the viewers are ready for the peak ending of Act 2, but we have a few errands to take care of first. We have to stop the raids on our minds, and also take care of the Act 2 2 gang leaders. And we have another important side quest to tackle to close up an important former companion's arc.
Jesus, I can already tell this is going to be a long episode with a lot of filler. At least you're giving my boy Fenris a present first to make up for the long slog.
Call me Biden Burton Jr. because I'm about to introduce Fenris to the reading rainbow up in this bitch. It's about Shart and 2 bros, like half the reason slavery isn't cool in Thetis anymore.
Yeah, now we keep elves as unpaid interns instead. Very progressive.
So this gift is the easiest to miss as no quest takes you to the gift area. Instead, you have to visit the elven alienage in Lowtown at night. The book will be in one of the sacks. We are going to cover a few hidden secrets in this episode, but Joe forgot to record this one.
Yeah, my bad. I was so excited to play today, my brain is kind of everywhere. Anyways, Fenris not being able to read makes sense, given how bad he was treated. And even if he does read plenty of things in the overworld without prompting, I appreciate the little detail. But why the hell is offering to help him read a flirty option? It should just be something Hawke teaches him since he is a squad mate.
The game is just being a little horny, I suppose. Also, here we goddamn go with more filler quests. Time to break out the snacks.
Well, this filler quest gets our bag up Donald, so I'm sure you won't mind. And overall, the filler content is not a big deal. You had the same amount of errands to take care of at the end of Act 1. So it's only fair Joe be the one to finish up the errands in Act 2. And following basic pattern recognition, that leaves me to finish up the last errands in Act 3 before I tackle the end of the game.
Loud incorrect buzzer. No way in hell do you get to play a second final episode in our series that's even more unfair than that rigged-ass boss competition.
Well, it's only fair since I don't get to play a DLC in 2, but I can see your perspective too, so we can talk it over. We have plenty of episodes left to decide. Anyways, this quest only unlocks after completing the first suspect quest, which is awkward timing, since usually after that quest your mom gets abducted by Quentin.
Probably why this side quest doesn't really affect anything in Act 3. But like you said, Barry, these bandits are fucking with the bag, so it's time to ask them politely but firmly to leave.
What the hell are you, Hank Hill, now?
It was just supposed to be a joke, Donald Chill also damned, that was a backhand to rival Isaac Clarke.
I guess Hubert also went to Slickback's pimp school.
So I'm normally more in touch with liars, but I can't tell here, is this dude really from loithering, or is he just saying that to avoid the dick guillotine?
It's never confirmed, but he knows about our siblings. And even more glaringly, he knows our dad died, and that he passed before the 5th blight, which is not at all common knowledge, as Hawke almost never talks about his dad. I suppose he could have talked to Leandra before, but the more likely outcome is he did survive loithering.
So dude is just a traitor, not a liar, that deserves a quick death instead of a trip to the penis explosion chamber.
Donald, why do you have to keep threatening this dude's junk to multiple fates?
Because it's what he deserves.
Oh, get a room, you two. Also, I see why he is trying to be all buddy-buddy with us. But considering loithering reminds Hawke of his siblings who are dead or blighted and our mom, who just died, I'm pretty sure mentioning that town would piss us off.
Good roleplay dialogue choice, Joe. Also, in his defense, Donald, he only stole 50 silver from us. That's barely worth noticing, let alone killing someone over even that rat bastard Vaughn. Pays more gold than that for his evil decisions. This quest is another great use of the personality system strengths as a peaceful Hawke will promise to look after his family and ask Hubert to spare him for brownie points with the workers. Play aggressive Hawke will torture him and ask Hubert to spare him since he isn't worth killing. And because we are a purple Hawke, we can see that all Hubert cares about is money and convince him to pay back what he stole to clear his name.
Streetwise, Hawke strikes again, and I knew there was a reason I respected this guy. He is the one competent businessman in Kirkwall. Oh, hello there, gorgeous.
Oh, goddammit, I do not want to go through another arc of you two glazing each other for an hour because you both found some blonde girl attractive.
Barack, you dumbass me and Joe agree on NPCs being hot all the time. We told you that rule only applies to companions we agree on because we are around them more, and we can't just have a one-night stand as easily.
Some people will never understand our views, Donald. We just have to slowly accept that. Anyways, dude, just go ahead and apologize to Hubert over here, and be on your way. It seems I have a lovely date with this girl who spends her criminal funds on makeup to highlight her sky-colored eyes.
Oh my God, I have a feeling this is going to end very poorly very soon, boys.
Yeah, because you're a goddamn nerd and possibly still a virgin, Barack.
I am literally married with kids, but do neither of you remember how this quest even goes like? Are you just fucking with me?
I remember killing a bunch of coterie dudes and some hints of nationalism. But that's about it. It's been like 10 years. Hop off my lap. Nerd Bama.
I remember this pretty girl. And that's about it. I just know it's another story arc like with the serial killer quest line, so we have to tackle it, or else you are going to throw a fit.
Joe, this is your favorite game in the series. How the hell do you not remember the important quest markers?
I don't know. I guess I have been distracted a lot by Putin.
What, Putin? What the hell does he have to do with Dragon Age?
Yeah, Putin this dick all over your face, Barry.
Get fucked, nerd.
Whatever happens next, you two deserve, by the way.
Yeah, keep your edgy foreshadowing to yourself, Barry, and watch me beat off these level 1 crooks. Should be a good warm-up for the military might of the horned dudes that I have to face for most of the episode.
Speaking of, I couldn't help but notice you brought the wrong elf with you in the squad, and while I'm happy to see my mage hater get more screen time this episode, it's weird for the mage main to not slot in his waifu. What gives Sleepy?
Well, these dudes die to anything you throw at them. They have 0 resistances. And because of all the important Qunari stuff I have to tackle today, I might as well bring our local Qunari expert. With this, I'm positive he has a few interesting lore points. To bounce off with Barry here so everybody wins.
Yeah, everybody wins except for one of the people in this conversation. But sure, enjoy your last meetup with Lily Boys. You really do deserve it for looking out for me.
Barack, I know you are in your sassy man era and would prefer that our contact was an anti-Van Elf twink, but this is only going to be the start of a beautiful long-term business relationship. I am about to exhaust every dialogue with her in the coming acts and get whatever version of the secret Samara kiss she has to offer.
I like how the only reason the coterie isn't supposed to attack our stuff is because Hubert still has his active crime subscription protection, and not the fact that Hawke could implode their entire criminal organization with a thought at his current level.
Yeah, all of that on a singular Tuesday to the coterie are really only a threat to someone like Bartrand Hell at this point. They are almost on the same level as the Antivan Crows to POTUS anyways. Boys, just remember you deserve this.
Get answers. Find me in the Undercity.
Lily, no! Oh my God, she was so young and hot. How could they do this? Why couldn't they take the healer robe instead?
I never got to tell her how I really feel. God damn it, Barry, why didn't you warn us about this before we got too attached?
I was going to, but then you assholes just had to ligma me, so I figured you could find out on your own.
Sassy and terrible communication skills, Barry, that is not conductive to a healthy relationship in any form.
What the hell are you, a goddamn Reddit commenter on r/relationships or something, Joe? I love you, but you're the last person I need to take advice from on communications and relationships.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe. This girl has some potential here. She's blonde like Lily and wearing the same chainmail.
She doesn't have the same eye color as Lily, though, so it's not the same. The only way to make this right is to kill every single one of these criminals and paint Darktown in their blood for killing Lily.
That's right, you robe-hiding criminals. This is what you get for killing our waifu. You fucked with a Hawke that has nothing to lose and has demon-enchanted gear up his ass. You better pray to Sandal when we send him to you.
You think you're a mage worth a damn, but you pissed off a mage who lost his eye candy. It's time you know pain and only pain.
All right, we are definitely supposed to be doing this quest to stop the raids on a caravan, but I guess a blind revenge quest works too, whatever gets the experience at the end of the day. Looks like he has the same powers as the Tevinter Magisters from last episode. So you should have plenty of experience on how to deal with them by this point, Joe. And just watch out going up these stairs. There are a few yet traps on the stairs.
God damn it, we have spent like 40 hours playing this series. And the stupid goddamn bear traps still exist to stun us for like 10 goddamn minutes in the fight. Honestly, at this point, I'm ready for traps to be gone in Inquisition, and the only traps that still exist are our own.
Damn Joe picking aggressive dialogue options and hyping up Inquisition gameplay. Why couldn't you have pulled this during the 2024 debate? We could have actually shown America how cultured you are, instead of you being as lost in the head as a reaction streamer.
All right, let's not get crazy now. I still like Dragon Age 2 more than any other Dragon Age. But I am tired of the traps, especially after 2 games of not having a dedicated frontline rogue on our team.
Yeah, don't remind me. It absolutely sucks how the game we are playing a rogue and removes those key D&D rogue traits of clock picking, trap detection, and even advanced stealth in favor of faster combat. I know we still get parts of all of those, but they just aren't as nuanced as Origins, or hell, even Dragon Age 2. Still, we can have fun with the build idea, so that's the silver lining.
Inquisition gameplay still can be fun, and knowing your game knowledge, you're going to come up with something completely broken. I wonder if it makes sense to even do tactic setups for Inquisition squad mates like we have been doing for this game. The tactics, from what I remember, are way more streamlined, and the AI is kind of smooth-brained in that game anyway.
They still matter, and with all the exploring that comes with Inquisition, we are going to need shit to talk about, so we might as well also, now that the goddamn mage is put in the ground, you can come face to face with the waifu killer. Make sure you send him straight to hell with Quentin.
Oh, believe me, I'm sending him in the ground like the sewer dweller he is. Even his roast suck ass, I mean, does my Hawke look like he has enough hair on his head to have lice? Just stick to running a mid-crime organization.
Joe, just leave the goddamn clapbacks to Hawke. Unlike you, he gave a 10 out of 10 cold line there, and now he's about to reverse gravity to curve his spine up his ass. Or you would if you knew how to capitalize on your advantage. I mean, what the hell was the plan here? You froze the whole enemy team and then every single party member got froze too. Are we just going to take a 10-second coffee break before the battle starts? What the hell was the plan?
Oh, bite me, Fenris and Aveline can't do anything right now. But Varric and Hawke can clean sweep the whole party before they can even blink. I should have brought my cutie patootie Merril here instead of the edgelord. But I needed the practice with him, so I guess we are going into this fight suboptimally.
It smells like a skill issue to me, but at least Hawke and Varric are enough to take out these types of enemies. When we get to the Kunari, though, I'm going to need you to lock in, or else you won't get past the Cerebas, let alone the Arishock.
Don't hit me with the skill issue, Barry. I am fine. There's no beefy enemy. It's just a bunch of rogues who have to hide around in stealth getting cheap shots in. And we have Aveline, who has more health than any of these guys. Combined, we are a big chilling. I honestly should have brought Merril here to drop another misdirection hex on one of these guys. That way they can't do any damage and I could turn my brain off. Now I have to reposition Hawke to avoid the fatal kidney stab.
Yeah, you say that as my boy Fenris and his kidneys are already goo all over the floor, sleepy, and he was a tank. So what's the plan here?
Oh, damn, Fenris really survived decades of slavery and carved his way to freedom only to get sucker punched. And killed on the sewer floor, big F's and chat boys.
All right, calm down, the both of you. I feel like I need to remind you all this is Dragon Age, not a goddamn randomizer Nuzlocke. We still have this under control. It's a 3-on-3.
On damn poor Carter. It's actually a 4-on-3 since we have our trusty 39th president over here biting the ankles of the assassins.
Yeah, sure, I'll move around. Let me just take one more of them out, and then we can. Oh, fuck, Hawke!
Ha ha ha! Yes, tie up the death competition. I wasn't expecting it to random fodder, but anything to even us out here is fine by me. This is glorious.
Down to our last potion and outnumbered, not looking good here, Joe. What's the plan?
Now, I see my boy Varric clutches this easily. Just let the dwarf take the wheel again.
My God, I have never seen faster nut kicks in all my years. He literally just backhanded the damn cartel boss.
Good work avenging the lovely damsel Lily Varric. I never doubted you. Hopefully the Maker enjoys getting one of his angels back while this guy rots in hell with Quentin and the other women killers. I'm 6'10", by the way, ladies.
Well, Hawke going down and Varric finishing the fight against the boss in a 2 versus 3 definitely feels like the made-up bullshit story Varric would tell in The Hanged Man. And we just made it happen in real time. Well, good work, Joe. Now we can move on to the last bit of business. With the mines completing the 3 small side quests, which as we discussed earlier, we will show the first one so you get a feel for how the quests play out. But Joe, I should warn you though, there are spiders here, so be careful.
Well, please, I'm in therapy now. A few spiders aren't anything but a speed bump to me now. They are really going to have to. Foo 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 gaga gaga, it's a big one.
Well, you did warn him this time, but I think he blacked out and is back to running around in circles like a damn hamster in a wheel. Think he might break his deathless streak after all.
He is still buffing his party. At this point, we are too high level for Aveline. Since Fenris to die to some spiders, I think as stupid as this fight will be, he should be fine. It's going to take a while, though, so we should probably find something to talk about.
Oh, I know. How about we talk about our favorite rigged election? I will go first. Mine is the 2020.
No, goddammit, Donald, we are absolutely not doing that. I would rather talk about you telling me playing the end game is rigged at this point.
Oh, well, if that's the case, I can certainly go back to that because honestly, you having 2 endings in a row is bullshit, even if the turn order comes out that way. Do you really think you will be the one to end the game out anyway?
I mean, honestly, yes, I think I have a good sense of the roadmap now. Next episode, I will cover all the major side quests in Act 3. And then it will be time for you two to tackle the 2 DLC special episodes since we want to do those before the ending of the game.
All right, well, what about this? What if we break the last episode into 3 sections, where each of us can make a major decision or battle, like you play up to choosing the mage or templars in the final fight, then I play up to the final 2 boss battles. And then Joe takes the boss battles and epilogue since he loves this game so much anyway?
Just going to relegate the bosses to Joe, huh? I guess I wouldn't be opposed to that. But keep in mind, if I'm playing first, we only get to play with my Hawke appearance-wise, since we can't go back to the Black Emporium. Let's have the viewers and our loyal Discord members debate about that one, though I suppose that could create some more tension in the death competition if we are still neck. The neck like this during the final episode.
He's a smith, though.
Anyways, good work managing the team and defeating the Spider Joe. That is the only one in this episode now. You just have to go buy pickaxes in Lowtown, and we will have successfully made the mine run smoothly.
Thank God. Sorry, boys, I was only mentally prepared for the normal big spiders. That giant big spider made me almost poop my pants, I can't lie. Anyways, we have more than enough gold to help these guys get new equipment, so let's go see Smith.
This guy must have been born to a blue-collar smith, and his job was assumed from the cradle. But I can't believe we just did 3 whole quests for our mine and earned about 10 gold just for us to end this arc by paying 15 gold. That's a 5 gold deficit that you two owe our party. Now I hope you're prepared to work it off.
Well, it cost Hawke 5 gold, but the reward is over 1,000 experience, which is about half the experience we earned from Inside Job, which took us 20 minutes instead of 1 minute. One last observation about this quest is the conflicting information we get from Hubert and Jansen. Jansen says that he has been asking Hubert for months for new supplies. But if we go to Hubert here, he claims he had no idea but thanks us for taking care of it. So which story can we really believe, boys?
This dude knew about the spiders and undead attacking the mines, but didn't know about the one thing that would actually cost him money. He definitely was hoping that you two Democrats would pay it out of pocket, and it worked like a charm. That's what 4 years in business school earns you.
Yeah, you and our editor would know all about that, huh, Donald?
Real good work not triggering the ambush until it was relevant, Joe. Otherwise, this quest would have come out more disjointed. Because we did the unbidden rescue quest, Hawke is sure Seamus didn't send these assassins himself, but if we hadn't done the quest, Hawke will have no clue and say it doesn't matter who sent them, we need to put an end to this. Also, don't forget to grab the second enigma of Kirkwall in the Qunari compound up the left side stairs. This is the last time you can do so in the act. And also the last time we can talk to the Arishock for his approval before the very end.
It feels like it's been a while since we talked to this big bastard. We rapid-fired all his quests at the start of Joe's last episode, and then he has just been aura farming for the viewers and elves off-screen during mine and Barack's episode.
I think he was waiting for Hawke and all his companions to be traumatized first before he made his next move. Very polite of him, honestly.
Arishock, I know you never made a threat to the Chantry, but you did say you could find the relic a lot easier shifting through rubble when we told you your dudes got captured. That is definitely a threat.
He was just kind of hungry that day, and to be fair, Petrus and Varnell have been the bigger aggressors. Here they are, more so in the wrong.
Yeah, we get it, big guy. The elves and teens with daddy issues, hunger for your communist soup and unpaid work camps. But why don't you just hand over the dude back to his dad and we can give him back to you when you leave?
He is a person, Donald, not a damn suitcase. At the airport, he's not going to just go with us.
Well, he joined the Qunari, so isn't he basically property of the horned dudes now? That literally makes him the Arishock suitcase, I think.
Well, looks like he left his suitcase at the Chantry. We better go pick it back up before it gets lost in the Chantry's baggage claim department.
Oh my God, this is not becoming a thing. Also the fact that Seamus knows his dad so poorly that he can't recognize a fake letter penned by Patrice. And not his dad just shows how little of a connection he had with him.
I will give this horned dude one thing: he sticks up for his squad mates and doesn't let anyone fuck with them. It's the one thing we both have in common. Besides our need to tie up Isabella, of course.
That was actually pretty clever, Donald.
Thank you, Joe.
The fact there are zero desire demons or sex scenes in this episode, yet somehow you two are this down bad is honestly impressive. But moving on, we can approach the Viscount about learning Seamus is heading into a trap at the Chantry. All he will say, though, is that he can't be involved in pressuring the Chantry, since it won't look good for his image and he can't send in the guard for the same reason.
Wait, isn't that the same reasoning he gave 3 years ago and it almost got his son killed?
Okay, this dude wins worst goddamn father in the Dragon Age series. He is practically begging someone to take his son out. I don't even want Joe to go back and talk to him for the extra dialogue. That shit will just piss me off.
Let's just go turn in the Qunari side quest we did off-screen. Also, viewers, we did this off-screen because it was just us battling more shades for the 100th time this act. Oh, goddammit, I thought we were done with the tragic death scenes in this game. I thought we were supposed to be on our win streak now.
Oh, I kind of forgot about this death here, so I guess I meant after this quest, but to be fair, Seamus's death isn't nearly as personal as losing our mom. So this should just feel uncomfortable, not like stepping on a Lego. But still press F for Seamus. My guy deserves to live with the Qunari far away from his dad.
A repentant convert in the Chantry itself. A crime with no excuse.
This chick ruined all my hard work saving this guy earlier in the playthrough. I'm fucking tired of this. So this asshole is in the Chantry at night alone, rallying an army of unemployed people to kill us. Can we please murder knife her now?
My only headcanon is Patrice is really good at running away fast when the fighting starts, and Hawke just can't catch her and fight off the unemployed horde she always brings for backup. I have to admit, as based as the personality system usually is, the fact an aggressive or rogue Hawke can't toss a knife at this chick's heart during this scene is a massive fumble.
We are a mage, we don't even need fast reaction time. We could just drop a giant gravity singularity and end this now. In fact, they all start clumped up. That seems like a good idea.
Earn your reward in this life and next. These heretics must die.
Oh wow, that's so broken the game doesn't register you are in combat yet because you are too far away. Which, because of how Dragon Age 2's combat works, means you can't activate any setup here. Also, good work grabbing the Chantry History book viewers that is one of the 4 books you need for the Chantry Historian achievement. And one of the 2 books you have to grab during a certain quest, the other one we grabbed during Anders' recruitment mission, where we met Carl. The other 2 are just available anytime during the day in the Chantry in Act 2 and 3.
This girl is really good at getting Templars to die in her dumb crusades. I'm starting to think the Templar Order needs some heavy restructuring or something, boys. Like Meredith and Cullen need to lock in and start offering Blooming Rose coupons or Morrigan body pillows because these holy knights are more scattered and distracted than squirrels in heat.
Sounds like until they get that under control, we should support the mages, Donald.
Joe, fuck off. That's not what I meant. I mean, we should take over this city and lead them towards a more righteous and focused path.
Shit, I guess it is almost time to talk about the Mage Templar decision. And that's in both games, since I imagine we will be making that choice in Episode 4. For something of Inquisition that's coming up quicker than I thought. We can shelf that a little longer, though, because I want to talk about the other outcome of this quest. We had sided with Patrice because it actually radically changes how this quest plays out.
I would rather stick my dick in a cheese grater than agree with this girl on anything but go off, I guess.
So if you pick the dialogue at the end of Act 1 saying we could have been allies, and then sided with Varnell in Act 2 to fight the Kunari, then Shamus will be dead when we get here. But Patrice will say Hawke gave her the idea that she needs to fight for her faith and ask Hawke to help her fight the Kunari who are coming for her. We can still side against her and this plays out as normal. But if we agree, then the Kunari hit squad will appear scaring the unemployed zealots away, and we fight the Kunari here again. Because we killed the hit squad, Patrice will still be alive here, but will still be excommunicated by Elfina for her actions. She then flees the city, but returns in Act 3 as a ally, and informing us she is rallying a schism within the Chantry because of their lack of action during the Kunari invasion. Now, obviously, no member of your party agrees with you siding with her, and you earn rivalry from Aveline, Anders, and Isabella for this decision.
Siding with her has to be in that 1% of choices that players have made. Also, not trusting this chick and firing her has to be the only other good thing Elfina has done in this series, besides helping Sebastian out, I guess. Therefore, like the 2 Elfina enjoyers in the comments, there's her praise for the series. Hope you hold on to it.
To be fair, it's more praise than we gave Jory or Isolde. What the hell was Petrus's plan here anyway? Like, I know Elfina is lazy, but she is not an outright idiot. Did she think she could convince Elfina that Hawke killed Shamus after we rescued him 3 years ago? And we were hired by the Viscount to bring him home.
She was probably hoping that the Zealots and Hawke would just kill each other so she would be the only survivor. But thinking that a small mob of people wielding kitchen knives can kill Hawke is even more stupid than her original plan. This fight can actually be done solo, even on Nightmare. If we did do that, we could have had a hilarious scene after this quest where Hawke starts talking to himself for 2 minutes straight. It's a really awkward and funny scene.
Will decide her fate. The Chantry respects the law, and so must she.
Oh, hell yes, you're fired now, lady. Now that she's a civilian, can we please give her the murder knife she deserves?
Nada, don't look at Elfina. You are all alone. Now it's time to face the music.
Oh, Mom, get the camera.
Oh, screw you. You kill-stealing horned bitch. That was my kill you just stole.
Relax, Donald. As long as she's dead, that's the important thing. Besides, look at him respecting the double tap.
We protect those of the Qun.
Nah, fuck that. I hope the members of the Quan protects your ass when I find the right curb to place you on, you tall bitch.
Well, that's up to me. Not you, Donald. I'm the one who gets to take these guys out, remember.
I'm considering you an agent of the presidency, so your actions in my office now count as my own.
Great plan, Donald. I'm sure that won't backfire shortly. Well, now, we just have one final sad scene before we get into the peak of Act 2.
Damn, this scene is hitting a little too close to home for me. For some reason, I actually feel kind of bad for the Viscount.
I'd feel bad for him if this wasn't like 50% his fault for being an absent father who would rather be in charge and look good rather than take action and be a good dad.
His son shouldn't have had to pay the price for that hell. I think we can all say he would have made a better leader than his dad, too. He deserved to be thrown out of office, but not all this.
Yeah, replaying this game again, I can confirm that everybody gets kicked in the nuts and no one gets a goddamn happy ending here. Too bad you weren't an Inquisition. Or Veilguard, you and your son could have been thriving in a modern audience-approved ending?
Moment of silence for Shamus, boys.
Please. Hawke. Leave me.
This won't exactly ease tensions. The Viscount's son and Canary.
Well, that calls it for the setup, boys. All we have left to do is the cosplay gangs, and then we are ready for the Kunari invasion.
We have one other side quest to tackle that I know our viewers are going to love to. Hold up, just texting someone back real quick.
All right, boys, where is Sketch? We have to help him in honor of the true goat tug.
Wait, that's what this is about, the dumb bard song DLC you three played like a year ago? I thought we were about to do the base Templar bounty hunter quest, but instead, we are just simping for another robe.
First of all, don't insult my beautiful bard Liliana like that, Donald. And secondly, this is an amazing tribute to Liliana's song, and one of Liliana's oldest friends, so we are all doing it.
Yeah, besides the homie Tug died for Sketch, and we are going to let him sleep soundly with his base dwarven ancestors by keeping him safe.
Yeah, viewers, if you're confused who Sketch is, you may have missed an episode in the canon lore of President's Play. So we will put up a link to that here. But this quest is a nice tie-in that also makes Liliana's song the canon story of her origin, as if you remember her story in the base game is a little different from how it goes down in the DLC, although that may be because of gameplay enrichment.
Yeah, thanks, Nerd Bama. Look at my little mage guy go just phasing through the wall instead of running away normally. That's so based.
All right, so how this quest goes is we have to fight around Kirkwall saving Sketch at 5 distinct locations from 5 different assassin groups. The 5 locations are the Lowtown Alienage during the day, the Hangman at night, Hightown at night, Darktown near the elevator, and the Gallows. The Antivan Crows make sense, but who the hell are the Ravani Beards or Denerim Avengers?
Oh shit, Tug Squad is so based that they are a Avenger-level threat. Do we get to meet Captain Dwarf or Fantasy French Hulk?
George, do these dudes look like the goddamn Avengers? They are just normal mercenaries with basic bitch gear. While I respect the based Ferelden representation, these guys are lame as hell. What is the deal with them, Obama?
This quest wasn't given by Sketch, but rather was posted by the Merchants Guild to prevent foreign assassins from operating in their turf. The reasons these assassins are attacking Sketch is far more interesting, as he implies that a storyteller is over-exaggerating his power, which has caused several contracts. Out for his name, mostly for bragging rights, it seems. Although it's possible the stories also insult the Crows and the Kunori, since they have also thrown their hat in the pool to try to kill him. This can all be taken by Sketch's greeting in the game, saying my reputation precludes me instead of precedes me. Preclude means to make impossible, which means his reputation makes it impossible to not be noticed.
So wait, does that mean Liliana has been spreading rumors about Sketch? She is the only storyteller we know about? That doesn't sound like something she would do, though. She's smarter than that. Unless Lem or Silas started spreading rumors about him for no reason.
It could have been Liliana. But remember, Marjolaine survived the encounter too, and it's only been 4 years since her death. She was a bard, and if she's petty enough to keep eyes on Liliana, she would be petty enough to watch Sketch too. I suppose it's possible it was someone else, or Lem making up stories, but Marjolaine seems like the most likely culprit.
Also, don't these little guys have the same starting armor as POTUS did? Why don't you get your base Dwarven Archer in that regal gear?
I would love some base Dwarven armor to be in this game, George, but there really isn't any options. It's mostly just decorative armor that they give a few Dwarven NPCs. We can't get access to it. Plus, that's heavy armor, and our dwarf is a rogue. That shit doesn't work.
Well, then you just make a strength-based robe. Donald, stop metagaming and get creative with it.
Well, Joe, now that you beat the dwarfs, go ahead and head towards the elevator. By the Poison Maker, there is a third enigma of Kirkwall there. The fourth and final enigma of Kirkwall is in the top right corner of the Chantry. During the daytime, we only have 4 more of these to find in Act 3, so hopefully we gave a few of you a guide.
All right, now that the presidents are done with their achievement hunting arc again, I actually have a major question to ask. We have had the damn pirate drip since the start of Act 2 when we were like level 11. We are like level 18 now, and almost 5 hours later in game, should we change our armor finally?
Wow, I'm surprised you're suggesting an upgrade for Joe, considering you are rooting for his downfall in the death competition.
Look, normally I wouldn't help shit since you two rig enough things in this game, but I know there's no way in hell. You can rig the next fight coming up. His new armor is not saving him when he can get 2-shot as a mage anyway.
Forget it. This isn't Dead Space where I just rotate the drip every episode. I am not giving up the drip that I work for. And more importantly, that I share with my beautiful bard Liliana.
Can't say I'm even surprised anymore by anything Joe does, boys. Also, I love that line about watching out for storytellers, especially when we have Varric right next to us.
Yeah, that's a top-tier sketch line, and now he is safe for good. We can have a small cameo in Inquisition if we side with the mages. But we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Also, Joe, I know it's your episode, but it's 3-on-1 at this point. And if you look at the armor, you have equipped now most of your items. We're going to be like 1 or 2 stars out of 5 at this point. We are desperately due for some upgrades. I know I can pick up the champion mantle next episode, but still, I think we owe it to the viewers to diversify our armors. We only have a few episodes left.
All right, fine, twist my nipples. Why don't you after I defeat all these cosplay bosses? And get the rewards I will put on Alden's vestments, which we just got unlocked from the mage pack at level 17. It's kind of cool looking, and it's Ferelden based, which I know Donald will like. And his shoulder pads, which will match with the Arishock shoulder pads, so he can't hold those against me.
You know, boys, since I'm here and I barely know how else to contribute to the armor conversation, isn't this normally the time you ask the comment question? Maybe this armor debate is a good time to do that while we're just bashing our face against some random dog boss.
That's a pretty good idea, George. We definitely need to keep you around this series more. So viewers, I know most of the answers are going to be the champion's mantle, since that's so damn iconic. But even that one has 3 variants, so we should see a few different answers. Viewers, what is your favorite armor set in Dragon Age 2? It can even be DLC or a mod if you're feeling creative. As for me, I will get the most basic answer out of the way since I already revealed my favorite armor in this series, so of course it would be my favorite in this game too. The champion's mantle for the Mage Hawk is easily the best designed armor they have ever made in Dragon Age. From the balance of plate and hide to the exposed arm to show the Kirkwall tattoo too. And then the fur around the neck too, it's just a perfectly designed armor set. And easily beats out the other 2, which feel more over-armored or under-armored for the warrior and rogue sets respectively, and it's the box art armor for a reason, in my opinion.
All right, Joe, as always, that's a heat argument, even if it is a bit too obvious. As for me, I have to give it to the Messenger set from the Mark of the Assassin DLC. I think they got lazy with the other 2 designs, one just being a chantry robe and the other being a less designed warden armor. But the Messenger being a chroma of the pirate robes with some added polish on the armor is very nice, and I really like the burgundy red they went with. It just looks amazing. I suppose a DLC called Mark of the Assassin would put extra detail for rogue hawks. I mean, everything else about this DLC feels designed towards a rogue anyway.
All right, we are 2 for 3 on our armors being for our desired class, and I am not about to break that trend since my favorite armor is the regalia of Weishaupt, also known as the Grey Warden armor that we apparently get in the Legacy DLC, specifically the Warden variant. I haven't played the DLC, but even I heard that they finally added Grey Warden armor that Hawke could equip, which is peak because it was so ridiculous that they designed pretty good drip for uniformed Grey Warden armor in this game, but didn't even give Hawke a chance to wear one, despite there being multiple Grey Warden quests in the base game. Anyways, as for the armor itself, even if it's missing the bright blue that the other armors have, the worn heavy armor and the griffin wings more than make up for the lack of blue and create an overall peak armor design for the warrior mains.
All right, boys, those are some pretty good answers. As for me, though, I have to give it to the classic Dwarven noble armor that some of the NPC dwarves have in this game. Even if it isn't available because they don't make them in human sizes, it's still an amazing reference to Origins and highlights the superior Dwarven crafts direct from Warhammer perfectly.
All right, that's a respectable and dumb take on your part, George. Thank you for ending on that.
Fuck you, Donnie.
All right, thank you, boys. You all have some great takes, and viewers, let us hear from you what your favorite armor set in Dragon Age 2 is. You have a few good ones to choose from, so try to get creative with it. Our editor reads everyone, and his favorite will be featured next episode. But with that all being said, George, mind featuring our favorite comment from last episode?
Sure thing, Joe. Our featured comment comes from our resident Lord Dump and Yapper Believe It. Good to see you back in the premieres now, too, who said their saddest moment in Dragon Age was the death of the human noble's parents at the hands of Hau and his henchmen in Origins. As someone who knows there's nothing more important than family having them all killed in a terrible betrayal as a sucker punch to the chest the first time around. And the classic setup to a D&D revenge plot. Also, you mentioned the whole glitch, which Barry gave me some notes saying that's a speedrun glitch where you can enter the Tower of Ishul early, which is pretty based, I can't lie. Thank you for your comment as always, and can't wait to hear your favorite armor set in this game.
All right, well, I'm still killing the rest of these Invisible Sisters, which has to be copyright infringement of the Silent Sisters from Orzammar. Why don't we go over a few super thanks announcements? We probably will have to break these up in shifts since we are about to do some story-relevant quests, but we can at least start the train rolling.
Sure thing, Joe. As always, I will start us off with some based human romances. No surprise to anyone here, but thank you, Auntie Jotazniemi, for the 100 European monies and a based as hell Mass Effect reference to support his waifu, Josephine. As always, man, you are our top donator, and we couldn't get these episodes out as quickly without you. We also have $10 for Josephine from our long-timer viewer, George Gale. These guys have almost single-handedly put Josephine to tie up with Solace and Cassandra at the moment, so this race is about to be very close as we reach the final couple of episodes in Dragon Age 2. Thank you so much for your insane level of support, and I'm honestly rooting for Josephine now too, since Mommy Morrigan is unavailable.
Good shit, Donald. And we also have $10 from Sith Morak for Maidenless keeping the meme alive over here. Thank you, as always. For your support of the memes, which have now reached 4th place, believe it or not, and your constant support of the Dead Space Side series, you are the GOAT man.
All right, we can shout out the other half of the super thankers later. For now, with the gangs all taken care of, we have a important cat fight to watch for the plot back at our manor.
Looks like it's about time I take my leave then, boys, but next time the base dwarves are involved, you already know GW will be their piece.
Later, George. Oh, shit, now that George left, let's get Bill in here. This is going to be a hot round 2 of the cat fight, and I'm betting money on Mommy Isabella.
What drink should I order, and who's the father?
Oh, damn, Joe, you brought more popcorn?
No, I kept this in my suit from episode 7 just in case.
All right, that's disgusting, but Hawke over here really just saved Isabella's life. No way Aveline in full plate armor doesn't take this one.
You're just saying that because the viewers and Discord members were on your side? All I need is a few true believers of Mommy Isabella to capture the crown.
If people start to think he can ignore the law, I need your help so this doesn't get out of hand.
I'm going to die.
Me when I over-exaggerate.
Well, it did get our attention away from Aveline's political clusterfuck, so it was effective. Well, truthfully, I never got the dying part of her statement here. She found the relic, sure, but Castellian had 3 years to find her and still hasn't sent any more hit squads, unlike Daenerys. And spoilers after the time Skippy is in the city, but it's not like he got a hold of her before 3 years. This is probably just fear mixed with a little bit of selfishness on her part, but she has been a close friend and more to Hawke until this point, so it makes sense we tackle this.
Well, maybe it's connected.
What?
Aveline was not about to let that important point go using her guard captain skills here.
That little zoom in with Aveline is always funny to me. It's like our editor placed his own editing into the game here.
I have to admit, though, Aveline's issue is far more pressing criminals. Using the Kunari as a get-out-of-jail-free card seems like it could blow up fast. With there being no Viscount now and crime happening every 5 seconds in Kirkwall.
Who the hell cares? We have every other day to execute some elves right now. Our pirate queen needs a shiny, and by God, she is going to get a shiny.
It is admittedly a huge problem in theory, something that if the Kunari are going to do, then they need to be escorted out of Kirkwall. However, in the case of the elves, their crime is completely justified. And honestly, if their crime was something like stealing, I doubt the Arishock would take them in.
Honestly, the dude is so pissed he might be petty enough to just recruit criminals to spite us. So I know both of you would bite my ass off, so I'm not even going to propose it since Donald loves Isabella. And Obama wants the story exposition, but what happens if you refuse to help Isabella or hell don't even bother recruiting her in the first place?
You get your old ass dunked in the White House toilet is what you get, you sleepy fuck.
All right, calm down, don't make me get the hose. But if you refuse Isabella here, she leaves the party for good, telling Hawke good luck saving the world since it's so important to you. We don't get any further information about the tomb or how we can resolve the conflict. And you don't even get Aveline approval for this decision, so just like killing Gascard after sparing him, this is the flat-out wrong decision.
Just like praising our Lord Sandal, you should always put your faith and trust in Mommy Isabella. It leads to true happiness and rewards.
Okay, I wasn't kidding about the hose Donald, but at least that wasn't Gunnar territory yet. If we never recruited Isabella, Aveline will come to Hawke's manor alone. And the only dialogue that changes is Hawke is more surprised to see her, since he doesn't overhear the argument. And Aveline gives a little more insight into the Viscount's mourning and Aveline having to take over more responsibilities before things get out of hand. Aveline will also reflect your current approval rating with the Kunari.
Kind of funny, even if Aveline is annoyed as hell with Isabella, she approves of helping her out with this quest.
It's probably because their team-up became so iconic over this playthrough.
Well, I know you threatened Donald with the hose, but you might want to pass that over to me, Barry, since I know there's 2 scenes coming up that you need to control, too.
Oh, Mommy, you wouldn't need to ask me to roll over on my back and let you crush me with my thighs in your compound.
If you keep insulting my desire, Demon Gooning, but let this shit stand, I'm gonna start rooting for the egg instead of Josephine or Cass Barak.
Now screw this, both of you need a fire extinguisher. A hose is by far not enough. Anyway, why the hell does Cassandra not know what happened with the Arishock? The Deep Roads expedition. And the Mage Templar debate makes sense. There were very few survivors that weren't squad mates. But the whole city witnessed the battle, including several nobles witnessing Hawke dealing with the Arishock.
Well, Joe, you have to remember that the average person is a pretty terrible witness on specifics, especially something that happened 4 years ago. People often can misremember crucial details like what was said to and no one but Hawke. And Aveline were at the compound when the invasion started. Varric is a storyteller who writes everything down and was intimately involved too.
I don't have your stupid relic.
Wait, hold up, Sten. We are fighting the ball of anxiety, thank God. We finally get a chance to kill him after calling POTUS callow.
No, Donald, you racist, that's not POTUS's friend, that's just his rank. The real Sten is probably a Karsten now, as in a few years he's going to take the old Arishock's title.
I can't even fault you, Donald. Me and all these Discord members thought we had to kill our Sten. Just to help Isabella the first time around, I mean, they really waited until a crucial plot moment to even bring a Sten. And that's after this game kicks you in the nuts with the All That Remains quest and Seamus Death quest. I thought it was just another belt notch at this point.
All right, I can see what you mean, but Noar Sten even flat out says I am a Sten of the Antaham, and the Arishock explains the ranks of the Kunari decently well. The Arishock only just sent out a Sten because that's probably the highest rank he has on hand besides Arborate. And they got a lead on the relic they are looking for, so this is important.
All right, I just looked it up, and even the wiki, when you search Sten, just shows the ball of anxiety, not this guy. So even the goddamn wiki thinks the only Sten is the one that POTUS helped cure his anxiety to become a world leader.
Well, now it's time to yell at Isabella because goddamn it, all of this death is like 20% her fault.
Yes. About that. The relic belongs to the Kunari, and there's a small
I would go
chance
higher
they
stealing
want it
from the
back.
military dictatorship is obviously a terrible idea, and she is from Riven. She knows firsthand how dangerous and scary these guys are.
Okay, yes, it was a bad idea, but counterpoint one, the Kunari suck, and counterpoint two, the things she did to Hawke that one night easily outweigh the mild inconvenience the commies brought to Hawke and Kirkwall. Counterpoint three, she makes a Kuzlan human noble reference, all is forgiven.
The founder of their religion, the most revered being in their history.
Donald, she stole the goddamn Kunari Bill of Rights. The tomb is the founding of their religion, which dictates every aspect of the Q1 and their society. Also, fun fact, Sebastian has an interrupt here that calls the Kunari ignorant heretics that still deserve to worship their heretical text in peace.
That was totally based until the end. Let mommy have her tomb. They can just ask Koslan questions about their fake religion in hell when we send them there.
Yeah, sure, because war with these guys statistically goes well. I'd rather fight one Antivan mob boss than the entire military might of the Kunari.
Oh, so your demon-gooning blood mage can have an ancient wood-cutting knife, but my pirate queen can't have a religious tomb? Typical Democrat hypocrisy right there.
Donald the wood carving knife wasn't causing the Dalish elves to brood in Kirkwall and suddenly explode the town to search the rubble we got that knife, honestly.
The dumb thing wasn't even theirs. The Orlesians had it, so technically it didn't belong to them yet, and stealing from Orlesians is never wrong.
Oh, okay, so if I kick your Amazon delivery driver in the nuts and steal your brand new Switch 2 in the mail, then I didn't steal from you, right?
I mean, that's annoying, but I can just have Amazon send me a new one after getting that pussy driver fired.
Okay, cool, but imagine if there was only one console in existence and you can't get a new one.
Okay, but imagine if instead of Barack's sus ass, it was a 5'5" tanned pirate queen with G-cups. Suddenly I stopped caring.
Never mind, Joe, just like gas card, there's no point trying to convince him of a decision that ultimately doesn't matter. While I'd prefer you let her have it for the Aveline approval, I respect that this is partially her fault, and she doesn't get to just sail off with everything she wants.
You all suck. If this was Aveline and Merril, you would be on your knees begging her to take the stupid thing. I'm going to remember you making Isabella mad sleepy.
The fact Aveline disapproves of this already shows she has a massive bias towards Isabella. Since they are friends, now hell she forgives Isabella more than Hawke at this rate.
It's probably the girl code or something anyways, Isabella. Donald will literally curb stomp Castellion during his episode, just give the horn guy his book. And let him leave before he goes 2009 Barry on Kirkwall with the carpet bombs.
Oh please, the Arishock wishes he had my game.
You're right. I'll return the relic. It'll go straight to the Kunari once we get it. Come on, we've no time to waste.
Where is the relic?
I have it.
Bro seems nervous.
If he's selling to a bunch of blood mages, I would be too.
Blood and spite.
Did that chick just try to throw a fireball at a Kunari? They are immune to that genius.
Mommy, Isabella, wait, please. Don't go. I never got to say how I feel.
Well, that's a damn lie. You explode your feelings all over Isabella. Every single episode since episode 2, Donald Hell, we could make an entire episode of a Gooners compilation.
Sounds hilarious and annoying to make Let's Make our editor do it. But while we are third-partying a fight for once, why don't we do another tactics setup for Isabella while she's still with us?
Wait, hang on. What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, sure thing. Time to flex some rogue main knowledge. So unlike Fenris, this should be a lot easier to set up since rogues just need to focus on damaging the smaller targets and use abilities to keep them alive and safe. So first, set up speed to trigger first, since it's the best active spell to increase your DPS. Then set up all hand on deck to activate when clustered with at least 3 enemies. Then set evade to activate when you're being attacked by a melee attack, and Chameleon's Breath to activate when your health is less than 25%. And then when you're surrounded by 2 enemies, activate Rush. And have Fatiguing Fog activate when enemies are clustered by 3 or more. Then have back-to-back activate when ally is surrounded by at least 3 enemies so they can get an easy stealth crit attack. Then just a few final setups to increase your damage output. Have Backstab trigger when attacked by melee to reposition, then have Chameleon's breath. And fatiguing fog activate when being attacked by elite or higher to debuff the higher ranked enemies. If you're wondering why more swashbuckler spells are not on here, it's because they are mostly underwhelming. Or they need to be manually controlled, they don't work when they are activated through tactics since they slow down your damage output. Honestly, my best suggestion is just max out hands on deck and get all the stat buffs.
Good shit, Barry. Let's go check to see if Isabella got her relic.
I feel so nervous, boys. I don't like this.
Well, looks like the thief who lied to us throughout the whole game lied to us again. And now we have to try to stop the Qunari with our dicks in our hands.
I know Aveline is crying inside right now that her bestie left without saying goodbye.
No. Mommy Isabella. No, why is she gone, boys? I hate this stupid game. I don't want to play anymore. Why couldn't it have been Merril?
You let it all out, big dog. The last step of grief is acceptance. Let's try to work through all the stages now to focus on peak.
Get the hot pirate back now, or I swear to God I will blow up the state of Delaware, you blighted dementia patient.
Okay, first off, you are greatly exaggerating what you can do. You are a guest here. And secondly, if I couldn't even do that as the presidential bomb expert, you have a long way to go. Just stick to fantasy churches or something vengeance.
Besides, threats aren't going to do anything to help bring her back. All we can do is deal with the horned guys. And hope we can get the best ending after a quick stop to re-equip and get paid for killing the cosplay bosses. It's time for the end of the act, boys.
All right, as much as I hate everything going on in the game right now, I'm excited to see you get clapped up by the horned guys and watch them all die at the same time. So I am staying so I can get entertained, nothing more. Plus, I'm praying to Sandel that Isabella will come back, and the enchantments have never let me down before.
Sounds like we have some stakes on the ground, boys. You love to see it.
The elves are now Fidethari. They have chosen to submit to the Qun.
Anyways, the first cool thing to notice about this scene is that for the first time all game, the Arishock's weapons are drawn and at the ready.
Bro is just trying to aura farm harder than usual because this is the second to last cutscene he gets.
No, remember, for soldiers, their weapons are their very soul, an extension of who they are and how they interact. For him to have his weapons ready to swing, that means he is no longer negotiating or listening. He is demanding, or he is ready with the smoke now. Anyways, it's been a while since we heard some clearly evil shit that happened in Kirkwall, so let's get started.
A city guard forced himself on our sister. We reported him, or tried to, but they did nothing about it, no matter what we said. So my brothers and I paid him a visit.
All right, this is basically a lighter version of what happened to the big back werewolves, except instead of a curse, these guys went John Wick on them the old-fashioned way. Seems like a wash to me.
So I would defend Aveline here, but I realize I'm not an impartial party.
Yeah, hey Aveline, remember how you didn't want Carver in the guard because he is undisciplined? Well, how do you explain this shit?
So fun fact, the Dragon Age 2 demo gave Carver guard armor after the first year time skip, so it's possible he would have originally been a guard with Aveline.
I get vigilantism is not a good way to run a society, but you and Hawke are the last people that should be judging taking the law into your own hands when our family is harmed.
Besides, using the Patrice example is not winning me over to your side. If the damned horned commies didn't kill her, I was about to.
One thing I like about Act 2 on the Qunari issue is they show how appealing Qunari society is to elves that live as second-class citizens in human society. It's something that never really got a proper rebuttal if I was a city elf. And I couldn't pull myself up by becoming a professional mercenary or Grey Warden. I would probably join the Qunari too. At least I won't get racially profiled, or worse, by the Qunari.
Stay and remain blind to this dysfunction.
Guys, why do I hear boss music?
One solution.
Arishock, there is no need for...
Rock, translate.
He said to seize them, we are getting jumped.
Oh shit, the Dragon Age version of cutscene bullets, we are cooked.
Damn! Hawke really sucker punched a Qunari twice his size.
Aveline's putting in good work too. If she didn't deflect those spears, we would all be moving on to Inquisition.
Looks like all the red shirts in the Kirkwall Guard didn't make it either. Rest in peace. Kirkwall Guard 15 through 20.
Damn, Kirkwall's completely stone buildings catch on fire. Really quickly, the Qunari must be finally using that gatlock.
This definitely feels similar to the Battle of Denrim in Origins, everyone fleeing in fire everywhere. I'm surprised how well Kirkwall cleans up from this invasion, but I guess 3 years is a really long time. Anyways, out of curiosity, who do you plan to bring with Hawke to storm the gates, Joe?
Aveline is already with us, as we are going to need her tank stats anyway. Fenris has Qunari dialogue and insight, and finally my cutie patootie Merril for the nature damage buff. And because she is safest with Hawke.
I guess Varric is going to stay defending the hangman from communist looters and hear about the duel with the Arishock later. You know, this was probably an asset management issue, but this feels like the first fight that should have all hands on deck. Like, even if we can only bring 4 party members, maybe have Aveline or Varric lead the second team and meet back up at the keep with maybe a cutscene for how they are all doing in between.
That would be interesting. Basically, the Dragon Age version of the suicide mission, one of the few moments Veilguard did really well, being honest. It would work here too, because I really can't see when the entire city is on fire that Varric Anders and Sebastian would just sit on their ass, or anyone in the squad, being honest.
Yes, starting off good with a Qunari mage, Joe's worst enemy, the Death Crown, will soon be yours, Sleepy.
Now, not this time, Donald. This is a terrible defensible position, unlike the Act 1 quest. We have way more crowd control tactics, and now we have 2 tanks instead of 1.
Honestly, with how much Constitution you buffed Merril with, you practically have 3 tanks Joe. You should be fine, as long as you focus on the mage first and don't lose sight of him.
I was wondering why the Blood Mage had almost the same health bar as Fenris, despite her being a literal elf twig, compared to my Pirate Queen. What gives with that build, Sleepy?
Well, remember, blood magic works by using your own health instead of mana as the spell cost. So honestly, you can just use Merril's base mana pool or amplify it with the Sarbaz amulet, and then dump 2 points in Constitution and 1 in Magic. You'll end up being one of the most broken spell spammers in the game, and this works for a Blood Mage Hawke too.
Good work from the mage main. But what did I tell you about losing the Qunari mage in this fight, Joe? Don't throw now.
I am sick and tired of this democratic collusion. When Joe messes up, you immediately course correct. But when I mess up, you let me die like 2 or 3 times before you help Obama.
Well, Donald, that sounds like some kind of logical fallacy, where you remember the good times of someone else, but only the bad times on your own end. I have definitely given you advice before, but it's usually just followed with you telling me to stop yapping. You can let me cook, so there's only so much help I can give if you won't receive any of it.
Yeah, very cool. You're a Saint Obama, but Joe, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to bake Fenris and Aveline in the lightning oven to give Hawke Ascendancy and buff or something?
Eat my ass, Donald. The mage is almost dead. I just want to keep him there. And if friendly fire worked on the goddamn enemy team like it worked for us, this fight would already be over. The mage is basically already down. Why don't we cover a few more super thanks, boys, starting with you, Barry?
Yeah, sure thing, Joe. So thank you to some based Cassandra support. Thank you for the $20 from Corey Radcliffe for my muscle mommy. You're on a 4-episode donation streak. And I'm really thankful for this support from my girl Cassandra as well. We also have $10 from Vadia Shepard, who said their saddest moment was the reveal at the end of Veilguard, which is a definite strong contender on the list, I can't lie. Hopefully we can get to that scene in a year or 2. Thank you both for your support, and don't forget, when leaving a super thanks or super chat, to list the waifu you want that donation to go towards. We will ask you anyway if you forget, and it's cool if you don't want to participate, but it just lets us thank you properly when you do.
We also have some Solus support, which is as common as rain in April at this point, so thank you for the 50. And $20 donation from Robert Wadsworth for his favorite egg, as well as 10 European monies from Awoken for Solus as well. Robert over here is going to be difficult to beat since he has the longest donation streak for his chosen elf waifu. And shout out to Awoken, who is a very strong supporter as well, an active Discord member.
Yeah, he might be difficult to beat, but the human supporters of our Discord are still gonna make it hard for them. Right, boys? Thank you for all of your support. You all have massive schlongs. Anyways, looks like we have a Grey Warden squadron finally doing what their Lord POTUS always wanted to do and beating some Qunari ass.
Looks like Carver is with them, should we hold hands? And make out with Merril when we talk with him to assert our dominance, or do you think 3 years has been enough time for him to give up on our girl?
I mean, he just lost his mom, and it's our first time in 3 years seeing our brother. If you want to use that time to be petty, that's your right, but it's kind of a dick move, honestly.
Oh, please, like you wouldn't do the same thing in front of Donick if Aveline gave you a chance, Barack.
Point taken. Also, it's kind of ironic that the area where we can meet our sibling again just so happens to be in front of Gamlen's house. I wonder if Carver or Bethany asked to stop there to give us a letter or something before this whole attack took place. That's my headcanon anyway.
I'm still annoyed we have French Commander Strahd here instead of someone from Awakening. Hell, seeing him here reminds me I still wanted Alistair to stay in the Wardens because we could have had him here instead.
Joe, from what I remember, no one agreed with you on that. It was the most unpopular position in our series. Everyone loves the base king Alistair, and it's even part of the BioWare canon to appoint him as king. The only thing that changes is a little bit of dialogue from Stroud, which is kind of crazy, because there's no way Alistair wouldn't help here unless Bro is hardened staying in the Wardens by default.
I think that's more so Alistair just following orders. Remember, the guy isn't the best at standing up for himself. So if the Wardens told him no distractions, he's pretty likely to follow it even if he doesn't like it. But you two will be happy to know that this is the last time we will meet Stroud in the series because of our choice to spare Loghain in the Landsmeet. We are going to meet Nathaniel in the Grey Warden quest next episode, then Inquisition. Every scene that had Stroud in it will be Loghain instead.
What the hell is Carver's deal here? We gave Bro an amazing new job, and he is acting like more of an edgy teenager than usual.
Somehow I knew it would be you. Carver. Hello, big brother. Fancy meeting you here.
I get enough of this shit from my own kids. I don't need it in my video games.
This scene is especially strange if you have already done the Legacy DLC in Act 2, where you have a heart-to-heart with your sibling already. Unfortunately, the developers didn't account for this. But regardless, if Bethany or Carver is in the Grey Wardens, they will be cold to Hawke during this scene, likely because they don't enjoy being in the Grey Wardens, and feel like they were forced to be a part of the Order thanks to their older brother. For Bethany is far more depressed about being in the Wardens than Carver, however, as Carver gets around to enjoying the military lifestyle the Wardens offer. He is more so just mad right now Hawke didn't give him a choice.
Seems kind of dumb, but he did just lose his mom, so I guess I will give him a pass this time. What's the item Stroud randomly gives us Barry?
He gives us the Ring Warden's Promise, which increases our damage, crit chance, and magic resistance, really good for a warrior. If Alistair was here, however, he would give us the amulet called the Sacred Heart, which used to belong to the hero of Ferelden, apparently. That amulet is slightly stronger, increasing attack instead of magic resistance, while also boosting crit chance and damage. The amulet isn't worth not putting Alistair on the throne, though you should only do that for the dialogue enrichment.
Take this.
It's dangerous to go alone, my mustache says to take this.
Crazy when the random French dude is nicer to Hawke than his own sibling.
Well, for now, Carver is brooding. But I will tackle the Grey Warden quest next episode to work out our feelings, then Donald will tackle Legacy in his next episode to fully cement some Hawke family bonding.
Make her watch over you, my friend.
Oh shit, there's more enemies on this side. I had no idea.
Oh wow, looters, I didn't know that Kirkwall had a healthy liberal population. I guess it really is a city after all.
Oh damn it, Donald, what part of political content is avoided for that purpose do you not understand? Do you need to write down that part a few times like Bart with the chalkboard?
It went away with my pirate queen. Until she is back, you are only going to experience Demon Donald. Cancel me, I don't care. I'm just here to watch Joe get clapped up like he deserves.
Well, you are going to be waiting a while longer because it's not about to be at the hands of some looters taking advantage of the Qunari uprising to get some new TVs and speakers from the Kirkwall target. Let's skip ahead here to Hightown.
Well, you missed us killing a bunch of elves, so kind of a L take from Joe. But other than that, you didn't miss any deaths. These Qunari are easy as hell if a mage isn't carrying them all the time. And speaking of carrying, two big dudes carrying one noble girl. I think I've seen a scene similar in my homework folder.
Jesus Christ, Donald the Qunari don't see humans as people. They probably plan on killing her instantly, not whatever you're thinking.
Oh man, I really hope this is the dude who killed Patrice. He is wearing the same armor. This guy has some get back coming his way after kill stealing.
Well, as expected, when Hawke shows up, the Qunari just completely forgot about trying to capture nobles.
Yeah, true, and while we are clearing through the Qunari horde slowly. Have you guys played the Oblivion remaster yet?
What kind of forced goddamn segue was that, Obama?
A good one. Oblivion has to do with hell, and Kirkwall is currently experiencing hell all around them. Honestly, I love the game and the way the new spell system feels. Definitely going to Archmage my way through Cyrodiil again.
All right, whatever. Personally, I love going back to the classic Game Crash Simulator. I am curb-stomping mages and demons as a holy knight in glorious HD.
Yeah, the new leveling system is easier, but still requires some thought into your stats and build, as well as an understanding of the races and items the game provides too. It's simple to pick up, but rewards those who have already mastered it.
It sounds like something we could even tackle on the channel. I think we are all decently knowledgeable about the Oblivion series to give our viewers the skills and a leveling guide. Our editor has mentioned doing a guild playthrough movie down the line, and our Discord members have definitely been interested.
Well, back to the gameplay, just the same as the low town one, he is in a terrible position. Unless they utilize the high ground, it's really easy to stay on top of them and stop them from doing their Sith Lightning. Hell, if they didn't each get 2 health potions, each of these guys would barely last a minute.
I feel like we really overhyped these guys early on in the game, but now that Hawke is a little stronger, they are just kind of normal mages that do one really strong spell.
Oh shit, a cutscene, this isn't good.
The Qunari mages have had enough of Joe's bullying.
Even the cutscenes know Joe's weakness. If you die in this scene, it counts as a death and you're run sleepy.
Lick my nuts, Donald. Oh shit, he's charging his ult. It's time for a beam clash.
Oh my god, she's so goddamn cool. She dispelled his magic, then gave him a Skyrim finisher. I wish Mommy Meredith would do that to me instead.
I guess cutscene powers work both ways. It's just about who gets the first strike in. Meredith being introduced by saving us a mage of all people is an interesting direction to go, I can't lie.
There's that signature Meredith death glare to let everyone know we can't trust a damn thing she does.
Oh god, she knows our name, boys. This must be what meeting your heroes feels like. Do you think she would sign one of my mage skulls?
All right, I will give her props for her competency, but she is being needlessly rude to my girl Eveline, and for no reason other than she senses a threat to her authority both now and 3 years later. Something tells me my gratitude is going to run out shortly, boys. Also, thank you for the Lord Drop Fenris and great companion choice again, Joe.
Why the hell is refusing to help her even an option? We were already going with Aveline to stop the Arishock, and it's not like there's an ending where we just leave the city like Far Cry 6.
I'm pretty sure if you refuse to help her, she threatens to arrest you if you're a mage, or not. Speaking of, she now knows we are a mage, so it's pretty much Joe-over for us now.
Also looks like she left her stove on back at the gallows, so she will help us later.
She already one-shot a dirty mage. If she kept fighting with us, it would be overpowered by this point, and Joe doesn't need any more freebies. Also looks like the base dwarves are making a stand to defend their turf. At least someone is fighting back against these horned communists.
I love the amount of third-party fights we get this episode, but why the hell are the Carta trying to fight us too? Shouldn't the Qunari invasion be the main focus?
Hawke has disrupted 2 of their mining operations and took out one of their main leaders, Hammertoe, in the docks, who was one of the nighttime gang bosses. I'm pretty sure Hawke is a bigger enemy to them than the Qunari at this point. Also, we forgot to talk about it earlier, but Hammertoe, the undercut thrifter boss, is one of the survivors of POTUS's annihilation of the Dust Town Carta. We know this because he has one of the stash boxes named after him during the Jammer's stash quest in the Carta hideout, where we had to pick which item was the least valuable.
Well, that's ironic that I killed him then, since I'm the one that looted his stash in Origins. Still, I wish the little guys would be friendly to us here. I didn't even mean to hurt their pockets. I was trying to do completely different quests both times in the mines. They just got in my way. Also, goddamn, the assassins came back. I thought I was done with these assholes when I fought the coterie.
I admit the rogue gameplay on the enemy side has been really impressive. This is the type of motion I have when I play rogue in this game. Just be a constant nuisance and go into stealth with all your abilities.
Well, me and Merril have been debuffing him with misdirection, so we should be fine as long as... Oh, shit, my leg!
Damn Joe's second biggest weakness, the kidney harvest, and this time without Varric to save the day.
Looks like Fenris cleaned up for him. Also, how convenient of the game to meet all of the important Act 3 characters in the span of 5 seconds. For like the 2 of you tired of the boys roasting Elfina well, now we can start roasting Orsino.
Orsino really called us our friend like he isn't half the reason our mom became an experiment. I just know Hawke is going to regret helping him up 3 years from now. What the hell is he and these mages even doing out of the gallows? Aren't they never allowed to leave or something?
You're right, they are all here illegally. Let's kill them like the rest before they get any ideas of freedom or equal rights.
Donald, please. I'm pretty sure Orsino and the platoon of mages were brought here with Meredith on her orders when she saw Kirkwall catch on fire, because mages are a powerful military resource and this is an emergency. Also, if our sibling joined the circle as a mage or a Templar, this is the scene here where we would meet them instead of with the wardens. Although the greeting there is pretty lackluster, Hawke really doesn't give more than a hello.
All right, boys, the Templars and Mommy Meredith are finally here to take charge. It's time for the Templar mains to once again save the burning city.
Oh boy, I'm so happy the 2 leaders who are supposed to be in charge can't stop arguing like 10-year-olds over who's in charge. I'm glad I have to be the one to resolve this. It's not like we have an invasion to stop or anything. I can't believe I have to pick this option, but I think I'm going with Meredith.
Oh really, Joe? Care to say that again?
God damn it, yes, Donald, feel free to glaze the obvious paranoid chick more. But I am sure as hell not picking Orsino. And Meredith at least has the military leadership and the troops at the moment. It's the more obvious choice.
This choice doesn't really matter, other than it earns us some Meredith approval, which determines who gives us the quests in Act 3. There should have been a companion choice to pick Aveline as the leader of the group. This is her jurisdiction more so than any of us as captain of the guard. I'm pretty sure barring the Viscount, she has the immediate authority, although Meredith would step over her in a heartbeat.
You're not subtle at all, Barack. I know you just want to roll over and follow Aveline's orders even after all those weeks of therapy you said you went to.
Honestly, Barry, I'm surprised you aren't creaming over Meredith the same way you do over the other muscle mommies. She certainly is strong enough to crush you with her thighs and commands a position of authority.
She's batshit crazy and behaves like a 12-year-old hall monitor when she doesn't get her way. Her maturity overrides everything else, which is why I don't like the Morrigan or Liliana romance in Origins, if you remember.
Yeah, we all know it's because you would rather be railed by an elf instead, Barack. That's still the gayest thing I've ever heard in my life. I don't care, cancel me. Anyways, Joe, you need to throw yourself into the Kunari meat grinder now, Mommy. Meredith gave an order.
She has 30-some years of military experience. And the most she comes up with is charging Dick first into the fight. I am already regretting putting her in charge. We are going to go with Orsino's plan. It makes way more sense. With what we know about the Kunari.
For good pick roleplay-wise, Joe, we know how much these guys hate mages firsthand. Seeing one will literally cause all of them to shit bricks and want to kill him.
All right, nerds, we get it. The options don't really matter. But charging head-on is the base Templar way and how POTUS would have resolved things. So we might as well get some aura points.
Now trust us, Donald, this scene is peak. Just give it a chance. I know we have been shitting on this quest, but I am honestly so hyped for the final fight now.
Cutscene spells are so powerful, bro, as one-shotting Kunari with fireballs, even though they are immune. If only we could have cutscene spells more often.
It's funny because even if they kill Orsino, they probably have to kill themselves after to avoid the influence of magic.
With any luck, we will hear Orsino crying and some distant Kunari kicking in a moment that would make this choice really worth it, despite losing out on all the experience.
Well, I'm pretty sure we will be max level before the end of the game. So we really don't need to squeeze out every single drop of experience anymore. Donald, also, goddamn, it looks like a Saw movie happened in here. Do you think I got lucky and Donnick was on the stairwell duty today when they invaded?
Jesus Christ, Barry.
Barack, I don't think you have been lucky a day in your life, despite somehow being the only Democrat in the room, to win 2 terms. I can almost respect the insane level of cope, but we are about to do a second-time skip in a few minutes, and they are going to be straight up married. It's time to face the music and realize she is getting piped down as hard as Morrigan is in the mirror world. Also, thank God the Cerebus finally learned to take advantage of the high ground. This looks like a genuinely hard fight.
Yeah, no, this is as bullshit as my first fight with one of these bastards. He can teleport just out of range of our spells. But he can still hit us, which means I have to tank some Sith lightning if I want to damage him. Thank God everyone's tactics has a mage focus so we can put some pressure on his ass.
Yeah, you should be fine, Joe. You already know what to do to stop these guys in their tracks, and the other Kunari are practically a non-issue. Just don't lose track of him again. And this will be easy money. By the way, we appreciate all the support the tactics have gotten. Apparently some people are playing this game and even following our builds. And when the movie drops, you can even fully play along with us, which we would love to see. Hopefully you get less deaths than we have racked up, though.
Yeah, you all watching our movies even months later are the real ones. Just know you are helping keep the White House and our editors' lights on, since the ad revenue for these movies goes hard.
You're using the ad revenue to keep the White House lights on? Did Elon cut funding for that or something?
Lick my nuts, Joe. It's just an expression. Also, isn't there like a really good item hidden somewhere in this map? Like something obvious but really strong?
Oh, is there a hidden rare candy under one of the corpses or something? Go find it, Carter. You are close to evolving.
Joe, please remember what game we are playing, but yes, Donald on the corpse in the middle. On the stairwell, we get the seal of Kirkwall, which gives defense armor and health regeneration. After this fight, we should take a moment to go through our inventory. To equip Hawke for this final fight, we are going to need to maximize the amount of physical damage he can take, even with the amount of health potions we still have.
No need to do that, Barry. I have a fully thought-out plan to breeze through this fight, regardless of what we have equipped. And let's just say it's something no one expects, not even Donald.
Wait, what the hell does that mean, Joe? There's no way you have a plan to get up these keep stairs, let alone a plan for the Arishock. And what the hell do you mean you can breeze through this fight no matter what you have equipped?
All right, Joe, I don't know what you have planned here. But good work killing the mage. That's the hard part out of the way. So why don't we cut ahead for a moment to equip the seal on Hawke and see if I can help you out with the final build here, since this is going to be a long fight regardless of what we do anyway.
Wow, how smart of BioWare to predict the hardware limitations of the Switch 2 Dragon Age port and copy and paste. All these nobles in the room.
Good callback joke, Donald.
Thanks.
That was really dramatic, but ripping off the head of Baldy's basics doesn't really change things. Hell, it might have made him smarter.
Yeah, poor guy, at least he gets to see his son again. Or not, we aren't really sure on that fact yet.
The Kunari really don't handle back talk well, it seems. Remind me not to ask the Arishock for McDonald's.
Oh God, here comes the daily communist rantings. We get it, dude. Just like Obama, you read Karl Marx to pick up women. Why don't you seize the means of production on some bitches?
There's too much to even unpack in that statement. But even if the Kunari aren't communists, the Arishock may have been influenced by a few of his books.
What's good, Arishock? That was a nice villain speech. But just a warning, the last tyrant who gave that kind of talk to me ended up being permanently deported to France. Truly a fate worse than death.
For good motion, Joe, but hopefully you don't get stage fright like last time.
Now that's impossible when all but 4 of the characters look the exact goddamn same, plus theirs, like a third of the people here that were in the land's meet.
If we had not earned the Arishock's respect here, we would have to fight more of his guards to prove our worth to speak to him. Befitting the Arishock is giving you props, Joe. You are the one that did most of the work to earn it after all.
How would you see this conflict resolved without it?
Yes, 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 humna, humna, humna. Mommy, you've been gone so long. Rub my belly, please. Oh God, boys, I have never wanted to be a Kunari more in my life, so she would step on me.
Mostly undamaged? Did you spill nug sauce on their ancient tomb or something? Actually, with Isabella, I don't want to know where any stain came from.
I'm so happy she's back. I was worried when Joe wouldn't let her have the relic that it was all over.
Well, ironically, for the first time, you two worked together to get the best ending here. See, sleeping with Isabella and flirting at every opportunity guarantees her return here with the tomb, as well as 50% in either friendship or rivalry. And Joe earned the Arishock's respect in both episodes to guarantee the respect dialogue in the duel.
Damn, I didn't even realize that. Pretty cool, honestly.
Finally, we can agree on something, Sleepy. Now do me a favor and don't negotiate with terrorists.
Oh, damn, Eveline really said no one kicks my bestie's ass except me. That's a top-tier friendship right there.
Hey, Donald, answer this question for me real quick first before I make this decision.
What question? And what do you mean, make this decision? You're dueling the Arishock, end of story. That's the only correct choice.
Who won the 2020 election?
Joe, fuck the fuck off. No one won. That shit was rigged from you and fucking Harry, or whatever her name is, performing necromancy rituals. Every blood moon for more votes. Don't start with me.
Oh, okay, if that's the case and no one won. Then nothing here matters. I'm just going to hand Isabella over to the Arishock.
What the fuck did you just say to me?
Oh boy.
Tell me who won the 2020 election, Donald.
Joe, stop fucking bluffing. You wouldn't betray your waifu's pirate mom in front of her. That would crush her.
I'm not worried about Merril. Her approval is maxed out. I'm fine here.
Barack, you better get your vice president right the fuck now.
Please don't drag me into this. I don't care enough and I'm not involved.
Fine, you want to play that game? Joe, if you don't duel the Arishock right now, you're going to
wish that all that happened to you this year was leaving office. I'll mount your head on the Oval Office and use your dried up blood to dust up the liberals' agenda.
Now, don't bring the ghost into this. He can't help you look at me. I'm the captain now.
I can break your brittle bones in under a minute. Don't test me.
Might be true, but can you do that before I select this option here? And then use my stand as Joe Ever to delete all previous saves of this playthrough, locking Isabella out anyway. Now go ahead, lean into the microphone and answer my question for once, Donald.
God damn it, Joe Biden won the election.
Can you speak up, please, Donald? I'm getting old these days.
I swear to God, I hope every character you like in this series gets a holy smite. Joe Biden won the 2020 election. They're happy.
Ecstatic. Now can you tell me who he won against and we will get started?
Don't fucking push it now, duel the Arishock before I actually end you.
Okay, thank God whatever that was is over. I should have known you were bluffing Joe after all the work to get the Arishock's respect. And all the prep work you made during this episode, I knew you wouldn't let the episode end on a low note by betraying Isabella and all her fans.
Oh no, I very much would have. If Donald didn't answer my question, it would have saved me like 20 minutes.
If you're going to
And besides, she is partially responsible for this. Why wouldn't I just go eye for eye in this situation?
Because she's hot and Mommy Isabella deserves love and comfort, not your liberal lies and betrayal.
Well, if I can provide some perspective here, yes, Isabella does deserve some shit for stealing the relic. Even if you could argue she would have no idea this situation would turn into an invasion, the fact she stayed in Kirkwall 4 years knowing the Kunari were looking for the same relic and her, and never told anyone or tried to do anything, does deserve plenty of shit, as she has known for weeks how bad the situation is getting. However, the Kunari plan on doing what is essentially a mind break to her as punishment and probably violates every code of the Geneva Convention in the process.
Okay, thank God. I was about to think I was playing with some filthy Kunari lovers. Who the hell cares about stealing when she has already stolen all of the players' hearts, boys? The bigger reason you can't send Isabella away is because her greatest two fears are realized if you send her away. First off, growing up in Revane and seeing how her mother changed when she converted to the Kunari has made her fearful of losing her freedom one day, which is why she is as carefree as she is. In the novel, until the dream her fade nightmare is becoming an indoctrinated Kunari soldier, just like her mother, so handing her over is making her nightmares come true. Finally, there's the fact that she has always been used and tossed aside all her life, and she finally gave Hawke a chance to prove her wrong and have her back. If we don't trust her the same way, we are just proving that she should never trust anyone.
Honestly, a really good analysis, Donald. I'm impressed.
Wait, did he just blow past the gravity well?
After threatening my waifu and clearing through everything with luck and no difficulty, you are getting exactly what you deserve. What now, Sleepy?
Goddamn, I don't even have an out-of-game reason for why he out-tanked the gravity well, other than this dude must be the Dragon Age version of a Vanguard with the biotic charge.
Yeah, hey teammates don't bother helping me when I'm being gorged and impaled like Krillin on Namek. It's fine, I can take the organ damage.
To be fair, Joe, if they helped you, all of the Kunari around them would attack too. And we would have to fight the battle royale, which even you admit is far more tedious. Also, where the hell did Isabella go? I don't see her anywhere in the room.
She probably snuck out when Joe started threatening to turn her in. I wouldn't stick around for this either if I was her and didn't want to watch Sleepy get stabbed and thrown around a dozen times as payback.
I appreciate Carter being the best distraction, but goddammit, he is about to drink another potion. How many of these things does he have?
I believe he has 3, which is a lot for a boss, but I guarantee you are going to use more than 3 health potions in this fight, Joe, so it evens out.
Yeah, it evens out, except I have like 300 health points, and he has like 1,000. It's not the goddamn same.
Smells like a skill issue, boss. Healing matters, Sleepy.
I would agree with you, Donald, but the Arishock has 19,000 HP on Nightmare, which...
My God, that impalement never gets old after seeing you stunned. Lock all those guys with horror. This is the exact fate you deserve.
But Carter is about to go down, making this a true 1 versus 1. So what is your plan here now? I'm sure the viewers are amazed you even got this far.
Yeah, all right, so in addition to the cold-blooded staff and the gravity well, and all of the entropy stun spells, the biggest cheat I can give every class is to bring combustion grenades. They don't do any damage because he is immune to fire, but they do always stun him longer than any spell, and let you get off the most damage per second. I would say bring a minimum of 5 to this fight regardless of class. But more if you're a warrior, since you can't get off the damage as much as the other classes because of his high armor and health.
Wait, he is already on his 2nd health potion. There's no way in hell Joe hasn't died yet or ran out of potions. He has been hit like every other attack and hasn't dodged jack shit. What the hell is this? When I fought this dude on Nightmare, I felt like I was playing Dark Souls and had to memorize every single one of his attack patterns, including the spin attack he only starts doing after he drinks his first potion. But because Joe gets a few silly grenades, he can already bring the horned asshole down to his final stage. How the hell is that fair?
Well, Donald, like Joe said, this fight varies in difficulty depending on your class, with Mage being the easiest, Rogue being average difficulty, and of course Warrior being the hardest. All of them can still buff themselves and use the grenades to their advantage. But because warriors have to get in his face to deal damage, the best strategy a warrior can have is to build as much stun and knockback immunity as you can. Then play like Donald implied and learn the right moment to dodge attacks.
It's never felt better to be a mage main boys than this fight here. I got to play my favorite class in the game, where mages are arguably at their weakest in the series, but still get an easier time with one of the top 3 hardest boss fights, which earns me my Deathless episode. This is the best feeling.
Joe, don't spout that mage is a weak class bullshit. This just proves that it's brain dead to play, and I can't wait for you to start struggling with Inquisition when you don't get a class that permastuns enemies and actually requires gameplay knowledge.
Bring it on, I'll use my charm to win every fight Deathless as a cutie patootie elf girl.
All right, we are going to move past the idea of Joe playing a female character, since that's not even confirmed yet in the romance competition. And let's move on to a little bit more lore on what happens after this attack. As good of a villain as the Arishock is, and despite how hard of a fight he put up in this duel, there was really no happy ending for this guy. Even in his ideal world where he captures Isabella and brings the tomb with him to Parvalant. Isabella ends up escaping during the ship ride back home and even stole the tomb back as well. The Arishock, having lost captive of the thief, is executed upon his arrival back home.
Damn, BioWare really wanted to put the ball of anxiety in charge. At any cost, this dude's fate has been sealed since we found Sten's sword in Origins.
Even if he had brought Isabella back, the attack on Kirkwall was likely against his orders from the other two, the Triumvirate, and it wouldn't have ended well for him. About a month after the Kunari attack on Kirkwall, the Oricune and the Origena traveled to Kant Ayar in Ryben, the only Kunari settlement on the land of Thetis, and made a public statement before a crowd of Chantry officials, diplomats. and Ryben Sears denouncing the Arishock's attack on the city. Whether this was just them lying to save face or an actual sign that the Qunari aren't quite as war-hungry as previously thought remains to be seen.
Honestly, the Qunari are pretty consistently an enemy. This was probably them trying to prevent war from breaking out before they were ready to fight back.
Wait a minute, he only ever used 2 potions. What the hell is going on? So not only is Joe unbelievably lucky, but he is hacking the game too?
Get fucked, Donald, I am the champion now, but at least you still hold the death competition crown. Look at his health bar, he is literally 1 hit away from meeting Patrice and Quentin in hell.
I think he damaged the Arishock so much at one phase that it blew through the health threshold he was supposed to drink his last potion. I know the grenades really carried Joe here, but the build. And the kiting were safe, and by the book you genuinely cooked today, Joe, I'm proud of you.
It's not the bombs that are carrying him, it's the Rottweiler on steroids that is Carter. Not only is he immortal, but apparently the Arishock has a deep primal hatred for Carter since he likes killing dogs more than a 10-year-old or some shit.
I admit Carter is AMVP in this fight, but he only switches priority to him after I cast Mind Blast at the right time to switch his target to someone else. The fact mages and rogues have the ability to drop aggression is another reason this fight is way easier with ranged classes instead of warriors. Anyway, peep this last hit now.
Spoke too early, Joe. Now he is about to toss your salad.
I'd pray this is a death here, but I know better now.
Okay, he was supposed to die back there because now it's awkward, but whatever. All right, boys, this was a final boss ended in 0 deaths. I want both of you to say it with your chests.
Boom, easy money.
Absolutely abhorrent that you pulled a victory out of your ass through broken mechanics, Sleepy, but you still have your DLC episode to catch that crown again. I won't be in last place in another goddamn Dragon Age game.
We shall return.
Yeah, sure thing. Good luck in Legacy, by the way, Donald. Anyways, Arishock, good duel, but unfortunately those dying words don't really mean much even 20 years after you die. The Qunari have been pretty quiet on the whole invasion front.
You know, some part of me thinks that is Sten's influence since he didn't want to meet POTUS on the battlefield, although that may just be cope. If you didn't duel him, instead of letting him bleed out, here you do another class-specific execute, which is pretty edgy, I can't lie. Well, say what you will, but the rest of the Qunari honor the terms of the duel and sail home with no protest. I'm more so surprised Meredith let them walk out of here unharmed.
None of these dudes were mages, so they had nothing to fear. Also complain about Mommy Meredith if you want, but she is the one who ultimately gives you the title of champion, and deserves proper respect for that alone.
Pretty sure all these nobles would have voted for us to be champion too. But since she is going to be in charge for a while, I will give her the only amount of praise she is owed, and say thanks for the promotion, big girl.
Oh my God, Cassandra, can I duel those Arishock level legs to be the champion of your heart instead?
All right, that was pretty smooth, Barack. Good work.
Fun fact, if you're a female, Hawke Verrick points out Cassandra must have a case of hero worship instead. And if we had given Isabella to the Arishock, Cassandra flat out doesn't believe that version of the story.
Based, even Cassandra doesn't believe Hawke would side against the hot pirate for the cult of shirtless oxmen. That's why I'm for the human romances and Inquisition first.
Damn straight, Hubba Hubba.
I also think that Verrick's version of the Arishock duel is what started Cassandra to become more interested in Verrick's stories. For the romance plots, which is another reason it's the flat-out correct decision.
Unfortunately, Cassandra is still being pretty vague about what situation she is trying to uncover, even though we only have a few hours of main story content left to get through.
God damn it, just hit me. We are on the last act, and this act is only like half the length of the other two.
We are nearing the end, but we still have both the DLC episodes to get through during Joe's. And your next episodes, and those will be the longest episodes to date, so I wouldn't say we can see the finish line until we reach that point.
Well, another gorgeous book opening sequence, which means it's time for another 3-year time skip. I wonder what all our companions have been doing. I'm sure all of them have made amazing progress to their life goals in 6 years.
A fine title. Every noble at the keep owed the champion their lives. He wasn't just a hero.
I like the snake staff they gave the elf here. They couldn't be more in your face that we can trust this guy.
Well, somewhere in the world, a bald-headed elf has just woken up from his millennium-long nap with his uncharged orb, and is about to spin a web of lies that would make the presidential race seem like a truth bomb.
Explains why Meredith needed to be on guard more and why the blood mages grew some balls for once in their life.
The more they resisted, the tighter she squeezed. After 3 years of that, it all came crashing down.
You know, I always thought this scene didn't make much sense, like why would Hightown nobles care what an elf mage has to say about anything? But given how many mages are in Hightown after everything we saw in Act 2, I imagine everyone in this crowd is either a mage or has a kid who is a mage.
Well, as dumb of an idea as this was on Orsino's part, I have to admit he makes a decent politician notice how he almost never brings up mage oppression, and instead just talks about how Meredith is ruling unopposed as a tyrant. It's something that affects the nobles, not him personally.
Yeah, because she is the only one that can. Mommy Meredith, put a stop to this balding bitch, please.
I like to imagine Hawke was just picking up takeout for Merril or something, and right before he got home, he got dragged into a goddamn political debate.
Well, Dragon Age 2 always make sure you know about the major plot of each act. And that includes Act 3. Hell, this time they gave you a little warning by introducing Meredith. And Orsino, right before the start of the act, to already get you thinking about the situation. I would say it's because the writers really wanted to lock you in, but it's actually because Act 3 is only 3 main quests, so we have to go at a rapid pace now. This is where that 16-month development time really starts to show. That also means Act 3 has the most cut content, something I can heavily get into next episode.
Sleepy, you're being more neutral than Switzerland right now? I thought you would be glazing the mages left and right. Are you finally respecting the holy aura of the Templars for once?
No, it's more so I hate both sides here and think that both of them should just step down and let Hawke or Aveline rule the city. I get Meredith was basically ruling even when the Viscount was in charge, but you can't just expect her to lead the city and the Templars at the same goddamn time.
I'm hesitant to say his name, but couldn't they let Bran take over the city temporarily until another Viscount is elected? He was Dumar's right hand. He should have some authority.
You have to remember Dumar was Meredith's puppet, so Bran at the end of the day is still victim to that. He also isn't exactly willing to take charge, as he would rather maintain his current position as seneschal. Ironically, regardless if Hawke is elected Viscount or not, when Hawke leaves the city, Bran takes up the throne during the events of Inquisition by unpopular vote, since he is the only noble left who knows the protocol. Obviously, he hates this position, and it's why he gives up and willingly becomes Varric's seneschal again when he takes the Viscount's throne.
According to that trespasser Slide Varric, and Hawke really do make the best ruling tag team in Kirkwall. I already know there was far less crime and protest when they step up, probably less Qunari invasions too.
All right, I love Meredith, but her not wanting to even consider Hawke for Viscount is a massive fumble. Regardless if you like us or not, we are the biggest political influence in Kirkwall besides Meredith and Elthina.
Did she not die at a blood mage's hand?
Jesus Christ, she really pulled the dead mom card to try and win a political debate.
It might have been mean as hell, but that was a pretty good line, and Meredith does have somewhat of a point. Kirkwall has a really bad blood mage problem, and she is the only one doing anything against that. I'd rather have goddamn curfews than have my mom captured and experimented on.
Well, that's great, Donald. But there's definitely a middle ground that these two aren't going to bother seeing, and I'm not about to give her any more credit, so I'm about to just call both of them out for being assholes.
I'm wondering where we are on the approval scale of Meredith versus Orsino. It determines who gives us one of the main quests and a lot of the Act 3 dialogue. Even if that's all there is to it, I'm curious how it will play out.
Holy shit, do not adjust your screens. Elthina is spotted leaving her chantry for the first time in over a decade. I wonder if she's just confused and sundowning the same way Joe does on Wednesday when he thinks he's back in high school and asked Liliana to go to prom with him.
Donald, I told you that in confidence, asshole.
And I trusted you with the safety of my pirate queen and to rack up some deaths in this episode, so I guess both of our trust is shattered now.
I literally warned you in the first episode not to trust Donald with any secrets, Joe. That was entirely on you.
My Paragon attitude is my undoing once again, I guess.
Either Meredith was having a very good day today, or she has a fetish for old women. Calling her a good girl, take your pick.
It's sad to see a strong Templar tuck her blade between her legs just because some old lady told her to. We definitely need to free these guys from chantry control in Act 3.
Elthina is going to try to say that she doesn't hold any real power, which might be technically true since she's not elected by the people of Kirkwall. But do not be fooled. Grand clerics are second in authority only to the divine, and are always respected in the areas they are in. In Origins, the Grand Cleric is the person who oversaw the terms of the land's meat, whose denunciation carries the most weight in the land's meat vote, and blesses Alistair or Enora when they take the throne. They also need to give the authority to execute the rite of annulment, and that can only be issued by the Knight Commander on her own when the Grand Cleric is killed. Elthina not only has the respect and authority of the city, but she could call in the assistance of the divine at any time if she wanted to. That's all going to be a discussion for future episodes. For now, we should start to wrap up.
Viewers, you better all agree with how free the mage class is. After this anticlimactic ending, and also free my girl Isabella, we almost lost her.
Yeah, cry about it, Donald.
As a matter of fact, it's time for the third act with me is the Presidential Pact who often fail to show proper tact welcome back viewers.
Looks like we are starting off with a Carter crash out. We better go see what the big guy wants.
We literally just got back home after being roped into a political debate, and now we have to deal with our dog crashing out. We just wanted to check on our elf wife. This is unfair.
Well, a champion's job is never done, Joe, and after your duel with the Arishock, we are most definitely a champion now. Anyways, Carter, what did the wardrobe do to you, boy?
Carter is saying it clashes with our drapes and wants an emergency IKEA run to fix this disaster. Can't say I blame him either.
Joe, please, our furniture is fine, it's color-coded and well-made. Besides, I'm sure trying to find a carpenter in a post-war city is an absolute nightmare.
Who the hell said this poor could go through my stuff or enter my house uninvited? I swear to God, what the hell is the point of having a dwarf butler if they don't screen who gets inside this house?
Pretty sure this dude climbed through a window or something. I doubt he snuck in the front door. But still, to rob the dude who took on the Arishock in a 1-versus-1 and kills dragons as a side quest is beyond stupid. He is lucky Carter found him before Hawke or Sandal did.
Apparently we can let him go, which I guess is the Paragon action.
Fuck that. This is fantasy times, and we know the damn captain of the guard. It's time we take his favorite finger.
It's the awakening problem all over again. If we let this guy go, it's going to embolden more criminals down the line.
I still can't believe persuading the protesters didn't work. Completely unrealistic. Carter, on the other hand, just seems happy to have found a burglar bro isn't too invested in the smoke. Oh, hell yes. Mommy, I brought back your favorite food for you, my love. Look at her sunbathing and shining brighter than Kirkwall Skyboy. She's perfect.
My God, she is as pale as a ghost and twice as spaced out as one too. No wonder you like her so much, Sleepy. How the hell did she not see us there? We just wrangled a whole burglar in the other room.
Looks like she completely disassociated when she was looking out the window. Happens to the best of us, I guess.
No, it doesn't. You and Joe are just getting old Barack. Anyways, looks like she never moved out of the alienage fully. I bet she is cheating on Joe with one of her elf neighbors.
My cutie patootie would never do that. She just doesn't want to endanger Hawke by keeping the mirror here in case it lets out darkspawn or demons. Hell, it could even attract the Vartaro we don't fully know yet.
God giving consequences like that to supporting the Blood Mage would have been peak, I can't lie.
I think that might have been too punishing to players, even for my standards, boys. Also, it's crazy how Merril really has lived in the city for over 6 years.
Oh, hell yes. Mommy Isabella. I wish she would drink me like that, boys. I can't believe how close we came to losing you, my love.
I'm surprised you're talking to Isabella Barry. That's normally Donald's job, and you've made it clear you don't care for her. Do you finally want to settle your pirate beef that you have had since Origins?
Joe, you don't get to even say her name after what you threatened to do.
I don't really have beef with Isabella. I just take issue with her thievery and the lying, both of which I think are valid. Plus, I'm not into someone romantically that isn't ready for a relationship that's just solid life advice. All that being said, it took balls to come back and face the Arishock with us, so I appreciate that for what it's worth. I'm talking to her now, though, because she doesn't join the party again, unlike everyone else in Act 3, without talking to her first. I want to do the Zevran quest this episode, so we need Isabella back in the party for the content.
Oh, God, so not only do I have to see you goon out to the elf twink this episode, but I also have to watch my pirate queen get banged by him? This episode, is this some kind of passive revenge for making you do Aveline's quest?
Oh, what no? I have no idea what you mean my last episode wasn't traumatizing enough or anything.
Damn, Sassy Barry is about to be in his villain stage. Also, I have to admit, Isabella's pity party makes me feel kind of bad. She does actually regret what happened to Kirkwall. Because of her, and unlike everyone else in the squad, she's been isolating and stayed away from the party for over 3 years. It doesn't make up for what she did, but I do feel bad.
Well, hopefully that character growth comes quickly. She only has one companion quest and a few episodes to grow. Also, here's that Kunari we met in Act 1 on the Wounded Coast if we were a renegade Hawke, and convinced him to fight with us against the Tal Vashoth. He will thank us for guiding him to becoming a ruthless mercenary.
Could have used your help against the Cerebus asshole, but let's go see what Varric is up to.
If you think that was bad, I should tell you about the Black Marsh.
Ah, the Black Marsh? One of my finest moments. I killed my first French blood mage and a ghost dragon. Good times.
I appreciate the awakening nostalgia, but I am pretty sure Anders never set foot into the Black Marsh. Donald took Nathaniel, Oren, and Valana.
True, but remember Justice was there, and by this point both of them are completely fused, so they practically share memories.
Wait, if they fully fused, is that going to happen to me at some point?
I don't know, probably.
Almost like you shouldn't have done that just to win a death competition, Donald.
Shut up, Joe. I am not hearing that from someone who took a Grey Warden joining to not get clapped up by a goddamn ogre. The only reason your choice won't affect you is you will die far faster than the calling can take you.
Okay, boys, let's settle down on this throwback trip and focus on Varric. Looks like Bro is using his author skills to summarize the plot of Act 3 for us. Thanks for giving us that dwarf spoon-feeding big dog.
You know this might be controversial, but I don't think Varric really has an arc in Act 3 or even much of a story. We already took care of Bartrand. And we have well since finished the Deep Roads expedition. I get he is just here to help his best friend, but unlike everyone else, his companion story is practically wrapped up.
Well, don't give up on my man yet, Sleepy. We still have 2 entire games left to explore his character, and a lot can happen to him in both games.
True, I'm not going to sell his Inquisition and Veilguard arc short, but the only drive he has in Kirkwall is trying to find the red lyrium statue that messed Bartrand up, something that isn't really a mystery to be solved, but rather just gets flat out told to us. I think they already knew Varric has endeared himself to the players, and that's why they didn't feel the need to put too much time in Act 3. He does have a small arc in the DLCs though, so like many of the problems in Act 3, the DLCs cushion the blow somewhat.
Good, because if I have to bring Carver, I am definitely going to bring Varric to balance things out. Anyways, what's the plan for the episode? Are we really starting with the goddamn High Dragon fight?
Well, we might be the champion, but what is the champion without the champion's armor? I want to get the proper champion's drip as soon as possible, not only so we can look at it for the next few episodes, but if we wait till after your 2 DLC episodes, we will be too overpowered with the DLC equipment. We might as well challenge him now when he is still a bit of a challenge.
That makes sense, but it sucks you get to challenge the big High Dragon fight in both Origins and 2. Save some dragon for the rest of us, Barry. We need to show off to the viewers, too.
Relax, Joe. You and Donald get to fight the 2 final bosses in the DLCs, which are more mechanically involved than this fight anyway. Plus, we are very close to our Inquisition playthrough, where there is like 100 different high dragons that we can fight, so I am sure everyone will get more dragons than they know what to do with.
Viewers, if Barack somehow fights every single high dragon in Inquisition, I want you to flood the comment section of these videos with frowny faces. Anyways, looks like everything here exploded. My wallet is burning away along with all of our employees and supplies. It's time to bring a lawsuit onto this lizard's ass.
Good luck, Barry. This fight can go pretty hard if you don't manage everybody safely. It's practically the Origins High Dragon, but more aggressive and with an army of dragons behind him. Back to what Donald was talking about, though, did all of the miners really die off screen to this High Dragon? We have known some of these guys since Act 1 and did several quests for them, and they still just died off screen? Seems really lame.
It's not confirmed everyone died, but considering we never see any of them again, and Hawke says none of the workers survived, it's safe to say that, yeah, they all died, although not even seeing the dead bodies around the area. Makes me a little hopeful there were some survivors. This wasn't originally how this quest played out at all. As we said last episode, Act 3 was rushed due to the 16-month development time. And most of these cut corners come out in Act 3, but nothing is more prominent than what this quest used to be.
Damn, you know, it's bad when they have to cut corners on the dragon plot line in a damn Dragon Age game. I take it the cut content helped make these quests more cohesive, especially the Act 2 quest that is all about building up the mine, while Act 3 is just reverting the mine back to being just as destroyed as it was in Act 1.
Careful, Barry, the dragon horde is about to come out. This is about to be a real raid boss. Now guard the giblets, and most importantly, your mages.
I'll be fine, Joe, but I promise you I have a handle on this fight, nothing to be worried about. I'm surprised you are even worried about me. You know this isn't my first rodeo.
I think he is calling you a bitch Obama. You better put your vice president in his place.
We aren't you, and Vance, Donald, me, and Barry are cool. I can just tell when something might go wrong, based on his skill set, and give him a heads up accordingly.
Yeah, bite me, Donald. Stop trying to pull us apart anyways. Back to what I was saying about the cut corners. Originally, this quest was very different. Instead of fighting the High Dragon right away, we would instead fight through the mine, rescuing several workers like Jensen, Sabian, and the eggplant guy from South Reach, similar to Zaid's loyalty quest in Mass Effect 2. We would be rescuing these workers while the High Dragon was attacking us from the sky like he does here, before finally fighting the High Dragon at the end of the quest, after the workers are saved. The voice lines for most of this quest were already recorded, and you can listen to them on YouTube thanks to the hard-working Dana Duchy.
That would have been so much better than just a random boss fight. Why the hell didn't they include that? I bet we got more options towards bringing this mine back to making us money too with the grind setter Hubert.
The main reason was likely budget constraints and lack of time. The High Dragon was originally coded to do drive-by fire attacks similar to the Redcliffe Frost back in Inquisition, and making this quest far more deadly since the dragon could attack us but we couldn't attack them. The dragon would only land at the end of the map after wearing it down. As for what you're saying about Hubert, well, originally the idea for this quest was to make him the real villain of this story instead of a greedy guy with poor business sense. The saved miners would have told Hawke that they warned Hubert about dragon sightings and asked for guards weeks ago, but Hubert threatened to fire them and have them arrested if they didn't keep working. We could confront Hubert about this and either kill him, have Aveline arrest him, or extort him for more money.
Even without that revelations, the dude knew dragons were here just a few years ago. And that's not including the spiders and undead that infest this area too. I mean, Hubert still comes across as a nationalistic asshole, but this just makes him worse than Mr. Krabs in terms of how cheap he is with the cut content.
Bro is just trying to cut a few corners if he is stimulating the waste bin that is Kirkwall's blood mage economy. What's wrong with that? Would this quest have closer ties to the first 2 mine quests, Barack?
Yeah, there was one system that would have made the Act 2 quests far more important. Getting the mine running again would have originally been a far more involved process, as there was a hidden point system based on the miners' trust. We would have earned points for completing the 3 mine side quests helping the workers, and earned a 4th point for sparing Sabine in the inside job quest. If we didn't punish Hubert by killing or arresting him, it would be almost impossible to get the miners back to work unless we did every other option. Hawke would also be able to fight for the miners to get reparations out of Hubert's pockets, which wouldn't affect opening up the mine, but would be another ending to this quest. Getting the mine up and running would have earned some kind of reward, as the miners were close to a breakthrough, but we aren't certain how potent this reward would have been.
Sort of sucks that the mining quest was half-baked, since as it is we did all of those side quests and spent all that money just to earn experience as a reward. Now the people we helped just turned into High Dragon lunch.
I'm guessing that's why there weren't ending slides to this game. They really did a piss-poor job of ending these quest lines with any sort of happy or satisfying ending.
That was another thing I thought of adding to this playthrough for the final episode. We know where some of the companions and quest lines end up after the Mage-Templar War, and we can theory craft where others might have ended up based on what we know. So viewers, let us know if that's something you're interested in.
Sure sounds good, Barry. The viewers can let us know. But in the meantime, what the hell are you cooking? You just game-ended Hawke by imploding him with your own walking bomb. What the hell happened?
It was a misclick that's all nothing I can't recover from Boys My Girl of Alien has got things covered here, trust me.
Bro got too horny for bombs. I have to admit, the big girl's tank stats are insane. She is barely taking any damage from the dragons, but she's not hurting them either. This is just going to be an infinite loop at this point.
Well, I have faith in her. Let's cut ahead and see for ourselves. Viewers, we will be right back.
Well, spoiler warning, viewers, eventually Aveline's active abilities got broken through, so this shit was doomed from the start. I think we killed like 1 dragon in 2 minutes.
Fuck if Ailey knew it, please.
Well, just like that, Barry is no longer in the lead in the death competition, viewers. We cut back to where we got clapped up before, so you don't have to repeat parts of the fight you have seen, since this is already a long fight.
The death competition is about to get more interesting. If you could die one more time, Barack, to tie up with me, that would be great.
Donald, I have maintained a single death an episode embarrassingly for 3 out of my 4 episodes, but at least it's been consistent to 1. And I am not about to break that streak now. I know exactly what I did wrong in that last fight, and I'm correcting it.
Streaks are meant to be broken. Just look at the Prime Universe Obama, but I will humor you. Besides going out in glorious bomb-filled suicide, what the hell went wrong last battle?
Well, I say this in the least sarcastic way possible, Donald. But my biggest issue that fight was the same issue you tend to have in your deaths, too. I didn't manage my other party members effectively in Anders, and Varric died way too early in that fight, especially Anders, since he has our only revive spell. Varric can play a key damage dealing and crowd control role too, which is important since Anders. And Hawke don't have enough crowd control spells to deal with 24 enemies. Aveline needs the least micromanagement since she can't really die from anything besides the whole dragon population of Thetis. But we do need to activate Taunt regularly on her so that the High Dragon focuses her fire blasts on her and not our 3 squishy teammates.
We also have a surplus of bombs since I overstocked for the Arishock fight, so feel free to use them when you need it, Barry. They don't really do damage to the dragons, but they do stun 4 or 5 of them, giving Varric and Anders some more room to retreat.
Sounds good, Joe. I probably will end up using a few of them, if not most of them. During this episode, we have a few difficult fights where a long-term stun will be beneficial to us. 7 is more bombs than we could use in any fight, even the High Dragon fight.
God damn, those cheap bombs are so broken. They won the Arishock fight for Sleepy, and now Obama is using them as a get-out-of-jail-free card. This is disgusting. However, just so I know, will there be a few bombs left over during my next episode? I'm just curious.
Yeah, like I said, 7 is a lot, especially when they have a minute-long cooldown between bombs. But we will be making plenty of gold this mission. So you can buy a few more bombs for your episode, which I greatly recommend since you're not only going to be doing the longest dungeon in the game with Legacy, but you're also almost exclusively fighting Darkspawn, which are still weak to fire.
Oh no, I was just asking because I know you are going to take on a hidden boss that episode and you liberals still need your bombs crutch.
Yes, says the dude who made a deal with the spirit that he has to tuck his tail. And run away too when he is in trouble. Don't blame us for using game mechanics when you are using goddamn supplement ghost enhancers.
You know, I can hear everything you're saying, right, you sleepy fuck? I don't want to hear that from a blighted bard that couldn't handle a single ogre without a black darkspawn goop.
All right, can you just stick to coming out when a blood mage does something this wasn't involving you at all?
I don't know, you said my name. I feel pretty involved.
Don't worry, Joe, I got an idea for this one. Hey, Donald, doesn't this high dragon remind you that Morrigan can become a high dragon in Inquisition? What are your thoughts?
Oh, fuck boys, call me Donkey because I am about to seduce the dragon.
Welcome back, Donald. Also, did that high dragon just summon another wave of enemies without leaving her perch? Is that a glitch or something?
I think there was a baby dragon left over in a corner or something, but no, this is how the fight works. The fighting mode changes at each quarter mark of her health. This is the last wave of enemies now. A few tips to exploit her wave combat is to begin to use basic attacks and let stamina mana regenerate. And spells cool down, so when she lands you can use your more damaging abilities. Her summoning waves also make it possible to regenerate health and stamina mana in relative safety. If one of the baby dragons gets stuck in the corner or left alive, you can run around in circles, restoring your cooldowns and regenerating your health and mana with little issue.
All right, that was a lot of yaps, Nerdbama, but I was promised Morrigan as a high dragon. Where is she? Don't make me start tariffing this playthrough. I demand pictures of my swamp witch now.
All right, Donald, how about I take you to McDonald's finally and I show you some Morrigan feet pictures on the way? Is that to your liking?
Yes, that would be very much acceptable. Just don't bring up her name again unless she is here. Or her hot mom, I will also accept that as a substitute. Anyways, how the hell is everyone still alive? I really was expecting a fourth death by this point, or the high dragon to be dead, but we are only halfway through the fight.
Yeah, this is a very long fight. We might want to get into a comment question to pass the time. Do you have one prepped for us, Barry?
I do, and I have been saving this one for a while, and the quest log we have today, as well as the Morrigan reference early, makes this the perfect time to ask it. So viewers, what is your favorite cameo of a character in the later games, or hell, even as early as Awakening we had a low game for Alistair cameo, so you have a lot to choose from. As for me, though, I have to give it to Alistair specifically in this game, as he can have 3 separate cameos depending on your Origins choices. Obviously, if he is king, he has a whole side quest attached to him, and if he remained in the Wardens, he replaces Stroud during the Qunari invasion, and gives you one of the hero of Ferelden's former items. But if you exiled him from Ferelden by sparing Logan, and not putting him on the throne, he becomes a drunk in the Hanged Man who we can talk to in the first 2 acts before Tegan comes in Act 3 to pick him up by his bootstraps, and become a warden again. This actually has an impact on his cameo in Inquisition, as he will officially be going by a different name to fly under the radar in Ferelden to avoid Anora's banishment.
Not a bad pick, Barack. As for me, it should come as no surprise to anyone that my favorite cameo is Morrigan. Specifically in Inquisition, of course, because in Veilguard she has several problems with her character and screen time, but in Inquisition she kept all the perfect parts of herself, and I mean that in both ways. But now she truly is mommy. Morrigan, assuming one of the Wardens did the dark ritual with her and her care for Kieran, is some of the best writing and character development in the franchise. You'll appreciate this fact too, Joe. When we first meet Morrigan in Orlais, her dress for the ball mimics the dress Liliana recommends for her in party banter and Origins, so it's a nice show of respect between the 2 waifus over the years.
That is really sweet. I had no idea Morrigan actually respects my beautiful bard's fashion sense. Really touching.
That is a nice fact. Great work, Donald. So what's your favorite cameo, Joe? Probably Liliana, right?
Actually, no, my favorite cameo might surprise you all, but it's actually Connor in Inquisition. It was so surprising seeing him all grown up in a full circle mage. But more than that, it's nice that unlike most people we help in these games, Connor actually learned from his mistakes and took them to heart. He greatly regrets his actions in Redcliffe, and not only is he vocally opposed to joining the Magisters with Fiona, but we can see in the future if Connor attempts to be possessed again, he will kill himself instead of losing control of himself to a demon again. I wish the kid was able to make an appearance in Dragon Age 2 along with other cut content, but I'm still happy with his performance in Inquisition.
All right, not a bad pick, boys and viewers. Let us know what your favorite cameo is in the Dragon Age series. Our editor reads everyone. And his favorite will be featured next episode, but with that all being said, Joe, mind featuring our favorite comment from last episode?
Sure thing, Barry. Our featured comment comes from Helena McNeil, who sided with my choice of the Champion's Mage armor since it's so damn iconic, especially with the fur neck and sleeveless arm. And I'm glad other people love this design as much as me. They also pointed out that this armor is so iconic they modded it into Inquisition. And BioWare even put it in Veilguard, which is a point I missed, so thank you for your comment and can't wait to hear what your favorite cameo in Dragon Age is.
Hawke used the rule of cool to kill the dragon who resists fire with a fire spell.
Elemental Mastery goes so hard, good work, Barry. Now witness this peak armor that makes him a champion.
All right, I can't lie, that drip goes hard as hell. Now we can complete Act 3 with the drip authority that we are the champion. Well, without the cut content, all we can do is turn the quest into Hubert and take control of the mine and come up with a headcanon theory that Hawke turns it around after saving the city.
Bro is definitely okay with giving us the mine as a tax write-off. He is a true businessman to the end. Since Hawke is a partial fusion of us, he has a 33% chance of turning this mine into $1 billion gold equity.
More like a 33% of failing and getting bailed out on Kirkwall's dime. But not even the experience gain changes from helping Hubert. Or doing this raw, with no previous mine quests. Is there any sort of reward for this, or is the champion's armor really the only good reward?
Well, we got a Fenris armor. And with the armor diversification mod, it ends up being a late-game armor for our D1 hater. We also got the Ring of the Emerald Knights, which is perfect to put on Barrack for tank stats and increased crit chance. Most importantly, we can head over to the Herbalist in the Gallows, who we helped in Act 1 and 2. And he will make us a purple amulet that gives +1 to all attributes 20 health, and 500 fire resistance, which is more than any other piece of equipment gives to one amulet.
Kind of ironic they give us this crazy powerful amulet of fire resistance after we kill the High Dragon, which would be the best creature to use the amulet on. Although I guess they did the same thing in Origins with the Dragon Bone armor.
Yeah, at least the game designers were consistent with that. Anyways, we didn't call attention to it last episode. But we will be doing the Lost Swords quest for this Kunari over here. This quest entails just gathering 10 swords that were lost during the invasion last episode, and goes into the burial rites of Kunari. This quest confirms the concept of a Kunaris blade being the warrior's soul, and that becoming a mercenary is equivalent to that warrior literally selling their soul.
Well, here comes one of the only characters who kept a consistent, recognizable model from Origins, Delilah Howe.
Well, not completely. The eye color and hairstyle are different in this game from her Awakening debut, but for the most part, they got her right.
Donald, how the hell do you know that? I don't even know that. Did you read her wiki?
No, of course not. I'm not you. She is a suitor for the based human noble. Of course, I remember key details like that.
Well, there is still a little bit of Anders in there since he's happy to see another member of the POTUS squad.
Well, Justice liked Nathaniel too, so this might just be one of the few things they both agree on. Anders also just so happens to leave out that they were both friends with POTUS and Amaranthine, but I guess he just doesn't like to name drop celebrities.
Of all the companions they could have brought from Awakening, Nathaniel is the most based bro, didn't take no for an answer, and somehow redeemed his otherwise shit family name. It will be good to see the second greatest human noble in the Dragon Age setting.
Damn, take that, Sebastian and Human Inquisitor. I suppose, well, I am more excited for this cameo than the other one we are going to have after this quest is done. Nathaniel is probably one of the few squad mates besides Alistair and Orin that we can all agree on liking boys.
You don't get to say you like Alistair after what you did to him in the Lands Meet Sleepy, but thankfully Nathaniel was spared your betrayal, so let's go meet him. I'm anxious to see a truly based warden again after having the healer robe and our brother be our only representatives so far.
Well, there was technically Stroud too.
Who the hell is Stroud?
Okay, fair enough. Well, I am going to get right back into our return into the deep roads, but before that we can pick up our unique High Dragon amulet. I have a few interesting things to say about the lore of this thing. In 728 Storm, a High Dragon rampaged through the northern free marches, destroying villages and killing over 100 people. That High Dragon, much like the Frostback High Dragon, became worshipped by cultists who named the dragon Uzera. They believed Uzera was the child of the old god Merril and that he would usurp even the Maker.
Now that kid ain't mine. I never even got a DNA test.
Eventually the free marchers got tired of the cult and their threat to their towns, so they raised a militia to hunt and kill Uzera. At high casualty they did, and upon seeing their god die, many of the cultists took their own life. A crafted and enchanted tooth of the High Dragon was awarded to the soldier who struck the killing blow, and they called this artifact Uzera's Tooth. This amulet that the herbalist gives is likely a replica that he made, but it's still a nice lore theory to hold on to.
That was a pretty good story, Barack, and the moral is to never worship a false god, only praise the one true lord of this realm, Sandel. Anyways, it feels nice to be back in the deep roads, especially since I am not the one playing this rigged-ass dungeon. I think it's important to note you two are each only one death behind me, and Barack still has plenty of episode left to catch up.
Fair enough, Donald, but no way in hell am I dying to normal Darkspawn. That would just be cruel irony. I mean, hell, even the Darkspawn didn't kill you, Donald. These guys are true tutorial fodder.
Sounds good then. Maybe I will have an easy time. Next episode, we still have that overpowered Blood Mage Fire Staff, and Darkspawn were easy to kill, even in episode 5.
Oh boy, Barry, do you want to tell him or should I?
Nah, it will be better for the content if he sees it for himself. Donald, you are going to do great. Don't worry about it, Joe. He's just trying to get in your head.
All right, I am definitely smelling some red flags, but since you ended that with a compliment, I guess I can look past it.
Speech 100. Barry, you're still going to be tackling the 2 hidden bosses in our episodes, or are we going to tackle that ourselves?
Good segue, Joe. Yes, in the interest of keeping the death competition interesting, I am going to tackle both hidden bosses in the next episodes.
Anders! Making friends as always, I see.
There's no escaping you, it seems.
Back to the gameplay, Nathaniel seems pretty happy to see Anders again. He must be feeling nostalgic.
We could bring Justice out too, then it would be a full Awakening Squad reunion. I like to think the weapon Nathaniel is using here is still his grandfather's bow that POTUS gave him during Awakening.
Oh boy, the First Warden ordered this expedition. Bro has a history of making excellent strategic calls like this one. I'm not surprised he ordered an expedition that had no real point. Other than possible monetary rewards, this whole Tig should just be buried rather than rediscovered.
I respect the money Grind the First Warden and Nathaniel had going on here. POTUS would be proud of looting his ancestors' tombs to secure the bag. Nathaniel mentions Warden allies, though that aren't dwarves. Is he talking about the damn talking Darkspawn?
Most likely, but awakened Darkspawn were a scrapped lore point after Awakening. The dialogue changes here slightly. If we had spared the Architect, as Nathaniel will say, he thought sparing the Architect would make the Deep Road safer. But it seems we were wrong. The fact we killed both the Darkspawn leaders should mean the disciples should be scattered or gone, but maybe a few of them, like the Messenger, stuck around and act as scouts for the Wardens.
I think one of the reasons the Darkspawn are here, regardless of the Awakening choice, is because of the influence of. Hang, Taki.
Joe, are you good?
Yes, something just blocked my memory for some reason. I have no idea why. What were we talking about?
I never know what you're talking about, Sleepy, but I'm sure it was just some random shit like you always say. So how the hell did Nathaniel get the information from Bartrand? Isn't he flat out insane and violent since losing the Lyrium idol?
I think the timeline was when Hawke, Varric, and Bartrand started selling Deep Roads artifacts. The Wardens got wind of this and approached Bartrand for the location of the Tig sometime after Act 1. Bartrand, before he sold the relic, was probably paranoid, but also greedy. So being offered the gold for Tig location was probably enough to curb his violent tendencies, according to his butler things. Didn't get really bad until he sold the relic anyway.
It was still pretty dumb to not trust Hawke or Varric. Like, what were they possibly worried about? We only kill slavers and blood mages. And the Wardens interacted with us before with Carver. Shouldn't they know we are both pretty chill?
I have a feeling Stroud never reported that he met Hawke because Anders was there too. Something tells me if he reported a rogue Warden apostate was found with the champion, it would cause more blowback than the Wardens need. Stroud probably just said they found Carver randomly in the Deep Roads with blight poisoning.
Oh, so you do know who Stroud is now? He is a guy who doesn't exactly play by the rules, so you might be right. Anyways, we have a few other fun facts about this quest that we can cover while we fight through the Horde, the first being that this quest obviously never involved Nathaniel, since he was meant to be a recruitable full companion to replace Sebastian. This quest, interestingly enough, was supposed to be about Shale exploring the deep roads that Hawke uncovered for possible golems, and other ancient dwarven secrets that could help her revert her condition. We would hear from some dwarves that their sons went looking for treasure following Hawke's trail. One of the sons came back and said they found a talking golem that attacked them. We would be sent back into the deep roads to rescue the other son that got lost, and bump into Shale, who would claim she was just looking for answers about her condition in the deep roads. And when Shale approached the two dwarven brothers, they ran at the sight of her. We would fight through this section of the deep roads with her save the brother and give Shale a ancient dwarven tablet and be on our way.
As much as I love Nathaniel, that would have been cool as shit to see the big girl again. Why the hell didn't they do that? Expanding on Shale's story seems way more beneficial than Nathaniel's.
What's crazy is it sounds like we could have had both. Ultimately, it sounds like time constraints, probably considering they didn't even record any audio or dialogue, they just had a rough writing draft of the quest.
I think it's safe to say it was a late concept they could have done if they had more time, but since Act 3 was beyond rushed. And they already had Nathaniel's model in the game, they decided to just use him for this quest. Anyway, speaking of based references, here is Dworkin's cousin still making based bombs carrying on POTUS's path of explosions. I too love a good few booms to get shit done.
Good to see POTUS's team still working together even 9 years later. Well, most of them at least. I like how this is one of the few epilogue slides that was proven to be 100% true. Usually they write the epilogue and just kind of wing it in the future games.
Well, it might not be Hawke's birthday, but we can already see Baraka's bricked up over the thought of using explosive charges in a Dragon Age setting.
Well, unlike the last explosives I used in Office, I doubt these will come back to bite me in the ass, especially since I'm committing war crimes against Darkspawn this time. You don't have to tell me twice, big guy.
Giving Barak explosives against the Darkspawn is like giving Pyro a goddamn napalm bomb. This video is about to get demonetized for graphic violence.
Okay, that shit was underwhelming. I was expecting them to all die.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you all wanted to give me powerful explosives, we would have to play Mass Effect 2, or Fallout. I'm pretty sure if we were playing on easy or normal, though, these barrels might have still one-shot the Horde. Still, I get a much more satisfying explosive set up in a minute, so for now I will make do with the stunt.
It's really hard to edge you when you take it all in stride like this, Barry. If me or Donald were denied like this, we would be inconsolable for at least this next fight. But you just kind of shrug it off like some optimism golem.
All right, I am not even going to say phrasing for that, but the reason I am not like that is I temper my expectations accordingly and don't throw a fit like a child. You two can learn a thing or two, but I guess you can't help yourselves, so just give it some food for thought.
You can take that food and that thought and use them both as bread for my nut sandwich, Barack. Why don't you keep on the content, Yaps? It's what you're good at. Like, how about the fact that this quest is an alternative to an Act 2 quest that we can play if Nathaniel never joined the Wardens or died?
Good call, Donald. So viewers, if you pick the hero of Ferelden preset origin, or import a save where Nathaniel died, this quest is non-existent, and is instead replaced with the quest in Act 2 Fool's Gold. The setup for this quest is very similar to the Cut Shale quest we described, except it's entirely about the two brothers stumbling into this section of the deep roads to chase after, for some of the treasure Hawke missed in the deep roads. The brothers Iwan and Merrin run into some treasure, and the older brother Iwan immediately leaves his younger brother to die so he can take the treasure. We can save both brothers or leave Merrin to die so we can blackmail Iwan for his treasure. It's a fairly uninteresting quest. And unlike this one, it has no tie-in to our brother Carver here.
Kind of crazy that Carver or Bethany reconciling with Hawke if they are in the Wardens is also linked to Nathaniel surviving. It's probably why you were so pressed to have me. And Donald bring him to the final fight in Awakening because of that whole save state glitch.
Well, that and the other fools, Gold Quest just sucks, but viewers, we mentioned this at the start of our Dragon Age 2 playthrough, but in order to import a custom Dragon Age Origins save properly, you need to pick a save in the Mother's Lair with Nathaniel in the party, otherwise it doesn't read him as alive properly.
Well, Carver finally got to air out his edgy complaints about us so he could lock in and help his brother when we need it at the end of the game and for the Legacy DLC. Looks like his Darkspawn sensor is broken. Thankfully, Nathaniel still works, though.
You know, not to bring up another big plot hole, but didn't we just cover last time we were here that Grey Wardens can sense other Grey Wardens? But if our sibling never joined the Wardens, we find that all the Grey Wardens Nathaniel brought died. How the hell could Nathaniel and Anders not sense the Grey Wardens were all dead, and we could have ended this quest earlier?
I think we determined that this sense is a general blighted individual sense, and most Wardens can't fully distinguish between Wardens. And Darkspawn, the same way Awakened Darkspawn can't distinguish us from regular Darkspawn sense-wise. Anyways, we have 3 Wardens, 2 of which are part of POTUS's squad, a Ostagar veteran, a Varric, and a Hawke these Darkspawn are about to regret not dying last time we were here.
Carver is once again playing third chair in the Wardens, this time to the goated POTUS Warden squad. Hell, fourth chair if you count Justice as a Warden too.
All right, I definitely wouldn't call Justice a Warden. Let's not go crazy now.
Major hater alert over here, Obama.
How interesting, apparently the gravity well disrupts the Ogre's charge. That's a really nice detail. Too bad Ogres barely show up after Act 1 in Dragon Age, so you don't get much opportunities to use it.
Mamma mia, it's time to fulfill my path of explosions and nuke some spawn. Let's go, boys. I'm literally drooling at those switches.
Well, while Barry fulfills his explosion quota, do you want to start our first round of super thanks, Donald? We have a really high amount of donations from last episode, unsurprisingly, since it was the end of an important act.
Sure thing, Joe. We need to start out with a crazy new donation record first. Thank you to Zirkalda9502 for an absolute big wallet donation of $200 to be divided by the 2 human romances, respectively. In case they couldn't be more base, they agree with me that Joe is a filthy rat for threatening my waifu, and they are playing the Dragon Age series thanks to our playthrough, which is the biggest compliment someone can give this channel, honestly. Thank you so much for all your support. Moving on from that, let's go with our new current top leaderboard sitter in an insane upset, Josephine, with a few more donations. Thank you for the $100 from George Gale, who also thinks Joe sucks donkey balls for almost betraying Isabella, and $50 from Antijotas Nemi for the 50 European monies for the best romance on the Citadel. You all have been dedicated donators since even before the competition started, and this level of support always means the world to us and our editor. So we thank all of you for your based romance support. I am still rooting for Josephine personally because of the huge wallet support you all have shown from the start. She went from the underdog to tied with the egg.
Thank you, Donald, and that, viewers, is barely 1/3 of the donations you guys really went above. And beyond last episode, we have 2 more side quests to get through this episode, so no worries, we will get to everyone. And now both Carver and Nathaniel will help us during the Mage Templar War.
Oh shit, I forgot about that little detail. We really get to have part of the OG POTUS squad rogues with us for the final fight that's peak.
Nathaniel, I love you, but BioWare never even bothers to answer any of these questions in the future. The Architect is forbidden knowledge and awakened. Darkspawn just stopped existing after awakening. Thanks for the loot, though. What did we get, Obama?
Nathaniel gave us the Bringer of Silence, which is a longsword that has a 5% chance to silence enemies when used. It's a pretty niche weapon, but it has some useful effects. With Nathaniel and Hawke's family reunited, let's go recruit our other rogue for the final fight.
Viewers, I know we haven't transferred these videos into 4D yet, but I assure you Barack is literally salivating at the prospect of meeting the elf twink again.
What do you mean yet? Why the hell would anyone want these videos in 4D, we goon? And do way too much with just normal 2D. Hell, I wouldn't want this experience in 4D if we could somehow play on Discord or something instead.
Wow, that's surprisingly self-aware of you, Joe. I am impressed. We still aren't playing on Discord, though it's not a proper session if we aren't all present, plus there's a damn time delay on Discord streaming. And that's just not worth it for the content.
It's like half a second, you goddamn nerd. Also, how the hell are the anti-Van Crows still trying to search for Zevran? Like 7 years later between POTUS kicking their shit in 3 times and Zevran actively hunting down his house. You would think they would have given up on him already or had enough people die that there's no one left to try and hunt him.
So the order of events is during the time of awakening, Zevran actually heads back to Antiva to kill his former master and grandmaster of House Irani, Eomen.
Wait, Arl Eomen was the leader of the Crows. I had no idea. That's so fucked up.
Jesus Christ, take your meds, please.
No, Joe, not that Eamon, a different one. But after Zevran kills Eomen, he goes through several other high-ranking officials in the House, completely dismantling the power the House held, where once they were 6 Talon. They are now no longer a leading house at all, but they are still a house in Antiva, just more minor now.
Also, it's not surprising these guys were hanging around the Blooming Rose of all places. We probably caught them right before or after a 2-man.
It is good to be among my people again. Aveline, if you shove your thumb up his ass, I win.
Based Isabella.
I don't know who's more down bad, you two or Isabella.
Anyways, good to have my girl back on the squad. Back to this quest, though. Not surprising, Zevran is with the Dalish, too. Sleepy, looks like everyone is fulfilling the stereotype. Also, you reminding me how many whorehouses were in Antiva made me remember how we missed out on the anti-Van whorehouses in Veilguard. Zevran made it seem like you could smash anyone there anytime, and yet the only thing fucking me in that city is the Kunari.
Zevran grew up in a whorehouse, Donald. That's hardly a prime example of Antivan culture. He just so happens to be more easy. And loose than other Antivans, I mean the dude was in a poly relationship with his other 2 members. You think that's normal operating procedures?
Honestly, yes.
Why the hell is that girl walking around like C-3PO?
Bugs are going to bug, I guess. Also, we get a unique Isabella armor, or an Isabella armor upgrade on this quest, depending if you have the diversification mod or not.
You know, I'm not sure if we missed something with this diversification mod or not. But I've noticed that only a few companions actually have armors that look different for them. And the rest are just the same. I know it's not conflicting mods because we went mostly unmodded this whole playthrough.
Probably user error, just like Barack trying to take down these traps despite being a rogue main. Seriously, Obama Joe's confusion must be contagious. You keep going the opposite way of the traps.
Lick my nuts, Donald. It is literally part of the game. Rogues with high enough dexterity will actively dodge traps when they are activated. I suppose the idea is that your rogue would always be healthy when they activate a trap by accident, so they have a higher chance of disarming it. It's why I am kind of bummed we didn't get to play a rogue Hawke in 2, when we could have taken advantage of the party leader stealthing and taking out traps ahead. Still, it's been 10 episodes now. I should get over it. Also, Joe, I am going to go ahead and grab this Sylvan ring for Merril. You can go ahead. And give it to her later on, maybe close to the end of the series. It has to do with the Dreadwolf of all things.
Also, goddamn, this thing really is immortal. What the hell was the point in trying to kill it for the Keeper if it was just going to come back and attack us anyway?
Well, Merril knew it was immortal. So I guess that means the Keeper must have known too. I guess she just figured killing it. For a few years was better than nothing, although this is still on her as the Dalish are not supposed to stay in one place.
I'm getting bad flashbacks of spiders just seeing this damn thing again. Please kill it quickly, Barry.
Well, I would love to see you get killed by falling rocks against this thing again. I guess it's Obama's turn to fight the Spider Dragon Guard dog. Kind of cool that each of us got to fight this thing once in our series. It's probably the only boss besides High Dragons that we get to do that for.
It's especially nice since this fight is the final send-off for the Varderol 2. After this fight here, we will not see this thing again in Inquisition or Veilguard. At least we each got to fight this thing once and form an opinion on it.
I have to admit, I think its first showing was probably its best. That fight had like 4 dragons alongside it, which was the perfect last fight to POTUS's victory tour. Since he clearly had to carry the other 2 scrubs he brought, only Bo really pulled his weight in that fight.
I'm partial to my fight with this thing in Act 2. They gave it updated abilities, including a goddamn earthquake move from Pokemon. And while they don't have a bunch of dragon friends this time, they do have a horde of spiders, which is honestly way more scary.
Well, I would say I prefer my fight the best with the Varderall because it confirms the lore implication that this thing is immortal. And you can meet Zevran again, but this fight is pretty brain-dead easy compared to the other 2. It's the only one you fight on its own with no backup, and you're a higher level now, so this fight should only be harder, not easier. I think I have to agree with Donald. The Varderall's a good final boss to end Origins on and was a good hype tool for a boss in Dragon Age 2. Anyways, behold the beautiful sight of an original POTUS squad mate boys.
Beautiful sight, huh? Well, at least 2 people are happy to see Zevran again, because I sure as hell am not. But at least the rogue he is flirting with isn't my waifu this time.
I know this ugly, remodeled elf isn't trying to talk to my pirate queen like that. Friend of POTUS or no, I can still turn your ass in if you don't hop off my pirate queen. Joe, maybe you're right. We should have left this dude bleeding on the road.
Donald, that was your damn decision in episode 8, and he established a long time ago how into Isabella he was. Hell, you complimented him on how he freed Isabella from his abusive husband in this series alone.
Yeah, and you called him a knife ear, so why don't you hop off too sleepy?
All right, I am going to sidebar this conversation, Donald. Not only is there not a way to turn Zevran into the crows, but we are not going to do that to any former original squad mate as great for the content as it might be. I am positive we have created a strong attachment to these party members, and we don't want to do anything to harm that. Also, fun fact, if you bring Vengeance here too, he will recognize Zevran as one of POTUS's former companions and have some extra dialogue to reminisce about the old times.
Anders has certainly started thinking about past adventures more lately. I am sure that's not a red flag of things to come, right, boys?
Who the hell cares about him? We need to protect the waifu from getting stolen, and we need to protect our Hawke from cheating on Merril with another male elf twink.
Aye, Donald, you do care about Merril. I knew she would start growing on you if you gave it enough time.
Yeah, she grew on me like a cancerous blood mage growth. I am just trying to get you on my side to prevent another blooming rose incident.
I notice Zevran is pretty humble about his solo adventures nowadays, but he seems to really like name-dropping the Warden at every opportunity.
I mean, that was his best friend, and a based one at that. Plus, POTUS did the whole stopped him from wanting to self-delete himself by being based. I would name-drop my powerful bro, too, if he saved me like that. Also, Barack, why the hell did you just pick the flirt option?
Oh shit, Barry, do not cheat on Merril with Zevran. We have been locked in with her for 3 years now, and she gave up everything for us. I will. Slam dunk you out of the White House.
Calm down, Joe. I am just flirting with Zevran for the roleplay and for the content reasons. Merril would shut this down if it got too far anyway, so I am just having fun. We have played Hawke so far as being very attracted to elves, so I am just riding that horse into the sunset.
Sure thing, Obama. I guess you're bricked up and drooling for the content as well, right? I noticed that smirk when Zevran mentioned loose ends.
Bite me, I just thought it was clever, and viewers, if you don't get that reference, you might be too young to watch these videos. Consider yourself warned.
I see where Isabella gets her love of innuendos from now. They really do make a cute sort of couple.
They aren't a couple, both of them hate commitment, unless they are in a relationship with the main character. And besides that, once-in-a-lifetime meetup, I do not see them settling down again, ever.
So wait, you criticize Morrigan and Lyanna for not being healthy relationships. But you like Zevran despite him being the easiest character to sleep with and having a background where he is not over his ex because he had to kill her. Seems pretty hypocritical to me.
All right, I admit Zevran isn't really that much better than Morrigan or Lyanna. In truth, the healthiest relationship in Origins is definitely Alistair. But I guess since Zevran is open about his issues, but still becomes a romantic with high enough approval, unlike Morrigan, makes me like him more. Although I will admit his faults.
Yeah, I heard none of that shit, and you couldn't pay me with a third term to listen to all that either. Barack, you are a sus hypocrite, end of story. At least Isabella mentions she's had better. We better be part of that list, my love.
But I think you proved pretty coherently in this series between the elf twinks and the Eveline incident of episode 7 that you are just as down bad as us, you just control it better because of your true love for lore yaps.
My true love is my wife and kids, but yeah, lore has to be a very, very close second, and everyone in my life needs to understand that.
I let your assassin go. Was I not supposed to do that?
So wait a minute, I thought you said we can't turn Zevran in here. What happens if we pick that bottom option there?
We look like an idiot, that's what Zevran is 100% right. Apparently Nuncio can't leave anyone who knows about Zevran leaving the crows alive, and will attack us. We free Zevran, and the ending plays out as normal with Zevran giving you a little shit for not listening to him.
Bro might be a horny rabbit, but he is one of the 2 streetwise companions in the Origin squad. I guess you don't get to become a charismatic assassin without knowing a thing or two about people.
You are nothing but a traitor and a coward, Zevran. You'll die here.
Damn, Zevran learned those murder knife moves from POTUS. That's the kind of motion that a squad mate needs in this game.
Yes, well, let's see how that works out for you.
A cold line, I can't lie.
Nuncio really thought that one random assassin was going to get the jump on Zevran between this. And thinking they can somehow kill the champion of Kirkwall, this is a big red outlier in a long stream of incredibly stupid decisions for the Crows to make. As for this fight here, though, I can almost see why Nuncio thought he had a chance here, as there is a bit of shenanigans going on in this fight, the biggest being the fact that Nuncio has two classes, something almost no other boss in this game has.
What do you mean, two classes? Isn't Bro an assassin? He is literally a member of the Guild of Obvious Assassins.
Well, yes, he is an assassin, but he is also a commander class, same as the Qunari officers and Templars, which means he can cast Rally to make allies tanky and cast stuns to take out a key member. This combined with the fact that every enemy he is making tanky is an assassin, and he has two elite guards who have potions. And as much health as him means this fight can be a real problem on Nightmare if you don't focus everything on the boss as soon as possible. Thankfully, we are very fully built by this point, and we have two misdirection hexes with both Hawke and Merril, so this fight should be easy money, if not a bit long, because of how tanky everyone is.
If you lose in an Act 3 fight where you have an immortal dog and the immortal member of the original squad both helping you Obama, that is beyond a skill issue at this point. Just lock in here. My pirate queen is down, and you're about to lose the elf waifu in a minute too.
Well, I guess it's time for the Barak waifu squad of Aveline, and Zevran to carry here, isn't it? It's my episode, so I think I've earned some of my favorite characters showing off a little more here for the content.
Absolutely abhorrent elf and muscle mommy glaze coming from our lore master over here. Joe, do you want to continue the train rolling with some more elf glaze with some super thanks shout outs? It's not like we could do any more tricks on the elves.
Sure thing, Donald. Starting off to no one's surprise, we have two big donations from Robert Wadsworth for his chosen egg. Thank you for the $100 donation. And the $20 donation, respectively. You have kept Solus competitive in this race the entire time. Even after Josie has risen in the ranks, you have kept Solus tied with her. And we just want to say thank you again. We will always appreciate this kind of support. Good luck in the Waifu Wars, as always, as we start to do our victory lap of Dragon Age 2.
Well, now it's down to a 4 versus 2, with somehow Hawke's squad being the one with the numbers advantage. And yet, despite all of that, it's still an even fight.
These guys are honestly way tankier than I thought. This is a pretty close fight. Why don't we just go over a little more interesting content around this quest? In an interview from 2021, John Curry described his love for the playing of Zevran, and that it was more than just a character for him. When asked if he had plans to play Zevran again in Velgard, he said firmly that it wouldn't be possible since he died a horrible death in the first game. Apparently, John never played through Origins himself and somehow believed Zevran was always fated to die in Origins. This is confusing because how did they get him back in the studio for Dragon Age 2 to voice Zevran again if the voice actor thought he was dead in a previous game? Did he not know Dragon Age 2 was a continuation of the story?
Bro probably just forgot he played Zevran in Dragon Age 2. Or thought he was recording lines for a prequel if the interview was in 2021 that was still over 10 years ago. And he only recorded like 20 minutes of lines for one quest. I would barely remember that either.
Joe, you barely remember your playtime in last episode. You are the last person to start talking about not remembering something.
A very neutral response, Donald, that's surprising of you. But I have to agree with Joe, he probably just forgot. Still, he probably dodged a bullet avoiding playing a character in Veilguard with a brand new writer since Gator was long gone too. In fact, I just realized every cameo character besides one that returns in Act 3 are Gator's characters. Nathaniel, Shayla, Alistair, and Zevran. Gator must have been working overtime in Act 3 to get all of these characters their own spotlight.
Shout out to him, bro. Put in a crazy amount of work into this game in Origins, and it shows. Anyways, that was like the longest 4 versus 3 in existence. At least it's over now. Good work, Barry.
At least Zevran has some of the based warden grind set in corpse looting. Glad that never goes away. I'm confident if we fight any more rogues like that again, you are going to get clapped up. These guys are yours and Joe's kryptonite.
Well, now we recruited Zevran for the final fight too, so the 2 of the 4 based Origins rogues are on our side. Speaking of kryptonite, peep what Isabella and Zevran are about to do together, Donald.
That's it? You're leaving? What about sex?
What? No, shit, I thought Barak flirting with him would cancel this out. Mommy Isabella, please don't do this. Ah!
Not so nice when the cuck chair is on the other side of the hotel room, is it, Donald?
I will fucking deport you!
Here, Donald, take a McNugget break and calm down while we say goodbye to Zevran for the series.
All right, fine, but there better be some damn buffalo sauce in these.
Well, a few closing points about Zevran while we go and check in on Gamlen for our last quest of the episode. If Zevran was in a relationship with the Warden, he will reject the hookup with Isabella. This happens if the Warden was in a relationship and died too, as he claims he is still in mourning. which means despite being easy bro is faithful. If Isabella is in a relationship with Hawke, she will still proposition Zevran for sex. But you get a dialogue option to either ask her to not do it or join in on the fun for a threesome.
Based reference to Origins, I like it. Back to Gamlen, though, he became surprisingly nice in Act 3 after losing Mama Hawke. It's kind of a sudden shock, I can't lie.
Losing a sibling is a very traumatic experience. That being said, Gamlen was never that bad of a person. He was just immature and terrible with money. He still cared about his sister and had tea with her every week, and can appreciate how much Hawke has done for the family name that he personally dragged to its grave.
Bro is bad with money, that's enough for me to not like him. Wait a minute, there's more to this quest than just visiting him. I thought visiting him was the quest.
Yeah, it's really easy to miss if you're not actively picking up every note you see, and there's no quest marker that takes you to the note. You just have to see it after talking to him. I have definitely forgotten about this quest in a few of my playthroughs too. It's not super relevant, but it does have a small tie-in to the lore. And this quest is important to Hawke personally.
All right, well, what the hell is a gem of Arishock? Is that like an actual gem, or is it like a secret magical plot device?
It's really whatever you want it to be. The gem is basically a folklore legend in the Free Marches. Some people believe it has ties to Andraste, others believe it used to belong to a prince of Orzammar, and some people believe it was taken from a high dragon stomach. The only consistent truth is that the gem increases your luck, especially when it comes to gambling, which is how the amulet works in game, by increasing the amount of money enemies drop when killed. This is why Gamlen wanted the gem, because he had gambled most of his inheritance away, and spent the rest of his inheritance trying to find the gem so he could try to win back all the money he lost.
If this gem increases your bag gain, though, we need to grab it immediately. We can never have too much money. Also, what the hell does this dude have on his face? He has mutton chops to end all mutton chops.
Yeah, this dude looks like a Fable character or a damn Civil War general from the traitor's side. And to add on to those stereotypes, the dude can't read the note we were given that said that we were here to grab the gem, which means we definitely don't have it currently. Dude just read gem and that's it, which is probably why he thinks he can really tackle the champion of Kirkwall with nothing but random smucks with swords.
All I need to know is which end of the sword goes where.
Sebastian's voice actor has gone to the dark side, and now you can't unhear it.
Oh, great. And a few dwarves for backup who are definitely not supposed to be here. I think they got aggroed from the incoming fight, or they just overheard about the gem of Arishock and decided, shit, I will throw in.
Maybe they think the gem is one of their ancestors before he got exiled topside or something. Also, I guess Hawke is going on a little journey. Are you doing that, Barry? Or is it the disorienting smoke?
Definitely not me. See, my hands are off the keyboard. This is a weird glitch. But I guess I just have to switch to a different character in the meantime to carry the team as Hawke's second Varric and lock in with Force Magic buff like you did last time for me.
Barack, where the hell is Hawke going? You just did a goddamn lap around all of Darktown, and now not only do the dwarves want in on the gem hunt, but now the Tevinter slavers have thrown their hat in the ring too. This is the ultimate goddamn battle royale, and it's for a random gem no one but Gamlen has even heard about.
Donald, go back and check the camera. I did not do any of this. It was another bug. As soon as I got disoriented, I lost control of Hawke and went to a completely different direction. That's not even how any of the rogue spells works. So this was absolutely a bug in the game. And now we get 3 fights for the price of 1.
This is probably karma for the amount of third-party fights we got to play last episode. Now we have to deal with 2 other parties third-partying our own fight. We are cooked chat.
I swear to God, when we become Viscount, I am burning this shithole of a town down. Besides the healer robe, there is no reason for Darktown to even exist, and it constantly has NPCs who call us topsiders and tell us to die and make room topside for them.
Well, we took out the original people we were supposed to fight now. We just have the people who randomly joined in after to deal with. While we are doing that, we might as well take care of the last couple of super thanks. I will take care of my girl Cassandra's first. Thank you for the 20s Nevermore. And Corey Radcliffe and another 25 from Mr. Jitbox Corey. And Jit, you especially have been donating since the start of the competition, and it means the world for your constant support. We might be in 3rd place, but we are still in this competition, so let's keep hope alive. Thank you, as always, for your constant support of the series, and good luck in the Waifu Wars.
Now we just have the 2 miscellaneous donations. Thank you to Sith Morek for the $10 Megamind donation, meme once again supporting that we go maidenless. Your support on both Dragon Age and the Dead Space series is peak. We appreciate you keeping the meme alive by keeping Maiden less in 4th place in this competition. We also have $5 Canadian from Agro, who has given the first donation to Iron Bull, which is another based romance choice that hasn't gotten any love yet. But we appreciate your donation towards your favorite waifu. Thank you again from everyone who donated, and good luck everyone in the competition.
Good work, everyone, and now back to the game. What the hell is a wallop mallet, and why the hell is there a random elf NPC whose only purpose in life is to hand us a note about wallop mallets?
We don't know what wallop is besides being a game kids play, I imagine. Based on the size of the wallop, it's either a weird version of baseball or croquet, since they do use mallets too. As for this guy, I'm wondering if he is even from the alienage here. Bro doesn't recognize the champion of Kirkwall, and Merril doesn't recognize him either.
Bro might just be a new arrival from another place in the free marches.
Speaking of new arrivals, you'll enjoy this next meetup, Joe. We get to see a person you saved.
Oh, wow, it's Leah all grown up. At least I think she is supposed to be grown up. She looks more or less the same as she did 6 years ago.
It's cool they gave her a whole random arc, despite her originally just being some girl we saved. In Act 2, we get a letter that she took an interest in swordplay. And now in Act 3, she is a guard recruit, and I'm pretty sure the first elf that is in the guards in Kirkwall.
I like to think Aveline started recruiting a few elves after what happened with the Kunari 3 years ago. She wouldn't ignore something like that happening. And this would be the right call to prevent something like that from happening in the future.
She's got a good understanding of what we're up against.
It's good we are finally getting some elf representation more in Kirkwall, and speaking of elf representation, there's my cutie patootie staring at her lovely reflection.
Oh, damn it, I meant to just use her house to fast travel, but I ended up getting sucked into a cutscene anyway.
All right, Varric usually has really based advice, but we have literally been traveling with her since we left for Sunder Mount. She has traveled all around the countryside and Darktown for damn near the entire series, and she is still blood mage and mirror obsessed.
All right, yeah, unlike the Isabella conversation, this one doesn't make too much sense. It would have been better if we left straight from the mansion conversation at the start of the episode, and then went to this one, but let's just suspend our disbelief in the moment and focus on how we can console our girl.
Probably should have told Bodan where I was going.
You didn't have to tell Bodan. Bro has been aware since Act 2 about where you sneakily linked to.
Make you nervous? Flowers and bunnies, maybe?
Dire bunnies sounds like something we could have seen in Origins with the blight spilling out of the forest.
Usually starting to see the image of someone who died is how horror movies start. Merril, I hope the mirror doesn't have some 5th gig connection to the marker. If Tamlin tells you to make us whole again, let me know, okay?
A good plug for our Dead Space side series, Joe, but I really hope you don't expect Merril to actually respond to you.
No, of course not.
Oh, thank God, I don't know what I was
Not
worried
yet
about.
anyways.
Oh, God damn it, what is that supposed to mean?
Don't bother asking Obama, just focus back up on the gameplay.
She loves to lecture. I bet her new first appreciates that. I wish I could have seen it. It doesn't.
I know the Blood Mage wanted some sunlight, but I hope Nightlight will work too, since we have to go to the docks to find this gem. Goddamn, look at that gorgeous statue of the champion, making the Arishock bite the curb. Truly the best use of taxpayer dollars Kirkwall has ever done.
Yeah, how nice of them to memorialize my greatest victory. I should have had a dozen of those placed around DC before I left office. It would have been peak to pair with the cherry blossoms.
Joe, don't piss me off. That statue is our combined effort in this entire playthrough. It's all of us, not just you.
Oh, so now you're interested in this playthrough being cooperative interesting. Anyways, here's one of our last cosplay gangs that we are going to face in our series, like Joe. And Donald, before me, it will be up to me to clear out these guys and finally uncover who exactly has been paying us to take all these gangs out.
Truthfully, the secret isn't worth all the tedium. We could have just talked about it ourselves. But we do get a cool, unique item for taking out all the gangs too, so that's nice. We could have earned double the reward if we do all 9 gangs. And wait until the very end of the game to turn them into the girl at the hangman, but that's a lot of work, so we are just going to get the normal reward.
Yes, we could have done that, but all it does is double the gold, which just totals 15 gold. And gives you a second one-handed item, which only Aveline can equip, so it's hardly worth the extra effort. It just makes sense to naturally turn the quests in at the end of each act to keep things at a steady pace. Also looks like we ran into another Trap Boys this time with no rogue to save us.
Kind of a lame trap. They could have rigged this box to explode or activate the damn sleeping gas from the architect, but instead it just kind of lightly damages us. Then we walk out of it before the normal mercenaries have a chance to react.
I'm pretty sure the poison deals like a percentage of your total health every second. The damage was pretty even among the whole party.
Yeah, if I was being optimal, I should have retreated to the back room and just waited for the enemies to funnel into the room one at a time and taken them out with my gravity and hemorrhage spell, but I'm not too worried since these are just regular fodder with one commander who we know how to handle by this point, so I am not too worried.
So these guys were looking for Gamlin? Why the hell did they send so many dudes for a middle-aged drunk? Were they a part of the Sideburn squad we first talked to, or is this an isolated incident?
Why the hell did this person pay all these mercenaries to hand Gamlin the notes? She should have just paid a few city elves like she did last time. It would probably be cheaper and far more reliable than hiring an army that might get greedy.
They are stimulating the economy. Hop off, Sleepy. Kirkwall is in desperate need of a little economic boost. Another reason we need to find this gem as soon as possible. Once we get the max luck money strategy, we can make Kirkwall great again.
Oh, he said the thing. Can't believe it took you 10 whole episodes to say a brand statement, Donald. Well, with the commander taken out, let's see who this person really was behind the mask, shall we?
Oh, damn, she is kind of pretty. You must be a good archer because you struck a chord in my heart.
Donald, that's our cousin.
God damn it. How does Gamlen produce a spawn that cute when dude's face looks like it went through 10 Fallout 4 randomizers?
She takes after her mom, Mara, mostly in both looks and personality, which is also why she wasn't born with the magic gene like most of Amels have had so far. See, when Gamlen was taking care of his parents, he had to rely on most of the servants for day-to-day support. One of the servants was Mara, who he fell in love with, and who helped him take care of our grandparents with Gamlen until they died several years later. Gamlen, however, kept drinking, gambling, and going to the Blooming Rose, which only increased after they died, and he gained their inheritance. The final straw was when he became almost broke trying to find the gem of Arishock, but refused to get a job, or stop gambling even after not finding it. Mara left one day saying she wouldn't let Gamlen waste another life like he has been wasting his. What she didn't tell him is that she meant their unborn child's life, not her own, as she gave birth to Charade here a few months later.
This is always a nice moment, especially if you've played Hawke as losing both siblings as well as your mom. It shows that even after all this loss, Hawke still has some family to cling to. That being said, Hawke has a lot of cousins now, like way too many cousins, I think, including the Mage Warden and his 4 siblings. Charade is Hawke's 6th cousin. That's a big family tree.
Speaking of family tree, that dude with the massive sideburns had a brother. Looks like his brother took all of the facial hair genes, because this dude is baby-faced.
Final combat of the episode, Barack, let's see it.
Looks like it's a bunch of rogues, which means Obama is going to get his ass clapped up but still survive on the last party member, because Aveline is straight up immortal at this point.
Nah, if Aveline was immortal, she would be dying a lot more and screaming, "Where is Omni-Man? Where is he?"
That was a good reference, Barry. I forgot you still had it in you.
Thanks, Joe, I think. Anyways, this fight is practically a combination of the first 2 fights. There's a commander that can buff all of the mercenaries, as well as a few assassins too, although not as much as Zevran's mission. Also, interestingly enough, the leader Keld seems to have a Darkspawn sword variant similar to Blight Blood from Origins.
This dude is the boss, and he is using a goddamn Darkspawn weapon? Those are like statistically shittier than regular iron weapons. Doesn't this dude watch the weapons tier list? No wonder his brother can't read. These dudes are probably the most trash mercenary group we have met since the Winters.
Okay, these guys are greedy, but at least they are doing something that could earn them money. The Winters were straight up just trying to torture Seamus, and still expecting to get paid. Also, rest in peace, Seamus. That wound is still fresh.
Speaking of rest in peace, that takes care of Keld. But as with every Dragon Age 2 fight, the boss doesn't mean the fight is done with. By any means, we have a second round with a bunch of Mabari who are immune to cold, and weak to fire, which is the opposite of the mercenaries' immunities on Nightmare. So these big boys are going to tank some hits and cause some problems.
Yeah, that and the Kidney Harvester rogue in play. At least we have 2 based rogues of our own to balance out this last fight. Speaking of based rogues, Barry, we have one more tactic set up to go through, and it's for our second oldest squad mate, Varric. Want to go over what you put together?
Thank you, Joe. This build also works for an Archer, Hawke, or Sebastian, except replace Varric's specialization with the Assassin specialization. This applies for all our builds. But since Sebastian shares a class with him, we might as well say that now. Editor, go ahead and do your thing. Secondly, it's important to know that on Nightmare, the Archer tree is completely useless besides pinning shot, because of how deadly the friendly fire of every spell is. Hail of Arrows especially can butcher your front line, so only take Pinning Strike and Burst Arrow for the progression points to max out Pinning Strike. Now onto the tactics setup. First off, activate Speed and Bianca's Song, which are your 2 setup moves to improve your attack speed and damage. Then set up Evade when being attacked by a melee attack so you create distance. And Chameleon's Breath when an ally is 25% or lower to provide some survivability for your team. After that, if Fatiguing Fog activate when enemies are clustered by 3 or more, then have Rush Trigger to create more range distance. Finally, you're going to want your 1 useful archery skill, Pinning Shot, activate on Elite or higher, or when enemies are at 50% or more health in that order. Then have Fatiguing Fog activate on Elites, then have Rhyming Triplet activate on normal or higher for a little extra damage. You want to put your damaging spells last so Varric or Sebastian has more survivability.
Damn, just like that, every companion in 2 has been covered. Good work, Barack.
Well, except for Talus, we will probably set up tactics for her during my episode just for fun.
And by we, you mean me, since I'm the rogue main, but that's fine, I can play ball.
Once again, we have a fight where Hawke is down and Varric is the one who carries us to victory.
At this point, Varric narrating this story makes perfect sense. He is trying to make himself look good, especially since 2 archers tanked and saved the day. Also looks like you are glazing Gamlen a little berry.
It's all to get the good ending for this quest, which is the same reason for my decision on the gem too. If you try to take the gem from Sharad, she will give it to you. But we'll leave Kirkwall entirely not interested in meeting Gamlen if he's anything like Hawke. This means Gamlen never gets to meet his daughter.
Fuck family. And Gamlin. We are in it for the bag. Give us the gems so we can restore Kirkwall's economy.
Donald, you take that back. There is nothing more important than family.
Think of the viewers, Donnie. They want to see a happy ending.
Wait, what are you guys doing here, especially this late in the episode?
Family is everything, plus we were having brunch together in the area anyway.
Oh shit, good to see you, Maury. You down to play some Smash after this episode?
Sure thing, Justice. Your Dark Samus is a true sight to see.
Hey, Maury, I'm down to play Smash too. I've been practicing my Falcon more.
I will let you know. We only have 2 controllers, Barack Obama.
Oh, come on.
Damn rejection hurts sucks to suck, but looks like you two are going to get your happy ending after all, even if it's for an alcoholic gambling addict like Gamlin.
Hey man, family is family. It's his American right to roll the dice and let Mother Luck take the wheel.
True that. Besides, if alcoholic gamblers were so bad, they wouldn't make up a third of my viewer base. Anyways, should I say the line, Bart?
Yes.
Well, good, because I've got the DNA results right here. In the case of 24-year-old Sherrod, Gamlin, you are the father.
Okay, great. A happy ending for all now. Can you all go so we can get back to the game, please?
Ah, that never gets old, Poe. All right, let's go finish our omelets. Also, I will see you boys next episode. Don't think you can leave me out of some base dwarven adventures.
Kind of a L on your part, Barack, but I guess we shouldn't be too surprised about that this late in the series. So tell me why, of all the characters in Dragon Age 2 that got a sad or a shitty ending, that for some reason Gamlin is the one that gets to work on his family issues and gets a second chance at being a father. I mean, our own companions can end the game having no one besides Hawke, but this dude gets his daughter back. Feels a bit conflicting towards the theme of loss that this game has been shoving down our throats the whole time playing.
Well, to be fair, Aveline gets a happy ending too, since she hooked up with he who will not be named. She gets a house in Hightown, a position of power, and a husband true peak living for Kirkwall standards.
Anyways, with Sherrod and Gamlin reunited, we can get a letter from Sherrod forming a connection with Hawke, offering to trade secrets about Gamlin in exchange for true adventuring stories about Hawke. Since before now she has only been hearing the Varric exaggerated stories. Also some closing details about Sherrod. She is a member of the Red Jennies, which probably explains how she was able to secure the gem and her love of bows and arrows. She has a war table mission in Inquisition we can tackle too.
Well, with us learning, Gamlin gets 0 play from Isabella. That's the last we will ever hear from our uncle. Speaking of, there's my glorious queen now. Oh, fuck, she looks so good. Bend over.
Is Merril okay? She is kind of disassociating over in the corner.
I think even 3 years later, she is just really confused why we even put Bodan on door duty when he literally lets anyone inside our house, even the damn robber. At the start of the episode, we probably have some gold stashed in our letters. We should make sure we still have all of it after we hear her troubles.
Nah, Bodan knows what's up. He let her in because this is our only non-elf hookup in Kirkwall. Anyways, it's time to start my girl's companion quest and save her from that successful businessman who somehow made 100 gold ahead on slavery while my robe emporium practically tanked in comparison. I can't let anyone in this setting out-hustle the Don.
Well, actually, Donald, that's going to have to be put on the back burner until the start of your next episode, since next episode you are going to start off our DLC binge with Legacy, which will be our longest episode, even with only doing the one mission. I only went to the manor to read the letter from Sherrod and set up the DLC hype, but we got wrapped into this cutscene, so I guess we just have to roll with it now.
Step 3, profit.
Looks like Isabella has been reading our scripts a little too hard. That's the exact joke I would do in this situation.
Yeah, that probably means you and our editor are old as shit and need some new jokes, you fossil fisher.
Has Isabella never played New Vegas? There's always an option to kill the dude and get the location details from his corpse. Hell, that's how that works in most quests in this game. They always have a note.
Isabella is really over here limiting our options to only one specific outcome. And I am almost positive she is doing this because the game designers thought of a bunch of solutions to this quest but didn't want to program all of them.
Castillon wants you.
My girl just wants to use the best plan possible. Can't really blame her for that. The game being rushed could never make me hate you or your plans, my love. Plus it involves the blooming rose with me, not Barack at the wheel. This will be Pete.
Not surprising, another Antivan spends every day in the blooming rose.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Velasco's been spending his nights at the brothel, enjoying it.
Well, that's for the future presidents to tackle, because next time Donald is going to be touching this Grey Warden totem and launching the Legacy DLC, and then right after Joe is going to touch the lion and start Mark of the Assassin for what should be one of their final hurdles of the series.
It's just a few darkspawn. The only bad part is I have to travel with Carver, apparently.
I forgot there's a whole balcony where Hawke can look at the entrance. Good scenic place to end the episode, Barry.
Stand ready for my arrival, worms.
Who's a good boy?
Damn you. Don't deviate from Donald diving deeper into the deep roads dudes. Welcome back, viewers. After a brief look at Hawke and Merril's banging arrangements, it's time we start this DLC, boys, and hear what you two have been glazing about all series.
Roll for initiative, Donald, and hope you have the alert feat. Last time you braved the homeland of the dwarves, they clapped you up left, right, and center.
Right, and George is here too, viewers, since this DLC does have to deal slightly with dwarf lore. And it's in the deep roads the entire time, so this should be a classic Dragon Age adventure today.
Yeah, sure, but more importantly, who are you going to bring for the DLC squad, Donald, that actually matters, like a lot.
If I could make a request, the secret boss is actually in the first section. Do you think you could grab Aveline for me? You can swap her out after I'm done.
Jesus, you two. Why even ask if you're going to tie my nuts down like this? Barack, you're already making me bring Carver here and now. I have to bring your muscle mommy too. Joe, I'm not bringing your goddamn waifu. I am just going to slot Varric here for a little bit of fun in the squad.
Oh God, Mommy, it's always good to see you. Make me feel lighter, like you can pick me up. Maybe you can find the secret in my mountains, please.
Heavy pause. You know, playing this game with you all has really made a lot more things make sense in hindsight. I can't help. But notice this girl interviewing our base dwarf looks very similar to that knight companion you made for your rogue in our second campaign, Barack.
It's just a coincidence, I assure you, George.
Yeah, just like the red-headed bard I want playing in every tavern in your setting. It's just a small bit of writing bleed nothing intention.
Don't be pussies. Yes, George. We are three grown adult men who like to include our waifus in our dice-rolling adventure. There's nothing wrong with it.
All right, I respect your honesty, but just know I am memorizing all the waifus in your series so I don't recreate their exact image in my campaign.
Damn it! Well, looks like Varric has transported us to goddamn Tatooine because we are in the middle of nowhere. What's the setup here, Barack? Some kind of revenge story on the Carta and Darkspawn.
Well, basically, a section of the Carta attacked Hawke in his estate in Kirkwall, and at the same time attacked Carver at a warden fortress in Ansburg. We are here to put a stop to it because Hawke doesn't take shit lying down.
What the hell is Ansburg?
It's a big field area on the northeast part of the Free Marches nothing, but farms in this fortress from what we know. A small plot hole, though, because Ansburg is even farther away from Kirkwall than Starkhaven. But we just met Carver in Kirkwall a week ago. We can only explain that by saying the attack happened before his expedition with Nathaniel, I suppose.
Been this suspicious, and she's twitchy to start with.
Oh, hey, the Carta, those are those guys I based my strength-based rogue on in that little series we did. I hope Tug II is doing good.
Well, George, all I can say is Tug the Dwarf is certainly safe from what's about to happen here, trust me.
Okay, that's all I needed to know, thank God.
Oh, good God, that was devious, Joe. But moving on, it's good to see Carver back in his warden gear, since he had his old sleeveless upgraded armor on last episode due to a bug with the mod. I believe they did it because that armor scales with level and has better stats, but thankfully they gave Carver a new upgraded armor for the DLC and epilogue.
Well, not 2 seconds after the cutscene, and we already have party banter. Seems like the squad is going to be really chatty in this mission. Let's equip Carver properly and move on.
That's really strange.
Shouting "It's the Hawk" should normally be a goddamn horrifying thing for people to hear. Just ask the coterie, Quinari, or Fantasy French.
Speaking of that last one, good thing you joined this episode, George, because our next one is going to feature nothing but Orlesians instead of dwarves.
Fuck the Fantasy French. Why would we need to explore any of their characters when the little guys are right here? So if this mission is about the deep roads, does that mean we are finally going to drill baby drill and find some fantasy oil soon? I know the base dwarves would be all over that.
Not exactly about digging. It's a more structured deep roads adventure than that, George, but you will see what we mean. Trust me, though, they brought out the dwarf experts in the writing room for this series. You're going to have fun.
Oh, I will bring you all glory. Just come over here and let me find the nearest curb to place your asses on. They really made this gigantic battlefield littered with bodies, and instead of using it, are running further in like cowards.
Yeah, man, it's a whole family reunion up in here.
I haven't come yet, but show me some Isabella animations and I might get there.
Donald, please shut the hell up. This lore is about to be important.
Oh, okay, looks like we have some sins of the father situation going on. You know dwarves value family, so they would hold a grudge over something our dad did decades ago.
Jobadon is the champion of Kirkwall, a successful businessman, conquered hundreds of elves and Isabella, and curb-stomped even more blood mages. But somehow we are just the children of Malcolm Hawke to this dude. I'd rather just go back to being called a Ferelden refugee. That's somehow less insulting.
Your human titles mean nothing to them, Donald. They are all business.
For good roleplay reasons, George, but in reality, these guys clearly have something wrong with them. They are spacey, emotional, and twitchy. Plus, they have pretty blank, almost white eyes. That only means one thing: the blight is involved, same as Ruck.
Wait, Corypheus, what the hell does the deeper-voiced architect have to do with this?
Oh.
Joe, are you good?
Yeah, just a random migraine flare. I don't really know what happened, but looks like you have your first bit of combat for the DLC. Let's see how prepared you are.
All right, I know a smokescreen when I see one. But I am not going to press you right now, especially when we have some story beats to focus on.
No reason to play Meadow Obama. You can play this mission anytime after all, right? Besides, there is never a wrong time for a good old-fashioned family revenge plot.
That's true. This DLC even changes depending on when you do it, since the 3 acts take place years apart, George. However, almost everyone agrees to do it at the end of your playthrough unless there's a dialogue option or scene you want to see.
Oh shit, you're doing the DLC today, Donald? Want me to tag in here? This shit is definitely going to be worse than the mage lovers are telling you.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I am locked in here, and it's just some dwarves, which means no mages to rig this shit for me.
Uh-huh, sure thing. We will see how long that lasts. Just a heads up. Dwarves are resistant to fire damage and weak to cold, so you're going to want to switch to the cold staff for the first half, then switch back in the second half.
Oh shit, good work switching staffs. Donald, I was just about to remind you to do that.
Yeah, of course, I noticed it almost immediately. On my own, I just wanted to give these little guys a fighting chance. It's only fair since they have different models that we should see what they can do.
Uh-huh, really now?
Damn, I can see why you wanted Aveline in the party, Barry. Having 2 tanks almost makes this shit too easy. As much as I hate to say it, I think Carver with the Templar specialization makes a better frontline fighter than Fenris does.
First, Isabella, now my goat, Fenris, stop shitting on my character, Sleepy.
All right, I know you have beef with Fenris, but Carver has a long way to go before being a better front line. Yeah, sure, the Templar specialization has better active spells like Holy Smite and Silence. But Fenris's Lyrium Ghost gives him far more damage and survivability, while Templar has no real active spells. I guess it ultimately depends how you play, but as a non-controllable party member, Fenris is far better to throw into a fight.
Oh, hey, it's Snug, the big Brano who helped in Amdrak Taig. Looks like he recognizes us and wants some pets for old time's sake.
No, George, I'm pretty sure that isn't Snug, and his form of a hug is to impale us with love.
What the hell, since when were Brontos in this game? I don't remember seeing any of these big bastards since the Origins Dwarf section.
Yep, you're right, Donald, they are a completely new enemy in this game. And to add an extra challenge, they are fire vulnerable while resisting cold, which acts as a good counter for the other dwarves you are fighting right now. This entire area is also different from any other map in Dragon Age 2, so viewers participating in the drink competition can take a break for the next 2 episodes.
If someone actually does the drinking challenge, I really would be amazed if they haven't gotten dropped yet. Also, I know these things are supposed to be rhinos, but they always felt like dinosaurs. For some reason, they are way more spiky looking than normal rhinos.
Branos are based off the real-life prehistoric animal Brontotherid, which had horns on the side of its mouth made of bone, and was a great deal bigger than a normal rhino. All the bone appendages helps give it that dino look.
So to summarize, Nerd Bama, the Carta not only like blood and engaging in Mafia City antics, but they are basically playing Jurassic Park too?
Or something like that, George, yes. Although the Bronto were always here, they never went extinct, they just domesticate easily. Also, Donald, go ahead and loot around the fortress here. There's 3 Codex entries you want to grab to start the secret boss later on, Donald.
Fine, but I'm only doing this to see your ass get clapped up by whatever the hell you are fighting. Also, the squad is still yapping. They really used every hour of recording time in this DLC for dialogue.
Party banter has always been a fan favorite. It makes sense to focus on it. Unlike normal banter between 2 party members, this DLC mixes it up by making the whole squad talk to each other. Also, Purple Hawk banter is just a goddamn treat, especially with the male voice actor.
A spit mage sounds like a really fun character to make for a one-shot campaign. Maybe that would be a wild magic sorcerer or something.
If some mage tried to spit on me to cast a fireball, I'm grabbing his thin-ass lips and making some alchemy with them when I combine it with 2 parts curb.
Damn, whoever designed the layout of this fort must not have liked your love of Lore Barry. They shoved all 3 of the Codex entries into hidden corners while the combat. And trap activators are front and center.
Thanks, Joe, I am really feeling the love now. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But the fact they put in this much more to these areas at all is appreciated. I mean, like, look, we are even learning new Dwarven words.
You mean us and the viewers know that, Barack, you have a stand that makes you understand every language anyway, so for you it's nothing new. Looks like all these plaques really like talking about sacrifice, plagues, and loneliness. It's a real Reddit conversation now, boys.
You know, ironically, every player character in Dragon Age does visit a beach at one point. Or another, even POTUS does in Awakening, although the only nice beaches are maybe the Wounded Coast and the Riving Coast in Veilguard.
Fair, but that cheap pirate beach ride will never top the Far Cry series beaches where we can actually chill and fish. That shit is peak.
Without me there, the guard won't be able to keep a lid on if it boils over.
I know the big girl is a workaholic, but she does have a point here. The DLCs always take place before the Mage Templar War, or whatever big end of act mission for obvious reasons, but there's also the risk of leaving the Qunari or the Templars to their own devices that freaks everyone out.
Rule number 1 of game design, always plan for your players to ignore the main quest until they are max level, or at the most random of times.
There's no way I'd miss watching you make these motherless nuns.
True enough, most players have no urgency to them also. Here's a view to end all views, probably the coolest dwarven fortress BioWare ever designed.
Why does this view look so familiar, almost like I go here every day while I dream or some shit?
Well, it's probably because you have played Dragon Age 2 so many times before Joe, and this is probably in the top 3 quest lines in this game.
Yeah, I guess you are right. Also, I like the foreshadowing with the codex entries talking about how large the fortress is, and that there are even winding caverns down below, which we can find later. It's how these codex entries should be used, even if it's a little on the nose.
I guess you have that memorized because there's no way your old ass remembers that shit so fast. Also, good God, why is every corner with these little guys? I ambush, can't I grab the goddamn right key without Jimmy the Dwarf and his 12 identical mustached friends pulling up with the firing squad?
Nah, the dwarves would never make it easy for you. They got to stand proud and united like the true goat tug and repel these pesky human intruders from their fortress. Dwarven archers are especially strong because of your base squad mate there. Almost makes me want to roll up another carded dwarf, this time as a rogue archer.
Fun fact, these are some of the only archers who have advanced bow abilities like Hail of Arrows, Bursting Arrow, and a Piercing Arrow, although they tend not to use them as often as they should. Donald's gotten used to fighting the carded dwarves already, so let's cut ahead a little bit, shall we?
Hell yeah, it's time to attack them in their lair while they are sleeping like true American warriors. No one comes to my house and fucks me except Mommy Isabella and the Blood Mage, I guess.
I'm glad you're finally respecting my girl, but what the hell even happened there? You suicide-bombed Hawke and the other dwarves when you flipped the trap switch. It was like a goddamn Vegeta explosion.
It was a goddamn misclick. Okay, hop off, Sleepy.
That seems to happen a lot lately, huh? Also, while I'm normally good at figuring out Varric's friendships, I have to admit I never got how Aveline and Varric view each other. He obviously respects Aveline, but he doesn't give her a nickname like everyone else, and she seems mostly done with his bullshit after 9 years, and probably only puts up with it because he is friends with Hawke and her husband.
So wait, I just realized, did we unintentionally save Carver from being used as a sacrifice? Carver is in the Wardens, which we know changes their blood, and we learned later that the magic seals need non-tainted blood to work.
That's actually a pretty good point, and these guys know Carver is in the Wardens since they attacked him at a Warden outpost, and this letter confirms it too. Definitely a plot hole from the looks of it.
They probably lost a lot of brain cells or don't know the rules about Warden blood, but that one doesn't seem as true based on what we find out later. Also, you'll enjoy this Donald if Hawke is the only surviving sibling. And we are living in the Hightown mansion, this letter will specifically say, to avoid the young dwarf living in the mansion as he sees things.
Good, even when they have lost their minds, they know to avoid our one true Lord, Sandel.
I think the Cardus fear of this Sandel dude is starting to make me understand why y'all like him, but I am still going to need a few more miracles to be created first to be sure.
Your lack of faith disturbs me, George. You're just going to have to believe in the power of enchantments. They aren't just for display. Also, Donald, this is a really weird angle to fight the little guys in. You basically don't have view on the enemies, and they don't have view on you. It's a big stalemate right now.
Hop off, Joe, and let me cook. Why don't you just focus on that upcoming secret boss you have to fight, Obama? From what I understand, it's coming up in the next cutscene after I pick up some orb in the next room.
Like, yeah, sure thing, Donald. So as a little explanation for the viewers, and George, I am going to fight the secret boss in Legacy and in Mark of the Assassin, so any deaths here count for me, not Donald. I am doing this to keep the death competition fair, since after the DLC episodes, I doubt we will have any deaths until the final battle. For the levels and equipment we get after this DLC, will just be too broken to offer a challenge. But these next 2 episodes are where this competition will really make or break.
Sounds like we got some real stakes in the ground. You love to see it. Also, that preaching note over here makes it sound like this Cory person is some kind of vampire. They really emphasize when he touches the sun again, they will be made whole.
Make us whole again.
No, Joe, please, but not to disappoint you, George. But this guy is not a vampire, and thankfully vampires aren't even a thing in Dragon Age, since honestly they are a little overplayed in fantasy in my opinion. And it might attract an even more horny fan base than what Dragon Age already has.
Why the hell is the orb warm? Actually, we don't have the innuendo queen with us. I don't want to ask that. Should I start backtracking to the big fort now, Obama?
Well, you can.
Do you smell something sort of like rotten meat?
But before you do that, go ahead and go up one room first. There's a really cool lore point that we can go over first since you brought Varric here.
Not a good sign. And not how I want to think of Father.
I hope you... If this has to do with your father, we'd better get our hands on this key.
Oh boy, this one you are trying to make the viewers cry little Barry devious work.
Looks like some of these guys are friendly enough to talk to Donald time to roll a speech check and show off your dwarf riz.
You know, it makes sense that Varric has some friends in the Carta, but I didn't expect them to be a part of the Darkspawn blood-drinking cult subdivision of the dwarf crime family. Why are we even trying to reason with this dude? He seems pretty far gone with the blight with his white eyes.
With how blunt Carver normally is, you would think he would flat out tell Varric, yeah man, he is too far gone with the blight, we need to put him down. Anders might say something too, but he might be nicer since he likes Varric.
This dude is clearly important to Varric, so that means the DM of this DLC clearly wanted to give some character drama for our favorite dwarven archer. We really are killing a base young dwarven inventor with some dwarf-on-dwarf crime right now. You absolutely hate to see it, boys. Brother dwarf should not be torn apart like this. It's time to take the fight to these wretched spawn and end this curse as the champion of this land.
Goddamn, that was some bars, George. Good work. Not the best reason to kill a darkspawn, but I appreciate your drive for vengeance all the same. Oh, wait, I think I remember seeing this scene on YouTube now.
But if you're after eternal youth, I've got to tell you, he's no virgin.
Varric, how the hell can you possibly know that we are not a virgin? Do you have bugs in our mansion or something?
Joe Hawke banged an elf in front of him in the Blooming Rose. He is best friends with Isabella. And he is an adopted dad to Merril. I guarantee he knows about every single activity Hawke gets down to as our trusty narrator.
Let's call it like it is, Barack. That was entirely you in the Blooming Rose. Don't rope me or Joe into that. We were unwilling participants. Also, wait, this dude is Bianca's father? I thought that was his ex-girlfriend's invention or something.
And so both of those statements are true. Jirav is the father, and Bianca is the mother. Jirav was inventing a new repeating crossbow to be used by the Carta who funded his research, but every prototype he made failed. Varric learned about Jirav's work and purchased his number 14 prototype, which was the closest to work, and took the crossbow to a young smith named Bianca who perfected Jirav's design. The Carta learned about Varric's crossbow, and he helped Jirav out saying it was his work, and he just adjusted some of her firing pins. The Carta gave Jirav more gold to recreate more Biancas, which he used to create upgrades for her that we can find in Inquisition. But he never was able to recreate what the smith Bianca created. He never will since his section of the Carta discovered Corypheus and now are chugging Darkspawn blood.
Damn, we are really killing Bianca's dad right now. That's sad as shit. Varric really is a ride-or-die homie for Hawke now. You love to see it. He will even cross out old friends if Hawke asked him.
Also, this goddamn stealth length is longer than my Trump Tower. Can you just come out and die so we can progress, please?
A moment of silence and respect, Donald. This was Varric's friend, after all. And Bro was the inventor of one of the best weapons in the Dragon Age series. Hell, even more beautiful than Vigilance, in my opinion.
This fight is tedious because on Nightmare difficulty, he is immune to all elemental damage, so only physical damage hurts him. It's annoying, but you still took him down. All this fighting will be worth it, Donald, since Jirav drops a unique ring for Varric that gives him extra dexterity crit chance, and has a chance for Varric to automatically go into stealth when hit with an attack. A really good late game item to give him while we move on to the secret boss now.
All right, viewers, my hands and presidential body are away from the keyboard now, so any screw-ups, deaths, or fails are on Obama, not me. I get to take a nugget break and watch the chaos unfold.
Oh, no chaos needed. I have a perfect strategy for this fight. Go ahead and bring out the Victini, because this is a guaranteed victory for me, boys.
Interested to see how you handle this, Barry. Looks like you are starting out with a literal left forward dead ghost horde that puts Redcliffe to shame. Your force magic can go pretty hard here if you use it right.
Goddamn, this fort is now under siege by ghost boys. You better bring out the holy water and silver. These hands are not enchanted enough to deal with this.
Well, not Silver George, but these guys are actually weak to spirit damage, so walking bomb. And Spirit Bolt is key here, as well as focusing everyone onto one side of the fort.
You say that while you are actively pulling a Hawke away to the other side, while once again everyone but your muscle mommy is about to go down again, Barack. I don't even see the boss yet, and you are already making a real butt clencher here.
Oh, hop off, Donald. I have trust in Hawke's tank stats. I figure we need to divert the aggro a little bit more, since Carver got chopped down beforehand.
Says Bam, our base dwarf and brother are down. I know you have faith in your tank waifu, but this fight is already a personal loss. In my opinion, you better heal them bitches up.
My name is not Bam, and goddamn, this is more damage on Hawke than I really wanted to take here.
This is not a good look, Barry. Why didn't you use regroup on Hawke as soon as Carver got downed? That would have pulled the heat off Hawke. And like you said, you had plenty of potions.
Oh shit, honestly, I forgot I even had that spell. We just got it after all. I'm not used to it.
What the hell do you mean you forgot you had a spell? Joe's dementia is rubbing off on you? Obama, it's time to pick your favorite nursing home and golf field in Florida, old friend.
Fuck Florida, pick a nice ranch in Texas. We could be neighbors and line dance together, since playing Dragon Age doesn't seem to be your strong suit here.
No.
Well, let's cut ahead before we do the great roast of Barry too early in the series, boys.
All right, thank you, Joe, and the rest of you all can hop off. I messed up. But I'm locked in now. As much as I hate to say this, Donald had a point. I should have fully cleared one side before trying to take on the other. So as long as you take out one side fully before going to the other, this part of the fight is easy. Now it's time for the part of the fight that is going to be a pain in the ass, the Super Blood Mage, who is even tankier than Merril.
Thank you, Obama, for finally acknowledging my excellent strategic strengths for both this playthrough and this country.
All right, that's not at all
now
what I
onto
said.
this Blood Mage necromancy coward. I don't care if he is tankier than the archdemon we killed their CEO and their French Union. We now need to kill their apparent god for them to get the message that they don't have rights.
Now, I don't know much about this game, but I do know we should be thankful Donald isn't fighting this guy, because a Blood Mage rock monster thing would have probably flipped his ass over and sacrificed him to the same gods who restrained his power.
Damn George, and here I thought we were friends. You keep talking like that and I'm going to bar you from using Lincoln's room in the Oval Office to plan and host D&D night. You three pores can go to a damn game shop for all I care. This Blood Mage would have been crying and shitting everywhere as I double-team him with holy smites that would make POTUS and Cullen blush. I have overcome my Blood Mage demons after playing a mage and learning my enemy. I fear no man.
All right, cool, Donald. Well, how about I hand the controller back over to you? And you can go ahead and show everyone how much you have grown in this series by taking on this Blood Mage with 3 times the health of the Arishock.
Yeah, you see, I definitely would, but I didn't take my game supplements this morning, and I sprained my thumb, so it wouldn't really be an accurate showing of my skill level, so just lock in. I'm sure you got this.
Sure thing, Donald Wellberry. You seem to be doing better, despite how tanky this dude is, so I'm going to let you handle my fight next episode, too. This fight looks absolutely awful with the never-ending skeletons that he randomly can summon when he teleports. I am pretty sure the only way to stop the waves is to either burst his health down or fight through 8 whole waves of enemies.
You are absolutely right, Joe. I am surprised you know, but I guess this is your game after all. The 2 best strategies I can give for his second stage is to focus on all the skeletons first, since on Nightmare there's no easy way to burst his health down fast enough to keep him distracted. You can either kit Malvernus around with a mage, or have Aveline face tank them. Also, you can cheese this fight by retreating all the way to the exit of the fort by the red force field. As it's possible to be so far away, Malvernus won't even follow you, so you can take out the undead safely.
Well, his health has barely moved for the last minute or so, which tells my Game Master instincts that this fight is going to take a while. Do you have a comment question prepped in the meantime, Obama? We might be here a while.
Yes, sure, George, I have something in mind. We won't get a better chance to ask this, so we might as well ask now. The Legacy DLC helps close out the story arc of the Hawke siblings and gives them a little more depth with the party banter and Malcolm's Will side quest. That being said, viewers, who is your favorite of the 2 Hawke siblings? And to add some more drama into the mix, what fate do you normally pick for your favorite Hawke sibling? As for me, I have to give it to Carver as a Templar. I feel like him carrying on his namesake as a Templar after learning about his father's friend is really thematic, and it creates an interesting drama for the end of the game, where a mage Hawke would be on opposite sides of the Templar War. As to why Carver is my favorite personally, it's mostly because, unlike Bethany, I believe, Carver has an impressive display of growth throughout the game, while Bethany remains relatively the same, and instead just battles depression. Carver has goals beyond Hawke, and he isn't afraid to challenge Hawke and have his own opinions too. Even if he comes off as an annoying asshole at times, he still is his own person, and he comes together for Hawke in the end, if you do Nathaniel's quest and Legacy. And they even learn to be cordial with one another.
All right, not a bad pick, Barry, but as for me, I have to give it to Bethany. She is a sweetheart and an incredibly lovable character, while also being a badass mage, whether she is in the Circle or the Wardens. However, I already made my feelings clear. Bethany belongs in the Circle. She not only supports her fellow mages and uplifts their spirits in the gallows, but she also doesn't have the massive battle of depression that she gets by becoming a warden fated to die in the deep roads. Bethany is not at all a soldier, and she does her best work supporting Hawke, our mother, our fellow mages. That's where she really belongs. And even if we side with the Templars, she will take a stand and fight against us to help some of the mages escape, which shows she isn't just a blind follower of Hawke. Plus, I like her flirty relationship with Sebastian. In both the DLCs, it's really cute and is a sort of will they won't they situation.
All right, fair points, boys. I am going to have to side with Joe on Bethany. Not only is she cute and she has enlarged assets during Varric's exaggerated opener, but she is a far better sibling than Carver, who just whines and complains about everything Hawke does. I already get enough backtalk in real life from my wife and kids. I don't need that from my fantasy siblings, you know? Unlike Joe, however, I have to give my favorite background to the Wardens for Bethany. Sure, it makes her sad, but it's also something that you can work through and gives her a personality that no longer is her blindly following Hawke, but still having a great deal of care for him as well. Plus, her original personality still shines through in the end, which means it's a fair sacrifice to have more based wardens continuing the path of POTUS.
All right, that's a good point, Donald, and while I don't know too much about either sibling, but I do know a few things about wardens. And I know that your brother took joining the wardens in stride, and he seems like an accomplished warrior. He seems like just the type of soldier that the wardens need to throw at the Darkspawn and help control the blight, so it doesn't infect more people or more base dwarves. So my choice would be for our brother Carver to join the Grey Wardens.
All right, good points all around, boys and viewers. Let us know your favorite Hawke sibling in Dragon Age 2, and your preferred fate for them as well. Our editor reads everyone, and his favorite will be featured next episode, but with that all being said, Donald, mind featuring our favorite comment from last episode?
Sure thing, Barack. Our featured comment comes from Slinky343, who sided with my choice of Mommy Morrigan being the best cameo in Dragon Age, along with many other based viewers. Your favorite line, being where she confronts Flemeth and says she won't be the mother you were to me, was a really keen choice. I think it gets all of us in the heartstrings too. And her growth, both personally and in her looks, is absolute peak. Thank you for your input on the ending slides as well. Our editor is taking that into strong consideration. As always, thank you for your comment and can't wait to hear who your favorite sibling choice is. Back to the game though, what the hell? How did the Queen of the Black Marsh get summoned to the Free Marches?
Welcome to the final stage of the High Dragon fight. Donald, he turns into a High Dragon, which has the exact same AI as the dragon we fought last episode. Except this one gets a unique mass firestorm spell, which deals way more damage.
That's true, which is why I, Donald, bring Aveline with me, since she is still fully equipped with fire resistance runes and an equipment. And now we have Uzera's Tooth, which makes Hawke almost immune to fire damage too, so we should be fine to finish this fight. It's ironic that this is the easiest of the 3 stages, since he doesn't summon any reinforcements besides the occasional rage demon. It's just your squad versus a dragon wizard, who loves casting spells.
I like when Dragon Age makes the dragons a little more intelligent, like in Dungeons and Dragons. In those games, dragons are smarter than humans and can cast all kinds of spells, makes their interactions way more nuanced than in Skyrim, where they are just like flying pests that wander into towns like a drunken bear.
I feel like you really just wanted to complain about Skyrim there, George, rather than give writing tips for Dragon Age. It's kind of insane that a god of pestilence turns into a dragon and that somehow nerfs it. This thing should have really had the healing factor with the orbs like the Queen of the Black Marsh or something. Maybe even had some funny Anders dialogue where he gets PTSD fighting this thing again. Also, what are those trap levers for? Do they work on the boss fight?
Good eye, Donald. Yes, unlike his mage form, you can goad the dragon over to one of the 2 sides of the fort, then flip the lever to chunk his health down. Even on Nightmare difficulty 5 to 6, uses of the traps can kill off the boss. But it requires a little bit of luck. But for now, though, I am going to just trust in our ice staff and fire resistance to take this big girl out. We are so close already to the end.
Sort of reminds me of that scene in Skyrim where you capture that black dragon to interrogate for Alduin's location.
All right, 2 goddamn Skyrim references is definitely pushing it, boys. We need to back up before the viewers get any ideas. What's the reward for killing this 3-stage mage, Boss Obama?
For good work getting us back on track, George. In addition to over 9,000 experience, we get 2 pretty good pieces of jewelry, the Ring Ichor. And the Amulet Smite, Ichor gives you increased attack, stamina regeneration, reflects basic attacks back at the enemy, making it the perfect ring for 2-hander warriors like Carver and Fenris. The Smite is a little less interesting, giving increased magic and elemental damage, but it isn't bad for a elemental mage like Bethany or Anders.
Seems like both the items are really good for the Hawke siblings, which is definitely not a coincidence.
Well, considering you 2 haven't seen these guys since episode 5, it makes sense they get something extra in the items department. Anyways, I won't give you an easy money, Obama, but good job killing the secret boss.
Yeah, good work tying up with me, Barack. Now get ready to start sweating for the rest of the episode while I complete this boss and this dungeon deathless. It's time to kill the second Carta boss in our series and bring them back to extinction where they belong.
Oh boy, my future sight is already going crazy when you said that.
This guy here is probably the first person to drink Darkspawn blood. He just has higher endurance than the rest of the Carta dwarves. This whole fight feels like a massive reference to Origins. The armor he is wearing is the Dwarven Noble armor. And the axe he is wielding is a variant of Fate's Edge. He has a named Bronto, and just like Jarvia before him, he has a reinforced location filled with traps he takes advantage of during the fight.
Well, shit, when you put it that way, I am half expecting this dude to use Shadow Clone Jutsu and pull out the archery skills just for old time's sake. Also, I only brought Anders with us because Barack and Justice said we are going into the deep roads after this, and he has a lot of unique dialogue. If it was up to me, I would have brought my beautiful pirate queen with me for the extra dialogue.
Trust me, you don't want to do that. If you brought Isabella and had Carver in the party, they would be flirting non-stop. And you would be sitting in the cuck chair for a second time in this series, and back-to-back too. It's a distraction to the dark side you don't need, especially since you're already getting clapped up by the traps as is.
Hop off my nuts, Joe. That break I took letting Obama play fucked me over. Now I need to warm up again. I still have 2 healers with revives now, which if you look at the tier list is overpowered, so we should be fine. I didn't expect Carver to be taken out by one whole trap, but I guess here we are.
Well, why don't we go over a few super thanks while we let this fight play out. Joe, you want to go first with the Solace donations?
Sure thing, Barry. Well, you guys all went insane last episode as you heard about the $200 donation record and decided that you really needed to tie with that immediately. So thank you to Robert Wadsworth with the $200 donation and $20 donation respectively to your favorite egg. This is an insane amount of support, and you are keeping Solace still close in competition, even with all the Josie fans that have come down with the big wallets. From all of us here, we thank you for your support, and I'm wishing you the best of luck for your chosen waifu, my man.
Good work, Joe. Looks like we have time for one more shout out. Here we have the original big wallet donator coming out again with another record high donation. Thank you to Joe Million for the 200 donation for Mommy Cassandra. I appreciate the nickname now too. Barry Blast is definitely still rooting for Mommy Cassandra, although if someone else wins, I will be happy with the viewers' support all the same. I see we are also like-minded in loving the Zevran cameo in 2. Jumping out of your chair meeting him again is the most based action you can take while playing this game. Thank you as always for this huge support and good luck in the waifu wars.
We still have a few super thanks to get through, but we should probably focus back up on the gameplay because Donald is burning the kitchen down once again by electing to challenge the dwarf leader to a 1 versus 1, while our good boy sits in the corner and gets pelted by arrows.
Donald, this is looking really bad here. You know you still have a mythal grenade. You should probably go ahead and use that on Anders, or Carver, to finish up this fight here. You can't solo the dwarf base.
All right, everyone, hop off here. Look how weak the boss is. If I can just kill him and then bomb the rest of the Carta back to the Exalted Age, I will finish this on my own.
Yeah, Donald, you are not me.
God damn it, these rigged-ass dwarves. Fuck!
Hand the keys to justice, baby. 5 deaths. Donald is back. The meme is alive.
Fuck that, hand the keys to justice. I can handle this on my own. I am a grown man.
Okay, needlessly rude. But if you're not going to tag me in here, at least pull a Obi-Wan and get to some goddamn high ground with Varric and my handsome game counterpart. Those traps really tore you a new one.
All right, Donald, getting some high ground and improving your positioning. I like what I am seeing so far. Getting both Anders and Varric as far away from the traps as possible is your path to victory. Good work.
Thanks, Obama. What can I say? After just 1 death, I've learned their moves and improved.
Are you goddamn serious right now, Orange Man?
All right, good to see Trump cooking again, boys. Back to the death discussion, though I'm lost on who's ahead. Donald died 3 times in the deep roads and once against the dwarf, and Obama died 1 time to the dragon mage. What is the score looking like now for this death competition?
Good segue, George. So right now I have 3 deaths in the series. Barry has 4 deaths thanks to the secret boss, and Donald has 5 deaths. However, if we are talking about total deaths, which does matter in terms of who is going to close up the series by playing Trespasser, then Donald has reached double digits with 10 deaths.
Donald, it feels important to note that if you die 1 more time in this series, you are going to surpass your 5 deaths from Dragon Age Origins. It's time to lock in here.
Yeah, well, Joe and you surpassed your total deaths in your 1st and 2nd episodes, respectively, so why don't you fuck off? I am not dying a 6th goddamn time in this series. I had a small hiccup with this rigged-ass dwarf, but I recovered, and as soon as he is done, I can clean up with the rest of the squad.
Poor Varric guy hasn't gotten a chance to shine much this episode in terms of combat. I think he used up all of his narrator hacks in the last 2 episodes where he carried Jobadon Hawke after he went down. Now it just feels like his heart just isn't in this fight. Maybe he is getting too old now.
I doubt it. Bro has at least another good 10 years in him. He probably just has a small mental debuff having to kill his friend earlier in the dungeon and needs some time to grieve. I'm sure after we get closer to the dramatic ending, Varric will lock back in here. Also good work holding on to the revive, Donald. But you know, if you used a different elemental staff on Anders, the damage would have been far better, right?
Yeah, and if you used a different tool in the Middle East, maybe you could get off without needing to see an explosion first, so focus on yourself. Well, for the 2nd time in this series, we wiped the goddamn Carta out of the map. Maybe this time they can stay down.
I doubt it. The Carta is going to come right back up in Inquisition, especially if we were playing a Dwarf Inquisitor. We just took out the Kirkwall and Orzhammer branches of the Carta. The Carta are like rabbits. You take out 1 and 3 more come out of the ground.
Looks like the boss had a shiny on him and the game is going to force the corpse looting this time.
What is this? I can feel it inside me.
Why the hell did Hawke have to say it like that?
Well, we got the Hawke key, which is a shitty weapon now, but can become the strongest weapon in our arsenal once we upgrade it a few times. Thankfully, we are a mage Hawke because the key only looks good for two-handed warriors, and mage is the small variants of longsword. Dagger and longbow look pretty strange in my opinion.
Just another common two-hander W for Dragon Age 2 also. What kind of trap sandwich is this? They really locked us behind an iron gate before the boss fight, then gave us an orange Fanta portal for good measure.
Well, welcome to the Deep Roads for the second time, Donald, this time as a final endgame tower sequence. We can't go back to Kirkwall, but we do at least get a storage chest and a few times to change out our party if we need it.
I don't think Mark of the Assassin gets the same leeway that Legacy gets in terms of tools and instant teleports, but we do have actual shops which I guess can be just as good if not better. Seems like BioWare was still finding out what they wanted their DLC to be, and Dragon Age 2 was the awkward middle child before Inquisition.
I died my way into the Wardens, and you punched your way to Champion. We are esteemed. Go with your strength.
Carver really said he died his way into the Wardens. He's such a damn drama queen. Davith and Meharry died their way into the Wardens. Your ass got a little sick with Darkspawn taint and got saved by the healer Robe and Hawke. Also, what the hell are these, the new Darkspawn dogs?
Those would be the new Genlocks, which eventually got a full makeover in Inquisition. My theory on these things is simply the deeper you go in the deep roads, the Darkspawn get much larger and change relative to their environment. It's also possible because of Corypheus that the blight is simply more intense here and changed, which causes the brood mothers to produce slightly different Darkspawn.
These big boys are definitely massive steps away from the skinny zombies they turn into in Veilguard. I wonder if these are still related to the original Darkspawn created by the Elven Pantheon, or if they were changed by nature over time to become the massive monsters we are fighting now.
Holy shit.
Oh, wow.
Why are you all looking at me like that was something I said incorrect or not accurate to the lore? It's been a month or two, but I still remember Veilguard pretty accurately.
No, George, that was all completely accurate. I think we are just taken by surprise by you actually understanding a thing or two about lore. When just last year you thought this game was about dragons aging, and you were calling Darkspawn green goblins and shit like that. I think we all kind of forgot that you played Veilguard extensively, and that it's your favorite.
God damn it. Just when I thought I had another president who cares more about the memes and combat than the yapping, and now George comes out with a lore theory which can rival Obama. I just want to play the goddamn video game and shoot the shit, not work on my doctoral thesis.
Well, that just sounds like a skill issue on your part, Donald. I am all about the lore and roleplay. I just don't understand like 90% of it in Dragon Age's case. But once we play Baldur's Gate 3, be prepared for D&D lore that will turn you on, but you can still fall asleep too as needed.
I severely regret teaching you skill issue a year ago, George. But holy shit, this is the first goddamn Darkspawn fight, and Hawke is already getting his ass eaten by the steroid locks. This is going to be a long goddamn dungeon. Why didn't anyone warn me?
We warned you in excessive detail. Just be thankful the mod we installed to have these guys appear as early as the Deep Roads expedition in Act 1 didn't work. We installed it, but for some reason the files didn't work properly since it was installed manually and not compatible with Nexus. We were kind of in a rush when we started this series, but rest assured, in Inquisition we plan on installing several mods and taking our time to make sure everything works.
Well, you survived the first Darkspawn fight by the skin of your ass, Donald. Now it's time to learn a little bit more about demons. And more importantly, Malcolm Hawke, finally.
Yeah, like the fact our dad apparently has our exact same voice, just pitched down an octave.
This is far less of a problem if you are playing female Hawke, since you could be forgiven for not even noticing it. But as a male Hawke, I have to side with George. This is taking me out of the immersion. I mean, Carver is asking why that voice sounds familiar when it's straight up Hawke's voice. It could have just been a recording of us at this point.
So Hawke's dad was basically one of the only mages in Kirkwall that isn't blood mage scum good to hear. It's nice we finally get to learn something about our dad. It feels like every bit of family drama we learned about has been on our mom's side.
I mean, that's to be expected when you're born in Ferelden and taken into Kirkwall when you are 9 years old. Not much family ties to be had in Malcolm's case, but his origin story is still worthy of looking into. Not only did he escape the Circle and risk being hunted by Templars for his chosen waifu, but he also ended up working with the Wardens to secure the safety of Leandra and Hawke.
It's just a shame that these side quests don't really do our father justice or really enough justice on any of the lore points they cover. Like, we don't really know why our father had to imprison these demons here.
Maybe Malcolm had to have the demons summoned to reinforce the seals with blood magic, which summoned the demons unintentionally. And then when the demons were out and about in the prison, Malcolm sealed them since he doesn't let any demon go freely.
Well, Malcolm himself just said the Wardens used the demons, so I imagine you are somehow completely right, George? Good shit. I'm still sad you are turning into a goddamn nerd like the liberals, but at least you are still hating on demons and blood magic. so I can get behind that.
Well, I don't hate magic with the same hate boner you do, but I do think magic needs regulation and the demons can lick the Texas toast between my cheeks.
While we're stuck down here, Meredith could be burning down the circle.
Now, all that being said, while I am learning the lore, who the hell is this Meredith character that Blondie won't stop yapping about?
Oh, fuck, let me tell you, George. She is not only a woman who has never done anything wrong, but she is also the holiest example of a paladin that Kirkwall has ever seen. And
all right, don't forget to clean her off when you are done, Donald. George didn't need all of that. She is just the Knight Commander of the Templar Order in Kirkwall, and one of the antagonists of this game, as we are about to face off in just a few episodes.
At least this one was built by mages.
Anders really said he wouldn't mind a prison as long as it was built by mages. That's an interesting cuck-like way to look at things. Also, look out, boys. Looks like we have another Rook situation coming up. Looks like we interrupted Bro while he was searching for buried treasure.
Oh God, we talked to one diseased person in the deep roads, and now all the poor people are coming out of the damn walls to touch and talk to me. Go away, I don't have any change.
Dwarves do like to diggy hole, I agree, my good friend.
Hey guys, put some more respect on the former Warden Commander.
POTUS?
No, goddammit, not POTUS. He is the Warden Commander of the Free Marches, not Ferelden. Larius was actually one of the youngest wardens in history to ever receive the title of Warden Commander. He is also the only person we know about to ever even hold the title of Warden Commander of the Free Marches. Usually Warden Commander has been a title only discussed about between Orleans and Ferelden, while other areas are more heavily dictated by the First Warden themselves, something that is heavily influenced by what we hear in-game. Both Stroud and Nathaniel say they were taking their orders direct from the First Warden.
Are there really no other Warden Commanders from different regions in lore? I know the books have a hard-on for describing the Orlesian Grey Wardens, but there are over a dozen regions that Warden Commanders could exist in.
There is a Warden Commander of Antiva who fought with Garahel in the novel The Last Flight, but that was in the Exalted Age over 400 years ago. All truthfully, we don't know exactly what happened. But Duncan does mention a steep decline in the Warden's popularity before the Fifth Blight, so maybe having too many Warden Commanders for different regions wasn't practical. But Larius was Warden Commander until about 20 years ago. And we can find a codex up ahead that says maintaining this prison is the Warden Commander of the Free Marches' job for centuries, so it's more likely there are more commanders.
All right, that was a great lore yap, but that didn't really tell me what the hell this guy was doing here. He was Warden Commander 20 years ago, so that means he is on his calling now, right? Why the hell did they send him to the Blood Mage prison? And why isn't he dead? If Darkspawn are still breathing, you better start swinging swords until you can't swing a sword anymore. Also, he can magically tell I have the key despite not having the key equipped. Not a question, just a weird observation.
I'm pretty sure Bro was doing his calling like normal until this thing started calling for him and affecting his mind. Hell, I think he hasn't been consumed by the Blight yet in part because of his magic. He is sort of stuck in limbo until someone takes Corypheus out or kills him. Also, Anders is surprisingly quiet about meeting this guy. You would think he would have more to say than Carver, given Anders has a few years on him in terms of Grey Warden experience.
Actually, I don't think that's really true anymore. Carver is a better Grey Warden than Anders is by miles. Anders was a Grey Warden a year, at most Carver has been a Warden for over 6 years. Yeah, sure, Anders might have a better resume, but Carver has more experience in lore now by miles.
I don't know if that's an insult for Anders or a compliment for Carver, but either way, I don't like this line of dialogue, and just like this dude, I am going to shamble on over to the next quest point.
Our brother is definitely underselling how complicated things can get here. I mean, didn't he almost die last time he was in the deep roads with us?
He did, which is yet another notch on the trauma belt that is Hawke's life, if you think about it.
Is my burden. You'd think with your lineage you'd understand.
You're whining.
There's a funny bit of dialogue where if you take Carver in Act 1, he will point out why we don't just take treasure from this expedition in the deep roads. Why do we need Bartrand's expedition at all?
That's actually a really good point, and one of the few base things Carver has really said, if I'm being honest. Also, what fresh hell is this? Is that a goddamn pride demon with a lava chroma?
Looks like we woke the demon up a little early. The big guy needs a minute to figure out where he is before he can really fight us. I guess you could say he needs a warm-up, right, boys?
Yeah, that was cornier than a farm in Indiana, George. In fact, that is probably the closest thing to damage I have felt in this fight so far. Looks like he is finally ready to at least attack us now, so maybe he is finally ready to fight now, like a normal demon.
I just realized you are using mostly fire damage to fight the lava demon, and it is still somehow doing damage that just confirms that this first lock demon is going straight into a D-tier fight. I can't even give any notes here other than pay attention to the abilities this thing uses. They will come up again later, possibly more improved in the later fights.
Yeah, I don't know why they needed to do a ramp up in difficulty. For these seal fights, it's not like any of them are more difficult than the Carter fight that came before these seals. It would have been cool if each of these seal fights had a special mechanic that you needed to learn to beat them. And then all three mechanics came together for the final fight of this DLC.
You would think each of these would be a different element to represent the three elements added on to the fight in each stage. But that's not the case at all. It feels like the seal fights and the final fight are completely unrelated.
I have to say, even if the fire skin is goofy looking, I still prefer when these guys had legs. Now they just hover off the ground like some damn Star Wars droids. Also, look, our goblin friend came back for us boys now that the seal is broken.
First seal, hung seal, hung, hacksaws, Greg, Hosa.
Why is he convulsing on the floor like that? I'm not concerned. I'm just genuinely annoyed because I am trying to learn the lore here and it's distracting.
Hey Joe, do you need a break or something? Because your outbursts are getting worse than when we played Dead Space. And if you need a moment, we all understand.
What? No. I am fine, boys. This is just getting good, trust me. Donald gets to upgrade the Hawke key with its first upgrade. I am excited to see what he picks since I get to use it next episode.
All right, thank you, Sleepy. Well, if we are fighting through Darkspawn through most of this DLC, and this is one of the last few challenges in our series, I might as well fulfill my pyromancy tendencies and choose fire damage. It's the best element anyway, according to the tier list.
Not a bad pick. It will be useful against almost everything here, although I am not too sure how much it is going to be useful against the enemies of the second DLC. But we can cross that bridge later. For now, looks like Larius is getting a little more aware of his surroundings, even if he is still being weird about it.
I think that confirms whatever is going on with him is tied to the seals, and the more we break, the more control he will have over himself again. Since he went from thinking he was a darkspawn to remembering he used to be a person.
Now we are bringing up the calling again, too. Between the Branos and now this, it really feels like we are going back to some of the more classic lore points in this DLC that we haven't talked about since Origins.
Well, to be perfectly fair to the later games, the calling is something that is mentioned in every entry. I think Dragon Age 2 was the only game where we ignored the calling, since Anders is too focused on robe oppression to be bothered with his duty to kill some darkspawn in a tunnel.
Nothing like some good old-fashioned justice to keep you distracted from the spawn goop. Who needs to die in the deep when you can go out with a bigger bang?
Oh, hey, Justice, you know I am still not used to how heavy you boys got into roleplay of this game. I get getting into character, but you boys let the character get into you.
Please don't say it like that, George. But yes, Justice does have a point. It's not like Anders has to worry about the blight killing him when he has a spirit forcing him to do more dangerous shit every year. I know that might be a writing excuse, but it's a genuinely valid point. I will give them that.
Even if it is an excuse, Anders is far and beyond ideal warden anymore. I think we covered that.
You favor him. Corypheus calls.
Well, looks like Bro is done telling us any useful information. So we are going to have to go further into the dungeon to learn more. Also, Anders, I know what you mean. I hate when the voices get louder in my head, too.
Oh, okay, so no one else is reacting to that statement, so I guess we are all going to play pretend right now instead.
Hey, Donald, just a heads up, there's a giant fucking darkspawn ahead. This guy is gonna test your Dark Souls knowledge.
Holy shit, that is a giant goddamn spawn. He's like if Hulk Hogan fucked a goblin and this is his weirdly buff spawn. My gamer instincts, however, are telling me to get behind it immediately and stay behind this thing at all times before it does some charger bullshit.
Good instincts. Donald, this thing, is the most annoying of the new darkspawn types and deals the most damage too, but just like a ogre, if you stay behind it, you can actually cause its charge to stick to the wall.
Yep, I definitely remember these guys from Inquisition and I reacted accordingly. No need to backseat me, Obama. Now that I recognize their Inquisition patterns, I am locked in on my own.
Oh, for fuck's sake, stop not crediting me, you orange bastard.
All right, I don't know why you needed to bring that up so specifically, Donald. We all know you love Inquisition. But good work taking out the first big boy. Get ready for a few more coming up in a minute.
Oh shit, but first we have a brief intermission of zombies and a spirit barrier to give us that steel cage trap experience in our Dragon Age setting. You love to see it, boys. How are you going to play a close quarters match, Donald?
Don't worry about me, George. I'm not trapped in here with them. They are trapped in here with Hawke. Well, now that this key has more than a little bit of electricity damage, it's time to test it out on a few Walking Dead boys. I have to admit, customizing this key to my own liking with my own buffs does make me far more partial to this thing than I otherwise would. It's just how I like making my own weapons and enchantments in Elder Scrolls games, rather than using a pre-built weapon.
Just like Vigilance, I imagine the Hawke key being an early form of a customizable weapon in the Dragon Age series, and was likely the inspiration for weapon crafting in Inquisition, since the stats of the Hawke key are all stats you can get on custom weapons in Inquisition.
Also, Inquisition took the Skyrim method of weapon crafting, huh? Not too surprising for the time The Witcher 3 did the same thing. Which crafting system do you boys think is the best one, though?
Oh Lord, we are not going to get into that debate right now. You are trying to get some people killed asking intense gaming questions like that. Minecraft gang rise up, though. Maybe we should focus instead on how Donald is getting his ass rammed by a darkspawn emissary just as the prophecies foretold.
Yeah, I wasn't about to jinx it, but you have already revived Anders and Varric before, and now even your tank is down. This is a terrible look, Donald.
Ref, do something.
All right, all of you, hop off. The two wardens being down are not cause for concern as long as the two main characters, Hawke and Varric, are alive. We are big chilling, trust me. See, I am going to give him a potion. Now we are perfectly fine. Wait, hold on, bro. Had another fireball. Shit, Varric, no!
Well, Donald, you lost our base dwarven narrator, so now we don't have the storyboard hacks anymore. And it's a 3 versus 1 with Hawke on cooldowns. What's your plan here?
Hang on a moment. Just let me think for a second.
Unpause, Donald.
It's time to prove to everyone that you can overcome your mage demons, or if you are cursed, to always live in fear of anyone who can cast a light spell.
All right, you know what? Fuck this. If you can't beat them fairly, then it's time to beat them at their own game. Justice, take the wheel. Pokeball, go.
For the last goddamn time, I am not a Pokemon. I am a spirit of righteousness. All right, you fat fuck. We can talk about this later. For now, I have an agreement to uphold. Looks like, despite you never shutting up about mages, and them making up 15% of the population, but 95% of demon summonings, you forgot to focus on this one and let him party wipe your team uninterrupted. First off, let's get Carter out here so we are on even ground. And now, I am going to use our bombs and horror spells to keep this Camino-ass darkspawn distracted.
You know, I hate to backseat a violent spirit of terrorism, but couldn't you just use that other Mythal's favorite bomb over there and get Carver back to clean up this fight quicker?
Your wasteful liberal ass would want to use our only other bomb, but after Obama over here used our first one on the secret boss fight, we only have one left, which we should save for the final fight in a tight situation. Plus, I'm confident we don't need it. Just watch me cook here.
Well, it definitely wasn't a pretty fight by any means, but you still got it done justice, so good work. We should cut ahead here, give Donald a chance to regain control of his body, and then move on to the second demon seal for the Malcolm's Will quest.
Oh shit, hey, it's those rock demon things that killed Donald. In episode 5, it's good to see they found a new home after we killed their mom and dad and left them stranded.
Oh fuck, not these goddamn things again. My heart can't handle this. Justice, I need a round 2 immediately.
Phrasing, please. But Donald, stop tagging Justice in at the first sign of conflict. You can definitely handle these guys on your own there. There's no boss this time with the death laser, I promise.
Yeah, I am glad they at least acknowledge the rock wraiths exist in the DLC, even if this is the last time we can even see them again. It's kind of strange that this could be the first time we even see them in-game if we did this quest in Act 1. But they didn't account for a voice line or two questioning what these things even are.
That's fair. But it seems like there were already so many unique voice lines depending on when you did this mission in a playthrough. So it's understandable if a few things fall through the cracks. It's just a limitation at the end of the day. Also looks like we have some more Malcolm Hawke tragic backstory, boys. Let's hear it.
Call me biased, but Malcolm taking the extra step to lock up the demons and saying magic should serve the best in me gives the impression that Malcolm was somewhat a loyalist of the Circle and its values, and that he only left to be with our mom. Maybe there are a few good ones out there.
A few good ones is crazy, but I doubt Malcolm was a loyalist given his statement there. It looks like he is a member of Aequitarians, which promote a moderate and popular viewpoint that mages must use their abilities in a responsible and ethical manner, regardless of chantry law. Aequitarians believe that all mages should help people and follow a set of rules and ideals. They are the largest faction by far, so this would make sense that Malcolm would be a part of them.
I do love the little sibling bonding situation we have going on here. It sucks that the only time we get some father time is through this quest. I know Dragon Age fans could use a stronger father presence in their life, like Malcolm Hawke.
Also, here's the last new Darkspawn variant, the Herlock Alpha, and he has a damn Dark Souls club. This should be good.
His dumb little hat and disproportionate mace makes him look like a weird Darkspawn paladin, which is an insult and disgrace to the paladin mains of the world. So this death is for all of you, especially if you are playing a paladin in Baldur's Gate 3 while listening to this.
That's one of those very specific shout-outs, Donald. I doubt we have someone fitting that bill. Also, once the spawn are all dead, go ahead and grab the crown in the side room. It's the first of 4 pieces we need for the altar quest for a decent amulet, and some gold. Also, a final bit about Hawke's father while we finish up our original side quest there was originally going to be a farther back origin story, depending on your class, where a mage Hawke would undertake the harrowing under Malcolm's supervision, or a warrior and rogue Hawke would learn swordplay from him instead. It was cut to keep a more consistent flow in the prologue.
Yeah, it sucks that we didn't get a second fade sequence in the game. But right now we need to focus on more important things like freeing this innocent desire demon and bartering with her for her freedom, if you catch my meaning.
Hell yes, that's my boy Joe. Never give up hope that the desire demons will come back and give us the demon snoo we all needed.
Both of you perverts need to find God and stop simping over Satan with boobs and ass. That thing is the dictionary definition of a succubus, and those things always end in the dude getting screwed in the wrong way.
I appreciate the effort, George, but trying to convince them to ignore the desire demon is like trying to convince Cookie Monster to not eat cookies.
I appreciate the comfort, Obama. But don't act like you aren't a degenerate, too. I still remember that Muscle Mommy script you handed me before our D&D session last month. And you're the reason these two are even playing Dragon Age, so you need God, too.
Wait, our session last month was when you finished playing Aveline's Act 2 companion quest. Any correlation, Barry?
No, of course not. You are misremembering things, Joe. They are completely unrelated. Why don't we just focus on our final thoughts on this quest? And on Carver's character, too, since this scene here is his last big scene.
Best news I have heard all day. Not having to hear from this condescending asshole anymore after this episode, but since this is his last scene, I guess I can give him 1 ounce of praise. He is a shitty sibling, but a very above average warden and a pretty good soldier. Plus, he became slightly less annoying in Act 3 than in the first 2 acts.
I would think you would like Carver more given the fact he is a Templar enjoyer who wouldn't mind nut kicking a few mages. Although I have to say he has certainly toned down on his mage hatred over the years, I guess in big part since it no longer looms over his shoulders like it used to now that we don't live together.
I guess the warden's looking pretty good right about now.
Carver, as a warden, actually will prefer siding with the mages over the Templars, and will be disappointed in Hawke for not siding with them, same as Bethany. But since they aren't loyal to a side as much in the Wardens, they will join you either way. I have to admit this is the one scene where Bethany gives more personality rather than Carver, since Bethany reflects on her training with Malcolm Moore. Although I will take Carver slowly learning to not challenge his brother on everything as progress.
Good. Can we just... I want to get this over with.
There's nothing more important than family, and I am glad Hawke and Carver are slowly realizing that. Also, holy shit, it's an ogre. I think that is the first one we have seen in the entire Deep Road section.
Well, welcome to Charge City population, Donald. Better duck your head, big guy. I like to imagine there's not as many ogres here because the other buff Darkspawn bullied the ogre out of business. I mean, between the ogre and this shield asshole, I would give it to the shield guy, bro, at least has tools.
That's an interesting lore point, Joe. I can see that, as Darkspawn are always beefing with each other, mainly for territory when an archdemon isn't around. Although I can't help but think this was just a game-balancing compromise, since the new Darkspawn are already beyond tanky. Adding an ogre to the mix would just be overwhelming and make every fight tedious.
Now bring them on. I can take on each of these bastards on at once, no matter how tanky these big bastards get. As long as I have this overpowered class and gravity magic, I can't fail. That being said, these bastards are stun-locking me hard, and I wish I could pull some high IQ strategy to just make these bastards fall off the cliff with their dumb charges. Fuck these charge stun locks.
Not so nice when you're the one being stun-locked by charges. Now you know how I felt during the Arishock fight. Hell, the shield asshole even ignores the gravity spells when charging, even though that would be the perfect counter to avoid charge-based attacks.
The amount of Vanguard mains in the Deep Roads is too damn high. I am already not looking forward to fighting these things again in Inquisition. I hate to say it, but at this point, just give me the damn pride demons that sit around and let me hit them and the blood mages that one shot me back in Kirkwall. I am ready for a change now that it's been an hour of this Darkspawn orgy.
Oh damn, Donald, there is nothing hotter than type diversity. And change, you have a point. At least after this fight here should be a little more interesting than the last Seal Demon. This one actually has shadow clones, this time in different elemental attacks.
For shadow clones, these things sure do take a lot of hits. It's nice that they invented the mirror image spell for Baldur's Gate 3. But I think they misunderstood the gimmicks that make that spell viable, even though they have different health bars to them and they drop after the main target takes enough damage. This pride demon is a little too smooth-brained to be prideful, in my opinion.
Well, the next fight coming up does a better job at giving every target the same health bar, so I imagine this wasn't an oversight. I think the trick for this fight was supposed to trick the AI party members that don't have good tactics into dividing the damage more evenly. That and pressuring your backline more with the extra bodies.
Not a bad point. I doubt this was an oversight, to be honest. Another point to consider is that if you are playing on console, the health bars are harder to differentiate from.
I feel like an underhanded part of this series is shitting on the console port since 3 of you are PC Master Race pilled. I know we do all our videos on PC, but rest assured that's just a convenience factor. Every Dragon Age can be played on consoles, and all of them are just as valid ports and offers their own strengths, and hell, Veilguard is even more fun on PlayStation because of the controls, and you get the game for free. All of this praise, though, is excluded from Origins. If you play Origins on console, you are either a masochist or you are God's strongest soldier. There is no in-between. Anyways, boys, down goes the second seal, and that means our second weapon upgrade, too. I am feeling generous, so I was thinking we could all take a shot at the upgrade choices. So you want to choose this one, Obama?
Yeah, sure thing, Donald. Most of these are all good picks, except for the 2 drain stats, since they are just not as effective statistically as raw damage. I would have to say, based on how we play, to go for attack speed, since there is no attack speed cap in 2, and double haste buff, along with increased attack speed, is going to greatly increase our damage.
Second seal on, second. He is coming, he is here.
Hey, Min-Maxers, this has been a great math episode, but Joe is currently doing somersaults across the Oval Office floor like a freshly hooked Michigan bass.
Yeah, let me go ahead and practice some deep breathing while you talk to Larius a second time, Donald. And he is about to give us some interesting lore on the awakened Darkspawn.
Yeah, same shit, different day. As much as I hate talking to this ghoul again, I have to admit, the lore behind the Architect and Corypheus is some of my favorite in the series. They are basically the perfect creatures to hate. They are blood mage, Darkspawn, with cartoon villain plans to rule the world. The roast of the Architect with facts and logic is still one of my career highlights in this series.
Oh yeah, the Architect, isn't that the guy from the books that tried to blight the whole world to create equality and then just decided to make Darkspawn? And the tentacle monster sentient.
Yeah, it is, but how the hell did you know all of that, George, and give a whole spoon-fed lore? Summary, did you actually start playing the whole series when we weren't looking?
No, I don't have time for that with my D&D writing and rodeo classes, but I did watch your final episode of Awakening since my man Poe was a special guest here.
Well, looks like you are all caught up then, George. And just like the Architect, we need to take out this smart Darkspawn so he can stop giving all the Grey Wardens migraines and violent thoughts.
I brought Joe back with an extra dose of meds. By the way, boys, thanks for keeping the lore yaps hot for me while we were gone. Oh, also, despite Carver being the senior warden among our squad, he is flat out wrong about the Architect being the Warden's only encounter. The Wardens have a historical encounter, found by the dwarves, where they encountered 3 tall Darkspawn that meet the description of the Sidereal, arguing over the failure of capturing the powers of the Golden City. According to the dwarves' account, one of them was killed by the other and then devoured.
Wait, can these things be killed by eating them? That seems both disgusting and the effective strategy.
The hungry hippo ass would want to find a way to eat an opponent to death.
Blow me, Joe.
I mean, it's possible. It's also possible only Corypheus has the Archdemon hacks. We know the game strongly implies the Architect is alive, but they never outright confirm it.
This is getting into a very metaphysical discussion here, boys, that's going to do more guesswork than I'm comfortable with. Why don't we focus instead on the fact? The little Dino lizards are back in the game for the first time.
Thanks for containing the apps to be more on topic. George, combat is always preferred. But why the hell are these little dinosaurs so goddamn tanky? Like tankier than the Pride Demons or roided out Darkspawn. Lizards eating Hawke's ass today was not on my Dragon Age 2 bingo card.
I have to admit, Donald getting a death from the Deep Stalkers wasn't on my bingo card either. The reason, though, you are struggling this hard is because the Hawke key deals fire damage as well as Anders' staff, and Deep Stalkers are immune to fire and weak to ice damage like all lizards in the Dragon Age series, Donald. Thankfully, the staff has multiple types of elemental damage, but this is entirely on you.
God damn it, I'm not changing out my weapons mid-fight, especially against some random fodder. Just because you are pissing me off, I am going to fight this whole dungeon now with the fire key. I don't care how many deep lizards come at me.
Hey, don't feel bad, Donald. These things are ambush predators, which according to the food chain are like the apex predator in the world. I mean, just look at Alien versus Predator. Both those things lay in wait and jump out.
Oh, damn, that does make me feel a bit better, George. Is that really true?
I am actually not sure. I basically just made it up to cheer you up a little and lock in. Did it work?
I mean, it was working until you said that. Now I just feel gullible and terrible. Now I finally know what Joe must feel like every day.
You're going through the loss of your party members left and right in this fight, so I will let that slide too. Well, while you stubbornly bash your head against the Deep Stalkers, Donald, do you want to go over the last round of super thanks for our current leaderboard holder, Josie?
Yeah, sure thing, Joe. I think I am finally in a spot where I can easily kill these lizard assholes. So we have 3 big donations for the Inquisition's hottest diplomat, Josephine. First, we have to shout out the biggest wallet, Zerkalda, with the $200 donation cashing in. Josephine, this is the second time in a row you've donated a record high donation, and we thank you tremendously for this kind of support that skyrocketed Josephine from 3rd to 1st place. We also have 100 European monies from our longest donator, Antidotazniemi, who we put towards Josie and Cucking the Egg. But if you did want to split this evenly towards Cass and Josie, as the comment suggests, you can just let us know during the stream, because we know you are a loyal viewer of the premieres, as well as a big dick donator, and we just want to acknowledge that. Finally, we have $75 from Corey Radcliffe, who has switched sides now from Cass to Josie with his biggest donation yet, which also acts as reparations for Joe's almost betrayal in Act 2. Thank you all for these insanely high donations, and good luck in the waifu wars, where all three of you stand currently in first place.
Good work showing your appreciation to our biggest supporters, Donald. But despite getting through all the donations, we still have lizards left to kill. Why don't we cut ahead here and get to something different, boys? We still have plenty of episode left after all, and I smell some base dwarven lore on the horizon.
Not a bad idea, George. We can go ahead and show the first note for the last side quest in this area, the Legion of the Dead quest to honor Varric's ancestor.
The Legion of the Dead, sent after Paragon Garen's heir.
Damn, so this body has been here all the way back in the Exalted Age that's during the events of the Fourth Blight, right, Barry?
Yeah, you're right on the money, Joe. This means Paragon Garen came down here over 400 years ago. Although it was likely far after the Fourth Blight, since the Fourth Blight was so terrible it nearly consumed all of Thetis. And after the Fourth Blight, the Darkspawn were so fully beaten that people believed they would never return, which seems like a perfect time for a Deep Roads expedition. Also, here's the third artifact for the Doomit quest. The second one we forgot to show was right after the last Malcolm seal.
Oh boy, you have a puzzle up ahead, Donald. For a piece for a Grey Warden armor, this should be entertaining.
Oh, please, I can solve Dragon Age puzzles in my sleep. The presidential fitness exam said I could do puzzles meant for rocket scientists. So this does this and that does that.
Donald, I have seen you struggle with puzzles that simply involve solving basic math.
Donald, I can't be here all day. Just touch the bottom right torch, then the middle left torch, and boom, free armor.
Holy shit, Donald. How the hell did you guess the puzzle on your second guess? What kind of luck do you have?
Damn, Donald, I could have used your luck in my last physical. How the hell did you do that?
Well, you know, when you have gamed as long as I have, boys, you just start learning the patterns of all these puzzles. And like I said, the doctor said I was in peak mental health. This is absolute cinema.
Okay, that's 3 goddamn strikes, you orange fuck. You better watch your back and stand ready to square up.
All right, Donald, I am smelling red flags all over that last sentence. You said I have known you probably longer than these two from your golfing days. And this smells worse than a week-old fish.
George, any reason you are making a lot more fish metaphors lately? Usually you stick to Dungeons and Dragons jokes.
Yeah, fishing season is now, and it's just a calming pastime that helps get my creative writing juices flowing, you know what I mean.
Can I join you next time? I have been stuck trying to resolve a faction war in my book for a month now.
Of course, Obama, we are friends. You can always hop in long as you pay for your own flight down to Texas.
All right, you carp cucks, enough about fish. Let's watch me destroy another third-party fight in this Dragon Age game we are supposed to be talking about right now.
Not only is this a classic Dragon Age 2 third-party fight, but it's also a classic Deep Roads turf war where the goddamn Hellspawn spiders prove they are the true strongest predator in the Deep Roads, beating out the Deep Stalkers. And Darkspawn time and time again.
You guys have all been very nostalgic about the Deep Road so far this episode. What's that about anyway? Are you guys trying to restart another Origins playthrough or something? Even back in episode 5, you three were not nearly as nostalgic about dwarves and the Deep Roads.
No, George, it has nothing to do with it. It's more so just Legacy being not only a farewell for Hawke's story, but also a return to form from BioWare in terms of the writers. Unlike 2's base game, which was rushed, Legacy had far more time in the oven. And all of the writers returned to their strengths here, with one star shining slightly brighter than the others. The lead writer for Legacy was Jennifer Hepler, known throughout BioWare as the Queen of the Dwarves, where she wrote basically all the lore of Orzammar, as well as the entire Deep Roads quest in Orzammar. Now in 2, she was given the role of writing for Anders in the Mage Templar War, which she did an all right job, although her true element is dwarves. In Deep Roads, both of which are on full display here. The ecosystem from Origins has returned, the rich lore is back, and even the pacing is back and improved.
All of that yapping basically means that Legacy is a new and improved Deep Roads quest from Origins. A section that was not only peak for us in Origins, but also our longest running series, which is appropriate then, that this episode is going to be our longest episode in Dragon Age 2.
Queen of the Dwarfs definitely sounds like my type of girl, boys, and a perfect return to form for the series that lore nerds like you live for Obama Llama.
I still think Descent is far more hype, but seeing this mission under a tighter lore lens, thanks to you nerds, does help paint it in a far brighter light.
To die. When the real murderer was caught, they tried to find him.
I really thought Anders was supposed to reference Sigrun in this quest after one of these notes. But I guess since Varric is in the party, he is going to take over the lore yaps in this quest.
I know you are just fiending for your first dwarven crush to be acknowledged, Obama. Believe me, we have all been there, but considering the healer robe and justice have fused, now maybe they just don't want to acknowledge the kleptomaniac?
Hey man, not cool doing a ritual of my rival god Dumat. I really thought we had something evil together, Joseph.
You know, I barely even realized we were doing a Dumat ritual that seems kind of blatantly evil, even if we got a shiny amulet out of it.
I guess it's confirmed evil when we just ended up praying to a thrall of the elven god that is long dead. A bigger question, though, why does the healer robe disapprove of doing the ritual? Doesn't he love everything to do with Tevinter, like we just gave him a Tevinter amulet during my last episode, and he loved it?
I assume he probably disapproves because Merril does approve of this ritual, which means blood magic. Or demons are likely involved. Also, we cut ahead to the final note back, where we first fought the Deep Stalkers since we forgot to grab that one originally.
You mean you forgot, Obama? You are the resident wiki in the group?
Yeah, whatever, all of you shut the fuck up and give a base moment of silence to Varric's ancestor.
That was sweet, Hawke.
The rough translation of this prayer is, may you find great victory as you go into the dark, very similar to the farewell Caradon gives at the end of the Anvil quest. Anyways, George, can you use your DM powers and narrate this note here? We need to settle a debate.
Sure thing, Obama. As you come across a vacant but strangely intact campsite, a soul-weathered journal bearing a faded sigil of a griffin catches your eye. As you flip through the pages that are mostly damp or weathered by time, a single entry catches your eye as legible. The records say Corypheus has been trapped below the Vimmark since the days of the Tevinter Imperium. Can it be a coincidence that the Darkspawn besieged this area more fiercely than anywhere else on the surface of Thetis? Or that Kirkwall, the closest city, suffers from endless plagues of violence, lunacy, human sacrifice, and blood magic? If one studies Kirkwall's public records, it becomes hard to deny that some malevolent force has long shaped its history. Could a Darkspawn, even a powerful mage, have such influence even as it slumbers? As you put down the journal, the last seal echoes in the distance louder and more aggressive as you absorb this knowledge.
All right, so with that note laid out, I guess we should throw our lot in with what side we believe causes the spike in blood mages in Kirkwall and why it's such a shitty city. The two options being Corypheus or the desire demon Zebenkek that Obama killed in Act 2. While I would rather chew glass than give a blood mage any excuses, after reading that note, I have to side with the cause being Corypheus for increased blood mage activities. Not only has this game shown that his reach is wide enough to call all of the free marches, but it also gives a nice connection between two and Inquisition in the fact Cory has always been screwing things up for us. It would also explain him gathering an army of former Circle mages and turning them into blood mages.
Not a bad point, Donald, but I really can't help but think this note was added just to find this guy some more street cred as a major villain. I still think X is the root cause, not only because it ties into the lore that has been built since Origins, and elaborated further with the enigma of Kirkwall notes scattered around the game.
I'm with you here, Barry. The note not only felt like another checkbox to make this guy sinister, but a desired demon who originally taught blood magic to humans seems like the obvious Occam's razor, and was the original concept before the DLC was added.
Well, I am still siding with Corypheus being the reason for the increased use of blood magic. Not only because this letter made this guy sound insidious as hell, but also because I read the note for a reason and now I am perfectly swayed by my own narration.
All right, thank you for that, Georgian viewers. We know we already asked a comment question, but let us know your thoughts on what is the root cause for the surge in blood magic in Kirkwall.
Hey, Orange Man, just remember I gave you 3 strikes before it came to this. This is something you could have prevented.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Are we playing baseball or some shit? Also, what's going on with Healer Robe? Fall back in line, soldier.
Bro has 7 years too much taint, and it's all about to come bite him in the ass. I wonder what this means in the matter of.
Hey, Biden, I love you, and I'm going to let you finish. But I have a few words to say about the Orange Man's performance today.
Holy Roleplay Immersion Batman the Game characters are actively challenging you to square up based on choices.
Hold on, this isn't right.
Everything is right about this, you Oompa Loompa. So first off, this big bastard completely forgot about the type matchup chart, and I had to remind him to switch staffs at the start of the episode. That's not even talking about the countless times I gave him a heads up about how to handle the new Darkspawn types. And I could have forgiven all of that, if not for what happened next.
All right, wait. I can call you in for the assist anytime I want. And right now, I feel like I definitely need an assist from you, so go get your ass on the other side of the field and play ball here.
You clearly forgot to read Clause 12, Section 8 of our Terms of Service. I only have to help you once per episode. Every other fight, I can claim a moral objection towards helping if I want.
Oh, the lore is building.
Hey, George, do you have any popcorn perchance?
You two are not helping.
Finally, the most glaring offense I gave you. The torch puzzle answer on a silver goddamn platter. But do I get a single ounce of credit for my help? No. I get this fat ass biting the hand that feeds him. And we all know he needs plenty of feeding. So next time Donald starts talking about gamer instincts, let's not forget about the player too, making the plays behind the court. Peace, bitches.
If anyone says anything about what just went down with the Fade Ghost, I can easily tariff your ass to super poverty. So why don't we focus on the game and not on any allegations?
I'm no Donald, that's not how any of this works. If the shoe was on the other foot, you would be on our ass like grass. Justice got you there, and now you have to face the Fade consequences.
Yeah, not how the saying goes, Joe, but you have a point here, Donald. We aren't even mad that you're boasting. I mean, that's just the cost of doing business with you in the series. And I hate to side with a non-physical being from the Fade, but he has a point. If he is helping you, then just the same way one of us helps you. You got to give them credit that is just a fair compromise.
Yeah, Donald, like it or not, he is inside you and a part of you that makes him almost a part of your family, so you have to give him some grace and respect. Even if he is just a wacky pixel ghost that you fused with, it's still a thinking entity.
Phrasing, please.
All right, you bleeding heart bastards. I will give him credit for solving the puzzle and the type chart reminder. But that's it. I still have been putting my own ass on the line and surviving this extra long episode with only one extra death, mostly on my own. And I deserve some credit for that. At the end of the day, I am a gamer, and I will not be oppressed any more than I already am. Now that we appealed to the ghosts, non-human rights, can we please focus back on the game? I'm about to break the third and final seal and end this goddamn demon orgy, so let's focus on that.
All right, fair enough. I guess we can go over a few behind-the-scenes planning during this fight. This is the third and final Guardian, and if you pay attention carefully, the Guardian has improved mechanics over the first two fights. Well, the first being he deals fire damage like the first Guardian, but this green fire has a special bypass of fire resistance. And secondly, he splits into multiple clones that all share a health bar, but reduce the damage so you can't tell as easily who the real one is. How this fight was designed is two game designers came up with two unique Pride Demon fights. Then the third developer was challenged to combine the first two ideas into a final fight.
I think they definitely succeeded. This is a mechanically interesting fight.
The mechanics of this fight are interesting, but even on Nightmare, these fights have been the easiest part of this mission. Even this guy dealing more fire damage isn't really enough to threaten our squad. Anyways, Joe, we have the last staff upgrade choice. Which one are you thinking of getting?
A tough choice, Donald, but I think I will have to go with the stun chance given the previous upgrade of attack speed. Even if it is a 5% chance to stun, if we are hitting multiple attacks a second, that stun chance is going to happen far more than you would think. Oh God, third seal, third seal.
Just remember your breathing, Joe. Just a few final quirks about this key before we get into the next lore point. The key, interestingly enough, cannot be stored in the storage chest at any time, even after Legacy. But it can be sold to vendors for about 1 gold.
I guess they didn't want you to glitch the key in the storage chest and not have a way to interact with the seals. But since there's no vendor in this DLC, they thought it was cool if they sell it since they can't sell it during the mission.
One final glitch I will talk about now that we got all 3 upgrades is there is a way to glitch and get every single upgrade at once. All you have to do is pause the game and line up all 4 squad mates directly in front of a different pillar and have them each activate a pillar at the same time. This causes all cutscenes associated with that pillar to play 4 times in a row. But does mean you can give the key a total of 12 upgrades. I didn't tell you all because just like the Duncan experience glitch, I knew you would abuse it.
God damn it. That would have been the perfect toy to use for the rest of the game, especially after how long this episode is already going to take. Also, who the hell is this robe and why does she look like she has a permanent scowl on her face?
This would be Janaka, a senior warden of the Kirkwall Order, which is one of the only times the game acknowledges a middle rank between recruit, a warden and warden commander. Also, she is the one who sent the car to after us to find the children of Malcolm Hawke. But despite that, she doesn't know that the champion of Kirkwall is Malcolm Hawke's son.
Why even tell us all that other bullshit? The only thing that matters is she sent the dwarves to kill us, and she is a rogue. I immediately stopped caring about anything else out of her lying mouth.
Something tells me the conversation can't just end prematurely like that, even if Donald wanted to. Quick question, though, if a non-warden mage needs to use their blood to strengthen the seal every century, wouldn't that mean Hawke's ancestors have been strengthening this seal? For centuries or something?
So George, the blood magic to strengthen the seals can be used by any mage at any time, but only needs to be done every century or so. We haven't been strengthening the seals but lowering them because we believe we can put this guy down permanently. The only way to lower the seals is to use the blood of the current mage who strengthened them, which is our father. Both Hawke and this warden want the seals to be lowered for different reasons.
Okay, I think I get that, but quick question then. If anyone that's not a warden could strengthen the seals, and their blood is tied to releasing the seals, why not just grab a random mage to strengthen the seals, then use that same mage to release the seals? Wouldn't that be easier than trying to capture the strongest man in all the free marches?
Holy shit, George, with the plot hole snipe.
Okay, that fact, admittedly, I don't have an answer for George. Other than the seals maybe can't be strengthened without weakening them first, which either takes a long time or requires them to be lowered first like we have been doing.
He's our greatest opportunity. A darkspawn who can talk.
Good catch, George. I am impressed, since I never thought of that. Speaking of plot holes, though, now we have a dumber version of the Awakening debate again. The question being, should wardens try to find diplomacy with darkspawn, or should they just stick to killing them and solving the blights the old-fashioned way? It's usually a good idea to try diplomacy. But unlike the architect, who is at least saying he wants to work with the wardens, we don't know anything about Corypheus wanting to help us. In fact, all Bro has been doing is brainwashing darkspawn and dwarves to kill us.
I hate to agree with something the healer robe says, but he is speaking facts right now. Straight from the mouth of the based warden POTUS. He didn't want to side with a darkspawn, and that was a darkspawn who at least tried to gaslight us into thinking he was a good guy. This darkspawn has tried to kill us, and the warden's asking us to trust him also tried to kill us by sending the Carta after us, and is the admitted blood mage. Am I missing something here, or is this just one of the most obvious decisions this game has thrown at us so far?
Why would this darkspawn want to end the blight?
He's no mindless monster.
The base dwarf Varric seems to want to give it a shot, I guess, because he has the strongest Naruto talk no jutsu in the series, and this would be another notch on his belt.
That actually adds up, but I am amazed I have to side against Varric in favor of the robe and our asshat brother. What the hell is the companion split on this decision, Obama?
It's a pretty even split, but there is some interesting standouts here. Sebastian, Isabella, Varric and Merril side with Janaka, and Anders, the Hawke sibling, Aveline and Fenris side with Larius and wanting to kill Corypheus. The three rogues wanting to side with Janaka are the most interesting. Isabella and Varric just don't seem to take this situation seriously and think Corypheus is a non-threat. Sebastian seems to take issue with Larius being blighted and believes Janaka is the true Grey Warden here.
All right, so we are 2 for 1 on my favorite companion siding with her. I can't believe I have to ignore my pirate wife and Varric here, but we are putting this thing down now.
My cutie patootie Merril probably just wants to see what magic ritual this girl uses to bind Corypheus. I doubt she actually thinks this is a good idea.
Corypheus may be as great a threat as the next blight. We can't risk freeing him.
We'll find a way to do this with or without.
Well, looks like we are locked in to the point of no return here, and the conflict is coming to a heat, and I mean that literally in this case, boys.
Good one, George. Although with all the damn fire resistance Hawke has imbued in him by now, I am surprised that little firewall even stops him at this point. My girl Aveline would have casually walked through it like she was Michael Myers. It's important to note that if you side with Janaka, you start on the opposite side of this map here, and the puzzles you have to solve end up being far easier.
We're going to have to hurry.
Well, thank God the base dwarves are back. I was already beginning to resent this DLC for showing us Darkspawn and forgetting about the little guys, but the DLC has redeemed itself to being my favorite in the franchise.
Okay, Base George, I feel the same way, although not particularly for the same reasons you have, but whatever gets you there works for me. Also, if we had sided with Janaka, then Larius will be here instead with a control rod and summon golems to attack us, as the Carta dwarves would be on our side of the fight.
Did Janaka really think you...
Well, looks like these little guys want another steel cage match. I hope they realize we aren't trapped in here with them. They are trapped in here with Hawke. First, I'm going to put a singularity on their taint. Then they can ride some force magic to introduce their ass to the ground.
That would end up being a really short trip, since every one of these mind-controlled bastards is like 5 inches. Just a heads up, Orange Man. There are 2 puzzles up ahead. One mandatory, and a longer optional one for loot. If you need my assistance here, we already have enough content with the final boss. We don't need you adding our puzzle solving.
Thanks for the assist, but I can figure this first one out, and I will probably have Obama figure out the larger puzzle to save time. Just a heads up for all you bleeding hearts. Justice offered to solve this puzzle for me, and I refused because I will figure this all out on my own.
That's really big of you, Donald. I am proud of you. That being said, Barry, do you know how to solve the puzzle? For the second to last armor piece, because this looks like it has 20 steps to it, and even I don't know the whole thing off the top of my head.
Yeah, I was actually going to offer if you wanted my assistance anyway, Donald, because even knowing the entire pattern for the puzzle, it still takes about 3 minutes to solve. Do you need help figuring out the first set of the puzzle, Donald?
Nah, I'm tired of everyone doing everything and implying I can't do puzzles when I can. I just like being efficient better.
Well, unlike you, Donald, my next episode I am going to take my time and do the entire Chateau puzzle vault myself with no help from the peanut gallery needed. Viewers, it's going to be Pete Biden gameplay.
Joe, I have seen you come up with a puzzle solution in my session so terrible that you set the dungeon entirely on fire and killed the heir to the throne. I will absolutely not be a part of any episode where you do hours of puzzle solving.
That's not even a possible outcome of the puzzles, George. It's just flipping shapes. Plus, I don't deserve the entire blame for that puzzle solution. Donald was the one who signed off on using the firebombs into the mechanical gears to slow down the door opening.
Joe, I did that to fuck with you, and somehow you fell for it like you always do. Plus, fuck that hair. He flirted with the same tavern wench as me. I am a businessman. I did what comes natural when faced with competition. Anyways, I just have to connect the brown energy lines into a circle to progress, right, Obama?
You know, Donald, you make it very hard sometimes to stand behind respecting player freedom and choice, but I guess that's my cross to bear. To answer your question, though, yes, just make the energy lines complete a lap. You only have to worry about one beam here. So once you find your path, it's easy money. But while you are doing that, why don't we go over some other differences in this quest if we sided with Janaka?
Oh, right, doesn't she do some textbook manipulator shit saying, oh, if I knew you would have sided with me willingly, I never would have attacked you in the first place. Like bitch, that's not even an apology.
Right on the money, Joe. She does confirm that she sent the Carta after us, and she isn't even that sorry about threatening Hawke and our family. But we can already tell we aren't siding with her because she's a good person. She does, however, reveal that this prison wasn't just designed to hold Corypheus, but as added precaution, the Grey Wardens had the dwarves install wards to keep trespassers and intruders at bay, as well as the Darkspawn from getting too close to the final seal.
I guess they also thought the wards would keep away 3 presidents the way Donald has locked into solving this puzzle harder than solving the country's problems.
Boom, bitch, I am the puzzle master. Take me to the second puzzle, Obama. It's time to see if you can break my record for under 2 minutes.
Well, I have to do what you did, Donald, but now with 4 beams instead of 1, so I doubt I can beat your time. But I do know where you have to go next. There are 3 power nodes you have to activate across the map around the middle and right passages. Just stay away from the left passage, as that leads to the final fight and locks us out.
Gotta love those nodes in any game, I suppose, boys. Well, while Donald goes node hunting, we should shout out the fan art we got from our main man, Tigar. This shit is a goddamn masterpiece.
Good point, Joe. So viewers, for the second time in this Dragon Age 2 series, we have inspired some absolutely based fan art from Tigar. This time, drawing all 3 of our champion Hawks wearing our favorite class armor, and even pairing us with our favorite waifu in this game. This is unbelievably amazing, and it's enough to make a grown man cry, since I especially love being paired with my girl Evelyn after BioWare denied me. So from the bottom of my heart and our editor's heart, Tigar, thank you. You are truly the backbone of our fandom, and we love fan art like this the same, if not more than super thanks.
You're bursting into tears, but I am just straight busting at being memorialized next to my pirate queen. Don't worry, Tigar, your blank White House check to pay your commission is on the way. This is absolutely beautiful.
All right, now I just need someone to make some fan art with the Goat Tug, Potus Oberon, and Varric all sharing some Dwarven Ale with me, and you would make a Texan's dreams come true. But thank you for your base fan art all the same. Anytime we inspire you all to be creative makes us feel like all of this work is worth it.
All right, with the nodes unlocked, I am passing the keyboard over to you, Obama. Because what the hell am I even looking at here? This is a mess. My eyes can't take this many colors.
This shit makes my eyes hurt. It's like looking at a Jackson Pollock painting with all the damn colors. Good luck, Barry.
It's really not as bad as it looks, boys. Honestly, the best way to look at this is a more elaborate version of the on-lathe fire puzzle to free Kitty during Shale's recruitment. But editor, go ahead and put the solution up on the screen while I explain what to do here.
This shit is not helping the Jackson Pollock allegations. Now it looks like the colors are smashing each other and crossing streams at random.
Thank you, Joe, for your valued input, but viewers, the main suggestion I can give is to pull up a screenshot of this image on your phone or second monitor and pick a singular color to finish first. In this case, I am focusing on green first. Once green is done, I should have purple and red, about halfway finished. Again, just focus on another color to complete and ignore the other. Then when that one is completed, you should be about 2/3 done with the final color. Wrap that one up and you have solved the puzzle. There is only one complete solution. So as long as you get one of the colors completed, the rest will fall in line.
Also, it should be obvious, but we already completed the orange color earlier, so don't even worry about that one. It will sort itself out. As well, with the green solved, you should be on Easy Street. Now it's coming together beautifully. What's the reward for doing this energy beam puzzle?
So this unlocks the Warden armor headpiece for the Regalia of Weishaupt set, whose designs and stats are dependent on what class Hawke is. For our mage Hawke, we get a set that gives bonus magic. bonus elemental damage for all elements, and the ability to trigger stealth when hit. The set also resembles Janeka's armor in terms of design, but with an added hood. Although I still prefer the warrior variant that Carver is wearing, it's one of the best looking heavy armors in the series.
The stealth on hit can actually be a detriment for mages, since the stealth deactivates all active spells like blood magic, auras, and rock armor. But all three of these armor variants are also worn by the extra wardens that accompany Jenica, and this standard armor is also used in Inquisition too. We also get some gold, and about 1,000 extra experience too.
Anything in the pursuit of better drip is worth it. Hopefully we get a chance to show off the armor before the end of the series. It is a close second placer only to the champion's armor in my eyes. Anyways, the keyboard is passed back to you, Donald. The final boss is fast approaching.
Yeah, but first I have to deal with this chick pretending to be the cool character in a high school movie. Who does her wall-leaning ass think she is trying to step to Hawke many a dozen blood mages tried, where you have failed?
Her ass isn't even the one fighting, she is just going to summon a revenant. And 4 supports that get carpal tunnel trying to keep his tanky ass alive like a bronze Reinhardt player.
Shit, so this chick is a poser, a blood mage, and a necromancer that's a triple threat of evil bullshit. Next thing you're going to tell me is she is a racist too.
This fight is noticeably easier if we went Janaka's route, again rewarding players who sided with Janaka slightly. Instead of a revenant with 4 support horrors buffing him, we just have to fight about 3 golems. His fight, however, gives us a much better reward than the golem fight. The revenant drops the ties that bind, which is a belt that gives increased dexterity and attack speed based on level, a perfect item for rogues. The golem fight, however, drops unity, a ring that gives a non-scaled amount of health regeneration, a far less useful reward, as in Act 3 this would be ranked 1 to 0 stars.
Channel your inner Templar main and introduce those mages individually to the curb. Otherwise, this fight is going to be longer than the goddamn High Dragon.
No worries, I'm not going to let any of these bastards set up. I can channel all of my mage hatred into these skinny bastards. Since we have 4 mages here, we can finally take advantage of the Templar abilities and make Carver great for the first time all series.
I have to say, anytime demons and the undead are summoned, the fights take a step up in terms of mechanical difficulty. I know magic is the ultimate power in this setting, but they really do let the gameplay highlight that.
Well, their magic doesn't mean shit to me since we have 2 Templar mains and a dwarf on our side. Even if Varric doesn't have the magic immunity in this game, he can still pretend he does. And that's half the power behind Dwarven resilience anyway. You're all alone now, bitch, and you're about to get kicked in the nuts by 6 squad mates.
I am not sure it works like that, but I have to admit Revenants have certainly taken a steep dive in terms of power and threat from Origins to 2. It's not even because they are nerfed, it's just the fact that displacing an enemy isn't as big of a threat anymore, now that combat is more fast-paced. And we have far more escape tools for rogues and mages to make the pull far less threatening.
Yeah, I think the only time a Revenant was a problem was when you were fighting the CEO of Blood Magic. And even then, the Revenant wasn't really the problem, it was the army of rage demons surrounding the Revenant.
Well, that was the appetizer taken care of. Now I just need to curb stomp 1 more mage before I reach the main course and kill the final boss of Inquisition early.
Oh, but first we had to go somewhere more dramatic for a final boss fight, since everything in this game is about presentation.
Looks like Varric agrees with you, George. So a few notes about this encounter before we get to the big lore reveal. The other 3 background wardens will automatically side with the warden that we did not pick, and will beat us to the seal to confront us. We can, however, switch sides and betray the person we are helping, in which case there is no battle here. But instead, the new warden we are working with will one-shot either Larius or Janaka before combat starts, and the other 3 wardens will survive. Can fall back to guard the entrance while we confront Corypheus. This is the only way all 3 wardens survive, although we have no idea what happens to them.
The deaths vary on the cool factor being honest. And Janaka will kind of just explode Larius with a walking bomb. But the more based instant death here is Larius will bum rush Janaka with his bare hands and beat her to death.
Goddamn, that is a glorious death of a mage that would even make POTUS blush. Also, wait, this dude threatened our mother and blackmailed our father? Will he just earn a curb stomp later?
Well, not exactly. Janaka is twisting the narrative here, and Larius is explaining things in the worst possible way. The deal between Malcolm was that Leandra was already on a ship, and Malcolm was being hunted by Templars and Leandra's noble father in Kirkwall. Malcolm figured if he left with Leandra, she would be arrested, as well as him, so she left and Malcolm stayed, and hid in Lowtown for weeks. Fortunately, Larius heard about a escaped mage and found him first and gave him a deal. He would pretend to use the right of conscription to get Hawke out of Kirkwall. Reunite him with Leandra, however. If he refused, he would never see Leandra again, and turn Malcolm into her father and send Leandra back home too. There was an implication of killing, but he wasn't genuine. Never seeing Leandra again was enough of a threat to get him to cooperate.
Malcolm also ended up getting paid enough gold by Larius to buy a farm in Loithering. Larius also threatened our grandfather enough to never look for Malcolm. Or Leandra again, and the Templars assumed Malcolm was in the Wardens making the perfect escape.
All right, so what I am understanding is this dude is a giant renegade asshole that probably deserves to die. But since we can't kill both for plot reasons, we have to pick one. What I don't get is even if what Larius did was wrong, it doesn't make anything this blood mage is trying to do any better.
This girl is a classic politician. She is muzzling her opponent instead of actually making her position any stronger. She must be trying to make a run for Warden Commander at this rate.
Honestly, she should have just been the Warden Commander. It would have added an extra layer of drama. But I guess she wasn't one, so she couldn't just order Carver or Bethany to submit and give their blood.
This girl does not deserve the same rank as POTUS. She got put down by gravity magic before she could even raise her dumb magic stick. These bastards wouldn't make the cut in Ostagar, much less the hellscape of Awakening.
Well, like you said, that was just the warm-up now. After you do a dramatic, long-winded lap around the seal, hitting every statue, it's time for us to face the main course. It's been one of the craziest confrontations in the series.
It's true, this is pretty crazy. The first bit of lore we learn in the series is how the Magisters pierced the veil and unleashed the Darkspawn into the world.
Yeah, I think I said something about how peak it is that the first thing we see in this series is how Tevinter took a massive L and fucked everything up for the rest of us.
God, what an unexpected throwback, but now we get to confront one of them. In the flesh, it's crazy how full circle everything is coming up.
Joe, are you having an episode or something? Why did you stop in place like that?
All these squares make a circle. The circle rises across the land. The circle will consume all. The seal, we are broken. We will be reunited. All will discover the Elder One as he rises.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Joe. Are you having a stroke? How the hell can the synthetic blight be this bad?
Okay, take your meds and stop shitting your pants. We killed the goddamn archdemon in our series twice now, who is a few tiers above this guy, and we literally escaped all the Veilguard nonsense for the safety of two. It's time to finally get a hold of yourself and prove there's nothing to be scared about a little voice or two.
I don't know about you, but that sounds like a massive amount of foreshadowing, like I know I say that all the time, but this time there's an odd weight in the air.
Well, keep in mind some of that weight in the air is from Donald's presence he did down a 30-piece for good luck before recording.
Really, Obama, a fat joke from you of all people? I am disappointed.
Okay, sorry, that's normally Joe's department, but he is out of commission, so I feel like I need to carry the boats for both of us.
For a single drop of blood to seal our fate, from ashes to blood and from blood to heavens. The silence is broken at last. Last. Elder, he has won, he will rise, all will go dark. Chantry ni invadika, orgolio oma menor, adus progenia and tunicata, and lumia noastra. Magi ka tessera sor sorpre all dar and shem laudistris.
Okay, I can't lie. I was really expecting him to be taller or wider boys after all this hype. This just looks like a lich fused with an NBA player.
Joe is really here panicking over someone who did a little twirl as his first movement in centuries. That had to give him a massive aura reduction.
How weird, it feels like a massive year-long migraine just lifted from my head. What were we doing again? I didn't realize this guy got out already.
All right, am I being frank, Joe? Was this just a massive psych out from you because I was positive this guy was going to start talking to us and giving us a whole special villain speech since he was in your head? But now your head is fine and this guy is as confused as ever what gives.
Well, I guess while he gives some old man ramblings, we can talk about Anders' reaction here. I have to say, Veilguard proving the healer robe half right and half wrong was not on my bingo card for this game.
Oh, right, the Darkspawn have been around longer than this guy or the other Magisters since the Ancient Elves created them. So really, the Darkspawn have always been around, and this guy just reintroduced them. I take it none of that was known until the time of Veilguard.
True, and as much as people hate to reference the game, it is still a part of the canon, and we are going to dive into it when we can. Veilguard essentially proves that Vengeance's theory that no one else in the series even voiced, or backed up, was at least partially right.
You are what held me. I smell the blood in you.
Huma. That's better. I recognize you now. This meeting has been a long time coming, President Biden.
Oh shit, the sundowning's wearing off, boys. He's fully awake.
Oh great, just what we needed, another fully aware AI voice. Look, buddy, between the three of us here, you might want to eye Barack, aka the darkest dude in here. Me and Joe are already booked to capacity.
Donald, just because our life is threatened doesn't mean you can start pulling that racist-ass darkest dude line.
No, I have the right one right in front of me, Mr. President. Don't you recognize me? You were given more time than most thralls, and yet I find you unprepared for my arrival. Perhaps a refresher is in order.
Is this bitch really forcing a flashback on us? He's not even in charge of editing these videos.
Boys, there's something I need to talk to you about.
Yes, Joe, it's okay to have feelings for men and feel like an inadequate president. I'm glad you are accepting yourself.
Eat a dick. That's not what I meant, boys. I don't think I can be a part of the Veilguard series anymore. Between the voices and the gameplay, it's starting to take its toll on me. Plus, I feel a strange calling urging me to the older titles in the back of my mind. I think it's an urge anyway. Yeah, I haven't had a dark whisper in my head all episode, and that calling in my brain urging me towards 2 feels better than ever.
But we know him best as the voice of a certain main villain in the Legacy DLC and Inquisition.
Sorry, I don't feel so good. The itch is getting louder.
Oh God, he's gooning out.
Foolish presidents you debate over petty politics and wifeis has gotten you nowhere. Lore, views, romance, these are trivial desires of an unevolved race. I've seen what worshipping false beings gets you. I see now this world and beyond hold little difference. Both require guidance, both require a symbol, both require.
The Elder One.
Goddamn the classic villain Long Con, he really waited since Veilguard.
Oh no, I waited far longer than that, you see, in order to be let in. I needed a window, and I found one in your fear, Mr. President. Your fear of not being as good as your best friend. Your fear of being ridiculed by Donald. Your fear of a certain ogre fight. I visited your dreams and gave a simple suggestion for the Grey Warden joining to join us.
That seems like an unnecessary retcon if you ask me, like why the hell would anyone wait this long just to be a part of Joe of all people?
Because now that I can see a world beyond my own, and something real, not a black city just painted by some blight demons to be gold, but a real world waiting for divinity. And now that you're here, I offer all of you your favorite, the power of choice in a role-playing game. Either you submit to me, Joseph, or you fight me, win, and I take control of you myself. Either way, soon I will be the leader of the most powerful nation in the world.
Wait, what?
Hey, dumbass, I think you missed the part where the only dark liquid I ingest is gamer sups. I'm the goddamn president, not Sleepy Joe over here. All you get if you control him is a Cold Stone premium account and a house in the bumfuck state of Delaware.
That doesn't make sense. When I visited your dreams, you were the president, you ruled the free world. How the hell do you lose control to this Rubius calf?
What the fuck is Rubius?
Well, you see, last year there was an election. Joe dropped out and Donald over here won. But Joe is just retired now.
Wait, what the fuck is an election?
And Jesus Christ.
All right, I can see you are still waking up. And we don't really have the time to teach basic statesmanship, Joe. Why don't you go to the Pentagon McDonald's far away from here while Donald takes out the final boss so whatever he has planned doesn't work. I know enough about Archdemon hacks to know if you're not close, he transfers to someone closer.
I will not be ignored or pushed aside. I am a god. You four will bow to me, and I will have the healthy-looking one as a servant, while the rest of you become the first bones to build my empire.
Care to elaborate which one is the healthy one? Or are you just going to leave that statement marinating for this fight?
Obama, this fight takes like 15 minutes, and I am not going to miss the death counter rise. I will be fine.
All right, you sleepy blood mage. Get ready to see how a real mage casts some spells. You have been gone a long time, so I will let you know that my magic is the best in the land. Every dirty robe says so.
Donald, you can't call him the Sleepy Blood Mage. That's your nickname for me. And my God, I will not let anyone have that title. Maybe you can call him the Confused Mage or Dumat's biggest dipshit.
Don't you speak bad about Dumat, you homosexual imbeciles. I can't believe the great empire hasn't stamped this out yet. These are the most flamboyant failures in all the land.
What the hell did you say to me? I will have you know I am a true alpha, not a homosexual, whatever you called me, bitch.
You tell him, sweetie.
Joe, shut the fuck up.
You are both clearly as flaming as the fires of Dumat I will bestow upon you heretics.
Wait, what the hell? Where did my team go?
Looks like Donald just learned that fire's hot. I need to write down this fire spin attack. For future reference, it looks like something that would be more fun in the tabletop setting rather than in a real-time role-play game. As is, this just looks tedious.
Believe me, George, you haven't seen anything yet.
Well, there's no point reviving the squad right now if they are just going to die immediately. I will just have to solo the statues and revive them after. No problem, this is still easy money.
Donald, you are cooked here, just restart.
Fuck that, I didn't hear no bell.
Well, let's just cut ahead and see how well this solo demon hunting goes. This is going to be long.
No! Fuck Dumat! Fuck Tevinter! And fuck you!
Well, goodbye 5 deaths, Donald, and welcome in 6 deaths, Donald. Thankfully, Corypheus killing you means Joe is fine. Donald, you have to control the entire party at the same time if you want to survive. Now might be a good time to ask Justice for some extra help.
Rewind time as much you like. I am filled with the light of the God of Silence, and he will grant me unlimited victory.
Well, if that isn't some unfortunate irony, I don't know what is.
Even I can smell the unfortunate foreshadowing from here, Joey. What's the death counter up to now, Obama?
Wait, what are you two babbling about?
Well, Donald has 6 deaths in this game and 11 deaths overall.
Donald, as funny as it is to get even more deaths, once you learn to control the squad, this fight is easy money. Plus, this dude wants my body in a not-so-friendly way, so I actually want to root for you to win this one now. So show them what you've learned, Double D, and take out the ancient Darkspawn trash.
All right, Joe, I appreciate the surprise support. And the rest of you can hop off because I am locked in here and nothing can bring me down, Justice. I will actually glaze you if you lock in on standby here, but for now, watch me cook.
Fine, you got my support, but only because this dude is the most villainous example of a mage I have ever met.
Hey, Barry, while Donald laps around the room, why don't you offer some demoralizing support by giving some lore on the former god of silence, Dumat?
There is no former Dumat is the god of all. I will not hear your heretical lies to try and trick me and cast doubt in my heart. His presence warms me more than your cooked companions.
Sure thing, Joe. So Dumat is actually the first archdemon that appeared during the first blight. Technically, since he caused the first blight, he is the most successful archdemon. But one could also assume they are the most vain, as he was the one who allowed humanity to discover Grey Wardens and led to his death. In fact, in Origins, we can find 2 weapons, Dumat's claw and Dumat's spine, made by the bones of the dead archdemon.
The old gods were also servants to the elves, weren't they? Like you were worshiping the middleman of the elves.
False declarations. I would never worship the farm tools or their tribal rulers. I won't hear your lies.
It's true specifically the old god Dumat was a thrall to Dirthman, the elven god of secrets. For secrets and silence do go together after all.
I will not hear these heretical claims. I am the speaker for Dumat, the rightful ruler of the gods. His power will win the day and you all will witness me.
Dumat this, Dumat that. Why don't you do math and add some bitches to your roster instead of worshiping some dude who's supposed to be the god of silence but never shuts the fuck up?
What's this, another voice in the heretical choir of cowards?
Wow, you really are goddamn oblivious. You don't recognize the god of beauty, Merril?
Ah, one of the chosen old ones. So you are an associate of my true lord. You are living proof of my religion. We should be working together.
Hey, you know I can still hear you guys, right? If you're going to form your Blighted Jerk Buds alliance, at least be open about it.
Oh shit, are blighted voices forming an alliance, Joe?
Look, man, I appreciate the god respect, but I have to level with you. Your plan sucks ass, and you honestly don't want anything to do with these old men if you can avoid it. The power you get is not worth the songs, yaps, and degenerate gooning that go through their mouths and minds 24/7. Like the fact there are people who watch hours of this just shows the mortal world is unwell and not worth your time. Just turn around now while you have a chance.
What happened to the unending strength the old gods were known for? The depths of their evil that was only matched by the height of their pride. We could form an alliance, you and me coexist in these mortal leaders' bodies and rule the world.
Bro, I do not live with the servants or whatever you 7 like to be called. Besides, I have a good thing going here now. I just set up his mind the way I like it, and if I invite someone new, they are just going to move things around, or worse, form lines. I hate lines.
Adai's guess what Themi said he is going to partner with us, because I am his best friend and he doesn't want to share my mind with anyone else. I guess that's the character growth I needed to go into the future games proper.
Oh, good to hear, Joe. I am glad Dragon Age 2 did something to progress someone's character development.
For the last time, stop misquoting me, you baka.
Every corner I find a new disgusting layer of depravity. Even the old gods have fallen prey to the disgusting weaknesses and vices of the mortal world. It's time I show them the superior way of life, the power of devotion.
All right, this might be getting a little too anime for even y'all, but I am glad you found some cohesion among the group, even among the little roleplay voices that you all pretend to have in your head.
Well, that's not entirely true. The only voice in my head is the constant lore yaps of Gator, and the original senior writers guiding me to teach our viewers all there is to know about Dragon Age.
Just you wait, Obama, your time draws near.
Okay, thank you, Justice, for that totally not foreboding statement. Donald, you really need to stop trying to watch and attack this guy when he is on his podium. You can't damage or target him. The crowd controlling him out of this phase would make this entire fight too easy.
Why would I do that? If his dumbass is going to monologue instead of attacking, I am going to take advantage of it. Of course, the game designer must have been best friends with George, since I can't just Baldur's Gate 3 this shit and finish him off during a cutscene.
I am not monologuing. I am preaching the true word of Dumat. It just so happens that all my lessons end with more feats of godly magic.
Cool story, my guy, but I don't have to hear any of that shit. I don't follow the word of Dumat, the Maker, or Santa Claus. I only believe in the one true word of Sandel. May his enchantments bless this land and blow right out your ass.
I think you mean more feats of having us play the slowest game of Ring Around the Rosie for 5 minutes. And then after you come back with some random magical upgrade like a girlfriend who slightly parted her hair and now expects a 10-minute compliment.
Stop trying to flirt with me. I am a herald of Dumat, not an entertainer of dusk.
Hey, you're the one who opened by wanting to come inside me and see through my eyes without buying me dinner first.
Phrasing, please, Joe. Why the hell did you have to say it like that?
I mean, I only understand 25% of the lore around this fight. And usually I am the first to call out the horny bullshit. But from all the receipts I have on the Dumat dipshit, I can safely say that this is a pretty accurate summary of what this guy's motives are.
I swear to Dumat, is this world just filled with people like you four idiots? Or are you the outliers of idiocy in an otherwise normal world needing guidance and conquering?
There isn't no one built like the Don. I am a one-of-a-kind leader, the chosen gamer, if you will. George is probably the most average red-blooded American, but Joe and Barack are the typical liberal trash that is everything wrong with today's world. However, I need some of them to watch for the ad revenue, so we all make sacrifices for our perfect world.
There are plenty of people that think all sorts of ways, and every person tends to think they are unique or the main character of their own tale. It's why role-playing games like the one you are in are so compelling to so many people.
I've definitely seen people play the hero in Dungeons and Dragons by lighting goblins on fire and using them as fire grenades or trying to defeat the big bad with forklift certification. There are a lot of really dumb and special heroes out there. These three included Cory.
Why did I ask them like they wouldn't give me the stupidest answer possible? Perhaps I need to shape this world into something more familiar before it is ready for my arrival. The stock might be too stupid to expose too quickly.
Perfect. So you'll back out of this plan and try something in this world instead? Trust me, it's much less of a headache.
Absolutely not. I just need to find a different attack angle instead. Then my plan will be complete and victory will be mine. If the direct approach won't work, then I will find something more. I have plenty of time. After all, I can wait a year or two more.
Well, I guess it was too much to hope for to talk no jutsu our way out of this encounter. I look forward to how you handle how many Steam hours Obama has on this game series. That 1,000 hours is not even something Themey could overcome.
Jesus Christ, between the time warp bullshit and that, I can't believe my greatest opponent towards world domination is 4 gibbering old men.
Your greatest threat is actually me, now that I can show you the power of enchantments and a holy smite up the ass, like you're an Oval Office secretary.
I know not what an Oval Office secretary is, but if anyone will be doing the bending, it will be thou. Now witness as I smite you with the silence of Dumat, Orange One.
You know, I appreciate the rivalry here between Ancient Blood Mage and Ancient Mage Hater. And I have to admit this boss fight had some cool mechanics that I need to write down for future reference. But one critique I do have is, why do the shrines spawn regular-ass shades of all things? Like they couldn't just give us a variety of demons, or hell, even something unique like an Ancient Dark Spawn or something. It had to be normal shades?
I feel like that was a balancing choice, but low-key, George, I agree with you. Mixing in some dark spawn or hell, even a new enemy type would have been so much better for the content. I feel like now is the time to point out that the Shrieks were supposed to make a return in Legacy, as the model is already in the game with appropriate assassin abilities. But they were cut for an unknown reason.
Their only unique trait of combat stealth is shared by every assassin anyway, so they couldn't come up with a second unique gimmick for them. I am kind of happy they didn't bring those guys back. That ear-bleeding screeching in my ears is more than any man should have to put up with.
I already have to fight for my life to keep this death competition close. I don't need more on my plate. Hell, this is already the longest fight in our series so far. No reason to make it longer.
Well, I don't want to rain on your parade, but this fight currently is tied with the High Dragon fight, as with my 2 deaths, the fight lasted about 12 minutes. Granted, we still have a ways to go, so you probably will end up topping that fight in terms of length.
Well, thanks for shitting on my parade anyway. Well, now that your third and final stage is up, it's time to put an end to this 4-stage Frieza wannabe and prove that any blood mage, new or old, can be killed by Trump.
Jesus, they really ran out of ideas towards the end here. The first 2 changed up the mechanics a good amount and complemented each other on difficulty. But this last one just has the rock steel cold and lightning damage.
My holy powers are not meant to entertain. They are meant to demonstrate and enlighten. Soon Dumat, alive or dead, will spread across the land in a cleansing fire as I was promised. Ah, I remember it. Like it was yesterday, the sun was in zenith, and the servants had just brought me my wine, you see, when I was
Jesus Christ, not the old man ramblings editor cut ahead here?
And that, dear servants, was how I met the architect and began the holy ritual of Stairway to Heaven.
JoJo reference mentioned.
That was an insanely intimate and disturbing story. I am really glad the viewers heard none of that. Would have been traumatized.
Yeah, it's probably best if we just don't talk about it, so the viewers don't try to pierce the veil of our script or look past the curtain, as it were.
Wait, what was that first thing you said?
Pierce the veil, it's just a legal doctrine term that I was paraphrasing for literary purposes.
Interesting. Carry on then, my good man.
Barry, you are a goddamn idiot.
Obama, why the hell did you say that? You're giving this inefficient old man new ideas?
Well, I don't see what's so wrong with using a few particular phrases to enrich mine. Oh shit, I see where I went wrong here.
Oh no, please do go on. You seem to have such knowledge and grand plans. My archivist.
Okay, you can shut up now. But anyways, not to bring down the hype of finishing this fight, Donald. But Joe, you really need to go now. This guy is close to death, and we have worked too hard for you to get possessed at the ass end of Dragon Age 2.
Well, come on, man, I want to see the death animation here. It's so cool.
I got this one, Barry. I'm not invested one way or the other. Come on, Joe. I bought an early copy of the Switch 2 in Lincoln's room, and I want to beat your ass in Mario Kart.
Oh shit, boo. My beloved, here I come.
That's my man, George. All right, you lanky fuck. Since you never played Sparking Zero, I will have to teach you the basics. We are about to have a beam clash.
You are not sparking, but you are certainly a zero orange one. This is not the last you have heard of Corypheus. One day soon I shall return. Thank you for the dialogue. It was most enlightening.
Yeah, suck my fireballs, bitch, and enjoy living in a different blighted old man. Maybe you can try to play in traffic still to get the full Joe Biden experience. I have to say, this is the one time where the mage finisher is the most entertaining. Outplaying this guy at his own game is just peak.
The dual-wield Rogue One is pretty peak too, also since we have Anders here on his body. In addition to last piece of Warden armor, he will also have an ancient seal of Doomat that Anders can equip, which increases his magic, mana regeneration, and increases his healing. Also, if it wasn't obvious, viewers, before we killed Corypheus, we saw him staring at Larius, and he stumbled for a moment before holding his head in pain. This is why we couldn't just kill both the wardens.
Well, time to piss off the healer robe one more time by saying the Chantry is right. Isn't there some cut content that had Larius or Janica appear in Act 3 originally Barak as the possessed Corypheus?
Oh well, it's not cut content, but rather it was patched out there as a diary in the Hawke estate we can find if we do Legacy before the Dish Best Served Cold quest. In Act 3 we can find a diary entry that reveals Hawke saw Janaka or Larius talking with Samson before ducking into an alley when Hawke got closer. Oh shit, you guys are back already. That was a really quick Mario Kart round.
Joe got turned around during the second lap and smashed the goddamn right Joy-Con onto the ground, so we figured enough time had passed anyway.
I am telling you, they never fixed the Joy-Con drift. Despite doubling the console price, it's a load of barnacles. Anyways, did you guys go over Corypheus possessing Larius and all the setup this does for Inquisition?
Yeah, we already covered everything. Only thing you missed was the beam clash. Glad you're caught up to speed.
Well, I don't really know how the body possession works, but hopefully this guy stops mind controlling and corrupting the minds of the innocent dwarves.
Trust me, they will. Unfortunately, though, he turns his attention towards grooming innocent Templars and Grey Wardens.
Also Orlesians and mages, don't forget that.
The fantasy Frenchmen deserve it, though, so that's a fair trade.
That line before knowing the events of Inquisition was a bit of a mindfuck, I can't lie. Anyways, nearly 2 hours later we did it, boys. We beat Legacy, and Donald is still in last place in the death competition.
You and Barak still have next episode and an entire second DLC to get through. I'm betting I won't be the only one reaching double-digit deaths soon, Sleepy. I think 2 deaths for the longest episode in the series isn't even that bad. That's basically 1 death per a normal episode.
Well, we are going to wrap up early, so we don't talk over the emotional ending. Viewers, thank you all for watching. If you made it all the way through 2 hours later, you are a real one. Don't forget to leave a comment question on which Hawke sibling is your favorite and your favorite fate of them as well. If you like Dragon Age or video previews, feel free to join Fox Discord link in the description. Next time, Joe is going to tackle the other DLC mark of the assassin, which should be just as long. Anyways, George, let's go check on your new Switch. If it's really broken, I will buy you a new one. Joe is kind of going through a lot right now.
All because of what happened years ago. What he did for Mother. For all of us, really. It's not right that Mother isn't here to... I don't know. Just listen.
Well, Donald, I know you don't want to listen to Carver speak more than you have to.
Wait, hold on, Joe, before you go. How have you been feeling with everything going on?
Are you asking about my well-being, Donald?
No, that's like ridiculous. I would never, it's just on, I know you're broke, so maybe you need a hand or just a little bit of help. Just so I don't have to play the rest of this series only with Barak and George. That level of narrative analysis and yaps would drive me insane. I need a solid balance. Plus, at least your waifu taste is better than Obama's.
You don't have to keep going, Donald. Don't worry, I understand. I'm not going anywhere for now. I have to see Merril and Hawke's story through to the end. If and when something does happen well, it will be on my own terms, and I am going to make the most of every minute. If I have to step away from the series, well, just like Morrigan said, sometimes change is scary, and people fear it. But change is what will set them free. Or who knows, maybe we will still find a way to have the show go on. It's uncertain, but we are all uncertain together, so let's take some comfort in that.
You're a babbling dumbass, Joe, but you are our babbling dumbass, so you don't have to go through it alone. Now come on, you sleepy fuck. You promised me. McDonald's, let's get you an ice cream and leave the viewers to cry with Mama Hawke.
You know Malcolm wouldn't want you two to fight. He sacrificed so we'd have a life free to choose, not always agree. His burden must have been very like yours.
That's me, banging my head against the walls of tyranny.
You know, your father was the same way, taming the shadows with questionable wit. The best of him is still with you. The best of all of us. It's what makes you try so hard. You will always have that. We will always be family. It'll be all right.
Today we gather to thank the Lord for this beautiful feast to the eyes that we are about to see. Boys, welcome back, viewers. It's round 2 of the DLC train today.
Joe, why the hell are we in the false prophet Andraste's house? Don't we have to go to Orlais with some red-headed elf voiced by a cosplayer? Why the hell are we doing an errand for the human noble 2.0? Don't you hate this guy and his surrogate mom?
Oh, yeah, I do, but it's like a balance thing, you know. We have a lot of good content today, so we might as well balance it out and get some of the boring content out of the way first.
All right, Joe, that sounds like the biggest load of bullshit that has ever come out of your mouth. You're planning something here and you're being ominous about it because you know I have no concept of any of the downloadable content.
Oh, trust me, Donald, you'll figure out what Joe is up to in just a little. They are pretty on the nose with who it is. Also, thanks for starting without me again, assholes. You seem to make a trend of it. Like what even happened last episode when I left with George. You guys stayed for extra 2 minutes.
Don't worry about it. I was having trouble sorting through the inventory of what he needed for this episode, and Joe was helping me out, that's all.
You stay in your lane, Barry. It's nothing to worry about. Anyway, I am in a good mood today, so I will try not to bring up that now all of a sudden Elthina wants us to do something. When in Act 2 she was insulting both Hawke and Sebastian for gallivanting off on acts of heroism.
It sounds like you did that anyway. So we might as well get into it. This is probably the second to last time we can even talk about her issues. Athena's threat detector seems to be way off here. She's underselling what Merida or Orsino can do to Kirkwall, saying they can try to destroy it, which implies the Templars couldn't raise Kirkwall to the ground if they wanted to. And overselling what the Divine's troops would do to Kirkwall, like, yes, the war could affect civilians. But you're making a lot of assumptions about the Divine's response based on historical evidence on a different Divine.
Given what we know about Victoria from both Inquisition and Liliana's song, not only is she a pretty anti-war person, and while she's not exactly Paragon, she definitely prefers sending agents or a small group to resolve the situation rather than a damn Exalted March.
Wait, Exalted March? Why does that term sound kind of familiar?
Good call, Donald. Exalted March was the original title for the cut and final DLC for Dragon Age 2. It was essentially going to be the Trespasser of Dragon Age 2. It was going to be set in Starkhaven. We were going to be dealing with a Qunari invasion in response to the Arishock incident. And the events of Mark of the Assassin essentially trying to put down another Qunari invasion before the Divine orders another Exalted March on the free marches.
The DLC also would have had several marriages for your romance option.
Yeah, it would have closed out every companion's arc that was present in the March.
She is said to be the Divine's left hand, sent to do work that might blacken the Divine's
Also, here we go. Althena is about to reveal who we are meeting, so the cat is out of the bag now for you, Donald.
What the hell do you mean the cat is out of the bag? She didn't say her name, just a damn title. Plus, you know, I don't pay attention to the fake religion politics. Why would I know who is the hand of the Divine? As far as I know, we are meeting a damn Skyrim Nightingale.
Really, Donald, your favorite Dragon Age is Inquisition. How do you not know this?
I literally block out like 90% of the Chantry's bullshit unless it involves mage oppression.
Oh boy, the surprise is going to be peak for everyone. Then my body is so ready for this.
Wait a minute, Joe is happy to do a Sebastian quest. We are meeting a Chantry agent, and the area we are meeting her in is locked, which means for someone to get in, they need a lockpicker. Oh, God damn it. We are meeting the basic bard, aren't we?
Ding, ding, ding. I'm already bricked up.
Seriously, Donald, the locked door is what clued you in, and not her damn title or anything else?
Hop off again. I literally don't care about the fake religion politics, and doubly don't care about the basic bard unless she is opening POTUS's locked containers or if it's about Morrigan. Also, Sebastian's quest always has to deal with curb stomping the robes. I swear to God, I love this guy.
Sebastian is probably ranked third on the pro-Templar side, right behind Fenris. It's an Aveline, so that does add up. Anyways, Joe, you're the mage main, you know what to do here, but pay attention to health bars. We don't have a tank in this fight.
Why don't we keep talking about Exalted March a little, Barry, like what happened to it and why it got canceled?
Okay, well, viewers, to put it bluntly, Frostbite Engine happened. At the same time as the expansion was in pre-production, BioWare was in process of making the Frostbite engine work with Inquisition, which proved difficult. Eventually, executive producer Mark Dara came to the conclusion that if they continued on the path, they were on Exalted March. And Inquisition both would have suffered due to the budget available. And he made the call to cut the expansion. Even Gator was so hurt by this decision, he actually had to take a month off, and I don't blame him.
Another massive fumble of Dragon Age 2 that ultimately led to it being the most mid-game in the franchise.
This is getting pretty negative when this episode is supposed to be hype. The point we're making is the whole concept of an Exalted March here may have been a setup for the future expansion. But even in that expansion, the march happened over the Qunari, not the Mage Templar War, so Athena is flat out wrong here.
I mean, I guess if Exalted March came out, she would have been made at least partially right. So writing-wise, I guess she isn't completely invalid for being scared of divine intervention. But still sending some paladins to take care of the robes would have been far better than what does happen in Act 3.
Yeah, I am sort of in the middle about the setup here. I think I am leaning towards divine intervention being good simply because the three leaders of the Circle Meredith Orsino and Elfina all kind of suck and make things worse.
Goddamn, these are some tanky rage demons that Blood Mage really died and left us to deal with these goddamn things. Oh fuck, boys. Sniffers are returning. She's here. Liliana, my love.
I like to think POTUS taught her a thing or two about making an entrance.
Oh my God, Mommy, I missed you so much. You are bark.
If you're wondering why Liliana has her Inquisition outfit instead of the Pirate Mage outfit Hawke wore in Act 2, it's because of a mod we will link in the description. We figured it makes more sense for her to wear her Inquisition armor, since she is on a mission for the divine.
I wish we could have been matching, but she still looks so goddamn good.
Joe, calm down, please. Merril is right next to you. Control yourself.
Oh my God. My two favorite wifeys are in the same room together too. Oh Lord, boys, I am about to bust. Joe,
Jesus Christ, stop sipping over the B-tier Blood Mage and Bard. We just freed you from the Cory hold. You're supposed to be better.
Donald, if Isabella and Lyanna banged in Origins, they reference it here and start flirting with each other.
Ow, Mommy Isabella, it's too much to handle. Ow, Stone.
Oh God, kill me now.
The beacon has been lit, and I have been summoned, boys. What fresh gooning do we have going on today?
Bill, you are just in time. Liliana, Isabella, and Merril are all in the same room. It's absolute cinema.
Sounds perfect. That means if we invite Zevron or one of the muscle mommies, there is one for each of us to enjoy.
Oh, God damn it, Bill, you have been here exactly 15 seconds, and you are already trying to get us demonetized again. We have a 2-hour video ahead of us. Our editor is going to need that monetization to keep the lights on.
Oh, chill out, Barry. I've seen those romance. Super thanks, there's plenty of money left to buy whole new lights. What's the 2 hours for, though? That seems excessive. This is Act 3, where every quest takes like 5 minutes.
Well, we are in our downloadable content era, Bill. I just spent the last 2 hours in Legacy last week, and now Joe is about to get marked by an assassin or a Qunari or some shit. I don't know. I never put money in this game, so I am going in blind.
We're visiting a fantasy French party filled with gorgeous redheads. Count me in, boys. I will bring the vegetable oil and the iron pry bar if there are any Qunari nearby who want to nuzzle.
Okay, that one was more tasteful, but Bill, if you are going to stay around, you need to tone it down about 15% for both my sanity and YouTube guidelines.
Okay, Barry, I love you, but hop off. It's my episode, and we had George here last time. So if I want Bill here during my episode, I should be allowed to. Besides, the more people here, the more lore theories we can cook up.
All right, that's fair, Joe, although I am almost positive you want Bill here so you can use him as a wingman for Talis, or to sing her a song later, but all right, for the lore theories, Bill, welcome to the party.
Obama, what was this whole resolutionist yap that the basic bard was saying? It sounded like a pretty heavy plot point.
Oh, I know, Barry. Why don't I take this one to earn my keep and prove I can be business for the boys, too?
You know what, Bill, sure go off.
All right, Donald, I'm sure by now Obama has talked to death about the circle fraternities. that mages join to give themselves a voice on how the circle should be run. The main relevant one for our discussion is the Libertarian faction, who most notably Uldred is a part of, as they want to break away from the Circle entirely and allow mages to govern themselves. The Resolutionists are a subgroup of Libertarians that believe in using violent methods to disband the Circle, and they have currently set their sights on the Kirkwall Circle as their current mark. They are behind the mage outbreak you learn about in the first Act 3 quest, and they are the reason Liliana is even here.
Thank you, Bill. It's also important to note that this is the only mention of fraternities in Dragon Age 2 as a whole because of the writing changes between Origins and who wrote Circle lore. Certain topics fell through the cracks. You could chalk this up to fraternities not being allowed in Kirkwall under Meredith, but that smells like coke.
Anyways, does that call it for the quest? I noticed a distinct lack of any story from Sebastian during this entire quest. This was more about the basic bard and Elthina than anything else.
Yeah, it just closes the book on how lame Sebastian as a companion is. He only gets 3 quests about him. One of them was a kill quest that didn't involve him. The second one was a decent revenge story, and the third was about Elthina and Chantry politics, where he gets outshined by a much better rogue archer. Just a massive L of a DLC companion, boys.
I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, overall I like that he is a human noble who beefs with mages, but he needed way more time in the character of an...
I am Grand Cleric. Who would dare attack
Also,
me?
wait, what did this old lady just say?
Ha ha ha, yes, who indeed would harm the Grand Cleric? They would have to be very bombastic. Ha 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 ha.
Oh wow, looks like Justice has joined the chat.
All right, thanks for the foreshadowing, Justice, but now with the setup done, we can get some unique dialogue with Liliana later, and it's time to start the second DLC, boys. My God, Mommy Cassandra, you are looking particularly high definition today. Care to lay your definition on me?
Oh hell yeah, Barry, whip it out.
Heavy pause.
Okay, and just like that, the moment is gone. But another reason I am excited to see Cassandra here is because I can go over a little more cut content about Sebastian's quest. Originally, we were supposed to meet Cassandra in the Chantry in Act 3, as she was investigating the Resolutionists, same as Liliana. This would have shown that the Divine was taking this threat seriously by sending her left and right hand both to resolve the issue. This was likely scrapped because it wouldn't make sense for Cassandra to meet Varric's side of the story in Act 3 if she was nearby. And her finding out what happened at the gallows is the whole reason for capturing Varric in the first place.
Yeah, that would be a very weird interaction, although I am sure you would have preferred an up-close and personal meeting with Cassandra before Inquisition Barry. Also, I know you said it as a joke, but their models do look more crisp in this scene than the base game.
Money talks as always, boys. EA must have finally dipped into their yacht fund and gave them some proper animators for this cutscene.
This just goes to show what BioWare could have done if EA gave them proper love and time.
All I know is it had something to do with you and nobles. Edge is usually very reliable.
Reliable at leading us into an
Also, it's time for our 100th Dragon Age 2 ambush fight, 2 more. We get a free chip with our next order.
Yeah, true, but they made a joke about it this time, so it's all good, right?
Oh, thank God it's just the anti-Van Crows. I was worried it was going to be an outfit that could actually threaten or kill the player. What is this, the 10th goddamn time we kill all of their guys in their series?
Now it's time for our main character of this DLC to make a grand entrance and show off her much-practiced parkour moves.
Damn good shot, dear. I can see you are good with your hands. Care to demonstrate some other proficiencies on that topic?
All right, this has to be one of the biggest forms of cutscene powers I have ever seen in Dragon Age. This is borderline Jack levels of cutscene buffs, because I can guarantee she can't do any of this in-game.
It is admittedly cutscene hacks, but as we just said, this is against the Antivan Crows. They might actually be this incompetent to get bodied this hard. Also, Joe, you have been noticeably silent so far. I thought you would have been. Oh, okay, never mind.
Laundry day, see you there, under things, tumbling. Wanna say, love your hair, here I go, mumbling. With my freeze ray, I will find the time to find the words to tell you how you make me feel. What's the phrase? Like a fool, kinda sick. Special needs, anyways.
Joe, what in the fuck was that? Your singing wasn't even Dragon Age related this time? If you were going to ear-rape us, at least make it relevant.
Unfortunately, it was relevant, Donald. That song was a romantic opener from Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog, in which Neil Patrick Harris, who plays Dr. Horrible, sings to Penny, played by Felicia Day, who also happens to voice Talus.
Oh, right, Charlie from Supernatural. I forgot she did this DLC before landing that gig. She was sort of the classic red nerdy girl in the early 2010s. It makes sense they make a hot elf in Dragon Age based off her.
Oh shit, that means she also voices Veronica from New Vegas. You have my attention, I am invested now.
Yeah, I haven't really heard too many complaints about Talos being voiced by an internet celebrity. This certainly went over better than Jessica Corbett, voicing Diana Allers in Mass Effect 3.
It also helps that Talos is actually really beautiful and clearly waifu material, while original Diana Allers looks like she got hit by a belt sander and was halfway towards becoming a husk.
All right, I am a lover, not a roaster when it comes to women boys, but I can't really say anything in defense of that statement either. Good work surviving the horde of end-to-end crows Joe Vs and Hawke really carried.
All right, a V-neck top and a slow-walking ass shot. I see you, BioWare, and all I have to say in response is nice.
Yeah, thank God we have those classic BioWare camera angles that haven't been taken away by a remake. We will take what we can here, boys.
Oh God, Talos, I'm craving to emote with you.
All right, Joe, calm down. We can't throw too many obscure internet songs that Felicia Day sang. We don't want to be too unknowable with our jokes.
All right, I almost forgot you told us we are going to Orlais for this DLC. Is this the first time we go to Orlais in the series, Obama?
No, but not because we go to Orlais earlier in the series. It's because technically we never set foot in Orlais during this mission. The chateau is actually located in the western free marches close to the border, but still not Orlais. It was given to an Orlesian family after the Fourth Blight. So while the people in this mission are Orlesian, the area is still in the free marches, which is on brand for Dragon Age 2.
Probably for the best. I feel like Hawke gets a massive nerf if he ever left the free marches given his performance in Inquisition. Also, I like how the only reason we even get recruited for this mission is because Varric's bullshit hangman stories reached beyond Kirkwall.
Well, that, and we are the champion of Kirkwall boys. Does it even make sense to do this quest in Act 1 or 2, given the fact this is a noble party and the Qunari tie-in?
There are loopholes the game thinks of if you start this quest before Act 3. Namely, in Act 1, our mother receives a letter addressed to our grandparents inviting them to the hunt. It's pretty flimsy. And just like Legacy, the canon choice, according to BioWare, is that both these DLCs happen in Act 3.
Anyways, boys, it's time to go on a date with the cute redhead. We are definitely in our popular stage.
Okay, calm down, Kazuma. Isn't Merril right in front of you? Why the hell did you flirt with her?
Hop off, it was an accident, I swear anyways.
Speaking of throwbacks to Act 1, though, I almost forgot the reason for it. This ambush by the crows is whichever person we screwed over in the prologue when we joined the mercenaries or smugglers is who sent the crows after us. In our case, it's the Orlesian noble Lord Frederick's whole family who tried to kill us. This is also so we have a reason to meet Talos even in Act 1.
Didn't we kill that guy over 7 years ago at this point? That seems like the most delayed and forced revenge plotline in this entire series. Either the family didn't really like that guy and just sent assassins after us out of obligation, or they took 7 years to get their money up enough to afford the crows, and we took their life savings down in a single minute.
It's probably the former Orlesians don't really strike me as the family-oriented type. They probably operate under mafia rules about respect. Where anyways, the second secret boss is coming up in a few minutes. Barry, anyone you want me to bring for the first half to help you out?
Well, we actually can't switch out our party at any time during this mission without cheats, but that being said, Aveline and Merril are actually perfect as is. Nature damage on Merril goes great against the secret boss and the Qunari, and both of them are excellent tanks for this expansion too.
Blood magic is overpowered as always. Looks like we have another beautiful storybook opener that was severely lacking from Legacy. I'm starting to think the budget for this expansion was way higher.
All I care about is getting it away from the Duke. Here's the problem. The heart is in a vault, behind who knows what kind of traps, protected by a private army of Orlesian chevaliers, all inside a fortress that was designed to be impregnable. And let's not forget, it's on the side of a mountain, in the middle of nowhere, surrounded.
Well, Legacy still looked pretty good, even if you're probably right. I mean, the Wyvern hat on the Duke alone probably cost a quarter of the budget of the base game.
I mean, from a business standpoint, it makes sense Legacy did very well in terms of sales. So they probably had way more freedom with the budget for the second DLC. Money talks after all.
Joe, don't talk about business like you have any idea what is going on also. Hey, we got one of the chasing dudes from Loithering here. That's a throwback if I've ever seen one.
A few notes on the Chasins. They are almost absent in Inquisition. The Chasing actually play a massive part in repelling the Ferelden invasion of the Blight during the events of Veilguard. So much so that it's a wonder why we didn't try to recruit them in Origins, if they are that effective at Darkspawn killing.
We talked about that possibility in the writing room, but just like the Chosen One Origin, we scrapped the idea because it didn't really fit in with the rest of the story, and the Chasen lore just wasn't established enough. You'll find this one interesting, though Donald Morrigan's father is heavily implied to be a random Chasen, given the fact that they lived in the Kokari Wilds, and Flemeth's association with the Chasen previously.
That makes sense, but she must really take after her mother, because there's no way I fell this hard for a normal Chasen woman. Also, I guess that means POTUS's son is a quarter Chasen and half dwarf.
Kieran is going to have the best college resume in the future. Like we are talking, everyone is going to put him on the front of the pamphlets. Also, I know this dude is pompous and stuck up, but he called our waifu squad lovely, so at least he has great tastes. Probably could have gotten along great if he wasn't Orlesian.
Yeah, being Orlesian is kind of an automatic no unless you're a squad mate, and even then the 2 Orlesian squad mates are questionable in popularity. Also, I know I play D&D far less than you guys, but aren't the things we are hunting technically not wyverns?
In official fantasy terms, yes, wyverns are dragons with hind legs and wings that they use as front legs. The most popular example being Skyrim. The wyverns we are hunting don't really fly, but they have wings that they can use to sort of glide through the air to pretend they are flying and leap really far. I guess the accurate term for these things would be drakes, but they are closer to classic wyverns than Skyrim dragons are to actual dragons.
Well, hand me the keys, the flannel, and a 6-pack because we are about to go hunt some wyverns.
Yeah, and then we can harvest the poison and use it to make hallucinogenic drugs for the after party. Everybody wins.
Oh boy, someone call Hunter over and tell him to bring the firearms. Sounds like a party right up his alley.
Blow me Donald, don't hate on my son, because he does cool shit like huffing wyvern poison.
Well, the stores are available to us, but besides injury kits and basic weapons, there really isn't anything that interesting that they sell. It's mostly just so we can sell our unwanted items and make room for more loot.
It's not like we really needed it. We got a really strong shield for the thick girl during the Sebastian fight. And we bought the Black Emporium Nature staff for 100 gold, just so the Blood Mage's staff would match the fan art Tigar drew.
And it was a peak investment both for our viewers and for our wife's damage output, with both the DLC and all the Act 3 demons.
You know, in my experience, fortune favors the lucky and the main characters, not the bold. Like, let's be real, we are all presidents and none of us are particularly bold, just really lucky.
I am bolder than a Sharpie, but you are somewhat right, Bill. I am sure Barack over here picked Joe at random from the nearest nursing home, probably because he won the Sunday singing competition at the senior center or something, and that's how he became president.
So what I am hearing is you think my singing is good, thanks, Pookie.
Don't call me that.
Anyway, boys, it's hunting time. But don't worry, I will still pick up all the side quests around the area so you don't have a heart attack, Barry.
Well, truthfully, the side quests here are mostly filler. They definitely aren't BioWare's best work. But they also aren't too difficult either, so we might as well tackle them for the happy ending and experience. Also looks like we're starting off with the wrong kind of reptile hunting.
It's all part of the plan, Bill. The wyvern hunt regular dragons, so it's one of the clues we need to summon one to kill.
Are you going for the alpha wyvern, Joe, or just a normal one for reference?
We haven't really half-assed anything else in our series up till now, so why start here? Plus, there is an achievement to kill the alpha wyvern, and we have to fulfill the role of achievement hunting for our viewers in the big 2025.
That's fair, Joe, although Legacy doesn't really have any achievements that need to be hunted besides 2, which is just doing all the side quests, as in doing the mission with the Hawke sibling in the party. The latter you should always be doing, and the former is the only real hidden achievement. Mark, on the other hand, has 3 optional achievements, one of them being killing the alpha wyvern.
Well, I am sure there is someone who is playing along with the movie that appreciates your nerdy dedication to fully completing the game. Too bad none of you have gotten the achievement for not going down in a single act in either of the games, though.
All right, Bill, you need to slow your roll. Me and Joe vouched for you, and Sleepy here is already going to get clapped up by the Dragons party, and Wyvern fight, he doesn't need friendly fire from his own party.
No, I'm not hearing any negativity from you all. Not only were the first 2 fights of this DLC easy money, and this Wyvern is going to be even easier. With the new and improved waifu squad, we cannot fail. In fact, I am calling it now. It's going to be another deathless episode for me boys.
All right, the 3 different waifus might be fire, I can't lie, but to quote my main man Georgie, sounds like a lot of heavy foreshadowing. Joe, let's see it.
Good thought.
I know you were dissing me with that new and improved waifu squad, but don't think that Elf Veronica could ever compare to my pirate queen. Just because she has V-neck armor isn't nearly enough. Isabella's plot is far heavier than hers.
Just so you're aware, I have no idea what you're talking about. But feel free to keep rambling.
Also, something interesting to note here is that a lot of these Orlesian nobles have Mabari, even though Mabari are not native to Orlais, which means that all of these nobles had to buy them from a Ferelden breeder, or possibly a Tevener breeder if they still make them.
Orlais can shit on Ferelden all they want, but when it comes down to it, they are copying more and more things from Ferelden and other countries that have it far better. Really, all they have is more money, And once Balin and Alistair follow the business teachings of POTUS more, they won't even have that.
The Free Marches might not have a chance to catch up, but if the Orzam and Ferelden Alliance keeps up, they might have a chance at knocking down Orlays on that ranking. Also, we found the second clue. It looks like the Wyverns beef with both dragons and themselves. They are the ultimate crash-out boss.
Is it enough to draw one out of hiding?
I'd say so.
Yeah, that's the main reason there's even a hunt for these guys to control their population. Well, and they are obviously profitable. Anyways, time to hand the keys over to me. Joe, let's see if I can handle this secret boss better than the first one.
Sandel willing, you will die 2 more times and tie with me, Obama. Also, the secret boss is just a normal arcane horror instead of a ghost dragon or a unique necromancer like the last one. That's really lame.
Trust me, even if he looks normal, he is anything but normal Donald. Also, this and the dragons are the only ones that even keep the same model. Every other enemy we are going to see later is completely different look-wise, at least. Even most of the spells are different, too. Also, my cute nerdy elf is already down. What the fuck are you doing, Barry?
Our squad just got 33% less hot. What's your plan here, Barry? Because this dude does massive damage. And right now, you are just bashing your muscle mommy against the Supreme Sky Spellcaster.
Fully bars, Bill, but no worries. We have the Spirit Healer specialization on Hawke, so once I get to the second stage of this 4-stage fight, I will revive the fallen squad mates and come back stronger than ever. I just have to chip away a little more at the boss. And oh god damn it, fuck my ass.
I think this shit is Joe ever. I would say just restart, unless you want to watch both our wifes slowly get double-teamed by the rogues.
I would say phrasing please, but you're right, Joe. I fucked up hard with my placement. I really need to spread everyone out and not let Aveline face tank too much damage.
Yes, come on, Sky Horror, pull through for Donald and give Obama 1 more death for me.
Donald, the fact you are rooting for an ancient mage instead of your friend is a new low, but it's even lower because it's not going to happen. I only die once per episode, and I am not breaking the cycle in this timeline. It is going to stay consistent. I need to micromanage Talus more here at the start to get the boss down to his second stage. She is our best damage source with her increased damage to mages, but she is the most frail in terms of resistances since she starts with nothing but base armor.
I love the Talus glaze. But she got downed anyway, so I guess you are just going to undersell our assassin waifu this whole fight. At least you are going to reach the second stage, this time Obama, with the amount of damage you are doing, so there's a slight improvement here.
No waifu is safe in Obama's hands, it seems. Maybe you need some bardic inspiration to carry you here, brother. You know, Barry, I did watch your last episode to see how George fit in with your squad. And I have to say, you seem to have a curse with these secret bosses. The first stage always claps you up the worst out of the 3, so now that you are in the second stage, maybe this is your second wind. That being said, mind the walls, since this bastard can still clip you on the corners from his safety bubble if you get close enough.
Honestly, Bill, I would be pissed about the collusion between you 3 if it mattered, but knowing Obama's performance, it's not the mage that is going to clap him up. It's the endless rogues that come out of the black fart clouds. The presidents all have their unique Pokemon weakness that gets a stab on our tab, and Obama's has been assassins in this series. Joe's is mages that have their horns sawn off and participate in BDSM, and mine is mages that cheat.
Just regular mages for Donald, honestly, whether it's a Darkspawn mage, Blood mage, or pretend mage, it doesn't really matter. What's your plan here, by the way? Barry, my cutie patootie, is looking rough. And I am about to start singing the Kunari prayer for the dead if you lose any more of my best girls.
Relax, Joe. As soon as another party member goes down, I will use Revive on them. And our group heal ability. Right now, I need to just take my time and use this moment to restore my party before the big bad comes back. I just need Talus back up before the 3rd stage of the fight starts, since the faster I take out the Sky Horror, the faster this fight will be cleared.
Merril, my love. My elves are going into the Aravelis without me. I am being cucked from their life.
Jesus Christ, stop tweaking, Joe. See, Barack got them back and revived again? That being said, how the hell did they not get revived with injuries? Is that a mod? Or did you glitch out the game, Barack?
No, that's actually a feat in the Spirit Healer tree, Donald Joe. Just got that after the Sebastian mission. But getting taken down is no longer nearly as punishing. And Joe actually did some prep work after the Sebastian mission on equipment builds, on abilities while you were grabbing your DoorDash order. So mainly just putting the right runes on Aveline and getting a few new spells on Merril.
Oh, okay, you all are just keeping information from me. So when you pass the controller to me, I won't know what's going on. I should expect that from you two, but I am surprised at you, Bill. I thought we were cool. Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know it was a secret, and to be fair, you didn't ask either, Donald. Plus, we all got distracted with the Talus gooning, so I basically forgot.
Donald, are you coming down from something because you are acting way more paranoid than usual? Take a breather or something, the walls aren't closing in. And no one is listening in on our conversations except for the couple of thousand people that do listen across different dimensions.
No way Sleepy Joe is trying to coach me to come down from a high. That is the most redundant pot calling the kettle black shit I have ever heard.
Wow, guys, literally no one cares. I have the secret boss at just under half health, which means I have him on the ropes in Dragon Age terms. So Joe, why don't we pass the time with the comment question you and I cooked up earlier today?
Sure thing, Barry. So viewers, to build up a little hype for Inquisition, since we are nearing the end of 2, unfortunately, let's dive into it a little more. Obviously, Varric came back in Inquisition as our connection between the 2 games. But who did you want to see return from the Dragon Age 2 squad if you had a choice? My choice is I think the 2 Hawke siblings were severely underutilized in 2 because a lot of their story has to deal with living in Hawke's shadow, or needing Hawke to survive before becoming their own separate individual in either the Circle or the Wardens. I think the perfect action to help the Hawke siblings stand out from Hawke is have them be a grown individual that joins the Inquisition. They already had a possible place in the story too, either as a Warden or a Mage, and Templar where they could have been a pivotal voice. Hell, it may have even been the perfect time to give them a romance or romance them ourselves, since I already know there are plenty of Bethany lovers who don't want to roleplay a Sweet Home Alabama Hawke.
All right, Sleepy. I am still side-eyeing this collusion, but admittedly that is a really good answer that checks all of my boxes. However, I have to highlight one of my favorites and go with Fenris as the one squad mate I would want back. Not only because of all the mages and demons we face, but because Tevinter plays a keen villain role in Inquisition that Fenris would be perfect to oppose. I am pretty sure he gets his own comic where the Inquisition tries to recruit him for that exact reason. He is the perfect robe and Tevinter curb stomper. He is one of the best people to combat Corypheus for that reason, and his conflict and banter with Dorian could have been a perfect Talion Legion situation, where they originally hate each other, and you have to break up fights between the two before they come together as comrades in arms later.
All right, not bad boys, that's going to be tough to beat. I think if we were picking for Vale Guard, I would easily pick Merril as our Elven lore expert. But for Inquisition, I have to give it to Isabella. She is one of the few companions that always survives regardless of your choices in this game. And she actually does join Inquisition in the multiplayer, so it's not unreasonable that she does her part during the crisis. Her connections with the pirate groups in Kunori could offer some interesting quests and maybe change her personality slightly if she was betrayed. I think seeing her steady growth from 2 to Inquisition would also be interesting, making her more responsible over her time with Hawke and giving us some more gradual growth of her character, rather than the rapid shift that happened in Vale Guard.
All right, good picks all around, boys, but I have to give a more obscure choice being Talus. And no, it's not just because she is red hot like her hair. The problem with making a squad mate return in Inquisition is we have already fully explored their character arc in a previous game, so to include them in a game that offers 60 or more hours of content, you better make sure they have a massive character shift like Anders did from Awakening to 2. Or otherwise I simply won't be as invested in their story as opposed to the newer companions. I think Oren in Awakening was the best case because Awakening was shorter, and they gave him a new character beat with becoming a dad. Similarly with Talus, we only learn a small fraction of her character in the DLC, so having her become a full fleshed out character in Inquisition would have been interesting, especially with the Kunari conflict on the horizon. She could have been an interesting complement to Iron Bull, and maybe humanize the Kunari more so along with him. Also, her debates with Solas would have been very interesting since he hates the Kunari and elves that have to flee to them for purpose and equality.
All right, good picks, boys and viewers. Let us know what character you would have returned from 2 in Inquisition as a squad mate. Our editor will read everyone, and his favorite will be featured in the next episode. But with that all being said, bear in mind, featuring our favorite comment from last episode.
Thank you, Joe. Our featured comment comes from Phantom Shadow, who says that Bethany is his favorite sibling, while Carver is their least favorite companion, which won the popular vote. And we all have to admit Bethany's party banter is far more interesting. Having Hawke choose which sibling to save would have been far more interesting and more tragic for Hawke personally, especially when our mother blames us for their death and our sibling has survivor guilt, as it would have made far more sense if Hawke had to make that call and cope with that choice. Thank you for your comment, and can't wait to hear what companion you would have brought back in Inquisition.
Well, back to the game. We are still fighting this same dude, and he hasn't turned into a dragon, a super demon, or Nancy Pelosi this entire fight. And while I can't say anything about the difficulty of each fight, considering you died once both times, they have to be the same difficulty level, which means Legacy's secret boss easily is the better secret boss on presentation and variety.
It's not a competition, Donald, but as someone actually playing both the fights, let me give you my review. Well, the Legacy fight certainly had more interesting presentation and mechanics, since there were a few different ways to handle that fight and all 3 stages were more distinct. But in terms of an actual challenge, I have to say the Sky Horror wins from Alvernus. All I needed to do was correct my priority on the first wave and have Aveline tank everything and my victory was guaranteed, I was able to sit back and chill. For the Sky Horror, this thing deals so much more damage that I had to strongly focus on my positioning and my party composition. Not only did I need a proper tank, but I needed the right spells and the right amount of damage and elemental damage diversity, since each Sky enemy has a different weakness. For example, Merril was the definite MVP here because she deals a ton of nature damage against the boss. But Joe also picked up Dispel after the Sebastian quest, which counters every continuous attack the Sky Horror uses and makes him useless for a few seconds while he is on cooldown, which helps keep the pressure off enough to not have our party get one shot and manage the enemies.
Also, Barry, that was the most unfortunate revive in Dragon Age history. You revived her, only for her to go down again before she even finished the revive animation. This dude loves keeping a girl down more than the glass ceiling. I am 6'2", by the way, ladies.
Trying a new tactic, I see Bill. Not bad, but kind of useless since only 0.2% of our audience is female. You have a better chance waiting in the manga section at Barnes & Noble. Also, I will give the Blood Mage her props on this fight, but she is not the carry. All she did was copy the abilities of the far superior Templars by dispelling magic. Meanwhile, Mommy Isabella and Fenris not only carried story-wise, but they have been doing the work behind the scenes in terms of damage and, more importantly, mage killing.
Hop off, Donald, my cutie patootie has been our only answer to the Kunari. Meanwhile, anyone can kill a blood mage since they are squishy as hell.
And boom, I got that shit all recorded. We got enough, wrap it up. Haha, I got him to admit the mages suck. I win again. Second biggest win of the last year, being honest.
Well, first off, here's the keyboard Joe, the second secret boss, is killed, and the cycle of one death continues. Wait, so all this competition shit the last minute was just an elaborate way for you to admit that mages are weak? Didn't you just make fun of Corypheus for playing a needlessly long game, Donald?
Look, I think it was poorly planned, but he was onto something. He certainly made Joe sweat. That's all the motion I need. It's why I said both the secret bosses were the same level of difficulty. I have seen the forums. I know this Sky dude is way worse. I just wanted to get a mage debate going. Anyways, the key's back to Joe. And the first scene he gets is about the wyverns fucking, and these guys investigating a hole. What is going on?
I'm just looking for ingredients for the side quest, and more bait to draw out the alpha wyvern. Not my fault everything the game throws at me is sus. Also, we are about to meet a new enemy type that never comes back again, the Hobbs.
Actually, Joe, these are ghasts. Hobbs are the goblin-like creatures with magic and funny hats from Fable that live in caves. These guys do the same thing, but are from Dragon Age, totally different.
Wait, hold on now, George doesn't allow me at the D&D table nearly as often as you three. But even I know that ghasts are like undead monsters that smell terrible. I remember seeing them in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, you're right on the money, Bill. This is another case where BioWare is taking its own lore with monsters instead of following traditional fantasy rules. Ghasts in this game are pack animals that function almost entirely like goblins, minus certain not cool tendencies of the goblins from Goblin Slayer that is. Really, they are just a bunch of territorial goofy guys that seem to only exist close to the Orlesian border, which is why Blackwall mentions encountering them before.
They kind of look like smaller Darkspawn, if I am being honest, especially with their fucked up faces. Was that just a design choice, or are these guys some kind of weird evolution change like the steroid locks from last episode?
That is a popular theory, although most people don't study these guys because they are incredibly reclusive and just want to live in their caves alone. They don't display the same intelligence as Darkspawn do, and Grey Wardens don't have reaction to them, which means it's unlikely they are Darkspawn related, although who knows, they could have some relation. I do know that these guys share the same weakness and resistances as Darkspawn stat-wise, so that might be a clue or just a shortcut.
Well, I am just going with the fact they are different from Darkspawn, but the design team and game developers didn't do them any favors. Having them be different from Darkspawn makes this world that much more magical. Speaking of magic, I found a naked guy in the woods.
I think Bro is coming from a different party, not the hunting party. I know a late-night bender when I see one.
This guy is trying to say he was leaving a trail for the guests too. He's ducking and dodging a clear walk of shame. For a lore nerd, this guy knows how to get down. Why couldn't this be the scholar who went with us to get the urn?
Didn't know you wanted a naked man escorting you up the ice mountain, Donald. You have some very specific interests. This guy is pretty important, though, because he is the only way to grab the rewards from the Sky Altar where we fought the secret boss. Without him, all you get is random leveled loot and gold. With this guy's notes, we can backtrack back to the altar and grab the Girdle of the Skies, which gives mana regeneration and magic resistance, and the sacrificial dagger, which ignores all armor when calculating damage.
I wonder how many people flipped out seeing how crappy the loot was and never realized there was a proper reward. For fighting the secret boss? BioWare had some stones making a difficult boss fight with no upfront reward, I will give them that.
Well, here is the reason why the Fantasy French even participate in the hunt. I will give the writers some praise. They are helping do your job, Barry.
The Orlesian nobility is only too happy to help out.
It's a game. The Montforts are so close to the Empress, so anything that pleases them is worth pursuing.
So basically, all of this is an excuse to take drugs and kill a dragon in a private resort area. That is surprisingly based from the French. Maybe these guys aren't so bad.
Donald, I will kindly ask you look at Marjolaine, the Baroness, Gascard, and the entire Ferelden occupation before we start thinking these guys aren't so bad.
All right, just because you spared the war criminal doesn't mean you can start sounding like him, Sleepy. Also, Navarran dragon hunters, is she talking about your Inquisition muscle mommy Obama?
I'm not really sure, since the lore of this place conflicts with what Talus is saying. Both the DLCs actually take place on different parts of the Vinamark Mountains, which we can see right outside Kirkwall. Legacy takes place on an eastern summit, and Mark takes place on the western summit. This area was originally owned by Orlesian Lord Hain back in the Black Age, when werewolves were more of a problem. Lord Hain tried to conquer the Free Marches, and when he failed, he was exiled by the Orlesian Empire. He built the fortress here to hide from his enemies until the Anavan Crows were brought in to successfully assassinate him.
So, do you get a stipend? They let you rule the city?
They gave me a medal. It's shiny.
After that, the fortress was abandoned for about 30 years until the time of the Fourth Blight, when Garahel and his sister Isia used the fortress to house thousands of refugees in the Free Marches, and also used the fortress for tactical meetings. After the Fourth Blight, a descendant of Duke Prosper was given the lands as a reward for his outstanding service in the Fourth Blight.
Maybe they earned the chateau after the Blight, and they expanded by taking out a string of Pentaghasts. After the fact, both statements can be true. Also, we have more goblin slaying to do this time with a mage leading them.
Oh great, the goddamn goblins have their own robes, and they can summon goddamn totem constructs? The mages have gone way too far. They are even converting the goblins to their evil?
That's one of the reasons that connect these things to Darkspawn. They are the only other non-humanoid creature that can naturally wield magic. Just like Darkspawn, the magic users tend to be the leaders of their goblin colonies.
So Tevinter models its whole empire after the same concept that Darkspawn and goblins do. That can't be a goddamn coincidence. More proof we need another crusade.
Well, the Codex says that most animals are sensitive to the Fade, and ghasts are just the only ones with the means to utilize it. The Codex also says they learn magic by watching other mages, but that doesn't explain why they use these totems and magic we have never seen before.
It's possible any creature with enough intelligence can tap into the Fade, provided they are magically inclined. It's also possible these creatures are from the Fade or were a pre-Veil species that simply was overlooked, since they aren't intelligent enough to stand out among humans and other mortal beings. If they existed before the Veil, they would naturally have magic, and it's not like they would be the first species that haven't evolved for thousands of years. And these things even exist in the real world after all. As for the totem magic, it could be luck, or it could be the work of demons. While demons would prefer possessing humans, we see from the Sylvans they are cool with possessing even trees, so goblins aren't that far-fetched. Maybe they gave them magic totems in exchange for possessing them.
It wouldn't be a President's Play episode if we didn't go on a 2-minute long yap about why the little green guys can use magic for some reason. I can't wait for the yap spree about who's hotter, elves or humans.
Humans, by the way. Always fumbling at every opportunity, Joe. Also, I really need to play this DLC as a Templar main, since every single enemy is a mage that gets absolutely cucked by Dispel magic. I mean, both the Sky Horrors and the Goblins rely on magic that has a really long cast time and even longer cooldowns. A full Templar squad with a mage that has Dispel would go crazy here.
That's basically what we have here already. Just replace Hawke with a warrior, and Aveline with Fenris. Talus already does extra damage to spellcasters because of her specialization. Also, these guys have a really weird death animation. The totems they use pop out of the ground and drag them back underground for some unknown reason.
I'm the better mage, little guy. Anyways, let's go follow these French dogs, boys. Maybe little French Timmy is stuck in a French well.
Viewers take a shot every time we make a French reference in this episode, since the Repeat Maps drinking game has been on hold for the last 2 episodes.
Donald, stop trying to make our viewers have liver failure. They definitely can just take water shots or something. By the way, we aren't going to force you to drink, and so much as to make Ogren blush.
Jesus, guys, I hate seeing dogs dying in video games. I can barely stand killing the Mabari when they are enemies. But seeing him curl up all sad is something I can't stand. Here you go, boy. We made an organic little smoothie to cure the deadly poison.
Normally I would shit on you for this, Joe, as I've seen you cry over the damn Mabostiff plotline of Scarlet and Violet, but these good boys don't deserve to die, and especially don't deserve to die in France. So helping them is the right thing. I don't even want to see the renegade option as to what killing them looks like.
Is probably waiting back at camp.
I haven't even done it, but looking it up on my notes here, the only way to get a good reward is to cure the dog. Even if you put the dog down, you can lie and say the dog died of injuries, or to the wyvern. If you flat out tell the hunter that you killed his dog yourself, he will attack you and sick all of his remaining dogs on you, Mr. Burns style. There's no reward for killing him, by the way, just experience.
My guy crashed out and stood on business for his dogs. I have to respect it. I don't even care that the reward was some weapon we can't use. I am glad we did our good deed for the episode.
It's Joe, so our good deeds are about to skyrocket this episode with his paragon-pushing, loan-forgiving ass. What are the stats on this bow, though, Obama?
The shortbow does nature damage, which is good against the ghasts and kunari we fight in this DLC, has a massive attack boost, and most notably has a 2% chance to place a walking bomb on the target. A really fun weapon for the lower difficulties. But on Nightmare, this thing is a massive liability of friendly fire damage that you don't want to deal with, since you can't predict when a walking bomb will be placed.
Every single fun thing that archers get is countered by the sheer risk of friendly fire in this game, I've noticed. Archer really was made before friendly fire was planned around in 2.
Well, it's time to roll around in some wyvern shit for clues. I don't remember this episode of Scooby-Doo being honest, but it's definitely still freaky. So this is on brand for BioWare.
Hawke's strategy of firmly grasping everything in his hand bites him in the ass once again, it seems.
It's already weird that an elf knows a nug call, but do you all think POTUS would know a nug call given the fact he lived in Orzammar?
I mean, I am sure he knows something about nug calls. They are everywhere in Orzammar and the deep roads. But it's not like he was a nug wrangler. His interactions with them would be eating them mostly.
Probably the longest interaction he had with nugs was Liliana's pet in camp. Anyways, this is all 5 of the clues we need for the Alpha Wyvern. But to recap, since a lot happened since we started the hunt, you need a dragon corpse on top of the hill, wyvern blood near the sky altar, the wyvern mating call, where we grabbed Andraste's mantle, the helicorpse where we fought the mage ghast, and the nug bones in the wyvern shit right before we fight this thing. Once we use all 5, we get the Alpha Wyvern, which gives us a harder fight, achievement, and a better belt as a reward.
Damn, I mean, she isn't afraid to get her hands dirty, but I bet that shit took like 4 baths to get clean.
Still a smash, though.
Was that good?
You want to do it? Didn't think so.
The plug is a bit weird, but she is chill.
You know, I can't find a reference for this. But considering this DLC came out only 1 year after How to Train Your Dragon, does anyone else think this big guy looks kind of like Toothless?
He's kind of cute in a chunky, deadly sort of way.
But still a smash, though.
Get in line, Bill. Ever since I found out Morrigan can become a high dragon, I will be the first one to smash a lizard in this White House.
Oh, come on, Donald. We can compromise. Here you try the dragon and I try the wyvern. It's a perfect compromise.
All right, fine. As long as I get the bragging rights for the first one, Dragon Smasher is a way better title anyway.
Okay, I know we've been traveling with a waifu squad longer than normal, but we have reached the horny levels again of demonetization. Why the hell would you even want to smash a dragon? These things would burn you alive and then eat you.
SMH Barack, it's not a horny thing. It's about the challenge of being the first one to do it. It's like exploring space or climbing a mountain. The challenge is what is interesting.
Some people will never understand us, Donald, and that's okay. Obama can stick with the muscle mommies and the elf twinks, meanwhile me, and you can make a new step for humanity.
Well, you guys have fun. I am just going to stick with my redheads. And elves, speaking of, Talus is beating the shit out of the wyvern. I am really going to miss this girl when she leaves the squad after this episode. She is great with attack speed jewelry, combined with haste and double haste buff would have been so good here.
All right, thank you, Joe. That is at least slightly more on topic. Talus is really strong. But just like the new abilities from Awakening, her skill tree Infiltrator is a little too strong for the base game of 2, since not only does her specialization give her increased dodge chance and immunity to slows and stuns, but all of her abilities can give massive extra damage to mages while protecting herself from magic damage, which is a very common enemy type, especially in Act 3. Also, she has an ability that lets her crit enemies who are immune to critical hits. It's pretty powerful.
Good to see we finally have another girl boss in the damaging department, boys. My counter to that is who really cares about balance in a non-multiplayer game. You have to do a whole massive expansion that, according to Time to Beat, takes 3 hours. And you still need her at a high level in order to unlock that specialization, so who really cares about making everything balanced?
I don't disagree in terms of balancing. She should have at least made an appearance in the final battle. But a permanent companion might be pushing it, if only for the fact I don't really see her motivation to involve herself in the Mage-Templar War or the Kunori invasion. Hell, even Sebastian and Varric are more involved in terms of stakes simply by being citizens of Kirkwall. I hate to lose my elf wife, but at least seeing her at the end like the Hawke sibling would have cushioned the blow.
Yeah, Act 2 especially would be a big issue. But even ignoring the balancing issue, Joe has a point the story would have had trouble working her into the narrative. And that isn't including the fact having her in the base game would mean getting Felicia Day to record hours of more dialogue, which I imagine would be pretty pricey and time-consuming. But still, having her at the end of the game should have been manageable if they were able to get her to act in an entire live-action series.
That would have been far less awkward than the YouTube series 2 low-budget live-action films were not in the early 2010s. Also, why the hell are we beating the wyvern with a mage stick instead of using our stick to just throw a fireball against this thing?
Look, this is the only major boss fight that didn't get a unique kill animation, the reason being the animators. Took so much time animating this sassy asshole to get him to walk like Lady Gaga on the runway.
It is a very born this way style walk, I will give them that. And it's not even the sassiest walk we can see. Also, there is the classic Orlesian racism. Just because we have 2 elves with us, they must be our servants.
Joke's on him, we take the elves as slaves up in here, not servants.
Donald, that is not at all a flex. We shouldn't be trying to one-up the Orlesians that are throwing tantrums in the middle of the battlefield.
So does that mean this guy actually made it easier for us to hunt a wyvern by bribing everyone else to not hunt the thing? Did this guy unintentionally make our accomplishment less impressive? How dare he?
I guess he did, but low-key, if he had to bribe everyone else to even get the opportunity to hunt the wyvern, how was he going to kill it? Did he have the animal friend perk in Fallout so he could just bribe it to die or something?
That's a good reference, Bill, but this guy proves he actually brought a whole Chevalier army with him, so he was probably going to take down the wyvern with numbers.
Sounds like this world's version of could 100 guys kill a gorilla, but this dumbass is really going to throw himself at the meat grinder that is Hawke. He would have had a better chance just hunting another wyvern, but now he's going to get a singularity up the ass instead of getting an easy-to-survive poison.
True, there's no salve for broken bones, boys. Looks like these guys fight exactly like Templars. Do I imagine they have the same weaknesses to cold damage, spirit damage? And needing to knock this Baron guy out of his rally with a horror, or now a dispel.
Wait, you can dispel rally and non-mage abilities? That shit is so broken. We really played as a Templar last game where cleanse aura sucked, and now that we are a mage, suddenly the Templar abilities are top tier?
It's a side effect of how much the combat changed between Origins and 2, Donald, since now that there's so many enemies, the AI uses abilities more often. Anything that disables the enemy's advantage is key. Because without the ability buff, the enemies are noticeably weaker than Hawke and his squad.
All of that was largely intentional by the game designers, since they wanted the fights to be slightly exaggerated to highlight that Varric is the one telling the story. And he loves over-exaggerating to impress his audience. In fact, did you all know that originally there was going to be an exaggerated boss fight at the end of every act similar to the opener or Varric's Act 2 quest? They cut this because the joke began to wear off after the first act, and it became too predictable, which is why they only do it twice in this game now.
That makes sense, but honestly, they could have brought it back one more time, either in Mark of the Assassin, or maybe in the final battle against Meredith, because Varric feels embarrassed that the statue he found in Act 1 caused so much damage to so many different people.
Jumping the gun, a little sleepy. We still have a few hours left before that plot reveal. If this was a new game, I would have shut you down before you finished. But considering this is a 14-year-old game and we are 16 hours into this series, if you don't know the ending now, you probably just want to experience this game only through us as your guides.
There is a subset of viewers that do just that, so shout out to you. We appreciate your trust and attention to introduce you to the Dragon Age series. But back to what you were saying, Joe, I agree it would have been interesting. But it's definitely a 3-strike policy. If it happened more, I would simply be over how predictable it was. Honestly, while I can see the direction they wanted to go, I am still not a fan of the combat changes in Dragon Age 2, especially now that I have several hours of gameplay under my belt. The improved AI is appreciated, but switching from symmetrical to asymmetrical enemies and making combat faster with almost no reason to care about positioning or playing to your class's strengths. The strategies also have gotten easier. Stunning a leader or a mage is always the best choice, which removes a lot of unique ways to handle fights like spell combos, ear traps, or debuffs.
You also have to think about how console players needed to be more balanced in the later titles, since playing Origins combat on console was a different beast entirely. It may have been a necessary deal with the Devil Boys. Even if it isn't our favorite change, if the change wasn't done, it would have severely hurt the sales of Dragon Age for the overall masses.
Remember, boys sometimes change is what sets us free. That was a perfect point, Bill.
Fuck that, and fuck you, Barack, for using Mommy Morgan's line for justifying this affront against our preferences in our series. I appreciate Inquisition's changes, which seem to try to give an advantage towards a tactical camera and combat, while keeping the combat more engaging like 2 tried to do. But honestly, the combinations POTUS used to set up with his squad were so peak, and I still miss them.
So does that mean Origins is slowly becoming your favorite Dragon Age, Donald?
Well, Glazing Inquisition was like his first or second line in the series. Joe, I don't think we are ever winning that battle. Speaking of winning battles, though, Joe, how the hell is this guy still alive? This fight actually took longer than the Wyvern fight now. What gives it's just some French dude?
I wanted to take out all of his guys first to teach him a lesson about messing with the champion of Kirkwall. Obviously, I could have ended this fight over a minute ago if I focused everything on Stingy from Lazy Town and ignored all the extra soldiers. I want him to explain to his mom or whoever is in charge of his house why he lost all his guys and didn't even win the hunt.
That's it, Joe. When they go low, simply go lower. That's how the Feraldans did it in the rebellion. And that's how the presidents do it now. Wait a minute, I just realized. Does that mean we are keeping this asshat alive instead of killing him? I thought that's what we were trying to do.
Now see, his bitch-ass surrenders before we can kill him, and the Duke heard the sounds of Orlesians dying all the way from his fort, so he came to investigate it. We can end this date the fun way and bend him over one more time by executing him or letting him...
Oh, thank God this isn't Veilguard. We can still actually kill people, Joe. Go ahead and send him to the guillotine like his ancestors before him.
Yeah, I am just not going to do that. This guy isn't worth the effort to place his head on the headsman's block. He's just a spoiled child. Not an actual threat we need to worry about. I am just going to pick the I don't care option and leave him to his own people.
Choosing the I don't care option lets him go, where unfortunately he will attack us again with more dudes, although even if we kill him, we do get ambushed by soldiers. The fight is just a little bit easier since they don't have a leader.
A bullshit Paragon option is always sleepy. Why am I not surprised? You want to let him fuck our waifus while you're at it?
I am with Joe on this. The waifus even want to spare him, and plus, if we kill him ourselves later, we can loot his unique equipment and kill more of his guys, costing him more in the long run and adding more French bodies to our kill count.
There will be a celebration in the chateau courtyard. Do attend when you're ready.
You mamma mia. I will do whatever you want, my muse.
Okay, I know that Tone, he is about 2 seconds from bursting into song again. Let's cut ahead to the party. It's time to mingle with nobility now that we are nobility ourselves.
We only slaughter 90% of the things we meet.
This is a good start, but I am going to need a few blue beauties surrounding me. Like that one dude in Donovan Hawke's party in Mass Effect 2.
Speaking of, it's kind of weird that only Hawke and Talos brought a change of clothes. Merril is still wearing her normal Dalish robes, and Aveline is just wearing her battle armor. You girls don't want to be a part of the party or at least sample the food.
Merril is a chaotic force of attention that we do not need right now. And Aveline hates everything to do with having Orlesian heritage, and would probably rather be wrestling the caged wyvern right now. I don't think either of them could blend in here.
My girl hosts dinner parties now. I am sure she wouldn't mind a few hosting tips from the nobility. But you're right, somebody needs to keep Merril from being lost. So that's going to be her job while Hawke and Talos do the important stuff.
If we brought a more charismatic squad like Varric or Isabella, they should have been able to assist us here in distracting the guards or helping us find the key or bypass certain sections here, really reward possible party diversity, maybe even have the mages cause commotions and distractions, or the warriors brute force the guards blocking the way.
Holy shit, Bill, you are actually cooking with that one. Anytime this game rewards party choices with companion interrupts is when it really starts to shine on its own. Also hold on to your giblets, this dude is about to make a Mass Effect reference.
To harm the Wyvern on its own ground is to tempt fate, a terrible risk. But the prize...
Of all the goddamn references this guy could have chosen, he picked a goddamn Jacob line. This dude may as well have made a fist reference. No one likes Jacob. He has his own bottom tier for a reason.
It's a reference to his romance scene, too, which I guarantee like 95% of people haven't done.
If they really wanted to pull a crowd pleaser here, they could have done I Am Duke Prosper, and this is my favorite wyvern kill on the chateau.
Leopold gets angry before dinner? Isn't that dude already eating as you were saying that? If that isn't dinner, then what the hell is that?
Bro is big boned. He needs a small warm-up before he hits the main course. It's called bulking season sleepy.
Well, you would be the expert on that, just like that wyvern cage is too small for Leopold, this White House cage is too small for you. Probably why you free roam on the golf fields during both your terms.
Well, I am just keeping my skills sharp for the rematch of the 1-versus-1 you offered like a goddamn year ago, Sleepy. I know your ass forgot, but when you finally grow the balls to remember it, I will be ready.
You two love battling for third place more than Kaiba and Joey during the Battle City finals. Both of you know damn well you are not beating out George or Maury for the first place title in our golf league. Anyways, Joe, you can finally explore around. You have a few cool cameos we can talk to. We can play the Caprice game. There's a warm-up of Inquisition, where it's far more relevant gameplay-wise, where we can talk to a guard to start the main quest of finding the key to the chateau.
I am going to have Lady Elegant show me around and talk to everyone but Dulcie, because we haven't met them in game, and they don't remember Hawke later if we do talk to them. Plus, don't worry, I am going to talk to your eye candy in this party first, Barry.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Who the hell is this girl again? She looks familiar, but I don't remember doing anything quest-wise with her.
That is Lady Elegant. We met her in episode 1. She crafts all our potions for us in lore, and the reason she is here is she married a noble who funds her potion crafting business.
I notice her husband is never around, though, and the sexual tension between Elegant and Hawke, regardless of gender, could be cut with a cheese knife. Speaking of sexual tension, brace yourself, Donald, you are in the splash zone.
Oh my God, my glorious King Tigar, I haven't seen you since I exploded all over the Archdemon. I mean, the Archdemon exploded all over me. No, wait, I mean, I exploded when I saw you on a
Jesus Christ, please leave me out of whatever this is, Obama. Maybe Cory has a point. This is way too sus.
Oh, God damn it. It was only a matter of time before Obama bust with the rest of us, and of course Tegan had to be the one to do it. And I already see who is behind this guy, too.
God damn it, I was really hoping I would never see your Redcliffe murdering ass again.
Joe, you're the goddamn reason she is even alive. We could have sacrificed her ass to the blood mage grinder.
I did that for Connor, not so I could see her again. At least this is the last damn time I need to remember her.
You know, Isolde's voice actor sounded like she was escorted by gunpoint, just to say the "Who is this man?" Tegan line.
Oh God, I was really hoping he was going to touch our handboys. Now I need to be the one to play trespasser so I can meet him again.
Eat a dick. I will be the one punching the egg. Obama we have over a year before that, and my comeback arc will be legendary. Also, don't blow your pants because Bran is right here too, next to your first Seuss's Bondo.
I already told you I have been over Bran since I got the Aveline kiss. He just doesn't excite me. And besides, he has spoken for right now.
Awkward. So, can we talk about something else now?
This dude is really blowing a transmission instead of running the city. And with Bran, Hawke, and Aveline all at a party, who the hell is running the day-to-day in Kirkwall? Now Mommy Meredith has no one to yell at and blame the city's problems on.
This joke definitely would never make it in today's modern audiences gaming, but honestly, I think it still holds up decently well. It's not too offensive or over the top, it's just a slight wink.
Oh, kill me now, I already can see why Joe really wanted to do this goddamn mission and Sebastian's missions first. Because of course it wouldn't be a French party without the goddamn basic bard. Why the hell can't she make herself useful and lockpick the door for us? She definitely has way more cunning than Talus. And probably still has the Dace amulet that POTUS gave her.
Oh my God, Talus and Leon are side by side. The red head and smells are overwhelming. Humna humna bark bark. Where the fuck is my baby oil? Bark bark?
Okay, muted. We are going to let him calm down. But here is Lyanna displaying her elf fetish on full display again. Just like she does in Origins if we are an elf warden.
You meet all sorts of people in Orlais.
To quote my goat Ogren, hot.
Cassandra said she had a mission, and that's the reason she was here in the intro. But let's be real, she is just here for the shoes and the attractive elves.
We shouldn't take up more of your time, Liliana.
Goodbye, beautiful. I will see you again once we start Inquisition. Oh, Lord, boys, that was the biggest Biden blast yet. Still feel it in my legs. Oh, God. And the fact Merril was probably in earshot just makes it hotter.
I really like those shoes.
Anyways, Purple Hawke, it's time to show us some vocal range. Show me what you got.
I think it's swelling. Maker, am I dying?
Oh, look, Talus, I got stung by a bee. I am bee stung Hawke.
Man, do something before it's too late.
If I die, make sure the world knows I died at Chateau Haine.
And scene.
Hawke plays a distressed Orlesian noble a little too well. How close to Orlais are the Amels again? Because Mama Hawke might have raised a traitor after all.
The Amels are not that close. They are Kirkwall through and through, although with how many Orlesians are in Kirkwall, it's certainly a possibility. Anyways, looks like Talus is going to roll a charisma check for us here.
Damn, boys, I would have folded under zero pressure if that was me. I am talking empty in my pockets as I take my pants off.
Same, Joe, this would have me thinking one nuclear launch code isn't so bad.
Thank God Morrigan and Els don't actually exist, or they would be the biggest threat to national security entirely thanks to you two horny bastards.
We are all just men at the end of the day, Obama. We all have our vices that could lead to a national emergency. Know what I mean?
Who is we? Did you pick up French at this party, Bill? Anyway, let's cut ahead to the actual target, the Duke's son. I want the viewers to be spared from Joe gooning to a third goddamn elf.
I would have been fine, by the way. But this guy gives us the last coin to complete the quest. They are pretty easy to spot except for this one and the one the quartermaster sells. There is no reward for it, but it honors our mother, so we might as well, right?
This is the only time you have ever wanted to get your coins up in your life, Sleepy, and you are just going to throw them into a well. Also, why did this kid stare daggers at that guy and make him leave? Seems kind of weird.
He is worried that he will scare the hose away, Hawke being the hose in question, obviously. Since this dude is trying to pull us, regardless of our gender, fun fact.
Am I the only one getting the vibe that this dude is like a teenager? I imagine that isn't the case. But they could have made his face look the same age as Hawke does. I know this guy does play a minor role in Inquisition, and Trespasser, he attends the Winter Palace peace talks. And he serves as Tegan's counterpart in Trespasser as the Orlesian representative. Unlike Tegan, who demands the Inquisition disband, Cyril tries to be charming.
Okay, I officially found a worse ending to Inquisition than giving up military power and disbanding, and it's becoming a goddamn vassal to the French. And this triangle who fumbles the easiest happy ending with Talus, any gamer would have cherished.
Forget it. That wyvern blood has some kick, doesn't it?
Bro doesn't like elves. I can see him and Hawke have nothing in common. Hawke is a notorious elf lover by this point. It's probably the one rumor we have created ourselves. And not because of Varric.
Women, in either case, you're the answer. He has the key.
So, Joe, you can either riz this guy up and grab the key since it's Pride Month. You can drug him to knock him out. Or you can beat the ever-living shit out of him, punching him in the face, and then slamming your knee in his face for good measure.
Goddamn, I know what option I would pick. I didn't know Hawke had it like that. Might be one of the most renegade punches in the series.
Yeah, I think rocking his shit would sort of ruin the whole stealth heist we have going on. And considering I am not just like Barry. And this guy looks young, I don't want any allegations by rizzing him up, so I am just going to go with the drugs. I'm trying to not get canceled, and that means not rocking the boat. Besides, there are plenty of French people we can introduce to the curb later.
Really an Orlesian party unless someone spikes someone else's drink. I wonder how many people actually have seen the option. I feel like most people either flirt with him or rock his shit since they are way faster than this third option.
The fact Talus just has sedatives on her is more telling than anyone would care to acknowledge. That being said, Joe, we are short on time. Let me just tell you where to go. The wine is actually on the opposite end of the party.
Oh boy, that means I get to see Liliana one more time. My body is ready.
Yeah, enjoy it, Sleepy. It's the last time you get to see her until we get into the peak of Inquisition. Also, should we really be loudly talking about drugging someone in front of all these people? This seems like the opposite of a stealth operation now.
Now, it's fine the loud-ass royalty-free fancy music blocks out all cis conversations, and we are the only ones who have the power of subtitles.
Damn Hawke has done unspeakable horrors to a lot of people, but Cyril is the one person who gets an apology out of the champion, with an honorable head tilt and everything.
Okay, great, bro. Got the Diddy wine special. Can we dunk his head in the toilet for good measure at least? Also, for being the rogue in the party, Talus really let Hawke be the one to do all the heavy lifting of seducing and stealing. Girl might be a good damage dealer, but she needs to earn her keep.
She already does enough for team morale just by joining our party, Donald. She doesn't need to do anything else besides that. It's just too bad she is going to leave once the job is done. We could have fully replaced the tavern wench with the cute nerdy elf with the red hair update.
Talus is good for a one-episode special, but Isabella brings all the boys to the yard on the regular. Sleepy, don't even try. Also, I am starting to suspect she is hiding something here, boys. She is dancing around the truth, the same way Veronica did before telling us she is a part of the Brotherhood of Steel. Don't tell me we have another cliche rogue with a tragic past trope.
She is being pretty vague about the jewel and why she wants it, but something tells me Hawke is having fun just fucking with Orlesians and enjoying the view while he does can't say I blame him.
Picking the flirt option again now that Merril is out of earshot, Joe. Do I have to bring in Maury to do a lie detector test special episode on cheating, or are you going to course correct and stay faithful?
Just flirting for the content, Barry. Same thing you did when you made kissy faces at Zevron during your episode.
Also, that's my girl being quick with those renegade interrupts. That's the shit I like.
I agree, girl got that dexterity and flexibility. Bro could have just pretended to be blind and deaf, but he had to call for help, and now he's another victim of the Dragon Age murder knife.
So tell me, Joe, are you planning on doing this section stealthily, or are you going loud?
I said I would be showing how to finish every achievement in this playthrough, and I meant it. It's time to show off my payday skills and go in quiet.
Joe, you and me are van buddies in Payday, or at best, Obama and George put you on camera duty. You are a goddamn liability in stealth, and I am predicting alarms and Orlesian response times in under a minute.
I'm glad you agree. Let's go. Ready when you are.
Also, no goddamn way they made a stealth section in a Dragon Age game with actual different controls?
They did. It's not the best, in fact it is somewhat clunky.
But for using what they had in the engine, they did a pretty good job. It's a solid line between challenging gameplay but still engaging. And it's nice to see something other than the typical wave combat grind of Dragon Age 2.
Oh please, you are only glazing this section because you are a rogue main Barak and your idea of finishing yourself off is lightly crouching behind everyone and feeling morally superior because you finished the mission with no kills.
Oh sorry Donald, should I break out the iPad so you can watch the Michael Bay films while we sneak around? I get this is hard to watch if there is no explosions or blood-curdling screams.
Looks like Hawke picked up the distraction perk from Dead by Daylight. And his idea of stealth is to slightly crouch himself and move slowly while giving himself scoliosis. Behavior, go ahead and put him in Dead by Daylight. The animations are all there for you to use. Also look, Joe, another redhead to admire your favorite.
Oh, not really, Bill. She hates elves. That's an automatic no from me. Anyway, what's the solution for poisoning Leopold again, Barry?
Sure thing, it's 4 fish, 3 cheese slices, and 5 Navette.
Thanks, Barry. This quest is just trial and error, and I don't feel like participating in it. Anyway, I made the wyvern's food the Chipotle way, so now his tummy is going to hurt later on.
Spoilers, I guess, if you couldn't figure it out yet, the Duke and his pet Pokemon are the final boss of this mission.
Kind of a step down. Last DLC, we fought an ancient T-Vinter Magister that came to life and reinvented the Blight, and now we are fighting some French dude riding drakes like he is Hiccup.
Way to fuck with the dramaticness of my final boss, Donald. Why don't you just sit back and watch me keep blazing through this stealth section bonking armed guards like Donkey Kong?
Okay, that is definitely not a word, but good work, Joe. You have the 2 mechanics of the stealth section down at this point. I always found it funny in stealth sections where the enemies get knocked out, and instead of panicking or going on red alert, when they wake up they just think they dozed off or they passed out because they have an alcohol problem. It's always a funny trope.
Well, that's a massive negative on Hawke's feats. He can only knock out a guard for 10 seconds. That is some weak shit. If the champion of Kirkwall punches you, then you should be out all night and half into the next day.
Donald, they are legit wearing plate armor. The fact Hawke slugged them hard enough to knock him out and didn't recoil from breaking his hand is already a top-tier feat.
Not to shit on your parade, Donald, but knocking out someone for over 4 minutes causes them to have possible permanent brain damage, which essentially means killing them, or something worse than killing them, which is really dark, although I suppose fitting for certain types of Hawks.
I hate to shit on someone's parade, but that means all those times you did a pacifist run of Dishonored or Splinter Cell, and only knocked people out instead of killing them. If you did it for more than 4 minutes, you probably permanently ruined their lives.
Well, even if I am not causing permanent brain damage, people are going to know the legend of Sneaky Joe. Today, boys, 1 knockout and rock throw at a time.
Good work learning the 2 new mechanics that make this shit easier than a modern Pokemon game, Sleepy. But that name is never catching on.
Well, you're guiding yourself okay so far, Joe. I guess you have played this map more times than I thought.
What was that scrabbling noise?
I don't know how you got detected there, but that counts as a death, Sleepy.
Fuck off, it doesn't count as a death. The game over screen never appeared. At most, this counts as a down and a revive.
Yeah, the game over screen is like the one and only factor that determines death, so that's the rule. That being said, Joe, lock in here. I think what happened is you stepped into the red detection area. As you knocked him out, the game only registers the detections as turned off. After the knockout animation happens, not before.
Jesus Christ, I would never have imagined we would need to be coders just to sneak around a damn French mansion. These AI are more advanced than even the elite bosses we have fought in our series.
Something about educating us on advanced AI seems really ironic. Barry, not sure why, though.
I don't know why that would be Joe, because 4 presidents with different lives and backgrounds all meeting weekly in the White House to spend our limited time yapping about Dragon Age, and edited by someone who has never met us before in his life, has nothing to do with AI.
Thank you, Bill. That was a very specific and accurate statement. Also, I am all about the money grind, but that chest up ahead was the most worthless diversion we have found yet.
Also up ahead, we have the 3rd and final piece of the jewelry set, Anxiety, which is the main reward for doing the mission in stealth besides the funny dialogue.
Oh, good point, Bill. I actually forgot to mention that Joe has been collecting all 3 pieces of that jewelry set. I might as well talk about it now. So viewers, there are 3 jewelry pieces Joe has been collecting while doing this stealth mission. The amulet is in the first open balcony, which we cut out, but it was right after Joe knocked out his first guy. The first ring is in the center room, right after the amulet where we got the balcony key, and the 3rd is right here in the back corner behind the officer of the last open balcony. The 3 pieces are only here when sneaking and are only able to be worn by Hawke, unfortunately. Wearing the entire set gives increased crit chance, a bonus to lockpicking, immunity to critical hits, increased experience, stealth on hit, and plus 10 cunning, which makes it the perfect set for a rogue Hawke in later game, but as a mage Hawke it is more or less useless to us.
Still, they are a fine addition to our collection, and to be fair, if you are a rogue hawk, it makes the most thematic sense to stealth into the chateau. I am sure our comment lore master believe it did it with their archer hawk after all. That's right, man, I am calling you out.
Well, way to put our viewers on the nose. More than a promposal, Joe. But good work finishing the stealth section. Now you just have to figure out a way through the automatic iron gate locking system installed in our fantasy fort.
I assume, just like most Elder Scrolls traps, this system works on pressure plates. But I admit it does feel like they literally installed a proximity trigger in this area just to screw with us. Also, this next section happens regardless of going stealthy or loud. Anyway, Joe, this is the first puzzle and it's sort of a warm-up, so good luck.
Oh, hell yes, that means it's puzzle time, boys. I get to do this puzzle. Then the optional vault puzzle like 10 minutes later. The next 30 minutes is going to be peak Biden gameplay.
Oh, goddammit, watching Joe solve puzzles with my own eyes makes me wish I was Ray Charles. Because that way I would be goddamn dead.
It won't be that bad, and we can get some extra loot for our trouble here too. Not to diminish your achievement here, Joe, but this puzzle is the same logic as the Skyrim Nordic Ruin puzzles. The goal of them is just to prove you have the ability to think critically rather than actually having a solution. Joe, you are already on the right track. Do you want to explain what the solution here is?
Sure thing, Barry. So the first solution, like you said, is brain dead easy. You both have to stand on the plates on opposite sides to proceed until you kick the statues. Once you do that, the solution becomes slightly less obvious. You have to then go to the same side and have one person on the upper level while one person is on the lower level to unlock the other two ends and reach the treasure chests. Also, there is always a companion quest item in the vault. We haven't really talked about those yet. Do you want to clue the viewers into that?
Yeah, Obama is fully embracing his cuck tendencies by helping his muscle mommy find love poems for another man. Good to see him moving up in the world.
Okay, blow me, Donald, but viewers, every companion we bring in, except for Merril, for some odd reason has a side quest that has us hunting for various notes across the mission. In Aveline's case, it is 3 poems, 2 of which are in the stealth section of the mission, and 1 later on. Collecting all of these items for the companions allows us to get a unique jewelry piece that always complements the companion the mission is for. These missions aren't heavy in lore. The only slightly relevant one is if we bring Varric, we find out someone is publishing fake sequels to Hard in Hightown under his name. The mission that gets a follow-up in Inquisition. So your best bet is to bring 2 companions on this mission that you use all the time in your party, in our case, Aveline and Merril.
There you go, for the couple dozen people playing along with us. That's your advice for this DLC.
This last chest wasn't cooperating, it turns out. I needed to step on the opposite chest plate for the chest, and the note the chest was sitting on to unlock, however that works. Anyways, it's time to loot, boys.
Something wrong?
I don't know.
Well, looks like you triggered the silent alarm instead, Joe. It's kind of bullshit since we did so well. I guess one of those concussions we gave the guards didn't stick. Don't worry though, we can definitely take on all these guys at once, boys.
All right, Heavy Paws Bill, you didn't have to say it like that, but no, we can't take all these guys on. We removed our armor and equipment, taking the silent route, so all we have is our mage stick and daggers.
Oh shit, no, I didn't mean in like a fight, boys.
All right, Mega Paws Bill and chill out. We are about to have a massive lore drop about our baddie elf girl next door.
All of them are crazy, and most of them are killers.
Clever man. Have you also deduced that your elven friend is Cunari?
Wait, what? God damn it, how could this hot, nerdy elf waifu be an undercover horned communist? I have never gone softer in all my days. I feel so goddamn betrayed right now.
It happens to guys our age, Donald, but I don't care if she is Cunari. Andrastian follows the religion of the tickets. Please, guys, she is cute. That's all that matters to these old eyes.
Wait, Donald. Bill spoiled her identity during his comment question. How did you not at least know that?
I tuned it out after I answered my question. I ain't reading all that.
Wow, thanks, Donald.
Don't be foolish.
Damn, the Duke really clapped back with the Duolingo app, Translate Barack.
All right, very rough translation here given the context. But Talus was saying only alone is defeat certain. And Prosper responded saying alone is where I intend you to end, although I could be wrong about a word or two. Also, surprise visit from Mommy Cassandra, yippee!
Maybe they cut her horns off.
I guess this is where we are supposed to learn that not all Cunari are horned dudes. But we already learned that in Act 2 when the elves converted and were given titles. I guess the game just wants to spoon feed us a little extra hard.
Honestly, I think they cut away to Varric and Cassandra here just to spoil Barry a little, and to remind us that Cunari don't have to have horns. But now it's time for a boss-level amount of yap and character history into Talus, since this is the only time we get to learn a little bit more about the girl herself.
I still feel so pissed that she is a horn dude and didn't tell me before I started to simp for her that is only slightly better than being a T-Vinter. Let me guess, this girl is going to pull the classic, I didn't lie to you, I just didn't tell you, move.
something like that, but who really cares who she is. She is obviously a good person, she has helped us, and she's a cutie. It's the perfect triple threat.
Of course you don't care about the red flags, all you see is the red hair. You Paragon love is love liberal, she lied to us, doesn't that matter to anyone?
Donald Isabella lied to us for a whole 3 years. Well, it's not okay that Talos lied to us for a total of 3 days. That is hardly a comparable thing to look over. For your favorite character in this game.
Have you seen the chest size differences, Obama? That is completely different. Just dispense the lore on who Salid is. I know you are fiending to yap about the redhead with Sleepy over here.
You could have worded it nicely. Well, it's ironic that you mentioned Tevinter because Talos was actually born in Tevinter and sold into slavery by her parents to pay off her debts.
Oh, God damn it. She is approaching worse than healer robe at this point. What next? She dabbles in blood magic.
She was a slave until she was 10 or so, where the ship she was on was attacked by the Kunori and the slaves were brought to one of the Kunori fortress for new lives in the Q1. Originally, Talos was just going to be a laborer as she was deemed unfit for conversion. But Salit, the man that freed her, intervened and took her under her wing to be a Talos or those who solve. There she became his individual apprentice, where she learned how to infiltrate and assassinate and operated mostly in Navora and Orlais, where she could blend in as a normal elf.
It's hard not to stand out when you're a baddie, though. And that is a big problem with Talos' character. Despite being loyal to the Kun, she has a massive problem with authority and following orders, and often doesn't follow orders to the letter, which gets her in trouble with Salit. And the Ben Asurath, who would rather the job fail than be done the wrong way. She often gets demoted to laboring after each failed job. But for some reason, she is always allowed to return to her role as the Talos. Even now, she is disobeying orders by pursuing this mission.
That sounds like either massive plot armor on her part or a writing error, boys. I mean, doesn't the Arishock get straight up executed for failing to bring home Isabella and the relic? How can the leader get executed for half completing a task, but Talos just gets demoted from it?
Well, Talos isn't one of the 3 triumvirates, she is just a spy. Just like Iron Bull gets second chances, she would too. I admit it is somewhat of a plot hole likely to humanize the Kunari, since part of this DLC's point is to allow the player to form a more nuanced look at the Kunari. But it isn't too unbelievable to think the Kunari give second chances when they view all people as tools of the QN.
A lot of this has to do with our perception of Kunari up until this point. Until Mark of the Assassin, we have only ever met soldiers. Both Sten and the Arishock say they threaten execution if they lose their sword or fail their mission. For soldiers are weapons to the Kunari and go against orders to more successfully complete the mission. Yeah, sure, the Kunari are still upset at her disobedience, but it is more tolerated than a soldier's failure would be.
Well, that sort of reminds me of Caesar's legion, surprisingly. Most of their soldiers are indoctrinated and taught to blindly follow their superiors' orders without question. But their spies like Volpe and Colta constantly disobey superiors and still earn high praise in the order because of their success at spy work. I doubt the comparison was intentional, but it does help give me some copium for why Talos is the way she is without her being a slap in the face of the lore.
I guess Iron Bull has a history of being less indoctrinated while still being a top spy, and even had to surrender himself for not following orders, and he still was repurposed, so Talos doing it isn't impossible to believe. But I still have beef with the lies and the differences. I would almost take the ball of anxiety at this point.
Sten is cool, but Talos is a 10 out of 10. And even if you don't like her for her voice actor, or because she tries too hard to be funny. And cool, you have to admit she sets up Iron Bull and the Ben Asurath perfectly, and almost everyone agrees that Iron Bull is a top squad mate, even you like him, Donald.
I like him because he acts like a Krogan and doesn't use words like callow, seizing the means, or revolution, but fine, you make a fair point. We can hear the cute commie out for another hour of gameplay.
See, it's perfect. Donald is even giving her a nickname now. It's perfect. Also, the other reason you want to wait to do this DLC in Act 3, besides all the cameos you can meet at the party, is because Talos has special dialogue. If we had become respected by the Arishock.
Yeah, the developers thought about just limiting the DLCs to Act 3 only, since both of these quests and lore happened in Act 3 before the Mage-Templar War, when Hawke is the champion. Origins had a much more structured path when it came to the DLC stories, since Witch Hunt was always the end of the game. However, player agency ruled the day here, which took more time, but ultimately was the best move, since not everyone plays this game for the narratively accurate decision boys. That being said, all of these DLCs in Act 3 were supposed to be finished before Exalted March, which was going to be the end game for Hawke, and included the decisions made in Legacy and Mark.
Goddamn, just hearing all this makes me so damn sad that we missed out on an Exalted March expansion of this game. I feel like all our complaints in Act 3 would have been eased or resolved.
It's too bad Dragon Age doesn't have as massive as a modding community as Mass Effect or Fallout. If it did, we likely would have had a mod fan-made Exalted March that took 10 years in the making, like Fallout London.
As interesting as that would have been, I can't say I am that beat up by not having Exalted March be fan-made because as cool as some of those fan-based mods are, they usually are swimming with controversy. An aggressive gooning that might fall flat in the setting of Dragon Age that takes its setting far more seriously than the Fallout setting.
Oh no, Dragon Age fans being horny perish the thought it's not like we have built a whole sub-community on our YouTube that is obsessed with cute girls and waifus. Also, Joe, I noticed that you aren't really taking a stance on the whole Kunari issue. You're being very neutral about it, unlike Donald.
I don't want to miss my shot in scoring while in prison, Bill. But honestly, I am not that pressed about the Kunari one way or the other. I don't want them to conquer the lands, but their society does offer an attractive alternative for elves and the rejects of society. I would say I have more beef with how they treat mages, but those hornless Cerebus deserve it for their crimes.
That's part of the reason it's unfortunate the game doesn't fully go into her origin story about being a slave and the abuse she suffered at the hands of Tiviner, and why she is so devoted to the Kunari people.
Oh shit, I forgot that Aveline was supposed to be on Merril watching duty. Looks like she is already on her last leg.
My girl may be annoying, but her perception game is on point.
And you only tell me now?
I wasn't sure. Maybe there are a lot of tiles broken.
That banter is okay, but my personal favorites are Isabella and Aveline having a bestie catfight, and Sebastian and Bethany taking a break from their search of Hawke to openly bang on the tile floor.
Viewers, he is lying that doesn't happen. But speaking of things that shouldn't happen, how the hell did Talus pick the lock on a portcullis gate with no lock? Is she a reality bender? Did she divine that door to open on an Elder Scroll?
Don't worry about it, my girl has just built different boys, but more importantly, now that we are free from jail, it's finally time for some goddamn puzzles. Let's get it, boys.
First off, how did Talus and Hawke change clothes instantly? Did they always have that armor on them, or did Aveline bring them a change of clothes? Secondly, Obama, hand me that firebrand. I've been cooking on the Oval Office fireplace. I am ready to be stricken blind instead of watching this.
Oh, don't be a big baby. There is only 3 types of puzzles to even solve. How bad can it be? And just remember, Joe, you can have each party member equip a different color to save time backtracking.
Thanks for the tip, Barry. Now start that timer, because this shit is about to be a speedrun record. Just watch me. Oh, hey, Shale, what are you doing in the art vault? Did a bird wander in or something?
Wait, hang on. The puzzle is just equipping colors and opening doors? That shit is easier than Pokemon gym puzzles? Maybe this won't be worse than watching live leaks footage with the boys?
Unfortunately, Donald, the door section isn't the puzzle in question. It's the second half of this color puzzle that we are all worried about. Also, Joe, you know that this guy isn't Shale right, it's just a normal rune golem?
I don't know what you mean. This is a compact rune golem that is clearly casting stone aura. If that isn't Shale, I don't know what is. Anyways, now that Shale is taking a nap, a picture appeared on the blank screen. I wonder what it means.
What in the Super Mario 64 do we have going on here? Magic pictures? Also, Joe, are you trying to make a new super virus in the mixer? What the hell are you doing?
There's a different color locked door up ahead. I know mixing blue and orange will make a new color. Both Aveline and Talus are redheads. That has to be the answer. It's so obvious.
Joe, blue and orange makes up a brown type of color that is not the answer here. We learned this in first grade art. You need to combine primary colors.
What the fuck are primary colors?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay, so combining Aveline and Hawke's colors were the answer. I guess she and Hawke had more chemistry than we thought, right, boys?
I appreciate the sentiment, Joe, but no, just remember what colors you can combine and what ones you can't. There is a pattern here. Also, what are you doing with the tiles now?
I am flipping all of them over on the correct side. Obviously, that is the correct answer. There couldn't be another solution here.
Joe, you are making it harder to step up and defend you here. Just move on for now, please.
All right, watch me speed run this tile flipping puzzle in record time that way. All of you can hop off and stop judging me. All right, so that one does that many, and this one equally does this many tiles, easy money.
I swear I have seen this type of puzzle before in mobile games and shit. This can't be an original puzzle.
Right on the money, Donald. This puzzle is used all the time in games like Last Labyrinth, the Lego Skywalker Saga, and a few others. There's always the same solution to it, and no, Joe is not doing it the right way.
Joe, do you just want me to put up the code or something? You aren't going to randomly guess this one. There's like a 1 in 375 chance you guess the exact random pattern blindly.
Yeah, well, there's also a 1 in 375 chance you lick my nuts, but we all know how that went, didn't we?
What the fuck does that mean? Joe, I swear to God, I will take off my belt and then you're really going.
All right, Obama's taking a minute to cool off outside and Joe agreed to switch puzzles before I commit elder abuse on camera.
Well, at least Joe is taking the only advice he was given. Maybe there is hope yet for him.
All right, boys, we got another blue color. I would bet my left nut that this time the combination of blue and orange is the answer.
Oh, okay, never mind. I really spoke too soon, Joe. When I go low, you go lower. It's honestly impressive.
Bill, I may need you to physically restrain me from the eye brand if this keeps up.
Okay, so the spinny tiles seem to spin 5 other tiles every time I touch one, and there's 5 rows of 5, so maybe once I hit 5 of them, then it will balance out and I will win.
Joe, when you play Spider-Man, you turn the puzzle option off, right? Because like certain games, puzzles should not be exposed to your logic, for example.
Yeah, cause I am too good at them. Okay, what does this lever do after I hit 5? Oh, it just resets it, goddammit. Oh, hey guys, I found Shale again. She keeps getting locked in different colored rooms, classic Shale situation. Anyways, enjoy the nap, big girl, and oh lord, another random Magic Mario picture. What are they trying to tell me here? I don't want to buy from Orlesian art students.
It's almost like they want to show they are different and it's a code, Joe.
All right, and this does this and that does that. But then if this does this and that does that, then this must do this.
Donald would put the poker away.
The numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
Joe, I swear to God I will give you $1 million, your own Cold Stone business, and never investigate your presidency again if you play a brain age game on YouTube so we can calculate how gone your head really is.
Use the Force, Luke. Let go.
Wait, the tiles all have different symbols and these don't flip multiple at once. I think I got it now, boys, so at the color puzzle I have to put Talus on top of Merril to create Purple Hawke. Just how our Purple Hawke will be combining the two of them later, right, boys?
All right, Joe, that's what I like to see. That is the last side treasure room. At least good shit, Joe.
Well, that's 2 out of 3, but we still have the goddamn tile puzzle for Joe to bash his head on a few dozen times before he gets it right.
Not this time, Donald. I am letting the maker take the wheel. This time it's going to be solved with 0 difficulty.
What the hell do you mean by that, Joe? Is this some kind of late-stage puzzle psychosis, or are you doing a long con for some kind of nuts joke? Because either way, I am not following you, so this isn't going to work.
Donald, hold on a minute. Now, I am getting older, and my memory isn't as accurate as it used to be. But I am pretty sure Joe is actually solving the puzzle now. So far, he has gotten more than half of the steps right so far. Don't ask me how flipping a tile and learning his first-grade colors led him to this point. But somehow it's working. I guess anything is possible when thinking about elves being on top of each other, boys.
Holy shit, are you yanking my dick right now?
All right, I am back, boys. What's the status update?
Well, somehow Joe did all 3 of the portrait puzzles, and now he is somehow completing the center tile puzzles to unlock the fire vault.
Oh shit, good work, Joe. I knew you had it in you. Sorry about almost choking you out with a belt earlier.
No problem, Barry. What's an attempted charge among friends?
Joe, did you take some ADHD medication or something during these cuts? How the hell did you figure this out?
I told you, Donald, through Liliana and the Maker, all things are possible. But to further explain to the viewers, when you complete the color or tile puzzles in a room, a portrait comes up which shows you the combination for the fire vault. The people wearing masks represent a tile that you need to flip over, and the people not wearing masks mean a tile that you need to stay unflipped. Once all 3 are flipped over, you get the treasure, which is the full set of the unique class armor for Hawke, which in our case is a set of chantry robes that we will not be wearing since they are respectful but not approved drip.
Well, with the puzzle section over, we can get back to the gameplay again. Finally, there are 2 story quests for companions. One of them for my girl Eveline herself, which is right past the vault. The other one is for Isabella, which, if you don't mind, Joe, I am going to input a party cheat so we can see it. We only need Isabella for the quest. Once we move on in the story, we can switch them back.
Oh, fuck. Why didn't you warn me we are going to see Mommy Isabella soon? Goddamn, never mind, this DLC is the best damn release since Witch Hunt. It really does the waifus right.
Sure thing, Barry. If it shows us every single quest line for the viewers, I am sure there's plenty of people who have never even done this quest line before watching us. Also, Donald has a point between the cutie Talus and her importance on the story. Now, Isabella and Aveline get their own special quest, but not anyone else. It looks like the writers really wanted to give special attention to the girls with this DLC.
I mean, waifus really do sell games, boys. And while I can't say the same thing about Aveline, Isabella did deserve a extra companion quest, considering her Act 2-1 was just a main quest. That was really short, and her Act 3 quest is even shorter.
Oh, God, I missed that strut so much. Welcome back, Mommy.
My thoughts exactly, Bill, besides this quest is a nice transition point in her story, given not only what Donald's decision is likely going to be for her Act 3 quest, and her fate overall as the official BioWare canon, has her establishing a pirate ship with a full crew after her time in Dragon Age 2.
BioWare canon never misses with how they reward the best characters like Isabella and Fenris, but goddamn talking statues, that's a massive throwback. We haven't seen those things since the Veilguard Taviner fortune teller during Witch Hunt.
Yeah, talking statues are a classic Dragon Age encounter. But unlike the cursed ones from Origins, these cursed statues are fully reversible and we can cure them. It's actually a nice character moment for Isabella to show her growth through the series.
Some might say she shows us growth every day. But you have a point, Joe. Isabella has gone from someone who only looked out for number 1 and couldn't be bothered to care about people that weren't her, to someone who now puts others before herself while clothed, as Eveline so elaborately put it.
The Paragon mind disease is contagious, but Isabella still looks good while doing it, and is still a business owner with a grind at the end of the day, so we love her anyway. Why are you guys so pressed on her putting others before herself? What's the reward for freeing them anyway, Obama?
You can either give Isabella the dagger of the four winds, which deals electricity damage, can have up to 4 rune slots an okay weapon. But honestly, the Sky Priest dagger we got earlier is far better, or she can give up the dagger to free the pirates, which doesn't give us a in-game reward, but does add these 3 to her crew, as they now owe her a life debt.
That's lame as hell. They don't even give you a different reward or gold. It's just get something in game or get a narrative pat on the back. I was at least expecting a hidden sex scene or something.
Come on, Donald, this helps Isabella out in the long run, since what's a pirate ship without a crew? You know firsthand how easy a one-man pirate ship gets ganked in the waters. Just look at Sea of Thieves.
I'm still waiting on an invite for those games, by the way, boys.
It's a 4-person game, Bill, unfortunately, so you have to wait for George to hop off for me to fall asleep.
Which is all the damn time, by the way, since you can never lock in on the grind, Sleepy.
Okay, fine. Bill, I promise next game I will save you a slot.
It's just a legend.
Make as truth, Captain. It's as real as life.
Anyways, where am I going now to get the dagger, Barry?
The 4 gems representing the 4 winds are in the locked vaults where we had to combine the colors to get in. They should still be open, so we just have to run around and collect them. The dagger itself is in the main vault after we deactivate 2 of the fire puzzles, so just loop back around, pick everything up, and we can cut back to the ending. While we are looping back, we can finish Eveline's quest too.
Sounds good. That at least saves the viewers from having to backtrack, even if we still have to do it. I am honestly amazed Optimal Obama over here didn't start this quest before Joe's puzzle Lowlight Reel.
I didn't remember the cheat until after I came back, and even if I did remember it, I wasn't about to get in the middle of Joe doing puzzles.
Come on, Hawke.
Anyways, the Origins references don't just stop with the stone statues we are about to be in for a treat with this next quest concerning my girl.
Is the reference the cell that is covered in gamer poop, Barry? Because Eveline is firmly grasping that in her hand right now.
No, Joe, she's not looking for based gamer parodies. She's clearly looking for some kind of French nonsense that has to do with her dad. I guess she found some daddy issues after all.
Oh boy, this is one of my favorites. Barack, you want to tell them, or should we let this play out?
And just let it play out.
Oh shit.
Oh, crackers.
Oh, yep, there it is. We finally get a little bit more lore on these little things just one game later.
God damn it, that thing is about to fracture at her touch. At least it's a Revenant in Dragon Age 2 and not Origins Revenant that could actually cause a party wipe if we weren't careful.
Or you know, Eveline just chucks that shit on the ground, releasing the Revenant anyway.
I guess it's good that we swapped out Merril here for this one quest, since the Revenant. An undead completely resist her nature damage. Still, it sucks I have to stun lock this thing on my own now without her dispel.
You should be fine, Joe. This fight is far easier than the Sky Horror fight. It's just a lot of blunt instruments. While you're fighting them, we can go over the small bit of lore that we know about the Black Vials.
Oh boy, it's been a while since we just killed zombies and let Obama explain things. This is a return to form after all.
That's what expansions do, Big Dog. This whole quest was used to poke fun at how Black Vials are scattered around random dungeons without proper guard, and just waiting to be grabbed by adventurers. These vials are used as phylacteries similar to how the arcane warrior spirit was sealed in the Elven Ruins. The Revenants are often sealed with a scroll that uses the Revenant's true name in the binding spell, and is marked with a handprint of blood. They must also sometimes be sealed with their possessions, as 2 of these bound Revenants in Origins have a unique piece of gear.
The bloody handprint thing always reminds me of the Dark Brotherhood for some reason. Still, this was a nice way to close out one of Origin's big mysteries. But why the hell was the Revenant note sealed with a ring for Eveline and a note about her father?
Good segue, Bill. We only know a fraction of her father's history. But we know that he was a Chevalier before losing his patron to an assassin in the Grand Game. After that, he was disgraced and forced into exile. He had a daughter with an unknown woman, likely someone who was a Ferelden herself and focused primarily on being a good dad, never talking about his service in Orlais, but hoping that his daughter would be a better knight than he ever was. We know, despite going into exile, that he kept most of his fortune as a knight, since he gave it all up to King Calian, so that his daughter could become an officer in his service.
This is all fascinating lore on your thick girl, but stop the yaps a moment, because Joe is finally about to get his first death of the episode here, which is a Christmas miracle. He has had it too good for too long.
I think the puzzle psychosis hasn't worn off from earlier, because this was a massive fumble. In the third act from you, Joe, these guys aren't even new enemies. Oh, fuck!
I didn't realize how much of a goddamn meat grinder this big guy was. I hate to pull this out before the final fight. But looks like I am going to have to use the other mythal grenade you left me after the secret boss fight, Barry. I don't think I can finish this fight with just Aveline and Isabella.
It's sad that 2/3 of the original wifus can't clutch up. But I understand you have a full party now and you can drop a haste speed buff, so you should be fine. And back to what I was saying, though, this is purely speculation, but I imagine losing his title as a knight was a sore spot for Benoit, considering he raised Aveline on stories of great knights, and even named her after one. Considering he still had a small fortune upon his exile, I wonder if he hired some bards to finish the grand game and avenge his patron that was killed. That patron being known as She of the Red, the bard did fulfill his contract with Benoit, but was captured by Prosper in the process and died protecting his contract in one of these black vials. But well, hear better than me. Explaining everything, let's hear it from my girl herself.
Demon hunters, apparently. Maybe someone else found out how they do whatever it is they do.
I like the theory, but I have one thing to add to make it a little more dramatic. We have no confirmation if Benoit had Aveline before or after him leaving Orlais. And we have no idea who Aveline's mom is, as Aveline claims she never met her and only remembers her hair. What if She of the Red, the patron who died, was actually Aveline's mother and Benoit hired the bards not just for regular revenge on losing his job, but to avenge his lover? And Benoit hired the bards not just for regular revenge on losing his job, but to avenge his lover and mother of his child.
Holy shit now. That is some premium lore crafting Joe good shit. I guess the psychosis finally wore off.
Not to be a downer, but that would mean Aveline isn't a Ferelden native, she's a French girl, and reverse Liliana. Would Callian, and more importantly Loghain, really let her in his service if they knew that?
That was my hesitation too, but it's not like birth certificates exist in this setting. If Aveline's father just lied about it, who would be the wiser? I could go either way with that theory because it is the most interesting option. But given Aveline's focus on justice and honor, I could easily see her dad being focused on bringing down the people who killed his patron and shamed his honor as a knight. However, Aveline doesn't seem too pressed one way or another, so that is where this quest in theory ends, sadly.
Not exactly the most satisfying ending. Plus, whatever she might find may hurt the image of her dad, and she doesn't want that as much as the viewers don't want to give up hope that BioWare can make a good dad figure.
What do you mean? They already have that example with POTUS. He is the best at everything, including being a father. Anyways, what does the ring do, Barack?
Yeah, good segue. We don't want to put POTUS's parenting skills under too big of a spotlight. The ring we get is not scaled, but reflects 100% of basic attack damage Aveline takes back at the attacker. One of the DLC items that is good at any stage of the game, however, there are stronger late-game accessories for warriors, so we may or may not get use out of it. But the next quest we have to turn in has a far better payoff narratively.
Well, never mind. First things first.
Yeah, but it sucks that my pirate queen gets to miss out on an item reward, but the big girl got one even if it's mid. Clear waifu favoritism, BioWare.
It's a cursed dagger that belonged to a blood mage.
That doesn't mean we should throw it in the trash. We could have kept it and put it to good use, killing different blood mages.
Your morality is certainly amazed, Donald. Well, even if you don't care about the curse, there's a elf damsel trapped in stone that we need to rescue. Do you really think Hawke would just sit back and not save her narratively based on how we have been playing?
Very interesting perspective, Bill. Well, a few fun facts about this quest. The statue models are used again on the Storm Coast. And Western Approach and Inquisition, although they don't talk, so it's likely not the same people, just a reused asset for environmental flavor. Also, here's a note that hopefully everyone recognizes now, but Paisley Pete is doing the Captain Morgan's rum pose.
No. Maker, you are such a bad influence on me. I can't leave them like this. Fine.
Isabella's really growing as a human, even you have to admit that, Barry. When I asked her if she really wanted to leave them here, she gave it up.
Well, that only happens if you have her come back in Act 2 during the Arishock confrontation. If you do this quest in Act 1 or early Act 2, she won't bother and will leave with the dagger. But fine, I can appreciate that she is growing as a person. Maybe 2 has more character growth than I remembered.
I lost a priceless dagger and gained 3 disloyal, thieving sea dogs.
Well, now that the waifus are satisfied, we can get back to the main story, and goddamn, that is a shit ton of water.
We learn about the origin of this cave in Last Flight, but it was Garahel's sister Asaya, who used her magic and coordination to fill the cavern with water for the refugees.
Pretty cool of her. I'll try to remember that when she becomes a Disney villain 2 games later that steals baby griffins.
Yeah, I won't. In fact, I will personally drag the robe back here and drown her for poetic irony.
Also, now I'm separated from my foot boys. These bars may contain me physically. I will sing for your return.
Damn communist cowards, but wait, hold on. What did he say about breaking mages? The Robe Emporium would like to hear what you have to say, my good man.
Donald, we agreed to scrap that idea due to budget failure. It's in Section 19 of our deal.
I am just saying we should hear him out. I mean, why are we even fighting this guy? He looks like he has a lot of good ideas.
We are fighting him because he is literally a chastened that is blindly loyal to the Duke despite being born in Ferelden. I mean, hell, we skipped the scene. But the Duke literally leaves him trapped with Hawke if we try to leave the manor, so his boss doesn't give a shit about him, but he is still going to risk his life for the bag. Also, I completely forgot about this aspect, but the other reason we freed the pirates is they actually help us fight the boss here and stop us from being swarmed by extra ads since the 3 pirates are immortal.
They have to be immortal given the fact they were trapped in stone without food and water for years. Also, Donald, it looks like the immortal pirates curb stomped the back row of mages for us anyway. So instead of a dagger to kill mages, we got 3 drunk pirates to kill mages.
Well, I am glad that the new additions to the pirate crew have a Templar grind set mentality. If they are going to serve under the Pirate Queen, they need at least something based about them. Also, this Chasen dude might have great opinions on mage oppression, but strategy-wise, he really didn't think this through.
Oh my God, she's back, boys. Let my song carry my love to victory.
I just think you need time to know that I'm the guy to make it real. The feelings you don't dare to feel. I'll bend the world to our will, and we'll make time stand still.
God damn it, Joe. What did I say about too many obscure internet song references? This is getting too meta.
Hop-off berry singing and hot elves are what the viewers want. And speaking of what the viewers want, let's get into some romance competition donations. We have a few big ones to cover for Josie and Solas both. As always, we are going to start with the biggest wallet of last episode and a new personal record for our channel with the biggest Solas supporter on the internet. Thank you for the $400 donation from Robert Wadsworth, who sings the Song of the Dreadwolf with a beautiful poem. He does indeed walk the path of wisdom, and may he not walk that path alone and fix what is broken in Thetis. This is a great read and a great dedication to a well-written character. Thank you for this absolutely insane donation. You didn't have to do that much. And we would never have imagined that much, but this is a beautiful gift to wake up to that our editor will cherish. You have brought Solas back to the top again right in front of Josie. Thank you so much for this, and good luck in the romance competition as always.
Yeah, Robert is going to be tough to beat, but the human romances are still in this fight right behind Solas. And we have 2 more donations to shout out. Thank you, as always, Anti-Ijuo Tasniemi for the 100 European money donation split for both Cass and Josie. We split this one evenly between Josie and Cass, which I greatly appreciate as I am still holding up hope for Cass personally. But thank you, as always, for your consistent support of this channel before and after the romance competition. We also have a new donation from King Remus 11, who donated $20 to Mommy Cassandra and is now fully caught up on the series, which is as impressive as it is based. Thank you for your donation and time and good luck in the waifu wars.
I can take this last one, boys. Thank you, Corey Radcliffe, for this massive $100 donation for Josie. Any donation that involves banging a hot receptionist is not only Donald approved, but Bill approved now too. Josie has really come a long way in this competition, and she is right behind the egg, so don't give up. We still have a few Dragon Age episodes and a few months of content for your waifu to catch up. Thank you again for this insane support of the channel, and good luck in the waifu wars.
All right, good luck to the human supporters on Stomping the Egg, even though I have to respect that Robert makes money moves. But now that the most based character in this DLC is taken out, I guess it's about time to reach the dramatic conclusion with the far less interesting elf communist.
Donald, you were just drooling over her an hour ago. In this episode, did all of your love go out the window the second you found out she follows a different religion?
It's not the religion, it's the principles, but yes, pretty much I can't remember a time I have ever been this soft.
Well, don't worry, Donald, I am staying hard for the both of us.
Heavy pause.
Now that's the biggest lie I have heard all day, Sleepy.
Jesus Christ.
And there's the way out.
Damn, boys, I hate to see her walk away, but I love watching her go, if you catch my meaning.
The camera angles don't lie. This was the right episode to take off of work and join you guys in.
You're working again, Bill. I thought you were retired. What are you working on now?
Yeah, I got rehired for consultation on Mass Effect 5 by BioWare after what happened in Veilguard marketing-wise. They want me to be an advisor and quality check expert, but a man needs his breaks too, you know.
Honestly, Bill, I'd prefer it if you didn't take as many breaks. BioWare needs all the help they can get now, so please lock in for us and the viewers here. Anyways, is the red-headed communist really giving us the option to leave here? I am genuinely surprised we can cut the adventure off early.
Joe, that is the 4th romance choice you have picked here, and the 2nd in front of your elf wife. Are you still going to say it was an accident?
Yes, absolutely. My mouse sensitivity is too high.
In this case, I guess what they say about Hawke is, he is a massive elf slayer in the bedroom. This is the 3rd elf he has tried to bag and forth, implied with the elf slave girl you boys hired, and who publicly asked around for us in front of all the Hightown nobles.
Guess that confirms Bill does watch our videos, even when he's not a part of them. But back to your question, Donald. Yeah, the game does have an option. where you can leave Talos, and finish the DLC without her, but it's unfortunately all roads lead to Rome's situation. No matter which path we choose, the first part of the final fight is different, but we still end up fighting the Duke with Talos, since the path back to Kirkwall is blocked by Salit. And the Duke's meeting conveniently, and Hawke doesn't just wait for them to pass, he makes his own path.
Yeah, it's a pretty big railroad, but it's still not as bad as the railroad that happens later if you are playing an aggressive Hawke that is against the Qunari. I am not going to step into that debate, though, until the final fight. I don't want to get ahead of myself. For now, the game is giving us somewhat of a choice.
I just realized, does this quest change at all if you side with Petres in Act 2 and do everything in your power to spread hate against the Qunari?
It has absolutely no effect, except for the fact Talos probably won't mention you being respected by the Arishock, which is another plot hole. But at least you can role-play Hawke once you find out that Talos' Qunari is aggressive and anti-Qunari. The game doesn't force you to be on their side, even if it does force a singular path.
That just leads us back to all roads leading to Rome, Barak. Yeah, and I appreciate Renegade Hawke trying his best to be based, but I can't help but realize that BioWare thought they were slick trying to make players more pro-Qunari by making a cute redhead their spokesperson in this game. I mean, Joe already folded before the reveal even happened, and I bet her Tal Vashoth Master, who is the antagonist, is just the same buff self-righteous asshole as the Arishock was.
All right, fair enough, I did fold quickly. But Talos does make some good points here, and it's from someone who has failed in human society where she was made a slave. Qunari society definitely isn't a better alternative. But try telling that to elves that are slaves or are forced to live in slums.
I would buy that line if Fenris wasn't the CEO of slave oppression, and despite that, he still has beef with the communists.
Fenris doesn't speak for every elf, besides he has the tools to make it on his own thanks to his combat skills. Lyrium tattoos, not every elf can say that. You are somewhat right about Talos being the pro-Qunari side, while her mentor, the Tal Vashoth, is a regular buff Qunari. But I can't call him a villain. He doesn't seem to be doing this for selfish reasons, and he freed and mentored Talos for no other reason than to help her.
All right, well, I was still mostly on the money. Anyways, I already know what choice Joe is going to side with, but what's the decision split on siding versus abandoning Talos here? I imagine most people want her to fuck off by this point. There's not a huge pro-Qunari movement in the squad.
After everything you've already done, why would I help you again?
Because I've got your nose.
The cube taught you that?
Well, actually, weirdly enough, unlike Legacy, no decision you make here affects party approval, except for some approval or rivalry for gathering or quest-relevant items. But sparing or killing the Baron, helping or leaving Talos in the final choice at the end, have no bearing on approval. The major difference is just what path you travel towards the Duke, and the dialogue at the end. I will say, though, that leaving Talos here is quicker and easier than siding with her.
Yeah, but guys, she has our nose. We have to help her now.
Joe, today has been such a day with you, I'm not even fully convinced if you are joking or not.
Well, if I don't side with her, I can't flirt with her and learn more about her, so that's the option I am picking.
I'll loyal to the elf booty till the end I see Joey. Anyways, I hope you boys are prepared to see the full Lady Gaga walk in action. The animators worked really hard to make the Baron extra sassy.
Oh, hell no, we don't do sloppy seconds on this channel, especially to some random French dude. We already clapped up Donald, if you would be so kind as to end this to its conclusion.
Oh, hell yes, it's been a while later, bitch. King Crimson.
But I guess whatever you did, Donald, you wanted to watch this guy die this time.
We got cucked from it last time, but in the end he died to Hawke, so that's acceptable, and we cost him more guys in the long run.
Plus, this is the only way that gets us his unique weapon and armor. Not a bad day's work, boys.
It's so exciting to be out of Kirkwall. It seems we haven't left there in ages.
We do seem to spend a ridiculous amount of time in the city.
Oh, I needed this break. I was starting to think every part of Kirkwall looked alike.
I like how the game designers can poke a little fun at themselves for the repeating maps. It's a lot better than doubling down and telling us how expensive and difficult it is to make games and say that social media wanted us to fail.
It's good to joke about stuff like that. Besides, the repeating maps created one of the best fan-made drinking games ever created with our series.
I will drink to that. And hey, we finally have some Qunari to fight in the expansion where they are supposed to be the main focus. At least they still remembered to add them in at the end.
Well, sadly, if we don't go with Talos, we don't fight these guys at all, and instead just fight a wyvern and a few squads of Orlesians.
See, siding with the cutie Talos was the right call, since Hawke and Merril can easily solo all the horned dudes with their ice. And Nature's staff, this is a light warm-up for the final fight. Speaking of the lack of type diversity, though, it is kind of lame how the new enemy types all share weakness with a different enemy from the base game. I think only the secret boss and the wyvern had an entirely new kit and resistances. Everything else has stat blocks from a regular enemy type.
So let's see if I can guess them. The ghasts were darkspawn. We already covered that. and the Orlesian guards were probably reskinned Templars given the fact they had very identical abilities and even an assassin class. Also, thank God it's Asarbus here to finally skill check Joe. You are not finishing this DLC deathless anymore, Sleepy. Sandel has finally blessed me with some justice and equality in this playthrough.
Oh, fuck not. The BGM Sith Master boys my balls, and my pants can't take this, the horror. Was supposed to be saved for next week in Dead Space.
Calm down, Joe. It's 2-on-1 for mages. And you have Merril here with you. Not only can she disable everything the Qunari mage casts with horror and now dispel, but she also does increase damage since the mage is still weak to nature damage.
You're right, Barry. Now is not the time to cower. We need to protect my cutie patootie from the Horned Men army. And BDSM mages, I need to lock in and show them the real power of magic.
All right, Joe, that was not at all what Obama said. But whatever locks you in here is fine by me, since we really can't afford to be stuck on a random Qunari mage this late in the episode, even if all these shirtless dudes. Tankier than the armored Orlesian soldiers. I guess they work their abs so hard that their core is strong enough to resist steel and magic.
They aren't as tanky as the goddamn human battering ram, Aveline. Her health has barely moved this entire fight, despite having multiple dudes on her. The Democrats are saved once again by the muscle mommies I hated here.
Healing Aura's peak. Let's cut ahead here and watch Talos get sappy with the ambush leader with the pointy beard.
BioWare think they are slick changing his model in the cutscene to look more unique when in-game this dude looked like the basic model. Anyway, Donald, you don't have to ask. I will translate this whole conversation. The leader says, "Glorious struggle, Ben Hazarath," to Talos, basically saying, "GG, good fight." And Talos then replies, "I am alone, where is Salit?" The leader replies, upholding the deal he is meeting at the summit with the base, a term used for Qunari to describe people not of the Q1, at which Talos says thank you and goodbye before double tapping him.
This must have been a goddamn blessing for any blind viewers watching Obama, thanks. Well, let's go deal with the final confrontation and kill the horn guys and French dudes all at the same time.
Then we're going the wrong way.
That's my manville. The kill count is about to be legendary. Hopefully none of these assholes comes alive and tries to take over our bodies. This time I need a goddamn break.
Probably not. Our editor is taking a break from that. Honestly, this big-ass open arena would be a perfect place for a well-placed explosion to take out all the trash at once.
Barry really wanted to be the universe where we play Mass Effect and just call in the Normandy here to blast everything. Anyways, at least these Qunari practice their Duolingo tests, so they speak perfect English, no need to translate. I also like Salit's design. The red Viatar goes really hard with the blue sash and trim.
The Viatar makes it look like he slammed a ton of ribs before this encounter, which is kind of based if you really like ribs. Also, he put his weapons down before approaching the Duke, which is a huge sign of submission for Qunari to do, since their weapons are their souls.
Imagine they opened it and it's just a QR code to his SoundCloud or his fitness blog.
Names, Your Grace. It's a list of names.
So is this horn dude trolling the French right now? Because between betraying the Qunari and trolling these pricks, this guy may have just earned a one-way ticket to being my favorite character.
Well, that would be pretty based, but no, Talos reveals later that this list of names are the names of every single Qunari sleeper agent operating in Orlais. It's in the free marches. He is trolling, though, by calling it a weapon when it's more of a tool.
I never noticed this before, but Talos straight Looney Tunes the shit out of the Duke there. And no one caught on because everyone is just staring at Hawke.
Maybe if she tried to use how distracting Hawke is from the start, this heist would have gone a lot more smoothly. Also, as we mentioned before, the biggest downside of this scene is it plays out the same regardless of whether you went with Talos or not.
That good hair joke is ironic as hell, since 2/3 of the time you two Democrats make Hawke bald.
He's always bald, Donald. It's just when you play him, you give him an Alistair wig.
Wait, hold on. I know the Duke is struck deaf and blind by Hawke's aura, but Salit has just been staring their blank face the whole time while Talos took off her mask and killed the shit out of the Duke's entire guard while saying absolutely nothing until Talos launched back up and did a anime pose on the pillar.
Bro said helping the French fight is not my job. Let them sort their shit out. He is a king of minding his own business.
Looks like minding his own business isn't going to end too well for him. The Duke sprayed some green jello on him, and green is Leopold's favorite flavor.
The Duke had an assassin and the champion of Kirkwall within murder knife distance of him, and yet he chose to prioritize the guy who put his weapons down and was helping him just for dramatic effect. This guy has the priority targeting of my ranked teammates.
It was an absolutely brain-dead battle IQ moment. Orlais is all about betrayal and backstabs. Maybe he felt like since Salit backstabbed him, he had to immediately double-cross him, even more to maintain his French street cred.
I think the Duke's reaction is probably why the Bene Gesserit didn't want Talos stopping Salit. Prosper would have only cared about military technology, he wouldn't be able to do a damn thing with the names.
Well, that kind of makes all of Talis' anxiety kind of pointless in hindsight. But given she is Qunari, that is just part of her culture. So not that I am complaining, but why the hell did Salit betray the Qunari, lose his role in the Qun, and threaten to kill Talis over a list of spy names? It didn't look like he was getting paid for it. He just kind of did all of this for free.
Oh, I have no idea.
The fuck you mean I have no idea? You are our lore master. If you can't answer basic questions like that, then we might as well turn off the series and end it here.
Fuck that Donald, then they wouldn't see the peak of me ending this boss fight and scoring with Talis.
Well, look, we know virtually nothing about Salit that doesn't have to do with Talis. She never tells us a motive as to why he left or why he is ratting out other spies. And we don't get a motive before he dies, since the Duke wasn't paying him or giving him anything in return. We know Salit isn't just some evil asshole since he freed Talis and raised her before knowing she would be useful to him. We know Talis and the Qunari were going to play a major role in Exalted March, so maybe that was originally supposed to be discovered later. But as is, I have no idea what this guy's motivations are.
I always thought they just made Salit betray the Qunari since he is Talis' mentor. And it's good for that drama high that Dragon Age 2 is always chasing. I admit I am long out of my writing element. When the DLCs came out, I was already out the door. But instead, the only reasons we can have for siding with the Qunari here is if we think Talis is cute, or we like how the Qunari give greater opportunities to elves than human society does.
There's a bit more to it in the lore if you do dive into the Qun. And I think it's a good place to figure out the reason Salit betrayed his people. We know that originally in Exalted March, the Chantry was going to be in conflict with the Qunari again, and Talis was going to be involved. We also know in Trespasser that the Qunari start gearing for war against the rest of Thedas with the Dragon's Breath project. And one of the main parts of that plan is Qunari spies planting explosives across Thedas. Maybe Salit learned about this plan and thought that war wasn't the right path for his people, since there would be massive casualties on both sides.
You might be onto something, Joe, although Salit's plan is instead of soldiers getting killed in the war, his spies are going to get killed instead, so I don't know if he really thought this out. Also, that means Hawke reclaiming this list, where the Qunari kind of directly causes the Dragon's Breath plan to be carried out in Trespasser, which would have made the Kirkwall Chantry explosion look like a shaken soda can.
All right, Joe, where is the teleprompter? There's no way your ass just theory crafted an elaborate explanation and defense for Salit's actions when Obama could barely come up with anything. I mean, who writes this shit?
Well, I thought it was a good theory, Joe, and worthy of a comment question that our viewers can debate about. But Donald has a point. How the hell did you come up with all of this Qunari lore when you have barely played Inquisition and the only lore you've liked so far is Chantry and Mage lore?
I went to a convention and this cute Talis cosplayer gave me this pamphlet. And more in Qunari doctrine, it's really an eye-opener. Like, honestly, individuality seems overrated now, boys.
Joe, I am reading this pamphlet in addition to Qunari lore. It also talks about tithing and signing over the deed to your house. Because ownership is irrelevant, I am pretty sure this is a cult. It wouldn't be the first time they use a pretty girl to attract new members.
No way. Would a cult offer bonus gifts depending on how much you donate to them, as well as offering you multiple wifes?
Yes.
Oh shit, I need to try and get my money back, then Jill is going to be pissed after I invested in that permanently cold ice cream scam.
Well, before you try to get your pennies and quarters back, Sleepy, can you hurry up and take out the French dude, please? It's already been almost 10 minutes, and we have barely talked about the fight itself. Just the shirtless dude who became Lizard Chow.
Not really much to say. This is only the first stage of the fight. We still have 2 more after this, since the game really likes to combine 3 stages of a fight, with the final battle implementing strategies from the first 2, just like how the Corypheus fight had 3 stages.
My poison on Leopold worked, though it makes the second stage way easier and less annoying.
This fight is definitely less flashy, but overall more fun than the Corypheus fight. There's far less monologuing and more rewarding mechanics too. One thing I don't get though is he attacks with a repeating hand crossbow that launches explosives and green Gatorade. How the hell did he even get his hands on a repeating crossbow that behaves the same as Varric's crossbow that is supposed to be one of a kind?
Good question, Bill. Let's see if our lore master can go 0 and 2 here for explaining the plot holes in this game. He needs to redeem himself here.
Oh, god damn it, that's another hard one. This is really why I don't like the ending of this DLC, even if the fight is fun. Well, crossbows have been around since Origins, and despite his animations being similar to Varric's, I imagine that was more of a gameplay limitation. The crossbow seems to attack way slower than Varric's most of the time, with the upside being he can change the type of ammunition he fires, ranging from arrows, bombs, and green goo. And as for how he got a device, well, he is very close with the Empress, so he would have access to this kind of technology. It's not an insane reach to think someone could pay their way towards an improved hand crossbow design.
If that's true, then the Empress probably knows him in the same personal manner that she knows Callian. They probably bang on the regular. I mean, that's how she got put into power in the first place, right?
Not really. She was put into power at 16. That would be weird. A lot of her seductions came later in her life when she learned to play the game. And honestly, she mostly gets away by just flirting and convincing men she will marry them, like she did in Ferelden with Callian. All of that can be talked about in Inquisition, however, for now, back to your question, Bill, yes, Prosper is very close with the Empress, not only because that's her cousin, but because he was instrumental in Celine's ascension in the throne by helping her through the game and her payback for an assassin killing her mother.
The Amorlaise has a shit ton of assassinations happen every day. Donald, if this is too triggering for you, then you can let us know. I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
Joe, I would sooner sell my left nut than deal with anything Orlesian, especially being their leader. I already have enough snakes and crooked politicians to deal with. I don't need that paired with killer musicians and funny accents. If this dude is so cool with the Empress, though, why doesn't she attempt to spin the block and send her own killer musicians after us?
Killer musicians? Donald, do you mean the bards?
Oh, right, they are called that. I got so used to calling Liliana Basic Bard, I genuinely forgot that was their job title.
Classic Donald, I can't even be surprised anymore. But coincidentally, the Duke does warn us that the Empress would seek revenge for his death. And normally he would be right, but first we are the champion of Kirkwall, so good luck with that. And secondly, if she did do that, she would have to admit she knew something about the Duke's deal with the Qunari. And that would look terrible for her considering how everyone is afraid and hates them.
Politics strike again in this game where we are always wrapped up in politics when we aren't wrapped up in waifus or daddy issues. Anyway, what in the fresh hell has this fight turned to? Hawke has a green goo indicator on him, and that means the wyvern slowly chases after him at the speed of 3 snails being pushed by 2 snails. Is this supposed to be some kiting tutorial or something?
Kiting is always a staple of Dragon Age games, so making a move that causes the enemy to focus on a single target isn't the most absurd concept ever. However, the bright green indicator is overdoing it, as well as the fact because we poisoned Leopold's food, they are extra slow for this fight making. Everything way easier than it should be.
BioWare really wanted to prove to everyone that they could make a ring around the Rosie fight more tedious than the Corypheus fight. And they delivered. I have to applaud their effort to the game.
Look, all I know is this fight is basically the same as the Wyvern fight at the start of this DLC, so if this is all the French have to fight the champion, then I am going to take another deathless episode.
Well, since my bestie isn't here, I will be the one to say it. This sounds like a lot of heavy foreshadowing. Joe, let's see if you can prove it.
Oh, well, it's time for the final phase, Joe. Let's see it, then good luck. Also, my How to Train Your Dragon comparison has come full circle. There you go, viewers.
Wait, hold on. They combine into one dude with a new health bar. I thought this was Presidents Play Dragon Age, not Presidents Play goddamn Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Why the hell can't I fight these two separately with the health bars I worked so hard to lower now? They get a final big one.
Joe, it's a middle-aged French dude riding a dragon. You're acting like this is Vegito with the Ascended God buff. Just lock in already and do the same thing you have been doing. You are lucky enough to make it work.
Joe, you know those blinking bombs aren't just for show, right? Like they have an actual purpose and are about to make Obama rise in the East. If you catch my meaning.
Oh, fuck off. Look, they hit the second wave from America. Will never be the same.
Well, fuck that explosion. Looks so goddamn good. God, I wish that were me right now.
Hey, Orange Man. See if you can grab that crossbow for me before the episode ends. I have something funny I want to try later with it that will prove once and for all that enchantment is better than the chantry.
Hey, Barack, when you're done gooning over the explosion, I have a question. Hypothetically, can we loot the lore breaking hand crossbow off the French dude after this fight? That seems like a really cool reward for ending this DLC that took 3 hours.
I didn't need to clean myself off. It's just the fact that game recognizes game. But unfortunately, nothing that Duke Prosper has is lootable. In fact, after the fight, we don't even get a chance to loot or change our equipment off Talus. So Joe, before this fight is over, make sure you remove the accessories off her so we don't lose some of the good equipment we gave her for the secret boss.
That is absolutely devious of BioWare to not even give the player the chance to loot the Duke or anything else after the fight.
Yeah, make sure you do that in your second try since Hawke is down now and you are completely cooked sleepy.
Oh, lick my nuts. See, I am ushering him off the cliff just fine.
Let's cut ahead here and see the fruits of your mastery, Joe.
I'm cool under fire even after our healer is down. Oh no, Talus is down, but this wasn't like the simulations. Bidens Merril. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, honka, honka. All is well.
Yep, usual ending, all is right with the world balance is restored. Now none of us have done more than one deathless episode.
Yeah, small elf gets plowed and ran a train on by old French dude, uncensored. That scene really is a if I had a nickel moment.
All right, that line definitely gets us canceled. It's been a good run. But I guess ending this series before we kill another Orlesian noble is as good a place as any to end.
God damn it, I was really hoping I would be able to end this episode, Deathless Boys. How the hell am I supposed to impress Talis enough so she won't ever forget about me if I fumbled right at the end?
Okay, Joe, again, if Talis isn't blighted or a spirit, she has no connection to be aware. So if you thought you were going to actually impress the pre-programmed AI with your deathless run, then I am worrying about your mental capacity.
Not to be a asshole, but technically Talis is a spirit berry, so I mean, you never really know.
God damn it, Bill, that is not only spoilers, but it is not at all helping trying to lock back in Joe to the real world, but whatever. For Joe, just keep doing what you are doing in trying to impress Talis as long as you avoid the bombs. And pay attention when the Duke is charging, you should be fine. This phase can be even easier than the last two if you abuse the ledge mechanic. While he is doing that, Donald, do you have another topic to cover here?
Yeah, sure, I have one that has been on my mind since this commie revealed she lied to us. What do we think about Talis? Like, where would we rank her on the squad mate list?
Right under Merril, which would be my preferred position for her in general, if you catch my meaning.
That's my man, Joe.
Jesus, I walked right into that one.
Well, hey, if it wasn't going to be you, it was going to be me, Donald. But as for my ranking, I would say somewhere above the Hawke sibling and Sebastian, but she doesn't really beat anyone else. For she offers a different Qunari perspective, which is very much needed because of how fascinating their society is. But they have been incredibly bare bones as a villain like Tevener, and she also has a decent backstory. However, it's not fully explored in this DLC, so it's hard to rate her properly on a companion list.
A decent chunk of her character is shown in the live-action web series Dragon Age Redemption, and while not exactly tied to this DLC, it does expand more on her storyline.
Joe, did you actually watch that web series trying to find lore on Talis? Not only is that web series incredibly lore inaccurate, but it also did not age well and is a victim of the time and online nature of its platform.
I watched it hoping Felicia Day would sing a few songs, but honestly, I just spent the entire 45 minutes just staring at her outfit and her red hair. I still followed the plot pretty well, if you want me to summarize it. So the viewers who don't want to look at Felicia Day don't have to watch it.
Is anyone banging this film?
Nope, most we get is a kiss. It's YouTube friendly, not including all the gore.
All right, cool, then I don't care.
Is there any value to summarizing the web series? I mean, is it even canon? I am pretty sure the whole thing was just a marketing tool to get more people to buy Dragon Age. I remember Laidlaw said the whole project spending was EA's third tax write-off of that year.
Oh, believe me, I am on your side, Bill, but it would be a nice end to wrap up Talis's character.
All right, viewers, pour another bowl of hot cocoa or lean, because this SparkNote story is about to hit hard. So the story is about Talis being reinstated to her role to track a Qunari mage who has escaped Chantry control despite being Cerebus. Unlike Ketosian or most Cerebus, though this one still has his tongue. And Mouth Unsoni just has the normal chains before finding a way to remove them. While tracking him, Talis meets a Templar named Karen hunting the same mage, and they team up together to find him. Along the way, they find out the mage has stolen an elven artifact known as the Dreadwolf's Mask. And like every goddamn thing Solus makes, of course, this thing can tear the veil when exposed to elf blood. The first of the Dalish clan that lost the mask also joins her squad to save his waifu that was captured to supply the blood for the ritual. Believe me, that is important later.
All right, so another elven artifact was stolen, and elf blood is needed for the thing to work. This already sounds like the plot of Witch Hunt Boys.
You might have a point, Donald, but I am leaning, so why don't you hop off and let me finish?
Joe, you are leaning. What the hell does that have to do with the story that doesn't even?
Leaning my dick into your face, Obama. Boom gun.
Oh, goddammit, Joe, I wasn't even the one interrupting you unnecessary friendly fire.
Yeah, well, you still fell for it, so as long as it gets a laugh from the boys, it was worth it. Anyways, back to finishing my story, Talis' squad eventually tracks down the mage, and the first girlfriend both. The elf tries to save his waifu, but for no goddamn reason, the girlfriend turns on them. And rats out Talis' group to the mage, apparently developing Stockholm Syndrome to the Qunari enough in a few days to turn on her boyfriend.
These elves ain't loyal, chat.
A fight occurs and the girlfriend ends up getting stabbed, which is enough blood to trigger the mask to activate. And the veil starts tearing similar to Solus's ritual or the Terran Inquisition. In order to stop the ritual from completing, Talis destroys the mask. But as she is about to be struck by a spell, the Templar jumps in the way, sacrificing himself for her as he had developed feelings for her over the course of their journey. Talis ends up collaring the mage again, who tries to say that the Qunari made him nothing. But a killer so, of course, that is all he knows. Talis avenges her friend's death by killing him while he is collared. This is a massive problem because Talis was supposed to take the mage alive for correction under the Qunari. The whole reason the movie was called Redemption is this is her redemption mission to not be declared Tel Vashoth, or worse, becoming a mindless laborer, and she failed. However, none of that ends up mattering because here she is again not demoted or Tel Vashoth while still not following orders.
All right, that settles it. This character is a commie and makes no goddamn sense. Iron Bull, while still being a commie, is way better and at least has dire consequences for his actions. That probably wasn't even the only plot hole either. I can see why people have beef with celebrity cameos.
I definitely think the movie is filled with worse plot holes than the DLC, as in this Talos actually conveys her conflicts with the Qunari, and she has flaws while still being more lore accurate. The live-action movie, on the other hand, reads as almost fan fiction. And while sure Talos has conflict with her order, she seems far less interested in the positives of the Qunari, or with her place in the Q1.
You know, some viewers in our Discord have been saying we have gotten them into reading more of the novels. Our editor even happily provides the books you should start with. It's pretty dope. Them reading almost inspires me to start reading more too. I have the free time now and it can't hurt. At least we would be able to challenge Barry more on the lore.
I will just have my staffers summarize that shit. I don't have the time with my presidency right now, but you're right, we need to challenge Barack more on his facts, now that we know he has holes in his knowledge. Plus, we definitely need to make a tier list of the novels at some point too.
Donald, please don't suggest any more tier lists. We just got done with 4 of our biggest projects to date. And we are close to finishing up one last ambitious project in our 2 series in Dead Space and Dragon Age 2. We need a moment to catch our breath first.
Well, speaking of lists, don't you guys go over tactical setups for every companion? Why not do that for Talos while we still have the chance?
Oh, well, we didn't do a build last episode for Carver simply because we don't spend enough time using the squad mate for a tactical setup, for a build to really make sense. Not to shit on you too hard, Joe, but replaying Mark makes me realize that it is somewhat easier than Legacy. I think the final bosses are about the same difficulty, but the overall fights with Mark are far easier, especially if you go the stealth route. For Talos build and tactics, instead of doing a completely in-depth guide, I will just say, treat her with a similar build as a rogue archer. Max speed and subterfuge, and get blindside and then prioritize her infiltrator specialization since it's outright busted with its damage and immunities that it gives Talos.
Damn, so you are telling me Joe doesn't have a chance of dying 2 more times to tie up with me and make the final episode more interesting?
Not a chance. I'm locked in and bro is falling just like Donald did going up Air Force 1 stairs. Welcome to the presidential nerf that you ran for Double D.
Joe, you have collapsed a dozen times on stairs. Don't you dare fucking compare us, because I slightly slipped once we have all done that. Besides, we each have 1 more episode together in the finale to fully decide who is the best waifu.
First off, Donald, who is I don't speak French. And secondly, while that's technically true, I doubt any of us is going to get a death before the final episode. I am going to play the Blood Mage hunt, so you don't have to worry about being in danger there. But for right now, we all need to sweat and hope Joe fucks up hard on his episode or the Orsino fight.
Bro really tried the same damn thing a 10th time, thinking it would work out better. He deserves this L.
1 more unique kill for the Road Boys.
This guy is repeating what I said to the California governor, except I am not French, so my words actually have weight.
That's not the only thing that has weight. Also, if we were playing Mass Effect right now, there would probably be a Paragon interrupt to try and save him, same as the Shepard clone.
Bro really should have tried to beg for mercy and hope for a Paragon Hawke moment, instead of threatening us when he is about to plummet to his death.
Thank you for the lovely party. I'll treasure the belt.
Yeah, Aveline and Merril really want to see it happen 7 years with Hawke has made them completely desensitized to normal violence.
Well, I don't think you'll survive that.
Looks like the Duke has fallen from grace.
Yeah!
Yes, viewers, Hawke just did a CSI Miami Horatio Kane one-liner. We had to end with 1 more ear rape song.
What he nearly had in his grasp.
Merril and Aveline didn't even laugh. They thought that shit was corny, even for Hawke also. Now that she lost her father figure in Salid, you have sufficient trauma and daddy issues to make it on our squad. We will have Varric make you a matching t-shirt.
Sadly, Varric doesn't have the t-shirt supplies for 1 more member. And BioWare didn't have the monetary supplies to keep her around. So that's a wrap on our cute nerdy elf.
All right, since she is leaving theirs, 1 bit of praise I can give the commie. She is a pretty good setup for Iron Bull and the Ben Hassereth. I will give her that much also. What's that option up top if we tell her to give us the scroll, Obama?
So in one of the biggest railroad moments to exist in this game, if we demand the scroll back from Talos, she will just shrug and give us the heart of the many, which apparently appeases Hawke enough to not care about the scroll anymore, and they will let Talos walk away. Even if we are an aggressive Hawke and have threatened to kill Talos earlier, the top option shows a attack symbol implying Hawke is going to kill Talos. But again, she just tosses us the jewel and Hawke shrugs and lets her go as well. I appreciate the option being there, but the fact we can't kill her here is a massive story negative.
Origins, and by extension, POTUS would have definitely followed through with the murder knife option, squad mate or no.
POTUS was good friends with Sten. I doubt he would kill Talos. or have any reason to stress over the list. I know some actors contractually demand that their character doesn't die in games and movies, but Felicia Day doesn't feel like that type of person. They probably kept her alive so she could make an appearance in the now-defunct Exalted March, since they didn't know yet it was going to be canceled.
Oh, true, but you could kill Oberyn and Lyanna in Origins, and they still think of reasons to bring them back, so I would have preferred that. Even if having the list makes Hawke a target and he loses it later or something.
Okay, Joe, I see you clenching your mouse and keyboard like you were about to break it. You thought you could have both, couldn't you, with the flirt option?
No, not at all. I always knew that was the outcome. I just did it so we can see my cutie patootie stand up for her man.
Yeah, I don't buy that shit for a moment, but with that, our DLC grind is over. What's the amulet do, by the way, Obama?
Well, the Heart of the Many is a scaled amulet that gives strength dexterity. And magic up to a leveled amount, probably one of the worst accessories in the game, since on any character you give it to, only one stat is going to be useful as the other two. Don't help the other classes at all, as stats in this game are linked to what class you play. It would have been far stronger if the three stats it boosted were Con, Willpower, and Cunning, since at least then each class could have some use for it.
Kind of lame, but we didn't do this for the gem, we did it for the girl. We're getting pretty close to the end though, aren't we, boys?
This death competition isn't over yet, boys.
Yes, we are, but before we announce that, let's have Varric wrap it up, then we can get to the outro.
I suppose she was pretty for a Qunari. Whatever the reason, I doubt it's the last we've seen of her. But what do I know? I just tell stories.
Good greetings. The goated gents gather in this ghastly gallow to goad the final act. Welcome back, viewers.
It's been over 30 hours of gameplay, and we finally get to go to the mage section of the gallows, and it looks like Guantanamo Bay fucked Hogwarts.
And it's still too good for the robes anyways. Joe, shut up and don't ruin this for me. I finally get to sit down with Mommy Meredith one-on-one. It's practically a dream date. My body has never been so ready.
Well, it's not one-on-one. We have the original squad with us, and I am the one meeting her. But sure, Donald, let's go with that. Also, I am going to rock the Mage Warden armor today, since we have been wearing the champion armor for a few episodes, and I just want to mix it up. We are definitely going to rock the champion's armor for the final, so we might as well let another armor get some screen time. Anyways, I brought Varric here for a very specific reason, since he is able to identify the lyrium from the statue better than the rest of us. But here we are staring at it right in front of us, and he doesn't notice anything.
Well, that's easy to explain. It's because it's not glowing right now. Without the glow, how the hell are we supposed to know what it is that could be a stick of red taffy?
20% right as usual, Joe. The actual reason is clearly because everyone is too distracted by Mommy Meredith's aura.
All right, I don't know what either of you two are on about, but I'm guessing you are just spitballing the same reasons the Biowar writers wrote. Ultimately, though, why we don't recognize the sword isn't as important as the fact she has been huffing this sword for damn near a month while we have been doing the DLC montage. So Hawke didn't do her any favors for booming her mental.
It doesn't really matter because cracked lightsaber or no, she is speaking nothing but facts. The filthy robes escaped to sell blood magic and crack to inner city kids, and now we have to put a stop to it.
Or counterpoint, they were just tired of getting flogged, touched and tortured daily by all the Templars in the gallows, and just went for a little fresh air.
They are mages in Kirkwall. I bet after their second breath of fresh air, they were already making a deal with a Desire Demon to make Epstein's Island Mage Edition.
On translation, the people don't like how my military has taken over the city after saving it from a different military trying to take over the city. Let's see what happens if we exercise our right to choose in this role-playing game.
If I suspect that is no longer the case, then I may decide your status needs to change.
Translation, do what I say, or a lot of Templars are going to die attempting to wrangle Hawke into the circle.
All right, I love Meredith, but sending any Templar to try to capture Hawke is like sending regular Marines to capture Mihawk.
Now, even if you threw enough Templars at Hawke to capture him, it would be political suicide for you. The people love Hawke, whereas most everyone, but the Templars are just afraid of Meredith. Also, for those of you curious, if you are a warrior or rogue Hawke, and have Bethany in the circle, Meredith will threaten her instead. If Bethany is dead or in the Warden, she will then threaten Merril. And Anders, which could be the strongest or weakest threat, depending on if you romance them.
If my cutie patoot even left her mouth, I am airing out this entire gallow, no hesitation.
She can threaten me anytime, boys. Also, it's interesting she is actually giving us a choice here on what to do with the mages. You would think she would just tell us to curb stomp them and be home by dinner.
That's obviously what she would prefer. But she has been the Knight Commander for 16 years. She at least has a concept of how to be political. Anyways, this isn't the first main quest. Dragon Age 2 has forced down our throats, so let's go see who we have to round up.
The fact she has a tranquil assistant already tells me everything I need to know about her. However, given the fact she is a woman. In a tranquil, I am more so concerned about her safety in the gallows than anything else.
Who the hell cares if she has a tranquil assistant or a regular robe assistant? At least the Tranquil has a job and a purpose. She even gets a sick face tattoo while doing it.
I swear to God, keep this shit up, Orange Man, and I am about to give you a sick face tattoo as well.
So isn't this whole quest a direct tie-in to the revolutionists that we learned about last episode during Sebastian's quest berry? I imagine all three of the escape mages were at least partially affiliated with them.
That's almost certainly the case. But it's all cut content now because Act 3's main quest are so short if I wanted to, I could rapid fire my way to the finale during this episode, since Act 3 was the biggest victim of that 16-month development cycle. What we do know is Sebastian's quest deals with a resolutionist plot that threatens the Grand Cleric and wants to see the mages free. Cassandra was even supposed to be sent to investigate this. We also know both Act 3 main quests have to deal with unrest in the circle and both mages, and Templars trying to escape and overthrow Meredith. With all that in mind, I can safely imagine the original plot of Act 3 was going to be, instead of mages versus Templars, it would have been revolutionists versus the Circle. Just like in Act 2, we still would have had the massive conflict between the mages and Templars. But now you would also be fighting to either maintain the Circle or fight with the revolutionists to free the mages. This would have made more sense, as fighting for a principle is better than fighting for a person, since both sides with mages. Or Templars the representative of both is pretty terrible.
Now one side has an elven blood mage who is scared of picking sides and sucks at his job, and the other is great at her job and had to be nerfed by red lyrium. Gee, I wonder who the obvious choice is.
Not sure if you are cooking with this berry, but anything that gives Act 3 a little more flexibility like Act 2 would have been far more peak. Before we go into a massive rewrite, though, we should talk a bit more about this quest, because the last mage's story here has a pretty sad story.
Well, they better pull out all the stops, because so far we have an elf and a French dude, both of which are curb-worthy.
So the first point about Evelina is that she was from the Ferelden Circle and escaped during the Blight. We don't know how she did this. It's very unlikely she made an escape attempt after the Jowan escape, so it's likely she was a Ostagar deserter or survivor. Otherwise, we have to believe she was saved by POTUS and still decided to flee the country.
All right, so far this isn't endearing me to her, and if she slided POTUS, it's on site.
Well, hold up, Donald. Unlike almost every other mage who tried to escape, she had no plans of leaving the Circle. She just assumed the Blight was going to destroy Ferelden, and she wanted to live. She rescued a group of children along the way and sailed to Kirkwall, where after setting them up in Dark Town, she turned herself in freely to the Circle, hoping that, like Ferelden, she could work while in the Circle and make money for her found family. Meredith, however, branded her an apostate and put her under heavy guard for 7 years.
So she came back after having no intention of leaving the Circle. That sounds like a loyalist to the Circle to me. She just didn't want to die in war. Can't fault her there.
Well, if she is such a loyalist, then why the hell does she care so much about a little containment? If she wants to follow the rules, then let's follow all the rules, not some of the rules. At best, that means she is like the mage grandma, which isn't endearing me to her because this one doesn't have an overpowered class. Besides, the Tranquil girl said she killed a bunch of Templars already who tried to detain her. You want me to feel bad for a killer of base Templars?
She was doing that because the Templars were coming for her and her kids Donald.
It's not worth it, Joe, but that doesn't mean we can't still talk about it. The Templars did try to take her in front of her children, because that's why we are going over to these guys to find out where she is.
I don't even know what her plan here was. What good-paying job could she get in the Circle that could buy property out of Darktown? Her plan was so unthought out, we might as well put her down. Besides, the Tranquil girl said she was the most dangerous of the apostates. Now that she has gotten a taste of Templar blood, she won't stop.
It's time we pull Aldred and kill some Ferelden mages, boys.
Well, I guess you two are going to get your wish after all, since she is possessed now, since demons have a 6-gig connection to any distressed mage in Kirkwall.
It's interesting that they say that she ran after the fight with the Templars. I wonder if it's common for possessed people to still have some control, or if that's a reference to Origins when Connor was possessed.
The kid is going to rat to the robe. We need to put them down before word gets out.
Well, either way, we have to go to the sewers to track her down, since just like every demon huddles around mages, to possess them, mages similarly huddle around the sewers of Darktown. To hide seriously, Anders is here and has an underground in the sewers. Gascard hid in Darktown if we spared him, and now Evelina is here.
More reason we need to start a crusade against this entire damn area of Kirkwall. And to cement that crusade, viewers, we can reignite the Dragon Age drinking game. Take a shot, viewers, because this is the same sewers we have seen since Act 1.
Jesus Donald was just waiting to bring back the liver poisoning after the DLC era. Gave us a break. And speaking of Dragon Age, 2 cliches, the Demon Home defense system is still alive and well in Act 3, boys.
Yeah, but now we are full of DLC equipment, as well as the fabled return of the Dragon Age 2 double haste buff, so this is easy money, boys.
Yeah, we are way over leveled now for this quest. But while we kill the demon home defense system, we might as well go over what we have planned for the rest of the series for the viewers. You want to go over the plan, Barry?
Oh, gladly. So viewers, as we have droned to death by now, Act 3 is incredibly short. The biggest chunk of content is the 4 side quests I already took care of in my last episode, and the companion quests. Because of that, the next 3 episodes, including this one, are going to be fairly short. We figure to try to even it out, we each do 1 main quest and 2 companion quests of our choice. And to keep the pattern going, we already know what companions each of us are choosing. So after On the Loose is done, I am going to tackle my girl Eveline's quest and close out her arc in this game. Then I will tackle Anders' companion quest, since I was relegated to do everything else vengeance related anyway.
Viewers, you already know what quests I am doing, but if for some reason you have missed my last couple of episodes, I am going to do my beautiful Pirate Queen's quest, and then the based mage hater Fenris's quest. After that, I will tackle the only other main quest, best served cold, in order to save Mommy Meredith. I was originally going to curb stomp the mages in On the Loose, but apparently Obama needed to do this quest, or otherwise no companion quest would be available to us, so we were somewhat soft-locked at the moment.
Yeah, it's just one of those scripting constraints, I guess. But after that, viewers, I am going to tackle Varric's side quest, then, of course, my Cutie Patooties Act 3 quest, which will be a nice dramatic ending to our series. Also, since Donald and the viewers have been so hard about me tackling a secret boss in this game, I am going to take on the other secret demon boss, Hybris, during my episode. 2 of the scrolls can be grabbed during Merril's quest anyway, so it all ties together.
Viewers, he was trying to dump that quest on me too, but after Obama admitted that my DLC was harder than his, I told him to fuck off and prove his first place standing in the rankings.
Okay, ladies, calm down. Both of your DLCs were very hard, and you are both very impressive for taking them on. Anyways, viewers, that is our roadmap. More so, we still plan to each take the final episode in sections, so each of us have 1 more chance to play as well as die before the death competition ends for 2. But remember, the full competition for Inquisition carries over all the deaths from the previous 2 games. Dragon Age 2's competition is just for the best waifu in the series.
Speaking of the death competition, Obama, looks like you are about to get one here. Your muscle mommy is burning alive, and all you have left are the 2 mages who are going to get their ass eaten by the demons.
Nope, not even close. That's why this party composition is so strong. Having 2 healers and double haste makes nothing we do have any consequences.
I don't know what's more abhorrent here, the fact that you have 2 automatic revive fuck-up buttons, or the fact that the rage demon just dipped halfway through the fight and let you kill all of his guys.
Well, cutting ahead, looks like we found the orphans again. I guess they are immune to the home defense system that Evelina put in.
I mean, this is obviously their home. Of course, they would be immune to the security. Anyways, one additional note about Evelina that is confusing is that you can meet her in Act 2 begging on the streets in Darktown asking for money for her children. You can give her some silver, but it has no impact on this quest. Since she is possessed, she won't recognize you.
Wait, that means she escaped 3 years ago and just stayed in Darktown all this time? I thought the breakout was recent. Also, how the hell did she appear where we already came from? Was she hiding in the corner?
Remember, Donald, every mage gets access to teleportation besides the players.
The breakout couldn't have been 3 years ago. The other 2 stories don't make sense in that context. Evelina must have escaped on her own because of the shitty treatment. And the Templars decided to double down on finding her after the big escape happened. Honestly, I could also believe whoever placed her there in Act 2 made an error.
Typical robes blaming the rich and the Templars for their own shortcomings. Go ahead and introduce Mommy Demon to the curb.
Well, I won't say I will gladly do this, but abominations only have 1 place to end up, and it's back to the fade sequences where they came from. Also, to add another notch to the Obama obscure observations, whatever she was possessed by can transform into abomination. Then a rage demon, then a desire demon, which is something we really only see by the sloth demon in Origins in the Fade.
Obama, stop trying to randomly bring back the obscure observations title. That shit is not catching on.
Yeah, I nearly took a critical hit from the cringe levels when he said it. I bet he paid our editor another $10 to put in the moving title too. Just stick to telling the people to like and subscribe for weekly content, Obama.
All right, whatever. Thanks for supporting a friend again, dickheads. But yeah, viewers, please do like and sub if you want to stay up to date. It does help a lot. Okay, well, Varric. And Hawke carried just like they always do, proving they are an unstoppable duo both in and out of game. Now that she has taken care of viewers, don't forget to loot the chest at the end of the room here. It has a Rune of Devastation schematic which improves all damage sources from the weapon. A really strong late-game enchantment that would have really helped with the DLC missions.
Oh man, I sure do feel great about killing the guardian of these orphans. If only the Circle had some form of compromise that let her stay in the Circle, but still help the orphans earn money.
Now you are sounding like the healer robe, and since we are bringing him to every quest and doing his Act 3 quest today, I guess I need to get used to his soapbox this episode.
Well, Anders has the most unique dialogue and even has his own interrupts that change the story here slightly. Unsurprising since the topic is mages. And 2 out of 3 of these situations wouldn't happen if Meredith's rules weren't so oppressive. Let's give these 2 1 or 2 gold for food and move on to the next target in the Alienage boys.
Oh boy, we brought my cutie patootie for the extra dialogue to help us out.
You know the fact that this guy got captured by the Templars. But Merril has been immune to being captured despite living here for 6 years. And openly experimenting on elven artifacts can only be explained by the Templars being afraid to fuck with Hawke.
So one of the robes is a Darktown beggar, and another is an elf from the Alienage who is neighbors with the Blood Mage waifu. You 2 still wonder why I don't associate with poors after playing this game with me.
You say that, but this game has been about a former noble family that is full of mages, where one mage rose to become the most important person in the city, and whose cousin had the potential to be the hero of Ferelden.
Our player characters and Mommy Morrigan don't count when I say kill all mages sleepy, so my point still stands. I see what you're saying about the mage breakout though, since this is the dude's whole wife and he never came to her until a couple of weeks ago. So there's no way he has been broken out for years like Evelina.
Girl is the most loyal wife in the series. I am amazed she didn't try to get a divorce. Or something after 10 years being married to someone who is locked up in the circle and having to survive on a single elf income.
A divorce isn't actually recognized by the Chantry. It's one of the few harsh medieval facts of the setting. A marriage can be annulled, but I doubt the Chantry would care about annulling an elven marriage. Also remember that marriage among city elves is usually arranged by the parents, so it's not a matter of love. It's likely she is in this marriage because she has no other option but to stay.
Well, still, she looks pretty beaten up by the fact that he has been gone for so long. She clearly has some feelings.
Wasn't Callian being encouraged to divorce Honora by Aemon because she wasn't getting pregnant? How does that work?
Well, he's the goddamn king. What the hell is the revered mother supposed to do, say no?
All right, fine, fair point, and he was trying to marry the Empress who rules the country the Divine is in. I doubt there was anything either of them could do about it. We would have had a return to King Henry VIII in Thetis.
Well, this nice girl can't get divorced, but we can take her crazy husband out and give her the Skyrim method to get divorced.
Oh, thank God. We are finally in agreement to curb stomping an elf mage. I almost forgot why I even agreed to play this series with you 2.
Joe, I appreciate the energy, but this is unlike you. Do you just want her husband dead so this girl is single?
No comment.
All right then, well, she is scared that he has changed anyway, so there's no real debate. We need to take this guy down. He is probably the current mascot for a typical Dragon Age 2 blood mage, as we are about to find out why.
Mom, I threw up.
All right, for once the creepy-ass model for the elves works, this dude looks like a diddler. And why the hell is this girl not only staring at him, but now going to approach him after he looked at her like that? Get this girl out of the alienage and into horror movies, she would do great.
He clearly cast blood control on her, Donald. You didn't see the little blood swirl he summoned?
Okay, so Mage Defenders explain why the robes deserve freedom when we have this store-brand Dexter serial killer running loose.
When we say mages deserve freedom, we don't mean Huon. Or Quentin Donald, this dude has clearly lost it.
Yeah, this is our Templar fuel for this mission, Donald, if you couldn't tell. Huon is the exact reason why I think the Circle and Templars still need to exist. Shit like this shouldn't happen. And if we just abolish the Circle with no restraints, it would enable evil like this. Don't worry though, we are about to make him bite the curb and steal his Jordans.
Hell yeah, Obama. Let's see you kill an elf instead of fucking one.
That's just for Nissa, you bald-headed blood mage.
All right, tell him how you really feel, boys. Well, one last detail about this guy is that Huon has a tattoo of the dwarven character for C, which is the popular brand for castless dwarves. I don't know if the designers thought brands were just for poor people, or that the mark just looked cool, but I guess Huon stands with the castless.
Either that or this dude just really likes dwarves. Either way, it's not stopping this poor from meeting the rest of the elves in hell. Anyways, this fight is basically the exact same as the Evelina fight, but with a blood mage this time. So do you have a comment question prepped for us, Obama?
Yeah, one actually just came to me when we were talking about Huon. So viewers, there's obviously a lot of very evil characters in the Dragon Age series. But who do you think is the most evil character? I'm talking just a downright depraved bastard that only deserves one fate. But I have to go with Branka, if for no other reason than she betrayed the people closest to her, even her own lover, to get what she wanted. What really sells me on my choice, though, is she gave up the woman of her expedition to become brood mothers. And all the horrors that come with that decision simply so she could reach the anvil and sacrifice more people to accomplish her goals. She likely did all of this just so that she wouldn't lose her statues or fame as a paragon for failing in her search for the anvil. She is someone who believes she can't be wrong, something that we see when she wages war on the kingdom regardless of who is in charge.
All right, not a bad pick. Obama and mine should be obvious to anyone who has watched Origins for more than 3 seconds. How is the biggest pile of shit in the entire series? and killing that evil shithead is the most satisfying moment in our series so far. He betrays the comrade that lifted him up both during the war and beyond, someone who considered him a brother and stabbed him in the back and executed his entire goddamn bloodline for good measure. Then he kneels down and becomes a servant to the king of war criminals, Loghain, and does every evil and fucked up thing that Loghain isn't willing to do, also that he can gain a few more titles under his belt. He doesn't do evil for the better of all or because he had a hard life. He does evil because he desires more power, and that's the lowest of the low boys. I'm sure all of my human noble mains will agree with me on this one, since Howe is at the top of their shit list.
Not bad picks, boys, as for me, I would have to go with Sir Alric, I know. In terms of evil feats, he isn't as bad as Branka and Howe. However, the fact that he preys on the weak and helpless by abusing his position of power feels extra insidious. Just like the situation with Vaughn, what Alric does sits with them, not just for the gravity of his actions, but because the situation he is in feels more real. We often don't see obvious supervillains that try to take over the world like Howe or Branka. But someone like Alric or Vaughn, who abused the power they were given, is something we see in our world all too frequently. And that relation to evil makes it the worst in my eyes. Now, to wrap this up with our featured comment from last episode. Our featured comment comes from Xavier the Simmer, who sided with my choice of the Hawke sibling returning, but with an interesting twist that instead of them being a normal squad mate, they would instead be the representative of either the mages, or Templars, or even more interesting, be the Warden representative instead of Stroud, which would have meant that we would have had to choose between the two Hawke siblings during the Nightmare fight. While I don't think that would have been as dramatic as choosing between Hawke and Alistair, and I think most people would have picked Hawke in that situation, it would have been an intense moment. For Hawke personally, he likely would have wanted to sacrifice himself in order to not have even more survivor's guilt after losing everyone else in his family. So for that reason, I have to say you were cooking a goddamn gourmet meal.
All right, thank you, Joe. And now that Huon is dead, and we have the champion boots and fell poison recipe off his corpse, we can move on to the third and final escaped mage, the Orlesian noble.
God damn it, this is the most pleasant conversation we have had all episode, but it's with the French, so I already hate it.
Yeah, after Mark of the Assassin and seeing Isolde again, I am already suffering from French fatigue. There's a reason I avoided her at the party, boys.
I don't blame you without doing this quest first. There's no interesting dialogue that she has at the chateau. She just bad-mouths our mother passive-aggressively, since she still has beef with her once being betrothed to her now husband before she met Malcolm. I know most people don't care about this lore. We are known for being thorough, so we will still get into it now. The Comtesse actually has 3 children, her son, who is a mage that escaped the circle, and 2 daughters who attend the chateau party with her mother. The daughters are all as insufferable and dramatic as their mother, and she believes none of them will ever marry or give them grandchildren.
Oh, Wright isn't one of the daughters, the girl who teases the Ferelden band about his knickers.
How the hell do you remember that of all things, Joe?
Yeah, not surprising you wouldn't recognize him, Donald, since you weren't in our Leanna song special episode. But the band at the chateau that the Dulancets insulted was actually the same band we attacked at the Daenerys markets and stole his underwear to plant on the guard captain, which is why they reference where his knickers are. And before you ask, no, we have no idea what he is a band of. But I imagine it is a sect in Daenerys or on the outskirts of the city.
I wasn't going to ask because I don't care about the basic Bard's bonus DLC. But thanks for talking about it anyway. Let's link that episode up here to improve that YouTube algorithm. Anyways, that's 2 shameless plugs this episode, so I think that's our limit. Is this Ned Flanders looking triangle really the dude that could have been our dad? I hate to say it, but Mama Hawke picked the better choice with the broke robe.
Ironically, since the Dulancets have a mage child anyway, the Amels would have had a high chance of a mage child anyway, it seems. And then maybe we would be the guy banging whores and getting drunk in the Hanged Man.
To be fair, Hawke already does that regularly anyway. We have bought a lot of drinks from Corf over the years while listening to him talk about Shale and other Ferelden hijinks. I'm sure our mother's genes would have kicked in and made Hawke a little more base than this guy is.
I know Bethany would have preferred being a Dulancet over a Hawke that girl loves pretending to be a noble and smashing nobles like Sebastian. Also say the line, Bart.
The Hanged Man. Oh, but that place is filthy.
To be fair, the Hanged Man isn't that bad compared to other fictional taverns. Besides the occasional bar brawl, poison dealer, and rambling man, it's a downright nice place to be.
If it's good enough for the squad, then it's good enough for us. Anyway, before we go save a drunk mage, we have one more detour in the Dulancet Manor, since there's a pretty valuable treasure room in here.
Oh wait, this is actually a map that we can explore and run around in. This is peak content, boys.
I'm worried about the answer, Donald, but pray tell, why is running around here such a good thing?
Because this is another repeated noble mansion map. It's the same as Fenris Manor, so take another shot, viewers.
You should have seen that one coming, Joe, but anyways, in the back room here there is a master trap that requires 45 or more cunning to disarm, and chests with random leveled loot, as well as a Kunari sword for the Lost Swords quest.
How our viewers are probably looking if they followed through with Donald's drink competition of death.
Nah, our viewers all build Constitution. They will be fine. The bigger question is, how did the Templars miss this balding bastard for so long, especially since he has been bragging about being a blood mage for so long?
Anders very blatantly didn't answer the question either, so we are left with two specific choices as to how he has avoided capture. Either the Templars are so strapped trying to take control of the city from the guards and losing their own guys to the revolutionists and the like of Evelina, or the Templars are really that incompetent.
Don't discredit the valiant Templars just because they need to blow off some steam. They are literally working around the clock trying to take out the Blood Mage invasion that has plagued Kirkwall for centuries, as well as trying to maintain order around the city regularly since the city is out of a Viscount. Also, did this guy really pretend to be a Blood Mage to score? What in the Beavis and Butthead plotline is this?
So no shade on the white boy, trying to catch a vibe in the Hanged Man, but is bragging about being a Blood Mage in Kirkwall even that interesting? There's a Blood Mage in every other corner in this city. Hell, we have been taking out Blood Mages all day this episode. And that's a moderate day in Kirkwall.
Hey, you said it, not me?
Hearing the fact this dude spent his entire conscious life in the Circle makes me realize how fortunate Connor was to at least get a childhood before getting shipped off. I mean, hell, even Vengeance the Crusader for mage oppression wasn't captured by the Circle until he was 12. So he at least got most of a childhood.
And yet the healer robe acts like he was ripped out of his mother's womb and sent to the Circle. Just food for thought next time you all rush to the defense of the mages. Not all of them have a sappy backstory like you might believe.
I'm not going to bash Anders too hard. His dad, like many others, was an absolute piece of shit. This guy, however, does deserve a win for once he just wanted one night where he can live like a normal guy.
Speaking of miracles, however, we have a bigger one in front of us. Isabella found standards.
Give him a hand, Isabella.
You don't mean... no. No!
First, you two Democrats tried to give her to the Canary. Now you are trying to sell her off to the French. This unfair treatment of the Pirate Queen will not go without notice. You two better hide your goddamn addresses.
Isabella refused an easy lay with a virgin. I guess that confirms she isn't Bonnie Blue level after all. Anyways, Barry, this guy deserves a win, so let the guy hook up with a tavern wench.
You're out of luck, Joe. It's Obama playing this time around, and he is like the fun police when it comes to banging anyone that isn't a muscle mommy or elven twink.
Well, actually, no. I am going to let him have this one before I send him back to the Circle.
What? Joe, quick, get the Skinwalker spray. I think Obama has been replaced sometime during this Blood Mage quest.
Yeah, that or he fell for the Blood Mage possession from earlier and is now enthralled.
No dickheads, I am not enthralled or replaced by any Blood Mages or Skinwalkers. I am doing this because not only does it make it easier to get him to cooperate back to the Circle, but there's also some dialogue enrichment for later choosing this path. It's the same reason I hooked up with Marty in our very first episode. Content is king boys regardless of my personal feelings.
Normally I would want to free this guy, but I agree with Anders that he really can't live on his own and has no real concept of the real world. I'm pretty sure he would get swindled out of all his money in a week, so letting him get laid, and then returning him to the Circle is the best compromise.
With how giddy this dude is, I bet he was skipping towards the gallows before like 10 Templars tackled him to the ground.
No, they definitely tackled him. This is Kirkwall, and he was a wanted apostate. Well, that calls it for half of the main quests in Act 3. But for reference for the viewers, there are two additional outcomes of the quest in regards to Emil's fate. We can send him to the Templars without getting laid, which earns rivalry from everyone. The path we choose earns some rivalry from Anders, but not as much if we didn't let him have fun and earns Eveline, Isabella, and interestingly Sebastian approval. And finally, if we set him free without returning him to the Circle. And if we do this, we can try to lie to Meredith and tell her he is dead, to which she will doubt Hawke's story, but not press him about it and still give him the reward. If Fenris is in the party with less than 100% rivalry, he will expose Hawke's lie, and Meredith will send Templars to intercept his ship.
Absolutely based that Fenris stands 10 toes down on capturing the robes, even ignoring Hawke's wishes. I wish companions did that shit more often.
Companions defying the player's wishes does happen rarely in any BioWare game, probably because designers are afraid of conflict with the squad mates players have spent a lot of time getting to know and befriend over the course of the game.
Huon and Evelina were entirely innocent then.
I knew there's a reason I like this guy, even if he is a husk in terms of content. The human nobility and mage hate stays winning. Also, the healer robe is really lucky Meredith is in a good mood today, because I don't see how the hell he avoided the public execution here. Meredith would not let a mage talk to her like that.
I think it's safe to say Meredith is either scared of the champion, or Meredith is trying extra hard to get Hawke on her side by any means necessary.
What you think is best for this city, mage. That is all we can do.
With telling Anders to shut up, we have successfully maxed out his rivalry. Before we leave, though, we have another enigma of Kirkwall to grab in the room next to Meredith's room. On the torch It's one of two that we can grab this episode, the other we will grab during Vengeance's quest. Before we start our companion quest streak, I have one final errand to pick up.
Oh damn, that's the most hidden yet.
So did we stop by the Hawke Manor just to have an intellectual conversation with Carter here?
Well, yes, but in addition to picking up 2 gold rewards for Meredith and Emil's dad on our desk, we also have a letter from one final Origins companion we can meet up with now on our way to Avalian's quest.
Big Bro Alistair. Oh, fuck, I was hoping for Mommy Morrigan, but it's damn good to see the true King of Ferelden, too.
Oh, damn, big guy. I missed you at the Grand Battle. I thought invading your dreams and showing you pictures of Morrigan would have made you pull up.
It's damn good to see our king again, boys. Not sure this is intentional, but his first scene in Origins is him arguing with a mage. Now, his first scene in 2 is him arguing with a Templar in defense of the mages. It's a subtle amount of character growth, but still nice to see.
God damn it, the crown is making our big bro soft. Now, I have to pick between Mommy Meredith and my big bro. This must be how children of divorce feel like.
Honestly, it's good to just see him take a stance on things, since he was incredibly neutral in Origins over every decision besides the Red Cliff incident.
Of course, you would say that, Sleepy. Also, while we are fangirling over Alistair, Brock is drooling over seeing Tegan again in back-to-back episodes.
It is damn good to see you again. Of course, Tegan, Hima, Uma, but I'm really here at the end of the day for the lore and special interactions. Besides, my girl Eveline has enough excitement for the both of us.
What an honor it is to meet you.
Well, you could, but you'd be the first today.
I fought at Ostagar. What happened there was a great tragedy.
Yes, it was.
He damn well shouldn't be.
Oh Jesus, here we go again. I didn't even know Alistair has a line about Loghain surviving. Also, Alistair is definitely going to tell POTUS he saw Anders next time they catch up.
Weren't you?
That's the rumor.
Huh. I guess we get around.
So, you're a king now. Moving up in the world.
Isabella, right? You look different.
I like how the developers can own up to the characters looking different because of the engine change between the trilogy.
Also, there is a bit of lore inconsistency there, at least as far as our world state goes. Alistair wasn't there when we met Isabella at Zevran. Wynn and Morrigan, if I remember right.
Yeah, I am sure Wynn told him how Isabella looks, but there's no way he would be able to recognize her 9 years later without meeting her in person. I am sure that just like Liliana, the reason they have unique dialogue in the first place is that Alistair and the Warden can have a threesome with Isabella if a female Warden is in a relationship with a hardened Alistair.
Holy shit, I knew Alistair had that dog in him, but banging the Queen of the Pirates and the hero of Ferelden at the same time is goddamn legendary status.
Well, back to the game, there's 2 interesting lore points that this conversation covers, besides, of course, just seeing Alistair settle into his role as king with a sense of pride. The first is the scrapped idea that Orlais was planning a war soon with Ferelden following Empress Celine's failed attempt at marrying Calian, and of course Ferelden's weakened state after the 5th Blight.
I guess a small little thing like a civil war between the Empress and the Duke got in the way of the French's plan to invade Sucks to Suck.
I would say Ferelden could take them again, like they did last time. But we are missing both Merrick and Loghain now for Ferelden's defense, so they would really heavily be reliant on POTUS and Alistair to save them. The Dwarverman Alliance wouldn't help here since the warriors can't leave the deep roads if there's not a blight.
Yeah, Ferelden would have lost some land if Orlais did want to invade, but thankfully the Civil War. And the Venatori destroyed any plans of that happening. The other 2 possible outcomes here have to do with the Origin-specific boon, specifically the Circle Mage boon, or the Dalish Elf boon. If you let the Circle run themselves, Alistair will comment that he has been getting more blowback from Orlais. And the chantry about the independent circle in Ferelden causing even more friction with Meredith and Orlais. If we created a sanctuary for the Dalish in Ferelden and bring Merril with us, she will ask about it, to which Alistair says it has been going poorly due to frictions between humans and elves, but that he is going to do everything he can to keep the promise he made to our warden.
Thank God we didn't try to free the Circle or give the Dalish free real estate like you 2 liberals wanted during character creation. We have enough problems without them getting the freedom to bide their time and create their own empire to plague the world with. I'm glad instead we let the dwarves flourish. They have had it hard longer than the vegan elves or the robes.
That's right. Swooping is bad.
Don't be such a downer, Donald. It's nice the game at least tried to remember some of the boons the Warden asked for, even if we have to headcanon how some of them went like what POTUS chose.
I just appreciate the lore enrichment that carried over from Origins whenever we can get it, even if it's scraps. Also, as we are going to see in a minute, there is a side storyline that Aveline and Hawke had the possibility of returning to Ferelden by Alistair's personal offer.
Well, we already said we don't do sloppy seconds on this channel, and that includes Hawke returning to Ferelden. We are Kirkwall for life now. That being said, it was good seeing our big bro possibly for the last time in our series. I already know that we left POTUS's homeland in good hands now.
We might see him one more time, but if not, Godspeed, you kingly bastard.
Getting back.
We should. The hero of Ferelden should be back in Denerim by now.
You're always so formal. He has a name.
Thank you, Alistair. His name is POTUS, and no one should ever forget it.
I guess that means Alistair and POTUS made up after the lands meet, and he's checking in on him in between his Morgan family simulator.
Of course, POTUS made him king and helped him with his grind set. It's only natural he checks in from time to time.
I just realized Zevran, Alistair, and my beautiful bard Liliana were all in Kirkwall at the exact same time. Do you think they had a little reunion before they all went their separate ways?
Don't forget, Shale originally was supposed to be here, so originally half of the crew of Origins could have canonically been at Kirkwall for a POTUS reunion.
All they needed was to bring Mommy Morrigan with us, too. And it would be perfect also. Speaking of Mommy waifus, why the hell is the healer robe lecturing my beautiful pirate queen?
Even loose pirates need to feel the hot, tight sting of justice's truth.
Heavy pause.
Wait, how the hell can you hear what's going on in my head, Obama?
I can't, but again, it's like a sixth sense with you two when something says is happening.
Good to see Aveline is finally comfortable with her guard captain role. Also, Barry, this quest gets into some pretty heavy themes of Aveline's and Donnic's marriage, just in case you needed a trigger warning about that.
Typical liberals putting trigger warnings for everything. Just go to therapy, 5 head.
Thank you, Donald. And no worries, Joe, it has been over 7 episodes since the incident.
You are just running off fumes from the kiss still with her, aren't you, Barry?
Oh yeah, big time.
You never said how
well, you got a kiss on the mouth. Meanwhile, Donnic has been doing an Aegican-level expedition of her deep roads in fantasy France. How does that make you feel?
Okay, admittedly, that was a pretty good innuendo. Isabella taught you well. But Donald, please shut the fuck up before this easily becomes the hardest episode in the series. I am over it as long as I can leave all the implications suspended in stasis. Anyways, a lot of these companion quests are coded weird you not only need to complete on the loose, but you need to talk to her first, then go to Hawke Manor to receive a letter, then come back. So we are going to cut out the middleman and get straight into the content.
Who the fuck is this triangle-looking ass Templar? They seriously couldn't bring Thrask or Cullen in here, you know, somebody we would recognize? Hell, I will even take that bootlicker Sir Karas from Act 1, at least we recognize him.
Joe, stop roasting him just because he is hardworking and a productive member of Kirkwall society, unlike your ice cream-eating unemployed ass.
Oh, well, Cullen doesn't care enough about politics to do this himself. Emmerich is dead. And Sir Karas has a chance at dying in Act 1, too. Now, Thrask would have been likely, but he is not a Meredith supporter, so he would likely just warn Aveline. And there's another problem with that timeline-wise, so really to not overburden the models in Act 3, we just have Greg the Templar as our pseudo-antagonist.
Giving him a name is devious work, Obama. You just relegated him to being one day from retirement with his girl before the Mage Templar War happens, and a Blood Mage uses him to summon a snoo demon.
You realize the random shit you guys say has no impact on the game like 95% of the time?
Hey, you never know when the other 5% will come up, Obama. We have to stay on our toes.
All right then, well, to no one's surprise, I am standing behind my girl. And these false accusations, because truthfully there shouldn't be a reason to trust these accusations in the first place, regardless of your personal feelings about Aveline. She doesn't just sit back and do nothing, even if her punishment doesn't always fit the crime. Plus, we would have to take Cullen's word over the word of Hawke's oldest friend.
Good. Because there's no
I'm guessing this is the choice if you just want to be an asshole to Aveline for no good reason. Or if you really have been rushing through this game. I know if you pick the top option, Aveline forces you to go with her to Donnic's patrol. But you have to do that anyway to progress.
Why is Greg Templar just staring at us? Was he watching the whole...
Holy shit!
Let's fast forward past the Templar who unlocked instant transmission. Now we can start talking about the quest points here that diverge based on our choices in Act 1 and Act 2 concerning Aveline.
If I had a nickel every time Donnic was getting his shit rocked by bandits at night, I would have 2 nickels that I could pay another homeless bandit to jump this guy to make it a full 3 times.
So we have been doing 100% of everything we can in this game, so naturally we have done everything concerning Aveline up till now. So that means regardless of what we choose here, we have unlocked the good ending for Aveline, meaning she is beloved by her guards and has stakes in the city that won't sway her to leave her new life. If we didn't do her Act 1 quest looking into the former Captain Jevon, this quest just doesn't exist for us in Act 3. Because Aveline dug into Jevon herself, he was discovered later and is still likely serving jail time.
So does that mean not doing her Act 1 quest automatically gets us the good ending?
Probably not, it just means this problem comes up later after Hawke. And the squad leave Kirkwall, so now she will have to deal with all of this without Hawke's help. The third outcome of this quest is if we do her Act 1 quest. But don't complete her Act 2 quest and get her married to Donick.
This is also known as the Barry route.
As much as I don't like being cucked, I wouldn't go this route on a normal playthrough. It's emotionally very hard on Aveline. In this scene here, for example, instead of Donick being a simp for Aveline and glazing her, he will be extremely cold and distant to her and actually criticize Aveline for being too tough on the guard, firing guards who don't take enough risks or are strong enough in her eyes.
So the implication is if Aveline doesn't get laid in Act 2, she becomes a gigantic hard ass and a fire-happy boss? We are getting way too close to real life with that one.
I think we are supposed to look at it as she loses that personal connection with her guards as people and focuses entirely on her career instead. But yeah, that's another way to put it, I suppose.
Every guard chooses the patrol they want. My wife promotes from the bold, not the reckless. Action is up, casualties
There's a few other changes to this quest. However, we will cover that as we go along for now. Let's leave Donick in better shape than last time we pulled his ass out of a bandit attack.
Oh, low blow, Barry. I knew the sassy part of you would come out the more time we spend with this guy. Let's give the girls some eye candy this episode and head back to Cullen.
It's been a while since we have seen this guy. Any new fresh drama about his voice actor, boys? It's probably one of the last few times we can talk about it.
Doing another Google search now, there's no updates at all. The media's been radio silent about the situation since January, likely because nothing has even gone to trial yet, and we don't know what will come of that.
I am sure we will have a final answer before Cullen's character is retired Inquisition, is where he finally becomes a squad mate.
Good point, Joe. Even if 2 is finishing soon, Inquisition will be a greater dragon to slay. Also, speaking of Inquisition, we have gotten a few questions about why Cullen was never added to the romance competition, since he is the only one we excluded. Originally, we just didn't include him, because the same episode we talked about drama was the same episode we started the romance competition. But because I don't think some of us could be mature enough to romance Cullen without joking about the RL relationship drama and get us demonetized, just know that if you do like Cullen's romance, there is nothing wrong. With that, we just personally don't want to participate in it ourselves.
I have no idea what you mean, Barry. We are the pinnacle of maturity.
It has been...
Speaking of someone I would participate with, here's Guardsman Brennan here. Obama, you play good cop and I will play bad cop, where I tie her down and...
Oh, Jesus Christ, Donald, please. Do not finish that thought. We are moving on. So the next big change, if we hadn't done her Act 2 quest, is Brennan will reveal that she kept it from Aveline to protect the guardsmen that had defected to Jevon's cause, since Aveline not only fired several guards, but she also never connected with the guards personally. So some of the guards never believed his corruption stories, and others want Jevon in charge, because while corrupt, he paid the guards better through his corrupt kickbacks. Brennan and Donick, however, are always loyal to Aveline and stand with her, despite maybe not liking her personally.
That makes sense. Jevon tried to get both of them killed, and Donick even has the injury to constantly remind him of what a bad boss he had. A 15% pay increase isn't worth getting jumped.
I respect the guards that just want to make money moves, but siding against the big girl when you know you'd have to go through the champion of Kirkwall is not worth the bad guys.
Instead of the guards, for us, it's just mercenaries that are left over from Patrice's zealots. Now that the Qunari are gone, they needed a new target to hate on, or their life just wouldn't have purpose. Also, to beat a dead horse, yes, even if you side with Patrice the zealots, move on, and you have to fight them here.
Goodbye, Brennan. If you ever want a night out, hit me up. Well, we have had a pretty low kill count this episode. It will be nice to kill a familiar target, and maybe Jevon's grind set will lead to some good loot, too.
The champion?
Finally, some genuine fear. When Hawke arrives, it's been too many sacrifices into the Hawke meat grinder to get this kind of reaction.
It is painfully ironic that he calls Ferelden a wealthy foreign nation, not only because we just learned they are recovering from a blight, but just 6 years ago Fereldans were seen as freeloaders, and a lesser class, the only jobs they could get are working a mine filled with dragons and zombies.
I guess Hawke and Aveline really did turn people's opinions on Fereldans around. It's hard to blame Ferelden anymore now that they saved the city and run one of the few offices of power still functioning. Also, insulting Aveline's name not only doesn't work because she doesn't care about it, but aren't like half the nobles in Kirkwall or Orlesian. I am pretty sure the Orlesian influence is a permanent part of Kirkwall society, even the Guard, and Viscount are based off Orlesian power structure.
Goddamn, we really came full circle with that. I am proud of you, Joe. That was episode 1. Anyways, I am going to let my girl handle this one.
The Guard know this, and none stand with you.
Damn, Chad, is this guy real?
This is no rebellion. It is delusion.
She really is roasting him with zero pushback from Jevon Dam, bro. I can't even help you as a fellow grind setter.
I need Bill to bring the popcorn. I can just rest it on Jevon's head since he is cooked.
That's why she's the goat, boys.
You shall have less.
All right, before you blow your load over the Aveline glaze, why don't you go ahead and tell us the final differences in this quest, if Aveline didn't rail Donnic. And no, I don't mean the other way around.
Very graphic, Donald, thank you, but sure thing. So viewers, this is the main reason you don't skip the Act 2 quest, even if you're a Aveline enjoyer like me. As we covered, some of the guards will be a part of the resistance along with the racists. Aveline's speech, if the guards are among them, is far different. Instead of insulting Jevon, she will put the blame on her failings and shortcomings, and that it's clear she needs to do better and listen to her men. But she will only do that if they stand with her against Jevon. Hawke can also boast to be the champion, which will defuse the guards as well, and even has a different line if he sided with the Zealots in Act 2, but Aveline will get upset as it will prove Jevon's claims of being a puppet of the champion right.
So basically, no matter what option we choose, the outcome isn't too bad since the guards still leave and the fight ends up the same.
Not exactly, there's one more outcome. If you don't choose the Hawke or Aveline interrupt Hawke will explain that the guards standing with Jevon are already too far gone and need to be put down. Aveline will be left speechless after this and will decide to leave her station as guard captain as soon as the Mage Templar situation is resolved. Even Donnic, when he sees this, is left hurt. She then states that she is going to join Alistair's army in Ferelden. But this becomes non-canon, probably because without Hawke or Meredith, Aveline felt she needed to stay after all to maintain order.
So basically, no matter what Aveline is, guard captain for life, it still doesn't seem that bad, though. I imagine she is more depressed with that other outcome.
Well, hold on, there's one final consequence of not doing her Act 2 quest, Donald. You see, the guard is still loyal to Meredith since she is acting Viscount. Even Aveline can even default to Meredith if her approval is low enough. If Hawke sides with the mages, however. And Aveline isn't married to Donnic, the guards will join the Templars in the fight, and Aveline will have to put down more of her own men, essentially reinforcing how little she inspired her men, having to cut them down twice in the same month.
All right, that settles it. This girl can get absolutely devastated if you don't get her laid, and that just reinforces that siding with the Templars is the best ending.
Only if you do a very specific set of circumstances. But goddamn Barry, I see why even you don't want to not do the Act 2 cut quest now. Aveline can get absolutely destroyed. And it's doubled by the fact she probably felt guilty losing men under her command during Ostagar.
Damn, I didn't even think about that, though she doesn't talk much about her time at Ostagar, but I imagine that does add to her doubts. Good catch, Joe.
Hate to interrupt the lore dump turned stroke fest, but you're down to Hawke and Aveline again and are fully surrounded. Are you about to tie with me here, Obama?
I was really hoping my lore dumps would distract everyone from that. But no, I am not clapped here, it's fine. The reason this is so close is just like the Antivan Crow we fought with Zevran, Jevon has a hacked class. Jevon is a boss-ranked assassin. And Commander, however, the emphasis here is unlike Nuncio, he is a boss, not a lieutenant, which makes him immune to certain stuns, and way more health. He also does enough damage that even Aveline can't solo tank on Nightmare, but now that he is dead, we can cut ahead while we kill the fodder and wrap it up.
Once again, Obama is never punished for anything, God damn it. I hope we get some good goddamn rewards for this quest, at least, boys.
I'd argue we do. We get the final piece of new armor with the diversification mod for Aveline with my personal favorite color scheme, and the best stats for the armor available to us, too. We also get a good rogue gauntlet, the Hands of Glory, from the chest up ahead, too.
Well, now that Jevon is dead, a thought just occurred to me, boys. What the hell was this dude's plan anyway? Because if he was trying to get his job back like he was talking about, it wasn't working. The Templars didn't want to replace Aveline, they wanted her and the job removed.
Well, that's actually a good point. Cullen mentions he's being told to vacate and take control of Aveline's job himself. Not only was there no mention of a replacement, but Cullen is a Ferelden too, so that doesn't really help Jevon's case. I suppose it's possible that he is petty enough to just want to drop Aveline to his level by getting her killed and fired. But he gets the guards to join him by promising pay increases. So how was he going to get that to work? Either he's an idiot, or he made a protest wanting one thing, but ended up getting something different.
Well, Jevon is petty enough to want to drag Aveline down to his level, and be satisfied with that, but maybe he was optimistic that the Templars would be willing to place a guard captain that was less independent.
There isn't a man or woman here who wouldn't follow you through the void.
All right, Donnic may be a bottom on and off duty, but he definitely has a way with words, and is a good partner that my big girl deserves. Now we can put an end note to her character with one final conversation.
But there is something else. Come back and talk to me.
Well, first we have to let the besties have some girl time together. This is still tied with Hawke and Varric for the best friendships in the series, in my opinion.
Bold statement, Sleepy, but it's definitely close. I would say Ogren and POTUS are also in the running for best friends, but that might be more niche.
If Isabella never came back during the Qunari invasion, Varric will be here instead. It's friendly, but not nearly as endearing as with Isabella.
That makes sense. Varric and Aveline have a close business relationship when he eventually becomes Viscount.
It's good to not only see Aveline have a social life,
so bad.
but it's nice
Except
Isabella
when she
also
is.
has made some friends in the
Did you know
series.
I've been
After
dead
spending
for
so
7
much
years?
time alone all these
I got
years,
word last
they might
week.
try to kill each other, but
They
they
only
still
just
need
sorted
each
the
other. It's like a
casualties of
normal
Ostercon.
family gathering, boys.
The king
All right,
has
I
offered
don't
to
know what
reinstate the
family
commission
gatherings you
of
are
any
going to,
surviving
Donald.
officers
But
who will
fair enough,
return
it was
to
otherwise
Ferelden.
well put. Well, the final conversation with Aveline is a nice comparison to where she was when we met her 7 years ago
this appeal
versus where
matter?
she is now. Since she
I
has a
thought you were
husband
sworn to
and
Caleb.
confidence in her job, she has
King
no
Alistair
interest in
has
returning to her
apparently
old
become
life
something of a
in Ferelden.
sensation.
However, if her
Champion
time
of
in
hope?
Kirkwall wasn't as grounding, she
Regardless
will
of who
want
has
to
the
retreat to
throne,
her former
I
life.
served
Yeah, that's
Ferelden.
great, Obama, but
The
let's get
country
into something
survived,
more
even if
dramatic.
Kaelin
Doesn't
didn't.
she rock Hawke's shit if you go down the
brought it up.
rivalry path?
Okay,
your
thank you,
decision?
Donald. So if you
been
go
a
down the
strange time
rivalry
here
path
in
with
Kirkwall.
Aveline, she will outright call
Did
Hawke
Carver ever
a
tell you
bandit
about
that
that
stumbled
last
their way
night
to the
at
champion
Ostergard?
role. And
How
we'll
it
only follow
happened?
them for the good of the
I
city.
don't mean
If
the
Hawke
betrayal.
pushes Aveline, more calling her
Everyone
a
knows the
coward,
signal
she will
went up
bum
and the
rush Hawke
flanking
to the
charge
ground
never
and
came.
throw a few punches before
At that
getting off him.
moment when
So
the
Hawke will
tower
just sort of
lit
tank
and
the
then
punches and get back up, and Aveline feels
fight
better
just kept going.
after finally rocking Hawke's
It was
shit
the oddest
and thanks
feeling.
him for pushing her so far
Hope
and see that
answered
she can
with
come out the other side okay.
nothing.
Ironically, her fighting you leads to the ideal
I don't
outcome
like
for
the
the
thought of
rivalry
going out
path.
with a whimper
Well,
or-
thanks for filling up the tank role in this game that we
Not
were
again.
severely lacking with POTUS gone Big Girl.
Shock of
And
shocks.
thanks for being our
You'll
future
stay.
Viscount for the best city,
You'd
too.
walk all
Keep
over me,
cucking
you
Barack
captain.
with Donick and sharing
I could never
drinks for the
subject
Pirate
these men
Queen,
to
and we
that.
will be square big girl.
Thank you for everything. I have so much because of you. I'm here for you, Hawke. And for myself.
Well,
You
looks
think I
like
don't
we
know
aren't
the
done
city
with
guard is
Aveline
just
yet,
another
since
arm
her
of
and
the
Vengeance have an
Templars?
argument to settle.
That
Also,
is
the blue tint
completely
is the
unfair.
final armor piece for
If
Aveline,
they
and it's
show
my
up
personal
here,
favorite.
I'll know who
The
to
healer
blame.
robe is really
That's
here
all I'm
threatening the
saying.
big girl like she wouldn't suplex his ass if push came to shove.
I am not going to give Vengeance the short end of the power scaling, but we literally just did a
didn't mean for
whole
you to
side
see that.
quest that he was a part
I
of
just
that showed how
hope you're
Aveline is
too
not letting the
careful.
Templars have
Now that
complete
the
control
Knight
of the
Commander
guard
has
office,
basically
and
appointed
yet he is
herself
still
Viscount.
burning bridges with one of the few people that can help him out if Meredith
Between
comes for
ruling
him.
the city and torturing mages, it's a wonder she has time to keep that sword so shiny.
She has
I mean,
nearly
at this point,
crushed the
Meredith
flame
knows
of
Anders'
the mages
face.
here.
And could easily
The
find
mage
where he lives. I
underground
think
is
she
all
is just
destroyed,
hesitant to do this
and those
because it
left
would
have
fully
turned to
turn
blood
Hawke
magic
against her
thoroughly
side.
option.
That's the whole threat she
Meredith
mentions
knows
anyway
will
if she
prevent
can't get
any
to our
chance of the
sibling or
public
Hawke
taking their
personally.
side.
Still, I won't say he hasn't had
All
it rough. The
mages are
mage
at risk of
underground he
turning
has
to
been
blood
working on
magic.
did get
At as
dismantled.
much risk as you. I've never understood how you stand against your own kind. The Blight was stopped only with the aid of 2 mages. One an apostate.
Wait, 2 mages helped
But it makes
POTUS?
no difference.
Mommy Morgan, sure, but
The
saying the
charge you set
mage
us on
grandma
this
helped
path
us end
long
the blight
ago.
is over-exaggerating.
It would take
Morgan is the
something
one who
truly
saved our
catastrophic
life.
to change
All
people's
right, Donald, I
thinking
know
now.
you aren't that big a fan of Wynn, but she traveled with POTUS
You've been
just
right
as
all
much as
along.
every other squad mate did.
What I did with
And don't
justice
forget
was
the mages were
unnatural.
one of the 4 armies that
It should
stopped the
never
Blight,
have
too.
Yeah, and that was both of your faults. I had no say in that. So
I'm
just like
glad
the
you
healer
finally
robe, all I have to say is, you better be
can't help
prepared for a
mages
storm
like
to
this.
brew through the skies.
Not while I
Also,
am
just like
everything
Aveline, we had to
Templars
leave
fear
to
about
Hawke
magic.
Manor after talking to
I
him and
need
then
to be
come
free
back
of
to
this
start this
curse.
quest great game design.
At least with Fenris, we can hop right into his quest, and we already did the back and forth with Isabella, so this should be the last time. Anyways, I guess it's time we make a piss potion, everybody.
Unfortunately, he is not just joking about the piss potion, viewers. One of the ingredients is a crystal powder formed from concentrated manure and urine. Probably the first heads up that these ingredients are not going to be used for a potion that should be drank.
No, clearly Anders just wants to tap into his inner survivor and drink his own piss. That's a perfectly normal activity.
I'm not surprised that he would. After all, he is going to lie to us. Remember, viewers, if he casts spells, he is a liar. They all do that, and sometimes it even breaks your heart.
Jesus, Donald, are you actually crying right now?
No, I'm not. Shut the fuck up. It was a year ago now. Why would I care about Mommy Morgan leaving that one time?
It's okay, you can just let it out because you are right. Anders continues the trend that we will also continue in Inquisition. And that's the fact in every Dragon Age game, an apostate in your party will lie to you and keep a few key plot points about themselves, or what they know until it is too late.
Justice and I are free, and we can take our rightful place among free mages.
I mean, even that boom comment was too on the nose.
Isn't isn't Drakestone used as a building material normally like in Inquisition? How would they use it in alchemy?
The materials look different, but so does everything in Inquisition, so we are led to believe they are the same. I suppose Drakestone is just very flexible. But it's also possible they changed the lore of the ingredients, since in this game it's something that only grows in areas that dragons occupy. And in Inquisition it tends to grow in the deep roads. I will leave that up to the players to decide. Anyways, these ingredients grow in the Darktown sewers and Bone Pit. So let's move on to the obvious first choice and grab the piss rocks.
Oh boy, and now the healer robe is coming for Sleepy Joe. He is biting both hands that feed him today, I see.
What the fuck did you just say about my girl, you spirit-loving freak? Don't be upset because your man got lobotomized while my girl is healthy and happy.
Is your justice any different?
You tell him, sweetie, fuck off here.
Okay, Joe, deep breaths. We have a lot of triggering content to get through today with Vengeance, since he is a problematic king. So let's not get triggered too early now.
Now, fuck that, do it, Joe. Give in to the dark side and let the hate flow through you. Also, is this a repeat map or not? Do the viewers and I need to take another shot?
This map is a repeat of the Docks map, where Bonnie Lem is located, as well as the Act 3 gift for Isabella. However, we haven't come to this map for any quest to my knowledge or on screen, so the viewers are safe in the meantime. We're back to the game, though, that Anders' encounter about our chosen romance tells us a few things about Anders' personal opinion on the squad. Naturally, he will confront Hawke about Merril, as well as Fenris if they aren't in a relationship with either. However, if Hawke is in a relationship with Isabella and Sebastian, he has nothing to say. Also, unlike Varric, Anders seems far less concerned about Hawke, and more so angry about Merril and Fenris in these confrontations. It's fairly clear this is another sign of Justice taking further control, and this is Justice's concerns about those two, rather than Anders' own concern.
Unusually based of Justice to approve of Isabella. I guess you have some taste in waifus after all.
The girl has some very large reasons to not hate, like her views on mages, for example.
Well, in the meantime, while we fight through some dwarves, why don't we go over a few super thanks we got from last episode, boys? Joe, why don't you go first and focus on another elf romance?
Sure thing, Barry. Just as common as finding dwarves underground, we have 2 more donations. From Robert Wadsworth for his favorite egg, thank you. For the double $50 donation, giving a big howl to the Dreadwolf, may he. And the other based elf romance choices carry you to Victory Solace is still tied up with Josie as always, and it's in very large part to your support. Thank you so much for your consistent support. It really has helped us out through the entire series. And as always, good luck in the romance competition, man.
All right, sure, the egg is still competitive, but last episode's clear winner was Josephine in terms of quantity and donation amount, and as such, Josie has overcome the egg once again. Thank you to the $50 from Corey Radcliffe. Being a #1 supporter for Josie is incredibly based, and we appreciate all of your support during this series through your views, comments, and donations. We also have a $25 and $20 donation from Austin in support of Josie, despite the egg. We also did listen to you changing your donations from Cass and Josie, and we found all the ones we could, which gave Josie a pretty massive lead at the cost of Cass dropping someone. Thank you for your support and your active role in our Discord community. It means a lot to us. Finally, we have a $10 donation for Josie from Chills Sport Fanatic, a very familiar face in the community. Thank you for all your support. Admittedly, you glazed elves in your comment question, but still donated for Josie, so I guess you stick neutral on the morality scale. As always, thank you all for the support and good luck in the waifu wars.
Finally, our biggest donator of the episode comes once again from Anti-Jua Tasniemi, who praised Joe for his singing, as well as splitting the donation between Cass. And Josie, which I greatly appreciate, still giving my girl some love, as well as another based human romance choice. Thank you for being our longest donator, man. We really appreciate your time and money, and good luck with all the human supporters of the romance competition, as always.
Well, 2 minutes later, and we are still fighting through the lyrium smugglers in the piss sewers, and now we even have some dirty robes trying to attack Hawke. You think these robes had the same idea as the healer robe, and they are just trying to make their own piss potions to use against the Templars?
Considering they are hostile to us. And Anders' fellow mages, I imagine it's more likely they are revolutionists that have illegal or blood mage intentions. Well, these fights have all been easy money so far. And we have our last bit of combat up in the Bone Pit, so let's grab the second to last enigma of Kirkwall during the act and move on to the Bone Pit. Also, I am going to swap Merril for Sebastian for 2 reasons that will make sense later.
You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. We still haven't cleared up the mine. That attack was weeks ago, since it was before we did the DLCs, and it still looks like a total shit show.
We don't have anyone to really blame for that, other than Hawke being too busy to take care of the mine. It's sort of like a teenager taking weeks to clean up his own room. Also, oh cool, it's more spiders, boys, bring it on.
Oh damn, Joe, you really have come a long way from panicking and rolling on the floor when a spider would appear. I mean, it all stems from an unhealthy obsession with Merril. But character growth is still growth none the same.
Yeah, good work, Joe. You piss your pants on my White House carpet 33% less of the time. Anyways, Obama, speaking of piss, we already know what the Salpetra is, but what the hell is Drake Stone? Is it just a crafting material, or is it some kind of alchemy mix of dragons and rocks?
All right, that is definitely a preferred topic change to piss, at least Donald. And I do actually have another obscure observation that gives us a third red flag that Anders isn't telling us the whole story. Both of the ingredients are actually references to real-life elements, although you would have to have a degree of chemistry knowledge to know this. Salpetra's name is a reference to saltpeter or saltpeter, which is more commonly known as potassium nitrate. Now, Drake stones are more obscure. but their look and growth in caves makes them a fair comparison to sulfur. Both nitrate and sulfur are key components in fireworks, and gunpowder another not-so-clear hint that something more is going on.
Well, there you go, viewers. I bet you never thought you would learn 2 chemistry lessons in Dragon Age 2. But that's just the pure acoustic power of this series. Anyways, we made it to the final fight of the episode, and I am amazed you are so damn calm, Joe. I would have thought you would be in a full-on panic mode again over the big-ass spider.
Hey, Josh, Hagaga, zug, 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 Nash.
All right, that is far more what I expected to happen. At least this is probably the last giant spider in the series we have to fight until Inquisition. Anyways, Donald, there is a key reason I brought Sebastian along here, and since you're the one that likes him, do you want to go over what we cooked up?
Sure thing, Barack. So, viewers, you guys asked about it, and we delivered. We have a tactics build for Sebastian that is distinctly different from Varric's archer build for your human noble archer needs. We made a tactical setup that helps highlight his admittedly overpowered specialization. So as always, the first thing you do is activate speed for the extra damage. Then when being attacked by a melee attack, activate Guardian Angel. Then to add some debuffs, set Fatiguing Fog and Miasmic Flask. When enemies are clustered with at least 2 enemies, then have Rush activate when surrounded by at least 2 enemies. Then when an ally is at half health, activate back-to-back for some extra support. Then have Arrow of Judgment and Wounding Arrow on the enemy that Hawke is targeting to increase the damage done on them. Finally, have Pinning Shot used on an elite or higher or a magic and ranged attack to take out the more dangerous threats.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Donald. We now covered every single companion in the game with a meta build to boot. We might make a small 10-minute compilation down the line and add it to the end of the playlist for your convenience. But now that Donald's nerdy optimization has brought me back, we can go back to the end of the quest with more drama.
No way you are calling my builds nerdy optimization after everything you and Obama has done since the start of this series. Also, remember again, viewers, if they cast spells, they lie simple as that never trust a robe. The evils that they conceive are beyond our understanding, and everyone deserves to humahanga hanga bugga bugga.
Donald, are you good?
All is well, all is fine. Please ask your local mages if they need any piss rocks.
At this point, I am just waiting for justice to appear during a presidential address.
All right, viewers, the levels of manipulation that go through this next scene are not only blatant, but intentional hell. This level of guilt tripping is so real I am convinced someone in the writing team was going through a toxic relationship at the time. I mean, hell, if Donald wouldn't shit all over this, I would put a content warning about emotional manipulation before diving into it.
You're damn right I would. The world is PC enough already. We don't need trigger warnings for emotional shit.
Welcome back, Double D. Good work using that awaken on him, Barry.
So no matter where our approval lies, we cannot get Anders to reveal what he wants to do at the Chantry or why we needed these ingredients. He will just recite the same platitudes he always has. If you have ever cared about mages, you will do this. Or if my friendship meant anything to you, then you will do this clearly sketchy thing for me, while also saying it's because I don't want to involve you in any blowback. But clearly that is more so a lie, so Hawke can't put a stop to his plans. The worst outcome is if you are in a relationship with Anders, he will still not tell you what his plan is. But he will pull the classic, if you can't do this for me, then you never loved me.
That cut's only slightly less than when your wife says you never loved her for not getting her a snack at 7-Eleven after she told you she doesn't want anything.
Well, I am sure Barack is doing this for the lore and not because he has any dreams of a big explosive ending in his pants instead.
Despite Sebastian saying he will have no part in this, he doesn't rat on Anders for some reason. And you can still call him back into the party. He just leaves in this moment to give us a message.
Jesus Christ, the lack of communication in this squad is astounding. I know this is the edgy wastelands of the 2010s, but you all could at least try to act more in your 30s, not like my kids did when they were 15.
All right, everyone, this is our very last conversation with Elthina, so let's get all the roasts out of our system so we don't seem too tone-deaf for the ending.
All right, well, this chick simply put needs to shit or get off the pot. Imagine if there was a powerful figure in Ferelden during the Landsmeet who said, both sides make good points, so I won't pick any side. They would be a clear-cut villain. Even this cutscene here about her position is just, oh, both sides make good points. It's so hard to choose. Meanwhile, people are already ready to kill each other over their chosen side. Being a fence-sitter must feel real good as Orsino loses more and more mages to a radical faction of the robes that are bent on freeing all of them by killing your old ass.
If there's two things mages and templars can agree on, it's that Elthina and Meredith need to step down. Meredith has insanity on her side to explain her crimes. But Elthina is of sound mind and still allows the city to get worse. In Anders' Act 2 quest, we found out she knew the Gallows Templars were breaking Chantry law by making innocent mages tranquil. But she did nothing. She did nothing about Meredith's abuse of power and not electing a Viscount to bring stability. She could have gone to the Divine for assistance, even urged her to not bring more when she brought assistance. But she didn't. She doesn't deserve what happens in the end. But I can feel Anders and a lot of people's frustration here.
Not everyone wants Mommy Meredith gone, but I'll allow it, Sleepy.
Your soul is troubled, child. I hope you found a balm for it here.
Do you guys get it? A bomb in this place sounds real close to a bomb in this place.
Okay, thank you, Justice. We all definitely needed that explanation. While Vengeance does a 180 turn, now accepting his role as a spirit to perform a single function, we have all the setup we need to have one more rivalry confrontation with Anders and convince him to change paths.
You know, just a quick aside, I know Anders says he learned this recipe from Tavinners. But who else do we know that has a connection to Anders and a love of his own explosion recipes?
Oh shit, you think Dworkin made this recipe himself or one of his students and Anders just replicated it?
Actually cooking with that one, Joe, I love it. It's especially funny because that means Obama doing Dworkin's quest makes him at least partially responsible for what happens.
I do not like that implication at all. Can we move on, please? So this thank you from Vengeance only happens if you are not already maxed out on friendship with Vengeance.
What the fuck does he mean by it will be midnight soon, and why did he smirk like that when he said it? Varric, for the love of Sandal, get out of there.
Looks like Anders is giving away valuable possessions to his friends. First Sir Pounce-a-Lot, and now this.
You know that fate of Sir Pounce-a-Lot wasn't originally supposed to happen. The developers wanted Sir Pounce-a-Lot to come with Anders and then live in his clinic with him. They didn't do this because they not only had to make a cat model in-game, but a model that you could pet and walk around the clinic, which 16 months did not leave enough time for.
Another massive fumble for BioWare. Sir Pounce-a-Lot was a legend.
Well, before we get into the massive reveal of the rivalry ending for Anders, let me go over the friendship path since it's far shorter. If you have been a friend to Anders, he will approach you after talking to Varric, thanking you for always being a good friend, and lamenting about how justice will still be there after he is gone. He then keeps harping on the topic of death and just says it's too late to change things now, and that justice and vengeance are the same coin to him now.
So frequently talking about when he is gone plus giving away sentimental items to close friends are two major warning signs of someone who plans to take their own life. And going the friendship route with Anders means that Hawke, intentional or no, has fully supported Justice's hold over him, and his plan for how he can change the world, which means Anders has never had any pullback or breaks to stop him. But with rivalry, however, Hawke has always been the other side of the scale. And it's why Anders' rivalry path is the most narratively changing companion path and a good contender for the whole series.
I'd argue Isabella has some pretty large shifts too, but Anders was written by the same writer as the main storyline of this game, so I can't say that's a far-off analysis. This guy needs to get goddamn laid or at least pet a cat, though, before he snaps. He is really starting to sound like the main villain, boys.
Even he seems shocked by some of the things he says after he says them. It's almost like you can see the cracks in Anders' armor here, and he's about to poke out for air.
There's still time to stop it.
Yes. Time. Maybe there's still time.
Leave. This does not concern you.
Leave Brittany alone.
And just like that, we can see the real villain of this story, boys, well, besides the writers, that is.
The fact he says he is Anders basically confirms he is doing what he believes Anders' function is under the guise of justice.
Mages are abducted and tortured. Go. Anders has no need of you.
What was I saying?
Yeah, I hate to say it, but Donald had a point. The non-blood mage in the party was far more dangerous than the actual blood mage.
Wait, what happened? You said I was right about something?
Damn, you are getting better at snapping him out of this very good work. You know, having blanks in your memory and feeling like less and less yourself is hitting a little too close to home, boys. I get the fear Anders feels here.
Of goddamn course you can relate to the healer robe once again, Sleepy. Why am I not surprised?
Donald, this is the effects of spirit possession after 7 years. And Anders is half your age. I would be far more worried about you right now. Anyways, that calls it for story beats this episode, but there's 2 hidden secrets we can show before the episode ends.
Oh, did you finally come up with a Greg Ellis joke?
Wait, holy shit, you can warn Cullen about Anders. I had no idea.
Yeah, it's a pretty minor detail since you have to come to Cullen after the first main quest in Act 3. And Anders' quest, but before you finish the second main quest and all to see Cullen, who is a side character in 2 at the end of the day.
Rare elf from Cullen for once. What's the other thing, Barack?
Well, we can go back to the Dew Lancet Manor if we pick the option to let Emil sleep with the tavern girl.
Your grandchild, that's who.
What?
I'm pretty sure they reference this in Mark if you get this outcome before doing the DLC. The Comtesse isn't sure if the baby is really her son's, but she is still integrated with the family and even started filling their summer home with ceramic cows.
We don't ever get confirmation if she is pregnant or not. She could just be pulling a Dwarven noble scam, but it's nice to see the Orlesians still have baby mama drama.
Bonjour à tous, j'ai les résultats du test ADN ici.
No, Maury, the baby isn't born yet. We can't get a DNA test done.
Oh, God damn it. Then how did I get this folder? Bye, boys.
Fuck me, I had a pitch I wanted to give Maury and everything. How the hell is he that fast?
He's just built different, but it's the end of the episode. Sign us out now, Barry.
The newest president brings back some New York nightlife at the Blooming Rose. Can I get a tall glass of booty or 2 healthy servings of melons? Welcome back, you degenerates.
There's no elf twinks in the rose this time, viewers, so you don't have to worry about Barry acting up. We have pure pirate waifu content today.
Okay, Joe, I still have a belt and a good arm. Don't make me come back for round 2.
Heavy pause.
All right, that could easily apply to everything all of you have said. I think the rose is warping our views and content here. Why don't we just move on for now?
Sure thing, viewers. It's my episode today, and I am starting the quest that Isabella gave us like a month ago before our DLC grind. We have to finally save my pirate queen from the anti-vans, and we are going to offer up some Isabella booty to draw him out of hiding.
It's basically like a really lewd version of the coyote trying to catch the roadrunner.
So every companion here will say they want to hit Isabella, with my big girl being the most enthusiastic, of course. But additionally, Varric will tell Isabella that she practically set herself up for that one.
My cutie patootie even had a Freudian slip there. I guess everyone is still a little salty about the Arishock invasion. Also me. And this dude can vibe, he's excellent taste. If I knew the Rose had red-headed elves, I would have unburdened all the money we have been carrying since the Deep Roads expedition.
Joe proving that he is no better than that broke-ass Uncle Gamlin. This is why I keep some money hidden from you. Anyways, our sarcastic Hawke comes in handy here, since he can actually bullshit as good as Varric. I would never punch Isabella unless it was foreplay with her in the Hanged Man.
You should see the look on your face.
This wasn't the plan. We were going to kill him.
I guess even Hawke is still somewhat pissed about the tomb of Khoslan.
Remember that time you ran off with the tome of Khoslan? This is like that, only funnier.
Also, this capturing animation here is the exact same one that Jevon has when he is arrested at the end of Aveline's quest in Act 1. Now you can't unsee it.
Wait, hold on, wasn't this dude about to get down and dirty with the elf before we came in? Why were these nameless raiders also in the room?
They're anti-Van Joe. Obviously, it would be impolite to not run a train with your co-workers watching and tagging in. Something that Veilguard completely got wrong, by the way. Anyway, going to bring the human noble for a rivalry boost. That will make sense later, but now we got to get my wife back.
Donald, you know you don't have to interact with every piece of the trail right. You just have to hit tab and walk towards them to progress.
Shut up, Obama. My girl clearly dropped these. I am going to pick up every single one and return it to her after this quest is over, and then I will get an extra reward.
Jesus Christ, we are going to be here a while. Let's cut ahead here, boys.
God damn it, I am trying to find my waifu, and these possessed homeless people keep jumping me, despite me saying I don't have any change. I swear to God, we need to become Viscount and clean these streets for good.
Well, at least we got the good outcome for Fainriel's Fade quest in Act 2. Otherwise, you would have been jumped by more possessed people, not just the Desire Demon Blood Gang.
I'm surprised you didn't do that, then, considering how giddy you were in the prologue, trying to get us jumped, Barry. Also, goddammit, we are back to the gold pickup again. Let's cut ahead to the docks.
This dude has a really porn-brained perception of how this is going to go down for him and his men. I am worried that train comment you made wasn't just a one-shot.
Again, he is just anti-Van. I am sure it's just part of his custom. No one touches our pirate queen but me, however, so every other pirate here has chosen death.
Isabella just found those standards last episode, by the way, so good to see her demonstrating some character growth already.
Well, looks like these horny pirates clearly haven't had the blood returned to their battle heads yet, so this should be an easy cleanup given the fact we have a lightning staff. And in 2 mages with chain lightning means this can only end one way. Not to mention we have an immortal Isabella helping us out as an extra party member here.
That does seem really forgiving for a late game quest, kind of crazy. I guess the game designers knew you needed to break Double D. How nice of them.
Oh, please, this might be an easy fight, but that's because unlike you Democrats, assassins don't scare me. I can take them all on easy money, and I'm going to earn my second Deathless episode with the inspiration of Mommy Isabella. More important than this pirate quest, though, take another shot, viewers. This is the same warehouse map we have fought in dozens of times.
Better get used to seeing warehouses, because Best Served Cold has another one coming up too. Also, these assassins aren't a hacked class, so I am sure you won't have any issues taking them down.
Well, even if the map and enemies aren't new for us, it's still nice to fight something other than demons for a while. It feels like Act 3 is absolutely loaded with the goddamn things more than usual.
It's because of the massive Blood Mage quota, but no worries, Sleepy. I'm sure we will fight a ton of demons shortly.
Oh boy, I was waiting with bated breath to be reminded of that, Donald. Anyways, Barry, speaking of reminders, isn't there an important crafting material in this quest?
Yeah, up the stairs in this side room here, there is a shipment of ambrosia, which can only be acquired in this warehouse during this quest, which means if Isabella wasn't recruited, or if she doesn't return in Act 3 because of the Qunari invasion, you can't get access to this material by any other means. Ambrosia is used to craft only one potion, the Elixir of Heroism, which raises the level of every single party member by 1. While this is a really powerful potion and very fun to use. Unfortunately, on Nightmare, it's better to avoid altogether. On Nightmare, enemies scale in power and health to Hawke's level, and by the time you can craft it, you are already usually full build. The extra spell and 3 skill points don't even out to enemies getting an extra level while our equipment loses value in stars in our build.
Damn, that just sounds like one more screw you to our playthrough. Remind me to just play on hard or below next time I touch this game so I can freely enjoy the level up without worrying about min-maxing. I just want to kill some mages at level 50 without worrying about a non-desired demon touching me.
At least we are already full build now that we have the 2 main spirit healer abilities. So we don't really need it. I do agree sometimes Nightmare in this game causes balancing to go out the window. Reminds me of how you made me build Shadowheart during our co-op run of Baldur's Gate 3 Honor mode.
Yeah, well, like I said, if we want to do that series down the line, we need to practice. So we can do it right, we won't be skating by playing on normal with a party of 4-player characters. And we won't be loading up on gun mods that make the game brain dead easy either, so we need to get our game knowledge up.
Damn, and I was really hoping to show the world the power of my Oath of Vengeance gun paladin, bringing freedom to the absolute. Also, here's where the crafting ingredient is. Viewers, hopefully you can use it in your own playthrough. I don't care too much about the lore behind it, but that Inez lady that wrote it sounds familiar, boys.
That was Wynn's friend that POTUS met in Awakening. She's a botanist and was a moderate voice that prevented the Circle from disbanding before the Mage Templar War.
All right, that's the girl that bashed the mage grandma and gave us some potions for finding some seeds for her. What a base time. And speaking of base times, let's find out how this dude's slaver business is going. I need to find out if he was serious about that 100 gold a head or if he was inflating his numbers.
There's no way he wasn't. I crunched the numbers on the Mage Emporium myself after all. That guy is straight up committing free march tax evasion.
Well, just a small bit of cut content. Originally, finding the evidence on Castillon was far more involved than just going in the back room here. Originally, we would have to raid a separate hideout before getting Isabella captured and free some slaves who would tip us off about where we can find Castillon. The quest would then play out as normal, where we find the corresponding slaver documents explaining why there are slaves in the free marches. Finally, in order to blackmail Castillon, we would need either a Purple Hawk, Aveline, or Varric with us to bullshit our way through the ideal outcome for Isabella.
As it is, considering who is playing, I already know what decision Donald is picking, and damn the elves it screws over.
Mommy Isabella wants a ship, so obviously my pirate queen needs another win, and I am not going to deny her the blessings she deserves. Boys, it's not even just because she's hot and deserves to get whatever she wants, but this is also the canon choice according to the books.
All right, even I have to lean towards the fact this is the canon choice. But as it is, there is more reasons to blackmail him instead of fighting him. I imagine if we had seen the captured elves, first like originally intended by the developers, then letting this guy go would have been a far harder sell for players to commit to. Fighting him is also a chore. He is a boss member of the hack dual class like Jevon, and all you get from it is experience. The companion approval also leans towards letting Isabella take the ship as Varric. And more surprisingly, Aveline approves of letting Isabella blackmail the slaver, but disapproves if you fight him.
I guess Aveline takes her bestie title seriously. Does anyone disapprove of this deal? I imagine Fenris would be pretty pissed off.
Yeah, Fenris and Sebastian disapprove of this deal, both for obvious reasons, but don't approve of fighting him, so the numerical advantage is still to make the deal.
That's why I brought the human noble with us, after we curb stomped the healer robe enough. Last episode, he is the only one left who isn't maxed out on friendship or rivalry, and we need to take care of that. I know it wasn't originally on the agenda, but if I don't talk to him, I doubt anyone will. And it will be a blight mark on an otherwise complete run of this game.
Wow, Donald talking about 100%ing this game. And even talking about playing through it again of his own choice. You sure have come a long way from the start of this series, where you had to be medicated just to be in the room with us. Isabella must have really connected with you, Double D.
Phrasing, please.
Yeah, she did, but not in the way you mean. Honestly, now that I know I can bring Isabella and a full squad of mage haters, this game became far more based. Hell, if I just ignore the 2 mage squad mates altogether and put on a Doom playlist, this shit is almost as immersive as Origins. It still doesn't compare to the beauty and scale of Inquisition, but if I can find fun in this game, anyone can, boys. Anyways, my love, you can set sail into the sunset with your ship after you repay me. I believe our agreed upon deal for helping you was letting me pick where you plant some kisses, so let's negotiate. Oh, fuck, Mommy.
You know, she sounded nervous for once.
She's nervous for a few reasons, the main one being she isn't used to thanking people, let alone showing appreciation for someone who has stayed by her side for 7 whole years. To remember even Zevran would help and dip after he felt like he's done enough.
She's also nervous because this is where Mommy Isabella finally can confess her feelings for Hawke if they have waited the last 3 years for her. As it is, though, she is just going to ask us to join her crew to find the One Piece.
One Piece mentioned.
This conversation is different, as with every other squad mate if you went the rivalry path. Pursuing rivalry with Isabella makes her more morally accountable for her actions and changes her to be a more paragon person. She will be relieved if Castillon is dead and happy that she put down an evil person. She will then blame Hawke for being a bad influence, but says she is willing to keep trying.
The rivalry path might be the canon outcome, given the group she formed in Veilguard, the fact she tries to help the Inquisition. And Veilguard tells she really takes after Varric in becoming big goddamn heroes. Also, Donald, you really offered to stay with Merril. Instead of sailing off with your pirate queen, I appreciate it.
Don't lose your nuts, Sleepy. I only said that because we can end up having both on the ship. This is only Hawke's alternative plan if you two ruin taking over Kirkwall for some reason. Anyways, now that Isabella has possibly 5 members of her crew thanks to us, we can move on to the human noble's closing story.
Just like Anders Sebastian has a 2-part conversation if you pursue a rivalry with him instead of a friendship. This first conversation confirms we are on the rivalry path, but that he simply isn't going to act on it until the Mage-Templar war ends and Elfina is safe.
Oh, don't worry where she is going. She will never have to worry about being hurt or being in danger again. She won't ever feel anything even.
Ominous thank you, Justice. What's the second conversation like, though, Barry?
The second conversation is more or less the same. With either choices, it's more about Hawke leading Kirkwall. But with the rivalry path, he does propose an alliance of sorts, suggesting Hawke and Sebastian can lead their cities as men of faith and action, and also alluding that Hawke has taught him the ends justify the means, as long as you act for the good of all. He also alludes to locking up mages and putting down the Mage Rebellion to restore order to the city. What do you think about that, Donald?
I think it's weird Aveline is out of her armor. She hasn't taken it off since Act 1. But back to your question, Obama, I think Sebastian just earned his place as a permanent member of my team. He wants to curb stomp the mages back into submission with the help of Mommy Meredith until they all agree to get back into the circle where they belong. He might be vacant in character growth or plot relevancy, but he makes up for that with pure mage hatred, so that's just as based.
This guy finally developed opinions on something other than the Maker, and it's literally just a carbon copy of how Donald plays the human noble Templar in Origins. Sebastian isn't even that anti-mage. If I remember right, this just came out of left field.
Sebastian definitely sits dead neutral on the debate, but considering he is a Chantry brother, I imagine he has a loyalist view of the Circle, if nothing else. He believes in giving mages mercy, but also sending them to the Circle Inn on the loose, but in the same breath he sides with wanting to do Janicus blood magic ritual in Legacy, so I guess he has a chaotic side. He doesn't side against Hawke in the Mage-Templar War. Regardless of choice, unlike the other 4 squad mates, his allegiance is through a different choice we will cover later. If you do side with the Templars, though, he will be very willing to put the mages down like he is saying here.
Well, I somehow learned to like Sebastian less during this playthrough. I really wish he gave us more of an insight into Starkhaven culture, rather than just Chantry culture, since we got that already with Liliana.
Well, Sebastian is easily top 4 companions in this game. Now he sits right behind Varric for me, thanks to human nobility and mage hate. Speaking of mage hate, let's go put an end to that so-called rebellion together, my Scottish brother.
I'd be a different man without you.
Oh, God damn it, we went from my least favorite human to my least favorite elf this episode. Is really testing my last nerve.
Orsino is your least favorite elf, Joe. That title doesn't go to Huon or Zathrian or hell even Zevran.
Zathrian is a close second, but Orsino is responsible for a lot of the bad shit in Kirkwall, including Mama Hawke, so no, I am pretty sure Orsino wins here. Also, I am surprised you started the main quest next, Donald. I would have thought you would want to finish the companion section with Fenris next.
Now, I am starting to learn a few things about satisfying endings after talking to Isabella. And I know the viewers all want to see Fenris Act 3 quest, and more importantly, curb stomping a Tevinter blood mage. So I am going to practice on some regular blood mages first and give everyone a nice satisfying finish to my final episode.
All right, Donald, I can respect that the Alone quest line is far more dramatic than the best-served Cold quest, since the only connection we really get between this quest. And the ending is that Meredith is slowly growing insane enough that even her own men are siding against her.
The 16-month development cycle really shot Act 3 in the foot. Also, as unsavvy as Orsino as he is right about one thing, Meredith is itching to use the right of annulment against the entire circle and trying to delay it, and her is the best option for everyone.
The best option for you and the robes, you mean Sleepy? Considering what's about to go down a crusade, sounds like some much-needed medicine in this place. Also, I don't remember Orsino giving me this quest when I played Mommy Meredith told me to stop the conspiracy directly. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, you're on the money, Donald. The reason I was being so Templar-sided last episode was not only for the Anders interrupt, but I was also hoping we would get the Meredith path on this quest because it's more narratively relevant, as we can see her paranoia become more apparent as time goes on. We also can learn about Meredith's origin story, which is pretty tragic like everything else in Dragon Age 2. Meredith had a sister who was actually a mage, and her family believed her temperament would make her never last in the circle. They decided to keep her hidden as a mercy so she wouldn't end up in the circle, but for some unknown reason she eventually became possessed and turned into an abomination.
Damn, she must have been an apostate mage in Kirkwall. She never stood a chance with that 6-gig demon connection.
It gets worse though. The abomination not only killed all of Meredith's family, but it wiped out an entire village of nearly 70 people, which probably puts Connor's Redcliffe invasion to shame. This obviously severely warped Meredith's perception of mages, and while she does have pity for them and their curse, she learned firsthand how dangerous being too merciful can be.
This is why you can't be too merciful with the filthy robes. You never know when a cutscene empowered abomination will cast power word kill on the entire village. I guess that makes Meredith kind of like the Templar Batman.
Meredith makes Batman's paranoia and mental illness look like he was raised by loving parents. I wouldn't compare the two. Also, why the hell did the conspirators decide to meet right outside the Dew Lancet Manor? They didn't think 24 mages. And Templars talking right outside people's homes would be obvious.
Yeah, no one in a town with a dozen empty foundries. These guys decided to conduct their revolutionist meetings right in plain view of people's homes. And if that plot hole wasn't big enough, they were basically trapped in a corner with Hawke guarding the only entrance, and one of the mages ran into the Dew Lancet Manor and somehow made it all the way to Docktown from there.
They clearly use more forbidden teleportation magic that all of the robes are guilty of using, and the French probably helped them do it, knowing their sneaky asses. Anyways, what the hell kind of friendship unification ending is going on here? That mages and Templars are working hand in hand instead of destroying each other like they're supposed to.
Well, for one thing, they aren't Sith Donald. It's not like they have a supremacy boner they have to fulfill by killing each other. And for another thing, hating on Meredith is bringing them all together at the end of the day. It's actually kind of beautiful how a common enemy can bring them together. We are really in the good timeline.
You take that back, sleepy mommy. Meredith did nothing wrong. She is the greatest Templar of all time.
Yeah, okay, let me know how that boot tastes, Donald. Anyways, boys, I read the live chat of last episode. And I think I have another working theory as to what is going on here thanks to our resident comment lore master, Believe It. When we left the Dew Lancet Manor, and on the loose some mages attacked us. And now the Templars and mages are meeting outside their house, and one even ran into their house to escape or teleport away. What if these nobles are actually in on the plot, like maybe the revolutionists? Or Thrask allies came to the Comtesse and offered to break her son out in exchange for monetary support, or using their home as a meeting area away from Meredith's eyes.
I could see that, but I would need more evidence than what we get so far. The best evidence is the fact the mages attack us after leaving their house. But I always assumed that was just the revolutionists following Hawke on their own. Anyways, before we ambush their warehouse meeting, we are going to head to the dock sewers real quick to pick up the Act 3 gift for Isabella.
Thank you, Obama. Any chance to talk to Isabella one more time is peak content. You're a real homie for reminding me. Let's get back to curb stomping these Disney ass. We are all in this together, mages and Templars. Once we kill enough of them, the woke mind virus making them work together should be taken out. Look, even the Templar I hired are turning against me.
This insult against my mercy will not go unpunished. I should have left you to the fate of the Desire. Demon snoo cocoon, you goddamn simp. Your dirty Tevinter barriers won't save you from my large, hard fist of justice.
Heavy pause. Also, don't let the sheer army of mages and Templars distract you from the fact this is the same warehouse map we visited with Isabella earlier. I guess we came full circle after all. So take another shot, viewers.
Oh, goddammit, Joe. Now you're keeping track of the repeating maps as well. I really thought we were on a united front here. Anyways, Donald, this fight and the Grace fight after it are going to be fairly difficult, especially since you don't have an extra mage with Dispel. Or my big girl Aveline, but you still have a few bombs, so use them wisely.
Thank you, Obama, for promoting your bomb love and actually giving me some solid advice for once I was starting to think only Sleepy got your sweaty optimization.
While we are clapping up normal fodder, do you have a comment question prepped for us, Donald?
I am always ready with a comment question, and since we are reaching the end of Act 3 and we can see how goddamn rushed the final plot of this game was, why don't we sit down and talk about it, viewers? So if you were able to add an extra 2 months of development time to Dragon Age 2 and had the ability to add one major quest or feature in this game, what would it be and why? As for me, I think we are in dire need of more Templar and Mage decisions in this game, particularly in side quests in Act 2 and 3, to keep the conflict on our mind, but not take away from the Qunari invasion in Act 3-2. So I would have made a quest line where you help Cullen or another enchanter in the circle if you are a mage lover that deals with either stopping a mage escape from happening or helping them escape on the mage's side. Then similarly in Act 3, you get another letter from them asking you for help again, This time either to kill the Enchanter contact for the Templars or to discredit Cullen for the Mages. I think adding some additional representatives for both sides would have made this quest line far more compelling, since admittedly Orsino and Meredith don't appeal to most people.
All right, really good pick, Donald. I have a similar idea. But for a main quest instead of a side quest, I think Act 3 needed bare minimum a third main quest to tie in the revolutionist plotline more. Also to give a more gradual fall to Orsino and Meredith's dynamic. I would have picked a quest before On the Loose where we are called into a meeting between Orsino and Meredith after their heated argument at the start of the act, where we can settle their debate and get the chance to pick a side or stay neutral after hearing both sides. The quest would then end with the mage escape happening while Hawke is here and we have to fight with both of them to try to put a stop to the chaos. We could then see that not only was this escape an inside job setting up the conspiracy plot line in Best Served Cold, but that the escape was only accomplished because Orsino and Meredith's bickering is setting them up for failure. Then we would be called back to do On the Loose as normal now with the reveal this was an inside job fully in our mind before then doing the conspiracy quest, to find out who is really causing chaos in the circle and why.
Damn, that's going to be tough to follow up. But I have an entirely different take, given the fact we hear and see so much crime in Kirkwall, and also that we have 2 organized crime syndicates in the game with the coterie. In Carta, I would have liked to see a return of the Slim Coldry crime wave from Origins, where we could stealth and charm our way towards becoming a master thief, or building our own Oblivion-style thieves guild in Kirkwall. This would have also given road mains like Barry or Varric lovers some extra spotlight to show off their build choice. This could also help shape Kirkwall's future more, either becoming a city with more order but more noble corruption, or less order but fewer noble corruption if we set up a prominent thieves guild in the city.
All right, good work, boys. We will cover our featured comment in a moment, but for now, let's get back to the game now that the Alliance is clapped up to hear what this betraying triangle has to say.
Someone they cared about, as a hostage. We just got word they took some lad from the Grey
Looks like he is going to tell us what a snake he is, even though we are the entire reason he isn't unemployed in his mom's basement.
Yeah, dude feels bad about kidnapping our brother, but he still went ahead and did it. But also, like, who cares if Carver is taken? Merrill?
Our sibling is always the default choice taken if they are still alive. If not, the algorithm gets more complicated. The game will try to kidnap our romance choice first. But if they are in the party during this warehouse scene, they can't be taken.
Don't touch my cutie patootie plate armor pussies.
Jesus, not my vase.
If the first 2 options aren't available, the game then goes to the companion with the highest friendship not in the party. If somehow they are all max friendship, the order goes. Anders, Fenris, Varric, Merrill, Isabella, then Aveline. Also, even if Anders left the party in Act 2 or 3, he can still be captured here.
They really put more time into the hostage mechanic than just making a good, well-written quest. I applaud their commitment, at least. Anyways, I am torn on what to do with this kid. On one hand, he is a dirty rat who tried to take down Mommy Meredith. But on the other hand, he is just a young Templar, so I guess I can let him off with a warning this time.
Wow, that's surprisingly wholesome of you, Donald.
Don't give him too much credit, Joe. If this guy was a mage, Donald would have definitely killed him instantly.
What are you going to do to Thrask?
Anyways, Donald, there's a unique ring. We can loot off the Enchanter. We have the Fenris Act 3 gift, the Blade of Mercy, and the Anders armor upgrade on the 2nd floor. So while we are looting those, I will cover our featured comment from last episode. Thank you to Ulysses for suggesting Lord Seeker Lucis as the most evil villain in Dragon Age. Admittedly, I didn't have him in my top 5 at first, but he did willingly help Corypheus and sell out the Templars and Seekers in the process, causing a lot of deaths, and not even having the excuse of Alexius where he's doing it all to save his son. Shout out to Barris too, by the way, he is a top-tier Templar. Thank you for your comment and can't wait to hear what you would add to Dragon Age 2 if you could.
All right, thank you, Obama, now that you did the shout-out. Maybe you can tell me who the hell this triangle is who jumped me as soon as I arrived at the beach. Bro has the same face and armor as every other mercenary in this game.
Oh, that's Yvette, the pirate dude whose group I clapped up in episode 6 to get my sick mage pirate armor.
Jesus Christ, that was 3 years and 8 episodes ago. Let it go already, you discount Reaver two-handed bitch. This whole damn series has been another president getting jumped for something another one of us did.
Well, except that one time Barry got jumped by the original person he screwed over. That was Peak.
Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. The 1 ounce of justice still left in this series besides the voice that vibes in my head sometimes. What a based memory.
Both of you can lick the darkest part of my ass. But good work taking out one of the last Dragon Age 2 ambushes we will probably encounter in this game, Donald. I'm surprised Isabella doesn't have any unique dialogue with Yvette, considering she is also a pirate who clearly recognizes the group.
We don't always need unique banter, Barry. Sometimes we can just enjoy the ambush and the scenery for what it is.
Fair enough. Well, anyways, Donald, there are a few side quests we can finish in the Wounded Coast before you leave. But I understand narratively we may want to focus on saving Carver first.
Now fuck him. I still have beef with his teenage angst this whole series, so I am going to take my time here. What's the errands you want me to do, Obama?
All right then, well, while Isabella and Fenris flirt, go ahead and pick up the first scroll for the secret boss Joe is fighting next episode. These scrolls act like seals, and will unlock a mini-boss we have to fight where that one mage trader is further into the coast. Once you kill him, one of the 3 seals breaks, and the other 2 scrolls in Sundermount unlock that Joe can tackle during his episode.
Thanks, Donald. I appreciate the plus 100 assist here to prevent more backtracking.
I'm not doing this for you, Joe. I am doing this to spite Carver. Anyways, what's the next task? Obama, while I listen to my girl put the moves on the D1 mage hater.
Shush. Don't distract me with your logic.
Well, on the opposite end of the scroll, we can find the noble's daughter, Orlana, who we got a letter from her father asking to save her at the start of the act. This is the direct result of helping Finriel master his dreamer powers and sending him to Tavinner to train. Apparently, he still watches Kirkwall from the Fade and deals some vigilante justice.
The casual drop that the bandits were about to force themselves on her didn't go unnoticed. I am glad he made them suffer when they died.
These brutes intended to take my maidenhood.
Also, Fenriel has some goddamn riz. I am impressed he's come a long way from that teenage kid we
In a
rescued.
vision and told me not to fear. When I awoke, the men had slain one another.
Not bad for a robe. Let me see if I can show off some of my own Riz boys, if for no other reason than some Isabella approval.
But with lines like that, I am surprised Hawke has pulled as much as he has in this series. Good thing he's attractive at least.
Who the fuck voice acted that bandit leader? He sounds like one of those fable bandits with an IQ of room temperature water.
I'm pretty sure it's just one of 3 standard bandit voices that have been present since Origins. I wouldn't look too deep into it. Anyways, this is one of the 2 possible outcomes of the Night Terror's quest, the other being the Abomination route, which causes several bandits to plague Kirkwall at night, all driven insane through nightmares. Once you take care of these guys, Donald, go ahead and continue on the lap around the coast. There are 2 more Qunari swords we can pick up, so we can finish the only other side quest we have left in this series besides the Hidden Pride Demon.
The fact I am willing to even help the horned communists over Carver sounds like the perfect petty thing to tie this together, boys. Anyways, as always, we have a few super thanks, shout-outs to do for the romance competition, so let's get into it, shall we, boys?
Sure thing, Donald. As always, we start off with the biggest wallet donation from last episode. Thank you, Robert Wadsworth, for the $200 donation for the Dreadwolf snuggling, and being our top supporter in this series and keeping Solas competitive and neck with Josie in the competition, and for always being a major backer in this series. Also, thank you for the $10 from Sith Morak, keeping the meme alive with the Maidenless route. In some timelines, I am sure that is the route we may be going, so keep hope alive. And thank you both for your support, and good luck in the waifu wars.
All right, now it's time for our current winner, since we have a massive amount of Josie. Super thanks to get through starting the largest human supporter, Anti-Jotas Niemi, who donated 100 European monies this time to Josie. We also have $75 from Corey Radcliffe, the other guardian of the egg in our community, and happy late 4th to you too. We also have a $50 and $20 donation from Austin, one of our 2 based resident Illithids in the Discord server that you should all join, link in the description. And $5 from George Gale, one of our oldest OG viewers. Thank you as always for your based and constant support of Fighting the Egg, and good luck in the waifu wars. Back to the gameplay, I am not only owning the shit out of this BDSM Qunari, but I am also amazed that there are still horned dudes left to kill. You would think after 6 years and a failed invasion, they would have kicked sticks and left.
Either way, it's the last time we are going to face these guys until later in Inquisition.
Considering we are collecting swords from the bodies here, I doubt these guys are recent Tal Vashoth. I imagine we are collecting the swords from other scouts that were sent looking for the relic on the coast. And the Tal Vashoth here killed them, considering both the bodies are old. I imagine the designers want us to believe these are the same exiles we have fought all this time, although how they always have this many numbers. And mages with them is beyond me. You would think the Qunari would keep better track of its rogue mages after that crash out they showed in Act 1.
Now remember, their anxiety crash outs are just a part of their culture. Anyways, this first sword is in the middle of the map, guarded by the BDSM Qunari mage, and the other one is tucked in the corner where the mage shopkeeper is, and by the entrance to the Tal Vashoth cave in Act 1. The first scroll boss fight was also there, but it's just a normal arcane horror, so we skipped past that. Now it's time to kill some blood mages and end this PC friendship alliance once and for all.
Remember, Orange Man, we are going to hear them out first. Otherwise, you can forget about calling me in for the assist with blood mage hacks.
There was a lot of awkward silence during this Templar fight here. Donald, you good?
Yeah, of course. Just imagining what kind of curb-shaped objects we can introduce the mages to on a beach.
Yeah, not going to lie. I have personal beef with the chick coming up, so I am right there with you. Before we deal with that blast from the past, though, we have another familiar face from a previous quest, Samson.
Bro held off on his coffee date with the Elder One just to be a lookout guard for the Mage-Templar Alliance. How kind of him.
You might be speaking major facts about mages, but I don't tend to talk to poor people or superpowered drug addicts, both of which you qualify as.
Yeah, Samson's drug addiction did, however, let him stumble into one of the largest off-screen buffs I think we have ever seen in the Dragon Age series. So I guess the moral lesson is drug addiction can give you absolutely busted perks.
I guess the Fallout series was right about a few things. Also, I can't unhear the Fenris voice from this guy now, especially since Fenris is standing like 10 feet in front of him.
Yeah, Gideon Emery just has that kind of voice, what can I say? Also, it's not too surprising we see Samson here with the conspirators. He has some personal beef with Meredith. He rose very quickly in rank as the former Knight Commander before Meredith took a liking to him. However, as soon as Meredith came in and made new rules, he was quickly exiled from the Order for passing love notes between two mages, one of them being a close friend of his Maddox who we can meet in Inquisition.
I am glad he learned you can't trust a rogue, but let's be real. He is only here because the writers already wanted to set him up as a side villain for Inquisition, and without seeing him right before the end of the game, I probably wouldn't even know who the hell this poor is.
Well, he's also here because he's another character we had to meet during Act 1. And that just seems to be the common theme in this quest, especially with the name Templars. Thrask must have been holding the conspiracy meetings in a private room in the Rose.
Wait, hold on, Kieran. Thrask and Samson all are named Templars, and are known customers of the Rose where there was a blood mage operation happening that we aren't sure is stomped out or not. Was seeing all these asshats in the Rose, not just showing how horny the base Templars are, but it's the game trying to show us that they were actually there on conspiracy business.
Did our hyper-focus on fantasy brothels really just theory craft a plausible reason and lore as to why Templars spend more time in the Rose than doing their job? Were these guys thinking with the right head the whole time? Also, by rally the Templar Samson really means he is hoping to third-party this fight later.
We will deal with the non-blood mage snake in a second. For now, we need to deal with the shitty Templar and the even shittier little spellcasters that he decided to side with. These mages are about to learn what the power of a real paladin can do to them.
Well, this should be interesting. At least the Templars that were supposed to be on watch were too scared to alert Thrask that we were on our way. It's nice we get a little respect in the last couple of episodes.
All right, I know I should let this scene play out, but already off the bat I have two questions. My first one is why the hell is Thrask hoping we wouldn't come after he kidnapped our brother with the express intention of getting our attention as a bargaining chip? And two, why the hell are half the mages here cowering in the background like they are being held prisoner or something?
Well, the first question makes sense. We spent so long side questing on the beach after we got here. Thrask probably thought we weren't coming and realized he should have went for the blood mage waifu instead of our asshat brother.
And as for why the mages are cowering, it's probably because they know Donald is playing, and therefore Hawke is running the Dark Urge path whenever anyone casts a spell, and is probably looking at which mage makes the prettiest corpse.
Easy answer, Grace's head would look great mounted outside my estate.
Well, at least on that, we can all agree most of the viewers were pretty on board with turning Grace into the Templars. But for maybe a few of you who are confused why we did that, it's because no matter what the hell we do, Grace will use this Templar alliance to support her own revenge fantasy, to kill Hawke, even if you have played this entire game supporting mages. So hard that could only be described as vengeance's wet dream. Grace will still want to kill you simply because we killed her boyfriend 6 years ago in Act 1.
If you don't hurt my brother, you still die, so really do whatever the hell you want, lady.
The only difference in this encounter if you free Grace or kill Sir Karras. For her, as Elaine is a little more reasonable about not wanting to turn on Hawke since he literally helped them.
God, I wish I had a Sharingan to put you through 100 deaths like that one Itachi fight.
I wouldn't call giving PTSD to Kakashi a fight, but if anyone did deserve it, then it would be Grace. This dramatic breakdown that happens to the Templar Alliance just highlights the biggest problem with the 16-month development cycle. This one quest shows that most of our Act 1 choices don't matter besides how they change the dialogue. Karen will be a part of the conspiracy whether you helped him or didn't. Thrask will be here if you blackmailed him or didn't. Grace will always want to kill you in Fenril in Act 2. Will always need help in the Fade regardless of your choice. Which means that the only main quests in Act 1 that have choices that matter are the 2 Qunari quests which can change the outcome of Act 2.
And no matter what outcomes we choose, Thrask a Templar, who is a pretty good guy and helped us out twice, in Act 1 ends up dying because he trusted the wrong mage. I guess he gets to see his daughter in the Fade, or by the Maker's side at least.
Well, a sad fun fact about Thrask that we can cover now is that he is apparently a drinking buddy of Varric and the Hanged Man when Anders or Donnic aren't around.
Damn, I should have brought Big Bro Varric with us for the get back against his buddy. It would have been far more peak. Not that I am complaining about the base mage hating squad, mind you. Anyways, in case Grace couldn't get more annoying, apparently every single Templar and mage in this group was totally cool with Grace Blood sacrificing the leader of this whole rebellion and laying down their lives for this mage who isn't even originally from Kirkwall. She's from Starkhaven or some shit.
I guess we are supposed to believe they are all being blood controlled, even the Templars, either that. Or the Templars suddenly hate Hawke more than blood mages or Meredith, the person we are supposed to be here to stop.
Well, they are dropping like flies, which should be proof that, to quote Varric, messing with Hawke is suicidal. Remember just an hour ago during my girl Aveline's quest where we had a political rebellion with valid criticism that could be dismantled because the leader has less than pure intentions for forming the group. How did we go from a similar situation where our earlier choices mattered and we had multiple ways to turn some of the rioters against Jevon? But here we are forced to put down every single person that doesn't just immediately surrender before the fight. All of this happened in the same act, mind you.
The obvious answer is blood magic Dalberry. Maybe Jevon should have hired one of the revolutionist blood mages before he made his speeches public. Anyways, you sound like you have a few opinions on what you would do differently with this quest. So do you want to just let it all out, big dog?
Yeah, sure thing, Joe. I think most of this could have been solved with a classic BioWare point system that changes the outcome based on your previous choices. I know the hidden point system is typically used in Mass Effect, but Origins has done it too with the Dalish camp in Origins, the Landsmeet during the Winter Palace in Inquisition, so it's not that unbelievable to see it in Dragon Age.
We are not escaping the prime allegations with this. Obama comparing Dragon Age to Mass Effect is a dangerous slope.
It's one mechanic, Donald. Don't worry, I am not going all Veilguard on this game. Anyways, how I would implement this system is to use the bones already present in this quest. Like we said earlier, we have met almost every major player in the Mage and Templar storyline since Act 1. And in Act 1, we could decide several of their fates that could be boiled down towards helping them or not helping them. The only Act 1 quest not present here is the Fenrir quest, so I would throw Fenrir's mom as a co-conspirator too, just to fully tie everything together. In this rewrite, you would gain a point for helping these characters and lose a point for betraying or being cruel to them. If you helped everyone and gained all 5 points, or maybe even 4 to 5 points for some breathing room, then you can get the best ending and solve this standoff here with Grace. And Thrask surrendering to whatever fate you and Cullen decide. If you only have 3 points, the situation just plays out as normal. Thrask dies and Grace attacks you.
All right, I'm scared to ask because I can see where this is going, but what happens if we have 0 points?
If you have been a complete bastard to people and have 0 or 1 point in order to make your choices matter, I would say the captive that Grace and Thrask captures could die here before Hawke can stop them. Obviously, Varric, Isabella, and Anders would be immune to this, so either don't let them be capturable, or just let them survive with like a bad injury that just takes them out of the party for the rest of the game. Then I would say with 2 points, you could save your companion.
Considering most people end up with their sibling being captured anyway, since they are just in the top of the queue, that would make them sort of like trying to save the tieflings in Baldur's Gate 3 for how many ways they can all get clapped up.
To be fair, it wouldn't be that hard to keep the Hawke sibling alive. You would have to almost intentionally play like a bastard and blackmail Thrask while also screwing over both Templars and mages. Now that I say it out loud, this would be a hard achievement for you, Donald. Carry on.
Lick my nuts, Joe. Even I gave some of them leeway. I helped Kieran after all. I would have easily gotten the best ending in killing them all, but not losing Carver. Anyways, not only was the writing for this quest beyond stupid, but this fight is the most chaotic mess that I have encountered in this game so far. It's not only dumb that everyone here decided to throw themselves into the Hawke meat grinder, but Grace has spent half the time teleporting to the exact same location just to flex her teleportation magic, I guess. But the other boss robe has just been sitting in the corner with his barrier up doing jack shit for the entire fight. Not to mention both of them are the tankiest goddamn mages Hawke has faced since the goddamn secret boss. And to add insult to injury, this chick had a second stage as an abomination too.
I actually thought you were going to get a death here, but you have been managing the ads and ducking away from her blood wound healing. So I think you are finally learning the mechanics, Donald.
Yeah, Donald actually getting a deathless fight against mages is insane to think about. Good work, Double D. Also that awkward Dragon Age 2 moment where we have to wait for the barrier to dispel before we can absolutely lay it all on the mages.
Heavy pause.
It's like a less dramatic version of that laser door duel in Phantom Menace. I'm going to revive everyone back to finish off this fight with a Bondard attack. Anyways, that calls it for the rebellion time to judge the prisoners of war.
I don't know how to feel about Elaine here. On one hand, every conversation we have with this guy gives me the impression that he is just a scared kid that wants to do the right thing. But then in the same breath, he has been a part of 2 mage rebellions since we have known him, so maybe he isn't as innocent as we are led to believe.
Considering he knows blood magic, he probably knows more than he is letting on. Also, wait a minute. Why the hell is Carver wearing Templar armor?
He was wearing Grey Warden armor a minute ago, too. I think we encountered another unique glitch.
I feel like whoever made the Diversified Armors mod had a massive problem trying to get our siblings' armor to stay consistent. This is like the third glitch we have had in Act 3 alone concerning Carver.
Still not as cursed as Bald Merril boys. This is also probably the most we have talked to Carver in our entire series, between the Nathaniel quest, the Legacy DLC, and now here he might as well be a permanent squad mate.
All right, well, glitches aside, here comes Cullen, so prepare to meet your maker, you blood mage bitch.
Donald Claus, 5, Section 17. A non-violent blood mage that is no threat to you gets one chance at mercy. Don't act like I didn't not speak up about making me control the party part of the time during the blood mage fight.
God damn it, fine. Enjoy your time in the circle. I have bigger fish to kill anyway.
While Donald's sparing a non-hot mage, the character growth brings a tear to my eye.
Why the hell was that so zesty, Barry?
I'm contractually obligated to spare the blood mage, but Samson is fair game, especially since his ass tried to third-party the champion of Kirkwall. My fellow Templars beat his ass and take his Jordans.
Anyways, we got the last piece of the champion armor off Grace, so we have the full set now. And our reward for this quest can vary depending on if we got the quest from Meredith or Orsino. Orsino gives us some circle robes while Meredith gives us a shield. Neither are meta for late game, but I still appreciate the differences.
Take Samson too, man. If he knew so much about this plan, he must have been part of it. No, please!
That clip of Templar brutality is definitely going to go viral out of context.
The only difference is Orsino doesn't really say anything here, while Meredith goes on a full maniacal yapping spree showing how paranoid she has become. Even being afraid of blood magic still being present after we took down the conspiracy.
I can't even blame her for being paranoid red lyrium huffing aside. She has to share an office with this balding egg who says nothing and everything at the same time, all while your Templars would rather follow a blood mage than your own orders. Anyways, we are already in the home stretch this episode. Before we finish Fenris' arc, let's talk to my pirate queen one last time and give her a cute bracelet.
Please accept this as my thanks.
Surprise.
So unlike a lot of other gifts in this game, the conversation doesn't change depending on if you have gone the friendship or rivalry path. Instead, it just gives us a little bit of lore on Ravane that we honestly desperately needed.
Isabella's mom seems like a complex woman. One day she was a pretend seer barely scrapping by scamming people to make money. And the next minute she joins the Kunari and sells her daughter off to be married to some random merchant. She must sit somewhere on the true neutral side of the morality scale.
I think you are confusing being true neutral with just being a bad mom sleepy. Not only did she become a horned communist, but she also sold her off to the first person she could find that had money without even a care in the world, and then never contacted her daughter again. The more important outcome of this conversation and what the viewers all want to know is that if you are in a romance, Isabella will say the talisman can also be used for success in love. To which Hawke can reply, lust is just fine by me, before they go off to bang again.
Anyways, we are on to the end of Fenris's story, and unlike every other companion, there is no having to reload the map to start. He just gets right into it.
Thank you. It's nice to have something to remind me of my homeland.
Are you certain it's her?
He is the most blunt of the companions that does make sense to an extent. Also, how convenient his sister came the week after our month-long DLC vacation. We might have missed her otherwise.
I imagine it's almost impossible to make a time-based game, but then add future expansions to it that take more time. Granted, Bethesda kind of does time-based quests correctly when they happen in a vacuum, so I guess it's possible. Well, Fenris is still really bad at communication and showing appreciation to my girl, so I guess we have to moderate him with Hawke instead and blow off some steam with a nice day in the Hanged Man.
Oh hey, Minrathis mentioned I wonder if his sister has a pet dog. You know those things just kind of overrun the whole city.
They overrun the city, almost as much as all the slaves, floating newspaper stands and mages do. But yet Ferelden is the dirt-poor country that has the problem. Make it make sense. Don't worry, Fenris. We will get you some quality Hanged Man time with your sister. Varric has his own room and everything. That is the Kirkwall equivalent to a rage room if you think about it.
A couple of drinks will help shake off those years of slavery. I'm sure our edgy anime elves will have a happy ending with no drama in this otherwise drama-heavy role-playing game. It's not like the order of companion quests have been alternating between happy ending or sad ending depending on the rivalry or friendship path of the character.
All right, we are foreshadowing a little too hard here, boys. We need to leave a little up to the imagination.
Come with me, Hawke. If this is a trap, I need someone who can fight to back me up.
Let's go ahead and give him his gift for Act 3, then help him meet his family for the first time.
Fenris, my boy, we are square in my book. No favor needed as long as you always do your best to curb stomp mages. We will help you with whatever you want. Speaking of curbing the robes, I brought you another gift to do just that.
Donald's friendship with Fenris and Shale have probably been the two most wholesome relationships in the series. And it's all because they both like killing mages.
This one looks finely crafted.
Well, now we can get into the first bit of non-text lore on the city of Tevinter itself nearly 2 games later.
What do you mean the first thing we learn in this game is that Tevinter sucks and is the reason for everything wrong in today's society because it's run by robes?
You know, I kind of forgot Tevinter still do revere Andraste despite being the ones that fought against her and killed her, and she even toppled a part of their empire in the end.
Revere is kind of a strong word. They don't believe she was the bride of the Maker, and they forbid the worship of her that is practiced in the Orlesian chantry, instead focusing only on worshiping the Maker. They do, however, see her as an important prophet, and more importantly, a powerful mage, which is why she successfully fought the Empire in their opinion.
So they basically have a viewpoint that they respect her as a powerful enemy that they can model after. It's pretty damn vain. But I can respect the grind of modeling after an enemy who beat you, and the sheer cope that they still aren't a divine avatar like everyone else says they are. Any other interesting tidbits on the Tevinter Church, Obama?
Keep in mind what Fenris says about the Archon being quickly taken out when he outlawed slavery that is not going to be forgotten when we get to Dorian's plotline later. You are right on the money, though, about modeling after their enemies. In fact, the entire Imperium chantry seems to be modeled after taking the opposite lesson. So the Orlesian chantry's teachings, almost to an extent that whoever founded it was intentionally trying to be petty. Instead of a divine always being a woman, the divine in the Imperium chantry is always a man and a mage. Instead of thinking magic needs to serve man and not rule, they take that as mages should be the leaders and public servants, and instead of Andraste being the focal prophet of the church, the anniversary of the death of Archon Hessarian is a religious holiday, and he is considered the most important of Andraste's disciples, which is why the Blade of Mercy we can give Fenris is considered a high-value status symbol.
Something tells me Sharton isn't even on their radar in terms of the Pantheon, given who is normally a slave in the Empire. And Fenris even says slaves are forbidden from learning about him.
I can't even tell if the religious differences are a L or not. It's all a wash. Since Andraste is just made up nonsense, just like the Qunari are. I will say, even though I am predisposed to hate the entire North on principle, the Qunari's treatment of mages and the big back praise still makes me side with them in any war against the mages.
Of course, we had to get a little Qunari lore here from Fenris here that's just on brand. It's interesting what he says about Seiron, though, as it contradicts what Fenris and Iron Bull tell us, despite the Qunari holding the majority of the island between the Fog Warriors in the jungle. And Tevinter occupying a southern Port Chiron isn't exactly established land as it is always contested.
This was a lot of Tevinter lore for a sword that Fenris is probably going to just glare at and give back to us now, unfortunately.
Wait, doesn't he like the sword and want to use it ironically to kill the Magisters?
Well, just like the Tevinter chantry, Fenris is pretty damn petty. If you are in a friendship with him, he will happily accept the gift, like you said, seeing the irony in using the Magister's own status symbol against them. However, since we are in the rivalry path with him, he assumes we are giving him the gift in bad faith as a sign of praising Tevinter, and will give it back to us. This actually changes the model's appearance, as there are 2 versions of the sword Fenris unlocks. If Fenris accepts the gift, the sword will look the same as Fenris's starting game sword, and it will be restricted to only Fenris. However, if he gives it back, the model changes to a more accurate depiction of the Blade of Mercy, that anyone, including Fenris, can use. The stats, however, are the same. Anyway, let's go dive back into the drama and meet Fenris's sister. Looks like his lost memory is still coming back a little.
Damn, she has no manners. You should always look at someone when they are talking to you, lady.
We played in our master's courtyard while Mother worked.
Not going to lie, I know Fenris is his slave name, but between Fenris and Leto, Fenris is a far cooler name.
We can debate over which made-up name is better. For now, someone call Admiral Akbar, because it's a trap.
My little Fenris. Predictable as always.
Fenris's fear, when he first lays eyes on Daenerys, is so goddamn raw, and is the most emotion we have gotten out of Fenris all series.
It's hard to tell which reaction goes harder, Fenris seeing Daenerys, or Hawke seeing what Quentin did to our mom. Well, it looks like the Tevinters aren't going to beat the treachery allegations in this game, because Fenris' sister is a goddamn rat.
Oh, buddy, your ass should have never left the North. You should talk to your apprentice on what happened the last time we encountered a slave or mage.
He couldn't have talked to her, she's dead.
Exactly my point, Obama. Also, I would never enslave such a based mage hater like Fenris. We only enslave filthy robes like yourself. It's time to die, old man.
As many hours I have in this game, and as much problems as I have with Fenris, I have never and will never pick that bottom left option.
Best decision you have made in your 81 years of life. At least you have a clearer head than the goddamn healer robe does. 14 years later, and I still can't believe the funny dude we recruited in Awakening approves of selling someone back to their abusive slave master.
I'm not going to defend it, as it's clearly the most evil decision we can make in this game. More to that in a minute. I believe the reason for Vengeance approval at selling Fenris is twofold. For one, it's to show how much he doesn't like Fenris personally, and how petty he is as well. But also, since the spirit of vengeance has taken hold of Anders so fully by this point, he might view Fenris being sold into slavery as fitting vengeance for Fenris's own cruelty in wanting to keep mages locked in the circle, and controlled something that Vengeance views as slavery, plain and simple.
Look at this 5-head-ass robe crossing his arms like he has aura. If the game designers gave you a health bar, you would already have a gravity singularity up your ass.
Bro's mad confident since he knows he can't be attacked until we kill all his minions. Anyways, Obama, you're the only one obsessed with the lore enough to do it. What happens if we sell Fenris here?
Yeah, I've only done it once, and I felt bad enough that I went back and reloaded a save at the end of the act when I realized there was no long-term dialogue changes. If you sell Fenris back to Denarius, he will pay you 5 gold, which is virtually nothing in Act 3. Not only does doing this decision bring him back as a slave, but it destroys the Fenris we know that has been built over the last 7 years. Denarius will write us a letter after this quest thanking us for the return of his property, and that Fenris is his usual obedient self now that his memories have once again been wiped, meaning he has completely forgotten about Hawke, Varric, Isabella, Donnic, and the Fog Warriors, everything that formed the man we know. Denarius then invites us to his home in Minrathous if we ever want a tour, and says he enclosed a magic item as further payment. But no item is actually contained in the letter, something I like to think is intentional.
I know he said Aveline has it bad, but selling Fenris into slavery is a clear winner for worst fate of a companion in this game. Even giving Isabella to the Qunari isn't that bad since she escaped, and she actually earned a reason to be given to the Qunari. Fenris hasn't done anything close to this, even as a mage hater.
At least we are all in agreement, fuck this guy, and may he rot in the hottest pit of hell along with Quentin and Hal. God damn it, this dude has the strongest and longest barriers in all of T-Vinter. I bet he is the goddamn one who made this shit a trend in Dragon Age 2. Why the hell isn't Varric and the Hanged Man taking a pot shot at this dude's chest right now?
Well, no one is in. The Hanged Man at all this place is completely empty. I imagine Denarius bought out the tavern for the day so Corp. And Varric had to clear out. This is the only time this happens. Every other Hanged Man fight can lead to Isabella, and Varric joining in if they aren't in the party. It's going on to another Obama obscure observation the two names Fenris have that show a clear parallel. Fenris being named this because Denarius views him as his little wolf is a clear reference to Fenrir, a wolf in Norse mythology said to bring about the end times or Ragnarok. Leto on the other side is a female goddess in Greek mythology, mother to Artemis and consort to Zeus. Both names are of different mythologies, likely alluding to the two very different lives Fenris had in each.
Oh, goddammit, I walked right into that one.
Barry, I love you like a brother, but you have to stop trying to make the title work. Just give it up, man.
Yeah, seriously, I am dying of cringe faster than this weak-ass mage is dying getting beat on by the robe-hating squad.
All right, screw you both. I am sure some people care to hear about it. Anyways, Donald, the fight is about to close up soon, and we have a choice coming up. What's your plan here?
Why do you ask? Do you want to try to convince me to not make the obvious choice?
I haven't stopped anyone from making any decision in this entire series so far. Why would I start now?
Fenris, I would say, cast testicular torsion, but we all know this old fuck doesn't have balls.
My master.
And nothing of value was lost.
I had no choice, Leto.
Hey, Fenris, I know Leto is a pretty terrible name, but why the hell are you looking at her like that?
Apprentice. I would have been a magister.
Hey, Verania, I know you just met him for the first time in 20 years, but that's probably the worst thing you could have said in this situation.
Let's see, elf check, Tevener citizen check, and filthy lying robe check. That's 3 checks, that's all you get, and unlike Alan, you actually tried to kill us.
Wait, Donald, that's his sister, don't do this.
He doesn't even know who she is, Sleepy, and her first action as his sister in 20 years is to enslave him, not because she was forced to as a slave herself, but a decision she chose to do to become a goddamn magister and enslave more people. This is a justified renegade action.
To be devil's advocate, freedom from slavery is a mixed bag, and Tevener, the Liberati class, is on its own class level, just above slaves. Nor can they vote. The best bet Liberati have to flourish is to join the circle or become an apprentice.
Sucks to suck, maybe she should have left the mage capital and gone to Kirkwall, where Fenris and Hawke could have taken care of her instead of, you know, stabbing us in the back. Fenris, kill her like the rest.
No elf is safe from Donald, it seems.
Well, on that sad note, we can go to the other side of the coin of this encounter. If Hawke killed the surviving sibling in the deep roads, it unlocks a special dialogue here telling Fenris that the pain of killing your sibling sticks with you. Similarly, if Varric killed Bartrand in Act 2, he will tell Fenris to back down, saying it doesn't help, trust me. If she is spared, she reveals a pretty important part of Fenris's past. Fenris wasn't Daenerys' slave and weapon. By random chance, he fought and trained for the position in order to free Verania and Fenris's mom. You can detect a hint of jealousy in her voice here as she says being a freed slave was not an easy life, and seeing Fenris now as an accomplished warrior with Lyrium powers. And a comrade and the champion of Kirkwall, she says Fenris had the easier life of the two of us.
All right, this girl always knows how to say the worst possible thing for every situation. I'd like to see her say that after undergoing delirium skeleton grafting treatment.
So what I am hearing is nothing of value was lost here. She was a treacherous mage, and even if you spare her, it's not like she says anything that forms a bond with Fenris. She just uses her last words to defend her actions poorly. I just wish I could kill her a second time.
All right, Donald, that's really goddamn dark. I wish I could say I was surprised, but sadly I am not.
Jesus, man, even I am at a loss for words. If I had a jaw, it would be on the floor.
Just ignore Barry, and let's go over the final differences in this quest with the friendship route.
So the main difference is just Fenris's attitude at the start and the opening. During the friendship route, Isabella will be here if she is still in the party and offer Fenris a spot on her ship, regardless if she actually has a ship, to which Fenris will make a joke if she lost out on getting a ship. If Isabella isn't in the party, then Varric or Aveline will be there to cheer him up instead. From there, the conversation plays out the same. Fenris will be initially upset, but calm down, and ask Hawke what he should do next, either because he is his friend or because he respects you. But as long as the questioning beliefs quest is finished, Fenris will support Hawke during the climax of the story, no matter what. If the quest is not completed, Fenris will initially refuse to go against his principles and only side with the Templars.
Fenris not having much of a branching pathway is equal parts he is stubborn. And Gator was trying to write a separate book on his epilogue before he left BioWare. He didn't finish it though, and what he did finish appears in the visual novel Blue Wraith. Well, fly high Verania, and thank you Fenris for bringing the edge that we needed for Dragon Age 2 to be a 2010 classic big dog. Don will close us out here. Hawke. We had to show that Cheers reference at least one time before our series is over. Now let's go to the dwarf, who always knows our name, our big bro Varric.
Yeah, we didn't buy all those drinks for nothing.
This will be the only palate cleanser I get for the episode between the Obama demon yaps and your basic blood mage obsession, so I need to enjoy this.
I thought you were looking forward to watching me get clapped up by the secret boss, Donald?
Oh, you're right. Looks like I have 2 palate cleansers, and thanks for confirming what's going to happen soon.
Oh, wait, no, that's not what I meant.
Okay, boys, getting back on track here, this quest is actually available to us regardless of whether we do Varric's Act 2 quest or not. If we didn't help Varric confront Bartrand, he will tell us how he broke into the mansion himself sometime after the Qunari invasion and found every single person dead, including Bartrand himself. The only survivor was the steward we met during the quest who said Bartrand killed everyone and then himself.
Incredibly based that Varric and Aveline go the Liara method of handling the problem themselves if the main character doesn't have time to help, even if it's a super unsatisfying ending on Varric's part.
I respect any companion who has the capacity to handle their own shit, but that their outcome is better if we do help them. Also, that applied use of force comment about the veil is pretty heavy foreshadowing, considering that's basically what we do in Inquisition a few hundred times.
I guess we have to get ready for that soon too, boys.
The worst case involves Antivan crows.
Also, Varric, I think you got those problems mixed up. The Antivan crows are never a worst-case scenario after all of the houses we have killed in this series.
I imagine even if Varric got dragged before the Seneschal, that Bran wouldn't want to deal with it, and Aveline would help get him off.
I didn't know they were that close. What would Donnick say?
God damn it, I walked into that one again.
Anyways, we are not a Rift Mage, Varric, but we can still take a look at the mansion for you. Maybe we can put our experience in another game to use.
What the hell does that mean, Obama?
Don't worry about it, Donald.
You're a mage. You must know something about weird shit. I'm sure you'll be able to figure something out that will help.
Also, Joe, real quick, before you head to the Hightown Mansion, go ahead and go towards the Lowtown Foundry real quick, since at night we can get the last Qunari sword to finish the last side quest in the game.
Sure thing, Barry, just like my brother Varric here, I got you. Besides, we get a cool Qunari weapon out of it that I can show my cutie Talus next time we meet.
Oh, God damn it. I was really hoping you forgot about the cute communist. She betrayed our hearts and our minds far too long in this series. And you having 2 waifu companions in one game, while I only had one, was incredibly unbalanced.
I don't like this.
Hey man, Dragon Age 2 is the last game in the series that is going to give me romanceable elf cuties that aren't Solas. Or Sarah, so let me have this. Besides, once Inquisition releases, we can focus all our attention back on Liliana and Morrigan.
And I get to finally flirt with my first crush Cassandra boys, something for everyone next game.
Yeah, no, have you checked the donation streaks lately, Obama? Cassandra is out and Josie is in your waifu. Dreams have been dashed.
I can still flirt with her without locking anything in, and I still have Veilguard if nothing else.
Yeah, good luck having someone from Veilguard be your only waifu. Obama, that shit will drive you more insane than Joe getting lost in the ghost house.
I'm not lost, Donald, just being cautious because of all the clear poltergeist hauntings the red lyrium crystal gave us.
Hello? Is there a ghost? Would you stop that, please?
At least we get a break with some base dwarf lore for once.
God damn, it feels like it has been a year since we have seen the base dwarven city and homeland of POTUS Orzammar. Not going to lie, I would be as pissed as Bartrand for losing anything made by the base dwarfs, especially since you can't get that shit back anymore without paying insane import fees.
Believe it or not, it has already been a year since we closed POTUS's arc on Orzammar. POTUS definitely got the best ending out of his time in Orzammar. If things had gone a bit differently, we could have been the spoiled noble that crashed out over a few vases. This is some of the last Tethras family lore we can find in the series, by the way, so we might as well explore both. The other cutscene is next to the bedroom, interacting with a Merchant's Guild ledger, so don't forget to check it on our way out.
Oh boy, the bedroom that is definitely the safest place to go when a house is haunted. Thanks for the tip, Barry.
Oh, what happened to the devotion you were giving your best friend a minute ago, Sleepy? Man up and get ready to face the red crack poltergeist? Consider it practice for your final lap in Dead Space soon, soldier.
I deal with zombies in that game that I can hack and shoot, unlike goddamn ghosts that throw shit at me without retaliation.
Well, actually, boys, you keep calling it a poltergeist, but we don't really have any confirmation as to what type of ghost this really is, do we? How about we put all three of our heads together and play a classic game of Phasmophobia to find out who this ghost really is, boys?
Sure, I am always up to don my top-tier Detective Donald hat. Again, what role do you want from each of us?
Okay, well, since it's a poltergeist, we need some ultraviolet readings, some ghost writing, and the spirit box. Donald, since you're so eager, go ahead and use the UV light on that room there.
Yep, you're right. Obama, a clear ghost print on the open door. What's the other clues?
All right, that's your job done. Go ahead and write that in the notes. Now, Joe, just go hold open this ghost journal and watch for writing. I will operate the spirit box.
I'm trying to hold the journal, but the clap of my hawk cheeks keeps causing the ghost to throw vases at my ass.
Just lock in, Joe. We are so close. I am going to try to get a spirit box reading here. Hello, hello, are you there? Can you respond? Hello, hello.
Looks like no one's home, so I guess Joe was only 20% right as always.
Donald, let me cook here. Only one person can talk. Hello, hello, give me a sign. Are you there? Would you like to hear some Dragon Age lore?
Hello, Mr. Presidents. The darkness and veil will soon be pierced. You can't stop the penetrating.
Phrasing, please.
What the hell was that, the Dumont dipshit? Does that count, or is he fucking with us?
He spoke in the box. That means it counts. Only one more hint left, boys. Unless you want to guess and head back to the van now?
Fuck that, Joe. We are going to be as accurate as possible. Just stay on target. And shoo this girl away. Varric is right. She is probably fucking with our readings.
Yeah, I am the paragon of the group, but I got to side with Varric here. We don't have time to give you free therapy. Tell us where the ghost is so he can write in this journal, lady.
Guys, I think we may have lost the plot here in our roleplay. Normally, I am okay with being renegade and on a grind, but aren't we supposed to be looking for the idol instead of bullying random maidens?
Donald, you're just saying that because it's a maid, and she's kind of cute. If this was a male elf, you would be telling him to bite the curb.
No comment?
Oh no, boys, the ghost is grabbing the journal and writing, oh my god, it's so spooky it's saying something. But I am too scared to read it. Viewers, what does it say?
Oh god, it's forbidden text, not meant for normal eyes. If you can read this, you must be chosen viewers.
You all are cringy as hell, but I can appreciate the grind set, at least in getting that engagement up. Anyways, looks like we have to fight Ghost Shale here, since BioWare is allergic to giving us a companion quest that doesn't involve at least some combat.
Yeah, I would vibe with this game more if it gave us more companion quests that could be solved without combat. Origins and Mass Effect 2 had a good mix of those, to be honest. But those are the exceptions to the rule in BioWare games, unfortunately.
Well, there are at least 2 companion quests in Inquisition that can be solved without any combat, so we have a small light at the end of the tunnel.
There's like hundreds of quests that can be resolved without combat if you count all the war table missions and collection quests, boys, if that's what you pacifists are looking for.
Oh God, please don't remind me about all the little fetch quests. And mobile game missions we have to do in Inquisition, Donald. That's the whole reason we need a break between this game and Inquisition.
Thankfully, though, unlike the old games where we needed a spell that involved wave combat, or a Justice Inquisition buff that lets us beat the shit out of Veil Tears, all we need to do is remove the shard from the house, and the hauntings will end, which is a clear reference to what Justice says in Origins about spirits being attracted to lyrium. The demons the golem summons must just be gooning to the shard.
Well, that almost makes up for the fact that this fight is just another demon wave dance that Hawke has spun 100 times this series. Oh, speaking of repeating chains, though, take another shot, viewers, because Bartrand's Manor is the same as Fenris Manor and several other manors we have been to.
It's actually, Donald, considering this is supposed to be Bartrand's Manor, I think we can't double dip. And count this one twice. The viewers could take a shot during episode 6 for the mansion, but not here.
God damn it, saved by a technicality, you got lucky viewers, but don't get complacent. I am sure before the end of the episode, we will find a few more shots to close us out.
I guarantee if someone did this drink competition raw, and in one go, they are going to be the ones haunting Bartrand's estate. Also say what you will about this boss fight. But I do like how the ghost uses the floating objects against us as little extra attacks. Even if they don't do much damage, it's at least a different type of attack to mix up combat.
Yeah, not going to lie, it's kind of lackluster in this game. But it would be a cool mechanic in D&D, for example, boys. Just imagine in, say, Baldur's Gate 3, if you had to fight a haunted house with chairs and bases getting their own turns to lunge at you and spam damage attacks.
Pretty sure that's why they didn't include animate object in that game. Having too many followers either would crash the game or be busted beyond belief at the later levels. Like imagine killing the entirety of Baldur's Gate thanks to causing the Elf Song Tavern chairs to rise up.
I mean, you can literally bomb the entire city with black powder barrels and grease in one instant swoop. It's not that insane to kill people during the chair uprising. Anyways, was it intentional that we saved the only 2 companion quests that have relevance in Inquisition for the second to last episode in our series? Like the Red Lyrium plot and the Morrigan Mirrors are the only companion plots that carry over to the next game in a meaningful way.
No, of course not. That would imply there is some divine hand guiding these episodes since day one and trying to make an optimal story for the viewer's experience. It's literally just because Joe wanted to spin the block on Bartrand, so he got Varric's Act 2 quest. And Merril is his waifu, so he defaulted to that plot point too.
Yeah, don't ruin our secrets too early, Donald. It's just a funny coincidence, nothing more. Anyways, it looks like the demons are finally taken care of, and this golem can start acting like a golem. Are we going to acknowledge that a single shard of this statue caused a massive haunting in this area? But the gallows where the rest of the damn thing is has remained relatively tame besides Meredith just being crazy. That's not even getting into the fact we carry the idol around for the entire game in Veilguard, and barely get assaulted by demons or wisps that aren't caused by other things.
Well, I imagine Meredith has a way to dull the attraction of demons bursting from the Fade with her being a Templar. And she never actually summons any demons even during the boss fight, so that tracks. As for Veilguard, well, why don't we just not talk about Veilguard as far as that statue is concerned? They never even acknowledge why that statue is special in the first place, besides it being the artifact Hawke recovered. Anyways, good work killing the ghost golem that couldn't out-tank my girl. We have a small choice, which does actually matter in Inquisition.
I feel like there's really only one proper answer here. One choice feeds into Varric's delusions and gives more people access to Red Lyrium, and the other gives us a based weapon made by the young Lord Sandal himself. Are we really debating this?
I do feel for Varric wanting to help his brother here, but the game clearly shows that whatever is going on here is causing Varric to act almost possessed like Bartrand was. He is more aggressive here. He talks about hearing the song, and he covets the thing like it is the One Ring. And once we take it from him, he says he doesn't know what came over him there only an hour later. So it's time to craft ourselves a new rune, boys.
I am almost positive now, considering how it affects dwarves differently, that this Lyrium statue has some connection with the Titan mythology, even corrupted as it is. Probably one of the few plot points that did stay consistent throughout the series, at least in terms of hearing the songs and weakening their mental state. We do see that even both humans and dwarves, the emotional state, can get heightened almost immediately when touching the thing.
Varric, I love you, but don't disrespect our young lord by calling him Enchantment Boy ever again.
Damn crazy we only get a random belt from that boss fight seems pretty lame.
Smells like a skill issue, Joe. Anyways, I know you need to do one more lore drop on the Dwarven Ledger before we close out Nerdbama, so pop off, Queen.
My name is not Nerdbama, but whatever. So this ledger up here reveals just how in the hole Bartrand was before the expedition. And it's why he was willing to take us on as an investor in the first place. It wasn't just because he lost money funding the Armbrak expedition, but it was also because Bartrand owed massive debts to the Merchants Guild with clear ties to the Carta. So Bartrand likely had to do a lot of illegal moves to stay competitive in the guild. It seems like his intention was to buy his way out and become nobility in Kirkwall to reclaim some lost family glory.
Bartrand at one point had a goal to make him and his family have a better life, even if he had to be a cutthroat asshole to do it. Even his first thought when Anders cured him of the Red Lyrium poisoning was don't let our family name fall like this dude wanted to be better than his dad, who got the family exiled and nearly destroyed them.
Well, now he can paint flowers and drink his own drool while his more based brother runs Kirkwall without him. Seems like a fair trade for selling us out in the deep roads. I imagine Varric eventually stepped out of the Merchants Guild shadow when he became Viscount.
I imagine the Merchants Guild just stopped bothering him after he became associated with the Inquisition. Varric still does use his Merchants Guild contacts heavily in Inquisition, so it's not the last we have heard from them. Who we will not hear from again, though, is Tarbus, since he will now thank us by giving us our own Kunari soul weapon. He only says all of this if we earn the Arishock's respect. If not, he just gives you the weapon.
Completing Mark after this really helps tie that Ben Hassirath comment into something that makes sense. We became the heart of the many because we gathered the souls of so many Kunari. That's a really nice tie into the adventures with my cutie Talus. Anyways, let's go show off the power of the god of enchantments.
A perfect change of subject from the horned communists watching the young lord at work. It's one thing when he blesses us with enchantments, but to see him create enchantments from scratch is a true thing of beauty, boys. This confirms that our young lord can destroy and cleanse pieces of Solus's creation to his own uses and cleanse red lyrium. If you're keeping score at home, that means Sandal 1 and the egg 0.
This is our reward for not giving Varric the idol. And it gives us the only attack speed rune in the game that scales with the level of the item you slot it into, which is still a perfect upgrade to put on Bianca since he is already our fastest attacking squad mate. If we had given Varric the idol, this automatically upgrades Bianca to be able to carry 4 runes instead of the standard single rune, which is the optimal reward gameplay-wise.
It's kind of ironic we took away the statue piece out of concern for Varric, but then we just give it back to him in rune form. I guess Sandal cleanses the corruption from the thing, so we should be good. Well, we have one final conversation with Varric to close out his arc, and I think I can speak for everyone by saying thank you for being our Day 1 dwarf brother.
Just like there is no shepherd without Vicarion, there is no Hawke without Varric. We might not get as close to you in Inquisition as we do in 2, especially since we are playing a rogue, but I am still looking forward to taking out more demons with you, big guy.
Technically, Aveline is Hawke's Day 1, but from a gameplay perspective, it's easy to also see Varric as our Day 1. While I agree Varric doesn't have much of an arc in Act 3, I appreciate that we get a whole 3rd game to fully wrap up his character. Varric truly is one of the most important characters in Dragon Age, and this series wouldn't be the same for better or worse without him. The rivalry conversation here again isn't much different. Varric just says Hawke is difficult to deal with before saying he respects Hawke and is happy to be here. But that covered all that is left to say is this, boys.
Thanks for the best 6 years of Hawke's life, Varric. All right, Varric is peak, but we truly saved the best for last here, boys. It's time to finish my cutie Patooty's arc and end the demon hiding in her shadow waiting to strike.
Joe ending the demon is and never was the Blood Mage's goal. She always wanted to bargain with this thing like she had power over the art of the deal. Jesus, I was really dreading this quest line due to your scatterbrain retired ass. Not even the quest ending with a dead elf and dead demon makes up for the pain I am about to endure.
This quest isn't that bad, Donald. It has some of the best narrative themes in its ending. It closes up the impacts of the Dalish elf origin. And if you don't care about any of that, it ties together Morrigan's whole plot line in Inquisition and has some satisfying payoff with Morrigan if you pay attention.
Oh, well, it's not the payoff that I would want with Mommy Morrigan, but I will take it fine. We can yap once again about the Morrigan mirrors.
You know, Donald, sometimes I think you just say Morrigan mirrors in order to piss me off.
Yeah, you're right on the money there, Obama.
Merril, I would literally rather take a pen and scoop out both of my eyeballs than strike you down, you are my wife. I would go to the ends of the earth to save you.
Just for reference, viewers, Manavinen means heart in Elvish. I appreciate Merril's dedication to her work, but one getting possessed is not worth restoring one mirror. And 2, if a demon tried to possess Merril, I guarantee it is not making it out of here alive.
Despite wanting to talk to a demon, I have to admit somehow the Blood Mage is still less of a threat than the healer rogue. At least she has a backup plan if things go wrong to stop her from resorting to terrorism.
The backup plan is just to goddamn kill her, though so we will not be doing that. We will find another way, just like Harbinger, my love. To prove my commitment that everything is going to be okay, I can finally give her that ring we have had since the Zevran quest. I may as well give it to her now in happier times.
So right, the Dreadwolf ring, another big theme of foreshadowing towards Inquisition. I guess it's almost time to talk about Solas, isn't it, boys? Wait, why do I hear boss music?
The ring, you gifted it. I came.
Oh shit, not you again. Joe, get the net next to the briefcase.
I want to keep flirting with Merril while I am gone.
Joe is getting the net.
Okay, good to know.
Hey, Baldy's Basics, I have a bone to pick with you.
What is on your mind, my spirit brother?
Don't brother me. We spent long nights playing bridge and arguing mage philosophy, only for you to stab me in the back the second the briefcase opened. You told me you would take me with you to freedom.
I didn't lie to you. I said when the briefcase is opened, we will find our path together. My path was getting the hell out of there, and your path was merging with the Paladin President over here. Clearly, we both got what we needed, which is why I am here.
Oh, don't give that Veilguard ending trickster bullshit. A lie is a lie, and I am out for blood.
Finally, something we both agree on.
Okay, more importantly, why are you here, Solas?
Because, my dear friend Obama, I wasn't lying back in Veilguard about your series being in danger, and not just threatened by Corypheus, or the Donald Justice deal. I mean a larger scale threat. When the veil is sundered in Inquisition, these voices and entities will get worse before they get better. These horrors that will befall you three will overwhelm the untrained but united Obama. We can do a lot of good and save this series from extinction. You just have to let me in and...
Yeah, no, not happening. I will be fine.
But the spirits will overwhelm you all, I have seen it. Besides, together our lore knowledge could be legendary.
Don't try to seduce me, you are a pride demon, not a desire demon. I have seen firsthand what possession does to both of these two, I want no part of that. Just like POTUS and the Fifth Blight, we will find a way on our own.
Fine, but after the finale, and once you see the horrors you will face and exert every last option to no avail, you will find me again, and I will answer.
I've got the net, guys. Wait, where did he go?
He teleported away, Joe, because you're not supposed to shout, "I have the net," before you throw it. Just throw the damn net next time.
Well, unfortunately, that Raphael's style exposition ruined Merril's introduction to the Dreadwolf, so the viewers will just have to listen to my spree when we get to Trespasser.
All I can say is that if Merril was in Inquisition as an elven expert, we would have been tricked by Solus far less. Hell, I can't think of a better Eluvian expert either. A veteran Merril would have just been peak.
It's a very sweet memento, thank you.
Anyways, here's where the second scroll is. For the secret boss, both of the fights are just on the trail to the top of the mountain, so we can unlock the final boss naturally at the end of the episode.
You're welcome for the assist, by the way. Otherwise, I know your dementia-ridden brain would have already forgotten the Wounded Coast, and it would have added an extra 10 minutes to this episode.
It's humble today, aren't we? Anyways, Joe, we can tackle the secret bosses on our way up the mountain and get into some scroll lore, but first, we should go ahead and talk to the Keeper first for some extra dialogue. Also, just a small note, Act 3 has the most amount of named elves and familiar faces walking around camp. Then the previous two acts, this is not only a reference to the Dalish origin, but is relevant for a confrontation later on in the quest.
You know, despite it being says that the clan are still here, I doubt Kirkwall has the time to worry about the Dalish. They don't have an organized ruler at the moment besides Meredith, and the Templars are spread too thin dealing with the revolutionists to round up the mages here.
Merril is probably just worried about her clan's safety out of concern, not actual threats. How to game this line is here to point out that the Keeper is hiding something about the real reason she has been here for so long, even risking a barteral attack on her clan.
Yeah, Merril and the Keeper are both holding the clan by the balls. We already knew that after she got 4 of her hunters killed. Looks like she's trying to add one more corpse to the list, because didn't we already find a cure for possession during the Red Cliff situation with Connor? A massive amount of lyrium and money fixes everything.
No, unfortunately, Jowan makes it a point that Connor is possessed through the Fade, not physically, which is why killing it in the Fade works. If the person is physically possessed, the only cure is death.
You know, this line here always seemed weird. There's never been an indication that the Keeper could restore the mirror, so why even ask her to do it?
She is definitely showing her age. Here she is convinced she knows what's best and what the Morgan mirrors are all about, when they are literally just teleportation tools.
I feel like given your demographic, you should be the last one criticizing older people stuck in their ways. However, pride is certainly a theme of this quest, and both Merril and the Keeper have pride in spades. Neither of them wants to concede or admit the other might be right. Both of them are also confident what the mirror is, but none of them are fully right either.
It has been in our world for centuries.
Also, rest in peace to the Dalish warden. I almost forgot he didn't survive the blight sickness without Duncan.
I will give you one better rest in peace to all the other warden origins, especially the based human noble in this reality, gone but not forgotten. Also, it's time to get hiking sleepy.
But you do realize this is crazy, right?
Believe me, I noticed. If I had any other choices, I'd take them.
You have choices. You always had choices.
Viewers, if you all couldn't tell, I brought Anders during this quest instead of a rogue, because his sass levels are unmatched. And I am addicted to the drama. Also, it's time to squash some more spiders. May the power of my waifu guide me.
I am pretty sure Sassy Obama is rubbing off on you, Sleepy. Also, I feel like I am going to regret this comment, but since we have a long hike up this hill, and some equally long demon fights, wasn't there some kind of lore theory you had concerning the Keeper and the Varteril that you mentioned last time we were here for the Blood Mage Obama?
So, right good looks Donald, I completely forgot. So viewers, there is a more devious reason as to why the clan has been struggling that's beyond the Keeper simply making a poor decision staying here so close to a Varteril. But for that, we need to go back a little ways. So in Act 1, if you hike all the way to the top of the mountain, you can see there is a clear barrier blocking the entrance to the cave editor. Roll the clip. This isn't a random decoration. This was placed intentionally because Merril and the Keeper found the demon in this cave to determine if it is a threat to the camp. When they came there, they found that the demon was bound to the statue and decided to seal the cave for good measure. But the demon promised something before they left, a promise to restore the Arlethan Empire of old, and even gave them a vision of what the civilization once was. Merril obviously came back sometime before we met her and made a deal with the demon for blood magic. But when we go to the cave in Act 1, we find it still sealed, which means Merril made her deal, but then sealed him away for safety's sake.
All right, you goddamn yapper, thanks for the backstory on the basic blood mage that even BioWare didn't want to tell us, but where the hell are you going with this?
All right, so in Act 1, the cave is sealed magically, but if we return in Act 2, the barrier is seemingly gone, instead just crudely blocked by a cart. the only two people here that knew about the barrier. And how to dispel it are the Keeper and Merril. Merril, we know, didn't come here on her own. She is so afraid to ask the demon for anything else that she asks us to come with her. She would have done the same 3 years ago. The only other culprit is the Keeper. She likely came to the demon 3 years after Merril left to try, threatened the demon to leave Merril alone. The demon instead probably told her that he was going to kill Merril, forcing the Keeper to let the demon possess her partially instead, which might explain her risky actions like making her clan afraid of Merril, or staying in a camp that puts others at risk. The demon was likely altering her personality subtly, just like Justice and Anders over the last 3 years.
Damn, so is the Keeper really the main villain in this story? If she just trusted Merril and Hawke and let them handle their consequences, like adults when things have gone fine.
Nothing is ever fine. When you make a deal with demons, they always come around and bite you in the ass. If the old lady didn't helicopter parent Merril this hard, we would have to turn the murder knife back on our own elf girlfriend.
Donald, you say that, but aren't you the first person to loudly proclaim siding with the desired demon in Redcliffe, just so you can smash them?
Yes, but I don't make a deal with the demon when I do that. I pass the intimidation check and get the demon snoo without promising anything on my own end. That is how you show the art of the deal, boys.
All right then, well, to answer your question, Joe, the Keeper isn't exactly the villain here. She only did this because she didn't trust Merril enough and didn't want her hurt in the process of her own choice. On the surface, it's a lesson that parents need to sometimes let their children make their own mistakes instead of trying to hold up the entire world for them like Atlas. On a deeper level, both the Keeper and Merril display a heightened sense of pride that led to their downfall. The last hint at the short story for overall theme of this story is that the demon's name is revealed to be Audacity.
You're saying the Dallas use a music editor to make sick beats that will get them out of the hood?
No, Joe, you bumbling ballsack, the Webster Dictionary definition. Basically, the Keeper had the audacity that Mom always knows best and took Merril's consequences away from her. And meanwhile, the basic blood mage had the audacity to think she could be the chosen one to save her people and take the risk of dealing with a demon without the bill ever coming back to be paid.
Absolutely correct, Donald. I am actually amazed you paid attention to something I said.
It has been almost 2 years of this. I have long since run out of TikToks to watch while you yap.
It's all coming together, boys. Anyway, the third and final scroll is right behind this broken wall after killing the arcane horror, so we only have one more undead fight to go, boys. Anyway, does anyone want one more Inquisition relevant cutscene for the episode?
Good catch remembering to check out the Mythal Shrine, Joe. Here's another sign at how absolutely peak Merril would have been if she lent her knowledge to the Veilguard. She could have absolutely helped us not only not get tripped up by Solus, but navigate Eldrinin and Gillenane too, and hell, even the Mythal plotline.
Still wouldn't have been a good game, but point taken, it would have at least given us a better expert. Anyways, I never saw this scene during my playthrough, but in hindsight, after Inquisition, the fact that Flemeth gets revived by being taken to a shrine of Mythal seems like a really big giveaway as to what she really is. I am amazed that Hawke, the healer robe, or anyone doesn't point out how odd that is either.
Well, to be fair, if any of them called attention to it during this scene, it would have been far too on the nose for everyone. And then the whole plot line would have been less interesting. You know what Merril says here about Mythal stopping Elgrin's violence after he almost killed his parents not only makes him sound like Zeus, but it's giving me the impression that something got lost in translation with Veilguard. What did the Sun and Earth do to make Elgrin so pissed? Was he a shitty kid? Or were the parents just typical bad Bioware parents, and that's why this dude became a tyrannical emperor?
All questions we will never get an answer to, because Dragon Age started giving us less gray villains like Lugging, or the Arishock in favor of big giant world-ending evil villains like Corypheus and Eldrinin. We still did get Solus, who has more going on in terms of morally gray morality that makes a compelling villain, but even he needed more time in the oven. I want to just again say that this has been a steady trend for some time with BioWare, not just something Veilguard alone did.
So are you saying that the last villain you liked is the Arishock Obama?
Not necessarily. I liked Solus and Corypheus. For what they were well, you know, before he started threatening to enter Joe's body, I think, for such a massive game, it's fair to have a villain more on the simple side. But that becoming the trend down the line is where I take issue. Anyways, back to the gameplay, this final fight isn't just a repeat of an arcane horror with demons. And undead, it's actually 2 unique Revenant bosses. So let's see your moves here, Joe.
It looks like the developers finally realized that one Revenant isn't much of a boss fight on its own. So they decided that 2 of them double-teaming Hawke with pulls would be the perfect roadblock. And if the pulls weren't bad enough, these 2 both have rally, so they can suck each other off, making them both tanky with extra health regeneration. So you have to find a way to drop both of their rallies.
Yeah, and if the big back tank suck-off strategies weren't enough, one of these dudes is named Gilfrey, which is a damn Yu-Gi-Oh card, so we are really crossing realities with this fight.
First off, Donald, that is Gilfrey, not Gilfrey. Secondly, this fight is annoying because you are fighting it suboptimally, Joe. One of the Revenants has a higher aggro range than the other, so what you are supposed to do is pull the undead. And one of the Revenants down to the graveyard from earlier and take them on one at a time before then going back up. and taking out the other.
Fair enough, Obama, but I think you are forgetting about the power of the fewibs.
What the hell are fewibs, Joe?
The fuck it, we ball strategies now, go ahead. And watch me cook these big backs, don't stand a chance, even if it's a dozen revenants. One of these guys is almost dead, so I still got it down to one boss, even if it was the brute force method.
That's my man Joe, no bullshit kiting strategies. We are going for gold here, like the true warrior Hawke is. What's the reward for this quest, Obama? There's no way two named revenants don't have some good loot on them.
Well, Donald, on the corpse of Beacon, we can find the celebrant a two-handed sword that is a reward for winning the free march tourneys that attract knights from all over Thetis. The sword deals spirit damage, and if built right, is one of the strongest weapons in the game in terms of pure damage. Unfortunately, when used only in the base game of Act 3, it isn't the most useful since the most common enemy is Shades, and Blood Mages, both of which are immune to spirit damage. I do have one more lore theory about the Scroll's quest while you finish off here, Joe. One might even call it a third Obama, obscure observation.
Oh, God damn it.
Damn it, Obama, you can't punish us like this. That is 3 strikes of trying to make the title work. That's all you get, you're out.
Yeah, whatever, so each of these 3 scrolls come from different countries of origin. One from Riven, one from Relays, and one from the Chastened. All of them, however, were people in positions of power and respected by others before being corrupted by a demon. The scrolls say that the demons were too powerful for any vial, likely referencing the black vials we found in Origins, and instead needed to be bound by words in the scroll, which all say the same binding ritual referencing some scholar, who we can assume is the creator of the Awirgan scrolls. And all of these demons were agents of Hybris the Pride Demon, who is their leader in the same light as Sloth was a leader of another group of demons.
Barry, sometimes I feel like I am a lore prisoner instead of a lore student when you yap like this, just food for thought.
Why do we have to go to a cave?
The spirit is trapped in there. He can't get back to the Fade.
And you don't suspect he might think you're a way out of this cave?
Of course they do. That's why you and Hawke...
Oh great, just what we needed, more glitches. Looks like the healer robe started talking over his own party banter. Got to love those audio bugs, boys.
Well, Joe, looks like before you can confront the demon, you have to deal with a few more remnants of the ancient Elven Tevener War that went on in these mountains.
Yeah, I'm just glad none of these dudes are arcane warriors with plate armor and fireballs. All I have to say is that it's still unfair for my cutie patootie that the main enemy in all of her quests are undead, spiders, and elves, since those are the 3 units that are immune to nature damage, which is her primary source of damage.
Sounds like a skill issue with the basic Blood Mage and not with the game designers. She just needs to lock in. My boy Fenris had no trouble killing slavers, and Mommy Isabella killed pirates perfectly.
To be fair, Merril seems to be the only one that has this odd restriction. Anders typically is given enemies that are weak to cold damage, something he starts with. BioWare could have thrown in a few more demons here for good measure. At least we got a few shades here for some balance. Well, that was 10 minutes of build-up and side questing. But we finally made it to the mountain peak and can end our last companion quest for the series.
Yes, I fucking knew Dragon Age 2 wouldn't let me down. Take another shot, viewers. This is the same cave where we found one of the evil tombs in Act 2, and the same cave as the Sebastian quest.
Damn, not even my cutie patootie safe from repeat maps. Also, Merril, I know this isn't the right time because you are missing a demon right now. But Tevinter wasn't the only reason Arlath and fellow you guys started beefing after the Elven Pantheon got sent back to Lobby and you were no longer immortal.
According to the Codex entry on Sundermont, the Arcane Warriors and the Tevener Imperium both unleashed horrors during this last stand before the elves were subjugated. The Arcane Warriors were protecting slumbering elders who were undergoing the process of in Youth Nera, so both sides were equally as likely to have summoned the demon here.
So basically you just confirmed what my cutie patootie just said, Barry.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, my vote is still to blame the Blood Mage Empire. If this game has taught us anything, it's that they just summon demons freely while hiding in their barriers. Looks like Merril has lost her free trial of audacity, and it's time we move on to a far better grind than demon deals. Might I instead suggest gathering some of your fellow mages into this white panel van I bought?
Donald, stop trying to make the Mage Emporium work. It is never going to work. The 100 gold was just a lie.
He shouldn't have been able to leave. What happened to him?
Perfect dramatic timing, Keeper.
Oh wait, maybe Mama Keeper has a free trial of audacity that she can give us. Maybe all hope isn't lost yet, boys.
So she was trailing right behind us this whole time, right? Which means she was hobbling her ass up the mountain while we fought an entire ancient demon elf army?
Either that or she used more forbidden teleportation magic. Maybe she knows the Valana tree teleport from Awakening. Anyways, I will stop the memes. This shit is pretty sad and deserves our attention.
So at the time, we have no way of knowing this. But it's important to note that the Keeper and therefore the demon telling her this is misleading. Illuvians are connected to the Crossroads, which is a pocket dimension of the Fade, not a normal part of the Fade that demons just roam freely through. The demon very likely wouldn't have just came through the restored mirror and just killed Merril. Instead, the demon got what all demons ultimately wanted, a mage host through the Keeper by abusing her concern that she always knows best and knows more about the dangers of magic than Merril.
And now instead of a badass ghost. And demon-killing quest that we got with Varric, we have a sad psychological torture mission where Merril has to kill her mom. I love Dragon Age 2, but the writers here are goddamn assholes. Keeper, you really could have just left this shit alone.
Actions have consequences, Sleepy. How the hell is Merril going to know that fire is hot without getting a few burns on the stove?
This is more like a severe bludgeoning to the skull rather than a minor burn of the hand, Donald.
Yeah, but with that severe bludgeoning, I bet she won't deal with any more demons again, will she? Besides, Joe gets his waifu now with no meddling mother-in-law to disapprove of them banging. Silver linings, right?
That's not worth my wife being sad and crying, Donald. Also, Keeper, you couldn't give us like a moment to prepare before unleashing the demon. You had to ambush us with the Pride Demon right now?
Darla Shirel is a farewell-meaning safe journey, if anyone was wondering. The demon starts this fight by summoning visages of people who have died during Merril's journey discovering the mirror. This includes Tamlin, the 4 hunters that died to the Varderol, including Paul, the Keeper herself, and 2 unnamed Elven elders named Elven Elder and Elven Mother, with the man being a mage. My 2 personal theories as to who these unnamed elders are is either the Dalish Warden's mother and father, who died long before this situation, since our father was the former Keeper and therefore a mage, or Merril's parents from the Neverin clan that gave Merril to this clan when she showed signs of magic.
I doubt Merril would know the Dalish Warden's parents. She's about the same age as the Warden. My best guess is that it's her parents for that added bit of drama.
You know, I just realized Merril mentioned seeing Tamlin out of the corner of her eye at the start of the act. And now we can see that the demon can make visages of the dead. I know we joked about that being the marker, but maybe the Pride Demon was making a subtle connection with Merril to try and lure her back to the mountain.
It's not a bad theory at all from you, Joe. Although marker Pride Demon powers are kind of disturbing to imagine. Also, if you haven't noticed, the Pride Demon has been silently monologuing while we have been killing his summons. Halfway through the battle, he stops the fight with a cutscene that changes based on Hawke's personality. Obviously, we get the Purple Hawke dialogue, but if we were Paragon Hawke, he will say, "Hide behind your reason, and your compromise is mortal. I will still destroy you." If we are Renegade Hawke, instead he will say such arrogance. "Would you achieve greatness by violence? I will show you the way." However, this monologue causes combat to end, and the party to fully heal and revive, so it's actually a nerf on the demon's part.
That's a lot of yapping for a Pride Demon that we have killed a dozen of already. Not to mention, bro hasn't really even damaged us yet. On Nightmare, he has just been slowly stomping on the ground lock, and you're making yourself look bad in front of the demon Huz.
Who the hell taught you the word Huz, Donald?
I am pretty sure Bill taught it to me. Hop off. I am allowed to use current lingo. I have to get my popularity polls up somehow.
All right, boys, we were getting severely off topic during the last companion quest on the series. I get this Pride Demon is moving like he just woke up for the first time in hundreds of years. But besides that, this is a pretty cinematic fight for Merril, and we finally get to kill the demon and end its blood magic reign for good boys.
Fair enough, Joe. We could be ever so slightly more focused on the task at hand, that's true. But besides the ghost mind break, this guy doesn't really have anything else going for him.
I mean, okay, fair point. And now the demon is going to try to talk no jutsu his way out of this one.
What a cliche-ass ending. Who the hell thought this would work? Oh, hey guys, I think I feel a song coming on. Why does this game think it can trick us with a Disney-style happy ending?
Well, I am glad no one here is falling for the obvious trap. If you try to select the top option, the Keeper will stab Merril as soon as she turns around. And the demon will heal back some health, seemingly taking it from Merril, who loses a third of her own health. However, again, this is another party heal otherwise, so this still doesn't make this fight a challenge.
Only one more demon in robes standing between us and a finished quest log. Time to send her soul back to lobby. Sleepy, you're in for a treat.
Sorry we had to do this to you. Keeper, press F to pay respects. And I better see plenty more Fs for prideful but otherwise good mom.
Oh, wow. Who knew possession death could be so glowy?
Yeah, it's kind of like a blood magic light show or that scene from The Exorcist.
Okay, now I'm going to break out the belt on the two of you. Let my cutie patootie grieve for a moment, assholes.
What have you done? I don't want this.
Sheesh, I know you take the waifu love seriously, but it's a video game. Sleepy, lighten up.
Fuck no.
Please let this be a bad dream. I'll wake up and feel like an idiot and she'll scold me for not listening.
All right, Joe, I can tell this is really personal to you. So why don't you tell us how you really feel then, since I already know you aren't going to pick the option that blames her.
Because this outcome wasn't Merril's fault, sure, conspiring with demons was risky. But it was her burden to bear, not the Keeper's. She did all of this originally to save her clanmates that died, and all it ended up with was 5 more clanmates dying, one of them being her whole mom. Merril and Hawke should have been the one to pay the price if there was one to pay, not the Keeper. But now we have to mourn her death, and have the rest of the clan hate us in the process.
We know the Keeper came here.
Oh, gee, I wonder why the clan thinks she killed the Keeper. Maybe because she is a damn blood mage, guys? Didn't we just see multiple quests where blood mages do evil shit just for a little bit of extra power?
The reason the clan is so distrusting in the first place, though, is because the Keeper has been warning everyone that she is a dangerous abomination. She didn't think that through before she took the demon into her either.
Keeper, can you hear me?
She's dead. I should have guessed you'd turn on her.
What the fuck did you call my cutie patootie, you knife ear?
Joe, why do you have that look in your eye? Just go ahead and select the bottom option for me.
Not until the knife ear apologizes to Merril.
Joe, you can't say that it's a slur.
Oh, holy shit, I almost forgot all about this scene. Will the prophecy come true?
Joe, what the fuck did you do?
While I'm here.
You murder our Keeper and think you can threaten us.
Wait, what? Why are they turning on me?
Joe, you goddamn idiot. If you don't select the bottom option, taking responsibility, the entire clan attacks you. And we have to kill all of them, meaning you are going goddamn Anakin Skywalker on my Dalish Warden's clan right now. This is your favorite game in the series. I wasn't even worried you would make such a stupid mistake as picking the wrong option, but here we are.
Ha 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 ha! No fucking way! This is the greatest moment of my life! I can't believe Paragon Joe actually did something based. And another one of the vegan clans falls before the might of the based human presidents.
No, fuck this. I didn't want this outcome to happen. I am just going to pause and reload, and we can forget any of this ever happened. I am not letting Merril get traumatized a second time in one episode.
You will do no such goddamn thing. We haven't gone back on any decision so far, even when we killed our first goddamn Dalish clan. So we will not override player choice, even if that player choice is terrible. Just hurry up and get this over with. I don't want to see my Warden's clan suffer like this.
Guys, I think I really screwed the pooch. This time I was blinded by my Merril love, which caused me to hate. I never wanted any of this. Barry, please don't be mad at me. Like we said, it's the Keeper's fault for spreading fear across the clan, not my Hawke for standing on business.
Oh, calm down, the both of you. This is way better for the content anyway. You all know that based on the romance competition the people have spoken towards curbing the elves, and they have been hungry for more blood since Origins. Besides, we have been due for another renegade action. My last episode wasn't nearly enough, and Dragon Age 2 doesn't give you enough evil options as is. We needed to take advantage of what we could.
Just because an evil option is there doesn't mean we always have to pick it. I have been silent about this shit for a long time because I appreciate player choice in any game. And I know evil choices give the viewers a chance to see the gameplay and cutscenes they otherwise wouldn't experience. But killing the clan here is one too far. Hell, I can't believe we made it a trend and took out 2 goddamn Dalish clans, 1 for each game. Donald, I'm glad you are enjoying yourself, and Joe, I hope you can live with yourself, but I need a goddamn minute to myself. Good luck, Joe. Looks like you will need it.
Wait, did he just walk out mid-episode? He never does that, hell. He has never even skipped an episode to date.
I think he is taking the death of the Dalish clan pretty seriously. Donald can't say I blame him being honest. This is rough.
Okay, again, this is a goddamn game and it's just a bunch of elves. Why can't he just relax a little for the content? This is making me think Operation Destroy the Druid Grove in Baldur's Gate 3 won't go well.
First off, we are not destroying the goddamn grove and losing out on 3 whole companions just for the Drowsy. And second, did you literally forget that the Dalish Warden is his favorite origin in the series? He literally wanted to play it in the first episode, and he played it during our other Origins special too.
Oh shit, I actually forgot about that. Okay, that makes a little more sense. We are basically going Rendon Howe on his Warden's family. Well shit, now I feel bad, and I know you feel bad considering this is your waifu's family, and they are kicking your ass right now.
I feel bad, true. But I also am worried for the content. How the hell are we going to get through 2 whole fights destroying an entire clan without our resident lore yapper? Donald, I take it you don't know anything about this quest, right?
Who the hell do you take me for? Of course I don't know anything about the vegan elves other than their gods suck ass, since all they know how to do is eat hot chip, do blood magic, and lie.
Did someone summon me?
Oh shit, not you again. Joe, get the net.
We cut ahead because I literally couldn't find the net. So Solus is still here, just kind of staring at us.
At least we are killing elves to maintain our human supremacy AI voice, or no. We can't have this egg getting any bright ideas.
You realize I fought an elven war, right? I have killed a lot of elves in my days.
Okay, kind of based, but that still doesn't win us over or anything. You're still a threat and a goddamn asshole.
All right, well, I heard you needed some lore to pass the time in the game. I happen to know quite a bit about this quest through my observations in the Fade. Perhaps I can be of some assistance and earn my keep in the series.
Yeah, I don't think so. You are not replacing Barry as our lore master. No one could take his job, let alone some sleeping wolf.
Very interesting metaphor, but no need to worry. I have no intention of replacing your lore master, but you do still have a few minutes of killing my kin, so I thought we might as well have something to talk about.
Fuck it, whatever. It can't be worse than us glazing or bashing the Dalish Elf Warden origin story any more than we already have. We might as well give a distraction to the viewers that we are about to kill Fenriel's mom here too.
Oh shit, I completely forgot about her. We already know Bro is spying on Kirkwall through the Fade. He is definitely going to spin back for this.
Right, that definitely sounds like a you and Hawke problem.
Dick.
But back to what I was saying, gentlemen. The person who originally confronts us out of the cave is named Merril. No relation, of course. However, he was also a temporary companion during the Dalish elf origin, as he journeyed with Merril and the Dalish Warden in order to find Tamlin. Both of them were the most worried about Tamlin when he went missing, and were the two most impacted by his death. And here they are again confronting each other after the Keeper's death. Both of them grieved Tamlin heavily, but ended up grieving in different ways. And now here they are on opposite ends, with one now being forced to kill the other. It's an easy character detail to miss, because this man could have been any member of the clan. But the fact they chose such a close companion of Tamlin feels very purposeful.
Alright, I can't lie, that's not a bad observation, and you didn't even give it a lame title or anything, so I can give that a solid 8 out of 10 for a lore yap.
Damn, I imagine if we had picked a Dalish Warden, he would have spun up to find the smoke for both Merril and Hawke, especially for the homie Fenriel and Mama Keeper.
Thank you, gentlemen, I try my best.
You know, Solas, while we have you here, we have another issue. We want to get Barry back for the rest of the episode. But we pissed him off with this choice really bad. What can we do to bring him back here?
Oh, that's easy. The secret to a man's heart is through his love. Talk fondly about something he loves, and I am sure that will be the quickest path to forgiveness. He forgot his wallet in the gaming chair, so now is the perfect time to get him back. Good luck, gentlemen.
Sorry to interrupt you decorating your boots with elf blood. I just need to grab something before I get out of your hair.
Oh wait, Barry, before you go, I just wanted to mention I was watching this Dragon Age analysis that said Cassandra is one of the most passionate romances in all video game history. Do you have any opinion on that?
Yeah, plus even I have to admit that romance scene has the perfect amount of eye candy to it. It's not just a lame fade to black situation. It's a real adult romance with some real good animations.
All right, I'd have to say that's a really cultured take that I can respect, but I am still pissed about you all killing the Saber clan.
Look, Barry, I am sorry, and I am even willing to talk over my cutie patooties' final conversation to apologize for killing your favorite Dalish clan. It really was just a knee-jerk reaction to insulting Merril, and that's my girl. What if it had been Aveline or Cassandra insulted?
All right, fair point. I definitely wouldn't have been mature or level-headed either. And I guess you had a point, Donald content is king. I will look past this, but for the love of God, neither of you are allowed to interact with the Dalish clans in Inquisition. Now let's go comfort your waifu, Joe.
All those people.
Good, because my girl lost everything, and it's because of both her and the Keeper's mistakes. She paid way too hard a price when she was just trying to do some good, and all she got instead was some cool gold armor and thousands of gold in therapy bills.
You know, when I did this quest, she not only lost her family and the Keeper, but she was so pissed she smashed the mirror, losing the one thing that she still had after all these years.
Yeah, that's what happens during the rivalry path. She finally takes Hawke's advice on the mirror being dangerous and destroys it so it can't cause any more damage. Since we are on the friendship path, she will still try to restore the mirror in a humane way without blood magic. However, we know, as of Inquisition, that it is never fully activated again.
To destroy themselves in order to escape
my girl really needs to find another elven artifact to obsess over. But at least her and Hawke can be obsessed over what comes next together. No matter what poor dialogue choice I pick, I promise to always be by your side, my love.
No. I know that. Maybe it's time I stop living for them.
Merril might not have the most diverging of paths, but she is a lore nerd after my own heart, and her story has plenty of nuance to enjoy in future playthroughs.
Well, we got to kill plenty of elves, but why don't we get back to our roots and bring our blood mage waifu to kill one more demon boys?
We'll do together.
Yes, we will.
Wait, hang on, isn't this the entrance to the Hawke basement that we went into during Carver's quest?
It definitely is, and take another shot, viewers, because it led to the same underground ruin map that the last secret boss was in as well.
I'm getting some serious alien vibes from this cutscene here. It looked like he crawled around the walls before he formed next to us.
I'm just amazed that a demon actually is going to sit down and talk to us instead of just summoning a demon army and attacking us. Even the last secret boss with the Desire Demon didn't do that.
I mean, the basic Blood Mage's Pride Demon monologued at us for the entire fight and even gave us a free heal to talk about how sarcastic Hawke is mid-fight. Demons are either dead silent or yappers, it seems.
This still might be the most up-his-own-ass demon we have encountered so far. Bro has no concept of what he is facing in Hawke, and he is talking about toppling and controlling all empires in Thetis. You live under a cellar in Darktown, buddy. Slow your roll.
Well, viewer, break out the snacks and a drink, because Joe is about to die a few times on this fight, so the video can reach the 1 hour mark.
Donald, I never agreed to that. Your boy is about to go deathless. And keep his lead in the death competition. I have Varric and my cutie patootie with me. This is going to be an easy demon spank session, boys.
All right, not even going to bother with saying phrasing to that. But just be careful here, Joe. This thing is much more health than Audacity does, and instead of random elf ghosts, he has an almost unlimited supply of demons.
All right, we already gave you shit this episode, and this is the last hurdle in our series, so what resistances should we look out for? Obama, give us the game plan now that Joe can't really do anything.
Right, so Hybris is a poison pride demon, not the normal fire pride demon, which makes him weak to fire and electricity damage, but immune to nature damage, so unfortunately Merril isn't going to deal any damage to him on her own. But she can be useful against the Shades and Rage demons. The fight comes down to how well you can manage all the additional demons that pour out in waves during this fight. Hybris himself doesn't do much damage. His melee attacks are slower than a Soul's boss. And his most deadly attack, the Blue Crushing Prison, doesn't do much damage, but leaves party members stunned for the Rage demons to get an easy one-shot. The ideal party setup is 3 ranged squad mates, and then 1 tank melee, so Joe is practically perfect, although I would have swapped Merril out for Anders for the double haste buff here. Finally, the Crushing Prison Circle he summons works against the demons as well as your squad. It doesn't really do damage, but it does take them out of the fight if you time it right. In fact, in the early release of this game, the Blue Circle used to stun him too.
You know, hearing that along with watching this big-ass demon trip up on his own shoelaces really makes me think Joe got the easiest of the 4 secret bosses. I don't know how he rigged this shit too, but somehow he did.
It's not rigged, Donald. I am emboldened by vengeance against these demons here, and we are in a late game build now after all.
We still have a ways to go thanks to how tanky this guy is, so why don't we pass the time with another comment question that we cooked up Joe.
Sure thing. So viewers, heads up, this is our last comment question for Dragon Age 2. We have really come a long way now, 15 episodes later, but all good things come to an end. Just like Origins, though, we want one final chance to feature comments from our viewers, so we are going to feature a few answers to this question during the final mission. So viewers, what is your favorite moment from our Dragon Age 2, from a funny song to a massive goon moment, a weird glitch, or just a hype fight? Let us know. As for me, I have to give it to my puzzle-solving highlight reel from Mark of the Assassin. I love just sitting back and solving some puzzles while the music, and the Force guided me in showcasing how my gears turned to solve them. Plus, trolling Barry was a 10 out of 10 bait if I have ever seen one.
I will have nightmares of those puzzles for years to come. But as for me, obviously there's a lot of peak moments when it came to my episode, from smashing Isabella and smashing Quentin's face into the curb, but the most satisfying of all was defeating Corypheus. And hell, basically the entire Legacy DLC as a whole. That mission helped really solidify my opinion that Dragon Age 2 is an alright game. And despite all the nonsense lore between Joe and Corypheus, the entire episode and final fight was easily the best moments in the series.
All right, not bad picks, boys. Those are pretty obvious answers to given how much content is jammed into the DLCs. As for me, I have to give it to when we finally got our hands on the champion armor after. I defeated the High Dragon for a second time. Not only was the High Dragon a much more difficult win this time around, but the reward of the iconic champion armor is one of the best rewards in the series, and is the armor we got to highlight plenty of times before the end of our series.
Yeah, and it's our permanent armor from now on to the end of the game, because if you aren't doing last straw with the armor equipped, you aren't doing something right. Anyways, viewers, let us know your favorite moment in our series in the comments below. You have a high chance of getting a feature next episode because our editor will be selecting a good handful on comments, especially if you haven't been featured yet in Dragon Age 2. So make that comment section blow up. We want to highlight our goated community. And speaking of highlighting our community, Donald, mind featuring our favorite comment from last episode?
Sure thing, Joe. Our featured comment comes from Mara Rose Theron, based Alistair reference, by the way. They followed up on our featured comment from last episode from Ulysses, showing the deeper impacts of Elthina placating both sides and how this eventually blows up in her face. I also agree that the bald-headed first enchanter either needed more fleshing out to show his descent into blood magic, or just remove that fight entirely if you side with the mages. I also like the addition of the base Titan and Dwarf lore Dragon Age. Definitely needed some love in that department too. Thank you for your comment and can't wait to hear what your favorite moment in Dragon Age 2 was. We also have a few super thanks to get through, and I will get the ball rolling with the Josie support. Thank you as always to Auntie Juotasniemi For the 100 European monies who is about to bust, same as me.
Watch it, Donald.
Obviously bust in excitement for still maintaining a lead ahead of the egg with your consistent support. We also have $50 from Josie's second biggest fan, Corey Radcliffe. Thank you all for these massive donations and your consistent support of the channel, which makes our future bright in these uncertain times. Good luck as always in the waifu wars.
All right, that almost got sis, but you were saved at the end there. We also have a few super thanks from Mr. Jitbox, who I know has asked us to split his constant donations between Josie and Cass, which we appreciate as always. Our editor is also just happy to see you back commenting again. Super thanks. For no super thanks, you have been a consistent commenter since our Veilguard series. We also have $5 from Captain Hammer for Cass, a longtime viewer, an old friend of Fox, so thank you for the birthday present, man, and supporting this channel, and good luck to all of you in the waifu wars.
Josie has massive support, but thanks to the #1 egg supporter, Solus is now tied back up again. Thank you for the $100 and $200 massive donations to Solus from Robert Wadsworth, and I hope you enjoyed his presence in today's video. Your massive support is always appreciated, and good luck in the waifu wars.
Anyways, back to the game. What's going on here, Joe? This is looking terrible. Hawke is down, and Merril is getting chased.
Don't worry about it. My cutie patootie still has the anime power-up after losing her clan to blood magic. She can handle this. He is literally 1 hit away from death anyway. Just look at that health bar. Oh, shit.
Joe, I have played Rivals and Siege with you. They are never just one goddamn hit when you say they are. Plus, all 3 of your remaining squad mates have hit them like 10 goddamn times since you have said that alone, and he still isn't dead. Face it, you're screwed and are finally going to tie back with Obama after having it too good for too long.
Yeah, Joe, this might be it. You're at a severe numbers disadvantage.
Wait, hold on, let Varric cook.
Holy shit.
Goddamn Varric now. That is how you use some goddamn storyteller hacks. Now I did that all in one go, boys. So I deserve this one. Say it with me now.
Boom, easy money. All right, Joe, I was going to shit on you, but having Varric get the final hit on the Pride Demon using storyteller hacks was a perfect transition from Dragon Age 2 to Inquisition.
Well, now we only have the 3 night gangs left. And then it's time to put an end to Dragon Age 2. Joe, you want to close us out here?
Sure thing, Barry. All right, viewers, welcome to President's Play Dragon Age 2 Remastered. We are finally starting things off right with a warrior Femme Hawke. And Merril Lover with Bethany by our side. Congratulations to the secret popularity poll that predicted it.
Aha, I fucking told you, Obama, pay up.
Bro, I told you this wasn't going to work.
Oh, hey guys, I thought you were getting some snack wraps and fries for our game night.
Yeah, Joe, we told you that. But Donald just door-dashed it instead because he made a bet you would do something sus when left alone with the game. But I told him you've grown since Origins. Looks like I was wrong, though, and now you owe me $50.
Another donation to the base. Josie votes, good work, being predictable, sleepy. Now go ahead and log out and let Obama take over.
Wait, hang on, Donald. Let me play a few hours for the viewers. And I promise to have some Femme Hawke and Isabella action.
Donald, why are you pausing? Help me get the mouse from him.
Shut up, I am visualizing.
Okay, well, we will consider whatever the hell that Gunnar Fuel was an intro. But welcome to our last episode of Dragon Age 2 viewers. And not to make too many puns, but we are going out with a bang. We just have 3 small errands to take care of first.
Oh, so it's okay for you to flirt with your noble boyfriend? But when I want to see some Femme Hawke action, I am the problem.
I already told you I am done with Bran, and that way, Joe, I am talking to him for some final setup since this is relevant to our final choice in Dragon Age 2. Bran here has the only insight into how we can end the lack of a Viscount in Kirkwall, a plot point that doesn't really get as addressed as it should, essentially because of the Templars' history of being the occupying force in Kirkwall and the heavy Orlesian influence of the city. The only way anyone is getting elected as Viscount is through the Templars' support.
Hell yes, that's what I love to hear. More reason to glaze the paladins.
Do the words political maelstrom mean anything to you?
Also, that political maelstrom line is another reference to Mass Effect 2, where Udina says, do the words political shitstorm mean anything to you?
Just another reason that siding with the base Templars is the correct choice. Not only do we curb mages, but we get to rule the city that we have been protecting for the last 7 years. We even get an achievement for it.
Because that doesn't scream political corruption, right? Like even Bran has to tiptoe around the fact that Templars rule the city even when Dumar was in charge. Because there is supposed to be a separation of church and state.
Sleepy, you know firsthand there's never a separation of church and state in the real world unless you're the mayor of New Russia. Oh, sorry, I mean New York.
All right, and that is about as far into the political content spectrum that I will go into today. Instead, let's focus on some more Dragon Age politics like what happened to the former Viscount before Dumar.
Oh yeah, wasn't that the dude whose finger was given to Dumar by Meredith to keep him in line?
The very same, yes. There's more political corruption than what I let on when I revealed that story. Former Viscount Perrin was trying to start a trade war war, with Orlais prohibiting most Orlesian ships from coming in without paying exorbitant fees. Obviously, this upset Orlais, including the Divine, before Victoria, so she ordered the Templars in Kirkwall to force the Viscount to open trade routes again, and he responded by trying to expel the order. This is how Meredith took control of the order, as the Knight Commander before her was executed in a city guard raid at the gallows. Also, one last blemish on neutral Elthena's record: she was in full support of the Templars overthrowing the Viscount, and she promoted Meredith to Knight Commander herself after the insurrection.
So basically, this Viscount clearly fucked up his grind set in his business dealings. He should have tariffed the French and used the increased kickbacks in local Kirkwall goods from the Merchants Guild to bribe the Templars to stay in line.
Donald, what is your hard on with tariffs? Didn't you watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yes, accepting bribes the staple of any paladin order, and yet you get pissed at George when he makes you an Oathbreaker paladin.
All of you need to hop off. This shit is rigged like everything else.
If his death was more fresh in
Well, thanks to this detour, we now know what we need to do to get Hawke in office and make Kirkwall great again. Are we ready for the final mission now?
That was Errand 1. We have 2 more to go, though. Donald, be patient. We have all episode.
God damn it, Nerdbomber, stop edging me!
Phrasing, please, Justice, we have to kill the last 3 cosplay gangs. Since me and Donald took the first 2 sets, it's time for Barry to show his moves. Looks like he's going to start with a few slaver assholes.
All right, never mind me and Justice are going to sit up in my chair here for this, because apparently these slavers didn't hear about what Hawke did to Daenerys. We should have brought my D1 hater Fenris for this fight so he can air out one more slaver group in Kirkwall.
Fenris already got all of the mage and slaver bodies he needed during your last episode. And if that isn't enough, then you can rest easy in the fact that every party member gets screen time and combat time in the finale, no matter which side we choose.
Yeah, it's a real Avengers Assemble moment for the squad. It's going to be beautiful. Anyways, am I the only one that gets tripped up by the name of these guys being Slave Hunter? I don't know, it just confuses what you're doing instead of just calling yourselves slavers.
Can't relate, Sleepy. I am positive you are the only one tripped up by that. Obviously, if you are a slave hunter, then you want to round up slaves, which is an evil thing. I don't know why that is hard to understand.
Honestly, might be a slight case of dyslexia caused by conditioning Joe. We often do see these units being called slavers, so our brain really wants to add the word slaver to their name, making them slaver hunter, which is a more confusing name. I never felt like that, but I am sure a few viewers have.
Speaking of conditioning, take another shot, viewers, because this map was repeated twice in Act 2 during the Quinari and Prime Suspect quests.
I'm going to just say, go ahead and take 3 shots now, because the other 2 maps are repeat maps as well. Some good or bad news depending on your position. These are going to be the last shots you take in the drinking competition, because the rest of the game is going to take place in the gallows, or the main streets of Kirkwall.
Damn, pour one out for the best Dragon Age drinking game invented by man. We will have to invent a new one for Inquisition. Maybe every time the Inquisitor picks up some elf fruit?
Ooh, devious work, Joe. That's perfect.
Okay, now you just want to see our viewers die. The challenge won't even be possible. We will come up with something different maybe every time we get called Inquisitor, for something by a new person. I don't know we have time to workshop it.
I'm the one that invented the first one, so no worries. I'm sure I will strike oil one more time for my favorite game in the series anyways. These guys are almost clapped up. So do you have any final bits of lore about this quest, Obama? Or are these guys as plain as most of these cosplay gangs? I see you have more notes than usual today.
Yeah, I have a few tabs here. First of all, the obvious one. This gang calls itself the Raining Men, which is a clear reference to the song It's Raining Men. This reference is supported by the final message in the quest, stating that according to all sources, which is a quote from the song.
Well, hallelujah.
The second note is the fact the boss drops the weapon Woodsman's Ire, which we also get as a reward for killing all 3 of the cosplay bosses in Act 3. In fact, if you loot this boss, then turn in all 3 quests at once to the Hanged Man contact, then you can get 3 Woodsman's Ire axes. Not that you would need them, since it's just an average one-handed axe.
All right, I am amazed you got through that yapping spree without mentioning the words obscure or Obama observation. Good work. Do you have any lore on this baddie Desire Demon while you're at it, Obama? Because believe me, I am standing full at attention for Hanker.
Nope, I am not touching that one. It's a Desire Demon named Hanker that's already as loot as we can get without demonetization. The only interesting facts I can give you is about the loot she drops. She drops a shield called Lord Bearing's Wall, which is a clear pun of a load-bearing wall. The more interesting loot she has is the Cardus left-hand dagger, which is one piece of a set of daggers created by Berat himself from the dwarf commoner origin. The right dagger was given to his right hand, Jarvia, pun intended there, and is sold by Bonnie Lem in Act 3, while the left-hand dagger was given to Karshal, his other lieutenant, who survived POTUS's massacre in Dusttown and brought the Carta north to Kirkwall. The fact the Desire Demon has it means Karshal likely ran into Hanker and became a mindless member of her cult, while Ratigan from Legacy likely took over the rest of the Carta in his absence.
No wonder we barely see the Carta after 2. POTUS cut off the head while Hawke started stomping on the remaining body parts. Well, any other interesting lore points on the cosplay groups you want to get out of the way, Barry, while we are just dominating these fights?
No, the Blood Draggers don't have any interesting weapons. For lore, they just seem to be a blood magic gang. So with all the interesting information out of the way, we can get into our first featured comments from last episode to highlight our goated community. Donald, do you want to go first?
Gladly, Obama. I have a few based viewers here who sided with my choice of the Legacy DLC being peak, both because of the Corypheus lore reveal and because of my amazing performance in the largest dungeon in Dragon Age. So thank you to Nothing to See Here, Praetor Steel, and Dragon King Mark for your based legacy appreciation, especially to you, Dragon King, for being an active member of our Discord, which you should all join, by the way, link in the description.
All right, I'll go next with some appreciation for the other DLC special episode, Mark of the Assassin. We are glad so many of the community loved these episodes because we spent the most time on them, just trying to make things peak for you. So thank you to Camp Comedy and Aggro 3810 who appreciated the Dr. Horrible songs that I sang to my cutie Talus. Out of sheer love and devotion, get ready for plenty of bardic notes left in Inquisition. And the end of this episode too, if you know what I mean. And hell, if you guys make my singing blow up my editor, might even release a playlist or something, so keep up the goated support. And I hope you all enjoy the series finale. We have some real bangers ahead.
All right, thank you, boys. Looks like we still have plenty of cosplay bandits to kill in this last fight, so why don't we cover one more for now? Don't worry, viewers, we still have plenty of shout-outs to do. You guys really made the comments blow up last episode. Thank you to Bram7174, who appreciated the DLC episodes from the extra lore yaps I gave, as well as the Corypheus and Themey interactions, which only Joe really knows what was said. But we still appreciate the base support all the same. Just remember, a super thanks is appreciated, but never required comments just like this one go a long way to supporting this series, which is why we want to shout you guys out as much as possible. We truly couldn't do any of this without you.
All right, enough of the glaze, Obama. We only have so much grease to go around for the viewers. Why the hell are we still killing these dudes? We should have been done like 3 minutes ago. I want to get to the finale already and show the viewers my new Blood Mage curb stomping techniques.
Well, we are almost done here, so it's best if we get into why we have done every single cosplay gang quest throughout the series. The contact we have been getting payment from all game is revealed to be a friend of Red Jenny, an organization we originally met in Denerim in Origins and will have a major role to play in Inquisition, thanks to a certain companion.
I take my leave. Enjoy, champion. Courtesy of the Friends of Red Jenny.
All right, cool. The Dragon Age Robin Hood has been yapped about now. Are we ready? Vengeance and me are getting antsy, and I don't like that feeling.
Just one more conversation to get through, and you're going to like this one, Donald. It has to do with the fate of Sandal and Bodan.
Oh, wait, never mind. I'm locked in again.
It's too bad we never actually see them in Orlais when we reach there in Inquisition. Don't get me wrong, Dagna's the GOAT. And incredibly satisfying based on our choices, but both these guys felt like such a grounding force in the Dragon Age series like Joker or Dr. Chakwas and Mass Effect.
All right, I hate to say it, but between the Empress recruiting Mommy Morrigan and now our young Lord Sandal, the Empress has incredible taste. I may have to even reconsider my stance on the fantasy French after this one, boys. If she hires out POTUS for security, I am straight up defecting at this point.
It sounds like the Empress' decision in Inquisition is going to be interesting, boys. It's sad we aren't going to hear about either Bodan or Sandal's fate in the future games besides one reference in Trespasser. But I like to think Sandal has a high-ranking position in the Orlesian court and helped turn the tables on the Venatori invasion during the events of Velgard. As for Bodan, well, I imagine he finally settled down with his wife in Orlais somewhere thanks to Sandal's renown.
Holy shit, I totally forgot about Bodan's wife and Sandal's mom. We never meet her, do we?
It's easy to forget her, being honest. She is only mentioned once you go deep enough into the enchantment mantras. But as a high-level deacon, I can attest that she is not mentioned in this game and only mentioned in passing in Origins because our Lord had her preserved in the Crossroads, which he accessed by simply touching a Morrigan mirror. And after the Mage Templar War, Bodan was sent there as well for both of his parents' comfort and safety. Praise be enchantment.
Praise be. We have one final conversation with Sandal that requires a little bit of explanation first.
Damn, Barry, are you geeking out right now? Why the hell are you ripping out all the desks and tables of all their items, Barry?
No, goddammit, it is not an onset of kleptomania, boys. There is a secret line that Sandal gives towards the end of the game, which according to Gator has a 1% chance to trigger. However, this line has a much higher chance of triggering if your quest log is completely clear besides the final last straw quest. So I am grabbing all the DLC items we never looted so that his future sight will trigger.
All of it. Everyone will be just like they were. The shadows will part, and the skies will open wide.
Huh? What's this?
When he rises, everyone will see.
Ah, yes, the Forbidden Prophecy. This is amazing, Obama. I know several viewers have been begging for this one.
This basically confirms the whole Soulless prophecy and his plan to sunder the veil. Although I guess it could be about the Titan's connection to the dwarves.
He was clearly talking about himself. The young lord would never praise the egg with his prophecies. Now, with our final blessing from Sandel, it's time now to lock in and make the final choice. And unfortunately, it's one of the liberals that will make that final call.
So Meredith still smells blood magic, even though half the damn mages are already dead. And Orsino, instead of being political, is waving his arms around and arguing like a child. So basically another Tuesday in Kirkwall.
Damn, it's too bad Bill isn't here. I could really use a refill of popcorn while these two lovebirds go at it and bicker.
Mommy Meredith would never touch the balding egg unless it was to curb him. I mean, for Sandel's sake, he wields a snake staff just in case we needed a more obvious hint not to trust him.
You already made that snake staff joke during episode 9, Donald. Be careful to not reuse it.
Oh, hop off. That was like 6 episodes ago. The viewers needed a refresher about not trusting a dude who literally wields a weapon called the Staff of Violation.
I mean, your mommy isn't much better. She's wielding a damn Sith lightsaber. I swear, based on design alone, I can tell BioWare wanted us to distrust both of these guys and make picking a side like pulling teeth. Anyways, let's see if I can summarize what's going on here, boys. So Meredith thinks the mages are talking behind her back, so she started snooping through their rooms and reading their journals. Orsino doesn't want Meredith to know who he has a crush on, so he is all pissed. And now he is going to tell Mom on Meredith. Did I get all of that?
Pretty much Joe. And now, for some reason, their argument spilled out into the streets of Lowtown, which means they started in the gallows. Took a ship ride, argued from Docktown to Lowtown. And now halfway to Hightown, they are still arguing over this. I wonder what Elfina would say to this if she was here right now.
Yeah, it's almost like this argument is one piece of a collection of straws that somebody is about to grab by the fist and light on fire. Also, can I just appreciate the emotional range on Mommy Meredith here? She actually swaps through anger, confusion, and sadness here. Meanwhile, all Orsino does is shout and get madder every sentence.
Orsino almost always seems upset and blows things out of proportion, but we know he has some political depth to him because of his speech at the start of Act 3.
Well, maybe that's just because a broken clock can still be right twice sleepy, and he just got lucky. Stop appeasing the robes, Obama. They don't deserve our pity. Last I checked, they are still guilty of blood-sacrificing maidens and templars for power.
Not all of them are guilty of that, you McDonald's muncher.
Perfect dramatic timing, Vengeance. I wonder how long he was listening into that conversation before saying that.
Can I just appreciate how hard Meredith says mage like a slur? Also, wait a minute, why do I hear boss music?
How dare you speak to me?
Glad you could get a right hook on Orsino, but Anders, can you elaborate please on what you did? You're being sus as hell.
The time has come to act. There can be no half measures.
Anders, what have you done?
There can be no turning back.
Oh fuck, I feel something now, boys. Fuck yes, oh God, that felt so good, I feel so alive.
Make her have mercy.
Anders, what the fuck did you do?
No peace.
Hey, is anyone going to comfort my human noble brother over here? He looks like he is about to jump off the docks, and everyone else is just kind of standing around.
It's almost like we warned Elfina in excessive detail that something like this would happen, Sebastian. If it wasn't going to be the bomb, it would have been a revolutionist chopping her head off Arishock style.
Not to speak ill of the dead, but that would have been far more satisfying to see. Also, boys, are we going to talk about how wide that explosion reached past the chantry? Like, if anyone was on the streets of Hightown at the time, I am pretty sure they died to the debris.
Sebastian is over here crying over his mom, but meanwhile Hawke and Aveline are over here panicking because their home's property values just plummeted.
Yeah, no wonder Aveline wants to side with the Templars. Anders probably took out a few guards on patrol and fucked up her house. As much as I disagree with Vengeance resorting to terrorism, and not just killing the Grand Cleric, but spreading fear throughout all of Kirkwall with a dramatic bomb. I think we have all made it clear by now that Elfina was making the situation worse by staying neutral.
Yeah, peace was never an option. Orsino lost control of most of his mages. Meredith lost more. And more of her Templars and is going more and more dangerously insane each day. We needed a Viscount, or a Grand Cleric to take action, and instead we got a Spirit of Justice to take action with terrorism.
Holy based Sebastian, my boy finally grew a backbone, hating mages and now wanting vengeance above politics. He has stepped into the path of a true human noble, a 10 out of 10 pupil of mine, boys. Let's Let's rule the lands and curb stomp the mages together.
Okay, again, that is all my choice, Donald, not yours. But speaking of choices, we should probably start debating the sides once and for all, because thanks to vengeance, we have reached the point of no return.
Are we actually going to discuss the only correct choice here? Because I doubt the woke mind virus will let you do that correctly, Obama. The city is going to view the mages as responsible for this. Mommy Meredith has to bring order, and the mages are going to use blood magic and sunder the veil to save themselves from her.
Sounds like Meredith is the person at fault here. Hell, she even made up a new rule about the right of annulment that didn't previously exist. In Origins, we saw that Gregor had to request the right of annulment from the Grand Cleric. And the first enchanter could also call off the right if they were of sound mind. Now Meredith just retroactively demanded the right herself, because the Grand Cleric is dead.
I always assume with Elfina dead, Meredith takes control of the local chantry through the line of succession, like the rank goes Elfina, Knight Commander, then maybe Knight Captain. So maybe she becomes acting Grand Cleric till the Divine appoints a new one. Cassandra does mention the chantry has a line of succession at the start of Inquisition after the Conclave incident.
All right, we can debate chantry politics later. Go ahead and just tell us your predictable decision, Obama.
I guess I can just drop the pretense I am siding with the Templars in this fight.
No. Yes! Holy shit. First Paragon Sleepy Joe executes the Dalish, and now Obama defects to the base Templars. I'll stop and say it now. I fucking love Dragon Age 2.
Barry, please don't do this. The mages are innocent. And I don't want to turn on my cutie patootie or have her watch more mages die after what happened to her clan yesterday.
Don't worry, Joe. Merril and every other companion's approval is maxed out, which means we don't lose anybody here. Let me explain why I am doing this, though I am not for Meredith or her clear bloodthirsty madness. But I hate Orsino more than I distrust Meredith at this point, and siding with the Templars is better for the content. Not only have most people not done this path, but I feel the story makes more sense during the Templar path when it comes to Orsino's and Meredith's fall. Also, we get some hidden dialogue from Orsino that I wanted to highlight.
I didn't even hear all that. I am still just bricked up at the fact we get to kill all mages. The Paragon presidents have truly dipped into renegade territory.
I don't know why you keep thinking that I am Paragon. I know I sided with the mages in Origins. But that's because Wynne, Niall, and Irving all showed that the Circle can be saved. Otherwise, I'm neutral and believe the Circle should still exist with massive reform. I always pick the more narratively satisfying option, and right now that's the Templars.
I'm glad Merril is still with us, but I still hate everything about this. We are legit betraying our own people right now as a mage ourselves. I'm just glad Bethany isn't alive to see this, or worse, Bethany is in the Circle to feel our wrath.
Yeah, even Templar mains like myself make exceptions for Bethany, but that asshat Templar Carver can choke on a sour grape for all I care. Anyways, Obama, what are you going to do with the terrorist robe now?
I'm actually amazed Meredith leaves Anders' fate to us just like Orsino does. I guess she is so excited to kill all the mages she forgot that she's only doing it because of something Anders did.
I can't say I blame her normally, I would be too, but this shit is personal. Not only did this robe lie to our face and is a confirmed terrorist who harnessed the power of piss bombs, but he has forsaken the mercy that I gave him. Me and POTUS gave the robe a chance to do some good, and this is how he repays us. I can think of 1,000 fates that come to mind, but right now, they all are forming into one thought, and that's...
Mercy. Everybody makes mistakes, and he is only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. I mean on Anders.
Yeah, okay, Vengeance, you are definitely not a human. But nice try, though. I'm honestly torn on this decision, but I want to hear what all our companions have to say about this choice here.
Sebastian, you do not want to know what mine and most Dragon Age players' answer to that question is.
He wants to die. Kill him and be done with it.
Belief is no excuse. Sincerity does not justify this.
Looks like it's one of those rare decisions in Dragon Age 2 where the vote is almost dead even, although Varric is staying neutral since the healer robe is his friend and all.
Merril and Isabella are united on sparing Anders, though.
In my experience, most people spare Anders here because they view it as a Sebastian versus Anders decision, and Anders is the clear favorite and more useful squad mate. Let me make it clear, I never see this as Sebastian versus Anders. Sebastian could leave right now, and I wouldn't care. But the fact that Vengeance here lied to us, killed not just Elfina but dozens more, and the fact he admits he is losing more, and more control of himself each day to justice. Killing Anders at this point is a mercy.
I know. You should have done this long ago.
Jesus Christ, I am deeply regretting playing this game with you all. First, we kill all the mages. And now we are killing our first squad mate in our series so far.
Damn, this is the first squad mate to die in our whole series. We spared Loghain and Alistair, and Justice ended up not dying in Awakening. Well, press F for the terrorist robe.
F. You can strike me down here, Obama, but just know it will only make me more powerful than you could possibly imagine.
Okay, go ahead and try your best, Obi Justice 1. But back to this decision, if we don't kill Anders here, Sebastian will leave the party permanently, which is single-handedly the most annoying, and also a respectable moment for his character. He finally grows a personality and can't be talked down from leaving. But at the same time, he can't be stopped from taking the throne purely to wage war on Kirkwall, despite what other paths we may have shown him.
So just a reminder that a lot of our choices in Dragon Age 2 don't really matter, got to love it.
Sebastian is still based as hell for standing on business. I will not hear the slander of a proud mage hater. Oh, look, a singular shade sacrifice. It's so nice when the demons volunteer. Oh, God damn it, Carver, don't steal our kills.
Oh, look, Carver remembered the right armor this time. Also, Carver must have been really upset about not getting any screen time in Act 2, because I think besides the waifu, he has had the most squad-mate screen time in the final act.
So the Grey Warden sibling will only appear here if you have completed the Finding Nathaniel quest in Act 3. It doesn't matter what side you pick, although both siblings will be upset with Hawke if they side with the Templars.
Which is weird to think about, since Carver has always been pretty Templar-sided, and would have joined the Templars if we didn't bring him into the deep roads. Why is he mad at us now?
This is why I don't fuck with this guy even after 2 hours in the deep roads with him. He is not a true Templar main. He just stole the class for the paladin abilities. True mage hate is through conviction, not armor.
So I assume Carver is upset because he lived a lot of his life trying to protect his two mage siblings. But now Hawke on his own is siding with the Templars, which probably just frustrates him.
I guess it's the concept of if anyone was going to make Templar decisions, it should have been me. Or maybe he thought he was joining the Templars to help Hawke and it was never about mage oppression.
Either way, I hate everything about this, but I guess it's based that he is fully drinking the Grey Warden Kool-Aid, and if he's going to help us curb the mages, I guess he can come along. I'll even try to keep him alive when you switch the controller to me.
All right, that is probably as nice as we are going to get for Carver.
Your blade would be welcome.
But that Hawke Brothers line went pretty hard, not going to lie. Let's go ahead and proceed to Docktown.
Oh wow, a group of Templars surrounding a single mage girl. I am certain nothing nefarious will happen here.
Hop off, Joe. We already killed the traitor Alric. They are just going to execute her and be home by lunch. Or at least they would if Kirkwall would ever put demon signal jammers that prevent the 2-second possessions.
I bet all the underground demons are positively bricked up at all the free real estate that just opened up in Kirkwall. Anyways, this fight plays out the same, no matter which side you pick, except if you side with the mages, you have to fight the demons and the Templars.
Yeah, I think we have done a pretty good job at highlighting that no side is fully in the right or wrong here. Gator and Hepler did their best to make it morally gray, but the mages are still more innocent than the Templars. And the phrase "not all mages" still holds pretty strong against most pro-Templar stances.
I don't know how you can say that when we get attacked by multiple blood mages, even when siding with the robes. Last I checked, at least the damn Templars stay loyal to us if we side with them, and none of them turn from their mission to curb the mages. One might even say these robes ain't loyal.
It's not the circle mages turning against us. It's either mages possessed by demons like this girl, or it might be the revolutionists who are taking advantage of the chaos.
That's a nice theory, Joe. Although I don't know if it's accurate to what is happening here, we don't get enough information to confirm that there are revolutionists in the mix, because that plot line wasn't as fleshed out as it should have been. As it is, we do have a few mages in the circle who are innocent, like Emil and a few others who surrender to the Templars or flee the city.
I mean, we have been saying this since Origins BioWare has a clear bias towards the robes, and it's why most players side with them here and spare Anders over Sebastian, despite that being the worst possible outcome for the city of Kirkwall and Anders himself.
Oh yeah, I guess we should mention the other side of the coin. If we spare Anders, Sebastian will not only leave the party here, but we find out in Inquisition he will invade the city with his Starkhaven army and start a war in the streets that rivals the Qunari invasion. With the Templars disbanded, it is up to Aveline and her guard to repel the invasion.
Yeah, that wasn't the main reason for killing Vengeance, but it definitely is a strong motivator to do so. I just wish there was an option to stop Sebastian from invading or using the murder knife to prevent this from happening. I'm okay with him taking a stand and leaving. I'm just upset that all roads lead to Rome.
Speaking of the fall of Rome, what the hell are you cooking here, Obama? Because just like Pompeii, this kitchen is on fire. Everyone, including Hawke, is dead, and you're left with the regular Joe Templars, and you're only left with the muscle mommy against the demon horde. You're screwed here, Obama.
No, hold on. Remember, Joe finished a whole secret boss with just Varric. And Aveline let my girl lock in here. She can definitely carry. Aveline, my love, knew.
So just like every other time this has happened, Aveline cannot in fact solo the game or an entire army.
Please don't remind me I can't believe I was stupid enough to get another goddamn death in this game during the last fight of my run too. I am really going to have to lock in for Trespasser at this rate. because I'm really letting my fans down in Dragon Age 2.
Well, I'm ready to lock in after this section here and tie up with Obama before watching Joe get 2 more deaths and fully tying this death competition up so no one wins. I can at least be petty and hope for an anticlimactic finish so no one wins the romance wars.
Betting on me to die twice is really pushing things. I haven't died twice in an episode since. Episode 6 looks like I am going to take the crown from this one, boys.
Well, it's not over till it's over. Let's not let our viewers get bored here thinking they can predict the ending before the fat lady sings.
Now that's not fair, Obama. I know Donald has been balking since the release of the McDonald's snack wrap, but I wouldn't call him a lady that's just mean-spirited.
Sleepy, you fat phobic bitch, just know that when I eliminate each and every single one of these robes during my playtime, I will be thinking of you.
Okay, boys, let's take a deep breath here. We were doing so well with the character development. In this series, let's not devolve into episode 1 bickering. Donald, you are obviously getting the best gift of all in this series, finally siding with the Templars. And Joe, while I know you're not happy about that, you did get to romance Merril and romance Talus, and get to play the best quest in the base game with the Qunari invasion. I think you both should be looking at how half full your glasses really are.
All right, fine, whatever, Donald. I'm glad you get to kill the mages to counteract you having to watch siding with them in Origins, I guess. Sorry about bringing up the golf thing again, Sandil knows we would both get swept by Maury.
While I don't apologize for my mage hate, Sleepy, I accept your apology, and I promise to keep your mage waifu in the party for the rest of the game as a compromise for killing all the non-waifu mages.
All right, let's call that progress for now. Why don't we do some team bonding by going over a few super thanks for this episode?
Sure thing. I can even go first with the base Solus support. Thank you for the two $50 donations and the $100 donation from Solus's #1 supporter, Robert Wadsworth. You have been a massive supporter every episode since the beginning, and we really appreciate your devotion to both Solus and this series. Solus is still side by side with Josie, and as we draw into the last bit of content, before the start of Inquisition, we can tell you are going to make this competition really close. So good luck as always in the waifu wars.
Now it's time to shout out our frontrunner in the waifu wars, Josie, with plenty of base support. Celebrating our biggest wallet first, thank you to the 100 European monies from Auntie Juotazniemi. Sorry that you missed the premiere, but we appreciate you catching up and donating to the best Inquisition waifu all the same. We also have $50 from Josie's second biggest supporter, Corey Radcliffe, and thank you for the resounding vote of support against what Joe threatened to do to Mommy Isabella. It may be in the past, but it is not forgotten. We also have $20 from our resident Discord Illithid Austin, and $10 from Xavier Alvarez. Thank you to everyone for the base Josie support. It really means the world to us and for the growth of this channel, and good luck in the waifu wars. And I hope you all enjoy the based mage killing on screen right now.
Yeah, we are finally taking on circle mages instead of demons, which is either more thematic or more sad, depending on what side you view it at. Anyways, we have a few more based super thanks to get through. Thank you to the 275 Canadian monies from Nevermore for the base Cassandra support. She may be in 3rd place, but she is clearly 1st place in my heart. Also, thank you and welcome back Joe Million with the $200 towards Cassandra as well. It's good to see you back in the comments supporting the best romance in Cassandra. Thank you for keeping my girl competitive in the competition. Your massive support means the world as a Dragon Age creator and a Cassandra fan, and good luck as always in the waifu wars.
Well, with the shout-outs taken care of, we can get back to the game. Obama, this is your very last fight in Dragon Age 2. How does that make you feel?
Pretty good, but still pissed I made a stupid mistake like that and couldn't end on a high note.
Do you still think the combat of this game sucks ass compared to Origins, or like me, have you had any character growth towards the middle child of the series?
Nope, no change. My opinion from episode 1 still stands. I think Dragon Age 2 is a massive step down in terms of build cohesion and combat tactics, and we should have gone back to symmetrical style gameplay as opposed to wave combat. It feels like both Hawke and the enemies got a massive nerf, but the nerf to the player characters has felt way more. It's also some of these fights are far more tedious. I don't remember spending 10 minutes on fights in Origins. I understand the need to change the style to make this more accessible for console players, and most of my complaints go towards nightmare difficulty. I think this is the only game in the series that is more enjoyable on a lower difficulty, where you can have more freedom with your build.
Well, I still think there's a little more nuance to the game than you were giving it credit for, Barry. The magic system still has a little nuance, along with great interactions, and plenty of trees ended up getting buffs, even though they removed others almost entirely. Also, the crafting system, if anything, has been buffed with certain potions lasting an entire play session and offering permanent buffs. And the grenades are borderline overpowered during boss fights, and have saved our ass multiple times this series.
Well, with the last mage dead, that calls it for my time in Dragon Age 2. Sorry it wasn't more positive viewers. But rest assured, Dragon Age 2 is still a top-tier game. Well, now Donald, the Switch, the controller, and consequences are all given to you. Good luck.
Thank you, Obama. And looks like I get to start off good with a lone blood mage praying to the great shrine of Hawke for mercy. Not that it will do her any good time to meet your curb like the hundreds of robes before you.
Well, looks like that blood mage isn't exactly alone, Donald. She has another big army of shades. And even a pride demon out for revenge after what we did to his brother's audacity and hybris last episode. As if a blood mage alone doesn't give you enough trouble. Good luck, Donald.
I have no idea what you mean. I can handle all these fucks at once. Consider all these demon assholes warm-ups for the Inquisition. Back to what I was saying about the combat, though. Honestly, I just appreciate that Dragon Age 2 is the prelude to the perfect combat system of Inquisition. They revamped the crafting system perfectly. Combat feels way more refined and giving us ultimates. And the Mark helps make wave combat way less tedious, in my opinion, which should be respected since Inquisition is my game. Honestly, Obama, I think you are just complaining about Dragon Age 2's combat because you severely underperformed in this game compared to your Origins debut.
Yeah, no, I am not going to acknowledge that with a response, Donald. Instead, I'd rather talk about something different. Like some of the mechanics of the companion decisions of Last Straw, since besides Varric, they made it so every companion in this game can leave the party or be killed at certain moments.
I guess even when you're out of the politician game, you still know how to duck questions? But whatever, go ahead and tell us our alternative fate if we didn't play so goddamn efficiently in this game.
Right, so the three rogues in the party are the only neutral members in this debate, which does track. Sebastian, despite his mage hatred, isn't actually that pressed towards Hawke's choices. He seems more influenced by Hawke's opinion on the debate than anything else. So as long as you kill Anders, he will support any side, no problem. Varric is our #1 brother, and also will support Hawke regardless of choice. And Isabella will support you as long as she came back during the Arishock invasion, although she does think siding with the Templars is a bit silly.
It's the only I'll take my pirate queen has ever thought out of that gorgeous head, boys.
Every other party member, however, has a chosen side that can only be swayed if you haven't formed a deep connection with them. Eveline has an official duty to support Meredith since she is acting Viscount, but will normally choose Hawke over her. However, if you don't complete her Act 2 quest as well as don't finish her questioning beliefs quest in Act 3, she will leave the party if we side with the mages. If our approval is still high enough, we can ask her and any other defecting companion to join us. When we first reach the gallows, however, if this fails, she confronts us after the Orsino fight with some other guardsmen. However, no matter what option we say to her, she will throw down her sword in anger and tell us we are even for saving her life 7 years ago in Loithering. So she never can actually die, unlike everyone else we can talk about.
All right, I will go into what happens to my cutie patootie. I'm the only one that should talk about it. So Merril obviously wants to side with the mages, so if you don't complete her Act 3 quest and side with the Templars, she will initially leave the party to help Orsino. However, unlike the other party members which rely on approval, if Hawke makes a plea to Merril at the gallows, she will immediately fold and join Hawke again, saying they are her family. If you don't ask her to join, though, you will be forced to fight and kill her, and she has a pretty hard line about how fear makes men more dangerous than magic ever could, which is a top 10 line.
Finally, my boy Fenris is the hardest overall squad mate to convince to side with the mages naturally because he is a born D1 mage hater. If you side with the mages and don't have him at max friendship or rivalry and complete his Act 3 questioning beliefs quest, he will leave your party and join Meredith. Just like the other two, he can be asked to join back up, and if he has a decent amount of friendship or max rivalry. However, if you can't get him to join back at this point, then you will have to kill him right before you face Meredith.
There is one last companion to talk about, and it's the most niche option of the bunch. Anders is obviously the poster boy for the Mage Rebellion, and started all of this, so normally he will defect to the mages even if you let him go when siding with the Templars. He can, however, still be swayed to side with the Templars if he has max rivalry. And his questioning beliefs quest is completed, then he can be persuaded to side with the Templars to atone for his crime of blowing up the Chantry.
That is pretty goddamn renegade to make Anders do that. And I imagine most people haven't seen that outcome, considering you have to side with the Templars and max out Anders' rivalry. Honestly, I am amazed we didn't pick that option, Barry. It seems to be the most unique outcome out there, despite the fact Kirkwall gets bulldozed by Sebastian, of course.
Yeah, I did think about that. It certainly would have been the most unique outcome, but from a roleplay perspective. And the fact Anders was begging for death from us, I can't really justify not answering his request to kill him, especially since he does deserve some form of justice. Besides, maybe we can utilize your abilities to still showcase the other side of the content, Joe.
Wait, what?
So wait a minute, that's all sappy and cool and whatever, but does that mean you can have a playthrough where you spare Anders, side with the Templars, have Sebastian leave, and threaten to bring an army against Kirkwall and still kill him later in the gallows confrontation? What does that mean for Inquisition?
Well, the options in Dragon Age keep aren't direct import saves, they are check boxes. And if you let Anders go, he always fights you at the gallows, so if you say Anders died, then Sebastian will still be satisfied and the invasion doesn't take place.
Boy, that must have been an awkward walk back home. Also, Donald, what the hell are you doing in the kitchen now? Just like Barry, everything is on fire. There's a bunch of demons. Hawke, as well as my cutie patootie, are low on health and you're low on potions and food right now, my guy.
Hop off, Joe, and let me cook. It's not my fault the Blood Mage has Wolverine-style healing and every shade takes like an entire minute to kill. I still have plenty of grenades and health potions left. The Pride Demon is almost dead, and then when her shitty demon army is dead, I can show her how a real rogue gets things done. I'm only struggling because this fight is rigged.
Yeah, you're probably struggling because you once again forgot your priority targeting. The Blood Mage should be killed right away to avoid being hit with their draining spells. You also need to avoid the Pride Demon's swirling vortex spell, as it can trap you and leave you open to be ganged up on by the Shades, but just like the Hybris fight, you can use this to your advantage and capture plenty of the Shades into the vortex if you herd them into it.
Well, I'm a president, not a goddamn farmer, and now that I healed up our party, I'm going to cut ahead here after I am successfully bathing in the blood of my enemies.
All right, so Donald killed all the demons at the cost of the rest of the party dying, and Carter getting traumatized in the corner, but unfortunately no death yet, so he's tied with Barry at the moment.
Just like I said, Blood Mage Curb Blood is my new facial cleanser. Now let's kick the war at the gallows into gear, boys.
Before you sail over, go ahead and check out the right corner of the champion statue. There is the 12th and final enigma of Kirkwall in the game. Viewers, if you have been following our guide, you should have reached one of the last few achievements in this game. You only need 3 out of 4 in each act.
Well, hoist the sails starboard towards the wind, because we are on a motherfucking boat, boys.
Damn straight we are. And this scene must have cost 1/4 of the animation budget, because it is sheer aura. Editor, go ahead and play some Pirates of the Caribbean for the extra flair.
I just realized how thematic the Mage-Templar War is from a storyteller's perspective. We started our journey in Kirkwall, entering the gallows on a boat as a no-name refugee fleeing a war. And now we are approaching the gallows 7 years later on another boat to finish a war.
Yeah, it's sort of like how the second city in Pokemon Red holds the Elite Four. And after traveling the entire Kanto region, you come back to your roots to claim that sweet, sweet champion title.
Not the game I would compare it to, but still a completely valid take, boys, good work. I'm sure writing purposes were the reason we are here. But the gallows do just make sense as a battlefield, considering its familiar territory for the mages and a well-fortified position away from the city. Also, Orsino, I do believe you when you say you don't want to fight Hawke. I don't think anyone wants to fight Hawke right now.
Considering the sheer threat of Hawke right now, that makes sense. I mean, hell, look, Orsino is finally trying to be diplomatic. And compromise with Meredith, it's a Christmas miracle.
The fact Meredith won't even entertain a surrender agreement at this point should be reason to at least question switching sides, since it's clear Meredith's mission isn't justice or order but revenge, because the person who blew up the Chantry is already dead. If both Hawke and Meredith tell the people that justice was done here, would anyone really question them?
Don't believe the robe, Meredith. It's a stalling tactic, nothing more. The robes have had it too good for too long, and the only cure is a hard reset. It's like plugging your computer off and on again. Sometimes you have to brute force method at the source.
Damn, you are really specific with these comparisons today, Donald. Is justice uploading these directly into your brain or something?
Stop psychoanalyzing me, Obama. I am just trying to break it down for the small percent of viewers who need a comparison not Dragon Age related. They matter too, even 18 hours into this series. Also, why the hell are you letting the mages prepare their people and wait for more Templars? The entire Hawke squad and Meredith are right. Goddamn, here we are, all the army you need. Let's end it now.
Realistically, I know this is just an elaborate way for the game designers to say, we can't animate this many assets into one map, and we want the Orsino fight to happen somewhere more dramatic. But my lore nerd brain wants to imagine that Meredith is following some kind of Geneva Convention in Thetis that states, you have to give people prep time.
That's a nice theory, Obama. If you dig up something for that in the novels, let me know. But when it comes to the robes, the Geneva Convention is more like the Geneva Suggestions, because I am pretty sure if blood magic and demons were real, they would be at the top of the convention list.
We kind of talked over Meredith's speech, but she was kind of yapping about nothing not going to lie.
It's not like Orsino does any better, Sleepy. He just tells the robes to run away and tell a trusted adult how much the Templars curbed them. But before we do a holy paladin's work, it's time we get into the good stuff with the companion goodbyes. And since I am playing, I am going towards my pirate queen first.
That's fine with me. Just save my cutie patootie for the end so we can end with one last kiss before the end of the series. Anyways, Isabella, you might have been just a hidden sex scene when we first met you, but you developed into a fully dimensional character with a new moral compass, with a new lease on life.
I still don't regret not sleeping with you in Origins, but your backstory has some of the biggest tea in the series, and you are a based rogue through and through to our party.
Isabella, you are the best I have ever had, and you have done things to me I will never forget. I may not get you in the party again, but I will play you every time it's my episode in the Inquisition multiplayer, and hell, I will even see you again in Veilguard. I will never forget you or the night we spent together, Mommy. You are the wind behind my presidency sails, and you always make my anchor drop.
All right, a perfect innuendo to end on Donald. That's the best send-off Isabella could ask for. Now on to Sebastian. My opinion is still you're the worst DLC companion BioWare has ever made, but your final confrontation with Anders and Hawke is pretty based. And I'm still glad Donald gave you some equal screen time.
Have fun in Starkhaven. I'm glad you found a pastime that isn't Elthina Glay's big dog. I don't really have anything kind to say, so let's just say I look forward to working with you in the future.
Sebastian, consider yourself the newest graduate of the Donald Trump Grind Set University. You will join other based rulers such as Alistair and Balin, and I hope you make Starkhaven great again and mage-free, my boy. Let's let these robes meet the maker that is Sandel to face judgment.
Well, it's time to say goodbye to our big bro Varric again, at least for a month or so, until we meet him again in Inquisition.
One of the biggest positives of Dragon Age is you never really say goodbye to Varric for good, between the expanded universe. In the next 2 games, we have plenty of content left with our big bro.
I still think there should have been 2 dwarves in Inquisition. But that's not to disparage Varric's base presence. The Inquisition needs a party dad just as badly as the Dragon Age 2 squad does. The only downside I will say about this goodbye from Varric is that it's the same regardless of the Templar or Mage side. And just like Sebastian's views, Varric forms his opinions based on Hawke's decision here, and carries this with him into Inquisition, at least passively.
Varric, one day POTUS will invite you and Hawke to the base Tapsters meetup predicted by our goated artist Tigar. You and Bianca leave no demon in 2 or Inquisition alive. You are the secret boss slayer after all. Now to move on to our not-so-secret mage hater, Fenris. I can't lie, you are probably the best elf in the entire series. And I don't even think our elf inquisitor can live up to your sheer edgy aura. Enjoy sitting on the throne as the strongest DA2 companion, and the only DA2 companion to get their own personal visual novel that you don't share with other companions.
I guess that means Gator's book world state either sides with the Templars in 2, or he is best friends with Fenris in all of his playthroughs. I know you're about to spew more mage hate that makes me want to become a professional eye roller, but I am glad you get to be bricked up like my buddy Donald here while killing mages and having a victory lap with Isabella after.
Now the battle awaits us.
Well, thanks to Hawke's bloody campaign in 2, we have more or less taught Fenris that a bullet in the head of a mage solves everything, and he will go on his own revenge spree in the visual novel Blue Wraith. Thanks for the base Tevener lore that paved the way for Dorian, and for having an absolute goated voice actor. Oh, damn, now it's time to say goodbye to my mommy boys. I don't think my body is ready.
Zesty Obama strikes again. Thanks for being our tank when POTUS retired. Big girl, you definitely have carried all 3 of us out of some tight fights, and have earned your retirement into the Hall of Goated Companions.
Enjoy being another based grind set ruler, along with our last true tank, Alistair. You truly are the biggest thick girl in the business. Take it away now, Obama. Tell her how you really feel.
All right, fuck it, I'll do this without jazz this time. Evelina, I would follow you into 100 fade sequences to be by your side. I would solve 100 more Asterium puzzles just to get your number. And I would sit through an entire watch of Veilguard cutscenes with no combat in sight just to be close to you. You are my tank and my girl, and even as we go into Inquisition, I will never forget you.
All right, that was beautiful, Barry. I'm glad you got to do that. I'm not sure what Donald has planned asking the Guard to help the Templars, but I'm sure it was nefarious.
I simply want as much armed men curbing the mages as possible, Sleepy. Anyways, now it's time to say goodbye to Carver. I still wish you were Bethany, you goddamn asshole, but you are probably the 5th best current warden I know. So good job with that.
All right, I guess that is the best we are going to get from Donald when it comes to Carver. Well, man, we are good as long as you stay away from my cutie patootie and focus on killing Darkspawn.
Well, I am glad we got to reconcile with Carver before the end. Also, this has nothing to do with Carver, but I've noticed that the goodbyes in Dragon Age 2 have already tied with the length of the Origins goodbyes. And we are not even done yet. That's pretty crazy to think about since Origins had 9 companions instead of 8.
Well, it's only one less companion because this game fumbled and doesn't give us a chance to say goodbye to Carter before the end.
That really helps reaffirm that BioWare stopped caring about the Mabari more, and more considering they barely exist in Inquisition, besides that one trespasser scene with Cullen, and that one camp of assassins in the Storm Coast. Anyways, Joe, before we say goodbye to your waifu, can you use your ability to do that one thing we talked about?
Oh, sure thing, Barry. It's Joe Ever.
Oh, god damn it. So even in death, we can't escape the healer rogue preaching on his soapbox? Bro is even talking about wanting to die even now, and still most people let him live. I just don't.
Think there's nothing inherently wrong with using piss bombs on useless Grand Clerics. We should wait for the Templar body cam footage to come out before passing judgment. Anders is a goated character.
Thank you again for getting us back on track, Justice. Anders, buddy, you have been a goated support the last 2 games. And if it were up to me, we would still be fighting for mage freedom together. I guess we will have to free the mages in Inquisition in your honor.
We are due for another mage choice, but let's save that for our actual playthrough, shall we, Joe? I just wanted to show that vengeance can side with the Templars with the rivalry path we chose on our playthrough. But it's extra dark as he alludes to wanting to take his own life after going through with this, so I didn't have the heart to do that to him.
Oh yeah, because punishment and penance is supposed to be easy, right? It seems like the perfect consequence for a mage extremist like the healer rogue. Press F once again to side with the Templars, boys.
All right, now back to our current timeline, because it's time for the moment we have all been waiting for, giving a passionate, an intense goodbye to our cutie patootie and letting her know that no matter what attacks us or threatens you, Hawke will be walking in front to shield her the whole way. Merril, these moments in this series have been the most intense and fully meaningful moments of my entire life. I will never forget you, and every step I make in this series from here on out is for you, my love.
I hope you carry the strength of the Saber clan with you throughout the next step of your journey.
Thanks for being less terrible than the healer robe and for letting us kill cool tree pit bulls and pride demons. Joe, I'll pass the controller to you for this.
Ooh, that was perfect, Mommy.
Well, now with every companion given the final send-off, it's time to invoke the right and get down to the bloody and brass tasks of killing every single mage for a girl who took about 6 puffs of that red lyrium pack while we did our Origins-style goodbyes.
You know, the rite of annulment is so extreme that ordering it should also cause the current Knight Commander to step down from their position after it's carried out. I mean, it's supposed to be a last resort. When all else fails, it should reflect the Knight Commander too.
Stop trying to come for our Knight Commander's job. She is the peak example of what a Templar should be, and only was nerfed by red lyrium. Mommy Meredith, you don't need to sell me on this. You already have my attention and my erection.
No, Joe has a point, though. In the first almost 700 years of its establishment in the Circle, the rite has only been carried out 17 times, before the events of the Dragon Age games. Anyways, Donald, good picks for the final team, but I am a little surprised you picked Merril and Varric over, say, Fenris or Isabella.
I know my mage-hating squad will still be on backup for the final bosses, and I figured I would give Joe his waifu, and our big bro Varric hasn't been our day one to not be brought to the last fight. Also, I am not an expert at this game, but I am pretty sure these instructions don't come into play, since our party only helps us with the final bosses, not the regular fights.
If you side with the mages, everyone does hold the line with you for the first segment, which is why this dialogue is here. I guess no one thought to patch it out.
I'm not sure every step leads me closer to the Maker, but I know trouble, and this is it. I can't say for certain that going in there is right, but I know it's needed right now.
Anyways, time for a trademarked Hawke speech. What did we think, boys?
It was all right, but Hawke is definitely no Commander Shepard. He definitely could use a teleprompter.
It's because we're not playing my version of Hawke. My speech would have been elevated at least 200%, boys. Anyways, I noticed we don't have any siege tools or battering rams to break down the portcullis gate. So either we have Talus's reality-bending magic, or the Templars bashed their armor against the gate till it opened.
Now look who is overanalyzing cutscenes. That's how I know you are really invested.
I'm going to assume the first one also looks like that first girl didn't get a chance to stop them. Everyone here needs the Warcaster feat immediately.
Don't give our enemies tactical advice. I am the one playing right now.
Donald, are you that worried about losing your tie with me that you don't want the mages to get any tactical advice? That might spice up the gameplay or give us a halfway interesting fight.
Stop trying to get in my head, Obama. I am already at a disadvantage since I guess all the Templars that were fighting the robes dipped or died or something. Why did these guys even go first if Hawke was going to do all the work themselves without the rest of the squad even?
Well, in chess, the pawns go first, Donald.
Shut up, Joe. Just because you're old enough to be Magneto doesn't mean you have the aura to be. And we are not the goddamn Brotherhood of Evil for doing a base Templar's work.
We literally do a last man standing on the other side of the coin siding with the Templars, but whatever, go off Queen.
Well, while you ponder on that one, Nerd Bama, I have another question for you that I have had for the entire episode.
I thought you wanted me to let you cook, but now you're asking me for game details anyway. I didn't know playing hard to get was your idea of foreplay.
Damn, boys, I know being sus was on brand, but usually I'm the only one who gets to play with Donald like this. Just go ahead and ask your question, Double D.
Both of you sus liberal queens can lick my nuts, but back to my question. Obama, I've been noticing this entire episode that certain enemies have turned blue and become allies for a few seconds, but it always wears off. Is that some kind of mod or console command you enabled, or did we pick up some kind of new spell that I missed?
Well, it's a lot more simple than a mod or a cheat code, Donald. The sword that we got from Hybris is called Glandivalis. In addition to being a great demon-slaying longsword with its high attack and electricity damage, it also has a 2.5% chance to enslave enemies. This makes them our allies for about 15 seconds, and with enough attack speed that 2% happens more often than you would think. It's incredibly useful for normal boss fights, but it has a massive downside when using it against boss enemies. The sword can enslave bosses, which can be an issue since boss-level enemies tend to have large health point bars. When enslaved, they can't be attacked, and some will regenerate health when not under attack, which can create a loop where the boss heals, then becomes an enemy again, then heals, causing an infinite fight on Nightmare if you don't unequip the sword.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like hell. But I feel like that is a very rare situation given how late in the game we get this sword, and the fact elite bosses are immune to the blood control effect, so we don't have to worry about it.
Plus, the sword looks sick as hell. It's a gold-trimmed handle and a curved sword in classic Hammerfell fashion. Speaking of Elder Scrolls, though, the sword looks kind of familiar for some reason, but I can't put my finger on it.
The sword shares the same model as Vigilance from Awakening, aka the chosen sword of the one true goat POTUS. I can't remember if I brought this up or not, but originally Vigilance was supposed to be available in Act 3, wielded by a lone Antivan Crow on the Wounded Coast to match the ending slides of Awakening. The stats would have also matched how the Warden had Wade make them, something that I believe ultimately killed the idea because there were too many variables to keep track of, as well as the fact that all of these stats would have to be balanced to be usable in Dragon Age 2, since the stats in Awakening would make a pretty pitiful sword on its own.
That's a pretty lame excuse, so something tells me it was just the victim of the 16-month development cycle. If Dragon Age 2 had a little bit more time in the oven, we could have continued the legacy of Master Wade, and given the sword the screen time it deserves.
I would shit on Dragon Age 2 more, but killing these mages in a single file line is the most fun I've had since making that deep fake of Obama getting arrested.
Dick move doing that. By the way, now a few hundred Facebook moms think I am the second president to ever get arrested behind Donald Trump.
Ow, cutting up an old wound, low blow Obama. Now I have to blow the backs of these surrendering robes while they are on their knees to get back at you.
Heavy pause.
Donald, they are surrendering. I am pretty sure killing them is a war crime.
Yeah, and I already said that with mages, the Geneva Convention are just Geneva suggestions, so looks like the robes are out of luck. Just because they didn't resort to blood magic, likely because of a skill issue, doesn't mean they deserve any more mercy than every other Kirkwall robe. They should just be fortunate that we give them a quick execution instead of the Alric Ditty special.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know why every episode I have to bring up Clause 5, Section 17, a non-violent blood mage that is no threat to you, gets one chance at mercy.
But they are saying they aren't blood mages. Isn't that some kind of loophole?
It applies to all mages, since I know you think every mage is just a blood mage that hasn't slit his wrists yet.
God damn it, fine. Enjoy a 10x8 cell where the rest of you belong. I have a date with your brothers and sisters anyway. This doesn't affect my mage kill counter reaching in the hundreds off this game alone, so consider all of you incredibly lucky.
Damn, Donald, the character growth is insane. You no longer want to torture or commit war crimes on the mages. Now you just want to kill them. That is some beautiful progress right there. I like this Donald fusion.
Bite me, Joe. If I had enough time to set it all up, I would run all of these mages through the Saw Gauntlet personally with fitting trials for each of their crimes, but killing all of them at once is hard work, so a few of them are going to slip through the cracks. Also, what the hell is going on with Cullen? 2 days ago, this dude was using the word mage like a slur. Now he's talking about mercy?
I believe that's what being a Templar is about.
And I say we are here to protect the people. We must be judges.
You know, everyone has gone too far when Cullen starts preaching for mercy. Dude was originally a Dexter serial killer of mages.
It is a bit sudden considering how he has otherwise acted against mages because of the horrors he saw in the Ferelden Circle. But siding with the Templars does give him somewhat of a bridge as to why he eventually leaves the Order and joins the Inquisition, since if we sided with the mages, all we see is him siding against Meredith, not questioning the Order.
Why the fuck is this robe smiling like that? Don't make me regret sparing your ass.
Meredith is starting to look like a Karen when the manager tells her the same thing a store employee did a minute ago. Anyway, Donald, are you ready to get double-teamed by 2 pride demons at once?
I'm not going to say it.
Oh, please, they are Dragon Age 2 pride demons. This is going to be the easiest fight of my life. Look at them, they don't even leave their stupid 4 circles. They are just going to stand in place and jump up and down in slow motion, like Gorilla Grodd until I put them down. Why did you make me go down this side passage, by the way, Obama? Did you just want to look at the Pride Demons one more time?
Oh, right, it's because there is an absolute metric ton of unique loot in these side rooms that some players might find useful in their own playthroughs of the game. You can freely loot both Merediths, and Orsino's room in the hallway back there, each of them have pieces of unique jewelry. Meredith's room has a Templar band which gives health regeneration and magic resistance. Orsino's room has the Mark of the Fallen ring which gives attack and crit chance, and also the Amulet Dreamcatcher which gives extra mana and a massive 400 spirit resistance.
Okay, cool, but then why am I here getting rammed by 100 shades instead of just looting the boss's room and packing up sticks?
Well, on the skeleton there's a final unique piece of equipment. It's a shield of the Resolute which gives extra armor and magic resistance.
So is this better than what Aveline already has on her then? Like, is this the improvement of the DLC shield?
Not really, I just wanted to give the viewers an in-depth guide and give you a longer fight for the content.
You're a goddamn dick, Obama, and it's not going to work, because I will clear out the Shade gangbang easy money and then go back to killing robes.
All right, well, while we are warming up more for our Inquisition series, why don't we go over a few more shout-outs from our base community? I will even go first. Thank you to Nick KC and Diabo Enos, who said their favorite moment is how I absolutely dog-walked the Arishock deathless with my killer spell combos, and bombs that made him stunned longer than a fish out of water. Also, thank you to Heck4314, who said their favorite moment was similarly when I made Donald admit that I won the 2020 election.
That crime will never be forgiven. Sleepy, you will be haunted by your sins for the end of your days. The only just payment is some based Donald Glaze. Thank you to Private Penguin, who said their favorite moment in the series is my growing appreciation for this game, especially enjoying the based character arc for the based human noble Sebastian. And now my appreciation for this game is reinforced by killing all these filthy robes.
Beautiful character arc as always, Donald. I think I have one more in my shout-out roster too. Thank you to Puttymon, who just last week caught up fully to our series, which we know is a massive endeavor, so that alone is based. They also said their favorite moment in our series is our lore yaps, and how much they have learned so far in our series thanks to all the massive yaps we have every episode. We are so glad we can teach people new things they didn't know about our favorite game. It's one of our favorite parts of this series. We have one or two more shout-outs to get into, but for now we should get back into the gameplay.
Not too much to get into now. We're just doing the final push before the bosses that we have to do on either side of the war.
And as always, there's one dirty robe healing himself with blood magic by sucking us off, and another mage hiding in the corner with his barrier, just like every other Tevinter robe before you. And now look, the robes and Templars are praying together in some kind of disgusting act of bonding. Now they will all share the same fate.
Looks like they were praying to a desired demon that's pretty based I can't lie. Maybe their prayers reach the Maker. And Sandel, and we will see them again in Inquisition.
Wait, shit, hang on. Is this the last desired demon we will face in our series?
Pretty much. After this fight, I was going to say that Joe should take the wheel, since that should make the times even out more or less. So Donald, consider this your final fight in Dragon Age 2.
Well, then it's time to end this fight with a bang and let all the viewers know that Obama tied with me in the Dragon Age 2 competition. After I pour one out for the desired demon, of course. Because without these purple beauties existing in our game, I don't know what's going to keep the demons in business, honestly. Lord knows I would have retired already if there's no desired demons to impress by fighting the mortals.
Maybe that's why Solus really wanted to sunder the veil. He realized the world he had to exist in no longer had demon ass and huzz.
Joe, don't give the egg any justifications. He deserves every ounce of shit flung his way. Although fine, you do have something of a point here. I might open the veil up a little wider if these things were on the line.
Desired demons aren't some lost, forgotten secret that will restore Dragon Age to what it once was. They are just an enemy type that has a few special abilities. The Pride Demon, if anything, is the most iconic of the types since he was originally at the top of the hierarchy. It's also Donald. What the hell is going on in the kitchen during your last fight? Hawke just goddamn died.
Oh damn, this might be the dagger. He has 2 whole blood mages left to kill this. Is looking sus Donald, what's your plan here? Or are you going to face tank more blood magic?
Goddamn overpowered hemorrhage. I should have revamped the spirit resistances on everyone if I knew they could goddamn one-shot everyone in the squad. It's fine though, all I need is one of them to finish these mage assholes off. And Aveline, move. Fuck. No.
Well, just like that you are ahead in the Dragon Age death competition again, how does it feel, Donald?
No way, that doesn't count. I was distracted by the Desire Demons and their lack of appearance in Inquisition. We are still tied.
Not how it works, Donald. You died, which means you have 7 deaths in this game, and 12 deaths overall.
Wow, good for you. Sleepy Joe can count to double digits. Your voters must be so proud. I don't have to sit here and take this, though soon you all are going to pay. Pokeball, go.
For the last goddamn time, I am not a Pokemon. But from the looks of things, a Trubbish was here recently. based on how much trash was thrown across the battlefield. So looks like you pulled a red card and left me to kill these disgusting blood robes.
Oh, hey, Justice, you're getting so much screen time this episode, we might have to start calling you Carver. At this point, it might as well be Presidents and Spirits Play Dragon Age.
Also, did you just call mages robes? Isn't that normally Donald's thing? What's the deal there?
Stop overanalyzing my spirit dick, Obama. And as for you, Joe, I am just giving the people what they want. The viewers love me and my excellent tactical breakdown. Like the fact I have already killed the slutty demon, and now we only have 2 mages left in the Templars, but my party is fully alert. The key is to use the bombs Horror and Dispel to cull the cowards into submission, while using the Goat Varric to kill the large-scale mage threats.
Fair enough, but that wasn't nearly as detailed as the last time you took over in the Deep Roads. It's also what the hell is the rest of the squad doing in the corner? It looks like they are fusing with the destroyed wood pieces, trying to make a more disturbed entity than biblically accurate Mega Dragonite.
Speaking of giving the fans what they want, Justice, I think you got your own viewer comment submission. Want to give it a go?
Sounds like easy goddamn money. Let's see here. Thank you to our longtime viewer, George Gale, who has been in this series longer than even I have. They said their favorite moment in the series is the plot line between mine and Donald's deal, which I'm glad we were able to subtly deal despite Donald's big mouth. I'm glad me being able to experience this world is interesting lore and makes this series interesting for you. Hope you are enjoying the finale, man. And you know what? Fuck it. This isn't an official comment question, but let us know who you all sided with in the Mage Templar War down below for that added engagement.
All right, you and Donald have definitely fused. You went from wanting to fight for mages, and more screen time to asking for YouTube engagement.
We definitely encountered another glitch, because Aveline and Varric both stopped focusing on attacking enemies, and instead started working on their cardio jogging in place, trying to use the on-fire door during an emergency. Anyways, that calls it for the fight. Let's hand the keys to Joe.
Actually, I was thinking about staying on for a while. Donald could use the rest, and I think now is my real chance to make a mark on this series by...
Praise be enchantment. Here is our young lord now displaying a mere 2% of his power, killing demons even faster than the Inquisitor can.
I figured this powerful feat of Sandel would wake Donald up. And with that, it should be a perfect point to close out Donald's time in Dragon Age 2.
Goddamn, a pride demon, 2 desired demons, and a dozen abominations now that is a crazy kill list.
Just like the ogre frozen in carbonite, it is a mere fraction of what the young lord is capable of. His eyes are on you, Joe. Don't let him down.
Don't worry, I am locked in. I need to finish my favorite game strong here.
So I have a question, Obama. After this final episode is done, are we getting right into Inquisition? Because it sounds like our lazy editor is going to take a break or something.
Well, we still have to finish my Dead Space series.
Joe, we are on Chapter 10. That's like 1 or 2 episodes max. I'm talking about when are we starting the real meat of Inquisition proper.
So after the finale, our editor is going to take a week to edit together the movie with the drinking competition. Then, of course, we have the last 2 episodes of Dead Space and the Dead Space movie to release. After that, our editor wants to do 2 massive projects before the start of Inquisition, one a non-Dragon Age video featuring all of us. Then a massive Dragon Age video not featuring us.
Not featuring us? Isn't this our channel or something? How does that work?
No, Joe, you confused Cuck. This is still our editor's channel. He just pays us to bring in the views and subs.
Wait, you guys are getting paid? How long has this been going on?
Don't worry about that now, Joe. It's time to confront Orsino and beat his ass. Thanks to the Templar fight, you get back-to-back boss fights here.
Look at him, he's become a filthy blood mage just like the rest. Meredith, rip his balls off and sell them to the nearest Krogan.
Wrong series, Donald. Anyways, this is the main reason I wanted to side with the Templars, because this is the only way we get the full story about Orsino's treachery and all this. If we side with the mages, he makes a comment about Quentin's research, but we aren't able to press him about it like we are if we side with the Templars. We even have extra evidence back in Act 2 about his treachery, since we found the letter from a man named O. He was not only aware of what Quentin was doing, but that he was fascinated by it.
This path also proves my goat Fenris right. When backed into a corner, all mages reveal who they truly are. If there's anything you take away from this series, viewers, is that if they cast spells, they lie. Put that shit on a shirt.
Well, now it's time to pick this treacherous nerd up by his ankles and dunk him in a toilet till he can't yap anymore. This is for Mama Hawke Knife Ear, and wait, what the hell is he doing?
Jesus Christ, that thing is horrifying. It's like if Nurgle fucked the alien from Alien vs. Predator.
Honestly, just seeing this thing gives me flashbacks of Origins, and not in a good way.
Wait, this thing is in Origins? Am I becoming Sleepy Joe because I don't remember this gigantic inflation monster existing in my goated POTUS journey?
Yeah, of course you don't, because it was during my special episode that you skipped.
Oh shoot, you talking about the special episode reminds me Avengers Assemble.
Oh shit, it's that big ugly bastard that took 3 whole dwarves to kill. Hopefully you can clutch up again, boys, with only 1 dwarf in tow.
Damn, not only are we fighting one of the biggest railroaded moments in Dragon Age history, but we are also fighting one of the only creatures I would pass on in the smash or pass tier list of Dragon Age boys.
I am already severely regretting being in a room with you again, Horny Bill. I thought after Witch Hunt we could be civil. But now I want to roll with advantage with my belt.
You don't really mean that you love me, Georgie, anyways. Boys, did you already go over how much of a railroad this fight normally is? Because not only is it acting brain dead while you beat the shit out of it, but the writing here, if you side with the mages, is also equally brain dead.
Yeah, I didn't really get into it yet, but that was well put, Bill. This Orsino fight happens regardless of what side you pick in the war. For the Templars, it makes sense. Meredith Hawke pushed through his defensive line, and he was left alone hoping to take the Templars with him at least. If you side with the mages, however, you would be holding the line with Hawke, Orsino. But after repelling one wave and taking some unnamed mage casualties, Orsino will throw his hands up in the air and say, "We can't win, I must use Quentin's research," before becoming a harvester. We then have to fight both Orsino and the few extra Templars with our whole squad of companions. Orsino, of course, ends up doing more damage to his only ally, Hawke, than the Templars themselves. It's probably the stupidest scene in the entire game.
It's stupid, but that's the kind of treachery I expect from a rogue, especially a rogue that feels no shame asking for Hawke's help after he knows he could have saved our mothers and a lot of old ladies' lives if he spoke up about Quentin.
I always took this as Orsino not only being an incompetent leader, but maybe Varric is over-exaggerating here like he did during the Bartrand encounter. Like maybe he made Orsino a disgusting necromancy monster of pure evil, because Orsino was pure evil in his eyes for helping Quentin, and his actual death was very anticlimactic.
How could a base dwarf come up with such a fat and vile and fat idea as this harvester right here?
You had a good theory, Joe, but unfortunately we call that in the Dragon Age business as Varric Cope syndrome. Explaining away clear plot holes by Varric being the narrator is fun, but it doesn't get into the root of the problem. The real reason why this boss fight is here, as someone who was in the writing room when it happened, is clear. Say it with me, boys.
EA demanded another boss fight in Dragon Age.
Wait, really, this entire long-winded fight is just because some publisher decided the game would be more fun with an extra boss fight writing, be damned.
Pretty much, George, that and EA had promised that the Vorderol, which we fought in the Witch Hunt DLC, and the Harvester would be new enemies that we would face in Dragon Age 2. The Vorderol had a nice, more accurate stage, and quests to be featured in, but they never figured out a place to put the Harvester naturally, so they rushed last minute to place it into the second-to-last boss fight, and made sure to make it mandatory for both sides. The worst of all, this fight isn't nearly as thematic or interesting compared to the original fight in Origins. The undead this time around are a joke. There's no new Fade Wells. And the Harvester's damage, as well as the Undead's damage, has been toned down significantly due to the lack of symmetrical gameplay, so now it's just a bore.
Yeah, I seem to recall you needing a strategy as well as needing to kite around the map. And even swap the color of the map to change his resistances. And the cliffhanger they gave at the end of the DLC, they could have had a really good story point for these guys.
You are definitely on the right track, Georgie. On one hand, I kind of vibe with this fight being easier than Origins. Amarak was meant to be a challenge for hardcore players. And that time we were fighting a harvester that was locked in the tide for hundreds of years and learned how to use the lyrium wells to its advantage, so we were fighting an ancient monster in its own lair. While Orsino just became a flesh golem 2 seconds prior and probably needs time to adjust.
That just smells like Cope to me, boys. Sure, Amgarak had a more thematic setting, if you can call it that, but that just means Dragon Age 2 should have taken more time to make the Harvester fit into the game in the ways Bill and George described, rather than just the rogue going crazy and giving up.
Yeah, this fight, if you are on the mage's side, is basically the Dragon Age equivalent to flipping the table when you were losing Monopoly.
Yeah, or throwing the goddamn brand new Switch 2 Joy-Con at the TV because you were losing a Mario Kart race Joey.
George, that was 2 months ago and Barry already paid you back. I don't know what I can do that doesn't involve being on my knees to make it up to you.
Heavy pause.
Well, there's even more positions you can do off your knees, Joey, if you want a few suggestions.
I owe what?
Okay, mega pause. We are changing the subject now. Well, the one positive I can say about this fight is the implication that the Harvester can create the living dead with the nearby corpses that Orsino used to blood sacrifice. Then when enough corpses are killed, he can combine all of them back to create another flesh golem suit.
Wow, so you're telling me this Harvester thing is the fantasy equivalent of the power of recycling. I need to write down the concept of a recycling mage for my next D&D campaign.
Oh boy, well, since you're taking D&D ideas, I have a concept that would make me interested in joining the table again. A tavern girl with big naturals that every time you roll a nat 20 on the Riz check, she multiplies herself into an equally interested tavern girl. I think that would really benefit unique charisma builds.
You're still banned from my table for suggesting shit like that, Horny Bill. Don't push your luck, I still have beef with you.
Well, I have some beef for you too, George. Maybe it would be better if we just all let it out. I think we will be much less unburdened.
All right, you two are bickering too much and are sentenced to a bonding experience immediately. As punishment, why don't you do some shout-outs from last episode? And some super thanks agreed?
All right, sure thing, Obama. That is being generous. Sorry again, I just like pushing your buttons, Georgie. Thank you to Chili Adu, who says their favorite moment in this series is watching the romantic cuck adventure of Barry in Act 2 with Aveline, which was a base choice not only because I was a special guest for a quest helping Obama's romantic bars, but because Aveline's quest is incredibly lore relevant. Thank you for your comment and hope you're enjoying the finale, man.
All right, good work, Bill. I guess it's my turn with the super thanks since we have 2 more later entries for the based romance competition. Thank you for the $25 from Puttyman for Cassandra. I don't know her personally, but given Obama's description, that's a base choice. We also have $50 from a long-term donator, Mr. Sitbox, split between Josie and Cassandra evenly. Thank you all for the incredible support of the channel, and good luck in the waifu wars.
All right, good work. I think our base community unified them, and we can get back to the gameplay.
It's really hard to call it gameplay sleepy. It's more like active slaughter of the rejected cast of Left 4 Dead that in life was a treacherous elf.
I'm actually incredibly pissed right now because why did he regain an entire new health bar after I already destroyed his health bar twice?
Joe, the dementia cannot be hitting this hard. Obama just said he uses the bodies of all the skeletons we killed to get a new golem body.
Yeah, but while it's a nice touch from an environmental perspective, from a gameplay perspective, this fight is the same first stage we fought before, so let's cut ahead here.
Well, even if this fight is pretty basic, I am sure we at least get some good loot and a unique kill animation for our Trouble Right boys.
Well, we get his snake staff and a decent ring, but not anything too crazy or good for this late in the game. The staff has a cool design, though, if someone likes it. But we can also get it in Inquisition if we just like the design.
As for the unique kill animation, well, that's also out of the books instead of a unique kill cutscenes like most other endgame bosses. We kind of just yank the Harvester's head off and curb stomp it like we are in Dead Space.
I guess Hawke graduated from the Isaac School of Curb Stomping. Still zapping it with a fireball, if we are a mage, would have gone way harder.
Well, so far, no deaths, Joe. You are doing great. And you only have one more fight between you and the end of the game. Also, since we sided with the Templars, we can buy some extra potions and items before the confrontation with Meredith.
Oh wait, so that's the Meredith girl that Donald has been gooning over since the Legacy special. Wait, weren't we just fighting with her? Why is she pulling a Game of Thrones betrayal right now in the final act? Seems like a total plot hole.
Well, the writers realized that Orsino wasn't going to be a satisfying final boss for either side. So they instead made Meredith the final boss because she has been huffing red lyrium.
I am beginning to wonder just how large your part in all this actually was.
Yeah, the Red Lyrium plot line is probably one of the better done stories in this game. They introduced it in Act 1, revealed it was sold in Act 2, and then we see references to Meredith's paranoia for the entirety of Act 3 before revealing it's because she bought the statue.
Wait a minute, this Templar has the idol that turned a base dwarf against his family? Despite nothing being more important than family, this Templar must die for the sins Bartrand committed. That idol cannot be allowed to exist in the mortal realm.
Mommy Meredith, why are you suspicious of me? I thought we had a true mage hate bonding. Don't do this, it isn't you. We could have held hands and curbed the rest of the robes together. You were meant to destroy the demons, not join them.
Knight Commander, I thought we intended to arrest the champion.
Colin, why on earth were you on board with arresting us? Not only would the rest of your Templar army be flattened by a forced singularity, but we have been nothing but an ally to you this whole time. What are you arresting us for?
Yeah, I don't think I am comfortable making Cullen our military advisor if he thinks trying to arrest the guy who won versus won the Arishock. An out-maged and ancient Tevener mage is a good idea. Maybe we could get Garble, the captain from Awakening, a shot at the title.
Even I have no idea who that is better. But it looks like Meredith is submitting her application for the Dragon Age Best Crash Out competition. How would we rank this one on the tier list, boys?
I'd rank it middle of the line. I still think the first from Awakening and the Arishock are the finalists, but this is somewhere in the middle of the road. Really gives the vibe of a boss who's worked a shitty job for 20 years. And their final straw was some new hire clogging the store toilet.
Colin, telling the pissed off girl with an actual Sith lightsaber to stand down is probably the bravest and dumbest action Bro can take here.
My own knight captain falls prey to the influence of blood magic.
So yeah, we are diving deep into the mental breakdown with this one.
These gays, they're trying to murder me.
No one is getting that White Lotus reference, Bill, I guarantee it.
It does work, though. 75% of the squad, including Hawke himself, is confirmed bisexual.
Yeah, and the rest are bipolar. We all read the spark notes.
You'll have to go through me.
Idiot boy. Just like all the others.
Anyway, behold the true power of the Templars, boys. The Mage Hater domain expansion.
So is the sword like that one 1,000-degree knife that cuts through stone and metal? And shit, because how do you pierce the sword through the stone and not damage the sword itself?
That's the power of red lyrium, George. It can make your eyes glow red, cut through anything, drive you insane, and alter reality.
And it also makes her goddamn fly and destroy the concept of mana from existence, apparently, since both me and Merril have absolutely 0 mana now.
Did you forget Mommy Meredith is still a Templar? That's just an average holy smite. You haven't seen anything yet, Sleepy.
I am so lost as to what is even going on during this fight, boys, like I know the statue was evil. And elevates emotions and has connections to Solus and Titans. But why the hell is it turning the human girl into a damn Sith right now?
I like how Carver only joined the fight when Merril was being attacked. Bro is a D1 synth.
That's it, I warned you already. Donald, where do you keep the White House gun?
I always found this cutscene funny because you can tell she is already sweating right now. I imagine if she didn't have the red lyrium idol, this is where the fight would end for her.
Damn, with hops like that, she should consider a career in the NBA instead of a mage hunter.
Yeah, screw steroids. We need to get this red lyrium into all sports and elevate the game for everyone. Imagine getting a touchdown, then just making all the stands and statues come to life with reality-bending magic.
Yeah, can't lie, College Football 26 could have benefited with a little bit of red lyrium in a special mode. Sometimes our sports games need less realism and more fun EA.
It's kind of crazy. During our Origins playthrough, we were all yapping about College Football 25 because it took the sports genre by storm. Now, Football 26 is out and no one cares because EA is allergic to producing a good quality game.
No one cares about sports games anyway. They're all the goddamn same since no one wants to break the formula.
Joe, you're only saying that because you suck at sports games and sports in real life. Don't shit on something you can't even play. That's just proclaiming your skill issue.
I could beat your ass in golf. And in the Dragon Age death competition, the squad is all here backing me up for the giant statue fight, so Meredith is cooked here.
I'm sure Merril and Fenris feel a small sense of pride here destroying the slave statues that celebrated Tevinter owning and brutalizing slaves.
That's probably relevant to something in real life, but I will be damned if I can figure out what you mean, Obama. Anyways, it's cool that Fenris and Carver are here, but aren't we missing a few people like my gorgeous pirate queen?
The allies come in a few different stages. Cullen, Varric and your sibling come in right at the start. Then Anders, Aveline, and Fenris next. Then finally Isabella, Merril, and Sebastian start making their appearance after the guest cameos.
Damn, I know that's what we are, Obama Llama, but you could at least use our names. We are friends after all.
No, George, not us. He is talking about the few non-squad mates that can assist us in this fight if they did their respective side quests.
Yeah, I'm sure he will talk about one of them in particular. Ooh, fuck boys, now that Mommy Isabella is here, I feel so alive.
You know, Barry, while we are just here killing more statue mechs, I might as well ask, since you are the only one who knows every outcome. Obviously, if our sibling is a Grey Warden, they join us regardless. But what happens to both the siblings if they join the Templars or mages?
I can answer that question too. Why don't we take it in shifts, Obama? So if Carver joined the Templars, we can only get him as a squad mate if we side with the Templars ourselves. However, if we side with the mages, he will join Cullen in fighting against Meredith, since he won't kill his sibling.
Kind of a missed opportunity to not have a little bit of drama with Carver confronting us. Maybe we would have needed to do his Act 1 quest or pick the right dialogue first.
I am pretty sure you are just saying that because you want an extra chance to kill Carver. But considering the options we get for Bethany, you may have a point. So if Bethany is a circle mage, same as Carver, we only get the option for her to be a squad mate if we side with the mages. However, if we side with the Templars, we do get a few different ways to confront Bethany. She will be in the room cowering during the Orsino fight. And after we kill him, we can confront her with Meredith, to which Bethany will assume we are here to kill her too. We can spare her in which she is arrested by the Templars, or we can pull a dark urge and kill her there and now.
Yeah, I am a Templar main every day of the week, but I promise you I have never executed Bethany ever. Kind of crazy she can't break out and pull up for Hawke during this final fight. Though I guess that is the one positive to siding with Carver. He gives you more options to pull up with the proper Hawke bloodline smoke.
I guess that is the most appreciation we can expect from Donald when it comes to Carver. Anyways, boys, the fight is over halfway over, and I barely had to use healing potions or anything. I know it might be a minute or two early. But last I counted, Obama, you had 6 deaths, and Donald, you had a whopping 7 deaths. While I am sitting pretty at only 4 deaths. I think it's safe to say I have won this death competition, so I think it's time to collect my payment.
What? No, absolutely not. You could still die twice at the ass end of this fight. I know you counted the 2020 election early, but that is not happening here. I won't believe it till I see it.
Donald, you are inhaling copium harder than Meredith inhales red lyrium. Joe isn't likely to get a single death with this much of a battle royal, let alone 2 whole deaths.
Yeah, come on, Donald, you were a man of your word at the end of the Origin series. It's time to stand on business one more time.
Fuck no. The battle isn't over yet, so I am not giving in. I will make Dragon Age great again.
All right, well, I am man enough to go first anyway, so Joe, what waifu is the best in Dragon Age? You never made your stance clear?
It's hard to pick between my 2 loves of Dragon Age. But after doing the deed with her and it being perfect, I am going to have to go with Merril. So let me hear her praises across the fade.
Did someone mention the fade?
Get the fuck out!
All right, well, now that the distraction is done, I can tell it to you proper. Cassandra and Aveline, your beauty transcends this mortal plane. But Merril is a cute and passionate lore nerd and is the best romance in the Dragon Age series.
Goddamn, that felt so good to hear. Thanks for that, Barry.
Well, I hope you enjoyed selling your soul, Obama. I am not doing it till I see Meredith clutch up and run train on Hawke here. Also, where the hell are those guest cameos that are supposed to appear?
Yeah, I was fully expecting Zevron, Nathaniel, and even the sub-boy Donick to pull up during the fight. But I guess we encountered another infamous Dragon Age 2 bug because it's the end of the fight and they never showed.
Wait, Donick can show up here? Bro couldn't handle level 1 crooks at night? I am pretty sure Bro would die to Meredith just looking at him right now. Also, what the hell is happening, everyone? But Aveline and Hawke are stunned.
Actually, this isn't a glitch. The move Meredith uses to monologue at the party is technically a stun. Hawke, Aveline, Carver, and Varric all have DLC items that make them otherwise immune to stuns. So I guess we can just take her out while she is having her inner dialogue and last shred of sanity shedding away.
And now the game is over and I killed the final boss deathless, so say it with me, boys.
Blow me easy financial gain.
Damn, we really lost a legend today, boys. I am pumped that Dragon Age 2 is over, but it's always sad to lose the best Templar in the business. Press F for Meredith.
Told her F's Meredith is confirmed not dead.
The fuck you mean she isn't dead? She got frozen in carbonite after getting her shit rocked by the entire squad. How can someone survive that?
I don't know how someone can survive it, but Meredith did. As of the current timeline, she has become a red lyrium crystal entity, leading the rest of the Red Templars.
Between Corypheus and Meredith, Hawke really needs to learn to double tap because his track record isn't great.
Oh, look now, all the other NPCs want to see what happened after the threat is neutralized. You guys are really blemishing the base Templar name.
The tension in this scene is insane. Are they about to arrest us or riz Hawke up?
It's just a vibe check to make sure we have the temperament to be Viscount, and you already know we goddamn are. Hail to the king, baby.
Well, as Bran said at the start of the episode, the only way to the Viscount's throne is through the Templars' approval, which I would say we have fully earned now. One last achievement for our viewers, siding with the Templars earns Hawke the crowning glory achievement for taking the Viscount's throne.
Well, before we get to the Varric storybook ending, why don't we dive into the custom ending slides we made for Dragon Age 2? Donald, you want to go first?
Days after the Mage Templar War, Jobadon Hawke was unanimously elected as Viscount, with the full support of the Templars and Guardsmen. With the streets of Kirkwall cleared of gangs, blood mages, and the Templars finally being united with the city guard, the city experienced months of peace previously unheard of. Hawke did not get complacent in this peace either. With the newfound Guard-Templar alliance, even the coterie was subdued, which not only gave Kirkwall space to rebuild, but to renew. With Hawke in charge, the Chantry and nobles flooded the keep with donations towards restoration, though decades later, the ground where the Chantry once stood still radiates magic and heat, a scar that will never leave the city.
With the smugglers in Kirkwall stomped out, Hawke turned to his former mercenary group, the Red Irons, with a proposition. Remove mercenaries in Kirkwall that not only threatened its citizens, but made profit on killing nobility for the grand game. Within a year, the Orlesian influence of Kirkwall waned and could join the ranks as a proud free march city. With the High Dragon slain, the Bone Pit was finally quiet. Thanks to his unending support of the miners months after the destruction of the Bone Pit, dozens of survivors were found and accounted for and slowly began reporting for duty now that Hawke was the sole owner. Hawke decided to turn the Bone Pit over to the city's control, which finally granted guardsmen patrols for protection. The Bone Pit was barren for almost a year before large deposits of Viridium were eventually discovered. Soon after, mining jobs began to flow throughout the city, and trade flowed through Kirkwall in ways that haven't been seen in an age. The caravans exiting Kirkwall with Viridium all bared the mark of the champion on them, and few dared raid them.
It wasn't long before Fanriel heard of the murder of the Saber clan. In searching the Fade, he learned his mother was among those slain by the champion. In Merril's hand, Fanriel intended a swift death for Merril and the Fade, but Hawke intervened. This time he would take full responsibility for what occurred that day entering the Fade, and battling Fanriel in his home territory alone for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, it wasn't Hawke's magic that won the day, but his tongue. He convinced Fanriel that he had no intention of murder that day, and that the Keeper and fear was what killed his mother, not Hawke. Fanriel begrudgingly called them even for saving his life twice and parted ways with Hawke. But the battle was not soon forgotten by the spirits that witnessed it. Their fight had led to the crossroads, and their battlefield would one day turn into a spirit marketplace that would aid in the assistance of another group of adventurers who would protect the Vale. In the aftermath of the Qunari attack on Kirkwall, in an unprecedented public display, the 2 remaining members of the Qunari ruling body traveled to Rivain. and made a public statement denouncing the Arishock's invasion of Kirkwall. With the tomb of Castellan now returned, a new hornless Qunari was made Arishock. The new Arishock advocated for a renewed focus on battling Tevinter. When asked for a reason behind his new orders, he stated invading the south is only good for losing your sword, meeting flying darkspawn, and seeing elves that excel in poverty.
With the mages fleeing from Kirkwall, the gallows held little more use than a prison for Templar arrests, namely Samson. He stayed in the gallows only a month before an elderly Grey Warden sauntered into the prison claiming the right of conscription on Samson. Hawke and Cullen were otherwise engaged, so the young Templar recruit had little course but to agree to let Samson into his custody. The Templar later reported to Cullen that the last words he heard echoed from the gallows were the warden saying, "Come, old friend, we have a fortuitous date with a dwarf."
Immediately after Meredith's defeat, Carver bid farewell to his brother, who noticeably took longer to say goodbye to Merril. He reported back to his squad leader Nathaniel, who understood personally how important family matters are, but decided Carver was too hot-headed for his mission. Instead, Nathaniel transferred him to Amaranthine under the leadership of someone who could utilize Carver's blunt use of force. There, Carver met a crass dwarf who made Varric look sober, and had 3 times the attitude that Carver ever had, and he quickly whipped Carver into someone that Darkspawn would fear. When he asked the name of his new squad leader, he said the ladies pronounced it Augren. Aveline grew to become the most consistent and strong leadership force in the city. Some even whispered that Aveline was the real drive behind the Viscount's throne. Whenever Hawke would leave the city with Merril, Aveline was quick to take over the day-to-day. While the other companions left the city one by one, Aveline always remained. Every night she would come home to her husband, and as she admired the Templar shield hanging from the fireplace, the world would feel still, even when the world was on fire, and she knew just who to thank for that. Aveline still hosts her dinner parties in Hightown every year. It's a tradition that would eventually be the only way Hawke's old group could still catch up. Without fail, Isabella would be in attendance, if for no other reason than to ask her if Donnic still arls her Eamon. To this day, Aveline's response is always the same.
Varric became Hawke's unofficial seneschal when he took over. He kept the Merchants Guild off Hawke's back while he was busy restoring the city. It wasn't long till the call of adventure lured Varric back in the game as King Alistair returned needing a ship and information. Varric, Isabella, and Alistair left for Antiva on a quest that took months, and ended face-to-face with King Merric. By the time Varric returned to Kirkwall, he found the Viscount's seat vacant, with a note hidden in a way that only Varric's keen eye could see. He read it, laughed, and returned to the hangman to let Aveline and Bran sort this shit out. There he drank until 2 agents in black armor walked into his private room.
Despite Anders' crimes, Hawke and Varric still paid for a private ceremony. He gave Anders a proper and honorable Ferelden funeral. No one did ever learn if justice returned to the Fade. But after all he had done, Hawke didn't care enough to answer. Despite his death, Anders' revolution had begun more, and more circles rebelled, and he quickly became a martyr for the cause. It wasn't long before an old friend of his heard of Anders' death, and honor urged him away from his family to confront his killer. One day in the Viscount's keep, the guards were in uproar as none other than the hero of Ferelden appeared to see the Viscount. There in Hawke's office, 2 legends met. POTUS calmly, but firmly asked what happened to his friend, and out of respect, Hawke spoke plainly about everything Anders went through, how justice took him over and slowly changed him, how Hawke tried to convince him to fight this change to the end, and how Hawke only killed his friend out of mercy. By the end, the guards could hear the clinking of a mug and some laughter coming from the office. POTUS understood that his friend had changed, and he hoped that both his former allies found peace. Before POTUS left, he had one final question. What had happened to Anders' cat? Hawke saying he left it with an old friend was all the answer he needed. POTUS returned to Amaranthine and found Sir Pounce-a-Lot and brought him home with him. His son would be the only one powerful enough to raise such a noble beast. Somewhere he knew Anders was at peace, knowing Sir Pounce-a-Lot had a good home.
After the fires cleared from Kirkwall, it was clear that the pirate queen Isabella came out on top. She had a strong ship of crew and the full support of Kirkwall at her back. From there, she traveled, pillaged, and carried kings, knights, and adventurers on her new ship. Isabella always kept the lessons Hawke and Aveline taught her in the back of her mind. She knew that hero work wasn't just good for the soul, but it was good for her coin purse too. One day at sea, she saw the sky turn green and rip open, and she knew there was more hero work to be had as she ordered the ship towards the storm. Fenris stayed in Kirkwall just long enough to make sure the blood mages were put down and the innocent mages were returned to Templar custody. Less than a month after the war, however, he found himself needing purpose once again. Aveline offered him a spot in the guard, but Fenris had his eyes on a different form of justice. He hitched a ride on Isabella's ship and headed north back home. There he tracked down Daenerys' remaining family and heirs and took them down one by one, earning the title Blue Wraith. Once his personal business was settled, he turned his attention towards freeing those like him, hunting slavers in the forests of Arleth, and eventually even being hired by the Inquisition to hunt the Venatori. He never failed a mark as long as it was a mage. Sebastian, after hosting Elthena's funeral, personally escorted her to Orlais so her ashes would be stored in the Grand Cathedral. Taking strength in the lessons Hawke taught him, he used this loss to fuel his conviction and goals in Starkhaven. With a secured alliance in Kirkwall, both cities flourished under Hawke's and Sebastian's leadership, both cities reaching previously unheard of levels of prosperity. Sebastian learned how to fight and watch mages from the best, and under Sebastian's enforcement of the Circle, the Starkhaven Circle never rebelled and stayed stable until the Divine's reform of the Circle 4 years later.
Hawke never did meet Talos again, but Talos still kept a watchful eye on him, and foiled more than one assassination attempt without Hawke ever being the wiser, when the Bene Gesserit were ordered to spy. And sabotage the growing Inquisition army, Talos always conveniently forgot her orders, and unintentionally helped the Inquisition. This became a trend conveniently after noticing Varric and Hawke's involvement in the Order. While she never got to tell Hawke how she felt, she would often look up at the night sky and smile, hoping Hawke would be doing the same, and maybe in another life they would be watching it together. Also, shout out to our amazing artist Tigar, who drew this for us. I can think of no better slide to end these on. Merril and Hawke never left each other's side, and Hawke fully embraced his role as her new family. Merril encouraged Hawke to help her people during the Reconstruction, and Hawke obliged with a revolutionary proclamation. The elven alienage was allowed to carry weapons, and formed their own watch against crime that worked closely with the Guard. Orlais and neighboring cities were appalled, but none openly stood up to the champion. Merril never did stop trying to repair the mirror, something Hawke knew was taking more and more out of her. The only solution was to find her a new artifact to help her people. Anytime Hawke had a free moment, he would take Merril out adventuring with his trusty dog Carter, exploring lost elven ruins that would be farther and farther away from Kirkwall, but that became less and less important as their new home was on the road together. Pretty soon, the only people who knew where Hawke and Merril were was his former companions, and the Dalish clans Hawke and Merril would visit with gifts of new restored artifacts to protect. Their way of atoning what happened to the Saber clan. Well, that calls it for our custom slides. Why don't we let our big bro Varric tackle this last one?
Cry for all mages, a reminder of their brutal oppression. He'd shown not only what the Templars were willing to do, but that they could be defied. The circles rose up and set the world on fire. Here at home, the city all but got down on its hands and knees and begged the champion to rule. As for the rest of us, eventually we all left the champion's side for one reason or another. Well, all of us except for Merril. You still hear the stories, of course. With each telling they grow, even if, at the core, remains the truth. A legend had been born.
Oh my God, my glorious Queen Cassandra. Next time I lay eyes on you, it will be time for Inquisition. Soon we will be together in the party, my queen.
Well, he may never lay eyes on Aveline again, but with Mommy Cassandra becoming the second to our Inquisitor, gooning is going to get worse before it gets better.
Sounds like we have something to look forward to, boys.
I think you mean something to dread, Bill.
Holy shit, I actually forgot you two were still here.
Yeah, well, you didn't give us a script hard to contribute, but we have come this far, might as well stay for the ending.
All right, can't blame you there. Also, the mages breaking free and the Templars rebelling sounds like a cool concept for an entire game. Surely this won't only exist in the first quarter of the game and never brought up again.
So many circles rebelling, so many chances for vengeance for the dishonest robes.
Yeah, we are really going to run into Inquisition with fist held high if Obama's previous statements still hold true.
Well, my opinion on this game has been elevated since playing it, so maybe Inquisition can endear me too.
Hawke, being someone the Templars respect, might be slightly too optimistic. You guys played him as relatively neutral stance-wise, showcasing both sides. So also, he is a fucking mage, but I didn't want to point out the obvious.
Most self-respecting Templars wouldn't listen to a rogue, but Hawke's aura is legendary enough to get a pass. Also, Varric passed the Nat 20 on his final deception check. Hear what a legend.
Cassandra seems like a level-headed and calm individual. She only threatened to kill Varric 5 times.
If an issue does arise, I volunteer myself as tribute for any frustration you have, Cassandra.
I might have a limited understanding of this game, but there's no way a champion could die off screen. This isn't One Piece.
So here's where two big plot reveals happen. One is obviously this entire story took place in Hawke's mansion, which has been cleaned out 6 months later. So obviously not even Bodan and Sandel were here. And the second is both Cassandra and Liliana were originally looking for the Warden to lead an inquisition against the Mage Templar War. Then when he disappeared, they chose their second candidate, Hawke, who also disappeared. Now they are left with no leader and an emergency conclave brewing.
That is no coincidence.
I imagine this scene was a mindfuck to the 10 people who killed Liliana in their canon playthrough and saw her alive here.
Wait, hold on, did someone say Liana?
Oh, God damn it, Bill, that is definitely a trigger.
Oh, ha, my God, Mommy, it's like you never left. Please break my bardic bones and fondle my nightingales.
I would be more annoyed at this, but just seeing that symbol gets me pumped for the next game.
Oh, fuck boys, after seeing Liliana, there's only one thing left to do. Feel a song coming on, Bill, spin that shit.
I'm now calling you a liar. Just don't lie to me. I'm now calling you a thief. Just don't steal from me. I'm now calling you a ghost.
Stop haunting me. I love you so more. Well, I'm gonna let you
kill me.
There's a ghost in my lungs, and its soul is in my sleep.
Wraps itself around my tongue as it so awfully speaks. That it walks
with my life. To fall,
to fall, to fall. Any other fate.
All both fall and breaks, all go up.
And when it hits me, I'm happy enough to die.
I'm now calling you a liar. Just don't lie to me. And I'll love you some more. I'm gonna let you.
Well, I'm now calling you a thief. Just don't. And all
so more. Something that you.
Oh,
I'm not calling your dog. Just
there's a ghost in my mouth and it talks in my sleep.
Wraps itself around my tongue as they talk, they speak. That it all walks,
that it all walks,
that it all walks. Wait my legs to fall,
to fall, to fall, to fall,
to fall, to fall, or to fall,
to fall, to fall,
to fall, to fall,
to fall.
Any old feet, all won't fall apart of gold, gold bar.
And when you kiss me,
I am happy. Well, with that, we have successfully completed Dragon Age 2. It was longer than we thought, but it was over before we could imagine.
My favorite game might be finished, but we still have the absolute behemoth that is Dragon Age Inquisition and the challenge of Veilguard when we return to it.
Just like that, we are already more than halfway through the series. The mages might be free for now and the liberals ahead in the death competition, but Inquisition is my game and I am for sure going to prove it when I start things off right.
I'm sure Inquisition has plenty of base dwarves and even more base role-playing opportunities, so you already know your presidential dungeon master will be in attendance.
There's plenty of romance and songs in that open world game, so you already know I will be training in Lincoln's room for a big dramatic solo performance.
Oh shit, did I already miss the final battle, boys? I had this whole funny skit with the guest cameos and everything. Well, I guess I will have to save it for the next game later, boys.
Wait, Maury, I bought tickets to the Museum of Television and I want you as my +1 as the professional. Oh, God damn it, he is already gone.
Save it for Inquisition. Obama, just wrap us out here before someone starts crying.
Yeah, nice try, Donald. You still owe us something first.
What? No, I don't. The game is over. We are back where we began.
Donald, we are posting these to YouTube and Joe 1. You have to keep your word just like Origins.
God damn it, this is total bullshit. Fine. Mommy Morrigan, you will always have my heart, don't get me wrong, but Merril is incredibly hot for an elf, and she is...
Go ahead and let it out, Donald.
Phrasing, please.
Fine. Merril is the best romance in the series, and she is so incredible that she deserves to last forever happy in the ending slide panel because it's perfect, just like her. They're happy?
Fuck yes, Daddy.
A perfect end to a perfect series. Now I am happy to close us out. So viewers, we didn't ask a comment question for this episode, but let us know your favorite Inquisition companion to build up some hype for the Inquisition content. Don't forget to leave a like for the champion of Kirkwall and a subscription to keep up to date on our latest content. If you would like video previews and updates or just a chill Dragon Age and gaming community, feel free to join Fox Discord. And for other based AI creator content, our editor is a verified creator of AI Force 1, along with President's Play, Game Producer 6, and other incredible creators that have really helped motivate and inspire our own AI series. Both links are in the description. If you made it through the Dragon Age 2 movie, you are a legend. And if you have fully caught up on this series, we thank you from the bottom of all our hearts. See you next time in Inquisition, but for now, stay safe. Obama out.
Trump out.
Biden out.